I woke up to find myself transmigrated into the office slacker. He even ended up in bed with his beautiful co-worker after drinking together. Faced with her threat to call the police, I slapped back twice but accidentally activated the divine level emotional system. Making beautiful women experience emotional fluctuations allows you to harvest emotional points. Every 100 points earns you a lottery draw. Starting off with the ability to read people, you see through the heroine's hidden M tendencies. Her favorability skyrockets, and with just one lucky draw, you instantly strike it rich with 9.99 million. The system task arrived immediately. Spend 100,000 yuan in half an hour and get a top-tier supercar for free. But before I could even start enjoying it, the police unexpectedly raided the place in an anti-vice operation. And the one who called the police was actually the female protagonist's Yandere stalker roommate. Chapter 1, Hit the Jackpot. Ugh, my head hurts so much. The hotel room was littered with scattered clothes, and a peculiar odor permeated the entire space, bearing witness to the previous night's madness. Zhang Yuan slowly woke up in bed, the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows making his eyes slightly sting as he rubbed his still groggy head. This is in the hotel? Zhang Yuan's mind was still in a daze when, before he could even think clearly, he suddenly felt a soft and smooth sensation against his thigh under the covers. Sensing movement, Zhang Yuan turned his head to the side and was startled to find a woman sleeping beside him. The sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window cast a faint reddish glow on her hair. Her willow-like eyebrows were slightly furrowed without conscious effort, and her delicate, upturned nose gave her an air of icy aloofness. The goose-down quilt partially covered her body, revealing two half-concealed hemispheres of snowy smoothness that made one's mouth water. In an instant, memories of last night's drunken stupor flooded back like a tidal wave. Zhang Yuan in his previous life was a delivery driver who endured wind and sun all day long, only to be flattened like a speed bump by a truck while rushing to deliver an order. He then transmigrated to Blue Star, a planet strikingly similar to Earth, where his new identity shared both his name and surname Zhang Yuan. Even their appearances were identical, with the sole difference being that the original host was a director-editor at a self-media company. Additionally, he was a second-generation rich kid, more precisely, the adopted kind since childhood. Because of an argument with his adoptive father, he started slacking off at his sister's company. However, since it was a normal onboarding process, his colleagues just saw him as an idle slacker. After taking over the other person's body, Zhang Yuan opened his eyes to find himself in a KTV, witnessing a group of workplace veterans holding a welcome ceremony for a freshly recruited newcomer. They called it a welcoming ceremony, but the real intention was to get someone drunk and then take them to a hotel for some hanky-panky. Zhang Yuan, having also experienced oppression at the bottom of society, deeply detested such scenes. He immediately stepped forward to take the drinks for them, not knowing how long he had been drinking, only feeling his body burning with heat. When he woke up, this was the scene before him. Gazing at the beautiful woman beside the pillow and the faint blush on the sheets, Zhang Yuan felt somewhat troubled. Rubbing his temples, he could only sense a throbbing headache. At this thought, Zhang Yuan almost felt like slapping himself, muttering under his breath, "Help someone block the drinks," only to end up blocking under the covers. Then, some fragmented memories began to return to Zhang Yuan's mind. The newcomer was named Shen Jiwei and had been assigned by the supervisor to work in the same team as Zhang Yuan, the old hand. The supervisor even went so far as to declare that if Zhang Yuan couldn't help Shen Jiwei's account gain 100,000 followers by the end of the month, neither of them would need to come to work anymore. But given the current situation, Zhang Yuan felt somewhat lost. Gazing at Shen Jiwei's profile, he let out a soft sigh. "Sleep now. If you wake up, I don't even know what to do." As soon as the words fell, Shen Jiwei beside him suddenly let out a soft hum, stretched lazily, rubbed her eyes, then rolled over and looked at Zhang Yuan with sleepy eyes. The two locked eyes like that for 3 seconds, neither blinking. "Ah!" Shen Jiwei, upon seeing Zhang Yuan, instantly snapped awake and sat up in fright, completely forgetting she was stark naked at that moment. In an instant, vast stretches of snow-white skin nearly blinded Zhang Yuan, but unfortunately, the critical areas were all obscured by holy light. Seeing this, Shen Jiwei quickly grabbed a blanket to cover herself. Gazing at Zhang Yuan before her, Shen Jiwei's eyes welled up with a faint mist as memories from the previous night flooded back. Feeling the pain coursing through her body, Shen Jiwei shot Zhang Kai a fierce glare. "Do you know, this is my first time? I'm calling the police. You can just wait to enjoy your government-provided meals." He reached for his phone on the nightstand, ready to make the call. "Stop, let's talk this out properly. Last night I really didn't mean to, I was just trying to drink for you." Zhang Yuan hurriedly snatched the phone into his hand. After all, he had just traveled through time and hadn't even begun to enjoy himself yet. Seeing this, Shen Jiwei didn't press further, having only intended to scare Zhang Yuan in the first place. Seeing that Shen Jiwei had somewhat calmed down, Zhang Yuan hastily picked up the black lace underwear scattered on the blanket and handed it to her, turning his head away. Jiwei, why don't you put your clothes on first before we talk? I'll settle the score with you later." Shen Jiwei snorted coldly as she took the underwear from Zhang Yuan's hand. Just as he turned his head away, Zhang Yuan froze momentarily, then felt a surge of pleasant surprise. Ding, perfect life system successfully bound. This system is dedicated to providing every fallen girl with a warm home. The host only needs to cause emotional fluctuations in a member of the opposite sex with a beauty score of 90 or above to obtain emotional points. Every 100 emotional points can be used for a lottery draw. The system will occasionally issue tasks to help the host accelerate their journey toward a perfect life. The system gives a beginner's premium package, the Person Insight skill, which can be used to investigate target information. After being briefed by the system on how to use it, Zhang Yuan focused his thoughts and activated the Person Identification skill on Shen Jiwei. Name, Shen Jiwei. Age, 24. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 91. Charging count, 1. Attribute, M hidden. Favorability, 20. Inner monologue, what should I do? Should I make Zhang Yuan take responsibility? Just as Zhang Yuan was still checking, Shen Jiwei, who had just put on her underwear, disregarding the risk of it slipping off again, threw herself directly onto Zhang Yuan. You damn bastard, I kindly escorted you back to the hotel, and this is how you repay me with a stick? Shen Jiwei's feeble fists rained down on Zhang Yuan like droplets, not particularly painful, but relentless enough to become unbearable. Zhang Yuan didn't resist, only using his hands to shield his face. After all, he was the one at fault, while still able to glimpse, through his fingers, the collision of two celestial bodies caused by her violent reaction. Such splendid scenery and fine weather are not to be seen at any time, yet Zhang Yuan realized the fallacy of this thought the very next moment. A sharp pain shot through him as he stared at the bloody teeth marks on his shoulder, glistening with saliva. Grimacing in agony, Zhang Yuan shot Shen Jiwei a glare. You're born in the year of the dog, aren't you? You bite so hard it hurts. What's the matter? I'm just taking a little interest, and you're unhappy about it? Shen Jiwei retorted, avoiding Zhang Yuan's gaze as she lowered her head, making as if to take another bite. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan recalled the information the system had just provided. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly steeled his resolve. He grabbed Shen Jiwei's arm directly, pinned her down beneath him, his breathing slightly rapid. This was the first time he'd ever been so rough with a beautiful woman. What are you doing? Shen Jiwei was pinned beneath Zhang Yuan, feeling the hot breath from his nose, her face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and panic. You're asking what I'm doing? Zhang Yuan swallowed hard, his body trembling with excitement as he forcefully slapped Shen Jiwei across the face. Zhang Yuan immediately followed with another backhanded slap. Still wanna sue? No. I won't sue anymore. Still arrogant? Double. After being slapped twice, Shen Jiwei shrank her body slightly, with glistening tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Her gaze at Zhang Yuan held both a trace of fear and a flicker of hidden excitement. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained 100 emotional points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Yuan grew somewhat excited. He hadn't expected that just 2 slaps would make Shen Jiwei provide him with 100 emotional points, enough for an immediate draw. He then used the person appraisal skill on Shen Jiwei again. Name, Shen Jiwei. Age, 24. Appearance, 91. Charge count, 1. Attribute, M favorability, 30. Inner monologue, this feels amazing. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel amused. He never expected it would even increase her affection points. Was this activating some hidden attribute of hers? Glancing at Shen Jiwei, he gently pinched her chin and softened his voice. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you. Get up and get dressed first. Don't go to the company today, I'll take you home to rest for a few days. I'll speak to your supervisor about your leave for you. Shen Jiwei didn't dare to look at Zhang Yuan again, lowering her head as she responded, her voice trembling slightly yet betraying a hint of excitement. Just as she was about to put on her clothes, the hotel room door was suddenly kicked open. Police, this is a vice raid. Chapter 2, a forced entry. When he saw the hotel door being kicked open and Shen Jiwei wearing nothing but lace lingerie, Zhang Yuan quickly shielded her behind him. Get dressed first, Zhang Yuan whispered reassuringly. Shen Jiwei hurriedly put on her clothes. His gaze turned icy as he observed the overweight woman who had barged in and the handsome, sharp-featured policewoman standing beside her. Officer, what do you mean by that? Before the female officer could speak, the plump woman beside her grew somewhat anxious and nudged her shoulder. Why are you wasting words with this rapist? Hurry up and cuff him, sentence him already. Pushed abruptly and nearly falling, the female police officer suppressed her anger, took a deep breath, and spoke in a frosty tone. Madam, please calm your emotions. I will handle this matter impartially. Meeting the officer's icy gaze, the overweight woman also regained some composure, curling her lips dismissively. Fine. At that moment, Shen Jiwei, shielded behind Zhang Yuan, finished putting on her clothes. Upon seeing the overweight woman, a flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful face. Niu Xinxin, what are you doing here? As soon as Shen Jiwei spoke, the overweight woman immediately turned to look at her, her eyes filled with worry and a trace of urgency in her voice. Weiji, come over quickly and explain the situation to the police officer. The officer will definitely bring this scumbag to justice. After speaking, he made sure to glare fiercely at Zhang Yuan. You scum, just wait to eat state-provided meals. Seeing Niu Xinxin like this, Shen Jiwei felt somewhat confused. Xinxin, what are you talking about? Zhang Yuan didn't do anything to me. Hearing Shen Jiwei's words, Niu Xinxin froze for a moment, looking at her in disbelief. Jiwei, what do you mean by that? Having said that, she still felt unsure and sniffed hard around the room again. The overpowering stench confirmed her suspicion. Then, what's his relationship with you? The plump woman pointed at Shen Jiwei somewhat uncertainly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan directly pulled Shen Jiwei into his arms. I'm her boyfriend. And what's your relationship with Jiwei? Jiwei, is what he said true? The plump woman asked hesitantly, seeming unable to believe it. Yes, he's my boyfriend. Shen Jiwei nearly blurted out the truth, her face reddening as she quickly corrected herself and snuggled deeper into Zhang Yuan's embrace. Seeing Shen Jiwei like this, the plump woman was momentarily dazed before snapping back to reality, finding it somewhat hard to accept. No way, Jiwei, you must be lying to me, right? Didn't you say before that you didn't have a boyfriend? Am I not the best person for you? It must be that scumbag who forced you, right? Fortunately, I installed a tracking app on your phone, which is how I managed to rescue you from that scumbag. Answer me, is it true or not? The overweight woman was on the verge of breaking down, staring at Shen Jiwei with a twisted gaze. Jiwei, you can only be mine. Please don't leave me, okay? Seeing the female fatty's frenzied appearance, Shen Jiwei got a little scared. She shrank behind Zhang Yuan and said with a furrowed brow. What's wrong with you, Niu Xinxin? We're just renting the place together as roommates. You just helped me out a few times, didn't you? What do you mean, you're the best person to me? And what gives you the right to install a tracker on my phone? That's illegal, you know? Hearing their conversation, Zhang Yuan felt speechless. So this fat woman was a mentally unstable lesbian, huh? He immediately turned to the female officer who was still spectating with amusement, somewhat displeased. Officer, I assume you understand the situation now? I was completely framed, and as for this fat woman, isn't her situation serious enough to warrant a prison sentence? Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the female officer finally snapped out of it and looked at him somewhat sheepishly, pointing at the body cam on her chest. Then he turned his gaze to the overweight woman beside him, his expression cold and his voice stern. Niu Xinxin, you are currently suspected of surveilling others and damaging hotel property. You are hereby under arrest. Anything you say or do may be used as evidence in court. After saying this, he took out a pair of silver handcuffs and prepared to cuff the overweight woman. I did nothing wrong. I was just worried about her safety. What right do you have to arrest me? Seeing the policewoman about to handcuff her, the overweight woman's face twisted in anger as she threw a punch straight at the officer's head. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's expression changed, as he recalled how the large woman had kicked open the hotel room door. If this punch landed, the female officer would likely end up in the hospital immediately. But the next moment, something unexpected happened for Zhang Yuan. The female officer deftly dodged the punch and swiftly pinned the large woman down, rendering her immobile. Originally, you wouldn't have faced that serious of a charge, but now that you've assaulted an officer, you're really going to regret it. The female officer handcuffed her, clapped her hands, and looked at the two with an embarrassed smile. I happened to run into her while on duty. She immediately claimed her roommate was raped. I thought it was real, so I misunderstood you. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 30 emotional points. After speaking, the female officer took out her phone, opened a photo, and showed it to the two of them. Jiangcheng hasn't been peaceful lately. This man is a drug dealer. If you see him, you can call me. After saying this, he handed Zhang Yuan an official business card and then pulled the overweight woman away. Watching the other person's retreating figure, Zhang Yuan used his appraisal technique to gather information. Name, Wen Jin. Age, 23. Appearance, 90. Charging count, 0. Attribute, none. Affection level, 10. Inner monologue, so annoying, the city's been so unstable lately, and now this happens today. Is everything not peaceful? I hope this doesn't affect me. After all, having finally been reborn into this new life, Zhang Yuan just wants to enjoy it to the fullest now. Then he turned to Shen Jiwei beside him with a hint of worry. Jiwei, why don't you stay at my place for a while? Let's wait until we rent a new place before moving out. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiwei shook her head and declined. Zhang Yuan, there's no need to trouble yourself. Niu Xinxin probably won't be able to come out for a while, so there's nothing to worry about. She paused for a moment, then spoke somewhat awkwardly. Don't take what I said earlier seriously. I only said those things to deal with Niu Xinxin. After all, their current relationship was still somewhat awkward, and she couldn't accept things moving too quickly. Alright, fine, I'll call you a taxi then. Zhang Yuan felt a bit disappointed, as he had originally thought he could seize this opportunity to. After returning home, Zhang Yuan sent Shen Jiwei a few messages expressing his concern. Several hours passed. Zhang Yuan glanced at his empty message inbox, shook his head with an amused expression, and muttered, ignoring me on purpose, huh? But truth be told, he understood perfectly well. After checking, he currently has 130 emotional points, which can be used to draw one reward. System, draw the prize. Zhang Yuan secretly anticipated in his heart, as he was quite curious about what he might get. Drawing in progress. A light blue roulette will then appear before Zhang Yuan, inscribed with 5 sections: coins, books, question mark, potion bottle, card. As the pointer on the wheel gradually slowed, Zhang Yuan's heart raced to his throat, watching it about to land on the coin section. Please don't slip away. Zhang Yuan inwardly screamed, terrified that it might slide down to the book section beneath the coins. Although he currently holds the identity of a rich second-generation heir, after quarreling with his adoptive father, all his bank cards were frozen, leaving him with just a few thousand yuan. His financial situation is truly precarious. Under Zhang Yuan's tense gaze, the pointer finally stopped on the gold coin symbol. In an instant, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing 9.99 million renminbi. Current remaining emotional value is 30. Seeing the reward, Zhang Yuan's heart leaped with joy. This system really delivers straight cash, no nonsense. He had thought it might be something like a cashback card that required him to spend money first, which would have been so lame. Ding! Detecting the host's spending desire has peaked. Mission issued, spend 100,000 renminbi within half an hour. Reward, Xiaomi SU7 Lutra. Seeing the reward, Zhang Yuan grinned. If he remembered correctly, this car was considered the pride of domestic manufacturing, with performance rivaling foreign professional race cars worth millions. Best of all, it only cost 820,000 renminbi. In comparison, Lei Jun is simply a saintly figure, truly deserving the title of a people's entrepreneur. Driving this out just oozes prestige, and to think this isn't some fiction. Let's be honest, an 800,000 yuan car isn't cheap by any means, definitely not something an average family could afford. What's more, if Zhang Yuan remembered correctly, this car hadn't even gone on sale yet. It was slated to be the grand finale product at Xiaomi's launch event. Zhang Yuan is conservative in the entire nation of Longhua, no more than 5 people own this car. Chapter 3, The Livestreams Money Throwing Frenzy. Spending 100,000 in half an hour? Zhang Yuan paused for a moment, about to get up and head out to make the purchase, but he stopped in his tracks. Are you kidding me? This is the internet age. Spending 100,000 is just a matter of tapping a few buttons. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan opened Douyin and scrolled through the local live streams, hoping to find some attractive female streamers. He wasn't looking for big-name influencers. First, they were too far away for offline meetups. Second, after scrolling through so many, there was no guarantee it would make a splash. Most likely, he'd spend the money, get nothing in return, and only receive a verbal thank you. As he pondered this, Zhang Yuan's fingers suddenly stopped scrolling. A sweet-looking, slightly chubby beauty in a school uniform appeared on the screen, chatting with a dozen or so viewers in the livestream chat. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. He glanced at the system notification in the livestream's comment stream. Host Little Lamb Not Lazy has disabled beauty filters. Without hesitation, he clicked into the stream. Drawing on his experience from over 20 years of browsing action flicks in his previous life, he knew that a beauty of this caliber would score no less than 90 points in looks, even with makeup. After all, he had standards. His flights required high quality. Anything below 80 points wouldn't get him off the ground, which often meant searching for an hour or more. Just as he was about to click into the stream, Zhang Yuan paused abruptly, as if struck by a thought. He let out a mischievous chuckle. Haven't replied to my messages, have you? He then promptly shared the livestream link with Xin Jiwei. The moment he entered the stream, a sweet voice greeted him, "Welcome to Dream Brothers livestream." Then there was no further introduction. She immediately turned to continue chatting with the other viewers in the livestream room. After all, Zhang Yuan's account was only level 1 and had never spent any money. Getting even a single welcome message was already pretty good. It wasn't that the original owner lacked money, he was simply too wealthy. Who would waste time scrolling through Douyin? With daily cruises on the ocean or selecting concubines in 5-star hotels, what could possibly be more fun than scrolling through Douyin? Snapping back to reality, Zhang Yuan glanced at the livestream chat. Quite a crowd today, huh? I was just feeling a bit down and thought I'd chat with everyone. Didn't expect over 20 people to join. In the frame, Xiao Yang's background looked like a dorm room. She propped her face up with one hand, appearing a bit downcast. The moment Xiao Yang's soft, sweet voice akin to a female version of Lazy Sheep filled the stream, comments flooded in. Aiwen Ku Cha, holy crap, Xiao Yang's voice is unbeatable. This is the first time I've joined without seeing the video. AAA Building Materials CEO, it was tough, but I made it out. Grandpa Dingjin Rick the 5th edition, looks like we've got some seasoned pilots here. Counting today's flight, I've hit perfect attendance. Seeing the comments popping up in the chat, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile. Back in his delivery days, he'd probably have been one of them, focusing on companionship, skipping the coin splitting, and casually taking off on flights. Then, glancing at the lively little lamb on the screen, Zhang Yuan's lips curved upward. Back then, he had no choice. Now, things were different. Seriously, what man hasn't fantasized about standing atop the world, surrounded by women, enjoying the best of both worlds? Then, Zhang Yuan opened the backend to top up his account. Soon, the entire 100,000 was deposited. Your account has received 1 million Douyin diamonds. Almost instantly, a notification popped up on the screen. Immediately, Zhang Yuan returned to the livestream, opened the gift list, located the gift worth 30,000 Douyin diamonds, and sent 5 of them directly. Wei Meng sends the host Carnival 1. Wei Meng sends the host Carnival 1. Wei Meng sends the host Carnival 1. After sending 5 carnival gifts in a row, Zhang Yuan's level reached 25. Ha! Xiaomi, who had been chatting in the livestream chat with a gloomy expression, suddenly rubbed his eyes, thinking he might have seen wrong. But the screen filled with special effects couldn't lie. Carnival? Xiaomi's face was frozen in utter shock. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Though she had no idea how a small streamer with just 1,000 followers could receive carnivals out of nowhere, she immediately began expressing gratitude. Thanks to brother Wei Meng for sending 5 carnivals. Holy crap, brother Wei Meng is so generous, I love you to death. Xiaomi's utterly shocked voice echoed throughout the entire livestream room. But it wasn't over yet. Zhang Yuan's fingers moved again. Wei Meng sends the streamer Carnival 1. Wei Meng sends the host Carnival 1. Wei Meng sends the host Carnival 1. In mere moments, Zhang Yuan had sent another 28 carnival gifts, propelling his level to 42 and breaking through the 40-level barrier. Staring at the carnival effects flooding the livestream chat, Little Lamb was still reeling from the earlier wave of gratitude, feeling a bit lightheaded. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've triggered a critical hit and gained 50 emotion points. Clearly stunned by the screen-filling carnival effects, the chat exploded with excitement. AAA Building Materials CEO, wait, what? They just gave away 33 carnival effects? That's 100,000 yuan gone in an instant? Is this even human? Absolutely insane. Grandpa Dingshan Rick style, brother Meng, I can barely afford food now. Could you spare me $5 for some instant noodles? Love bitter tea, holy, this is the first time I've seen so many carnivals. The effects are so intense it's lagging up the stream. And look at Little Lamb now, where's that bloomy look from before? He's practically drooling over it. Reading these comments, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He finally understood the mindset of those big spenders in the livestream chat. This ing feels amazing, pure emotional satisfaction at its peak. He glanced at Little Lamb, who was still in a daze, and cast the insight spell on her. Name, Gu Qiulan. Age, 21. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 90 points. Attributes, none. Affection level, 15. Inner monologue, who am I? Where am I? Seeing Gu Qiulan's affection level, Zhang Yuan chuckled. Money really does work wonders. Whether it's a sultry black-stockinged older woman or an innocent school beauty, they're all knocked out by cash, aren't they? If not, it just means you haven't thrown enough money at them yet. At that moment, Xiaomi, who had been in a daze, finally snapped out of it. She hurriedly looked at the screen to thank Zhang Yuan, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Brother Meng, I don't even know how to thank you. I added you as a friend on my backend. Could you please follow me back? All traces of Xiaomi's earlier gloom vanished, replaced by sheer excitement and astonishment. Her face flushed bright red with exhilaration. But Zhang Yuan didn't pay it much mind. He glanced at the backend followers list, clicked to follow back, and then exited the livestream. Wei Meng has left the livestream. Seeing this, Little Lamb panicked, fearing she had upset Zhang Yuan somehow. She immediately sent him a private message. Wei Meng, did I do something to upset you? She promptly sent her contact details. Wei Meng, this is my WeChat. Can we connect? Your IP shows you're in Shanghai too. How about I treat you to a meal to thank you? After sending the messages, Xiaomi nervously stared at her phone, waiting for Zhang Yuan's reply. After all, it was rare to meet such a big spender earning 100,000 yuan in a single livestream, and she had to make the most of this opportunity. But Zhang Yuan had already tossed his phone aside. Staring at the completed task displayed on the pale blue screen before him, he grinned. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. Reward delivered directly to the parking lot of your residential complex. Staring at the car purchase contract and keys suddenly appearing in his hands, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to test drive his new ride. Then, glancing at his emotion points now maxed out at 100, he waved his hand decisively. System, draw the prize. Ding, initiating reward draw. The pointer on the wheel spun rapidly before finally settling on the question mark. Reward drawn, master level self-media operation skills. Instantly, every skill and piece of knowledge related to self-media became fully integrated into Zhang Yuan's mind. Feeling the flood of knowledge in his mind, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. All he could think to say was, awesome. Originally a director at a self-media company, Zhang Yuan hadn't known a thing, just coasting through his days. But now Zhang Yuan is certain that within a month, he could build an internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers. With sufficient promotional funding, multiplying that follower count several times over to surpass 100 million wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. Thinking this, Zhang Yuan glanced out at the pitch-black night beyond the window. Time to sleep. No sooner had he lain down than a message popped up on his phone. Xin Jiwei? Seeing this, Zhang Yuan ignored it and tossed his phone aside. After all, why should he care when she hadn't replied to his messages all day? Now she was upset after seeing the beautiful streamer he shared? Chapter 4, The Landlady with the Widow's Attributes. After waking up in the morning, he freshened up, ate breakfast, then headed to the living room to grab his car keys and head to work. Although he wasn't short on money now, if he wanted sustained growth, he'd have to set his sights on Xin Jiwei. Just as he stepped outside, Zhang Yuan heard the sound of footsteps echoing from above in the stairwell. A stunning woman in a purple-slit cheongsam, radiating grace and confidence, descended the stairs with a tear mole at the corner of her eye. She held the hand of an adorable little girl. With each step, her long legs, as white as jade, slightly parted the slit of her gown, drawing Zhang Yuan's gaze irresistibly to the depths hidden beneath the veil of sacred light. Teasingly revealed yet not fully exposed, it stirred the imagination. At the same time, Zhang Yuan recalled her identity. The aunt of the original host and also his landlord. Not biologically related, of course. He also cast the insight spell upon her. Name, Liang Yu. Age, 30. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Affinity, 10. Recharge count, 2. Status, widower. Inner monologue, Xiaoling's class is about to start. Can't be late, gotta hurry. Seeing the message, Zhang Yuan recalled that just a few months after marrying 5 years ago, her husband had died in a car accident. She remained unmarried to this day. Now only 30, she was not only stunningly beautiful but had never remarried. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger. At this thought, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of heat within him, his inner desires blazing fiercely. Good morning, Auntie, Zhang Yuan greeted her with a smile. HM? Haha, little Yuan. Not going to work today? Liang Yu looked slightly surprised to see Zhang Yuan initiating the greeting. After all, Zhang Yuan had previously looked down on her because of her reputation for being a husband killer, barely exchanging a word with her on ordinary days. If it weren't for his family troubles leaving him penniless and forcing him to seek her out, she doubted she'd see him even once in several years. I'm just heading to work now. Oh, you're taking Xiaoling to school, right? It's on my way. Zhang Yuan flashed the keys to his Xiaomi SU7 letter. After all, Zhang Yuan wouldn't pass up an opportunity to mend their relationship. You bought a car? Liang Yu felt a twinge of surprise. She knew Zhang Yuan's situation well enough. His bank accounts had been frozen by his father, and only his sister had secretly arranged a job for him. There was no way he could afford a car. I've been doing a little business with friends lately and made some small profits, Zhang Yuan chuckled. He then picked up the obedient-looking Xiaoling beside him. How about I drive you to school today? Sure, just don't make me late. I'll get punished if I'm late, Xiaoling pouted. Seeing this, Liang Yu didn't pry further, it was none of her business. Wow, this car is so cool. Barely 2 steps into the underground parking garage, Xiaoling's gaze was instantly drawn to the sleek, silver-white Xiaomi SU7 LU8R. This car must be expensive, right? Liang Yu slid into the driver's seat. Though she knew little about cars, the interior alone screamed luxury. Although she had inherited her late husband's estate and owned a building, meaning she wasn't short on money, she only drove cars costing around 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. She'd rarely ridden in vehicles like this one, where you could tell just by stepping inside that it started at a minimum of 1,000,000 yuan. It's okay, just a daily driver. Zhang Yuan said little, silently starting the engine and savoring the powerful performance that had broken foreign automakers' technological barriers. Vroom vroom vroom. As the engine's hum gradually faded, they arrived at their destination. Thanks. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. After dropping Xiaoling off at kindergarten, Liang Yu smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Yuan. Just as she was about to say something else, a sudden voice interrupted them. Is this the Xiaomi SU7 Lutter? Bro, can I take a picture with this car? A young man completely ignored Liang Yu, the stunning beauty, and walked straight to the car window, looking excitedly at Zhang Yuan. Sure. Zhang Yuan readily agreed. With Zhang Yuan's permission, the young man excitedly moved to the front of the car, striking various poses for selfies. Liang Yu, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch. Hey, it's just a car. Is it really worth all this fuss? The young man, engrossed in his photoshoot, shot her a dismissive glance upon hearing her remark. You know nothing. Do you even understand the value of the Xiaomi SU7 ATR? Do you know it accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 1.98 seconds and reaches a top speed of 350 km/h? Faster than high-speed rail. And most importantly, this car isn't even on sale yet. Even if you had the money, you couldn't buy one. I bet there are fewer than 3 of these in the entire Dragon Kingdom. As he spoke, the young man's face lit up with excitement, spit flying from his mouth as he talked, as if the Xiaomi SU7 ATR were his own. Overhearing the conversation, several parents gathered around the kindergarten turned to watch, some even pulling out their phones to record videos. After all, from his description, Zhang Yuan's car sounded incredibly powerful, and they'd seen related videos online. Seeing so many people filming Zhang Yuan's car, the young man didn't want to be in the shot. After thanking Zhang Yuan, he hurriedly left. Hearing the young man's words, Liang Yu seemed to grasp the car's true value. Faster than a bullet train? Is this even a car? Liang Yu murmured to herself. Her expression shifted completely as she looked at Zhang Yuan, utterly stunned. Zhang Yuan, I never imagined you were this impressive. There are no more than 3 people in the entire Dragon Nation who own this car, and you're one of them. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 40 emotion points. Not at all, that's an exaggeration. It's just average, Zhang Yuan replied with a modest smile, appearing remarkably calm. Hearing his words, Liang Yu sighed helplessly. Look at you being so modest. Alright, hurry off to work. I'll just wander around nearby for a bit. As she spoke, Liang Yu covered her mouth with a soft giggle. Her 2 round, snow-white pears jiggled playfully, causing the brooch on her cheongsam to slip halfway down, as if it might pop open at any moment. For a moment, Zhang Yuan found himself utterly captivated by the sight, wishing he could reach out and fasten the clasp for her himself. Seeing this, Liang Yu flushed slightly and instinctively took a step back, giving Zhang Yuan a sharp scold. Where do you think you're looking, you little rascal? Zhang Yuan, however, remained unconcerned, gazing at Liang Yu with regret. Sigh, you're so down-to-earth and approachable, yet why treat me like an outsider? Truly rich yet stingy. Pfft, it's not as bad as you make it out to be. Though Liang Yu complained aloud, she looked genuinely delighted. Ding! Liang Yu's affection plus 10, current, 20. Ding, detected 3 individuals of the opposite sex with appearance scores of 90, each holding a 20-point affinity toward the host. New mission, raise the affection level of one 90-point attractiveness opposite sex individual to 60 to unlock the girlfriend module and personal panel. Reward, 1 globally limited Ferrari LaFerrari, plus an erectile dysfunction cure potion. Seeing the system rewards, Zhang Yuan was ecstatic. He truly hadn't expected the system to be so generous. After all, the Ferrari LaFerrari wasn't just one of only 10 globally produced, its price tag soared into the tens of millions. As for the golden gun, physical enhancement potion, Zhang Yuan felt indifferent. After all, it was pure weakness for him, he could easily go 100 rounds in a single night. Forcing himself to calm his excitement, Zhang Yuan pondered briefly. If his memory served him correctly, Shen Jiwei currently held the highest favorability rating toward him, reaching 30 points. With careful maneuvering, he estimated this task could be completed within 2 days. And to be honest, he was genuinely looking forward to this girlfriend module. With that thought, Zhang Yuan feigned checking his watch. It's almost 8. Auntie, let's talk more next time. I need to head to the office. With that, he started the car. Go ahead. Come over for dinner tonight. Consider it my way of thanking you, Liang Yu waved him off. Liang Yu watched Zhang Yuan walk away, her curiosity piqued. After all, Zhang Yuan had always been cold and distant before, never interacting with her. Why had he changed so dramatically today? His entire being radiated a sharp intensity, exuding confidence as if he were a young prodigy basking in triumph. Below the Twin Towers, Zhang Yuan looked up at the skyscraper that seemed poised to pierce the clouds, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Back when he delivered food in the metropolis, every time he saw the Twin Towers, he'd only think of them as a towering pagoda, crushing him into the lowest rung of society with no chance of escape. But now it was different. He would stand atop its pinnacle, a beauty nestled in his arms, sipping fine wine as he surveyed all of humanity below. Chapter 5, The Battlefield. Upon entering the company, Zhang Yuan realized his family held considerable influence in the metropolis, evident from his sister's company being headquartered in the Twin Towers. As soon as he reached his desk, Zhang Yuan spotted Shen Jiwei quietly working on a video script. She showed no reaction to his arrival, as if they had never crossed paths. Jiwei, working on a video script? Zhang Yuan smiled as he approached her. When she still ignored him, he leaned closer, nearly pressing their faces together. You're not upset about that live stream of the beautiful woman I shared with you yesterday, are you? Zhang Yuan asked with a sly grin. This finally elicited a reaction from Shen Jiwei. Her expression turned icy as she shot Zhang Yuan a glance. No. What happened that night was just an accident. You shouldn't dwell on it. Despite her words, a faint sense of disappointment lingered within her. And the thought of yesterday, how she'd nearly called Zhang Yuan master in front of several people, filled Shen Jiwei with shame. She'd never acted like that before. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan glanced at Shen Jiwei and smiled wryly before closing the video script on his computer. I've already selected the account positioning. You don't need to worry about it. After all, it's my responsibility. A mischievous grin spread across Zhang Yuan's face. Thinking about the video he was about to film, he couldn't help but chuckle. You? Are you sure you can handle it? Shen Jiwei responded skeptically, having heard her share of rumors about Zhang Yuan at the company. He was practically useless at everything otherwise, she wouldn't have had to write the video script herself. Relax. Not only will I hit the 10,000 follower growth target the manager mentioned, I'll get you past 10 million. His tone was calm, yet radiated absolute confidence, as if this task were nothing more than child's play to him. Seeing this, Shin Jiwei shot him a strange look, as if asking, "Are you serious?" If she remembered correctly, Zhang Yuan had been on the job for months without bringing in a single new talent who'd shown any real results, right? Alright, Zhang Yuan, save the bragging for later. That's not how you pick up girls. A sudden voice interrupted their small talk. The female supervisor had appeared behind Zhang Yuan at some point, snatching a stack of resumes and slamming them onto the desk. I've got things to do, and everyone else is busy. You're the only one with time to spare. Go handle these interviews first. With that, she shot Zhang Yuan a glare and turned to leave before he could protest. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was about to brush it off, but then remembered he still had no clue how to film the video. He decided to seize the opportunity to build rapport with Shin Jiwei and boost his favorability rating. "Jiwei, let's do this together. You probably haven't tried it yet, right?" Hearing Zhang Yuan's invitation, Shin Jiwei hesitated to refuse, but after a moment's thought, she agreed. No sooner had they sat down than a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Zhang Yuan said casually. A man in a suit entered, looking slightly nervous as he regarded them. After asking a couple of casual, inconsequential questions, Zhang Yuan dismissed him to wait outside. "Tisk, interviews sure are boring," Zhang Yuan remarked casually to Shin Jiwei during the wait. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked again. "Come in." The next moment, the conference room door swung open, revealing a stunning woman in a tailored pencil skirt paired with black stockings. With each step, the black stockings hugged her delicate feet tighter. Her neck, as slender as a lotus stem, resembled fertile farmland, tempting one to till it daily and plant strawberries. The moment he saw her, Zhang Yuan froze slightly. His expression slowly solidified as he stiffly turned his head to glance at Shin Jiwei beside him. But he found that her face had, at some point, taken on a frosty expression utterly expressionless and stern. "Good afternoon, interviewers. My name is Gu Qiulan, here to interview for your company's short video blogger position. My account is Little Sheep Doesn't Slack Off, and I currently have several thousand followers. My live streams are consistently supported by generous viewers, and just last night, one viewer gifted me 23 carnival tokens." As she reached this point, a hint of smug satisfaction flickered across Gu Qiulan's face. In the past, her few thousand followers wouldn't have been enough to make an impression. But now? With last night's impressive haul and her looks, she felt utterly confident she'd ace this interview. With that thought, Gu Qiulan instinctively straightened her posture and flashed a sweet smile. In stark contrast to Gu Qiulan's confidence, Zhang Yuan was now filled with guilt and regret. Why had he been so impulsive yesterday, sharing Little Lamb's livestream with Shin Jiwei? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 30 emotion points. Hearing the system's notification sent a chill through Zhang Yuan's heart. Congratulations my ass, all he wanted now was for this ordeal to end quickly. He'd been trying to build rapport with Shin Jiwei, but now, well, if her favorability didn't drop, he'd count himself lucky. I've skimmed your resume. It's quite good. Head home and wait. Zhang Yuan pretended to review the resume for a moment before forcing himself to speak calmly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Ha! Alright then. Gu Qiulan felt a pang of disappointment. She had intended to try harder, but seeing Shin Jiwei's icy expression throughout, Gu Qiulan decided it was better not to make a fool of herself. Just as she was about to get up and leave, Shin Jiwei suddenly spoke up. Hold on. I haven't said you failed the interview yet. Hand over your account. She reached out her hand toward Gu Qiulan. Though slightly bewildered, Gu Qiulan was more than willing to seize this second chance. She immediately opened Douyin and handed her phone to Shin Jiwei. Not bad. Top spender. Seeing the account matched her suspicions, Shin Jiwei felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan felt a chill run through him. Under Shin Jiwei's scrutinizing gaze, he could only manage a forced smile in response. But clearly, Shin Jiwei wasn't about to let Zhang Yuan off the hook. With a faint, mocking smile, she asked, "What? Top donor too scared to admit he knows the streamer? Ahem, Jiwei, please don't make me sound so sleazy, okay? It's just a simple donation." Zhang Yuan coughed uncomfortably, flustered by Shin Jiwei's words. Gu Qiulan, standing nearby, heard their exchange and was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to process it. It wasn't until Shin Jiwei showed her Zhang Yuan's account that she snapped out of it, staring at him in shock. "Your dream brother?" Only after uttering those words did Gu Qiulan realize how inappropriate they sounded. Shin Jiwei and Zhang Yuan seemed to have a rather close relationship. Her earlier outburst had been a reflexive reaction to her shock at Zhang Yuan's appearance. She had previously imagined him as a pot-bellied middle-aged man, never expecting him to be so young and actually quite handsome. Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, Zhang Yuan nearly choked on his own blood. Wasn't she pushing him into a fire pit? He immediately grabbed her shoulders with both hands. You've been accepted. Go home first. HR will contact you later to discuss the details. With that, he pushed her out of the conference room. Right now, Zhang Yuan just wanted to get rid of this big headache. After seeing Gu Qiulan off, Zhang Yuan hurried back into the conference room and sat beside Shen Jiwei, his face twisted into a bitter smile. Jiwei, I really didn't have any ulterior motives back then. I was just worried about you. Seeing your read receipts without a reply made me a little jealous, so I deliberately tried to get under your skin. Hearing Zhang Yuan's explanation, Shen Jiwei felt a bit more at ease. After all, they genuinely seemed like strangers. Still, her expression remained icy. Oof. Who knew you were so loaded? Dropping $100 grand tip like that. And you don't need to explain yourself to me, we're not exactly close. With that, she walked straight out of the conference room. Watching Shen Jiwei's retreating figure, Zhang Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. From the shift in her tone and the fact that his favorability rating hadn't dropped, he knew Shen Jiwei's anger had largely subsided. At the same time, a sense of urgency welled up inside him. After all, to complete the system's favorability task, he'd have to put in some serious effort regarding Shen Jiwei's short videos. He pulled out his phone and sent a private message to Gu Qiulan's Douyin account. Are you free for lunch? I'd like to treat you to lunch and discuss your onboarding process. After sending the message, Zhang Yuan finally put his phone down. Come on, who stays honest after time traveling? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. System lottery, he silently commanded. Ding, lottery has begun. 100 emotion points have been automatically deducted. Ding, current remaining emotion points, 20. Then, under Zhang Yuan's watchful gaze, the pointer once again came to rest on the question mark. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the hall-level music skill. Instantly, a vast sea of knowledge flooded Zhang Yuan's mind. Yet, bolstered by the system's enhancement, he swiftly assimilated it all. Feeling the various musical scores and related knowledge in his mind, Zhang Yuan grinned. Now, whenever he wished, he could effortlessly compose songs of the highest caliber. If he put his mind to it, creating timeless classics was well within his reach. Chapter 6, Cat-Eared Girl. After fully assimilating the skill, Zhang Yuan glanced at his phone. It was only 10 o'clock, still some time before lunch. Perfect timing to film a video with Shen Jiwei. With that thought, Zhang Yuan stepped out of the conference room and waved to the others waiting for interviews. Everyone, you can go. Come back tomorrow. I've got something to take care of today. He didn't linger, as it wasn't his concern anyway. Back at his desk, Zhang Yuan glanced at Shen Jiwei, who was still bent over her work, pretending not to notice him. He chuckled to himself and began drafting the script for the video they'd be shooting later. After finishing, he pondered for a moment. He realized that the entertainment industry in this world wasn't very developed, and concepts like animal-eared girls didn't even exist. He promptly opened his computer to search. Sure enough, just as he'd expected, he couldn't find any related information. However, he did find headbands with dog ears and cat ears. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he handed the script to Shen Jiwei. Jiwei, what do you think? Shoot it like this, and I guarantee we'll gain followers fast. Seeing Zhang Yuan's confident expression, Shen Jiwei picked up the script with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. After a quick glance, Shen Jiwei froze in disbelief, as if unable to trust her eyes. She read it again carefully. But the more she read, the redder her face grew. She then tossed the video script onto Zhang Yuan's desk and snorted coldly. Looks like you're the one who wants to film this. She shot Zhang Yuan a displeased glare, but the faint blush on her lovely face carried not a hint of coldness. Instead, it radiated a captivating charm. It made one want to pull her into one's arms and cherish her fiercely. Seeing Shen Jiwei's pouty, alluring expression, Zhang Yuan swallowed hard and couldn't resist kissing her cheek. It wasn't an impulsive act, he was confident. According to the system's explanation, affection below 10 points meant strangers, 10 to 20 indicated fairly good friends, and 30 points and above signaled a relationship developing toward boyfriend-girlfriend status. With Shen Jiwei's current 30 points of affection for him, this kiss wouldn't cause any issues, it might even increase her feelings. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Shen Jiwei froze for a moment after being kissed. She touched her slightly damp cheek and glared at Zhang Yuan in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. You kissed me? Meeting Shen Jiwei's gaze, Zhang Yuan cleared his throat twice. Ahem, ahem. It's all your fault for being so beautiful. I just couldn't resist kissing you. Zhang Yuan, you jerk. Shen Jiwei was clearly annoyed, yet the faint blush on her pretty face made her look rather coy. Faced with this situation, Shen Jiwei didn't know what to do. She couldn't exactly kiss him back, could she? As for cursing him out, she doubted Zhang Yuan would care in the slightest, he'd probably welcome it. Seeing Shen Jiwei's lack of aversion, Zhang Yuan chuckled. The system really was useful without that affection gauge, he'd never have dared act like this. Seizing the moment, he leaned close to her ear and whispered with a soft chuckle, well then, I'll go buy the filming props first. What the hell does that have to do with me? Feeling Zhang Yuan's warm breath tickle her ear, Shen Jiwei felt a tingle inside but remained stubbornly defiant on the outside. Since you didn't object, that means you agree, right? Zhang Yuan chuckled. He then left the company and headed to a clothing store and a pet shop to buy all the necessary props. Inside the studio, Shen Jiwei stared at the maid outfit laid out on the table, along with the cat ear hair clip and the necklace draped around her neck. Are you sure you're not just doing this to satisfy your own kinks? Her face flushed as she shot a skeptical glance at Zhang Yuan. Ahem, heaven knows I'm doing this purely to help you gain followers. Besides, think about it, there's nothing like the cat-eared girl we're shooting out there, right? I guarantee this video will go viral. Zhang Yuan declared earnestly, pounding his chest in assurance. After all, from what he understood, this world had a huge anime and manga fanbase. And videos like this should appeal to all ages, right? But isn't this maid outfit a bit too revealing? After changing into the maid outfit, Shen Jiwei felt drafts everywhere and couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan shook his head and leaned in. Jiwei, once this video hits the web, you'll be an overnight sensation. Trust my skills. He paused here, letting out a light chuckle. If we don't meet the manager's monthly targets, we're both screwed. After all, you don't want to get fired, do you? Hearing Zhang Yuan's blackmail, Shen Jiwei recalled how far she'd pushed herself to prove her worth to her family, even sacrificing her first time. After a moment of silence, Shen Jiwei's gaze hardened. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Zhang Yuan. Fine. I'll do it. She picked up the cat ear headband from the table, secured it in place, then looked at the necklace on the desk and reached out with a trembling hand. Let me put it on for you. Zhang Yuan lifted the necklace and smiled warmly at Shen Jiwei. Once everything was in place, the shoot officially began. Zhang Yuan strapped the specialized camera to his forehead, just like those couple bloggers from his past life, as if a camera had sprouted from his head. Kneel. Zhang Yuan immediately slipped into filming mode, his voice cold and commanding. Yes, master. Shen Jiwei transformed into a cat-eared girl, her voice sweet and coquettish as she gazed at Zhang Yuan with a seductive expression, the cat tail strapped to her back swaying rhythmically. Very good. You did well today. I'll reward you this once. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, grabbing the necklace around Shen Jiwei's neck and yanking it hard. Instantly, Shen Jiwei felt a sharp pain in her neck, yet she didn't cry out. Instead, she experienced a thrilling sensation of excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Ding, Shen Jiwei's affection plus 20. Since it was a short video shoot, the duration was brief. Combined with both actors fully immersed in their roles, filming wrapped up perfectly in just 1 hour. It's edited. Should we post it now? Blushing, Shen Jiwei asked as she watched the video looping on Zhang Yuan's computer. It's edited, but we need to do it again. Zhang Yuan shook his head. He then pulled out another extended version of the maid outfit from the drawer, grinning mischievously. I'm not posting the footage we just shot online. We'll save it for later viewing. You dare trick me? Realizing she'd been tricked, Shen Jiwei lunged as if to bite Zhang Yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Alright, if I actually posted that version, you probably wouldn't be able to leave the house. Better keep filming. Zhang Yuan smirked triumphantly, blocking Shen Jiwei's attack with his hand. Phew, finally done filming. Back at her desk, Shen Jiwei slumped ungracefully, propping her feet on the table. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was selecting background music for the video. After the system's indoctrination, he now found every song he heard as unpleasant as excrement. But with no time to record a song himself, he settled for one that somewhat matched the video's style. After a round of editing, the project was finally complete. Alright, it's out there now. Zhang Yuan clapped his hands, thoroughly satisfied with the results. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was already midnight and sent a message to Gu Qiulan. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. The moment he sent it, Gu Qiulan replied instantly. Right below your office building. It's pretty lively here, a crowd's gathered around a car. I joined the crowd too. Upon seeing the message, Zhang Yuan had a hunch. He glanced at Shen Jiwei beside him. Jiwei, I'm heading out to run some errands. I'll be back later with dinner for you. He then turned and walked downstairs. Chapter 7, Gu Qiulan, the Green Tea. No sooner had he descended the stairs than Zhang Yuan spotted a crowd gathered around his car. People were snapping photos with their phones, some even live streaming while offering commentary. Guys, this is the car that's been shocking the world lately, the Xiaomi SU7 Lutr, made by our Dragon Nation company, and it hasn't even hit the market yet. Honestly, I thought we'd have to wait until next week's Xiaomi launch event to see this car. But who knew I'd spot it today at Twin Towers? Though come to think of it, it makes sense. This is the Magic City, the most prosperous economic hub in our Dragon Nation. The livestream chat exploded with excitement. Holy crap, is this the Xiaomi SU7 Lutr? The corporate promo pics look so-so, but the real thing is stunning. Did you guys catch the video this morning? I saw someone snap a pic of the Xiaomi SU7 Lutr and post it online. And it's the same color as this car, plus both are in Shanghai. I bet it's the same owner. And not only is the owner handsome, but he's got this stunningly beautiful woman in a cheapo beside him. I'm so jealous I could die. While the livestream chat was still buzzing with discussions, Zhang Yuan had already arrived downstairs. Seeing the crowd of over 20 people gathered around his car, he couldn't help but whistle in amazement. This is insane. Zhang Yuan's gaze quickly locked onto Gu Qiulan standing on the edge of the crowd. He immediately walked over and tapped her shoulder. Let's go. I'll take you out to eat. Holy crap, you scared me. You didn't make a sound. Gu Qiulan was startled, then asked in confusion. Dream brother, isn't that interviewer your girlfriend? We just had a huge fight this morning. You show up here now? Aren't you afraid of making me mad? Hearing Gu Qiulan's slightly manipulative tone, Zhang Yuan calmly shook his head. She's not my girlfriend yet. And if she were, you wouldn't want to have dinner with me? Zhang Yuan countered with a smile. He wasn't a child. If Gu Qiulan truly cared about such things, she wouldn't have replied instantly earlier. Plus, he keenly noticed that Gu Qiulan's middle and ring fingers on her right hand weren't manicured. Clearly. Ha, never mind that. Let's just go eat. Oh, right, what should I call brother Meng? Gu Qiulan forced a laugh, changing the subject. Zhang Yuan. Come on, let's get in the car. With that, Zhang Yuan took her hand and led her toward the crowd nearby. Seeing Zhang Yuan pull her toward the Xiaomi SU7 letter, Gu Qiulan felt a flicker of suspicion. Her tone was surprised, tinged with a hint of confusion. That car, it's not yours, is it? That car costs nearly 1,000,000 yuan, and it hasn't even been released yet. How did you manage to get your hands on it? Yeah, it's mine. Zhang Yuan replied softly, showing no hint of emotion. His current state of mind was probably similar to that of my dad from his previous life. I have absolutely no interest in money. Everyone, make way. Zhang Yuan pulled Gu Qiulan through the crowd. The man who had been live-streaming the Xiaomi SU7 letter was pushed aside by Zhang Yuan and was about to explode in anger. But upon seeing the comments in the livestream chat, he froze in place. Damn, why does this guy look so familiar? Isn't that the owner of the Xiaomi SU7 Luart from this morning's video? Streamer, point the camera over there. I need to confirm this. Seeing the chat, the man hurriedly pointed his phone at Zhang Yuan, his voice trembling with excitement. Bro, is this your car? Seeing the man point the camera directly at him, Zhang Yuan frowned. After all, few people enjoy having a phone shoved in their face for a close-up. He immediately snapped, "Move your phone away." Then, he took out his car key and pressed it. Instantly, the door of the Xiaomi SU7 Lu8R, which had been standing quietly in place, opened automatically. Several people nearby didn't dodge in time and got hit in the waist by the door. The sudden pain left them speechless, gasping for breath. They dared not demand compensation from Zhang Yuan. It was their own fault for not dodging in time. Their greater fear was whether they might have accidentally scratched the paint. If Zhang Yuan demanded compensation for that, it would cost them a month's salary. Inside the live stream of the man nearby, one viewer finally recognized Zhang Yuan. Yep, looks exactly like the guy in that video I saw this morning. Damn it, not only is he handsome, but he's rich too. How come he's got a new hottie by his side after just a few hours? I'm seriously jealous. Turns out, the gap between people isn't about effort, it's about the amniotic fluid. Seeing the envious, jealous, and resentful comments flooding the livestream chat, the man finally snapped out of it. Staring in shock at Zhang Yuan, who had already gotten into his car and was preparing to leave, he muttered to himself. Who knew I'd actually run into a big shot today? A look of relief and lingering fear crossed his face. Thank goodness I didn't snap at the big shot earlier. Otherwise, he could have blacklisted me with just a couple of words. In the passenger seat, Gu Qiulan caught the stunned expressions of the crowd through the rearview mirror. A sense of elation washed over her, as if she were the mistress of this very car. Simultaneously, her resolve hardened within her heart. She must hold on to Zhang Yuan whether for her family or for herself. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Ding, Gu Qiulan's affection plus 10. Current affection, 25. Immediately, Gu Qiulan turned to Zhang Yuan and tentatively suggested, why don't I treat you to dinner after all? I did say so last night. Hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yuan froze momentarily. Why had her affection suddenly increased? He looked at Gu Qiulan and chuckled awkwardly. Are you serious? My meals aren't cheap. It's fine. I should be the one treating you anyway. Gu Qiulan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Zhang Yuan's agreement. Heh, still so young. Seeing Gu Qiulan's delighted expression, Zhang Yuan found it rather amusing. He'd been scheming about how to boost his affinity and emotional points with her, but now it was practically handed to him on a silver platter. He immediately turned the car around and headed toward a fairly well-known buffet restaurant in the metropolis. Ipin Global Hub. Glancing at the restaurant's name, Gu Qiulan's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Zhang Yuan, we're not actually going to eat at this buffet, are we? Yeah, why? It's not cheap either, about 20,000 per person. You're not backing out, are you? I hate people who do that. Zhang Yuan watched Gu Qiulan's conflicted expression and smirked. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. No, why would I? Let's hurry inside. With that, Gu Qiulan smiled and slipped her arm through Zhang Yuan's. Though outwardly unconcerned, her heart was bleeding inside. After all, she only had 51,000 yuan on her 50,000 of which was the tip Zhang Yuan had given her last night. Feeling the softness against his arm, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He immediately stopped teasing Gu Qiulan and stepped into the restaurant. Chapter 8, The Charm Potion. After paying, Zhang Yuan and Gu Qiulan each selected dishes and desserts. For example, French-style pan-seared foie gras, Iberian ham 5J grade, bluefin tuna belly, truffle ice cream, black truffle baked Boston lobster, and so on. After the dishes were placed on the table, Zhang Yuan picked up his knife and fork, ready to dig in, but Gu Qiulan called a halt. Wait a moment, Zhang Yuan. Let me take a picture first. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless. Sure enough, the first thing when dining with a girl was always taking pictures. Gu Qiulan pulled out her phone and began photographing the exquisite array of dishes on the table. She experimented with several angles, taking 9 photos before finally stopping, satisfied. Zhang Yuan, you go ahead and eat. I'll start later. With that, she opened her phone and posted to her moments with the caption. My ambiguous crush treated me to dinner, so I'll reluctantly give him the courtesy. She then switched apps and sent the food photos, along with the one she'd snapped of Zhang Yuan driving earlier, to her girlfriend's group chat. Gu Qiulan, girls, I was going to bring you some food, but it seems the buffet doesn't allow takeout. Barely a minute after posting, several group members chimed in. Lu Chang, whoa, Lan, did you hook up with a rich guy or something? Eating this fancy? Xin Yuaru, exactly. When are you bringing it over for us to take a look? Let us all give you some feedback. Longwani, oh yeah, Xiaolan, this meal must have cost you a pretty penny, huh? Your boyfriend sure is generous. Seeing the group chat filled with nothing but praise for herself, Gu Qiulan's smile was practically impossible to suppress. She immediately replied, oh, no, it's nothing special. This restaurant isn't expensive either, just about 20,000 yuan per person. Everyone should be able to afford it, right? Oh, he's still pursuing me, not my boyfriend yet. It's too early to say. Gotta go now, time to eat. Hope you all had a nice lunch? She finished with a giggling while covering mouth emoji. She turned off her phone and went to dig in, only to find Zhang Yuan had already devoured most of it. Her expression darkened instantly. How selfish can you be? Put down that shrimp claw. Zhang Yuan paid no attention whatsoever, continuing to dig in with gusto while lost in thought. Damn rich people. In both his past lives combined, he'd never tasted anything this delicious. Seeing Zhang Yuan ignore her, Gu Qiulan joined the fray, digging in with gusto. Burp. That was amazing. Never tasted anything this good in my life. Gu Qiulan sprawled ungracefully on the private room sofa, her mind fixated on the 40,000 yuan she had to eat her fill to make it worth it. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Alright, you've eaten your fill. I'll take you home. At his words, Gu Qiulan pouted, no way. I'm stuffed. Let me lie here a bit before going. She immediately pulled out her phone and started scrolling through videos. But after scrolling through just 2 videos, she let out a surprised huh? Holy crap, this blogger's outfit is so unique. A maid outfit with cat ears, and she even tagged herself as a furry girl. How did I never think of this outfit before? I'll wear this for my live streams too, guaranteed to get tons of tips from those old pervs. Hearing Gu Qiulan's surprised tone, Zhang Yuan paused slightly, a hunch forming in his mind. He leaned closer. He immediately saw the phone screen showing Shen Jiwei in a maid outfit, her neck being pinched as she said, I want to be loved. Who knew this kind of video style would be so popular? In just 1 hour, the likes had reached 300,000. Zhang Yuan was secretly astonished. He'd assumed that with a brand new account and 0 followers, even a high-quality first video would only get tens of thousands of likes. It seemed he'd underestimated the system's capabilities. Thanks to Zhang Yuan's professional filming, meticulous copywriting and tagging, plus his newly acquired musical talent, this video's quality surpassed 90% of the content on the market. Ha! Something's off. At that moment, Gu Qiulan beside him seemed to snap out of it, staring at Zhang Yuan in surprise. That woman looks so much like the interviewer from this morning. And the male lead's voice in the video sounds just like yours? Seeing that Gu Qiulan had nearly guessed correctly, Zhang Yuan didn't hide anything and openly admitted it. That was me and Jiwei filming it. This morning, I was just helping the manager with the interview. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gu Qiulan was stunned and puzzled. Zhang Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, you must be a rich kid, right? Then why do you even need to work? Forget the job, the videos you shoot are top-notch. That account gains tens of thousands of followers per video, and it's still trending upward. At this point, Gu Qiulan felt even more certain that Zhang Yuan was no ordinary rich kid. What rich kid would know anything about this? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan merely shook his head slightly. I used to be, but not anymore. Working is just for fun anyway. Besides, I'm a self-made millionaire now. Zhang Yuan grinned. It's getting late. I'll walk you home. This time, Gu Qiulan didn't refuse. She was slightly curious about what Zhang Yuan had just said, but she didn't press him further. After they got into the car, Zhang Yuan recalled Gu Qiulan's resume from that morning and asked with a hint of surprise. Who would have thought you're still a student at Magic City University? It's a top-tier 985 university, after all. Why would you suddenly decide to get into the live streaming industry? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gu Qiulan gave a wry smile. Graduates are facing unemployment these days, and my family situation is a bit. Never mind. It's nothing worth talking about. As if recalling some unpleasant memory, Gu Qiulan's expression turned melancholy. Then, with a hint of nervousness, she asked Zhang Yuan, is it true that I got accepted, like you said this morning? No. Zhang Yuan blurted out without hesitation. Joking aside, Shin Jiwei was already at the company. If the two of them were to work in the same place, what would become of them? Realizing his harshness, Zhang Yuan immediately softened his tone. Don't worry, I'll still support your streaming career. Just give me a heads up when you go live. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gu Qiulan felt a bit dazed, but she understood that things weren't so bad now. After all, having a big brother consistently tipping her during streams was something few female streamers would turn down. Besides, Zhang Yuan was quite handsome. Even if something were to happen, she wouldn't refuse. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan said nothing more, focusing solely on driving. System lottery. Ding. Current emotion points, 130, 100 points deducted. Remaining, 30. A pale blue roulette will appear before Zhang Yuan, its pointer spinning before finally settling on the image of a medicine bottle. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the charm potion. Upon use, you may select one of the following effects. Noble, martial hero, nouveau riche, beggar. Seeing the available effects, he chose aristocrat without hesitation. Are you kidding me? Hadn't he begged enough in his past life? As for the other two options, only the swashbuckling hero seemed marginally better. But Zhang Yuan felt no connection to that either, so he passed on it outright. Ding! The noble charm potion has been delivered to the host. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately felt a small vial appear in his pocket. Curiosity piqued, he pulled it out immediately. It was a completely transparent glass bottle with no markings on it. The capacity was only about 50 milliliters, and the liquid inside was colorless, looking almost identical to mineral water. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan unscrewed the cap and downed the entire contents in one gulp. Chapter 9, Going All In. After finishing it, Zhang Yuan carefully tuned into his body but detected no changes whatsoever. It felt as though he'd just downed a bottle of mineral water. We're here. Do you want me to take you back to your dorm? After pulling up to the south gate of Magic City University, Zhang Yuan parked the car and turned to ask Gu Qiulan softly. Oh, we're here already? It's fine, I'll walk back to the dorm myself. Gu Qiulan snapped out of her daze and hastily shook her head in refusal. Yet as she shook her head, the look in her eyes toward Zhang Yuan shifted. Somehow, she felt as though Zhang Yuan had completely transformed into a different person. His appearance hadn't changed at all, yet he now radiated an air of approachability and refined politeness. Unlike earlier, when he'd refused her and she hadn't known how to strike up a conversation. Zhang Yuan, why don't you walk me back to the dorm after all? Gu Qiulan changed her mind. Didn't you just say it wasn't necessary? Zhang Yuan asked, slightly puzzled. Oh, I just changed my mind. Is that okay? Gu Qiulan looked at Zhang Yuan with a pitiful expression. Seeing her like this, Zhang Yuan understood her aristocratic charm was at work. At the same time, he felt a pang of emotion. Aura was indeed an elusive thing present yet invisible. Fine, I'll walk you back to the dorm. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. He then turned the car around and headed toward the campus. Instantly, he drew the attention of numerous students and faculty. Several sharp-eyed individuals recognized his car. A bespectacled boy with hair like a bird's nest pushed his glasses up and spoke with a hint of surprise. I'm not mistaken, is that a Xiaomi SU7 LUATR? Just as he was about to say more, his friend beside him excitedly nudged his shoulder. No way, old Huang, you're looking at the wrong spot. Hey, look at that beauty in the passenger seat, doesn't she look just like our senior class beauty, Gu Qiulan? Hearing his friend say that, the guy with glasses took a closer look and suddenly widened his eyes. Holy, isn't that Gu Qiulan? Didn't they say she never dated anyone in all 4 years of college? How come she's been taken now that graduation's almost here? His friend looked surprised. Old Huang, you didn't know? Senior Gu has been streaming lately, right? Last night, some big spender in her livestream tipped her 100,000 yuan in one go. So that means Senior Gu's been taken? The guy with glasses pushed his frames up. Not exactly. She was walking just fine, didn't look like she'd been ravaged by a bull demon or anything. Probably just out on a date. But I reckon it won't be long before she gets investigated. The man in glasses' companion shook his head as he watched Zhang Yuan and Gu Qiulan, who had already gotten out of the car. Who knew the campus environment at Demon University was actually pretty decent? It's huge too, truly vast and rich in resources. Zhang Yuan felt the soft touch on his arm and sighed with emotion. Then why don't you hang out until after dinner before leaving? Gu Qiulan, who was beside him, pouted as they approached the girls' dormitory. Nah, I'll pass. I've got work to do at the office. Besides, do you really want me to be your campus panda? Zhang Yuan gave a wry smile. Ever since getting off the bus, several girls had been trailing behind him. Their gazes were intensely heated, as if they wanted to strip him bare. On top of that, plenty of guys were giving him murderous glares. Zhang Yuan seriously doubted that if he stayed any longer, he might end up being treated like a living widow. Ah, then you should hurry back to the company later. Gu Qiulan felt a sudden tightness in her chest upon seeing the other girls' gazes fixed on Zhang Yuan. Joking aside, she was already annoyed enough competing with Xin Jiwei. If the girls at school succeeded in their schemes, wouldn't she have even more rivals? Alright. I'll walk you this far, then head back to the office. Zhang Yuan watched Gu Qiulan enter the dormitory before finally leaving. Walking down the street, Zhang Yuan opened Douyin and searched for an account named Your Catgirl. This was Xin Jiwei's Douyin account, or more accurately, it belonged to the company but was managed by Xin Jiwei. Clicking on the profile picture, Zhang Yuan was taken aback to see the follower count had already hit 100,000. This was the account's very first video. Such rapid growth was extremely rare. Moreover, self-media platforms had only recently begun to take off in this world, roughly equivalent to Earth's 2018. Fan loyalty was absurdly high, making it arguably the most lucrative time for content creators. A small-time blogger with just tens of thousands of followers could easily earn over 10,000 yuan a month if they picked the right niche. This thought excited Zhang Yuan, especially since he'd poured considerable effort into this video. He then checked the video on his homepage and discovered the like count had already soared to 500,000 likes. At this rate, it should surpass 1 million likes tonight. He then opened the comments section and found them filled entirely with praise and astonishment. Is this creator also into anime manga? This maid outfit with cat ears? You totally cosplayed right into my heart. I'm not Chenggu. Is this creator's video quality always this high? First video and already getting insane likes. I bet it'll hit 1 million likes for sure. Comments like these were countless. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan grinned. As expected, anything produced by the system is top-notch. Without the system, Zhang Yuan was confident he could still leverage his past life knowledge to build a following through memes and social media. But he could never have achieved what he had now, gaining 100,000 followers from a single video. Ding! Host detected high satisfaction with video metrics. Task issued: pursue perfection. Ensure this video surpasses 50 million views and 2 million likes today. Reward: 50 million cash, upgraded people reading skill. Zhang Yuan, who had been about to shut off his phone, frowned upon hearing the system's task. He had a rough estimate in mind. This video would likely peak at around 20 million views. Likes would likely peak at just over 1 million. By tomorrow, momentum would surely fade, let alone achieving all this within a single day. With that thought, Zhang Yuan opened his phone and saw it was already 2 p.m. 10 hours remained until midnight. That meant he had to quadruple the video's current 500,000 likes to at least 2 million within a mere 10 hours. The thought left him momentarily stumped. How could he possibly accomplish this? Even buying fake followers couldn't achieve this scale, right? Besides, if I tried to flood the platform with that many fake accounts at once, they'd probably get banned immediately, right? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. Then, as if struck by an idea, his eyes lit up. Right. Why buy fake followers? Why not just buy Douyin Plus? Why not use legitimate methods? A satisfied smile curved his lips. Then let the flames burn even brighter. He immediately opened the settings and registered a new account. The reason for switching accounts was that Xin Jiwei could see who had bid on Douyin Plus through the back end. And given her stubborn nature, she'd definitely get angry about it later. Chapter 10: Reunion with Wenjin. After registering the account, Zhang Yuan immediately searched for Xin Jiwei's account. Clicking into Your Catgirl, he immediately opened the only video on her homepage. He then activated the Dou Plus promotion feature below and topped up 1 million yuan. He then made 8 consecutive top-ups, followed by a small top-up of the remaining 900,000. Seeing only 500 yuan left in his phone balance, Zhang Yuan grinned. A real man dares to go all out. Zhang Yuan was bold to the extreme. Including the original owner's savings and the RMB he'd won from the system lottery, he now had a total of 10,500,000 yuan. After deducting the 100,000 yuan spent on tips last night, he still held 9,900,500 yuan. In other words, if he failed now, he'd quickly return to his previous state of barely being able to afford food. After all, the system lottery didn't always turn up gold coins. Just as Zhang Yuan was pondering how he'd survive if the mission failed, a sudden commotion erupted outside the car window. "Officer, your hands are so soft. If I ever break the law again, can you arrest me?" A disheveled, foul-smelling, overweight man in silver handcuffs stood flanked by 2 officers in official uniforms. Despite his predicament, he showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he grinned cheekily and began flirting with the female officer beside him. Hearing this, Wen Jin's face turned icy cold as she delivered a sharp elbow strike to the man's back. You pervert! You better behave yourself. So young and already up to no good, sneaking into the girl's bathroom to peep? And not only that, you actually sniffed someone's underwear? You pervert, don't you find that disgusting? As she spoke, Wen Jin turned her head away to avoid the stench emanating from him, her face twisted with anger and palpable disgust. Compounding the issue, it was midday with temperatures easily hitting 25 degrees Celsius. The fat man's body odor, mingled with sweat, assaulted her nostrils, leaving Wen Jin in a foul mood. Ouch! The fat guy sucked in a sharp breath after getting elbowed and immediately quieted down. Alright, Xiao Jin, it's not worth getting angry over someone like that. We were already nearby when this call came and we didn't even drive the patrol car over. We should focus on getting back to the station. We can't just walk back like this, can we? If you're tired, just tell me. I'll take over restraining the suspect. A man in auxiliary police uniform glanced at Wen Jin, chuckled softly, and reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead. But Wen Jin frowned and dodged his hand. Huang Tian, don't try to cozy up to me. And you didn't need to become an auxiliary officer and transfer to my unit just to get close to me. With that, Wen Jin escorted the prisoner to a shady spot, intending to rest there until the station sent a vehicle. Behind her, Huang Tian watched her retreating figure. A shadow of menace flashed in his eyes before quickly fading. He broke into a jog to catch up. Overhearing their exchange, Zhang Yuan chuckled to himself before driving his vehicle alongside Wen Jin. Just as Wen Jin was puzzled, Zhang Yuan rolled down the window, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Officer Wen, we just wrapped up a case. How about I drive you back to the station? It's you? Recognizing Zhang Yuan inside the car, Wen Jin couldn't help but recall yesterday's mix-up. An awkward smile spread across her face, tinged with surprise. That day, Zhang Yuan had checked into an ordinary motel. She'd assumed he was just another drifter, never expecting him to own a car and one that looked quite expensive at that. Moreover, she sensed an inexplicable ease about him. Every gesture carried an air of refined elegance. Officer Wen, my name is Zhang Yuan. Remembering she didn't know his name, Zhang Yuan explained. Zhang Yuan? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Looking at the Xiaomi SU7 letter before her, Wen Jin's usually composed face flushed with a rare hint of embarrassment. Though she knew nothing about cars, just by its appearance, she could tell this vehicle wasn't cheap, at least in the six-figure range. You two know each other? Huang Tian flashed a fake smile, his eyes darting between them with curiosity. We're acquaintances, I suppose. Recalling yesterday's events, Wen Jin's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Breaking into a couple's hotel room like that was a first for her. Seeing Wen Jin's flushed cheeks, Huang Tian's heart skipped a beat. Could something be going on? Just as he was about to press further, the chubby guy Wen Jin was holding back interrupted him. This Xiaomi SU7 letter, I don't think it's been released yet. You already bought it? Bro, your family's got some serious clout. Shut up. Behave yourself. Interrupted by the fat man, Huang Tian felt a surge of irritation, yet he was also secretly astonished. After all, he knew exactly what it meant to drive a car before its official release. The fat guy beside him didn't say a word after being scolded. It wasn't that he was scared, but mainly he was worried about getting elbowed again. After all, with his family's influence, eliminating Huang Tian would be as easy as snapping a finger. Enough, stop arguing. Get in the car already. It's scorching out here. Zhang Yuan ignored both the fat man and Huang Tian. He turned to Wen Jin with a light smile. Officer Wen, please take the front passenger seat. It might get a bit crowded in the back with 3 people. Hearing this, Wen Jin felt a bit embarrassed. I'm still sweaty. Won't I get your car dirty? Where? Where exactly are you dirty, Officer Wen? I don't see any dirt? With that, Zhang Yuan deliberately pretended to sniff at Wen Jin. Alright then. As long as you don't mind. Wen Jin stopped refusing. It really was unbearably hot outside. Seeing Zhang Yuan shamelessly flirting with Wen Jin, Huang Tian seethed with jealousy beside him, wishing he could slap Zhang Yuan to death. Usually, he barely got a chance to speak to Wen Jin, let alone flirt like this. Just as Wen Jin opened the car door and leaned halfway inside, her feet suddenly slipped. She let out a startled cry. Ah! Careful! Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's expression changed, but thankfully his reflexes were quick. He rushed forward and caught Wen Jin's falling body. By Zhang Yuan's estimation, had he not caught her, Wen Jin's face would likely have slammed into the center console. Even if it didn't disfigure her, her nose would have broken for sure. Officer Wen, are you okay? Relieved at having caught her, Zhang Yuan exhaled softly, his hands unconsciously tightening slightly. Yeah, can you let go now? Watching Xiong Qian's hands still clenched in a gripping motion, Wen Jin's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. It was unclear whether the heat from earlier or sheer embarrassment and indignation had caused the flush. Ahem, Officer Wen, I'm sorry about just now. Stop, no need to explain. Wen Jin had regained her composure by then, cutting Zhang Yuan off. She knew that kind of explanation would only make things worse. Besides, Wen-jin didn't blame Zhang Yuan. If he hadn't caught her, she would have ended up with a bruise on her face. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile at Zhang Yuan beside her. No need to go all the way to the police station. The local precinct will do. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Ding, Wen-jin's affection plus 10. Current affection, 20. Alright, I'll take Officer Wen's advice, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. He never expected that while escorting Gu Qiulan back to school, he'd run into Wen-jin. Not only had he gotten his hands on her, but he'd also earned a boost in both favorability and emotion points. In the back seat, Huang Tian glared at Zhang Yuan, his nose nearly crooked with fury. His hands clenched tightly, and in his mind, he'd already killed Zhang Yuan 1,000 times over. That was Wen-jin, his childhood goddess. He'd only ever touched her hand once, and that was while handing over documents. Huang Tian had been elated for days afterward, refusing to wash the hand that touched Wen-jin for a full week. But just now, that beast Zhang Yuan had. Everyone in the car was lost in their own thoughts, yet suddenly, without warning, they all frowned in unison. The fat man hadn't been in the car long, but his body odor had already permeated every corner. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan had no choice but to hold his breath and silently roll down the window. Glancing at the fat man in the rearview mirror, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but recall a saying from his past life. Don't assume everyone who goes to college is normal. Even prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking have plenty of weirdos. Thinking this, Zhang Yuan felt a deep sense of agreement. After all, Magic University was a prestigious 985 institution, yet it still had students who looked downright abnormal. At that moment, Huang Tian in the back seat pulled out 2 tissues and handed them to Wen-jin in the front. Xiao-jin, wipe your sweat. Hearing this, Wen-jin stared expressionlessly at Huang Tian and coldly replied. I told you, don't try to cozy up to me. She then ignored Huang Tian's outstretched hand and pulled 2 tissues from the center console to wipe her own sweat. Seeing Huang Tian's arm frozen midair, the chubby guy beside him sneered. TSK, you're the ultimate suck-up among suck-ups. Guys like you, I usually call them wolves among dogs. With that, he gave Huang Tian a thumbs up. Chapter 11, Warming Up. You better shut your mouth. Hearing the fat guy's taunt, Huang Tian saw Zhang Yuan through the rearview mirror, his mouth twisted into a smirk harder to suppress than an AK-47 and his face flushed crimson with rage. Huang Tian felt as if he couldn't breathe, a boulder pressing down on his chest. He wanted nothing more than to tear the fat man's mouth apart. But reason told him this would only make him look like a clown. With that thought, Huang Tian merely snorted coldly, you should worry about your upcoming sentence instead. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly. A piece of trash like this would never catch up to Wen-jin, even without any obstacles. His gaze drifted to Wen-jin standing nearby, and he couldn't help but admire her in silence. She truly was exceptional. Last time, the suddenness of events had prevented him from getting a good look at her. Now, he could see that from every angle, she was nothing short of perfect. Her face was sharp and commanding, her ear-length bob glistening with a faint reddish sheen in the sunlight. Paired with her bold, angular features, it created an inexplicable softness. Even clad in a white shirt, her slender waist remained undeniably visible, as if she could be embraced with a single, graceful gesture. She perfectly embodied the image of the mature, sophisticated woman Zhang Yuan had always imagined. We're here, Zhang Yuan said softly to Wen-jin beside him as he pressed the brake. Hearing this, Wen-jin tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and offered a faint smile. Thanks. She then turned to the overweight man in the back seat, her expression cold. Give me your family's phone number. I'll notify them later. The man seemed not to hear her, turning instead to Zhang Yuan with a wide grin. Hey, bro, can I have your number? Want a race in a couple days? Hearing this nonsensical request, Zhang Yuan was speechless. You should probably focus on how long it'll take you to sew up that puncture first. He then turned to Wen-jin beside him, offering a calm smile. Officer Wen, I'll be heading back now. He slammed the car door shut and drove away. Watching Zhang Yuan's car disappear into the distance, the fat guy shook his head and muttered to himself, I thought I might actually make a friend. He then turned to Wen-jin, his eyes gleaming with lust, and gave a casual smile. Don't worry, no need to call. You'll have me out of here in less than 2 hours. Oh, and Officer Wen, you don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? Why not give me a chance? I'll support you. How about 50,000 a month? Hearing the fat man's words, a flash of anger flared in Huang Tian's eyes. He desperately wanted to punch him. But when Wen-jin stepped in, her expression cold. That's another charge against you harassing a public official. The fat man merely shrugged indifferently. TSK. Is this what rich people's lives are like? Stuck in traffic on the road, Zhang Yuan glanced through his rearview mirror at the Buick at least 10 meters behind him and couldn't help but sigh. Even in the Magic City, a metropolis ranked among the top 5 in Longwei, Asia, and even the world, the wealthy remained a tiny minority. Most people still lived ordinary lives. Cars costing over 200,000 yuan were also few and far between. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Zhang Yuan picked it up and saw it was Shin Jiwei calling. He answered immediately. Hello, Jiwei? What's up? Hearing the faint commotion on the other end, Zhang Yuan's voice carried a hint of confusion. Zhang Yuan, hurry to the office. I have something important to tell you. What's going on? Zhang Yuan pressed again, but Shen Jiwei remained tight-lipped. Oh, come over and I'll tell you. Oh, and don't forget to bring me lunch. You deadbeat. You promised to bring me lunch, but you're nowhere to be seen. Shen Jiwei sounded unusually cheerful, her voice unusually animated. Alright, I'll be right there. Zhang Yuan replied softly. After arriving at the company building, Zhang Yuan casually walked into a handmade cake shop and bought a box of egg tarts. Only when paying did he awkwardly realize a box of 4 tarts cost 400 yuan, meaning each tart alone was 100 yuan. Ma'am, our egg tarts have always been priced this way. Other customers don't seem to think it's expensive. If you find it expensive, perhaps you should consider whether you've been putting in enough effort at work lately? The clerk behind the counter covered her mouth and chuckled softly, clearly surprised that Zhang Yuan found the tarts expensive. Stop. I'm not buying them. Zhang Yuan's face darkened as he slammed the egg tarts back on the counter and turned to leave. He had money, but he wasn't stupid. This price? They were ripping off the little cutie. He then headed to KFC and bought a box of egg tarts for 15 bucks. He genuinely hadn't expected that even after traveling through time, he'd still hear this kind of Juchi-style speech. It was as if he hadn't worked hard at all. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan had delivered orders tirelessly, working 12-hour shifts every single day. But come month-end settlement, the platform controlled the unit price. He worked himself to death for a measly 8,000 yuan. The platform got the MVP, while Zhang Yuan was just a freeloader. Upon entering the office, Zhang Yuan found every workstation empty except for Shen Jiwei, who sat glued to her computer screen, her expression so intense it seemed she wanted to crawl inside it. Jiwei, what are you up to? Zhang Yuan sat down beside her and placed the egg tart he was holding on the desk. So absorbed in her work, Shen Jiwei seemed oblivious until Zhang Yuan tapped her shoulder. Zhang Yuan, you're finally back. Shen Jiwei looked utterly thrilled, throwing her arms around him. You know what? Our video went viral. It's only been up for 5 hours, and it already has over 1 million likes. The views have surpassed 10 million. And some big shot backed me with 9.9 million Douyin boosts. Do you even realize what that means? I'm famous now, you know that? No, wait, we're both famous now. Your market value in the industry is going to skyrocket too. Shen Jiwei looked up at Zhang Yuan, her voice trembling with excitement. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's expression shifted. If he guessed correctly, that 9.9 million Douyin boost had come from him. He turned to the computer beside him, displaying Shen Jiwei's profile dashboard. Her follower count kept climbing, increasing by hundreds every few seconds. Thank you, Zhang Yuan. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be an obscure little blogger. Shen Jiwei looked up at Zhang Yuan, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. It felt as though all the bitterness she had endured in the past was dissolving in that moment. The office lights were dim, casting only the faint blue glow of the computer screens that stretched their shadows long. Yet Zhang Yuan could see the light in Shen Jiwei's eyes, feel her heartbeat, and smell the lavender scent wafting from her hair. It's not about me. It's about you. Zhang Yuan lowered his head and gently wiped away the tear at the corner of Shen Jiwei's eye. An electronic beep in his mind startled Zhang Yuan momentarily, but the slight tremor of the delicate body in his arms drew his attention back. Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on it. Closing his eyes, he held Shen Jiwei tightly against him, feeling her warmth. Chapter 12, Super Multiplier. After a long while, they parted. Zhang Yuan looked at Shen Jiwei's slightly reddened eyes with a pang of tenderness, gently rubbing her delicate nose. You idiot, you haven't eaten yet, have you? He then handed her the egg tart from the table. Eat something quickly, or you'll faint from hunger. I can't guarantee what I might do then. A mischievous grin spread across Zhang Yuan's face as he spoke. Shen Jiwei, however, couldn't care less. She gave a light snort. If you dare do anything inappropriate while I'm unconscious, watch out, you might end up a eunuch. She adopted a fierce expression and made a scissor gesture with her fingers. Oh? So it's okay when you're conscious, huh? Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, pulling Shen Jiwei back into his embrace. You, what are you doing? Shen Jiwei asked, her voice tinged with tension. I want to. Hearing this, Shen Jiwei hastily broke free from Zhang Yuan's embrace, forcing a couple of awkward laughs. I'm starving. Gotta go. I'm eating now. She then picked up an egg tart from the box and began to eat. Whether out of guilt or not, she kept her head down, unable to meet Zhang Yuan's gaze. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled inwardly, knowing he was getting closer to winning Shen Jiwei over. According to the system's explanation, Shen Jiwei's current affection rating of 70 toward him was already higher than that of many romantic partners. If he wanted to, with just a little coercion, he could have her tonight. But Zhang Yuan didn't like that approach. What he wanted was for it to happen willingly, between two people who were truly drawn to each other. Pushing the thought aside, Zhang Yuan focused his mind, recalling the system's earlier prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining 100 emotion points. Current emotion points 160. Ding. Shen Jiwei's affection increased by 20 points. Current affection 70. Ding. Detected Shen Jiwei's affection for host exceeds 60. Girlfriend module activated. Mission complete. Rewards 1 globally limited Ferrari LaFerrari erectile dysfunction cure. View girlfriend module? View. Shen Jiwei girlfriend. Background: eldest daughter of the Shen family in the capital. Escaped to prove herself rather than become a pawn in an arranged marriage. Current wish: prove herself to the family, progress 30%. Upon fulfilling her wish, a mysterious grand prize may be obtained. Upon seeing her background, Zhang Yuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't realized Shen Jiwei had this layer of identity. No wonder she was so thrilled after the video went viral. It all made sense now. Then, Zhang Yuan felt a pang of emotion. Shen Jiwei had fled to avoid becoming a pawn in an arranged marriage, yet her first time had been taken by him through a twist of fate. Then, as if remembering something, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't buy the idea that simply blocking drinks could make someone's body heat up like that. Someone must have drugged her. Moreover, based on the original host's memories, he had a pretty good idea who had administered the drug. With this thought, Zhang Yuan asked curiously, Jiwei, why is everyone from the company gone? Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Shen Jiwei set down her egg tart. Oh, them? Because my video went viral and some mysterious big shot invested 9,999,000 in doing promotion, the manager said we could leave early today and go relax at the KTV. But I stayed behind to wait for you. She pouted slightly at this, then turned to look at Zhang Yuan expectantly. How about we find a KTV to hang out at too? Sing some songs or something. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's face turned beet red. He only had a little over 400 yuan on him, enough to rent a private room but not even enough for a fruit platter. Jiwei, how about tomorrow night? I've got something going on tonight. It's almost 6 now. I'll walk you home first. Zhang Yuan gave an awkward laugh. Oh, okay. Shen Jiwei nodded, looking a bit disappointed. After shutting down their computers, they headed straight downstairs. Thud. As Shen Jiwei closed the car door, she glanced at the elegant interior with surprise. Wow, I didn't expect your car to be so luxurious. Heh, it's okay. Just a commuter car. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. After dropping Shen Jiwei off at her place, Zhang Yuan headed straight for his rented apartment. Phew, finally time to relax. Stripping off his clothes, Zhang Yuan sank into the bathtub and exhaled a deep breath. He then focused his mind and summoned his personal interface. Host, Zhang Yuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 centimeters. Stamina, 8, normal human, 10 points. Charm, 20 points. Skills, master level self-media, Hall of Fame level musical skills. Talent, aristocratic demeanor. Items, Xiaomi SU7 looter, Ferrari LaFerrari, endurance potion, 485 yuan in cash. Emotional value, 160 points. Only 20 points in charm? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. After all, with his hall-level musical skills alone, his charm value couldn't possibly be this low, could it? Host, skills do not directly increase charm points. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Yuan instantly understood. It seemed those 20 points of charm came solely from his noble bearing. System lottery. Zhang Yuan murmured inwardly. Lottery in progress. 100 emotion points deducted. Current emotion points remaining, 60. A virtual roulette will materialize before Zhang Yuan. The pointer spun relentlessly before finally settling on the potion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the physical enhancement potion. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan grumbled discontentedly, with my physique, do I even need this stuff? He promptly retrieved both the endurance potion and the physical enhancement potion from his system storage. Not exactly essential, but a nice bonus, Zhang Yuan grinned. A man's gotta be fierce. He then opened both bottles and downed their entire contents. Instantly, as if the two potions had triggered some chemical reaction upon mixing, Zhang Yuan felt his body scorched by a raging fire. The pain made him thrash violently in the bathtub. After about 10 minutes, the pain finally began to subside. He examined his skin and found it smooth as silk, free of any grime, nothing like the black mud oozing from pores described in novels. Then, a sudden churning in his stomach made him instantly realize where all the impurities had gone. The strawberry tart inside him promptly relocated. Phew, it's been ages since I felt this refreshed. Standing before the bathroom mirror, Zhang Yuan gasped in shock at his reflection. Is this really me? Zhang Yuan stared in astonishment at his reflection. His skin was fair, his nose high and straight, and his almond-shaped eyes held an intense depth of emotion. The acne and dullness caused by late nights had vanished completely. His physique had also become robust, a far cry from his previous frail appearance. Moreover, the divine dragon had received an epic level enhancement, radiating an aura of unmistakable vigor and confidence. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Why did they nerf me again? Knock knock knock. A series of knocks sounded at the living room door. Coming. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yuan stopped admiring his body. He grabbed a towel to wrap around his lower half and stepped out of the bathroom. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Liang Yu standing there wearing an apron. Zhang Yuan looked at her in confusion. "Auntie, did you need something?" Seeing Zhang Yuan wrapped only in a towel, Liang Yu's pretty face flushed. "And no, nothing. I just wanted to invite you upstairs for dinner. Didn't I tell you this morning? I invited you over for dinner tonight." Hearing her words, Zhang Yuan recalled the promise and gave an embarrassed smile. "I was so busy today I almost forgot. Auntie, you go ahead upstairs. I'll just put on some clothes and join you," Zhang Yuan said with a smile. His body had just finished its strengthening session and he was famished. "Alright, I'll go up first." Liang Yu gave a graceful smile. After ascending the stairs, her two shapely legs closed together slightly. Who would have thought this little guy has quite the assets? Recalling the earlier scene, Liang Yu shook her head, her cheeks flushing. Chapter 13, Belongings of a Deceased Husband? After dressing, Zhang Yuan grinned, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. He clearly noticed Liang Yu's unusual reaction earlier. If it were anyone else, they'd start flaunting their figure and practically beg to be touched. But Zhang Yuan wouldn't stoop to that, it was too crude. He wanted Liang Yu to speak up first, to welcome him with open arms. After casually parting his hair into a 3:7 side swept style, Zhang Yuan made his way upstairs to Liang Yu's apartment. "Auntie, let me see what delicious dishes you prepared," Zhang Yuan said cheerfully as soon as he entered, actively breaking the ice. "Just some home-cooked dishes, things like braised shrimp in oil. Hope you like them," Liang Yu replied with a gentle smile, tucking a sweat-dampened strand of hair behind her ear. She then removed the apron tied around her waist. Having just finished cooking, the clasp of her cheongsam was damp with sweat, making it cling more closely to her form. And since Zhang Yuan was a head taller than Liang Yu, he could just catch glimpses of the ocean glistening on her skin. "Hey, where are you looking?" Noticing Zhang Yuan's slightly heated gaze, Liang Yu flushed instantly and shot him a disapproving glare. She then called softly into the room, "Xiaoling, come out for dinner. You can practice singing later." Hearing Liang Yu's words, Zhang Yuan's thoughts shifted as he looked toward Xiaoling, who was just opening the door. "Mommy, singing practice is so hard." "It's all because the teacher insists on making me the lead singer for the evening show," Xiaoling muttered discontentedly as she stepped out of the room. Her eyes lit up when she spotted Zhang Yuan standing beside Liang Yu. "Mommy, who's this handsome guy?" Hearing this, Liang Yu chuckled softly. "Xiaoling, you haven't seen your brother for just over 10 hours. Have you already forgotten what he looks like?" "Oh, it's brother Zhang Yuan." Xiaoling looked utterly shocked. But brother Zhang Yuan wasn't this handsome this morning." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly and picked Xiaoling up. "So you're saying I was ugly this morning?" No. Brother Zhang Yuan was handsome this morning too. It's just that he smelled like smoke back then, unlike now when he has this faint, pleasant scent. And brother Zhang Yuan's skin is so fair now, unlike this morning when it looked a bit sallow," Xiaoling hurriedly added. "Ah, I see. That must be because I just took a shower." Zhang Yuan set Xiaoling down on a chair and chuckled softly. "Let's eat first." Then, Zhang Yuan picked up a piece of beef and began eating. Whether it was because he was so hungry or not, he felt that the foie gras and wagyu beef he'd eaten at lunch paled in comparison to this cold beef salad. Delicious. Zhang Yuan gave a thumbs up and began devouring it. Meanwhile, Xiaoling, with her small appetite, took only a few bites before heading back to her room to practice singing. Burp. That was so good, I almost stuffed myself silly. After polishing off 5 bowls of rice, Zhang Yuan finally stopped eating, slumping ungracefully in his chair. Ding. Liang Yu's affection +5, current, 25. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 70. Ha, glad you enjoyed it. Liang Yu chuckled softly at the sight. After all, for a chef, nothing beats the compliment of someone polishing off every last bite of their cooking. 2 tigers run fast, one without a tail, one without ears. At that moment, Xiaoling's melodious singing drifted from the room. Singing 2 tigers? Not bad, though the harmony could use a bit more work. Zhang Yuan offered a brief critique. Seeing this, Liang Yu was a bit surprised. Zhang Yuan, you know music theory? Just a little, Zhang Yuan replied modestly. Being overly modest isn't good. Those comments of yours aren't something a non-professional would understand. Liang Yu shot Zhang Yuan a playful glare. Speaking of which, since you know all this, could you teach Xiaoling? Sure, it'll help me digest my meal. Zhang Yuan agreed immediately. They walked to Xiaoling's room. The moment Zhang Yuan stepped inside, it felt like entering a pink world, pink walls, pink bed, pink blankets, pink desk. 2 tigers? Xiaoling, what's your harmony? As soon as he entered, Zhang Yuan heard Xiaoling singing a part where she needed to control her voice and immediately offered a reminder. So strange. Hearing Zhang Yuan's prompt, Xiaoling immediately focused, singing the final part with perfect balance, creating a wonderfully gentle effect. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause erupted from behind them. Zhang Yuan, I never knew you were this talented. Liang Yu's face lit up with surprise. Even someone like her, who knew nothing about music, could tell the difference in skill between the two sections. Not at all, Zhang Yuan shook his head lightly. Xiaoling just has a quick grasp of things. He wasn't lying about that. Music truly demanded innate talent. Those gifted could grasp concepts instantly. Without it, one must work twice or even 3 times as hard as others to achieve the same results. Talents like Xiaoling, who grasped things instantly, were exceptionally rare. Brother Zhang Yuan, you're so amazing. After you explained it, I knew exactly how to sing the rest. Xiaoling looked at Zhang Yuan excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Then she hugged Liang Yu's leg. Mom, didn't you say you wanted to practice singing too? Brother Zhang Yuan is so talented, he'll definitely teach you. Seeing this, Liang Yu gave an awkward smile. Xiaoling, maybe not. Mommy just isn't cut out for this. No. I want Mom to sing with me at the school celebration someday. Xiaoling tugged at Liang Yu's arm, shaking it insistently. Zhang Yuan, standing nearby, felt a surge of delight at Xiaoling's unexpected assist. He immediately chimed in. Auntie, singing really isn't that hard. Hearing both of them say this, Liang Yu had no choice but to agree. Fine. I'll practice, okay? She then playfully pinched Xiaoling's chubby cheek. You little rascal, always getting your mom into trouble. I just want Mom to sing with me at the school celebration. After saying this, Xiaoling stuck out her tongue at Liang Yu before running out of the room, peeking back over her shoulder. Brother Zhang Yuan, you have to teach Mommy, okay? Seeing this, Liang Yu chuckled softly. Such a little devil. She then turned to Zhang Yuan, a hint of apology in her eyes. Sorry about that, Zhang Yuan. Xiaoling doesn't know any better. Don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan grinned widely. Auntie, I'm serious about this. Rest assured, I guarantee she'll learn it with my skills. Zhang Yuan patted his chest emphatically. He had that much confidence after all, his hall-tier musical skills were undeniable. Even the most tone-deaf person could learn under his guidance. Ah, you really want to teach me? I'm tone-deaf and sing terribly. Liang Yu backed away slightly when she realized Zhang Yuan was serious. Joking aside, she knew her own limitations all too well. Opening her mouth would be nothing short of a disaster. Don't worry, Auntie. What kind of music do you like? Zhang Yuan planned to win Liang Yu over with his skills. I listen to all kinds of music. Or just pick whatever you like, Liang Yu said shyly. Alright, I'll take your word for it. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan suddenly recalled a particularly suggestive song. He grinned mischievously. Auntie, how about I sing one of my original compositions? After I sing it, I'll teach you this song too. Alright, whatever you say. Hearing Zhang Yuan mention an original song piqued Liang Yu's interest, and she immediately looked at him with eager anticipation. Then, Zhang Yuan recalled the emo anthem from his past life that had broken countless netizens' hearts. Late at night, third person. He dimmed the room's lights to a low setting. The room instantly grew dim, and the two could only vaguely make out each other's features. Zhang Yuan then noticed a guitar hanging on the wall. He took it down and saw a name carved into it. Xiao Pang? Liang Yu's late husband? Zhang Yuan silently speculated. Zhang Yuan gave Liang Yu a gentle smile, his tone relaxed. You don't mind if I use it once, do you? Staring at Zhang Yuan, who stood before her holding the guitar and smiling, Liang Yu felt momentarily dazed. The figure before her gradually overlapped with the fading image in her memory. Auntie? Oh, sure, go ahead. Snapping back to reality, Liang Yu hurriedly replied. Alright, I'll start then. Zhang Yuan paused to gather his emotions before speaking slowly. His magnetic voice instantly captured Liang Yu's heart. Chapter 14, Rising Affection. He wants to know who that is. Why he's always so quiet. He stands out even in a crowd. I naively thought it was his unique taste. Little did she know it was his indescribable confrontation. Listening to Zhang Yuan's deep, magnetic voice, Liang Yu froze in place for a moment, her thoughts drifting endlessly, as if she had returned to that happy time. A pack of ladies' cigarettes appeared in her hand from her pocket. Mind if I have one? Liang Yu asked softly. Zhang Yuan didn't respond, merely swaying his head to the rhythm of his guitar. Seeing this, Liang Yu's lips curved into a faint smile as she pulled out a lighter and lit it. Click! A small flame flickered to life in the dim room, casting flickering light across their faces. Feeling the warmth of the flame, Zhang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. In a daze, he thought he saw a faint trace of tears at the corners of Liang Yu's eyes. Click! The flame vanished instantly, and the scent of nicotine drifted into Zhang Yuan's nostrils. Zhang Yuan didn't choke. Instead, he drew a deep breath, lowering his voice further to set the stage for the song's upcoming climax. From a third-person perspective, we understand that everyone has flaws. That's why we keep searching. A better version of ourselves. Knowing youth is, to some extent, a waste. That's why it feels precious. When the song ended, Zhang Yuan said nothing, only quietly watching Liang Yu silently smoking before him. The smoke curling upward from the lit end of the cigarette formed a haze between them, gradually blurring their vision until only the faint glow of the ember remained. Only when Liang Yu's cigarette burned down completely and she pulled out another to light it again did Zhang Yuan, unable to bear it any longer, snatch the cigarette from her hand and put it in his own mouth, murmuring with slight annoyance. One cigarette is enough. Are you planning to keep smoking forever? Liang Yu seemed lost in thought, murmuring to herself, when I feel truly happy, I'll quit smoking. My plan is to keep smoking until someone extinguishes my cigarette and takes my hand. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered across her charming face. Zhang Yuan said nothing. Instead, he silently drew on his cigarette until it burned down completely. Finally, he exhaled a wisp of white smoke and spoke slowly. People must let go of the past and embrace the future, don't you think? Wouldn't you agree, Auntie? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Liang Yu seemed to recall something. Her lovely face flushed slightly, and a peculiar emotion filled her heart. Yet a sudden wave of disappointment washed over her. She was already so old, how could she harbor such feelings for Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yuan was likely just comforting her, yet recalling his various actions today, Liang Yu couldn't help but feel he might not be entirely without such intentions. Ding! Liang Yu's affection plus 10. Current affection, 35. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Current emotion points, 90. Hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yuan felt no surprise. After all, he had deliberately cultivated this ambiguous atmosphere. His goal was to sow confusion in Liang Yu's heart, then seize the moment to storm straight into her innermost feelings. Otherwise, that dead husband would surely stand between them forever. Seeing the flush on Liang Yu's cheeks, Zhang Yuan grew slightly bolder and reached out to gently stroke her cheek. Auntie, your face is burning hot. Is it because it's too warm? Zhang Yuan asked, feigning surprise. No, it's nothing. By the way, Zhang Yuan, weren't you going to teach me how to sing? Let's start now. I happen to know a little guitar too. Liang Yu felt flustered and quickly changed the subject. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan didn't press further. Auntie, why don't you sing it once first? If there's anything lacking later, I'll let you know. Liang Yu paused for a moment, hesitating to respond. As if gathering her resolve, she lowered her head slightly, avoiding Zhang Yuan's gaze. My memory isn't great. Maybe you could teach me step by step first? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's heart leapt with delight. Wow, this was the rhythm of scoring a goal. He immediately agreed with a smile, alright, that works. He then took down the guitar and handed it to Liang Yu. Auntie, put it on first. Liang Yu took the guitar with a hint of coyness, consciously pushing out her chest. Instantly, a stitch on her chest clasp snapped. She then slung the guitar diagonally across her neck, the strap separating her ample bosom. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan inwardly whistled in admiration. His sister was indeed straightforward, no frills about her. Auntie, I'll teach you step by step. Zhang Yuan wasted no time, moving behind Liang Yu. Feeling Zhang Yuan's warm breath on her neck, Liang Yu felt her cheeks flush. Her eyes glistened, brimming with a pool of autumn water. Ding! Liang Yu's affection plus 10. Current affection, 45. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan's heart leapt with delight, bolstering his courage. Grasping Liang Yu's hands, Zhang Yuan felt as though he were holding warm jade. They were incredibly soft. Auntie, your hands are so well kept. They feel like those of an 18-year-old girl, Zhang Yuan praised. Hearing this, Liang Yu flushed with embarrassment. Oh, come now. Don't flatter me. It had been years since anyone had held her hands like this. Zhang Yuan said nothing more, instead gently pinching Liang Yu's slender jade-like fingers as he plucked the cold guitar strings. I naively thought it was his unique taste. When the song ended, Liang Yu looked as though she'd just finished a run. Sweat drenched the hair framing her cheeks, trickling down her jawline and onto her neck. Sorry about that. I tend to get hot easily. Does it smell bad? Liang Yu asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not at all. I actually find it quite fragrant, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. He wasn't lying, he truly detected a subtle, refreshing fragrance emanating from her. For some reason, a saying suddenly came to mind: women are like wine, the older they get, the more fragrant they become. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to take things further. Click. The door that had been closed moments ago swung open abruptly, flooding the dimly lit room with light from the living room. Both of them jumped in fright, hastily pulling apart and adjusting their clothes. Xiaoling, why didn't you knock before coming in? Liang Yu muttered resentfully amidst her panic. Xiaoling paid no heed to her mother's scolding, instead looking at the two with excitement. Mommy, are you going to marry brother Zhang Yuan? At this question, Liang Yu flushed crimson. Xiaoling, don't talk nonsense. Brother Zhang Yuan was just teaching mommy how to sing earlier. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling pouted. You're lying. My friend said that when a guy hugs a girl from behind, it means they're getting married. Your friends are fooling you. How could just one hug mean marriage? Zhang Yuan chuckled softly as he ruffled Xiaoling's hair. No way? I'm not lying to you guys. He told me that himself. His dad used to hug his mom from behind while they slept at night, and then his mom got pregnant. But isn't pregnancy only for married couples? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan and Liang Yu both felt incredibly awkward. They silently complained to themselves just which parent was so inconsiderate as to discuss such things in front of their child. Auntie, it's getting late. I should head home. Seeing the awkwardness, Zhang Yuan quickly made an excuse to slip away. Alright, you go ahead. Liang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhang Yuan had stayed any longer, she truly wouldn't have known what to do. Seeing Zhang Yuan about to leave, Xiaoling suddenly became reluctant, clinging to his calf. Brother Zhang Yuan, don't go. Will you be Xiaoling's daddy? At kindergarten, the other kids always say Xiaoling doesn't have a dad. You're so handsome. If you were Xiaoling's dad, everyone would be jealous at the next parent-teacher meeting. As she spoke, Xiaoling's voice grew slightly tearful, as if she felt a bit wronged. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan looked at Xiaoling with a touch of pity and ruffled her hair. But doesn't this depend on your mom? It's not enough for just me to want to. But next time there's a parent-teacher meeting, I'll go with you, okay? After saying this, Zhang Yuan carried Xiaoling over to Liang Yu and smiled faintly. It's getting late. I should head back now. Watching Zhang Yuan's retreating figure, Liang Yu recalled his earlier words and felt a flicker of secret delight. Was Zhang Yuan hinting at something? Her eyes dimmed instantly, and she gave a self-deprecating smile. Zhang Yuan was just trying to placate Xiaoling. How could she have taken it seriously? Zhang Yuan was still so young and handsome. There must be plenty of girls vying for his attention. How could it possibly be her turn? Yet as she thought this, Liang Yu couldn't help recalling Zhang Yuan's earlier words, depends on whether she's willing. Chapter 15, Being Lingling's Dad. Auntie, it's getting late. I should head back. Sensing the awkwardness, Zhang Yuan quickly made an excuse to slip away. Alright, you go ahead. Liang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhang Yuan had stayed any longer, she truly wouldn't have known what to do. Seeing Zhang Yuan about to leave, Xiaoling suddenly became reluctant, clinging to his calf. Brother Zhang Yuan, don't go. Will you be Xiaoling's daddy? At kindergarten, the other kids always say Xiaoling doesn't have a dad. You're so handsome. If you were Xiaoling's dad, everyone would be jealous at the next parent-teacher meeting. As she spoke, Xiaoling's voice grew slightly tearful, as if she felt a bit wronged. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan looked at Xiaoling with a touch of pity and ruffled her hair. But doesn't this depend on your mom? It's not enough for just me to want to. But next time there's a parent-teacher meeting, I'll go with you, okay? After saying this, Zhang Yuan carried Xiaoling over to Liang Yu and smiled faintly. It's getting late. I should head back now. Watching Zhang Yuan's retreating figure, Liang Yu recalled his earlier words and felt a flicker of secret delight. Was Zhang Yuan hinting at something? Her eyes dimmed instantly, and she gave a self-deprecating smile. Zhang Yuan was just trying to placate Xiaoling. How could she have taken it seriously? Zhang Yuan was still so young and handsome. There must be plenty of girls vying for his attention. How could it possibly be her turn? Yet as she thought this, Liang Yu couldn't help recalling Zhang Yuan's earlier words, depends on whether she's willing. Chapter 15, Being Lingling's Dad. Auntie, it's getting late. I should head back. Sensing the awkwardness, Zhang Yuan quickly made an excuse to slip away. Alright, you go ahead. Liang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhang Yuan had stayed any longer, she truly wouldn't have known what to do. Seeing Zhang Yuan about to leave, little Ling suddenly grew reluctant, clinging to his calf. Brother Zhang Yuan, don't go. Will you be Xiaoling's daddy? At kindergarten, the other kids always say Xiaoling doesn't have a daddy. You're so handsome. If you were Xiaoling's daddy, everyone would be jealous at the next parent-teacher meeting. As she spoke, Xiaoling's voice grew slightly tearful, as if she felt a bit wronged. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan looked at Xiaoling with a pang of sympathy and ruffled her hair. But doesn't this depend on your mom too? It's not enough for just me to want to. Next time there's a parent-teacher meeting, I'll go with you, okay? After saying this, Zhang Yuan carried Xiaoling over to Liang Yu and smiled gently. Auntie, it's getting late. I should head back now. Watching Zhang Yuan's retreating figure, Liang Yu recalled his earlier words. Her cheeks flushed and a whirlwind of thoughts swirled through her mind. Then she gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Zhang Yuan was just placating Xiaoling. Why had she taken it so seriously? Zhang Yuan was young and handsome, surely many girls were vying for his attention. How could it possibly be her turn? Yet as she thought this, Liang Yu couldn't help but recall Zhang Yuan's earlier words, if she's willing. After returning home, Zhang Yuan let out a long sigh, feeling a pang of regret over what had just happened. If Xiaoling hadn't suddenly opened the door, he might have already hit a home run. Still, Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on it too much. At this rate, winning Liang Yu over was merely a matter of time. Besides, things obtained too quickly often tasted bland, worthless to keep, yet a shame to discard. With that thought, Zhang Yuan glanced at his sweat-soaked t-shirt, stripped it off, grabbed a clean set of clothes, and headed straight for the bathroom. Lying in the bathtub, Zhang Yuan felt utterly content. He closed his eyes and dozed off for a moment. But barely a moment after closing his eyes, Zhang Yuan suddenly opened them in delight. A voice filled his mind, bringing him immense satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task, striving for perfection. Rewards, 50 million renminbi, upgraded people reading technique. Instantly, a message popped up on Zhang Yuan's phone. Privileged user with account ending in 5418, your account received a deposit of 50 million renminbi at 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds today. Seeing the staggering balance in the text, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Today's been pretty lucky. He had almost forgotten about this task, yet it was completed at the very last moment of the day. His peripheral vision then caught sight of the polyester t-shirt beside him. Only then did he recall that after the original owner had argued with his family, he hadn't brought any clothes with him. The clothes he was currently wearing were made of plastic. He shook his head slightly. Looks like I'll need to buy a couple of outfits tomorrow. Ever since acquiring his noble aura, his entire demeanor had grown more composed. Therefore, he didn't plan to buy flashy clothes like Armani tomorrow. Instead, he would opt for a brand like Givenchy, one that was understated, refined, and design-driven. After casually drying himself off and slipping into a pair of boxers, Zhang Yuan returned to his room to blow-dry his hair. Simultaneously, he mentally queried the system about the upgraded version of the people reading technique. Ding! The upgraded people reading technique is no longer limited to women. It can now be used on men to discern their true inner thoughts. This will help the host weed out those with ulterior motives when building his business empire in the future. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Yuan inwardly gasped. If this was true, wouldn't he be able to instantly discern friend from foe, human or demon, from now on? Ding! His phone buzzed with a new message. Picking it up, Zhang Yuan discovered it was a voice message from his aunt, Liang Yu. Liang Yu, Zhang Yuan, our water's shut off. Can I come over to take a shower at your place? Her voice sounded embarrassed in the message. Sure, come on over. Zhang Yuan casually sent a voice message back. Knock. 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 A series of knocks sounded at the door. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled to himself. She must have been here for a while, waiting at the door for my permission. He walked to the living room and opened the door. There stood Liang Yu, holding 2 changes of clothes. I just used the bathroom, so it might be a bit steamy. If you find it too hot, you can wait a moment, Zhang Yuan said with a casual smile. Zhang Yuan, you're dressed pretty lightly at home, aren't you? Liang Yu looked as if she'd seen something astonishing, adopting a rare, coy, girlish demeanor. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan looked confused. Following Liang Yu's startled gaze, he glanced down. Holy! Zhang Yuan realized he'd forgotten to put on pants, wearing only boxer briefs. Instinctively, he covered his manhood, afraid it might catch a chill. What are you covering up? I already saw it. It's not exactly small, what's there to be shy about? Liang Yu shot him a playful glare. Then, blushing, she looked at Zhang Yuan, a rare trace of embarrassment appearing on her usually alluring face. Zhang Yuan, were you serious about what you said to Xiaoling earlier? After speaking, Liang Yu grew nervous and instinctively lowered her head. But lowering her head meant locking eyes with the dragon, so Liang Yu had no choice but to tilt her chin up slightly. Then, 6 chiseled abdominal muscles came into view before her. At the sight of this intensely masculine physique, Liang Yu's lovely face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Hearing Liang Yu's words, Zhang Yuan momentarily felt at a loss. In the past, he would have agreed immediately. But after their interactions, especially recalling Xiaoling's words, Zhang Yuan felt he couldn't harm this mother and son. Seeing Zhang Yuan still hadn't answered her, Liang Yu's initial impulse gradually faded, leaving only endless awkwardness. She felt even more bewildered. Although she had known Zhang Yuan for a long time, they weren't particularly close. How was it that today, after their relationship had just begun to thaw, she suddenly felt an inexplicable attraction to Zhang Yuan, making her want to draw closer to him without even realizing it? She forced an awkward laugh and changed the subject. I didn't realize you were in such good shape, Zhang Yuan. You must work out a lot. Can I give it a feel? Only after speaking did Liang Yu realize the lewdness of her words. Instantly, her charming face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Phew. Zhang Yuan, just pretend Auntie was rambling earlier. Don't take it to heart. With that, she spun around, rushing upstairs to escape this awkward situation. Where are you running off to? Zhang Yuan wasn't one to shy away from confrontation. He immediately pulled Liang Yu into his embrace. He took her delicate hand and placed it on his chiseled abs, chuckling softly, you'll only know if the body's good if you feel it. Then, Zhang Yuan lowered his gaze to Liang Yu in his arms, her face flushed crimson. He took a deep breath. Auntie, I understand your feelings, but there's one thing I need to make clear. I won't be the only woman in my life going forward. If you can't accept that, then I'm afraid. Chapter 16, Auntie, you should brush your teeth soon. Liang Yu, who had been feeling a bit tense, instantly relaxed upon hearing this. Zhang Yuan, I thought it was something serious. Auntie knows her place. I'd never dream of expecting to have you all to myself. My only hope is that when I'm old, you won't look down on me. With that, Liang Yu smiled lightly, all the pressure on her shoulders melting away. Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly, a serious expression crossing his face. Auntie, rest assured I'll take care of you for the rest of my life. Liang Yu lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Yuan's, her lashes fluttering slightly before she closed her eyes. Zhang Yuan slowly lowered his head, their bodies pressed close together, each absorbing the other's unique scent. Of course, Zhang Yuan hadn't forgotten to measure the planet cup. The moment he did, he was secretly startled. Truly a flat E. There's a saying about plucking stars from the heavens with one hand, but clearly, it didn't apply to Liang Yu. Hand. Sensing something amiss, Liang Yu reluctantly pulled away from Zhang Yuan, shooting him a reproachful glance. Not today. You don't want to fight to the death, do you? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan reluctantly withdrew his hand. Alright, hurry up and get dressed. You'll catch a cold otherwise. I'll go take a shower first. I stink. Liang Yu muttered apologetically before rushing into the bathroom, not daring to linger near Zhang Yuan for a moment longer. Once inside, she quickly shut the door and pressed her back against the cold glass to steady herself. Cupping her burning cheeks, Liang Yu murmured to herself, tonight was truly wild. Lying on the bed, Zhang Yuan watched the bathroom light glow, his heart still aflame, yet helpless. After all, he wasn't quite ready to fight tooth and nail just yet. Click. At that moment, Liang Yu pushed open the bathroom door. Emerging from the mist-filled bathroom, Liang Yu stepped out with a shy grace. Fresh from her shower, droplets of water still clung to the ends of her hair, cascading down as her face flushed with a deep blush, making her look incredibly alluring. Even in her loose pajamas, her stunning figure was impossible to ignore. Any normal man would find this sight unbearable, let alone Zhang Yuan, a young man in the prime of his youth. He immediately approached with ill intent, letting out a wicked grin. Auntie, looks like you'll need to brush your teeth later. Half an hour later, Liang Yu rubbed her sore jaw with a look of resentment. I can't stay any longer. Xiao Ling will catch a chill if she's alone tonight. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. Another factor was Zhang Yuan's formidable prowess. She wanted to save her ammunition for another day. Alright, Auntie, you should head back. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. With the burden lifted, he felt considerably lighter. Men are all the same. Once they've gotten what they want, they forget all about you. Liang Yu shot Zhang Yuan a withering glance. She then headed upstairs, Zhang Yuan watching her go. After Liang Yu left, Zhang Yuan lay down on the bed as usual, planning to watch some videos before sleeping. After watching 2 videos, Zhang Yuan seemed to remember something. He searched for Gu Qiulan's account. Little Lamb isn't lazy. Sure enough, as soon as he opened it, just as Zhang Yuan had expected, her profile picture lit up, indicating she was live streaming. Clicking in, Zhang Yuan saw Little Sheep wearing loose pajamas, clearly having just showered and intending to chat a bit before bed as usual. But seeing the frown on Gu Qiulan's face caught Zhang Yuan off guard. After all, in his memory, Gu Qiulan was the cheerful type. Then, glancing down at the comments section, Zhang Yuan also frowned, instantly understanding everything. Most domineering level 41, whoa, didn't expect to stumble upon such a prime little streamer while randomly browsing. But dressing so conservatively? Look down on me? Change into something cooler and dance for me. AAA Building Materials King level 8, holy, another big shot in Little Lamb stream. Level 41, that's gotta be at least 100 grand in donations. My Dior is the greatest. Level 13, I'm the top spender. I agree, Little Lamb should change into something cooler and dance for me. Seeing the most brazen comment, Gu Qiulan initially wanted to pretend she hadn't seen it. But upon noticing the level 41 badge next to the commenter's name, she reconsidered and decided it was better to defend her. After all, for a small streamer like her, converting a regular big spender into a permanent patron was no easy feat. Although Zhang Yuan had promised yesterday that she could just notify him about future streams, Gu Qiulan felt a bit awkward about it. After all, she couldn't expect Zhang Yuan to come by and shower her with gifts every single time, could she? Glancing back at the most overbearing comment, Gu Qiulan let out a wry smile. Sorry, bossy guy, it's really late tonight. My dorm lights are about to turn off. Why don't you come back tomorrow? I'll definitely dress more lightly, okay? Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, Building Materials King and Dior both expressed understanding. Alright, Little Lamb, save the dance for tomorrow. Your health comes first. The most domineering, you two turtlenecks, a woman's word has you groveling like this? Seeing this, the two men on opposite sides of their phone screens frowned simultaneously. AAA Building Materials brother Wang, what? We're just being considerate of Little Lamb, and in your mouth we're suddenly turtle men? My Dior is the boss, I'll just take my chopsticks and... At that moment, inside a mansion in the Magic City, a stinking, obese man sat in his chair, watching the bullet comments on his 32-inch gaming monitor with a sneer. Two turtle men. Just like that auxiliary cop this morning, they can't walk straight when they see a pretty girl. He then glanced at the beauty beneath the table, his face contorting into a sickening expression, his eyes flashing with madness. You think it's disgusting, don't you? That I'm no better than a pig? Ha ha ha, I did it on purpose, went days without bathing. I wanted to see you women, who usually act so high and mighty, forced to submit to me for money. Hearing the fat man's deranged words, the beautiful woman beneath the table flashed a hint of fear in her eyes before forcing a smile. No. I just like Mr. Gao, men like you with real masculinity. Hearing this, Gao Mu sneered with disdain, raising his hand to slap her across the face. And now? I like you even more now. The woman nearly burst into tears, clutching her face where a vivid red handprint stood out, starkly proof of Gao Mu's brutal force. Hearing her words, a flicker of surprise crossed Gao Mu's eyes before he grinned. Very good. I'll add 50,000 to your payment. He then turned his gaze back to the screen, a cold smile curling his lips. Don't try to play the high and mighty with me. In a few days, I'll have you crying under the table too. He then flicked out a carnival token. 3,000 should be enough for a dance, right? Chapter 17, Financial Showdown. And those two losers earlier, if you can't afford it, don't call me. That carnival I just casually sent? That's enough for both your monthly salaries. Seeing the most domineering comment, anger flared simultaneously on the faces of two young men in their rented rooms. Fingers flew across the screen, ready to fire back, but just as they were about to send, they silently deleted the words. A deep sense of helplessness washed over them. Because their monthly income truly was only 3,000 yuan. No matter how they tried to argue back, it would just sound like a dog barking. Bossy brother, I really need to sleep now. Let's continue tomorrow, okay? No need to tip or send gifts. Just contact customer service through the back end, and I'll refund you the money. Seeing the most extravagant gift from Ba Dao, Gu Qiulan hastily declined. Under normal circumstances, she would have gladly accepted, changed into something cooler, and started dancing. Ever since Zhang Yuan had tipped her 23 carnivals in one go the day before yesterday, her threshold had risen significantly. Now, even when someone tipped her a single carnival, it barely registered. Plus, she still had over 10,000 yuan on hand and wasn't particularly short on cash, so she declined. Seeing Gu Qiulan decline, Zhang Yuan smiled with relief. If she'd broken her principles over a mere carnival, he'd have had to seriously reconsider how to interact with her. Gao Mu, however, darkened at the rejection. He muttered a curse under his breath and shot a cold glance at the woman beneath the table. Here you go. His gaze returned to the computer screen as he clicked the mouse 5 times. The most domineering sends the streamer 5 carnivals. Most domineering, you think it's not enough money? 5 carnivals should be enough, right? That's enough to support a college girl for a whole month. Seeing the most brazen comment, Zhang Yuan frowned and immediately fired back with a comment of his own. Brother-in-law, open the door, it's me level 1, whether she's willing or not is her business. How dare you get so cocky with just a few carnivals? Seeing that he'd only donated 5 carnivals yet someone still dared to criticize him, Takagi instantly boiled over with rage. Most domineering, level 1 account, what are you even doing here? With your level, you think you deserve a seat at the table? Seeing the most domineering's comment, Zhang Yuan found it somewhat amusing. Though his account was new, he'd already spent 9.9 million on Douyin Plus alone. Only these expenses didn't convert into user levels in the live stream room. Otherwise, Zhang Yuan would already be a top-tier level 57 big shot. He immediately typed a question mark. You wanna compare yourself to me? Most overbearing, what do you have to compete with me, you level 1 account? Compete in poverty? Don't be ridiculous, kid. Seeing their chat exchanges, Gu Qiulan hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Guys, I'll dance for you. Let's stop arguing, okay? Seeing this, Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. No need. I just can't stand how he looks down on people just because he has a little money. The most domineering one retorted, what are you pretending? Prove yourself before you talk. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan sneered coldly. He didn't argue back, just opened the recharge page and started topping up his balance. Since the maximum amount per transaction was capped at 100,000, it would take Zhang Yuan quite some time to top up a million. User sister-in-law, open the door. It's me, your brother. Leaving the live stream. Seeing the notification, Gao Mu grew even more arrogant. Most domineering, TSK. Thought this guy was actually powerful, but turns out he just bailed. Reading the most arrogant comment, Building Materials King Brother and Dior felt disappointed, sighing inwardly. They had hoped Zhang Yuan could actually help them get revenge. After all, Zhang Yuan was a level 1 account clearly newly registered. What if he was actually loaded, a high roller? But when they saw Zhang Yuan leave the livestream, they knew their hopes were dashed. Still, they didn't blame Zhang Yuan. At least he'd vented their frustration. Most domineering, this loser's just spouting hot air. If I ever meet him in real life, I'll slap him silly. Watching the most domineering continue to humiliate Zhang Yuan, Gu Qiulan couldn't bear it anymore. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she decided she wouldn't tolerate it any longer. Friend, no one is inherently superior. Your real life might not be as good as his. Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, Gao Mu sneered dismissively from behind his screen. Most domineering retorted, money makes you superior. See how those two losers dared to show off in front of me just now? Seeing the most domineering drag them back into the fray to rub salt in their wounds, Building Materials brother Wang and Dior were furious yet powerless to retaliate. They weren't kids anymore. After years of getting beaten down by society, they knew all too well that money truly did make you superior. User sister-in-law open door, it's my brother entering the live stream. After entering, Zhang Yuan briefly scanned the chat history and immediately furrowed his brow. He'd only stepped out to top up his balance, yet this most domineering had the nerve to flaunt his wealth right under his nose. Staring at the 10 million Douyin diamonds in his backend, Zhang Yuan sneered coldly, who's richer than me? He didn't bother sending more comments, since the stream wasn't crowded and everyone could see the system notification of his return. Most overbearing, oh? The useless one's back? Ignoring the most domineering's taunt, Zhang Yuan opened the gift page, scrolled down, and selected Carnival. Sis, open up. It's me, your brother, sending Carnival 1. Sis, open up. It's me, your brother, sending Carnival 2. Open up, sis. My bro sent Carnival 3. Sis, open up. My bro sent you Carnival 10. 10 carnivals sent in succession instantly filled the screen with special effects, completely taking over the livestream. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuan's bullet comments appeared as a prominent sponsor's message floating at the top of the stream. Sis, open up, it's me, my brother, you've only tipped a few carnival tickets, and you dare show off in front of me? Go home and suckle. Seeing Zhang Yuan's gold-embossed bullet chat floating prominently at the top of the stream, a flash of anger flickered in Gao Mu's eyes. He never imagined that Zhang Yuan, that good for nothing, would dare challenge him and with 10 carnivals at once. At the same time, Building Materials King Brother and Dior couldn't help but exclaim holy upon seeing the screen filled with carnival effects. AAA Building Materials King, bro, you're something else. Been wanting to take this down for ages. Got a little cash and now you're showing off here. He tagged the most domineering at the same time, kid, why aren't you talking? Scared less by my bro's power? My Dior's the biggest, damn, this is so satisfying. My bro drops 30 grand at once. You trash like you love showing off who's got the most cash, right? Think you can top my brother? Seeing Zhang Yuan's forceful return, Gu Qiulan remained silent. She worried he'd topped up his balance just to save face. But with the situation critical, she held her tongue, planning to discuss it privately after the stream ended to have Zhang Yuan request a refund for the underage user. Gao Mu's eyes turned cold as he scanned the mocking comments flooding the screen, unable to hold back his rage. Two useless pieces of trash, all you know how to do is bark like dogs behind others. Then, he opened the gift page and began sending gifts like crazy. He refused to believe anyone dared to compete with him in spending. After all, his monthly allowance from home was a staggering 1 million yuan. To put it bluntly, that kind of money could buy a lot of people's lives. The most dominant sends the carnival gift 1 to the streamer. The most dominant gift giving spree for the streamer 2. The most overbearing sends the carnival gift 20 to the streamer. Most overbearing, only 10 carnivals? What are you trying to pull? Chapter 18, The Beauty-Obsessed Dog, Gu Qiulan. Seeing the most overbearing's bullet comments, Zhang Yuan chuckled inwardly, finding the guy utterly ridiculous. Instead of replying to the comment which would only lower his own class, Zhang Yuan silently opened the gift interface and began selecting presents. User sister-in-law, open up. It's me, your brother, sending the streamer Carnival 5. User sister-in-law, open up. I'm my brother sending the streamer 5 dream castles. User sister-in-law, open up. I'm my brother sending the streamer 5 sports cars. User sister-in-law, open up. I'm my brother sending the streamer 5x TikTok number 1. Seeing Zhang Yuan didn't reply but counterattack directly, Gao Mu didn't say much either, just followed suit. User most domineering sends the streamer Carnival 10. User most dominant sends the streamer Angel Wings 10. User most domineering sends the streamer Fantasy Music Box 10. User most domineering sends the streamer 10x World Tour gifts. This lady clearly wanted to compete with him? Fine, let's see who can outdo whom. And he'll always outdo her by 1 gift. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan didn't waste words. User sister-in-law, open up. I'm my brother sending the streamer 15 Rising Moon over the sea. User most domineering sends the streamer the gift heart fluttering Cupid 20. Watching the two compete, Gu Qiulan remained silent, her eyes glued to the screen. Building Materials King Brother and Dior, huddled under their blankets, dared not even breathe loudly. The financial showdown raged on. User sister-in-law, open up. I'm sending the streamer 25 Night Wings on behalf of my brother. User most domineering sends the streamer a gift, heart fluttering Interstellar Rose 30. User sister-in-law, open up. I'm sending the streamer 50 TikTok airships. As the gifts kept pouring in, Gao Mu's expression grew increasingly grim, especially when he saw Zhang Yuan send 50 gifts worth 2,000 renminbi at once. His breathing grew ragged, his face flushed crimson. Gritting his teeth, he growled, damn it, I'll go all in. Next, he went straight for the most expensive gift, the romantic castle, selecting 50 of them before clicking to tip. A low balance alert popped up on the computer screen, but Takagi paid no mind. He opened his phone to scan the QR code just as before. This time, however, no payment confirmation appeared. Staring at the payment failed message on the screen, Takagi suddenly snapped back to reality. Without realizing it, he had nearly depleted the entire million. Glancing at the woman below the table still diligently sipping her soup, Takagi suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He instinctively considered asking his parents for money, but then remembered the trouble he'd gotten into that morning and how they'd bailed him out. The memory of his father's furious expression and that look of disappointment instantly extinguished the thought. He glanced back at the screen and found the livestream had turned into a solo show for sister-in-law opening the door. User sister-in-law opens door sends Dreamcastle 100 to streamer I am my brother. User sister-in-law opens door I'm my brother sending the streamer 100 fire dragon bursts. By now, Zhang Yuan was completely hyped up. Competing with him in spending power? He made money way faster than the other guy. What if he ran out of cash? Zhang Yuan didn't even worry about that once it was gone, he'd just keep spending. In just a short while, he'd already poured 3 million into the stream. And with Zhang Yuan's relentless gifting spree, he'd also drawn a massive influx of viewers into Gu Qiulan's livestream. The room, which had only a dozen viewers moments ago, suddenly saw an influx of over 100,000 people, and that wasn't even the true count. Individual users could only see a maximum of 100,000 viewers in a live stream. In other words, this extravagant display of wealth concluded with Zhang Yuan emerging victorious before at least 100,000 witnesses. At that moment, the most excited individuals were undoubtedly Gu Qiulan, the building materials king, and Dior. 18,000, nearly 20,000. Is this still my livestream? Gu Qiulan stared blankly at the relentlessly climbing numbers, muttering to herself. Just days ago, she was an obscure little streamer whose room barely topped 50 viewers. But ever since encountering Zhang Yuan during a late-night livestream 2 days prior, her life had taken an unreal turn. First came a massive 100,000 yuan tip, then an unexpected encounter with Zhang Yuan at her interview the next day. By the third day, she'd received a staggering tip of nearly 4 million yuan and attracted a terrifying crowd of almost 200,000 viewers to her stream. It all felt so unreal, as if Gu Qiulan were trapped in a dream. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 140. Zhang Yuan barely registered the system notification. After all, this wasn't a deliberate attempt to boost her, he'd simply acted on impulse to teach her a lesson. The live stream room was now incredibly laggy, and her iPhone 13 kept emitting high temperature warnings. High-quality special effects flooded the screen one after another, playing continuously for half an hour without stopping. The comments section below was refreshing at a rate of thousands per second. Don't eat cilantro Wang Yuan edition, can someone tell me what's going on? I just logged in and saw some big spender going crazy with gifts. This streamer doesn't have much going for her besides being pretty. The moment this comment appeared, countless netizens chimed in. +1. +10,086. Seeing this, Dior and the building materials tycoon stepped in to explain. Only then did hundreds of thousands of netizens get their fix of gossip. Farting like thunder, TSK TSK TSK. A story about some rich nobody getting humiliated by a true tycoon? Interesting. Sima Tongshen, this isn't just ordinary wealth. Keep in mind this was sparked by an argument unlike those pre-planned stunts in live streams. Meaning those millions are like pocket change to him, just a casual splurge. Seeing these comments, Daomu couldn't take it anymore and immediately shut down the Douyin app. User most domineering has exited the livestream. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly. He thought the most domineering user was about to unleash a big move, something major, but instead, it turned out to be a big mess. Then, glancing at the sea of comments worshipping him, Zhang Yuan grinned. Without a moment's hesitation, he exited the livestream. Seeing this, Gu Qiulan snapped back to reality. She hurriedly added Zhang Yuan as a friend and sent him a private message. Hey, bro. How about you apply for a refund tonight for the money you spent? I don't think I should keep this money. Upon seeing Gu Qiulan's friend request, Zhang Yuan accepted it immediately. He was curious to see what Gu Qiulan would say without knowing his true identity. No need for a refund. I just happen to like you. How about this, since you're in Shanghai anyway, how about I buy your company for the night with this money? Seeing Gu Qiulan's request to refund the money, Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction, then promptly tossed out another tempting offer. Staring at the message from this top-tier big spender, Gu Qiulan fell silent for a moment. The offer was undeniably tempting. How many people could earn nearly 4 million yuan through their work alone? Yet for some reason, as she read those words, Gu Qiulan couldn't help but picture Zhang Yuan. That confidence, gentleness, and refined elegance had nothing to do with any of this. Gu Qiulan was a sucker for good looks. Plus, whenever she saw the name I'm my brother pop up, she couldn't help but picture some sleazy middle-aged guy. In comparison, while Zhang Yuan might not be as wealthy as the other man, he wasn't far behind. Most importantly, he was handsome. The mere thought of those deep, almond-shaped eyes filled with affection made Gu Qiulan yearn to kiss them. Without hesitation, she sent a message, "Bro, sorry, I already have someone I like. You should go ahead and request a refund." Seeing Gu Qiulan's message, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to refuse. At the same time, he felt a pang of curiosity. Someone she liked? Could it be Gu Qiulan's white moonlight? What does this person you like look like? Zhang Yuan added a curious emoji at the end. Him? He has almond-shaped eyes that look deeply affectionate even at a dog, Gu Qiulan added, worried Zhang Yuan might get jealous, finishing with a dog head emoji. Peach blossom eyes? Was she talking about me? Zhang Yuan felt a flicker of curiosity but decided not to pry further after all, such matters were rather personal. Chapter 19, Li Shuri. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to send another message, his phone rang. Seeing sister in the caller ID, Zhang Yuan instinctively wanted to hang up, but he forced himself to hold back. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. What is it? Influenced by the original owner's memories, Zhang Yuan instinctively felt some resistance. Nothing. Just wondering if you're still angry at Dad? After all, you've been out there for months now. You must have endured a lot of hardship, and money must be tight, right? I've already discussed the arranged marriage with father. If you're willing to return and apologize to him, you can still refuse it. A cool, feminine voice came through the phone. Just from the sound of it, one could tell she was a stunning beauty. Through the original host's memories, Zhang Yuan knew full well that his sister Liang Qingqing's beauty was no exaggeration. True to her name, had she lived in ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been the kind of beauty who could bring down a kingdom. Sis, you're asking this because Dad told you to, right? You'd never show this kind of concern otherwise. I'll say this one last time, I absolutely refuse to apologize. I did nothing wrong. Besides, I don't need his money. I'm doing just fine. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Zhang Yuan said indifferently. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, there was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. Then came a sudden burst of noise, as if someone was passing the phone. Xiao Yuan, I'm only doing this for your own good. Your father's greatest wish before he passed away was for you to grow up safely, marry, and have children. Besides, you're not getting any younger. It's time you got married. A middle-aged man's voice, tinged with weariness, came through the line. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan fell silent for a moment as the man's information surfaced in his mind. His adoptive father, Liang Wei, a tycoon who ruled Shanghai's business circles with an iron fist. Despite his exalted status, Zhang Yuan felt little reverence toward him. Dad, you don't have to use my father to pressure me. I'm an adult now. I have my own thoughts. I should be the one steering my own life, not walking down the path you've laid out for me. With that, Zhang Yuan hung up without hesitation. Come on, with all these beauties around him now, why would he hang himself on one tree? Besides, that moral blackmail really rubbed him the wrong way. He wasn't the original owner, why should he care about any of that? Then, glancing out the window at the endless stream of traffic on the street, Zhang Yuan felt an inexplicable irritation welling up inside him. A few minutes later, a silver-white Xiaomi SU7 looter joined the traffic. After pulling into the commercial district, Zhang Yuan casually picked a bar called Forget Your Sorrows. The moment he stepped inside, the deafening music hit him, even the gray tiles beneath his feet vibrated. Following the swaying purple neon lights overhead, he saw the dance floor packed with beautiful women in miniskirts and crop tops, dancing wildly. Each sway of their hips and shake of their buttocks radiated allure, drawing waves of cheers from the crowd. Below the stage stood a sea of men, young and middle-aged alike. Without exception, nearly all wore suits with ties loosened, shouting themselves hoarse as they let loose their pent-up stress. Each time a dancer bent over and slid toward them, someone would pull out a few red bills and slip them between her breasts. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan grinned and began swaying to the music. But he didn't have any cash on him, so he didn't venture down to the dance floor. Otherwise, he would have loved to experience the thrill of slipping bills into those hands. Sir, would you like a companion for your drink? Just then, a light tap landed on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Turning, he saw a bunny girl wearing a high-eared bunny headpiece, a leather pencil skirt, fishnet stockings, and gray hair. She gazed at him with a faint smile. For a moment, even Zhang Yuan found himself mesmerized. It wasn't that he hadn't seen beauties like this before, quite the opposite, he had several around him. But none of them would ever dress so boldly, let alone appear in a place like this. Instinctively, Zhang Yuan cast the Identify Person spell upon her. Name, Li Xia. Age, 26. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Cup size, 36D. Appearance score, 89. Charging cycles, 0. Affection level, 10. Current inner monologue, so handsome. Seeing his affinity rating hit 10, Zhang Yuan felt momentarily bewildered. Hadn't he even met her before? How did his likability suddenly hit 10 points out of nowhere? Ding. Host, due to your charm value reaching 25 points, most beautiful women will naturally harbor a slight fondness for you upon meeting you. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Yuan finally understood. Sir, what's wrong? Seeing Zhang Yuan staring at her, even Li Shuyang, who dealt with men daily, felt slightly uncomfortable. Especially when it was a guy like Zhang Yuan, whose looks could easily land him a modeling career. His thoughts snapped back to reality by Li Xia's presence. Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly. Nothing. Just lost in thought. Then, a hint of confusion surfaced. What does accompanying drinks mean? Exactly what it sounds like, accompanying you while you drink. Li Xia's face still bore a faint smile. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled dryly. So you think I'm a sucker? Not at all. On the contrary, it's a bargain, isn't it? A beauty of my caliber drinking with you for just 1,000? You're not losing out at all. And we'll mix it up with different drinks, you know. Li Shiyu gave a charming smile as she moved slightly closer to Zhang Yuan. Due to the height difference, Zhang Yuan caught a glimpse of an unexpected view. Just as he leaned in for a closer look, Li Shiyang skillfully controlled the distance, stepping back 2 paces to slip out of his line of sight. Care to join me for a couple of drinks? Li Shiyang asked, her eyes crinkling with amusement as she looked at Zhang Yuan. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Sure, let's have a couple of drinks together. Though reluctant to admit it, he was genuinely charmed by Li Shi's charm. Immediately, Li Shiyang slipped her arm through his and pointed to a booth ahead, her voice cheerful as she suggested, let's sit over there. Zhang Yuan glanced casually at the spot, noting it was just an average booth, and readily agreed. He knew Li Shiyang earned commissions through such arrangements. While not opposed to it, Zhang Yuan also disliked being taken advantage of for no reason. Want me to recommend a drink? The moment they sat down, Li Shiyang leaned into Zhang Yuan's embrace and looked up at him. Feeling her warm breath tickle his neck, Zhang Yuan felt a slight tingle. Without much thought, he replied, whatever you think is best. Alright, then let's go with 2 glasses of our bar's signature drink. With that, Li Shiyang smiled and waved over the bartender. 2 glasses of Sorrow Slayer, please. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised. Just 2 of these? I thought you'd order something pricier to make more money. The moment he entered the bar, he'd spotted the sign outside advertising their specialty, Worry Wash, priced at just 200 per glass. I might do that for others, but not for you, little brother. Your big sister can't bring herself to do it. Li Shiyang, nestled in Zhang Yuan's arms, shot him a playful glare. She wasn't lying about that. She rarely showed mercy to others, usually going all in with the ace of spades for similar high-value drinks. Usually, others would initiate the request and she'd consider it before agreeing to accompany them for drinks, naturally aiming to earn more. She'd originally planned to take the night off, just stepping out for some fresh air, but the moment she saw Zhang Yuan, he instantly captivated her. Chapter 20, 1 bottle per person. That refined scholarly aura, the grace in every gesture, she'd never seen it in anyone before. One glance was enough to tell he was the scion of a prominent family. Only a lineage that had held influence for at least a century could cultivate such innate nobility in its offspring. Li Shiyang had served countless clients, including many so-called business tycoons, yet she'd never encountered such an aura in anyone. On the contrary, she'd seen plenty of nouveau riche types. Someone like Zhang Yuan, if she could befriend him, even if not as a lover but just an ordinary friend, would surely bring her some benefits. Hearing Li Shi's address, Zhang Yuan gave a faint, ambiguous smile while tightening his embrace slightly. I'm not small. I'm afraid you might get dizzy. Originally, Zhang Yuan had only intended to unwind, but after encountering Li Shiyang, not only did his mood fail to lift, it grew even more intense. And to be honest, he hadn't been particularly interested in her at first. But seeing through the system that her charging count was still 0? That changed everything. Compare? Li Shiyang wasn't the type to blush at a playful remark. Instead, she pulled out a lipstick from her bag and gave Zhang Yuan a seductive look. Her eyes held a deep, captivating gaze that drew him in at a glance, leaving him utterly spellbound. Zhang Yuan, of course, wasn't about to get caught up in self-justification. Instead, he boldly experienced the sensation of the planet gliding across his face. Ding! Li Shi's affection +5. Current affection, 15 points. Li Shiyu didn't refuse, allowing Zhang Yuan to indulge freely. Just then, the bartender approached carrying a wooden black tray. Enjoy your drinks, everyone. After setting down the drinks, he turned and left. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan looked at Li Shiyang with curiosity. How do you drink this? Take a sip and you'll see. Remember to take big gulps, that's how it's done. Li Shiyaya gazed at Zhang Yuan with a seductive look, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. It was enough to make anyone want to pull her close and cherish her deeply. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan picked up the cup and took a large gulp from the rim. The instant it touched his tongue, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. His face flushed crimson as he began panting heavily. His mouth erupted like a volcano, a cacophony of flavors exploding within. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty mingled together, making him groan in agony. It took him a full minute to finally feel slightly better. And Zhang Yuan had learned the hard way what it meant when they said the prettier the woman, the more likely she was to deceive. Li Shiyang beside him, however, couldn't stop grinning. This wine is like all the troubles in life, one sip and they vanish. Drinking so much at once means you can't digest it properly. You need to sip it slowly. But it depends on the person. Some just love to drown their sorrows in big gulps. They relish the sensation of being brutally struck by life. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan didn't blame Li Shiyang. Instead, he looked at the cup of sorrow in his hand with a hint of curiosity. This wine really is just as you described it, has all the flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. Then, Zhang Yuan pulled Li Shiyang into his arms. Feeling her delicate form against him and the faint, lingering fragrance at his nose, he felt a bit intoxicated and silently saluted. Ding! Detecting host's pent-up anger. Issuing task, cool down. Tonight, take Li Xia's virginity and shout Shanghai God, charge, during the act. Reward, Villa 0 in Ding Yuan. Hearing the system's words, Zhang Yuan snapped out of his blissful reverie. He chuckled at the absurdity yet felt a tinge of astonishment. After all, Jing Yuan was ranked as the premier property in all of Magic City. Not to mention the legendary Villa 0 within the compound. Zhang Yuan had heard rumors about it before. Property prices in Jingyuan started at 560,000 yuan per square meter. Each villa was at least 500 square meters, meaning even the most basic unit commanded a staggering price tag of 280 million yuan, let alone the legendary Villa 0. Zhang Yuan conservatively estimated the starting price would be 5 small goals. After all, that Villa 0 had been snapped up by a mysterious tycoon the moment Jingyuan was completed. Unbelievably, it had now fallen into his lap. The thought alone lifted Zhang Yuan's spirits. He then picked up the bottle of shocho beside him and, under Li Xia's astonished gaze, downed the entire contents in one gulp. He then grinned wickedly at Li Shiyang, pinched her soft chin, and slowly lowered his head. Li Shiyang's eyes widened instantly. She tried to resist, but it was futile. Her strength was no match for Zhang Yuan's. She felt the bubbles of the liquor explode in her mouth. Zhang Yuan's unique scent mingled with the worry-away liquor, spreading throughout her senses before she reluctantly swallowed it all. Only after emptying every last drop from his mouth did Zhang Yuan release her. Cough cough, you bastard. Ding, Li Xia's affection +5. Current affection, 20 points. Li Xiu coughed incessantly, her pretty face flushed bright red from the alcohol. Zhang Yuan merely shrugged indifferently. Who told you to mess with me like that earlier? Through the system's notification, Zhang Yuan grasped a truth: men aren't truly loved unless they're a little bad. Li Shiyang shot Zhang Yuan a withering look. I was just trying to flirt with you, but who knew you'd be so clueless? Zhang Yuan remained silent, instead casting a dissatisfied glance at the lone cup of shocho left on the table. This measly amount? It's nowhere near enough to get properly drunk. Hearing this, Li Shiyang was both surprised and amused. What? You think the worry away isn't strong enough? Well, then I doubt any liquor would meet your standards. Like Black Ace? Even though it costs tens of thousands a bottle, it's just for showing off. Zhang Yuan shook his head and chuckled softly. I just want you to earn a bit more. How about accompanying me out later? Interested? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Li Shiyang couldn't miss the implication. She immediately shook her head with a smile. Little brother, this sister sells her art, not her body. She actually had a soft spot for Zhang Yuan. Besides, she knew this line of work wasn't sustainable long term. She'd always held firm to her principles, hoping to find someone worthy to marry. Tonight, she happened to meet Zhang Yuan. She'd planned to play the long game, developing things gradually, but hadn't expected him to be so direct. She certainly wouldn't devalue herself. A single bottle of Black Ace worth tens of thousands wouldn't let Zhang Yuan get his way. Of course, Li Shiyang knew she couldn't refuse too harshly, or else Zhang Yuan would likely walk away. Instead, she flashed a seductive smile, nestled into his embrace, and cooed, enough about that. How about I feed you your drink through a straw? Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Don't worry, you won't lose out. He then waved to the bartender nearby. A bottle of Black Ace, Louis XVI, and elixir of life for everyone in the house. Remember to credit the sales to her. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the bartender, who had been slightly bowing, gave an awkward chuckle without responding. He turned to Li Xiaya beside him. Sis Xiaya, what have you gotten this big brother into? He's talking nonsense. Li Shiyang shot Zhang Yuan a playful glare. Little brother, if you really want to charm your sister, you don't need to spend this much money. Zhang Yuan remained silent, fixing the bartender before him with an icy stare. I won't repeat myself. This. The bartender was flustered. After all, Zhang Yuan did sound like he was drunk. A bottle of Black Ace or Louis XVI for every person in the venue? That would easily run at least 3 million yuan. He looked up at Zhang Yuan, about to say something else, but when their eyes met, his words caught in his throat. A bead of cold sweat formed on his temple. Alright, but I can't make that call. I need to notify the manager. The bartender gritted his teeth and agreed, silently praying Zhang Yuan wasn't pulling his leg. Otherwise, given the manager's temper, he'd be in for a rough few days. Chapter 21, Complete Conquest. Before long, a middle-aged woman in a business-style pencil skirt, her face etched with wrinkles, hurried over to Zhang Yuan. Seeing how young he was, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Sir, may I ask if you requested a bottle of Ace of Spades for every person in the establishment? Her gaze then shifted to Li Shiyang, nestled in Zhang Yuan's arms, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. After all, seeing Zhang Yuan's flushed face, it was hard not to suspect he'd been plied with drink and was now spouting nonsense. Before Li Shiyang could react, Zhang Yuan lifted his gaze indifferently at the female manager before him. Yeah, swipe the card. Seeing this, the manager momentarily couldn't tell whether Zhang Yuan was serious or just putting on a show. Moreover, the look in Zhang Yuan's eyes felt to her as if he were addressing his own boss. That utterly unruffled gaze suggested this matter was nothing more than a routine, everyday occurrence to him. Alright, distinguished guest. I'll fetch the POS machine. Please wait a moment. The manager ultimately said nothing more and silently departed, though she found herself believing Zhang Yuan's words a little more. Seeing the manager's reaction, Li Shiyang wasn't particularly surprised. After all, she had long recognized that Zhang Yuan was no ordinary man. What she hadn't expected was that he'd go to such lengths to seduce her. Then, Li Shiya's gaze toward Zhang Yuan held a hint of heat, as if she wanted to devour him whole right then and there. After all, once this deal closed, her commission alone would easily top 500,000 yuan. Little brother, I never imagined you'd be willing to spend so much for your big sister. I don't even know your name yet. I'm Li Shiya, she murmured, her voice sweet and seductive as she nestled against his chest. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized they hadn't exchanged names. The thought made Zhang Yuan chuckle inwardly. His talent for reading people was so powerful that he'd subconsciously assumed they already knew each other's names. He immediately lowered his head to bury it in Li Shiya's neck, taking a deep breath. My name is Zhang Yuan. Oh, I see. Are you thirsty now? Would you like your sister to feed you some wine? Li Shiyang murmured softly. How exactly would that work? Zhang Yuan looked at Li Shiyang with curiosity. Instead of answering immediately, Li Shiyang gave a mysterious smile. She picked up the last cup of sorrow-dispelling wine on the table and poured it into the vast cosmic expanse where planets were stored. Alright, drink up quickly, or it'll spill out soon. Li Shiyang looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile, her voice tinged with a blush of shyness. Even as an experienced veteran, she never used this method before, so a touch of shyness was inevitable. Zhang Yuan swallowed hard. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he'd never encountered such an unconventional way of drinking. Instantly overcome by the alcohol's effects, he grabbed the straw and began drinking. Gulp, gulp. In no time, he had drained the entire bottle. After finishing, he closed his eyes slightly, as if savoring the aftertaste. Unlike previous sips, this cosmic version of his sorrow-drowning drink held no lingering bitterness, only a faint sweetness. At that moment, the female manager, who had been nearby, spotted Zhang Yuan finishing his drink and hurried over in her high heels. Sir, I've brought the POS machine. There's just one thing I need to mention: our bar doesn't have that many black aces. Even if we include bottles like Louis XVI, we only have a few dozen. I've roughly calculated tonight's total spending to be around 4 million. If you cover the entire bill, the commission will still go to Shiyang. How does that sound? Fine. Let's do it your way. Hearing Zhang Yuan's agreement, the female manager visibly relaxed, her gaze shifting enviously to Li Shiyang in his arms. She knew all about Li Shiyang. She'd been keeping her around, hoping to find a suitable match for her to marry and live a stable life. She had always thought Li Shiyang was being unrealistic, but now she realized that even if she didn't get married, she could still rake in at least 500,000 in one go. Not bad at all. It's done. Zhang Yuan swiped the card and said indifferently. Hearing this, the female manager glanced at the payment confirmation on the POS machine and immediately broke into a smile. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes crinkled together, revealing her excitement. Alright, then. You two enjoy yourselves with Shiya. I won't disturb you. Ding, Li Shiya's affection plus 20. Current affection, 40. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless. This Li Shiyang was truly pragmatic, not a single point of affection gained until the deal was sealed. Once the female manager left, Li Shiyang completely relaxed. Hooking her arm through Zhang Yuan's, she offered a warm, soft smile. Zhang Yuan, the dance floor is really lively over there. Shall we join in the fun? Sure, whatever you say. Zhang Yuan wasn't one to kill the mood and readily agreed. After the two reached the dance floor, the floor manager suddenly heard a voice in his earpiece. After hearing the manager's words, the floor manager froze for a moment before snapping back to reality, staring in astonishment at Zhang Yuan below. Holy, we've hit the jackpot today. I'm gonna drink my fill now. He grinned immediately, walked over to the sound engineer's booth, and whispered something in his ear. After hearing the message, the sound engineer rubbed his ears in disbelief, worried he'd misheard. Once confirmed, a knowing smile spread across his face. He immediately adjusted the equipment, and in an instant, the deafening music vanished. The dancers on the dance floor froze, momentarily at a loss, halting their moves. The customers below murmured discontentedly. Damn it! I paid money and didn't even get to enjoy myself before they shut it down? This isn't even a power outage, the lights are still on. Not necessarily. Maybe there's something fun to do? Hearing the grumbling beside him, Zhang Yuan glanced at Li Shiyang with a puzzled look. Yeah, there's no power outage. Is there some special program or something? Li Shiyang, watching the sound engineer who had already walked onto the stage, shook her head slightly and chuckled softly. Pretty much. I guess you could call it a special program. After all, I've only seen it once since I've been here. Zhang Yuan didn't quite grasp what Li Shiyang meant, but he didn't press further. Ahem, everyone, would you like to hear some good news? The sound engineer's voice on stage drew Zhang Yuan's gaze. Simultaneously, the curiosity of many customers below the stage was piqued, and they shouted loudly. Cut the crap. Spill it already, stop teasing us. Yeah. This music break is annoying. Hearing the complaints from the audience, the sound engineer grinned. Don't worry, everyone will be totally hyped up in a minute. Since everyone's so eager to know, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Tonight, the entire bar is on the house. Black Ace, Louis XVI, drink whatever you want. Paid for by a mysterious big shot. Why not invite him up to say a few words? The moment he finished speaking, nearly every customer in the venue erupted into excitement. Some were even excitedly monkey screaming, letting out their pent-up excitement. Damn it, I knew the music stopped for a reason, turns out he was waiting for us here. Yeah, damn it. We're talking tens of thousands on the Ace of Spades and Louis XVI here. The two old drunks' back and forth banter pushed the crowd's curiosity to its peak. Chapter 22, Officer 1? Hearing their words, many people glanced left and right at those beside them, trying to figure out who this mysterious big shot was who could afford such extravagance. After all, at the sorrow-shedding bar, a single night's revenue easily hit at least $1 million. As this thought crossed their minds, one person seemed to grasp a crucial detail, speaking with utter shock, their voice trembling slightly. This is just too extravagant. You have to understand, while the bar's nightly turnover might hit $1 million, the net profit tops out at a few $100,000 at best. But for a private event, the bar needs at least $3 million just to break even, right? My monthly salary is only $8,000. To earn $3 million, I'd have to go without food or drink for 32 years. Amidst the waves of stunned gasps around him, even the slowest person would grasp the implications, let alone Zhang Yuan. He glanced at Li Shiyang beside him and chuckled wryly. This special event isn't half bad. It might be a bit tacky, but damn, it felt amazing. The emotional payoff was off the charts, nothing like the fleeting satisfaction of online tips. Young Master Zhang, everyone's waiting for you. Are you sure you don't want to go up and show them what you've got? Li Shiyang covered her mouth and giggled softly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan shot her a slightly annoyed look. You're just here to fan the flames. But talk is cheap. Zhang Yuan showed no stage fright. He grabbed a bottle of champagne from the nearby bar, popped the cork slightly with a corkscrew, and strode onto the stage. Glancing at the sound engineer, he smiled casually. Could I borrow the microphone? The crowd below gasped as a young man who looked barely 20 took the stage. Wait, what? This mysterious big shot is this young? He looks like he's barely 20. He must still be in college. Hearing the middle-aged man's astonished remark, the young man beside him shot him a speechless glance before speaking with envy. Seems like you've wasted the last few decades. In the Magic City, does wealth really depend on age? The most important thing is that this big shot is handsome. Think about it, don't women all love rich guys? Not only is he loaded, dropping $3 million as a starting point, but he's so handsome that even if Pang Yuyan showed up, he wouldn't stand a chance. Listening to the stunned murmurs below, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of secret satisfaction. This money hadn't been wasted, it was worth every penny. For just $4 million, he'd secured a beauty scoring nearly 90 points plus a villa worth at least $500 million, absolutely perfect. He immediately raised his hand to signal the customers below to quiet down, then chuckled lightly. I won't beat around the bush, talking too much is just annoying. In short, everyone, drink well and have fun tonight. I'm covering every single expense. With that, he picked up the champagne bottle in his hand and gave it a shake. Then, pressing his thumb firmly against the cork, he pulled it straight out. Instantly, bubbles began fermenting inside the bottle, continuously bubbling up until they finally erupted in a spray. Seeing it was ready, Zhang Yuan wasted no words. He grabbed the champagne and began spraying it over the crowd below the stage. Let's get this party started. Almost every customer below got splashed in the face, yet not a single one got angry. Instead, everyone cheered excitedly, as if seizing this moment to shout out all the grievances, frustrations, and gloom they'd carried through the day. Then, they opened their champagne-soaked collars and echoed Zhang Yuan's words, "Let's party." Seeing this, Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction, then said no more and stepped down from the stage. Li Shiyang gently wrapped her arm around his again, smiling softly. You're pretty impressive, not a hint of stage fright. If it were an ordinary person facing over 100 people like that, they'd probably stutter trying to speak. I guess I'm okay. Nothing to be nervous about. Zhang Yuan shrugged indifferently, feeling the music resound throughout the bar once more as his body swayed to its rhythm. Want to go out for a walk now? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Li Shiyang didn't answer, instead giving him a reproachful look. Do you think I can just walk out dressed like this? Wait here. I'll grab a change of clothes. Li Shiyang knew exactly what was coming next. Far from being shy, she leaned in and kissed Zhang Yuan lightly on the cheek. All right, go ahead. I'll have a smoke by the door. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, gesturing toward the bar entrance. After Li Shiyang left, Zhang Yuan pulled out a pack of Li Ji cigarettes from his pocket. Just as he reached the doorway to light one, he was shoved by a man with a crew cut, sending the cigarette tumbling to the ground. Blocking the doorway? You wanna die? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's brows immediately furrowed. He'd normally have ignored it, but the guy's arrogance demanded a lesson. He grabbed the man's wrists and pinned him against the wall. Only then did he notice the man was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to his body as if he'd been running for ages, fleeing from something. And if Zhang Yuan wasn't mistaken, the half-exposed newspaper in the man's pocket likely concealed a steel knife. Damn it! If you don't want to die, let go of me right now. Pinned against the wall, the man struggled to break free but was held firmly in place. He immediately erupted in furious curses. His hands weren't idle either. Even while being held down, he reached frantically for the steel knife wrapped in newspaper in his pocket. Zhang Yuan wasn't about to let him succeed. He tightened his grip and coldly ordered, "Stay put." Tap. 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 The next moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase below. Hearing the sound, fear flashed in the buzz-cut man's eyes, mingled with even greater fury. Let go of me right now. He tried to break free from Zhang Yuan's grip, but his strength was no match for Zhang Yuan's enhanced physique. No rush. I'll let you go later, Zhang Yuan muttered, frowning as he tried to see who was approaching from below. Thump. 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 As the footsteps grew louder and more urgent, the man with the crew cut was nearly in tears. Brother, Dad, no, Grandpa, please let me go. I'll give you every last penny I have on me, how about that? Seeing the man's desperate state, Zhang Yuan's curiosity grew as he glanced toward the staircase. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the man's wrists. Thump. 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 The footsteps drew nearer. Zhang Yuan recognized who was rushing up the stairs. Officer 1? Chapter 23, I'm just Zhang Yuan's sister. Zhang Yuan? When Jean, who was rushing up the stairs, was taken aback upon seeing Zhang Yuan. Then, upon seeing the person he was shielding, she was instantly filled with delight. Forgetting the exhaustion of climbing 12 flights of stairs in one breath, she hurried upward. Her pace was even faster than when she started climbing, leaving her colleagues behind her further behind. Zhang Yuan, don't let go. Don't let him escape. When Jean shouted as she ran. Got it, no problem. What did this guy do? Why all the fuss? The moment Zhang Yuan saw Wen Jin, he knew this buzz-cut guy couldn't be any good. There was no way he was letting him get away. The man with the crew cut pinned down by Zhang Yuan, seeing any chance of escape was utterly gone, ceased resisting. His heart felt like ashes, and he muttered to himself. It's over. Everything's over. He's the drug dealer I showed you at the hotel that day. Having just rushed up, Wen Jin gave herself no time to catch her breath. She pulled a pair of silver handcuffs from her pocket before slowly explaining. Oh, that explains why he looked so familiar. Zhang Yuan feigned sudden realization, though he hadn't really paid attention that day and naturally hadn't recognized him. Click. Only after securing the cuffs did Wen Jin manage to exhale. Thanks, Zhang Yuan. Tonight, it was all thanks to you. Otherwise, this criminal would have gotten away. Wen Jin looked at Zhang Yuan gratefully. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Current emotion points, 170. Ding, Wen Jin's affection increased by 20 points, current total, 40 points. No big deal. Just a small favor. Glad I could help you, Officer 1. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Seeing Wen Jin's affection for him had reached 40 points, Zhang Yuan felt a bit bolder. He pulled a tissue from his pocket, looked at Wen Jin with concern, and gently wiped her face. Officer Wen, you're truly dedicated. Your face is covered in sweat and your hair's all matted together. After wiping her face, Zhang Yuan didn't forget to tuck the strands of hair on both sides of her cheeks behind her ears. Just serving the people. Wen Jin offered no resistance to Zhang Yuan's actions, standing frozen as he wiped away her sweat. A faint blush spread across her pretty face, whether from exhaustion or embarrassment, it was unclear. Zhang Yuan, what are you doing? Get your hands off me right now. Huang Tian and several other officers finally arrived on the staircase. Huang Tian witnessed the scene the moment he arrived and immediately shouted. Hearing the commotion, Wen Jin snapped back to reality. She took 2 hurried steps back and shot Huang Tian a disapproving glare from below. He was just wiping my sweat because I looked exhausted. What's with all the shouting? Besides, Zhang Yuan caught that drug dealer. He saved your job, and you still have the nerve to yell? Hearing this, Huang Tian looked at Zhang Yuan suspiciously. Are you sure this pretty boy caught the drug dealer? Huang Tian's words weren't entirely unfounded. Zhang Yuan now looked completely different from yesterday. Yesterday, his complexion had been dull and sallow, but now it was fair and smooth, making him look like a trainee fresh off a reality TV show. Zhang Yuan ignored Huang Tian's words and turned to Wen Jin with curiosity. What do you mean I saved his job? Hearing this, Wen Jin looked downcast and said angrily, remember that fat guy Huang Tian and I caught? His name was Gao Mu. We arrested him for voyeurism. We just arrived at the station and were about to lock him up when a call suddenly came from above. They demanded we release Gao Mu, claiming the girls who reported him had forgiven him. But that wasn't forgiveness, they were clearly bribed. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Was Gao Mu from a wealthy family? If he was that rich, why did he get himself into such a mess? Thinking back to the strange smell in the car yesterday, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but shudder. When Jean shook her head. Maybe it's just some rich guy's twisted hobby. She then continued, in the end, we had no choice but to release Gao Mu. But before he left, he made a call saying Huang Tian had insulted him earlier and now he was going to get his auxiliary police position revoked. We didn't take it seriously at the time. Then, barely moments after he left, we got the call. I see. So chasing this drug dealer was to help Huang Tian keep his auxiliary police position, right? Zhang Yuan said with understanding. Yeah, pretty much what you said. When Jean nodded, showing no surprise since it wasn't hard to figure out. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan looked at Huang Tian with a hint of amusement. What? I did you a huge favor and you're not even grateful? Heh, thanks. Is that good enough? Huang Tian practically gritted out the words. If when Jean hadn't been watching, he absolutely wouldn't have said it. Seeing Huang Tian had conceded, Zhang Yuan didn't press the issue further. Zhang Yuan, why are there suddenly so many police officers gathered here? Li Shiyang, now dressed, approached and asked with a hint of confusion, are they arresting a criminal? Hearing Li Shiya's voice, Zhang Yuan quickly turned around. Seeing that she was only wearing loose-fitting clothes, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she wasn't wearing anything particularly revealing. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known how to explain it. The moment when Jean saw Li Shiyang, a sudden wave of hostility surged within him. We're apprehending drug dealers. Thankfully Zhang Yuan assisted us, otherwise, he might have gotten away. When Jean pointed at the subdued man with the crew cut and said indifferently. Then, turning his gaze to Li Shiyang beside Zhang Yuan, he asked with a hint of curiosity. What's your relationship with Zhang Yuan? You two seem pretty close. Seeing Li Shiyang leaning against Zhang Yuan, when Jean asked tentatively. I'm practically leaning on him, what else could we be? Oh, you're a couple? My apologies, that was a bit presumptuous of me. When Jean forced a calm tone, though a vague sense of disappointment stirred within her. Ha ha ha, what? Can't I lean on my own brother? Hearing this, when Jean realized her misunderstanding. Feeling slightly embarrassed yet secretly delighted, she replied. Ah, I see. Well, thanks for your help tonight, Zhang Yuan. I really appreciate it. Zhang Yuan, let's exchange WeChat contacts. You helped us catch an important criminal, we'll send you a commemorative banner later. When Jean sheepishly pulled out his phone. Huang Tian, watching from the side, gritted his teeth in frustration but could do nothing about it. Sure. Zhang Yuan naturally didn't refuse, and the two added each other on WeChat. When Zhang Yuan saw Wen Jin's profile picture wasn't a work photo but a selfie of a little girl, he felt a surge of excitement, knowing he was one step closer to winning her over. Alright, we'll be heading out now. We still need to interrogate this suspect. After adding each other on WeChat, Wen Jin suppressed her inner excitement, maintaining a calm exterior as she led Huang Tian and the others to the nearby elevator and departed. The moment the elevator doors closed, Li Shiyang dropped her act. She planted a smack on Zhang Yuan's cheek, leaving a faint lipstick mark, her tone teasing. Looks like there's some chemistry between you two. Chapter 24, I'm in the middle of something and you suddenly video call me? Li Shiyang didn't feel particularly jealous. She knew that accepting Zhang Yuan's private booking meant she could never become his lover. At best, they were just buddies. But that was fine too. Though it went against her original intentions, it was close enough. At its core, it was all about money anyway. Zhang Yuan wiped the lipstick from his face and smiled faintly. I suppose you could say that. He hadn't expected Li Shiyang to be so understanding. Seeing it this way, maybe he could develop things with her a little further. There was a little hiccup earlier. I'll have a smoke before heading out. How about it? Zhang Yuan pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Sure, I'll light it for you. Li Shiyang gave a coy smile, pulling out a windproof lighter to ignite his cigarette. Puff exhaling the last wisp of smoke, Zhang Yuan casually tossed the cigarette butt into the trash can. Glancing at the time, Zhang Yuan calculated roughly that Wen Jin should be back at the station by now, minimizing the risk of running into her. Let's go. Zhang Yuan pinched Li Shiya's delicate cheek. Inside the car, Li Shiyang stared in surprise at the interior trim beside her. This car must cost a fortune, right? It's gotta be at least 1,000,000 yuan, right? Not bad, but not that expensive. This one's only 820,000. Still took some effort to get it, though it hasn't officially launched yet. Zhang Yuan replied casually before selecting a hotel on his phone and starting the engine. Yeah, the presidential suite. 10,000 a night, right? Charge it to my card. Zhang Yuan wrapped his arm around Li Shiya's waist and said casually. Certainly, sir. Your room is ready. The front desk clerk respectfully handed Zhang Yuan a keycard. MHM. Zhang Yuan took it and walked toward the elevator with Li Shiyang in his arms. Watching the elevator doors close, the front desk clerk's eyes gleamed with envy as she murmured under her breath. Not only is he rich, but he's also so handsome, and the woman by his side is so beautiful. I wish I could be that wealthy someday. At that moment, the receptionist glanced at the bow tie on her cheap suit shirt and gave a self-deprecating chuckle. What am I daydreaming about? Wow, is this the presidential suite? This is my first time seeing one. And floor-to-ceiling windows? The night view is unbeatable. You can literally take in the entire metropolis at a glance. The moment she stepped inside, Li Shiyang was stunned by the room's exquisite decor. Forgetting all about her ladylike image, she started snapping photos left and right. Haha, this is nothing. Next time I'll take you to my place for a couple days. How about it? A charming smile curved Zhang Yuan's lips. He was clearly in a great mood. After all, he was about to experience that kind of thing for real, and with a beauty like this, so Zhang Yuan naturally felt a surge of excitement. And after the fun, he'd complete the mission, scoring a free zero villa in Jingyuan worth at least 500 million yuan. It was beyond awesome. Shall I shower first, or you? Zhang Yuan approached Li Xia's from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist as he whispered softly. Feeling the uniquely masculine scent wafting from behind her ear, a faint blush spread across Li Xia's face as she gently bit her lower lip. I'll go first. After all, I fed you milk wine earlier and I feel a bit sticky. Go ahead. Zhang Yuan gently nipped Li Xia's earlobe before releasing his embrace. Once Li Shiyang entered the bathroom, Zhang Yuan flopped onto the bed, instantly feeling as though he'd returned to his mother's embrace. This bed is really soft. After a brief sigh of admiration, Zhang Yuan rested his head on the pillow, intending to scroll through videos for a bit. Ha! What's this? Feeling something beneath the pillow pressing against him, Zhang Yuan curiously slipped his hand underneath. Frosted glass misting controller? Muttering the name of the remote control in his hand, Zhang Yuan frowned in confusion before glancing at the bathroom glass beside him. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Zhang Yuan swallowed hard and pressed the off button on the remote. Instantly, the previously hazy bathroom glass became crystal clear. Zhang Yuan nearly nosebled, scrambling to adjust his position before pulling out his phone and streaming a video of the bathroom. Blow dry your hair first. Seeing Li Shiyang emerge from the bathroom, Zhang Yuan hurriedly pressed the open button on the remote. Okay, you go ahead and wash up. Li Shiyang wiped her dripping wet hair with a towel. Her face, freshly bathed, looked incredibly delicate, tempting one to take a bite right then and there. Zhang Yuan nodded, discreetly tucking the remote control away. Feeling so much better after a shower. Zhang Yuan lay back on the bed with effortless ease, pulling Li Shiyang into his embrace. He lowered his head, and after a long moment, they slowly pulled apart. Seeing Li Xia's flushed cheeks, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. He had learned this technique from videos in his past life, spelling out letters with kisses, and it proved remarkably effective. Soon, the air grew cooler around them as they prepared to get down to business. The loneliest hatred in the world is the passage of time. Zhang Yuan picked up his phone with irritation when he heard the green bubble video call ringtone. Damn it, why did she have to video call at such a crucial moment? After unlocking the phone, Zhang Yuan saw it was his aunt calling. His anger instantly vanished. After all, snapping at his woman wasn't exactly a good habit. Besides, she treated his fire poison just hours ago, forcing him to brush his teeth late at night. Li Shiyang, standing nearby, saw Auntie in Zhang Yuan's contact list and stared at him in surprise. You guys are pretty wild, huh? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan shot her a look. We're not related by blood. After saying that, he pressed Li Shiyang onto his lap to prevent Liang Yu from noticing. Hey, Auntie, still up this late? Zhang Yuan asked, feigning casualness while his tone carried a hint of feigned confusion. In the video, Liang Yu appeared to be brushing her teeth in the bathroom. No, I just woke up. It's already 5 o'clock. I'm making breakfast for Xiaoling. I was just trying to see if I could wake you up, didn't expect you were still awake? After speaking, Liang Yu glanced at the background behind Zhang Yuan, her expression turning puzzled. Xiao Yuan, aren't you at home? Nope, I'm not. I just finished treating the fire poison and couldn't sleep, so I went out for a bit. I saw it was getting late and didn't feel like going home, so I just found a hotel to crash at, Zhang Yuan said, sounding a bit guilty. Then, as if worried Liang Yu might ask more questions, Zhang Yuan quickly changed the subject. Auntie, did you change clothes? Show me your outfit? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Liang Yu was a bit puzzled. Why are you suddenly interested in my outfit? Despite her question, Liang Yu graciously obliged and showed Zhang Yuan her outfit. This time, Liang Yu wore a light blue midi dress. The slightly fitted design perfectly accentuated her curves. Paired with her freshly curled, voluminous waves, she looked like a neighborly housewife straight out of a Japanese manga. Whoa! The moment he saw her outfit, Zhang Yuan sucked in a sharp breath, gave a thumbs up to the camera, his voice slightly trembling. Auntie, this outfit is absolutely stunning. I think it's pretty decent too, Liang Yu replied with a gentle smile. Alright, you've been up all night playing, go get some sleep. I should start cooking now. Zhang Yuan readily agreed. After hanging up, he looked at Li Shiyang with a knowing smile. Did you realize we almost blew our cover just now? Chapter 25, Love is in the air, guys. Li Shiyang blinked innocently. Didn't you tell me to do it this way? Zhang Yuan didn't argue, it had been pretty intense just now. Fine. Now I'll let you experience it too. Zhang Yuan grinned mischievously, pulling Li Shiyang back into his embrace. Shanghai boss charge. Ding. Li Shiya's affection +5. Current affection 45. Shanghai master impact. Ding. Li Shiya's affection +5. Current affection 50. Shanghai master charge. Ding. Li Shiya's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability 60 points. Click. Zhang Yuan lit a cigarette and began smoking. Gazing at Li Shiyang beside him, who had fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, Zhang Yuan's eyes held no trace of desire. Thoughtfully, he pulled the blanket up a little higher to cover her. Is this all life is about? Zhang Yuan murmured to himself. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward acquired, Villa 0 in Dingyuan. Rest assured, host. All procedures have been completed. 100% legal and compliant. The property deed and villa access card have been automatically delivered to your vehicle. The system's notification snapped Zhang Yuan back to reality. A flicker of emotion finally rippled across his previously unreadable eyes. Not bad. With this villa, he wouldn't have to sleep in that cramped rental every night. Why did he take Li Shiyang to sleep at hotels? Besides fearing discovery by Liang Yu, it was simply because he felt too embarrassed to bring her home. Now that he possessed this system, Zhang Yuan had no such concerns whatsoever. He knew he would have more than his share of women in the future, so the more properties he owned, the better. It would make it easier to hide his mistresses away in golden houses. Otherwise, if he brought them all to one place, Zhang Yuan was certain it wouldn't be long before a chaotic scene erupted. Glancing at the time, Zhang Yuan saw it was already 6 o'clock. He pushed the thought aside, pulled the covers tight, and resolved to get some much-needed sleep. After all, he hadn't slept for nearly 30 hours, and during that time, he'd released several times in succession. Only because his body had been enhanced could he endure this. An ordinary person would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago, let alone endure a full hour of intense activity just now. Waking up refreshed, Zhang Yuan stretched lazily, instinctively reaching out to pull Li Shiyang closer for a morning battle. Ha! She's already gone? Zhang Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes. He picked up his phone and saw over a dozen unread messages. Most were from his aunt, along with messages from Gu Qiulan and Li Shiyang. Glancing at the time, he was surprised to see it was already noon. He assumed he slept at least 8 solid hours, but it turned out to be only 6. After stretching his limbs a bit, Zhang Yuan felt surprisingly energetic. He marveled, the system upgrade really did make my body stronger and not just a little. He then picked up his phone, opened Green Bubble, and began scrolling through his messages. Auntie, Zhang Yuan, Xiaoling has an activity at kindergarten this afternoon and will be dismissed late. Would you like to come keep me company? I've switched up my style today. After listening to all the voice messages Liang Yu had sent, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Sure enough, once an auntie like Auntie, who's 30 years old, opens up her heart, she becomes more proactive than anyone else. But Zhang Yuan recalled that last night, it was precisely because Liang Yu was on her period that they had to settle for just rinsing. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuan sent a voice message back. Sure thing. I've got some stuff to take care of this afternoon. I'll come find you after I'm done. Oh, and I remember there's a new ice cream shop near the neighborhood. I'll bring you one up when I come over. How about that? After sending the voice message, Zhang Yuan gave himself a mental high five for his clever maneuver. This approach allowed him to advance or retreat as needed perfect. He then checked Li Shiya's message. It was nothing special, just asking him to find time to hang out with her again sometime. We'll see when the time comes. I might be a bit busy these next couple of days. Then she glanced at Gu Qiulan's message. Gu Qiulan, Zhang Yuan, are you free today? I'd like to treat you to dinner and share some good news with you. Hearing Gu Qiulan's cheerful voice, Zhang Yuan chuckled to himself. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this good news was about the millions he'd tipped last night using his secondary account. Sure, have you eaten yet? I'll pick you up at your school. I'll be done eating by then, and you can walk around with me for a bit. Zhang Yuan sent a voice message. Freshly washed and dressed, Zhang Yuan picked up his phone to find replies from several people. Liang Yu sent an emoji that seemed to see right through everything, while Li Shiyang simply replied, whatever Zhang Yuan says. Gu Qiulan sent a voice message instead. Sure thing. I haven't eaten yet. Pick me up at the south gate of my school. I'm treating you to a nice meal today. Hearing Gu Qiulan's excited voice, Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate and replied, sure. Then he went to cancel his room reservation. Looks like I got here pretty fast. After parking his car at the south gate of Magic City University, Zhang Yuan scanned the area but didn't see Gu Qiulan anywhere. Hey, handsome, give me a ride? Suddenly, a slightly plump girl leaned against his car window and fluttered her eyelashes at him. No thanks. Zhang Yuan gave her a casual glance, finding her looks merely average, barely a 60 out of 100, and that was with makeup. If he had to point out one highlight, it was her ample bust. By Zhang Yuan's estimate, she was at least a 36E, and if he dared to measure, maybe even an F. Still, Zhang Yuan wasn't interested. If she scored an 80, he might have considered it, but 60 was just too far off. Are you sure? The slightly plump girl stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. I'm giving you one last chance. Are you adding it or not? Hearing this, even someone as patient as Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel annoyed. He replied flatly. I'll say it one last time, no increase. Fine, you stuck-up jerk. So what if I drive a Xiaomi? What are you trying to prove? Yeah, you're right. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with her, it would only lower his standards. Seeing the slightly plump girl rejected by Zhang Yuan, many onlookers around them burst into laughter. Hey, you have the nerve to laugh at her? I don't know much about cars, but just looking at that thing, it's gotta be at least $1 million. How many years after graduation would you have to work to afford that? Hearing the mocking voices, the slightly plump girl grew even more furious. A glint of tears flashed in her eyes as she snapped, "You bunch of losers." Then, a scruffy little chubby guy in the crowd nudged the arm of the guy next to him. Bro, I think my love is here. She's getting mocked by the crowd right now. I'll go comfort her, then add some green bubbles, high chance I'll win her over. The chubby guy grew more excited as he spoke, then walked straight up to the slightly plump girl and pulled a crumpled paper ball from his pocket. Hey, don't let those jerks get to you. Here, wipe your tears. Seeing someone come to her rescue, the slightly plump girl opened her eyes with a hint of happiness. But upon recognizing the person's face, she suddenly fell silent. Still, she took the tissue and wiped her tears. Wow, it's Gu, the school beauty. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. Chapter 26, The Slightly Arrogant Gu Qiulan. Hearing this, the slightly plump girl turned her head to look. Seeing Gu Qiulan, slender and bathed in sunlight, walking toward Zhang Yuan, a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. Zhang Yuan, sorry I'm late. I was picking out clothes in the dorm. Gu Qiulan jogged over to Zhang Yuan's car window, apologizing somewhat sheepishly. After all, with so many people gathered around, anyone would feel a bit shy. No problem, I didn't wait long anyway. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly and shook his head. He opened the door and let Gu Qiulan get in. After glancing around the car briefly, Zhang Yuan looked at her with surprise. Wow, nice outfit. Gu Qiulan was dressed in a schoolgirl-inspired outfit, a brown jacket with shoulder pads on top, a black pleated skirt below, and white stockings on her legs. It perfectly hit all of Zhang Yuan's aesthetic sweet spots. Of course, a mature-style outfit wouldn't have been bad either after all, he was equally skilled at both cute and mature looks. Glad you like it, Gu Qiulan said, flicking a strand of hair behind her ear with a touch of embarrassment. Hey, why are there so many people gathered outside? Did something happen? Gu Qiulan peered out curiously. Nothing much, just a minor hiccup. Don't worry about it. Zhang Yuan shrugged it off casually before driving away. Watching the Xiaomi SU7 lure fade into the distance, the slightly plump girl stomped her foot in frustration, muttering under her breath, "What terrible taste." Ahem, classmate, now that you've wiped away your tears, how about we add some green bubbles? The chubby boy approached the slightly plump girl, sheepishly holding out his phone. Recalling Zhang Yuan's handsome face and then looking at this fat, pig-eared slob in front of her, the slightly plump girl couldn't hold back any longer. She glared at him fiercely. I'd rather sew my eyes shut and pour cement inside than give you anything, you filthy beggar. With that, she stormed off, leaving the chubby boy standing alone, utterly flustered in the wind. So? That restaurant wasn't half bad, was it? Gu Qiulan linked her arm through Zhang Yuan's as they browsed the mall with eager enthusiasm. Not bad. The food was decent. Zhang Yuan offered a fair assessment. Hey, Zhang Yuan, I've got something to tell you you'll never guess. Gu Qiulan suddenly stepped in front of Zhang Yuan, looking extremely excited. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan instantly understood but didn't say much. He just smiled faintly. What is it? Is there anything I wouldn't believe? Gu Qiulan gave a light you'll see soon enough. She then pulled out her phone, opened the green bubble wallet app, and held it up in front of Zhang Yuan. Ta-da! See? I'm a millionaire now. Zhang Yuan pretended to examine the screen, carefully counting with his fingers. 1, 10,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Whoa, I had no idea you were this loaded. 2 million in savings. Zhang Yuan feigned astonishment as he stared at Gu Qiulan. You bet I am. Zhang Yuan, let me tell you, you have no idea how intense my livestream was last night. 2 super rich big shots got into a fight. It was absolute mayhem. In the end, that super rich big shot refused to refund me, saying the money was mine to keep. At this point, Gu Qiulan lifted her head proudly. With 2 million yuan in savings now, she'd never have to kowtow to anyone again. Plus, her relationship with Zhang Yuan could finally be on equal footing. As she thought this, Gu Qiulan suddenly noticed how much paler Zhang Yuan's complexion had become. You're dressing up this fancy just to hang out with me? You even put on makeup. Gu Qiulan pinched Zhang Yuan's cheek curiously. Ha? No foundation? Enough already. You're just being overly sensitive, aren't you? Zhang Yuan gently brushed Gu Qiulan's hand away and shot her a disapproving look. I'm not. I'm just curious. Besides, I've got the confidence to be dazzling. Fine, I'll just give back the 100,000 you tipped me earlier. Gu Qiulan pouted. Zhang Yuan gave her an amused look. So your confidence comes from a measly 2 million? Fine, I won't argue with you. Come with me to buy some clothes. Soon after, Zhang Yuan took Gu Qiulan to several luxury boutiques, where they purchased a few outfits. Places like Armani, Versace, Givenchy, and Gucci. Forget everything else, Zhang Yuan, you look even more handsome in these new outfits. Walking down the street, Gu Qiulan couldn't help but comment as she carried the bags of clothes Zhang Yuan had bought. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. He was currently wearing Gucci's new summer collection. The t-shirt's cut was perfectly tailored, accentuating his physique. Zhang Yuan was the type who looked slim in clothes but had a solid build underneath. But in this shirt, he looked like a textbook inverted triangle from the outside. Zhang Yuan, I remember there's a new cinema that just opened nearby. Why don't we go check it out? Gu Qiulan hooked her arm through his, pouting slightly. Naturally, she wouldn't pass up an opportunity to strengthen their bond. A movie? Zhang Yuan suddenly recalled that his Jingyuan Zero Villa complex included a private cinema among its amenities perfect for immediate use. Moreover, Zhang Yuan wanted to see for himself what a villa worth at least 500 million yuan actually looked like. Plus, it would be a good chance to boost Gu Qiulan's affection and mood along the way. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Why don't we go to my place instead? I happen to have a private theater. Your family is that wealthy? You wouldn't happen to live in Tangchenipin, would you? Gu Qiulan stared at Zhang Yuan in astonishment. She knew full well the prestige associated with a private cinema. Most wealthy individuals couldn't afford to build a private theater at home, especially in Shanghai, a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Tangchenipin? I wouldn't live in such a low-end place. Zhang Yuan shook his head dismissively, casually taking the bags and packages from Gu Qiulan's hands and stowing them in the trunk. Zhang Yuan wasn't trying to show off. Before the system, the original owner's family had lived in Tangchenipin. But now, Zhang Yuan resided in Jingyuan, the #1 real estate development in all of Shanghai. How could Tangchenipin, ranked well beyond the top 30, possibly compare? In the car, Gu Qiulan watched Zhang Yuan drive steadily toward the heart of Shanghai, swallowing nervously. Zhang Yuan, where exactly do you live? Even Tangchenipin isn't this close to the city center, right? You'll see soon enough, Zhang Yuan replied casually. Seeing this, Gu Qiulan picked up her phone, opened the map app, and scanned the surrounding area. Jingyuan? And it's right in the heart of the city, closest to the commercial district. The land area is ridiculously huge. The map shows a massive section completely enclosed. And I've never heard of it before. Zhang Yuan, you wouldn't happen to live here, would you? At downtown property prices, that place must be going for over 200,000 yuan per square meter, right? Gu Qiulan stared at the large section circled on the map, her eyes filled with shock. Seeing Gu Qiulan's astonished expression, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Where had that radiant look from earlier gone? He then retrieved the property documents stored in the car's storage compartment and placed them in Gu Qiulan's hands. You're so curious? Here, take a look. Curiosity piqued, Gu Qiulan flipped through the pages. But as soon as she opened one, her hand froze mid-air. As if doubting her own eyes, she rubbed them frantically, but the figures remained unchanged. 520,000 yuan per square meter? Gu Qiulan gasped, nearly losing her voice in shock. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 220. Considering her entire net worth barely exceeded 2 million yuan, this meant she couldn't even afford a single bathroom in Zhang Yuan's house? Not bad, just average. Not overly expensive, Zhang Yuan replied with a touch of sarcasm, then chuckled softly. We're here. Chapter 27, The Prestigious Owner of Villa Zero. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gu Qiulan hurriedly looked ahead. Before her eyes stood a towering 10-meter-high archway. To the left was a security booth, while to the right was an identity verification system. Facing the card reader, Zhang Yuan calmly retrieved his ID card from the car's storage compartment. Beep. Identity verified. An electronic voice chimed. Welcome home, esteemed Jingyuan resident. 2 6-foot-tall security guards bowed in unison. Inside the central control room of Jingyuan Security Center, a middle-aged man dressed as the security captain stared in shock at the identity card reader before him. Villa Zero? I've worked here for 5 years, and the owner of this villa has never once visited. Today they finally show up? At this point, the man seemed to recall something and stopped his muttering. This is serious. I must notify the manager immediately. Inside the car, Zhang Yuan remained expressionless as he steered the vehicle slowly forward. Beside him, Gu Qiulan stared in astonishment at her surroundings, her mouth agape since they'd entered. Zhang Yuan, you live here? Her voice trembled slightly. It wasn't that she was inexperienced, Jingyuan was simply breathtaking. Every marble tile beneath Jingyuan's grounds had been airlifted from the Alps, their uneven textures radiating rustic elegance. And that wasn't all. Shortly after entering, Gu Qiulan spotted a massive rockery, flanked by a pond that must have covered at least 200 square meters, with a Western-style courtyard nestled in the center. Further ahead stood a medieval-style chapel where devout homeowners prayed to God. Zhang Yuan, your place looks just like a British palace. Gu Qiulan stared in awe at the Western-style detached villa before her. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 30 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 250. Hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of joy. If he pushed himself today, reaching 300 emotion points for a triple draw should be within reach. Come on, there's nothing to be shocked about. Zhang Yuan spoke casually, appearing utterly unconcerned, as if entering and exiting such places had long been routine for him. Yet beneath his calm exterior, a storm raged within. The sheer audacity of carving out a residential area spanning dozens of acres in the heart of Shanghai, a city where every inch of land was precious, was staggering. Zhang Yuan couldn't even begin to fathom the astronomical cost of such a project. This wasn't merely about housing, it was a statement of connections and status. Get out. I'll take you to my place for a bit. After parking the car, Zhang Yuan turned to Gu Qiulan beside him. Zhang Yuan, could you help me up? My legs feel weak. Gu Qiulan lowered her head, her cheeks flushing slightly. After all, she'd been so stunned by the surrounding architecture that her legs had gone weak, utterly embarrassing, like an old country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden. Forget it. I'll just carry you inside. Zhang Yuan chuckled, not looking down on Gu Qiulan for it. A place like Jingyuan was indeed overwhelming for ordinary people. It was like catching a glimpse of a corner of heaven. Beep. Facial recognition successful. Outside the main gate, Zhang Yuan breathed a silent sigh of relief upon seeing the successful verification. He marveled inwardly at how well the system handled everything. He genuinely feared the awkwardness of standing right at the doorstep yet being unable to enter. After settling Gu Qiulan on the sofa, Zhang Yuan sat down beside her. Noticing several platters of fresh fruit on the table, he silently nodded to himself. Truly befitting the top-ranked property in the Magic City. Periodically, staff would come to clean the villa and restock the refrigerator with fresh ingredients and replace the fruit on the table. Zhang Yuan, I admit I underestimated you. I used to think you weren't as wealthy as that big shot who tipped me 3 million. But now, compared to you, he's been utterly crushed, not even a trace left. Gu Qiulan surveyed the opulent furnishings in the grand hall, shaking her head with a hint of bitterness. Though she didn't recognize a single piece of furniture, she was certain none of them cost less than 6 figures. The only thing she recognized was the 100-inch LCD TV dominating the center of the living room. She had been feeling rather pleased with herself for becoming a millionaire, but now she realized she was nothing compared to Zhang Yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 280. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction, deciding to add fuel to the fire. Well, you're wrong about that. That big spender in your livestream who tipped you over 3 million? Compared to me, he'd be about on par. Gu Qiulan gave a bitter smile. Zhang Yuan, don't try to comfort me. I roughly calculated the value of your property at 560,000 yuan per square meter. It must be worth at least 300 million yuan, right? Who in their right mind would be this extravagant? You never know. Zhang Yuan gave a mysterious smile, pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and sent a message. Ding! Gu Qiulan's iPhone 15 buzzed. Curious, Gu Qiulan opened her phone and saw it was a Douyin notification. She tapped straight into the message. Sis-in-law, open up. It's me, your brother, I told you, I'm on the same level as Zhang Yuan, grinning. Seeing this message, even if Gu Qiulan were the dumbest person alive, she'd understand everything. Instantly, her face burned with embarrassment. All her earlier boasts now seemed as ridiculous as a clown's antics in front of Zhang Yuan. Thinking this, Gu Qiulan's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Zhang Yuan, you jerk. Why did you have to play me like this? Making fun of me like a clown, is that fun? Seeing Gu Qiulan suddenly burst into tears, Zhang Yuan was momentarily at a loss. This wasn't the script he'd imagined. Shouldn't she be stunned by his actions and then surprised to discover he was the big brother? But Zhang Yuan's reflexes were quick. He immediately wrapped his arms around Gu Qiulan, patting her back as he whispered soothingly. I didn't mean to deceive you. I didn't tell you back then because I wanted you to feel free of any burden. Remember our first meal together? Didn't you mention some difficult family circumstances? I didn't know the details, but I figured money could solve most of life's hardships. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan stopped sobbing. Are you serious? I swear on my life. Zhang Yuan held up 3 fingers. If I'm lying. Hey, no need. I believe you. Gu Qiulan hurriedly stopped him, then looked at Zhang Yuan with a hint of gloom. I'm sorry. I never expected you to be so kind to me. You didn't want me to feel awkward asking for money, so you deliberately didn't reveal your identity. And here I am, using your money and putting on a show in front of you. I'm such a piece of trash. Gu Qiulan hung her head in self-reproach. Chapter 28, 3 consecutive draws. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly and pinched her cheek. It's fine. I told you back then even if I couldn't bring you into the company, I'd never shortchange you in any other way. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down her face once more as she wrapped her arms around Zhang Yuan's neck. Zhang Yuan, you're so good to me. I thought you were just making empty promises before. And then you even stood up for me in the livestream. How could I have treated you like that? Seeing this, Zhang Yuan gently wiped the tears from the corners of Gu Qiulan's eyes, his voice tinged with tenderness. It's okay, don't cry. You're ruining your makeup. Look at you now, you're a big flower cat. You look awful. Oh no. Really? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gu Qiulan quickly released her arms from around his neck and pulled out a small mirror from her bag to check. She saw her eyeshadow was indeed a bit smudged, but not nearly as bad as Zhang Yuan had made it sound. You big jerk, you tricked me again. But it is smudged. I'll go touch up my makeup. Gu Qiulan playfully punched Zhang Yuan's chest before heading into the adjacent room with her small bag. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotion points. Current emotion points, 330. Ding, Gu Qiulan's affection plus 40. Current affection, 65. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that since Gu Qiulan wasn't shot, he wouldn't gain any emotion points. Now it seemed that emotion points weren't necessarily tied to shock, joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness all counted. Moreover, Zhang Yuan could roughly guess that Gu Qiulan came from a poor family and likely faced some hardship at home. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her favorability to increase by so much all at once. It could be said that Zhang Yuan's earlier words had perfectly struck Gu Qiulan's weak spot, landing a critical hit. Otherwise, such an effect wouldn't have been possible. Glancing at the empty seat beside him, Gu Qiulan had just gone to her room to touch up her makeup. Zhang Yuan seized the moment to draw his lottery tickets. System, triple draw now. Ding, 300 emotion points deducted. Current remaining emotion points, 30. A familiar pale blue roulette will appear before Zhang Yuan's eyes. The pointer spun rapidly, landing successively on a card, gold coins, and a question mark. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the writer profession card, 100 million renminbi, and 5 attribute points. Seeing these 3 rewards, Zhang Yuan felt puzzled. He understood the gold coins part, but what the heck were the other 2? Ding! The writer profession card grants the host infinite inspiration during creative work. Attribute points are used to enhance the host's personal panel stats. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Yuan grasped the concept. Identity cards differed from directly acquiring skills, they empowered existing abilities. For instance, with his Hall of Fame level music skill, Zhang Yuan had naively believed he could compose a timeless masterpiece whenever he wished. That was utterly impossible. Without the musician identity card, Zhang Yuan could only compose songs of first-rate quality at best because he lacked that final spark of inspiration. As for the attribute points, that was straightforward, just standard stat allocation. He immediately summoned his personal interface. Host, Zhang Yuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 centimeters. Stamina, 15. Normal humans have 10 points. Charm, 30 points. Skills, Master level self-media, Hall of Fame level musical skills. Talent, aristocratic bearing. Occupation, professional writer. Possessions, Xiaomi SU7 Lutre, Ferrari LaFerrari, 143 million renminbi. Attribute points, 5 points. Emotional value, 30 points. After reviewing the panel, Zhang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find his charm had risen from 25 to 30 points. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuan realized that both his previous physical enhancements and his new identity as a professional writer had contributed to boosting his overall aura, his attractiveness. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan allocated all 5 available attribute points to stamina. Host, Zhang Yuan. Stamina, 20. Emotional value, 30 points. Instantly, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. Now, Zhang Yuan could guarantee that if he went back to last night, he could completely subdue that buzzcut man with just one hand, rendering him unable to move. Then, as if remembering something, Zhang Yuan frowned in confusion. System, didn't you say that once the affection level reached 60, she could be bound as a girlfriend? His sudden question wasn't without reason after all, he had already bound Xin Jiwei. But Xin Jiwei's wish proving herself to her family remained a daunting challenge. Securing the reward would be complicated. He'd likely need to help her become a super influencer with over 100 million followers. In comparison, Gu Qiulan's wish was undoubtedly much simpler. It was most likely related to her family, meaning the corresponding difficulty level would be lower. Sorry, host. The girlfriend module can only bind one person at a time. You must complete the current partner's wish before binding the next. Alright. Zhang Yuan sighed at the system's explanation. Zhang Yuan, I fixed my makeup. Pretty, huh? Gu Qiulan emerged from the room, walked up to Zhang Yuan, and twirled around twice. Honestly, you look even better than before. Zhang Yuan praised. Thanks to the floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhang Yuan's home was flooded with natural light, effectively concealing every flaw on Gu Qiulan's face. Right? I think so too. Ahem, now that your makeup is fixed, shall we go soak in a hot spring? Zhang Yuan smiled warmly at Gu Qiulan. Now that their affection had surged significantly, they were in the midst of sweetness. Naturally, Zhang Yuan wouldn't waste such a golden opportunity. Isn't that a bit too soon? Gu Qiulan lowered her head shyly at Zhang Yuan's blunt suggestion. Though she was 21 this year, she had never been in a relationship before. The sudden suggestion of bathing together with Zhang Yuan felt overwhelmingly abrupt. Besides, Gu Qiulan wasn't a little girl anymore. She knew exactly what this meant. Too fast? I think it's just right. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, pulling Gu Qiulan into his embrace. If this had been before, he might have let her off the hook, choosing to take things slowly. But having just undergone the system's enhancement service, Zhang Yuan's body was burning with desire. There was no way he was going to let Gu Qiulan off the hook now. Held tightly in Zhang Yuan's embrace, Gu Qiulan's face flushed instantly. Feeling flustered and slightly overwhelmed, she tried to stand up. Yet, as she caught the potent scent of his masculine pheromones near her ear, her legs went weak. Unable to stand, she could only nestle deeper into his embrace. Zhang Yuan, what exactly is our relationship now? Gu Qiulan asked nervously. We're boyfriend and girlfriend, sweetheart. Rest assured, you'll always be my girlfriend. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan made her a promise. And he wasn't lying. Who said a guy could only have one girlfriend? Chapter 29, this is what they call a tug of war. Then you have to treat me well, okay? A glimmer of tears appeared at the corners of Gu Qiulan's eyes as she looked at Zhang Yuan cautiously. Though family circumstances made her value money, she had her limits. She cherished her first time deeply. Otherwise, she would have accepted someone's offer of 100,000 yuan a month back in her freshman or sophomore year. Rest assured. If you stay with me and never betray me, I'll guarantee you a life of luxury and privilege. Zhang Yuan offered Gu Qiulan a promise, skillfully sidestepping her earlier question. He understood that he would inevitably have many women in the future, and naturally, he couldn't give them all equal attention. Neglect was unavoidable. Tired already? Let me carry you over. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly and kissed Gu Qiulan's cheek. Then he carried Gu Qiulan down to the basement level. Zhang Yuan's zero villa covered a vast area, spanning a full 680 square meters. That was just the first floor. Counting all 4 above-ground floors and 3 basement levels, the total exceeded 4,000 square meters. What are you standing there for? The water's just right, not cold at all. Zhang Yuan, clad only in boxer shorts, leaned back comfortably against the wall of the hot spring. I'm a little hesitant. Gu Qiulan stood awkwardly by the hot spring, wearing only underwear that barely covered her essentials, too nervous to step in. What's the big deal? Relax, soaking in the hot spring feels amazing. Zhang Yuan coaxed Gu Qiulan. Maybe I should just skip it. I didn't bring any extra underwear to change into. Gu Qiulan suddenly hesitated. But Zhang Yuan wasn't about to let her off the hook. Don't worry, there's a disposable set of clothes in the locker over there. Zhang Yuan pointed to the storage lockers beside the hot spring. But I didn't bring a towel. If I let it air dry, I'll catch a chill. No worries, the locker also has bath towels and robes. Just take whatever you need. Disposable underwear feels uncomfortable. Maybe next time. Don't worry. The disposable underwear here is custom made by luxury brands. It's more comfortable than those hundreds of yuan underwear sets. Gu Qiulan tried to protest further but suddenly found herself at a loss for excuses. Relax, I won't make a move. Seeing Gu Qiulan momentarily speechless, Zhang Yuan hastily assured her he had no improper intentions. Fine, then. But you better not touch me. Gu Qiulan eyed Zhang Yuan warily, as if he were a lone wolf poised to devour her whole. Relax, I'm a proper gentleman. Zhang Yuan patted his chest. Before Gu Qiulan could react, he swept her into his arms. Splashes erupted instantly, soaking both their clothes on the shore. See? I wasn't lying. The water's just the right temperature. Zhang Yuan grinned, effortlessly pulling Gu Qiulan into his embrace. As an experienced man, Zhang Yuan knew full well that Gu Qiulan had never been in a relationship before. In a situation like this, he had to take the initiative, otherwise, she would find it hard to let go. Just like now, after getting in, the last barrier between him and Gu Qiulan vanished. Gu Qiulan no longer seemed as afraid of the water as before. Though she still felt a bit awkward, it was nothing major. Qiulan, did you ever eat Star Cups when you were little? That snack was delicious, especially the dark chocolate beneath the crispy balls, sweet and rich. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, pulling Gu Qiulan into his embrace. Feeling her body tremble slightly, he saluted her quite naturally. I've had them too. They were pretty tasty. Gu Qiulan's cheeks flushed as red as strawberries, tempting one to take a bite right then and there to taste that sweet, fruity nectar. No, you haven't. Zhang Yuan murmured, lowering his head with a smile. Ding. Gu Qiulan's affection +5. Current affection, 70. Ding, Gu Qiulan's affection plus 5. Current affection, 75. Ding. Gu Qiulan's affection plus 5. Current affection, 80. Seeing the exhaustion etched across Gu Qiulan's face, Zhang Yuan felt a pang of concern. Did I go too hard just now? I'll be gentler next time. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan shyly buried her face in Zhang Yuan's chest. Recalling the wild passion of moments ago, her voice trembled slightly. It was a bit much, but I don't regret it. Even though I'm not an expert in this area, I know enough to say that 2 hours like this is something 99% of women in the world will never experience in their entire lives. Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Was this a kind of affirmation for him? Your clothes got soaked earlier. They'll take a while to dry. Put on a bathrobe for now. Zhang Yuan fetched a towel and began gently drying her off as he spoke softly. After helping her into the bathrobe, Zhang Yuan carried her princess style in his arms all the way to the private cinema on the second basement level. Gazing at the massive screen stretching hundreds of inches before them, Gu Qiulan didn't feel the same shock as before. Instead, it seemed almost ordinary to her. After all, in Zhang Yuan's home, this private theater was merely one of the most ordinary spaces. After settling Gu Qiulan into the center seat, Zhang Yuan downloaded a screen control app. Didn't you say earlier you wanted to watch a movie? Pick one you like. Zhang Yuan browsed through the selection. Whatever you like. You pick, it's the same to me. Gu Qiulan nestled against Zhang Yuan's shoulder, her voice soft and sweet. Hearing that voice that sent shivers down his spine, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of desire, wanting to have a quickie. But considering Gu Qiulan had just gone through that ordeal and was still physically weak, he quickly dismissed the thought. Even though his body had been enhanced, making him incredibly strong, he wasn't completely devoid of humanity. Still, seafood was out of the question. But what about dinner? Zhang Yuan grinned. Then I'll put on an anime everyone loves. He then deftly located the app he'd downloaded earlier to stream anime for free. Alright, downloaded. Projecting now. Zhang Yuan chuckled mischievously as he cast the newly downloaded anime onto the screen. This healer's return is pretty good. It starts right off with fighting the Demon King. Gu Qiulan watched the playing anime in surprise. Why is the male lead being betrayed? Holy crap, the male lead came back to life? Is he about to start his revenge? This is great. He found the princess who abused him before. He has to get revenge hard. Seeing Gu Qiulan completely engrossed, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. After all, the best part of the entire first episode was about to unfold. What the hell is a fire stick? At this point, Gu Qiulan quickly covered her eyes with both hands, though she left a tiny gap between her fingers to peek. Zhang Yuan stepped in front of her, his expression a mix of amusement and mock sternness. You want the fire poker, or this? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Current emotion points, 50. Are you kidding me? Mouths are for eating, not that. Gu Qiulan protested immediately. Chapter 30, there's no such thing as an overworked ox, only overworked soil. It's just that I'm afraid of missing out. Zhang Yuan was about to say more when an abrupt ringtone interrupted him. Pulling out his phone and seeing the contact name displayed, Zhang Yuan's heart sank. He glanced at Gu Qiulan, looking somewhat helpless. Forget it. I won't push you this time. He made a shushing gesture toward Gu Qiulan before answering the call. Jiwei, what's up? Zhang Yuan asked softly. Why haven't you come to the office yet? There was a moment of silence on the other end before Shen Jiwei's voice came through cool yet gentle. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered his promise to Shen Jiwei yesterday. He was supposed to accompany her to the celebration today. Something came up yesterday. I'm on my way now. Don't worry, Jiwei. I haven't forgotten. Since I promised to accompany you to the celebration today, I won't stand you up. Zhang Yuan lied without batting an eyelid. Okay, come pick me up later then. Our performance was strong, so the manager gave us both the day off. Shen Jiwei didn't seem surprised that Zhang Yuan was often absent from the office. After all, when she first joined the company, she often heard colleagues gossiping about how Zhang Yuan frequently skipped work. But strangely, even with such blatant disregard for rules, nothing ever happened to him. Over time, rumors spread that Zhang Yuan's background wasn't too ordinary. Alright, I'll be at the office around 5. Zhang Yuan glanced at his phone, noticing it was already 3:30, and gave her a time. Alright, I'll hang up then. The dial tones sounded shortly after. Zhang Yuan was somewhat surprised that Shen Jiwei had called him proactively. He knew her personality well, a mix of sensitivity and pride, with a touch of masochism thrown in. But after a moment's thought, Zhang Yuan understood. After all, Shen Jiwei had fallen out with her family. Zhang Yuan happened to be by her side when she successfully made a viral video that went all over the internet, giving her the chance to prove herself to her family. Add to that her already high 70-point affection rating toward him, and it was only natural she'd be concerned about Zhang Yuan and take the initiative. So, are we heading back now? Gu Qiulan finally spoke up after Zhang Yuan ended the call. You're not upset? Zhang Yuan looked at Gu Qiulan with surprise, having already prepared to placate her. Gu Qiulan had just given him her first time, yet Zhang Yuan turned around and started chatting with another girl. Who wouldn't feel a little jealous in that situation? Gu Qiulan chuckled softly and snuggled into Zhang Yuan's embrace. Why would I be angry? I only met you later anyway. If we're being honest, I'm the other woman here. That said, both men and women possess possessive tendencies and naturally dislike sharing their partners with others. But Gu Qiulan understood this perfectly well. She knew that someone like Zhang Yuan, rich and handsome, was bound to be highly sought after. Rather than resorting to tears, tantrums, and threats of suicide, it was wiser to be sensible. Perhaps that way she could carve out a place in Zhang Yuan's heart. Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Since you're so sensible, I won't shortchange you. We still have some time. Let me take you to buy a car. Pick whatever you like. It'll make your daily commute easier, and of course, it'll be much more convenient for you to visit me. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 80. Really? Gu Qiulan looked at Zhang Yuan with delight. She hadn't expected him to be so generous. After all, just yesterday he'd tipped her over 3 million yuan, and now he was taking her car shopping today. And given Zhang Yuan's temperament, even if she didn't pick $1 million luxury car, choosing one around 800,000 yuan wouldn't be a problem at all. Seeing Gu Qiulan's ecstatic reaction, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Let's go upstairs first. Your clothes are dry now anyway. Zhang Yuan smiled and gave Gu Qiulan's soft cheek a gentle pinch. He had a knack for reading people, so he understood Gu Qiulan's true feelings perfectly. Precisely because of this, he didn't see her as materialistic. She was in the prime of her youth, having given him her most precious first time. What was wrong with him spending a little extra for her? In the adult world, there was no such thing as pure emotion, only interests. Besides, Zhang Yuan spent money far slower than he earned it. To lose such a sensible and beautiful girl over a few pennies? That would be a truly massive loss for Zhang Yuan. Buy it at the dealership near your school. That way, it'll be easier for you to pick up the car later, Zhang Yuan said casually as he drove out of Dingyuan. Sure, whatever you say, honey. Gu Qiulan flashed a sweet smile. Paired with her collegiate-style outfit today, she looked incredibly pure and innocent, like a gentle and approachable senior from an anime. Honey, drive carefully later, okay? Gu Qiulan gave a charming smile, gently biting her pearly teeth as she slowly lowered her head. Zhang Yuan was naturally delighted by this, though his only frustration was the steering wheel being too large for comfortable one-handed control. Perhaps because he was driving, the mere 10-kilometer journey took Zhang Yuan a full hour to complete. Cough. 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 Gu Qiulan tucked the strands of hair clinging to her cheek behind her ear and shot Zhang Yuan a reproachful look. It's all your fault. Now I'll probably have to stop by the pharmacy later and get some throat lozenges. Zhang Yuan grinned. Stop complaining. This is a good thing. It means this ox plowing the field won't work itself to death, it'll actually make the soil incredibly fertile. Enough with the wisecracks. Park the car first. Gu Qiulan shot Zhang Yuan a glare and pointed to the long line of vehicles behind them. If you don't park properly, those folks won't dare cut in front of you. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror and saw it was exactly as Gu Qiulan said. He immediately stopped bantering and quickly parked the car. Even though Zhang Yuan was now wealthy, that didn't mean he'd recklessly inconvenience others. After parking, Zhang Yuan led Gu Qiulan into the dealership. The moment they entered, they caught the attention of nearly every salesperson. It couldn't be helped. While Zhang Yuan wasn't ridiculously handsome, he was at least good-looking enough to be a model. And after the system's enhancements, his physique was downright intimidating. Combined with his Gucci summer haute couture casual wear, he radiated an air of luxury from head to toe. As for Gu Qiulan, she was another story altogether. With a beauty score of 90, she likely ranked among the top 20 most stunning women in the beauty-packed metropolis of Shanghai. With their looks and physiques, they were the center of attention wherever they went, let alone a mere car dealership. Sir, ladies, what vehicle might you be interested in? A saleswoman reacted swiftly, trotting over the moment they entered the showroom to greet them with utmost respect. You pick one. I'm not really sure what kind of car girls like, Zhang Yuan said with a smile, patting Gu Qiulan's shoulder. Alright, I'll go look around then. Gu Qiulan nodded lightly, appearing calm and composed, though her heart was racing with excitement. This was her first time ever stepping foot in a dealership, let alone considering buying a car. Chapter 31, The Matrix. Seeing Zhang Yuan so generous, the other female salespeople's eyes widened in shock, filled with regret. If only they'd known earlier, they could have secured him as their client. How could Lu Shangxiang have beaten them to it? Ma'am, allow me to escort you to our showroom to select a vehicle that catches your eye, Lu Shangxiang said, offering a slight bow to Gu Qiulan. Alright, let's go. Gu Qiulan nodded slightly, stepping away with an expression of calm composure, showing no sign of nervousness. Once Gu Qiulan was out of sight, the saleswomen's minds began racing. One saleswoman, clad in sheer stockings, felt a surge of delight. She considered herself no less capable than Gu Qiulan, perhaps only slightly less attractive. But her figure was top-notch. Though her bust was only a C-cup, she specialized in sculpting her hips and legs. Those thick, shapely legs paired with sheer stockings and a peach-shaped but made her an absolute top-tier mature beauty. She wasn't exactly irresistible to everyone, but she was confident she held lethal appeal for men of Zhang Yuan's age group. Her confidence stemmed from her habit of posting borderline videos online, where commenters frequently offered high prices for her worn stockings. The moment Gu Qiulan was completely out of sight, the saleswoman immediately scampered over to Zhang Yuan, her voice sweet and seductive. "Sir, would you like some tea service?" she asked, her silk-clad legs deliberately brushing against Zhang Yuan's calf. Zhang Yuan sat in his chair, about to scroll through videos, when that alluring voice made him look up in surprise. He chuckled softly. "Sure, I'm actually a bit thirsty." "Certainly, sir. I'll fetch it right away." The saleswoman covered her mouth with a giggle and strode toward the tea room, her back fully exposed to Zhang Yuan. Watching those legs tightly wrapped in sheer stockings and that full, peach-like buttock, Zhang Yuan chuckled in surprise. He truly hadn't expected that coming to a car dealership to buy a vehicle would lead him to encounter such a stunning figure. Though her face was nothing special, her figure was undeniably top-tier, Zhang Yuan thought to himself. Then, instinctively, he used his insight technique on her. Name, Huang Xin. Height, 162 centimeters. Appearance, 72. Affinity, 63. Recharge count, 541. Inner monologue, this rich kid is mine for the taking. Seeing Huang Xin's affection rating for him soar to 63, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Holy crap, they'd only met once, and her affection was already this high? Scrolling further down, Zhang Yuan was even more stunned. This was the first time he'd ever seen a woman with 541 recharge cycles. Wait, this wasn't human anymore, it was the legendary Bio Mother. "Sir, the water's just the right temperature. Ready to drink now." Huang Xin glided over to Zhang Yuan on her silky stocking-clad legs, bowing to place the cup down and inadvertently revealing a tantalizing glimpse. Of course, none of this held any attraction for Zhang Yuan at that moment. After all, even the most starving person wouldn't be tempted by a bioengineered mother, let alone Zhang Yuan. Thank you." Though inwardly stunned by Huang Xin's achievements, Zhang Yuan remained outwardly polite. "Sir, how about we add some green bubbles?" Seeing Zhang Yuan's lack of reaction, Huang Xin decided to go all out. With several colleagues watching nearby, failure would inevitably invite mockery for the foreseeable future. No thanks." Zhang Yuan stared at Huang Xin for a moment before shaking his head decisively. "Are you kidding me? Even before his transmigration, he'd never duo-Q with Crazy Baby. You really won't add me?" Huang Xin's face flushed with embarrassment at his refusal, but she persisted. "I don't want to repeat this." Seeing Huang Xin still wouldn't let it go, Zhang Yuan's voice instantly turned cold. Seeing Zhang Yuan genuinely angry, Huang Xin paled. Her earlier thoughts had been completely clouded by her desire to latch onto a rich guy. Only now did she recall Zhang Yuan's status, a tycoon who'd splurged $1 million just to make his girlfriend happy. How could she, a mere saleswoman, possibly stand up to him? "Sir, I'm terribly sorry. My saleswoman was out of line and spoke to you disrespectfully. How about this, after you purchase the car, we'll personally arrange for your license plate within a day, guaranteed to be a desirable number. Would that be acceptable?" A middle-aged man in a suit descended from upstairs. Seeing the conflict between his saleswoman and Zhang Yuan, he hurried over to mediate. Huang Xin apologized to this distinguished customer immediately. The manager's stern voice flashed a glare at Huang Xin. He silently thanked his lucky stars for arriving early. Otherwise, if this cost him at least $1 million in sales, he'd be heartbroken. "I'm so sorry, sir. I sincerely beg your forgiveness." Huang Xin didn't hesitate, knowing he was in the wrong. He immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Alright, let's do it your way then." Zhang Yuan gave the two a cold glance. "Thank you for your understanding, honored guest. I won't disturb you any longer." The middle-aged manager chuckled awkwardly before hurrying away. Seeing he'd been forgiven, Huang Xin felt too embarrassed to stay by Zhang Yuan's side. With a look of shame, he lowered his head and returned to his workstation in the customer waiting area under the teasing glances of the female sales staff. "Tisk, Huang Xin, running off so fast isn't exactly a good look," one of the saleswomen, sporting a mole at the end of her eyebrow, teased. The others joined in her laughter. They had already regretted missing their first chance, but they never expected Huang Xin to be so bold as to approach that high-spending customer himself. Before Huang Xin made his move, they hadn't dared to consider it. But after he did, they began to regret not thinking of it themselves. If they had successfully approached that big spender, they might not have become rich beyond their wildest dreams, but they could have definitely made hundreds of thousands off him. But now that Huang Xin had failed and worse, angered the VIP customer, they felt immensely relieved. As the saying goes, everyone can be poor together, but no one can be rich. Seeing one of their formerly destitute co-workers suddenly gain a chance to climb out of poverty naturally rubbed them the wrong way. Honey, I'm done picking, Gu Qiulan said cheerfully as she stepped out, looking quite pleased. The saleswoman from earlier, Lu Shangxiang, followed closely behind her. Sir, your wife has selected a white BMW 4 Series priced at 1,050,000 yuan. Will you be paying in installments or in full? The saleswoman asked Zhang Yuan with a light smile. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan frowned, and the others' hearts tightened in unison. Could Zhang Yuan possibly think the car I picked was too expensive? Could this customer be bluffing about being a big spender and backing out now? In an instant, Gu Qiulan and Lu Xiangxiang's minds raced with countless thoughts. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 90. Why did you pick such a cheap car? Anyone watching would think I can't even take care of my own woman. Zhang Yuan frowned, shooting Gu Qiulan a displeased glare. He then patted Lu Xiangxiang's shoulder and casually pointed to the centerpiece of the showroom. Is that Maserati MC20 available for purchase, or is it just a display model? Chapter 32, I'll eat you for a lifetime. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, nearly every customer and salesperson in the showroom turned to look at him in surprise. It wasn't that they doubted his ability to afford the luxury car. After all, from his every word and gesture, they could tell he was undoubtedly the scion of some prominent family in the metropolis. That aristocratic aura radiating from him was utterly inimitable. They were simply stunned that Zhang Yuan would splurge over 3 million yuan on a Maserati for a woman. They weren't blind. Though Gu Qiulan carried herself with impeccable composure, always appearing utterly unruffled. But standing beside Zhang Yuan, she was instantly overshadowed by his aristocratic aura, leaving her looking utterly insignificant. It was plain to see that Gu Qiulan and Zhang Yuan belonged to entirely different social classes. I'm sorry, sir, this model isn't in stock. If you wish to purchase one, it may take several days to airship it from overseas. Lu Shangxiang lowered her head, feeling uneasy. No stock meant Zhang Yuan might walk away, taking Gu Qiulan with him, and she'd lose out on a commission worth 100,000 yuan. Would you be willing to wait a few days? The thing is, that BMW 4 Series is simply too low end. It doesn't suit you. Zhang Yuan glanced at Gu Qiulan and remarked casually. At this remark, many customers in the showroom turned grim. After all, they drove BMW 4 Series models themselves. But they dared not say much. After all, in Zhang Yuan's presence, they were clearly outclassed. Honey, let's wait a few days then, Gu Qiulan said with a sweet smile. She didn't suspect Zhang Yuan was unwilling to buy it. After all, she knew his net worth at least 10 billion yuan. How could he possibly be short on 3 million? Alright, then swipe the card. Go get the POS machine, Zhang Yuan said casually, glancing at Lu Shangxiang. Hearing his words, Lu Shangxiang froze for a few seconds before forcing down her excitement. I'll get it right away. I won't keep you waiting a second longer. If the space allowed, Lu Shangxiang wouldn't have jogged, she'd have sprinted at full speed to fetch the POS machine. Why? Because it was money. A car worth 3,400,000 yuan meant her commission would be a whopping 100,000 yuan. To put it bluntly, closing this deal meant she'd earn more than 80% of the country's population makes in a year. Sir, since this is a pre-order, we require a 50% deposit up front. Lu Shangxiang held the POS machine in her hand and looked at Zhang Yuan respectfully. MHM. After swiping his card, Zhang Yuan picked up the purchase agreement beside him and handed it to Gu Qiulan. Sign here. Ha? Aren't you signing your own name? Gu Qiulan stared at Zhang Yuan in shock. After all, this car cost over 3 million yuan. She had assumed Zhang Yuan would transfer the title to her name, granting her only usage rights. Then, if she ever messed up, Zhang Yuan could simply take the car back. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan paused in surprise. I told you I'm buying this car for you. Why would I do that? Alright, just sign it already. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 120. Whoa, you're so good to me, honey. Gu Qiulan didn't care that others were watching. Overwhelmed with emotion, she threw her arms around Zhang Yuan's neck and kissed his cheek. The other customers and sales staff didn't find Gu Qiulan's reaction over the top. It was perfectly normal. Who wouldn't be thrilled if their boyfriend gifted them a 3 million yuan luxury car? After signing the documents, Gu Qiulan tucked them into her bag, linked arms with Zhang Yuan, and smiled sweetly. Honey, let's go. On the staircase, the middle-aged male manager watched Zhang Yuan and Gu Qiulan drive away. Descending the stairs with a slight frown, he barked sternly. Huang Xin, come to my office immediately. Yes. Huang Xin said nothing, silently following the manager upstairs to his office. Seeing this, Lu Shangxiang looked curiously at the other female salespeople and whispered, what's going on? The saleswomen, who had initially resented Lu Shangxiang landing such a big deal, softened their expressions considerably upon realizing she might get a promotion and raise because of it. They all crowded around. Damn, is Huang Xin that bold? He actually tried to hit on a customer? He's got a girlfriend, you know. After hearing the explanation, Lu Shangxiang covered her mouth in shock. Yeah, she's probably going to get chewed out now. The saleswomen watched Huang Xin's retreating figure with mocking expressions. Click. After closing the office door, the male manager dropped his stern expression and settled comfortably into his chair. No need to be formal. Just sit right next to me. The manager casually gestured to the chair beside him. Huang Xian was taken aback by the manager's sudden 180-degree shift in attitude. But remembering she'd just made a mistake, she obediently sat down. Huang Xian, I know you saw Lu Shangxiang get that order and felt a bit jealous. You also wanted to earn more money, which is why you tried to seduce that customer. But we must maintain professionalism. Flirting with a married man is unprofessional, isn't it? The male manager propped his legs on the desk and gestured toward the two-way mirror ahead. I saw you deliberately brushing against that customer's calf earlier. I knew exactly what you were thinking. Lucky that female customer didn't come back. If she'd seen you doing that, you'd be packing your bags and getting the boot today. I didn't miss a beat, did I? The male manager smiled warmly at Huang Xian. Seeing the manager suddenly break into a smile, Huang Xian knew nothing good was coming next. Still, he could only force a smile in return. Yeah, thanks to you, manager. That's the spirit. I know you want to make money, but you don't have to go to such extremes. I've got a few high-end clients right here, all from wealthy families who've recently expressed interest in upgrading their cars. At least $1 million luxury car each. Interested? The male manager pulled a stack of lists from his drawer and waved them in front of Huang Xian. Yes. Huang Xian blurted out without hesitation. Satisfied by his response, the manager smiled and dropped the subject, returning to their earlier conversation. Truth is, those rich kids are just playing around. They might not make any money, they could even lose themselves in the process. Unlike men my age, mature, know how to treat a woman right, and generous with their spending. The male manager flicked his sparse hair with one hand while the other rested on Huang Xian's plump thigh. Feeling the rough palm rubbing against her thigh, Huang Xian felt a wave of disgust wash over her, yet she maintained a cheerful smile as she looked at the manager. Yes, men like you, manager, are truly dependable. Seeing his goal achieved, the male manager likely had an idea of where Huang Xian's boundaries lay. His hands immediately began to wander. Huang Xian, these wealthy young masters are only willing to buy cars from us on one condition: we need to fill the vacancies. Manager, rest assured, as long as it makes money, everything else is negotiable. Huang Xian forced a smile, ignoring the manager's wandering hands. Well then, since that's the case, I'm providing you with the channels. Shouldn't you repay me in some way? The male manager's hands no longer confined themselves to her thighs. Hearing this, Huang Xian cursed inwardly. She knew this old man had ulterior motives. It wasn't that she was unwilling to play by the unwritten rules, she just refused to be taken advantage of by this greasy, balding middle-aged man. Sensing her resistance, the manager added quickly, don't worry, just this once. Hearing this, Huang Xian hesitated slightly, wanting to refuse. But thinking of those commissions, her tone softened into a coy sweetness. If it's only once, I'll do my best to fulfill my duties. With that, the male manager reclined comfortably in his office chair. 5 minutes later. Manager, I'll get back to work now. Wiping her lips, Huang Xian suppressed her disgust, flashed the male manager a seductive smile, and sashayed out, her stride unaffected. Inside, she sneered with contempt. Old farts really are useless. Clack. After the office door closed, the male manager sneered coldly, she really is too young. He retrieved a miniature camera from a nearby potted plant and toyed with it in his hand. This one, I'll hold over you for the rest of your life. Chapter 33, The Elusive Auntie. After dropping Gu Qiulan off at school, Zhang Yuan had originally planned to go straight to pick up Xin Jiwei. After a moment's thought, he decided to return to the rental apartment first. Though it was supposed to be a celebratory dinner for both of them, Zhang Yuan didn't mind, he mainly wanted to accompany Xin Jiwei. After all, girls tend to value the ceremonial aspect more, so he had no choice but to pull out that system-rewarded Lafa worth 30 million. Of course, this was entirely for Xin Jiwei, it had absolutely nothing to do with Zhang Yuan wanting to cruise around showing off. Yeah, right, not at all. Hey, Zhang Yuan, looks like you had a blast last night. Finally decided to come back? Liang Yu was about to head downstairs when she spotted Zhang Yuan's door open. Curiosity piqued, she stepped into his room. Holy crap, Auntie, when did you get here? You scared the crap out of me. Zhang Yuan had just taken off his clothes and was admiring his toned physique in the mirror when Liang Yu suddenly appeared, giving him quite the start. What's the matter? Scared because you've got something to hide? Liang Yu leaned against the doorframe, eyeing Zhang Yuan suspiciously. What do you think? Anyone would be startled if someone suddenly appeared in their room. Zhang Yuan stared at Liang Yu speechless, though inwardly he was a bit surprised he hadn't expected her to actually hit the nail on the head. Alright then, what's with all this primping? Planning a date with some girl? So you have time for other girls, but when Auntie gets her period, suddenly you're too busy? Ahem, not exactly. Just celebrating a colleague's achievement. Zhang Yuan scratched his nose nervously. Although he had previously told Liang Yu that he wouldn't be with just her in the future, he still felt a bit guilty. After all, Liang Yu wasn't like Gu Qiulan. He hadn't spent a single penny on her, so he couldn't afford to be so bold. Oh, I don't think it's just a colleague thing, huh? Liang Yu shot Zhang Yuan a look. Don't worry, Auntie knows her place. She won't interfere with your life. Alright, I was just about to go pick up Xiaoling. Since you're here, why don't you give me a ride? Ah, well. Zhang Yuan hesitated. After all, he promised Chen Jiwei he'd pick her up at 5:30. With only about 10 minutes left, giving Liang Yu a ride would definitely make him late. What? You don't want to? Liang Yu stared intently at Zhang Yuan. No woman liked her man having other female confidants, and she was no exception. Even though she'd said she wouldn't interfere with Zhang Yuan, that didn't mean she wouldn't stir up a little trouble. Fine, I'll take you. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth. Liang Yu had just shown such magnanimity. If he turned around and said he needed to pick up another girl, it really wouldn't look good. Sorry to inconvenience you again, Zhang Yuan silently apologized to Shen Jiwei in his heart. Let's go, don't keep your colleague waiting too long. Liang Yu covered her mouth with a soft giggle, swaying her hips as she left the room. Every step radiated allure, drawing Zhang Yuan's gaze like a magnet. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan wasted no time. After closing the door, he wrapped his arms around Liang Yu from behind, burying his face in her neck and inhaling deeply. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 140. Hey, what are you doing? There are people below us. Feeling a sudden wave of heat envelop her from behind, Liang Yu heard footsteps approaching from the floor below and spoke in panic. What's this? Auntie getting scared now? Zhang Yuan didn't let go, playfully biting Liang Yu's earlobe. I know I was wrong. Please spare me, okay? Hearing the footsteps below growing ever closer and feeling Zhang Yuan's suffocating presence, Liang Yu quickly surrendered, terrified that someone might witness this blood-pumping scene. Fine. Since Auntie's being so reasonable, I'll let you off. Zhang Yuan grinned widely, his eyes widening in surprise as he touched her burning cheek. Auntie, why are you so flushed? Could you have a cold? Should I take you to the hospital? You just love picking on your auntie. Only after adjusting her clothes did Liang Yu shoot Zhang Yuan a gentle glare. Enough. Let's go pick up Xiaoling first. Zhang Yuan dropped his earlier aggressive stance. After all, his initial intent had merely been to teach Liang Yu a lesson to curb her reckless behavior. Now that his goal was achieved, he naturally wouldn't act like before. After all, it would be awkward if someone saw them. They were neighbors, bound to run into each other. Hey, Sister Liang, off to pick up your daughter? A young man in a suit, his briefcase dangling limply from his hand, greeted her the moment he spotted her. As for Zhang Yuan, he wore a sour expression. After all, Zhang Yuan had always looked down his nose at everyone, and no one could help but dislike him. Even so, well versed in workplace etiquette, he still offered Zhang Yuan a polite nod with a smile. After the three passed each other, the suit-clad man stared in surprise at their retreating figures, muttering to himself. Sis Liang's face was flushed in an unusual way just now. It definitely wasn't from the heat. Could she really be hooked on that kid? The thought made the man in the suit grind his teeth in jealousy. He'd been trying to get a rent discount by flaunting his looks, parading around in shorts in front of Liang Yu every day. Yet he hadn't gotten a single friendly glance and nearly got hit with a rent hike instead. Damn that Zhang Yuan. He walks around with that sourpuss face like he owns the place. Could it be that Sister Liang actually likes that type? In the underground parking garage, Liang Yu walked confidently to Zhang Yuan's Xiaomi SU7. Zhang Yuan unlocked the car door. Not driving this one today. Switching things up. Zhang Yuan walked straight past her, heading deeper into the garage. Hearing his words, Liang Yu froze in confusion. Change things up? She repeated the phrase before snapping out of it and hurrying after him. Zhang Yuan, did you get a new car? Liang Yu caught up beside him, her eyes fixed on his handsome profile. Here it is. Zhang Yuan produced the keys to the Ferrari LaFerrari and pressed a button. Instantly, the Ferrari LaFerrari hidden in the darkness illuminated, its two massive headlights lighting up the figures of Zhang Yuan and Liang Yu. Holy crap, Zhang Yuan, when did you get a Ferrari LaFerrari? Even Liang Yu, who usually kept her cool, couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the flamboyant red Ferrari LaFerrari before them. While Liang Yu wasn't particularly familiar with emerging car brands like Xiaomi, she recognized the Ferrari instantly as a top-tier supercar brand. Why red? Zhang Yuan felt a bit annoyed. After all, a real man should drive a manly pink car. What's with the red? Auntie, hop in. I just picked this car up today. No one's ever sat in the passenger seat yet, you're the first. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, walked to the passenger door, opened it, and extended a gentlemanly gesture of invitation toward Liang Yu. So I'll be the lady of this car from now on. The scene before her eyes gradually overlapped with memories from the past. Liang Yu's gaze grew distant, and she unexpectedly adopted a girlish demeanor. Before getting in, she gently kissed Zhang Yuan's lips. Husband, I love you. Chapter 34, This Damned Sense of Guilt. I love you too, honey. Zhang Yuan replied smoothly, feeling a surge of secret delight. He finally understood why old Wang next door was so obsessed with stealing others' partners, though technically, Zhang Yuan wasn't exactly stealing anyone's partner. But this faint sense of transgression felt absolutely exhilarating. Click. After settling into the driver's seat, Zhang Yuan closed the door and thoughtfully buckled Liang Yu's seatbelt. "Hold on tight," Zhang Yuan said, his voice tinged with excitement. He'd never experienced a luxury car of this caliber before. To be honest, the immersive driving sensation from the ultra-low chassis made Zhang Yuan feel like he was on a racetrack. The parking lot was deserted, with hundreds of meters of empty road stretching ahead. Zhang Yuan grinned, stomping hard on the accelerator. Instantly, the engine of the steel beast priced at a staggering 30 million roared to life. Accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 3 seconds, it shot forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in the dim, deserted parking lot. Feeling the incredible force of acceleration pushing him back, Zhang Yuan was thrilled. He shouted, "Awesome!" Beside him, Liang Yu clenched her eyes shut, her legs trembling. Her hands gripped the hem of her shirt tightly as her voice shook. "Zhang Yuan, slow down. This is terrifying." Seeing Liang Yu's reaction, Zhang Yuan quickly eased off the gas. He'd been so caught up in the thrill of racing that he'd almost forgotten Liang Yu was sitting right there in the passenger seat. "Sorry about that, Auntie. It's okay. I understand you young folks like that kind of thrill." Liang Yu shook her head gently, not blaming Zhang Yuan. "I'll be heading off now, Auntie." After dropping Liang Yu off at the kindergarten gate, Zhang Yuan waved cheerfully and drove away under the envious glances of other parents. In the car, Zhang Yuan glanced at the time and saw it was already 5:40. His heart tightened instantly, and he hurriedly sent a voice message to Shin Jiwei. "Jiwei, sorry, something came up. I'll be a bit late." Just as he sent the message, Shin Jiwei replied within 5 seconds. "Shin Jiwei, no problem, I'll wait for you." Seeing this, Zhang Yuan felt a warm glow in his heart. That lightning-fast reply clearly meant she'd been glued to her phone. She'd heard the message and responded instantly. As soon as he pulled up outside the company building, Zhang Yuan spotted a stunning figure sulking by the roadside. Beep. Beep. Zhang Yuan pulled up beside Shin Jiwei, rolled down the window, and gave a sheepish smile. "Jiwei, sorry I'm late. Get in the car first. Sitting on the roadside isn't exactly aesthetically pleasing." With that, he proactively opened the passenger door. Hearing the sound, Shin Jiwei turned to look at Zhang Yuan. Seeing him pick her up in a Ferrari LaFerrari, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Zhang Yuan, you're quite wealthy, aren't you? You're driving a LaFerrari." But it was merely surprise. To Shin Jiwei, such a car wasn't particularly expensive at most, it earned a slightly higher regard. "It's nothing special," Zhang Yuan shrugged indifferently, helping Shin Jiwei fasten her seatbelt. Click. After closing the door, Shin Jiwei shot Zhang Yuan a disapproving look and said coldly, Well, the busy bee finally remembered me." In the past, Shin Jiwei rarely showed any emotional fluctuation when she spoke. Her words were almost devoid of feeling, carrying a faint, dead-like quality. It wasn't that Shin Jiwei had a bad temper. Even the most patient person would lose their cool after being left waiting by the roadside for half an hour. "Ahem, my bad," Zhang Yuan admitted, scratching his nose guiltily. "Wait, why does this car smell like lavender?" Shin Jiwei furrowed her brow slightly, sniffing around the cabin. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he feigned nonchalance. "You must be mistaken." Inside, he cursed his carelessness. He really hadn't been careful enough. If only he'd rolled down the window while driving to air out the scent, then there'd be no chance of this happening. How could I be mistaken? Shinji eyed Zhang Yuan suspiciously. "You didn't have a woman in the car earlier, did you?" "No way. You must be mistaken." Zhang Yuan shook his head. Just in case I missed it, at that moment, Zhang Yuan's phone, resting on the car's storage compartment, suddenly rang. Seeing this, Shin Jiwei picked it up directly. Curious, she glanced at the caller ID. Her mood lifted slightly upon realizing it wasn't a woman. "Here, it's young Master Lu calling you." Shin Jiwei glanced at the contact name on the phone, pursed her lips, and handed it back to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan breathed a silent sigh of relief, grateful the call had saved him. Otherwise, if Shin Jiwei had pressed him on the topic, he would have definitely been exposed. "Am I your girlfriend? Just picking up my phone like that?" Zhang Yuan countered, shooting Shin Jiwei a glare. He then picked up the phone and glanced at the contact labeled Young Master Lu, feeling puzzled. Why on earth would Lu Wenwei call him out of the blue? Through the original host's memories, Zhang Yuan knew this guy's background: a coal magnate's son, one of the original host's drinking buddies. Despite his confusion, Zhang Yuan answered the call and put it on speaker so Shin Jiwei could hear too, hoping to distract her. "Hello, Lu Xiao. It's been ages since we last spoke. What brings you calling?" "Oh," Zhang finally picked up. "I was about to hang up. Nothing major. Wang and I just wanted to catch up. It's been a while since we last met, and we're worried our friendship might have cooled off. We're at the Guangwei Pavilion on the 5th floor of Wanda Plaza, in private room number 8. We haven't ordered yet, just waiting for you, Zhang." Listening to the voice on the other end, Zhang Yuan glanced at Shin Jiwei beside him, seeking her opinion. Under normal circumstances, he would have declined without hesitation. But now, things were different. Zhang Yuan feared that if they were alone, Shen Jiwei might bring up that earlier topic again, and that would spell trouble for him. Go ahead. Seeing Zhang Yuan look at her, Shen Jiwei finally nodded. Although today was a celebratory occasion, her upbringing in the capital had instilled in her the importance of maintaining connections. Oh, young Master Zhang, are you dating someone? Hearing a woman's voice, Lu Wenwei chimed in with a hint of teasing on the other end of the line. Yeah, my girlfriend. Wanda Plaza, 5th floor, Guangwei Pavilion, right? I'll be there soon. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly before hanging up. You won't blame me, right? Zhang Yuan turned to Shen Jiwei with a playful grin. Shen Jiwei's face flushed red as she shyly looked out the window. Hurry to Wanda. We can't be late. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 150. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Yuan realized Shen Jiwei was sensitive about the topic. He immediately stopped talking and focused on driving. Guangwei Pavilion. This is it. Come on, let's go inside. Zhang Yuan naturally took Shen Jiwei's delicate hand as they gazed at the shop's signboard. You go ahead, Shen Jiwei murmured softly, her cheeks flushed. I have a stomachache and need to use the restroom first. It wasn't that she truly had a stomachache, but rather the thought of meeting his friends as Zhang Yuan's girlfriend made her feel shy and a bit insecure. She wanted to check her bathroom mirror, see how her skin looked today and such. Alright, I'll go ahead then. Remember, it's private room number 8. Zhang Yuan instructed Shen Jiwei. Chapter 35, Stop playing hard to get, young Master Zhang. Hey, young Master Zhang, finally here? As soon as Zhang Yuan pushed open the private room door, Lu Wenwei nudged Wang Bin beside him with his elbow. Traffic was a bit heavy, so I was running a little late. No worries, young Master Zhang. Take a seat. It's been a while since we last met. Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin sat in the main seats, each with a beauty in their arms, casually gesturing toward the secondary seats at the table. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Though he felt a hint of displeasure, he reminded himself that they had invited him, so he held back his reaction. Haven't started eating yet? Zhang Yuan noticed the untouched bowls and chopsticks before them and gave a faint smile. Not yet. We were waiting for you, young Master Zhang. You've been kicked out of your home for months now. Bet you haven't had anything decent to eat, right? Today, young Master Wang and I specially invited you to a nice meal. Don't you owe us a proper thank you? Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, understanding the situation. After months of no contact, they suddenly invited him to dinner today. Sure enough, they weren't up to anything good. Not exactly. 1,000 or so yuan for a table of food? I can still afford that. Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly, a wave of disappointment washing over him. The original owner really had terrible judgment when it came to choosing friends. How could he have been friends with these two? Back when he hadn't fallen out with his family, he'd often treated them to lavish meals. He genuinely believed they were trying to mend fences. But now it was clear these two jerks were just here to kick him while he was down. Hey, young Master Zhang, no need to be stubborn. Both Wang and I heard about it. Your conflict with Uncle Liang is so intense, word spread throughout the circle that Uncle Liang disowned you as his godson. It's only because Wang and I are loyal to our word that we treat you to a nice meal when you're down and out. Lu Wenwei patted his chest dramatically as he spoke, striking a pose of boundless loyalty. He snapped his fingers at the nearby waiter. I can't reach it. Go serve young Master Zhang some food. Young Master Zhang, I hope you don't mind my hospitality being a bit uneven? With that, Lu Wenwei, Wang Bin, and the two beauties in their arms all burst into laughter. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan didn't get angry. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. He wasn't about to get upset over two nobodies. Alright, young Master Zhang, when I overheard your phone call with my husband earlier, wasn't there a woman's voice? I recall she's your girlfriend, right? Where is everyone? Could it be they think they're not attractive enough to come in? The woman in Lu Wenwei's arms covered her mouth and giggled at Zhang Yuan, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's gaze turned cold. He wasn't angry that they were picking on him. On the contrary, it piqued his interest, making him want to play along. But Shen Jiwei hadn't provoked them yet. She'd been dragged out and insulted. That was something Zhang Yuan couldn't tolerate. Moreover, Zhang Yuan refused to believe that the woman in Lu Wenwei's arms dared to speak that way without his explicit permission. He wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. Oh, sorry about that, young Master Zhang. My new girlfriend doesn't know any better. Lu Wenwei chuckled lightly, offering a perfunctory apology. Yeah, it's no big deal anyway. Just forgive her, young Master Zhang. Wang Bin chimed in beside him, grinning. Zhang Yuan remained silent, silently casting his insight technique on the woman in Lu Wenwei's arms. Name, Huang Mengyao. Appearance, 79 points. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Affinity, 10. Charging count, 371 times. Zhang Yuan ignored the data above and scrolled straight to the bottom. Staring at the staggering 371 recharge counts, he sucked in a sharp breath. That number meant she'd probably slept with over 100 men. Zhang Yuan looked at Lu Wenwei with pity and shook his head gently. It's fine, I'm not angry. My girlfriend is not only beautiful but also faithful. But you, young Master Lu, should be careful. Take my advice, always use protection. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Lu Wenwei's face darkened instantly. He couldn't possibly miss the implication in Zhang Yuan's statement. But remembering he still needed to humiliate Zhang Yuan later, he ultimately held back his anger. But the woman in Lu Wenwei's arms was not pleased. She frowned at Zhang Yuan, her voice sharp. What did you mean by that earlier? First off, I've never slept around. And as for the kind of girlfriend a loser like you could possibly have? I don't even need to guess, I already know exactly what she'd be like. Even if she wanted to mess around, she wouldn't get the chance. The more lacking a person is, the more they love to argue. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly and shook his head slightly. Zhang Yuan, you two seem to be having quite a lively chat. I could hear you guys talking loudly even before I walked in. At that moment, Shen Jiwei pushed open the private room door. Thanks to the excellent soundproofing, she hadn't overheard much of their conversation earlier. Wang Bin, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly widened his eyes upon seeing Shen Jiwei enter. The woman in his arms and the red wine in his hand suddenly seemed far less appealing. Lu Wenwei beside him wasn't faring much better, his jaw nearly dropping in awe at Shen Jiwei's beauty. Huang Mengyao, who had been arguing with Zhang Yuan, immediately shut her mouth, sensing the tension. It felt like she'd been slapped twice across the face silently, without leaving a mark, but the sting burned fiercely. Jiwei, we were just talking about you, Zhang Yuan murmured with a gentle smile, drawing Shen Jiwei into his embrace. Then he leaned down and kissed her delicate cheek. Ah! There are other people here. Shen Jiwei's pretty face flushed crimson. She shyly buried her head in Zhang Yuan's chest, then slipped her hand around his waist and twisted it hard. Though they hadn't officially confirmed their relationship, Shen Jiwei still cooperated fully to save Zhang Yuan's face, but punishment was inevitable. After all, who was Zhang Yuan to take advantage of her in front of so many people? Cough cough. Zhang Yuan nearly cried out from the pinch on his soft flesh, but managed to hold it in. To the others watching, their actions looked like playful banter. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wenwei suddenly felt the soft, delicate body of his girlfriend in his arms grow anything but soft. Though Huang Mengyao wasn't bad-looking herself, scoring a respectable 79 points, she was utterly overshadowed by Shen Jiwei's stunning 91-point beauty. Yeah, sis-in-law, we were just talking about you earlier. Truly, seeing is believing. She's every bit as beautiful as young Master Zhang described. Wang Bin swallowed hard. He never imagined Zhang Yuan's girlfriend could be this stunning. Even many top-tier A-list actresses couldn't hold a candle to Shen Jiwei. And with Zhang Yuan currently embroiled in a family dispute and unable to come up with a single penny, this was the perfect opportunity for him to strike while the iron was hot. As the saying goes, love for gold trumps love for brothers, and love for gold pales beside love for your sister-in-law. Young Master Zhang, this won't do. You're neglecting your sister-in-law. Even without makeup, she's undeniably beautiful. But a woman still needs a set of high-end cosmetics. Otherwise, how can she feel confident going out? Take me, for example. I never skimp when it comes to my woman. See the makeup on my girlfriend's face? Perfectly blended, right? Like a porcelain doll. All thanks to the high-end Lancome makeup I bought yesterday. Hee, yeah, I love you so much, honey. Shenwei, the girlfriend in Wang Bin's arms, sweetly kissed his lips. Seeing this, Wang Bin tightened his embrace with satisfaction, feeling a surge of pride. After all, a set of Lancome high-end cosmetics cost 20,000 yuan. Given Zhang Yuan's current situation, he definitely couldn't afford it. Chapter 36, Can you afford it? Hearing Wang Bin's words, Huang Mengyao seized the opening, shooting Zhang Yuan a mocking look. You really are broke. You can't even afford to buy your girlfriend a decent set of cosmetics. No wonder she had to go out barefaced. No wonder she was too scared to come in earlier. Listening to their remarks, Shen Jiwei frowned slightly. She suddenly understood why the voices had been so loud just before she entered. Whether I wear makeup or not is none of your business. Alright, everyone, cut it out. This is ruining the mood. Lu Wenwei stepped in quickly, smiling as he tried to smooth things over. Breaking up with Zhang Yuan was one thing, but seeing Shen Jiwei? That was another matter entirely. He couldn't afford to make a terrible impression in front of her just yet. Otherwise, it would be harder to make his move later. Mengyao, you should watch your sharp tongue too, Lu Wenwei gave her a mild scolding. Look, I can tell none of us are really hungry. Why don't we go out for a walk instead? Waiter, the bill please. Lu Wenwei waved to the waiter nearby. After settling the bill, Lu Wenwei glanced at Huang Mengyao beside him and feigned concern. Mengyao, I see you've developed wrinkles from staying up late lately. Let's go buy a skincare set at the nearby Estee Lauder store. Sure thing, honey. I love you to bits. Huang Mengyao beamed with delight and planted a kiss on Lu Wenwei's cheek. She knew Lu Wenwei's sudden generosity was because of Shen Jiwei, but Huang Mengyao didn't care. Any Estee Lauder skincare set easily cost 7,000 yuan, let alone the pricier ones. As long as she could profit from it, that was all that mattered. After all, she understood that their relationship was nothing more than a mutual arrangement where each got what they wanted. Would you two like to join us? Lu Wenwei asked Wang Bin and Zhang Yuan with a smile. Of course. My sweetheart deserves the best skincare for her beautiful makeup. Wang Bin's eyes brimmed with affection as he smiled and took Shen Wei's hand, though inside he sneered repeatedly. If he didn't do this, how else could he undermine Zhang Yuan's image in Shen Jiwei's eyes? What about young Master Zhang? Ding. Detecting two clowns persistently harassing the host. Task issued, demonstrate your true wealthy nature. Host, demonstrate your wealth to make them fully recognize the gap between them and you. Reward, criminal records of all companies owned by the two, including but not limited to tax evasion ledgers and collusion with officials. Seeing the system suddenly issue this task, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened instantly. Damn, while Lu Wenwei and his buddy were as annoying as mosquitoes, they didn't deserve death, did they? Still, Zhang Yuan relished this feeling of crushing anyone who dared provoke him. Sure, why not? Zhang Yuan grinned, shrugging indifferently. He needed to buy a few sets of skincare and cosmetics for Shen Jiwei anyway, why not? Good afternoon, may I assist you? Which skincare set have you been eyeing? The saleswoman immediately greeted them with a smile as they entered the store. Mengyao, pick whatever you like, Lu Wenwei said with a smile, patting Huang Mengyao's shoulder. Sure, whatever my husband says goes. I'll take that black bandage style set. Huang Mengyao affectionately hooked her arm through Lu Wenwei's, pointing to a sample in the display case beside them. This customer has such excellent taste. The Black Bandage series is our newest product line. It stimulates collagen regeneration, perfect for women in their 20s fighting early signs of aging. Sir, the total for one set is 30,000 yuan. Would you like to pay via QR code or card? The saleswoman picked up a half-meter wide gift box and stuffed it into a branded shopping bag. 30,000? That's correct, sir. We've already packaged the set for you. Feeling the stares of the crowd, Lu Wenwei's lips twitched, but he nodded decisively, card it. He wasn't well versed in such matters, only thinking that 30,000 yuan could easily cover several days with the young models at his club. If Shen Jiwei hadn't been watching right beside him, he absolutely would never have spent that much on Huang Mengyao. After all, he hadn't even gotten anything yet, and he was already spending this much. It was just too painful to part with the money. At the same time, he silently resolved that tonight, he would indulge to his heart's content and make Huang Mengyao regret her current behavior. Baby, I want to buy a set of the Pearl series skincare products. Shen Wei, standing nearby, was somewhat more reasonable and didn't make exorbitant demands like Huang Mengyao. The saleswoman proceeded to wrap the skincare set as usual before presenting it to Wang Bin. Sir, your girlfriend has such excellent taste. Our Pearl series specializes in advanced whitening, perfect for customers like your girlfriend who strive for perfection. Thank you for your generous support. That'll be 12,000 yuan. Alright, scan the code. With Lu Wenwei's earlier 30,000 yuan purchase setting the precedent, Wang Bin found himself more willing to accept the price and paid without hesitation. Young Master Zhang, aren't you going to make a purchase? You used to be the most generous among us. What? Can't even afford skincare for your girlfriend now? Young Master Lu, have you forgotten? Young Master Zhang has already cut ties with his adoptive father. Where would he find the spare cash for such expensive skincare? Besides, what does our Zhang need money for? He's as handsome as those Thai transgender male celebrities now, he can survive on looks alone. Wang Bin wore a hint of scorn on his face. He deliberately mocked Zhang Yuan in front of everyone so Shen Jiwei could feel the gap between them even more keenly. Ha! Look at you talking. I think a man still needs money to be dependable. If money's tight, I'll buy you a set, sis. How about a black bandage set just like Mengyao's? Lu Wenwei grinned, glancing at Shen Jiwei with a fleeting look of lust in his eyes. Listening to their banter, Shen Jiwei felt even more disgusted. Even her impeccable upbringing nearly made her curse them out on the spot. At the same time, she felt a pang of surprise. From their earlier conversation, she just learned that Zhang Yuan was actually an orphan. No need for you to buy it. Zhang Yuan, let's go. Shen Jiwei grabbed Zhang Yuan's arm and shot the pair a disgusted look. No, I was just about to buy you a few sets of skincare products. Look, staying up late these past few days has made your skin look dull. Zhang Yuan gently stroked Shen Jiwei's cheek with concern. He then turned to the saleswoman. What are your most expensive skincare products at Estee Lauder right now? Having overheard Lu Wenwei and the others earlier, the saleswoman assumed Zhang Yuan was overreaching, trying to put on airs despite clearly not being able to afford it. She kindly advised. Sir, I think your girlfriend's skin is already in great condition. She really doesn't need anything. I won't repeat myself. Zhang Yuan stared calmly at the saleswoman. He appreciated her concern, but it was clearly misplaced. Truly clueless. Lu Wenwei shook his head, muttering under his breath. Though his voice was low, everyone present heard it. Seeing this, Wang Bin nodded in agreement, casting a sympathetic glance at Shen Jiwei while secretly gloating inside. With a boyfriend who insisted on putting on airs, his chances of stepping in were looking better. Fine. Seeing Zhang Yuan wouldn't listen, the saleswoman dropped the subject and began introducing the products. Our most expensive and iconic series at Estée Lauder are the Black Gold and Blue Diamond collections. The Black Gold line focuses on top-tier anti-wrinkle and anti-aging benefits, plus powerful antioxidants. It's incredibly versatile. The Blue Diamond line focuses on... Enough. Get 2 sets each of the Black Gold and Blue Diamond lines, plus 1 set each of the Black Bandage and Pearl lines. Zhang Yuan cut her off. Chapter 37, This is truly the end. Zhang Yuan, you need to use your brain when trying to show off. Can you even afford to buy all this? Seeing Zhang Yuan demand 2 sets each of the Black Gold and Blue Diamond collections, Lu Wenwei burst out laughing. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the Black Gold set alone costs 60 grand, right? Can you even afford it? You're just putting on airs. Huang Mangyao hooked her arm through Lu Wenwei's, her face dripping with scorn, yet feeling a surge of satisfaction inside. So Shen Jiwei, you think you're pretty? Or is it because your boyfriend is handsome? Without money, you're just putting on airs. You're nothing. Zhang Yuan, take my advice, don't try to put on airs. In the end, you'll just make a fool of yourself. Wang Bin sighed, reaching out to pat Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, but Zhang Yuan deftly dodged his hand. Seeing Wang Bin's insincere act, Zhang Yuan ignored him completely, treating him as if he were invisible. The Black Gold series is 60,000, the Blue Diamond series is 80,000. Add in the Black Bandage and Pearl series, and the total comes to 360,000. Sir, everything is packed and ready for you. The saleswoman smiled as she held the brand's exclusive shopping bag. Though she doubted Zhang Yuan could afford it, professional courtesy compelled her to pack the skincare products with utmost courtesy. I recall Estée Lauder also sells cosmetics, correct? Get 2 sets of your best cosmetics, then ring it all up together. Zhang Yuan looked at the saleswoman and spoke casually. Hearing this, the saleswoman froze slightly, feeling a bit helpless. She knew Zhang Yuan had just acted impulsively, putting on airs. Now he wanted to pay but couldn't produce the money, so he was just stalling for time only to make himself look even more foolish later. Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Even without makeup, her skin is flawlessly smooth. She doesn't need any cosmetics at all. The saleswoman kindly reminded Zhang Yuan once more. Why are you saying all this? Huang Mangyao shot the saleswoman a glare before turning her mocking gaze toward Zhang Yuan. If you can't afford it, don't pretend. I'll see how long you can keep stalling. Yeah, Mr. Zhang, I know you're going through a rough patch financially. If it really doesn't work out, just do what I suggested earlier. I'll buy your wife a Black Bandage set. It's not that expensive. Just don't look down on it. Lu Wenwei grinned widely, his eyes challenging Zhang Yuan. Wang Bin chimed in with mockery in his eyes. Zhang Yuan, young master Lu's being so considerate. Shouldn't you thank him properly? Seeing the smug expressions on Lu Wenwei and the others, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt the system's reward was entirely justified. People like this deserve to be crushed flat. Shen Jiwei, watching from the side, shook her head with a wry smile. Just moments ago, Lu Wenwei had been wincing at the pain of shelling out 30 grand for a set of Black Bandage series gear. Who on earth gave him the nerve to show off in front of Zhang Yuan? If he saw Zhang Yuan's Ferrari LaFerrari parked in the Wanda parking lot, his eyes would pop out of his head. Sir, your cosmetics have been packed for you. These are the Qinshin and Truffle series. Combined with your previous skincare purchases, the total comes to 450,000 yuan. The saleswoman, sensing trouble brewing, hurriedly wrapped up the cosmetics. She was terrified the group might start a fight in the store. If that happened, she'd likely lose her job. As the saleswoman pulled out the payment terminal for Zhang Yuan, Lu Wenwei and his crew crossed their arms, watching him with mocking expressions. Alright, swipe it. Zhang Yuan pulled his bank card from his pocket and handed it to the saleswoman. Seeing Zhang Yuan actually produce a bank card, Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin beside him immediately lost their composure. They could clearly see it wasn't a credit card in his hand, but a debit card. This meant the card had no overdraft facility, it only had whatever balance was available. With that realization, they fixed their eyes on the POS machine, nervously awaiting the outcome. Sir, your payment is complete. Seeing the successful transaction on the POS machine, the saleswoman's smile stretched almost to her ears. She never imagined that someone dressed so plainly could be a hidden big spender. A single transaction of 450,000 yuan meant her commission alone was 20,000 yuan, equivalent to 5 months' salary for the average person. After all, while Estée Lauder was a luxury boutique, its main focus was skincare and cosmetics. The number of customers willing to splurge like this was always relatively small. Moreover, with the economic downturn in China over the past 2 years, more young people are leaning toward budget skincare products priced at around 100 yuan. From Lu Wenwei's reaction earlier, it was clear that while he could easily afford the 30,000 yuan, spending it on skincare felt like a waste, hence his reluctance. Payment successful? Lu Wenwei's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. Wang Bin's face alternated between pale and flushed as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. He was filled with regret, wishing he'd never listened to Lu Wenwei's nonsense. What about Zhang Yuan completely breaking ties with his family? What about Liang Wei cutting him off, never caring about him again, and freezing all his bank cards? If they had truly cut him off, how could there still be 450,000 yuan in his bank account? Huang Mengyao, standing nearby, watched in shock as Zhang Yuan's payment actually went through. The mocking smile on her face froze instantly. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. After all, Zhang Yuan had just slapped them all in the face with cold, hard facts. Shen Jiwei, however, wasn't particularly surprised. After all, she'd just been sitting next to Zhang Yuan's 30 million yuan LaFerrari. This small sum was mere pocket change to him. Love you, hubby. Shen Jiwei wrapped her arm around Zhang Yuan's in perfect harmony with the moment, her head nestling affectionately against his shoulder. Ha? No emotional points gained? Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of confusion, but it quickly cleared. Shen Jiwei wasn't the gold digger type like Gu Qiulan. She wouldn't be swayed by money so easily. Gu Qiulian, on the other hand, was the kind of pragmatic woman who was easier to win over emotionally. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Mr. Zhang, have you reconciled with Uncle Liang? Lu Wenwei swallowed nervously, his face plastered with a forced smile. At the same time, he felt a pang of regret. If only he hadn't listened to that fat bastard Gao Mu's nonsense. Even though Zhang Yuan was Liang Hui's adopted son, he'd been raised by him for 20 years. How could he really abandon him? Realizing this, Lu Wenwei wanted to slap himself twice right then and there. Made up? Not exactly. I'd never bow down to him. I just spent my own savings today. Zhang Yuan shook his head calmly, watching the ashen pallor spread across Lu Wenwei's face, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Shiwei, let's go. Zhang Yuan wrapped his arm around Shen Jiwei and headed toward the underground parking garage. Seeing this, Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin hurried after them. Hey, hey, hey! Young Master Zhang, wait for us. We were just joking earlier. Please don't take it seriously. Wang Bin trailed behind Zhang Yuan, nearly in tears from panic. Yeah, Mr. Zhang, it was just a joke. Please let it go. Enough. Stop following me. Just kidding, I made up with my godfather. Zhang Yuan turned back, grinning at the two, then pressed his car key fob toward the vehicle ahead. Instantly, a red LaFerrari ahead illuminated its headlights, and both doors automatically slid open. Let's roll. Zhang Yuan closed the passenger door for Shen Jiwei, then turned back to the stunned quartet with a carefree grin. A LaFerrari? Under the dim lights, Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin both gasped in unison upon recognizing the model. Lu Wenwei collapsed onto the ground, his eyes flashing with deep fear as he muttered to himself. We're done for. This time we're really screwed. Chapter 38, Liang Yu's Cold. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward acquired, corporate criminal record. Reward has been deposited into the storage compartment of the host's vehicle. Shen Jiwei, watching through the rearview mirror, saw Lu Wenwei and the others in such a sorry state that she couldn't help but laugh out loud. So satisfying. People like that deserve a good lesson. I've had my eye on these guys for a while. She punched the air in Zhang Yuan's direction, a satisfied grin spreading across her face. Ding. Shen Jiwei's affinity +5. Current affinity, 75. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Current emotion points, 170. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan instantly understood. It seemed that to gain favor and emotion points from Shen Jiwei, he had to approach it this way. Relying solely on money was completely unwise. System lottery. Ding, 100 emotion points deducted. Current emotion points, 70. A pale blue roulette will appear before Zhang Yuan. The pointer spun rapidly before finally landing on the question mark. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the master writer skill. Seeing the reward he'd drawn, Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile, his mood soaring. Immediately, waves of writing knowledge flooded into Zhang Yuan's mind. With the system's assistance, he instantly mastered it all. Feeling all the writing techniques within his mind, Zhang Yuan was deeply excited. Now equipped with writing skills and his identity card, creative ideas surged through his mind. The possibility of writer's block was utterly eliminated. Moreover, Zhang Yuan could guarantee that he had now reached T0 level in both traditional serious literature and online literature. Indeed, to live a life without leaving anything behind would be a complete waste of his abundant talent. With that thought, Zhang Yuan made up his mind. Tonight, he would test it out, write a book and publish it online. Holy crap, Zhang Yuan, focus on driving. Shen Jiwei suddenly screamed beside him, lunging at Zhang Yuan and yanking the steering wheel. At the same moment, the LaFerrari that had been about to collide with the Buick made a sharp U-turn, narrowly avoiding the crash. Phew, that was close. Only after successfully escaping danger did Shen Jiwei exhale a heavy breath. Sorry about that. I was lost in thought and didn't pay attention to the road. Zhang Yuan gave an awkward laugh, scratching his nose sheepishly. This time, it was definitely his fault. It's fine. Just be more careful next time. Shen Jiwei shot him a disapproving look. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 80. Hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless. Holy crap, getting emotion points from narrowly avoiding danger? Then, watching the sun gradually sink below the horizon outside the car window, Zhang Yuan felt the auspicious moment had arrived. It was time to get down to business. Ahem, Jiwei, did you bring your ID? Why do you ask? Shen Jiwei eyed Zhang Yuan warily. No reason. Just haven't been to an internet cafe to play games in ages. Thought I'd ask you to come with me. Zhang Yuan drove with a straight face, showing no hint of ulterior motives. You think I don't know what you're up to? Are you planning to say you're tired and want to sleep halfway through our session? The internet cafe's environment's no good, so you'll take me to a hotel to sleep for the night. Then you'll swear you won't touch me, but once we're at the hotel, you'll want to read my palm? Then you'd go, wow. Your hands are so tiny, let's compare them. Then you'll interlock our fingers, say I smell so good, and promise, I'll just hold you, nothing else. Then in the middle of the night, it'll be, I'll treat you well, I promise. Shen Jiwei crossed her arms, mocking Zhang Yuan with her gaze. Hearing Shen Jiwei's words, Zhang Yuan was stunned. Holy crap, she'd practically stripped him down to his underwear. The plan in his head was pretty much exactly what Shen Jiwei described. How could you think of me like that? I just wanted to discuss shooting techniques with you. Zhang Yuan put on a pained expression. And I was just afraid of missing out. Just then, Zhang Yuan's phone on the center console suddenly rang. Who knew you were so busy? People call you all the time. Just answer it for me. Zhang Yuan said indifferently without looking at his phone. Sure. Shen Jiwei pressed the answer button. The next moment, a seductive, sultry voice came through the phone. Xiao Yuan, did you finish your date with your girlfriend? I made dinner. If you have time, you can come over for a meal. Liang Yu's cheerful voice immediately put Shen Jiwei on guard. Seeing the caller ID labeled anti, Shen Jiwei relaxed slightly and handed the phone to Zhang Yuan, though suspicion still lingered on her face. Zhang Yuan's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. He truly hadn't expected Liang Yu to call out of the blue, especially speaking in such a deliberately hushed tone. Ahem, auntie, she's right beside me. How can you talk like that? Zhang Yuan deliberately emphasized his words. Hearing Zhang Yuan's outburst, Liang Yu snapped back to her senses, her voice instantly returning to normal, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Ah ha, I see. Well then, you two carry on. Auntie won't bother you anymore. With that, she hung up. After hanging up the phone, Liang Yu sat on the sofa, a look of lingering fear on her face, patting her ample chest. That was close, I almost got caught. But it was pretty thrilling. Then, a faint blush spread across Liang Yu's cheeks. That girl was right next to Zhang Yuan. They couldn't have been at the hotel, could they? Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over her body. She bit her red lips lightly, glancing at Xiaoling, who was doing homework at the coffee table. Xiaoling, mommy needs to go to the bedroom for a moment. Keep working quietly on your homework and don't disturb mommy, okay? Okay, mommy, go ahead and take care of it. After speaking, Xiaoling looked at Liang Yu with concern. Mommy, are you sick? Why does your voice sound shaky? It's nothing. You heard wrong. Liang Yu ruffled Xiaoling's obedient hair and walked toward the bedroom with an unnatural gait. Listening to the dial tone after the call ended, Shen Jiwei looked at Zhang Yuan suspiciously. Was that really your aunt just now? Her suspicion was understandable. After all, given the way Liang Yu's voice had trembled just now, it would be strange if there wasn't something between them. It really was my aunt. Then why did she sound like that? Maybe she has a cold? Zhang Yuan put on a serious expression. Then why did she say I'm your girlfriend? Well, that just means she knows I exist. And even close relatives wouldn't usually say things like that, right? Shen Jiwei continued to eye Zhang Yuan suspiciously. Seeing Shen Jiwei so persistent, Zhang Yuan quickly improvised. He embellished the story of how he'd broken ties with his adoptive father, ended up with nowhere to go, and finally moved into his aunt's apartment. His story, heartfelt yet 7 parts truth and 3 parts fiction, left Shen Jiwei momentarily unable to discern the truth. Oh? So concerned about me? Looks like you've already cast yourself as my girlfriend. Zhang Yuan turned the tables, playfully pinching Shen Jiwei's delicate cheek. Who said that? I never admitted you're my boyfriend. Shen Jiwei flushed, then quickly added, I've never been to your place. This is the perfect chance to visit. Besides, isn't your aunt cooking? Perfect chance to crash a meal. Seeing Shen Jiwei's earnest expression, Zhang Yuan couldn't think of any excuse to refuse. He nodded and dialed the number again. All the while, he silently prayed that Liang Yu wouldn't pull any more stunts. The call connected. Cough cough, Zhang Yuan, is there something else you need? Chapter 39, Shen Jiwei letting go of her reserve. Hearing the muffled grunt on the other end, Zhang Yuan felt a sense of foreboding and hurriedly spoke up. Auntie, did you catch a cold? No, I'm just stir-frying. The chili peppers are making me cough. Liang Yu seemed to choke again, coughing once, but the sound just didn't sound right. Oh, I see. Auntie, how about I bring Jiwei over for a meal at your place? Feeling Shen Jiwei's scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Yuan could only speak up honestly. Ah. Sure. Bring her over. Auntie can help you vet her. Liang Yu seemed genuinely delighted, unable to suppress a surprised exclamation. We'll be right over. After hanging up, Liang Yu stared at the spatula glowing hot from overheating while stir-frying. She swallowed hard, muttering to herself. This is absolutely crazy. She then hurriedly got up, grabbed a change of clothes from the wardrobe, and rushed into the bathroom for a shower. After parking the car, Zhang Yuan first took Shen Jiwei to his place. Jiwei, I'll take a quick shower and change clothes. You can wait in the living room. With that, Zhang Yuan walked straight into the house. Okay, go ahead, Shen Jiwei nodded softly. Inside, Zhang Yuan closed the door and immediately pulled out his phone to inform Liang Yu. Zhang Yuan, Auntie, I'm home now. I'll bring Jiwei up shortly. Behave yourself, don't get any funny ideas. No sooner had he sent the message than Liang Yu replied instantly. Liang Yu, relax, Auntie won't prank you, giggling with a hand over her mouth. Oh, and are you free tomorrow? Auntie, my period's leaving tomorrow, flirtatious. Seeing Liang Yu's message, Zhang Yuan froze for a moment. Instead of typing a reply, he lowered his voice and sent a voice message. Don't worry, I'll definitely stir-fry you thoroughly tomorrow. After that, Zhang Yuan stripped off his clothes and rushed into the bathroom for a quick shower. Jiwei, my clothes are hanging on the balcony. Could you grab them for me? After showering, Zhang Yuan put on a pair of shorts. Realizing he hadn't grabbed his shirt, he started drying his hair first. Here you go. Shen Jiwei held a t-shirt in her hand as she opened the door. Seeing Zhang Yuan's well-defined upper body muscles, Shen Jiwei couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhang Yuan, how did your physique change so much? Wasn't he just skin and bones before? She clearly remembered that when she woke up in the hotel a few days ago, Zhang Yuan had barely an ounce of meat on him. I've been working out consistently lately, plus my special herbal baths. That's why the change is so dramatic. Zhang Yuan blew on his hair, giving a casual, dismissive reply. After drying his hair, he took out some hair gel, parted it neatly in front of the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Want to touch it? Meeting Shen Jiwei's slightly heated gaze, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. He knew women were more lustful than men, though they rarely showed it. But with Zhang Yuan, it was entirely different. With a charm rating of 30 points, coupled with his handsome looks and devilishly sculpted physique, almost no woman could maintain her composure in his presence. Shen Jiwei's expression, now visibly swallowing hard, spoke volumes. I want to touch it. Shen Jiwei blurted out, all traces of her previous reserve gone. She'd seen plenty of muscle-bound men, many far more developed than Zhang Yuan. But someone with his combination of incredible physique and jaw-dropping good looks? That was rare indeed. Frankly, even Daniel Wu would pale in comparison to Zhang Yuan fresh out of the shower. Placing her palm on Zhang Yuan's sculpted abs and feeling his scorching heat, Shen Jiwei instantly flushed. What? You can't even bring yourself to touch me? Seeing Shen Jiwei blush the moment her hand touched his abs, Zhang Yuan found it amusing. He swiftly guided her hand to rest on his broad chest. Feeling Zhang Yuan's heart thumping against her palm, Shen Jiwei's cheeks flushed even deeper, turning as red as a juicy strawberry ripe for the picking. I don't like being at a disadvantage. Since you took advantage of me, I'll take advantage back. Seeing Shen Jiwei's bashful expression, Zhang Yuan found it hard to resist. Swallowing hard, he lowered his head. Caught off guard by Zhang Yuan's sudden advance, Shen Jiwei instinctively turned her head away. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan slapped her across the face, then seized her neck as he lowered his head. Shen Jiwei's affection plus 5 points. Current affection, 80 points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotion points. Current emotion points, 130. At first, Shen Jiwei had only intended to taste it lightly, wanting to stop. But faced with Zhang Yuan's advances, she found herself both resisting and welcoming him. Shen Jiwei closed her eyes tightly, feeling Zhang Yuan's heavy breathing, and completely let down her guard. Simultaneously, she savored the suffocating sensation of his fingers digging into her neck, a secret thrill coursing through her. 24 years this was the first time anyone had treated her with such brazen disrespect. Back in the family, no matter when or where, everyone treated her with utmost respect, never daring to overstep their bounds, let alone in a situation like this. Yet she didn't resent it. On the contrary, Shen Jiwei found Zhang Yuan's defiance of convention incredibly thrilling. After a long while, the two slowly separated. Zhang Yuan pulled Shen Jiwei into his embrace and spoke softly. Don't blame me, right? No, not at all. What are we now? Shen Jiwei nestled dependently against Zhang Yuan's chest, greedily inhaling the overwhelming scent of his hormones. We're dating. Zhang Yuan answered without hesitation, giving Shen Jiwei a sense of security. Alright, go wash your face. Let's head over to my aunt's place for dinner. She's probably been waiting for us for ages. Okay. Shen Jiwei's voice was unusually soft and sweet, sending a tingle through Zhang Yuan's heart. Knock. 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 Zhang Yuan held Shen Jiwei's delicate hand as they knocked on Liang Yu's door. A flicker of worry crossed his mind. Would Liang Yu see him and Shen Jiwei so close, get jealous, and then cause trouble? Oh, you're here. Liang Yu opened the door with a light chuckle. Come on in. Then she looked at Shen Jiwei, surprise flickering in her eyes. She clearly hadn't expected Shen Jiwei to be so beautiful, radiating an air of dignified grace. Liang Yu had assumed Shen Jiwei would be a formidable competitor for Zhang Yuan's attention, given her striking looks. But the moment she saw Shen Jiwei, a pang of unease immediately struck Liang Yu. While her own looks were on par with Shen Jiwei's, the other woman was significantly younger. Her skin was flawless, completely free of wrinkles. Unlike herself, who was already past her prime at 30. No matter how diligently she maintained her skincare routine, fine lines had begun to form at the corners of her eyes. Chapter 40, The Unreliable Liang Yu. The moment Shen Jiwei saw Liang Yu, a hint of wariness stirred within her. She had heard from Zhang Yuan that Liang Yu had lost her husband early in life and was now single. Though she was a bit older, Zhang Yuan was already 25, meaning he was only 5 years older than her. Plus, she often came across videos teaching guys how to win over widows, proving men were still quite interested in that sort of thing. Let's eat first, then chat over dinner, Liang Yu said, handing them a pair of slippers. The moment he entered, Zhang Yuan spotted the 5 dishes and soup on the table and exclaimed, "Whoa! Wow, auntie, what's with all this today? It's my first meeting with Jiwei, so of course I wanted to make it special." Liang Yu smiled softly as she set out bowls and chopsticks for them. Only then did Zhang Yuan properly notice Liang Yu's outfit. It was absolutely flawless. She wore black high heels, black thigh-high stockings, and a figure-hugging pencil skirt. Her white blouse seemed poised to burst open at any moment. Her face bore subtle makeup that enhanced her elegance, framed by half-rimmed black lashes. The tear tattoo at the corner of her eye added a touch of allure, fully showcasing her widow-like aura. But no matter how much he admired her, Zhang Yuan couldn't voice it aloud. He could only silently praise her in his heart. Otherwise, Liang Yu's home would turn into a hellish battlefield. "Brother Zhang Yuan, you're here." Little Ling spotted him and immediately ran over, hugging his leg. "Yes, I missed you, little one. I came to see you." Zhang Yuan gently ruffled Xiaoling's hair. "Wow, how adorable. Is this sister's daughter?" Seeing the well-behaved Xiaoling, Shen Jiwei's eyes lit up instantly. "Ha, you're always so sweet, Jiwei. Technically, you should be calling me auntie." "Hee, no way. You're so young, calling you auntie would make you sound old." Shen Jiwei flashed a sweet smile, showing no trace of hostility toward Liang Yu. On the contrary, the two seemed like long-lost sisters, getting along perfectly. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan silently nodded to himself. Indeed, adorable things could lighten the atmosphere between people. Just moments ago, he could clearly sense a palpable tension between the two women. Xiaoling really saved the day. With that thought, Zhang Yuan couldn't resist the urge to play around. He scooped Xiaoling into his arms and pinched her soft cheeks. Big brother Zhang Yuan, don't pinch my cheeks. You'll make my face all squishy." Xiaoling pouted, hands on her hips, muttering discontentedly. "Haha, who told you that? You're just too adorable." Seeing Xiaoling's feigned pout, Shen Jiwei was utterly charmed. "My classmate said it. He said his dad often massages his mom at night and then his mom's belly gets bigger." Cough cough cough. Hearing Xiaoling's words, Zhang Yuan started coughing violently, nearly spitting out the water in his mouth. If he remembered correctly, Xiaoling had once mentioned that her classmate's dad would hug his mom from behind at night, and then he got a little sister. Damn it, could it be the same person? What kind of nonsense is she feeding Xiaoling? Zhang Yuan inwardly cursed. The two girls clearly understood the implication, their cheeks instantly flushing crimson. "Xiaoling, eat your food properly. What nonsense are you spouting?" Liang Yu shot Xiaoling a disapproving look. "That's right, eat your food." Shen Jiwei chuckled softly, ladling a spoonful of chicken soup into Zhang Yuan's bowl. "Thanks, Jiwei." Zhang Yuan smiled back and picked up a slice of lotus root for her. Watching the happy scene between the two, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flash of jealousy crossed Liang Yu's eyes before she covered her mouth and giggled softly. "You two eat more. My chicken soup's been turning out great lately, the meat's falling off the bone." Then, beneath the table, the delicate feet encased in black stockings and high heels broke free from their constraints, reaching forward to explore. Cough. Cough. This chicken soup with rice is absolutely delicious. Zhang Yuan's expressionless face suddenly lit up the moment he took a bite. Seeing Zhang Yuan's utterly exaggerated expression, Shen Jiwei couldn't help but chuckle. "You don't have to shout it out just because it's tasty, do you? If you like it, eat more. Next time you crave it, just tell auntie, and I'll make it for you." Liang Yu covered her mouth and giggled softly, looking exceptionally pleased, as if she'd accomplished something wonderfully joyful. Observing the two acting a bit oddly, Shen Jiwei eyed Zhang Yuan suspiciously. Something felt off. Ding. Just then, the doorbell suddenly chimed. "Who is it?" Liang Yu called out softly, puzzled. "It's me." A calm, middle-aged man's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Yuan froze slightly upon hearing the voice, a thought flashing through his mind. "He's here? Recognizing the voice, Liang Yu rushed to the living room with delight and opened the door. "Brother, you're here." Liang Yu beamed at the middle-aged man before her. Then she noticed the cool-looking young woman standing beside him. "Xingcheng is here too." "Hello, Auntie," Liang Xingcheng offered a graceful smile, greeting her with utmost politeness. "Xiaoya, it's been months since we last saw each other. I came to visit you today and also to ask what that kid Zhang Yuan is really thinking. I know he's staying with you. I wanted to ask you which floor does that kid Zhang Yuan live on?" The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 40s, his hair combed immaculately, exuding an air of authority. It was only because Liang Yu and Liang Hui were siblings that she dared to speak up. Any ordinary person wouldn't even have the courage to meet Liang Hui's gaze. Seeing me is secondary. You're here for Xiao Yuan, right?" Liang Yu gave Liang Hui a dismissive look, as if she saw right through him. "Alright, no need to ask. Xiao Yuan is having dinner with his girlfriend here. Since I made extra, why don't you two join us?" Liang Yu fetched a pair of slippers for both of them. Though she hadn't spared Liang Hui any verbal jabs, she was genuinely pleased he'd come to see her. After all, he was always swamped with work. Even though they both lived in Shanghai, they only managed to meet a handful of times each year. Hearing Liang Yu's words, Liang Hui and Liang Qingcheng both flashed a look of surprise. "That kid's here with you? Zhang Yuan has a girlfriend." Seeing them react in unison, Liang Yu found it rather amusing. "Yep. Stop standing there like idiots." Watching Liang Hui and Liang Qingcheng take their seats, Zhang Yuan momentarily lost his words, unsure what to say. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, sister." In the end, it was Shen Jiwei who spoke first, breaking the silence. Hearing this, Liang Hui smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet the gaze he cast upon Shen Jiwei held a hint of contemplation. "Hello, Jiwei," Liang Qingcheng offered a graceful smile. She wasn't particularly surprised to see Shen Jiwei, as she was well informed about everything concerning Zhang Yuan at the company through the female department head. She knew both Zhang Yuan and Shen Jiwei well, and truth be told, Liang Qingcheng owed them both a debt of gratitude. If not for the viral video they produced and the novel concept of beast-eared girls introduced within it, her company wouldn't have attracted so many investors. Chapter 41, Recognition Among Men. "You know my name?" Shen Jiwei asked curiously. "Didn't Zhang Yuan tell you? I thought he'd already told you. The company you work for, Xinghan Media, is the one I founded." Liang Qingcheng looked at Zhang Yuan with surprise. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiwei also looked at Zhang Yuan with equal surprise. Holy crap! She'd assumed Zhang Yuan might have some connections within the company, but she never imagined the company was actually his family's business. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 150. I don't think there's much to say about it, Zhang Yuan shrugged indifferently. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this to earn him emotion points. Liang Hui, standing nearby, studied Shen Jiwei intently. After much deliberation, he finally recalled her identity. No wonder he'd felt an uncanny sense of familiarity the moment he first laid eyes on her. Yet even with his suspicions, Liang Hui still found it hard to believe. After all, it was utterly absurd. The cherished daughter of the Shen family, the most prominent clan in the capital, and she was his adopted son's girlfriend? Brother, why aren't you saying anything? I thought you'd launch into a long speech the moment you saw Xiao Yuan. Liang Yu watched the silent Liang Hui, covering her mouth with a soft chuckle. Nothing. I was planning to discuss Zhang Yuan's arranged marriage. But since he's already in a relationship, and Jiwei seems like a good girl, there's nothing more for me to say. Brother Zhang's final wish was for Xiao Yuan to grow up safely, marry, and have children. Now most of that has been fulfilled. I'm too happy to even think of blaming Xiao Yuan for this. Liang Hui shook his head, looking at Zhang Yuan with a satisfied smile. You've got good taste, kid. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. He'd thought he couldn't escape a lecture today. After all, in his memory, Liang Hui had always been stern-faced and difficult to approach. But he turned out to be surprisingly open-minded. Zhang Yuan thought this to himself, then grinned at Liang Hui. Of course your godson has good taste. Liang Qingcheng, watching from the side, noticed the noticeable thaw in the relationship between Zhang Yuan and her father. A barely perceptible smile touched the corners of her lips. Though she didn't hold a favorable impression of Zhang Yuan, it was a positive sign that he'd found his way back. If he started dating now and continued his old ways of carousing, then Zhang Yuan would truly be beyond redemption. Ding! Liang Yu's affection +5. Current affection, 50. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 160. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan instinctively glanced at Liang Qingcheng, surprised. He hadn't expected her affection for him to be so low. Even after the recent 5-point increase, it was only 15 points? But recalling the original host's despicable deeds, Zhang Yuan understood such low favorability was hardly undeserved. At the same time, Zhang Yuan used his perception skill on Liang Qingcheng. Of course, he had no ulterior motives, he was simply curious about just how stunning she looked. After all, Zhang Yuan rarely encountered someone like this well. How to put it? A woman who embodied the pinnacle of allure. Name, Liang Qingcheng. Age, 26. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Appearance, 95. Cup size, 36D. Recharge count, 0 times. Inner monologue, it's a good thing Xiao Yuan found his way back. Seeing Liang Qingcheng's 0 recharge count didn't surprise Zhang Yuan. After all, he knew his sister's standards well. Without exceptional talent or family background, one simply wouldn't catch her eye. What truly astonished Zhang Yuan was Liang Qingcheng's staggering 95 points in appearance, the first time he'd ever seen such a high score. Although Shen Jiwei's beauty score was only 91, falling short of Liang Qingcheng's, Zhang Yuan couldn't decide which woman was more beautiful. On the contrary, he felt both women were flawlessly beautiful. The distinction in beauty likely hinged on subtler nuances that was Zhang Yuan's understanding. Alright, since there's nothing else, we should head back one after the other. Liang Hui patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan stood up. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Dad, I'll drive you home. I'll walk Uncle out too. Brother, I'll walk you out too. Me too. I want to walk Uncle home too. Hearing everyone was leaving, Xiao Ling, who had been doing homework in the living room, came running over to join the commotion. Alright, Xiao Ling can see Uncle off too. Liang Hui gently ruffled Xiao Ling's hair. His gaze then turned to Zhang Yuan, filled with a complex mix of emotions, but mostly, it was touched. After all, that single word dad was recognition for his 20 years of dedication. Liang Hui patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. He said nothing, but that single gesture spoke volumes. The group then descended the stairs in a grand procession. Alright, we'll see you off here. Liang Hui waved to the others before closing the car door. Watching Liang Hui drive away in his Maybach until he vanished completely into the night, Shen Jiwei turned to Zhang Yuan. It's getting late. Could you take me home? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was about to refuse. After all, they had just confirmed their relationship today, and he had even met her parents earlier. Now was the moment of deepest affection. He longed to take her tonight. How could he possibly let her go? But seeing Liang Yu standing nearby, Zhang Yuan reluctantly agreed. He'd already fed Liang Yu plenty of romantic moments tonight. If he now showed signs of pursuing Shen Jiwei, Liang Yu might truly be heartbroken. Besides, his aunt hadn't gotten her turn yet. He'd just have to make up for it tomorrow. Whoever it was all the same. Zhang Yuan consoled himself inwardly. Alright, let's go. Auntie, see you later. You and Xiao Ling go ahead back home. Zhang Yuan waved goodbye, leading Shen Jiwei toward the underground garage. Xingcheng, now that Xiao Yuan is on the right track, you shouldn't keep looking at him through tinted glasses like before. When you're doing business or attending events, bring him along more often. More experience will only benefit him. Inside the car, Liang Hui gripped the steering wheel and spoke earnestly. Don't worry, Dad. I've changed my view of Xiao Yuan a lot. I won't be like I used to. As for bringing him along on business deals, that depends on him. You know his personality. Liang Qingcheng smiled gently, spreading her hands helplessly. Precisely because of that, Xiao Yuan, you need to keep a closer eye on him. Also, since Jiwei is working at your company now, remember not to shortchange her. Liang Hui ultimately didn't reveal Shen Jiwei's identity to Liang Qingcheng, merely offering a few words of advice. Chapter 42, The Pen That Rolled Under the Desk. By the time he returned to the rental apartment, it was already midnight. Scrolling through messages from his aunt and Wen Jin on his phone, Zhang Yuan replied to each one. He sighed inwardly. Sure enough, with so many women involved, just replying to messages took up a lot of time. Of course, if you asked Zhang Yuan to stop contacting them altogether, that would be a different story. He prided himself on being a master of time management. Besides, he was secretly eager to experience the joys of having multiple partners. He wondered if he could arrange for Shen Jiwei and the others to meet each other and gradually grow accustomed to one another. But Zhang Yuan knew full well that such matters couldn't be rushed. One misstep and it would all be ruined. Liang Yu and Gu Qiulan might be manageable, but Wen Jin and Shen Jiwei would absolutely never accept it. With these thoughts swirling, Zhang Yuan tapped open the voice message Liang Yu had sent. Liang Yu, Zhang Yuan, are you coming back tonight? You didn't crash at your girlfriend's place, did you? Should I order you two a baby killer from the food delivery app? Hearing the jealous tone dripping from her voice, Zhang Yuan chuckled helplessly. So you really are jealous after all. He immediately sent a voice message back. Nope, I'm back. Just about to take a shower. After replying, Zhang Yuan turned his attention back to Gu Qiulan. Gu Qiulan, Zhang Yuan, can I still ask you to hang out tomorrow? Hey, got some great news, I've hit 200,000 followers now. Hee, to be honest, it's all thanks to you giving me so many gifts. That's what drove the traffic and helped me grow my following so fast. Zhang Yuan wasn't particularly surprised by this. He'd spent nearly 4 million, gaining 200,000 followers was a piece of cake. Zhang Yuan, it's no big deal. No need to thank me. Also, I've got some stuff to take care of these next few days. Probably won't be able to hang out with you until 2 days from now. Then, he glanced at the message Jin had sent. Jin, Zhang Yuan, are you free tomorrow afternoon? I happen to be off tomorrow. Want to grab a bite? Seeing Jin's message, Zhang Yuan was momentarily surprised. After all, she seemed like the aloof type. He hadn't expected her to message him first, though upon reflection, it didn't feel entirely unexpected. With his current charm rating soaring at 30, getting those so-called goddesses in others' eyes to drop their guard was practically effortless. Zhang Yuan paused for a moment before replying without refusal. Sure. Let's meet at Wanda Plaza tomorrow at 2 p.m. He was about to shut off his phone, take a shower, and start writing. After all, he now possessed both the writer's skills and the identity card. It was time to make his mark. Beep. 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 Just then, Zhang Yuan's phone buzzed again. Liangyu, auntie, I'm still awake. Just got Xiaoling to sleep. Taking a shower? That's dangerous. Or how about we video chat? That way I won't have to worry about you drowning in the shower. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled and shook his head. Fine, I'll video call you. Whoever backs down is a wimp. He then grabbed his change of clothes, walked to the bathroom, and initiated the video call. About 3 seconds later, Liang Yu answered the call. You're serious? I was just joking. The screen was dimly lit, revealing only Liang Yu's slightly blurred features. She had clearly turned off the lights and was getting ready for bed. I'm a man of action, Zhang Yuan grinned. He then propped up his phone in a spot where he could get a perfect view without it getting wet. Seeing Zhang Yuan emerge from the bathroom, Liang Yu paused her stir-frying with the spatula. Even with the room lights off, Zhang Yuan could still make out the distinct flush on Liang Yu's cheeks through the dim footage. Auntie, Xiaoling is right beside you. Better not get up to any mischief. Zhang Yuan secured his phone, wearing only boxer shorts as he dried his hair, teasing her playfully. Hearing this, Liang Yu shot Zhang Yuan a playful glare and murmured, You just love teasing your aunt. Haha, don't worry, I won't tease you now. I'll save it for after the blood disaster passes. Zhang Yuan chuckled mischievously. Zhang Yuan, since Xiaoling's asleep, I'll come over to your place for a bit. Liang Yu spoke, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, he'd used up a lot of energy today, and besides, Liang Yu couldn't do anything serious today. But then he remembered how much dog food he'd fed her today, so he agreed. Just use your key to open the door. I'm too lazy to go to the living room to let you in. Alright, whatever you say. Liang Yu chuckled softly before hanging up. She tiptoed off the bed, careful not to wake Xiaoling, lest she have to spend another hour coaxing her back to sleep. Once the call ended, Zhang Yuan walked over to his desk and opened his laptop. Staring at the blank document, Zhang Yuan slowly typed out several bold characters, officially settling on the title, Godly Rich, starting out with a beautiful policewoman raiding my place for prostitution. Zhang Yuan had originally planned to be a copycat writer, but after careful consideration, he decided his first book would be adapted from his own personal experience. Squeak! The door suddenly swung open as Liang Yu walked in, her eyes drawn to the lit screen of Zhang Yuan's laptop. Are you writing a book? Yeah, just for fun. Zhang Yuan replied casually, his fingers flying across the keyboard at a terrifying speed of 12,000 words per hour. Amateurs look for spectacle, professionals look for substance. To achieve such speed, fast fingers are the bare minimum. The real key lies in the rate of story production. Many could match his finger speed, but this narrative output was what countless writers only dreamed of. Zhang Yuan possessed both a master-level writer skill and a writer identity card. The combination of these two elements had forged the Zhang Yuan of today. He was utterly focused while typing, ideas flowing freely, completely undisturbed by external distractions. Liang Yu, watching Zhang Yuan's unwavering focus, mistakenly thought he was putting on airs. She immediately walked over with a smile, swaying her hips as she approached. Even in her loose, ice silk pajamas, Liang Yu was utterly confident she could send Zhang Yuan's soul soaring to the heavens, let alone keep him focused on writing. After swaying for a moment, Liang Yu saw that Zhang Yuan still treated her as if she were invisible. Reluctantly giving up, she glanced over at what Zhang Yuan was writing. Fine, whatever. Not interested, Liang Yu muttered, pouting slightly after a glance. She stood up, accidentally knocking a fountain pen off the desk. Watching it roll under the desk, Liang Yu suppressed a smirk. I refuse to believe this won't get your attention. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan remained completely oblivious to Liang Yu, still engrossed in typing. He had reached the climax of Chapter 1, where he backhanded Shen Jiwei and demanded, Does that feel good? Whoa! Whether it was because he'd become immersed in the character or not, Zhang Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. His intense focus on writing was shattered by this immersion. Of course, this wasn't Zhang Yuan's fault. It wasn't an external disturbance that interrupted him. Rather, it was the combined effect of both internal and external distractions that forced him out of his writing flow. Ha. As if hearing Liang Yu snicker, Zhang Yuan ignored it, instead exhaling a deep breath of stale air. Alright, he couldn't ignore it at all. Zhang Yuan screamed inwardly, but fearing Liang Yu would gloat, he opened Douyin to distract himself. The moment he opened it, Gu Qiulan's livestream popped up. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised. Was she still awake this late? He tapped into the livestream. Chapter 43, Going Vegan Tonight. The moment he entered the livestream, a gilded notification popped up. User sister-in-law, open the door. It's me, your brother. Entering the livestream. Welcome, brother-in-law Gu Qiulan greeted him the moment he appeared. Mr. Dingjin Rick 5th Gen, oh, sister-in-law brothers here. AAA Building Materials King brother, welcome, brother-in-law. Too bad that most domineering good-for-nothing isn't here. Otherwise, we could have had a good laugh at his expense. Zhang Yuan chuckled wryly at Building Materials King brother's unkind remarks. Then, seeing Gu Qiulan's outfit in the livestream, he nodded in satisfaction. On screen, Gu Qiulan wore loose black pajamas. Unlike her usual style, she wasn't dressed provocatively, nor was she cooing sweetly at others as big brother. Sis, open up, it's me, your brother, sorry, I've got stuff to do these next couple days and can't hang with you. No worries, just focus on your own stuff these days, Gu Qiulan replied with a sweet smile. Then, Zhang Yuan opened the recharge page and topped up 2 million. But as Zhang Yuan was topping up, the livestream exploded with activity. Hundreds of viewers started flooding the chat. CS Tomato? Don't eat cilantro crossplay edition? Even Building Materials King and Mr. Topnotch looked utterly bewildered, clearly still processing the exchange between the two. Building Materials King and Mr. Dingjin fired off their comments almost simultaneously. Wait. Little Lamb and sister-in-law are dating? Yeah, wasn't there this guy named Dream Brother who went crazy spending 100k just a couple days ago? How could Little Young change his mind? Seeing this comment, Master Dingjin immediately jumped in to refute it. What's that guy Wei Meng? He only spent 100,000 and dares to brag about it? Seeing the livestream about to erupt into an argument, Gu Qiulan felt little emotion. In the past, she would have been anxious, wanting to protect every fan and fearing they might unfollow her. But now, such a minor incident couldn't even ripple the surface of Gu Qiulan's heart. She almost felt like laughing. Still, with so many viewers who'd been watching her stream for a long time, Gu Qiulan could only smile helplessly. Guess what? My sister-in-law and Wei Meng are the same person. So there's really no need for all this arguing, right? Hearing Gu Qiulan's explanation, the livestream audience paused their verbal sparring and instead flooded the chat with question marks. Mr. Top-Notch Rick 5th Edition. Damn, I was wondering why some big spender would suddenly stick up for Little Lamb and drop over 3 million. Turns out it's the same person. And judging by the situation, Little Lamb must have already met him offline, right? That's why the big guy splurged so much? Mr. Dingjin Rick 5th Gen Edition. Ahem, could Little Lamb have been investigated by the dorm's surveillance team already? Or has he already played some roleplay and gotten arrested by the British police? CS Tomato, hee, what are you guys talking about? So hard to guess. Seeing the comments in the chat section getting increasingly wild, Gu Qiulan hurriedly stepped in to stop them. Enough. It's not nearly as outrageous as you're making it out to be. Keep this up and the stream will get shut down. User sister-in-law open the door, it's my brother entering the stream. Zhang Yuan was immediately flooded with mentions the moment he entered the stream. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised. He scrolled back a bit and skimmed through the comments, finding them rather amusing. But credit where credit's due, these netizens were pretty skilled at puns. At least he couldn't match their wit. Without further ado, he swiftly opened the gift interface and began the daily routine of serving his esteemed viewers. User sister-in-law, open up, it's your brother here, sending Carnival 1. User sister-in-law open the door, it's your brother, sending Carnival 2. User sister-in-law open the door, I'm my brother, sending Carnival 3. User sister-in-law, open up. It's your brother. Sending Carnival 100. After spending 300,000 in one go, Zhang Yuan felt his fingers grow slightly numb and paused. Switching to his admin account, he sent out a Douyin lucky bag worth 100,000 diamonds. Unlike those streamers who fake their lucky bags, Zhang Yuan's was the real deal. This lucky bag meant a solid 10,000 yuan in cold, hard cash. After Zhang Yuan sent the gift bag, the viewers in his livestream went absolutely wild. Top-notch old man Rick 5th Gen, sis is so generous. Can you get stuck in a washing machine? I'm more skilled at unclogging pipes. AAA Building Materials King, haha, I don't like being a troublemaker. Just wondering if my brother likes Little Nan Yang. I can cosplay. Compared to Dingjin and Building Materials King's comments, the rest were much more normal and mostly heartfelt. After all, with 100 viewers in the stream, splitting it evenly meant each could get about $100. How could they not be sincere? But the next moment, their joy vanished. Countless viewers from other livestreams, drawn by the scent of opportunity, flooded in, eager for a piece of the pie. Gu Qiulan's stream, which had only 100 viewers, suddenly flooded with over 1,000 people and the numbers kept climbing. Seeing these comments worshipping her, Zhang Yuan didn't feel the same way as before. It wasn't that he was displeased, perhaps external praise simply couldn't compare to the thrill of internal stimulation. Then, Zhang Yuan opened the document again and began editing the original text. Though his focus might be scattered now, polishing the text was still something he could handle with ease. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Yuan finished revising chapter 1 and published it on Shuchi, the most popular novel website in Manhwa at the time. Whoa! Seeing the upload successful message, Zhang Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. A sensation as electrifying as lightning spread slowly from the soles of his feet throughout his entire body. Cough. 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 Under the table, Liang Yu had just finished picking up the pen. Probably due to the thick layer of dust under the table, Liang Yu accidentally inhaled some while picking up the pens, causing her to cough and her jaws to ache. I didn't expect you to have such strong willpower, Zhang Yuan. You held out this long. Liang Yu wiped her mouth with a tissue, muttering indistinctly. Then, glancing at the upload successful message on Zhang Yuan's computer screen, she spoke with surprise. You finished writing and published it that fast? On Shuchi platform? What's the title? Auntie will throw 100 gold tickets your way to support you. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled helplessly. Auntie, no need for your support. Besides, the new book hasn't been catalogued yet, you won't be able to find it. We have to wait for the editor's review. He then carried Gu Qiulan to bed and grinned mischievously. Auntie, since tomorrow's the weekend, let Xiaoling sleep in. She won't even notice you're not around. Tonight, it's just the two of us. Chapter 44. These numbers are terrifying. Alright, it's already 2 a.m. I'll sign off for now. See you all tomorrow. Gu Qiulan flashed a sweet smile at the camera before shutting down the livestream. Qiulan, you're making a killing with these livestreams. How long has it been? Already financially free and hooked up with a sugar daddy? Seeing Gu Qiulan in the stream, a young woman beside her wearing half-rim glasses and looking quite intellectual covered her mouth with a giggle. She lifted her delicate foot and gently tugged at Gu Qiulan's slender arm with her toes. Hey, don't slander me, I'm not riding any sugar daddy's coattails. Gu Qiulan shot her best friend Su Wanqing a disapproving look. Ugh, you're such a poser. What's there to be embarrassed about? Not everyone gets to snag a sugar daddy like that. I'm not hooking up, this is free love. Gu Qiulan completely rejected Su Wanqing's suggestion. After all, how could this possibly be considered hooking up? If she had to be precise, maybe it was being a mistress? It might not sound great to others, but she actually found it pretty thrilling. The thought of Zhang Yuan sleeping with her during the day, then banging away with Shen Jiwei at night, made Gu Qiulan's heart race inexplicably. Ugh, stop trying to justify it. Words already spreading around campus. Plenty of people. There are photos of you getting out of your brother's car. A mischievous grin spread across Su Wanqing's otherwise composed face. Xiulian, I noticed you were limping this afternoon. Could it be? Hearing this, Gu Qiulan flushed and quickly cut Su Wanqing off. Oh, stop it. If you're really jealous, why don't you start streaming too? With your looks, even if you don't hook up with a rich patron, making a few thousand a month isn't a problem at all. Right? Our #1 campus beauty at Magic University, Su Wanqing? With that, Gu Qiulan grinned mischievously, about to give her a playful chest bump. Hooking up with rich guys isn't my thing. I'd rather stick to my own field. Besides, I prefer simpler jobs. Being a borderline streamer requires too much skill. Streamer, is there any simple yet lucrative profession? Oh, plenty, kid. There are 9 more like that. Gu Qiulan laughed along enthusiastically. Beep beep beep. Just then, Su Wanqing's computer on the desk suddenly emitted a series of message alerts. Alright, I won't waste your time anymore. Probably a new script. I just passed the Shuchi interview a few days ago. I'm in my probationary period now, can't afford to slack off at all. Su Wanqing gently pushed away Gu Qiulan, who was sprawled across her lap testing the facial cleanser, then pumped her fist in encouragement. Oh, alright then. Go ahead and review your manuscript. I won't bother you anymore. Our Wanqing is definitely going to be a gold medal editor someday. Gu Qiulan knew her best friend's lifelong dream well, so she stopped fooling around. I think so too. After chatting with Gu Qiulan for a few more moments, Su Wanqing began her formal review. A novel about a super-rich tycoon? Muttering to herself, Su Wanqing glanced at the genre classification on the manuscript. She didn't pay much attention to this particular manuscript. After all, in this day and age, very few rich tycoon stories were actually well written. With that thought, Su Wanqing continued reading. Suddenly, her previously relaxed brow furrowed slightly, and her unfocused gaze sharpened. Whoa! After finishing the entire novel, Su Wanqing's furrowed brow gradually smoothed out. Her eyes sparkled with wild excitement, and her voice trembled slightly from sheer thrill. The cliffhanger at the end of this first chapter is just too well done? After finishing the manuscript, a nagging question surfaced in Su Wanqing's mind. How could such high-quality work end up in her inbox? But recalling the editor's haughty demeanor yesterday, Su Wanqing could roughly piece it together. They have many talented authors under their wing, and the review process is mostly perfunctory. It's not surprising that she managed to slip through the cracks. Hello, your manuscript has passed review. We are interested in signing you. Please add me on QQ for further discussion. After sending the station message, Su Wanqing shut down her computer, her heart racing with both excitement and nervousness. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Zhang Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, staring blankly at the empty space beside his pillow, seemingly reminiscing about the feeling of using the planet as a pillow yesterday. He glanced at the time and realized it was only 8 o'clock right in the middle of his workday. Might as well sleep some more. Zhang Yuan pulled the blanket over his head and fell back asleep. It's just that I'm afraid of missing out. Just then, the dreaded ringtone of his phone suddenly sounded. Hello? Who is this? It's only 8 in the morning. Who's calling this early? Suddenly roused from sleep, Zhang Yuan spoke with irritation. It's me. It's already 8 o'clock, why aren't you at the office yet? Liang Qingqing's cool voice came through the phone. Oh, 8's still early. I'll go in this afternoon. To be honest, if his relationship with Liang Hui and Liang Qingqing hadn't improved significantly yesterday, he would have hung up immediately. You. Hearing Zhang Yuan's dismissive tone, Liang Qingqing felt a surge of irritation. But remembering her father's instructions from the night before, she forced her voice to soften. Xiao Yuan, our company has an investment pitch at noon. I'd like you to accompany me. Why me? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, does it? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Who says it doesn't? Did you forget about that video you and Jiwei filmed? I remember. I know it went viral. So what? Hearing Zhang Yuan's almost nonchalant tone, Liang Qingqing felt a bit speechless, but she patiently explained anyway. The beast-eared girl concept in your video is entirely new and has the potential to branch out into numerous commercial sectors. When the video hit 1 million likes, I noticed it immediately and basically registered the patent overnight. So today at noon, our company is hosting an investment banquet. Since you're the originator, your presence is essential. Zhang Yuan understood the situation. Alright, I'll head to the company now. What time does the banquet start? Noon. Got it. Talk to you later. Zhang Yuan hung up, got out of bed, and began getting ready. Click. Closing the Ferrari door, Zhang Yuan hummed a tune while pondering that he still had plenty of time to film a video with Shin Jiwei. After all, 2 days had passed, the traffic should have died down by now. Plus, he still had that wish task from Shin Jiwei to complete. Moreover, Zhang Yuan was genuinely curious about what that mysterious gift could possibly be. With that thought, he opened the girlfriend romance module and began reading. Shin Jiwei girlfriend. Background, eldest daughter of the Shin family in the capital. To avoid becoming a pawn in an arranged marriage, she left home to prove herself. Current wish, prove herself to the family, progress, 40%. Upon fulfilling this wish, a mysterious grand prize will be awarded. Already 40%? If so, progress is moving along nicely. It should take less than a week to complete Jiwei's wish quest. With that thought, Zhang Yuan opened Douyin and sent a gift to Shin Jiwei's account. Your cat girl. 1,800,000 followers? And 50 million likes? Staring at the account's sole video and those staggering numbers, Zhang Yuan began to doubt his own eyes. He logged out and back in 3 times straight, but the numbers remained unchanged. Only then did Zhang Yuan confirm it wasn't a glitch in Douyin's backend. Looks like the numbers are skyrocketing now, the traffic is spreading like wildfire. He estimated that the wish task would be completed once the follower count hit around 4 million. With that thought in mind, Zhang Yuan parked his car and rushed straight to the company to collaborate with Shin Jiwei on finishing the second video as quickly as possible. Chapter 45, The Real Culprit Behind the Poisoning. Good morning, Zhang Yuan. Good morning, Brother Yuan. Old Zhang, I never knew you were so skilled at making videos. You've directly brought in so much investment for the company. All along the way, Zhang Yuan received flattery from numerous colleagues eager to curry favor with him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Usually, he was practically invisible at work, few would even notice if he were gone. So why was everyone suddenly praising his contributions today? Even if the video went viral, how could it possibly be related to them? If anything, Zhang Yuan thought it was only natural for them to be jealous. After all, no one likes seeing a nobody suddenly become the hottest commodity in the entire company, standing above them all and rubbing it in their faces. What Zhang Yuan didn't know was that the reason these people were sucking up to him was entirely because Liang Qingqing had publicly praised him and Shin Jiwei in the company-wide group chat. She shared how their viral video had attracted significant investment for the company, and as a result, everyone's salary increased by 500 yuan. Though seemingly small, it was quite substantial, amounting to 6,000 yuan over a year. That's why most people in the company now greeted Zhang Yuan with enthusiastic warmth whenever they saw him. This maneuver was, of course, designed to lay the groundwork for Zhang Yuan within the company, preparing for his eventual promotion to the core leadership. In truth, it didn't need to be this complicated. Simply revealing Zhang Yuan's identity would have silenced any dissent. But considering Zhang Yuan's personality, Liang Qingqing went to great lengths to orchestrate this scheme. What Liang Qingqing didn't know was that Zhang Yuan didn't need any of this. He had absolutely no interest in so-called business dealings. In fact, if he chose to, acquiring Liang Qingqing's company would pose no difficulty whatsoever. After all, Liang Qingqing's company was currently valued at a mere 60 million yuan. If today's funding went smoothly, Zhang Yuan would likely struggle to match it, at least not in the short term. Just as he rounded the wall corner, Zhang Yuan collided head-on with a colleague sporting a receding hairline. What the hell, don't you watch where you're going? Yang Li's Starbucks cup toppled over, splattering his white shirt with coffee stains. He cursed angrily while pulling out tissues to wipe his clothes. Sorry, I'll transfer you money. Buy yourself a new one. Though the other man's words were harsh, Zhang Yuan knew he was at fault and could only apologize. Zhang Yuan? Recognizing the voice, Yang Li looked up in surprise. Upon seeing it was Zhang Yuan, he sneered coldly. Things been going pretty well for you lately, huh? Living the high life, huh? Everyone's sucking up to you. Just got lucky, stumbled into some luck, went viral with one video. Look at you, all high and mighty. And you want me to pay? This shirt cost over 500. Can you even afford it? After speaking, Yang Li seemed to recall something, a flash of malice darting across his eyes. Hearing Yang Li's loud argument, several colleagues from the company gathered around, watching the two with curiosity. Watching Yang Li's blatantly hostile remarks, Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed deeply, his expression turning completely cold. He recognized the man, Yang Li, the company's star director, who managed several million follower bloggers and was often rumored to exploit his online influencers. However, given that Yang Li was one of the company's few genuine talents, management had chosen to turn a blind eye. Realizing this, Zhang Yuan suddenly understood why Yang Li disliked him. It was simply that Yang Li resented the viral success of Zhang Yuan's videos, which threatened his own standing. Moreover, if Zhang Yuan remembered correctly, among those who had been pushing drinks on Shen Jiwei that night, Yang Li had been the most persistent. He seemed terrified Shen Jiwei wouldn't drink enough, forcing Zhang Yuan to step in and take shots for her until he blacked out. The subsequent feverish heat coursing through his body probably had something to do with him too. With this realization, the remorse in Zhang Yuan's eyes vanished completely. Who the hell do you think you are, yelling at me like that? Zhang Yuan raised his hand and slapped Yang Li across the left cheek, his voice cold. Smack! The blow sent Yang Li crashing to the ground, a vivid red handprint blooming across his left cheek. An ordinary person might not have been able to withstand that, but Zhang Yuan, with his enhanced physique, was no ordinary man. And that was only 3/10 of his strength. If he'd hit any harder, Yang Li's teeth would probably have been knocked out. Damn it, he just went straight for the physical? Seems pretty normal to me. After all, that Yang Li was cursing like that. Anyone would have had enough. Yeah, Zhang Yuan hit him good. I've hated Yang Li for ages. He thinks he's the company's golden director, squeezing us dry every day. Behind the scenes, he's taken advantage of several female colleagues. Yeah, that bastard Yang Li looks like he's got a permanent boner. He's always making me buy him coffee and it has to be Starbucks or he won't drink it. Not only that, but he freeloads off me every day and never pays for the damn coffee. Suddenly, the surrounding colleagues erupted into heated discussion. Many clapped in approval, feeling Zhang Yuan had vented their pent-up frustration. Zhang Yuan, you dare hit me? Don't think you're hot just because you got lucky with that viral video. I'm going straight to Manager Wang right now and telling him to fire you. If he doesn't, I quit on the spot. See if you're more important than me, the gold medal director who nurtures million-follower bloggers. Yang Li clutched his left cheek, grimacing as he stood up. He glared viciously at Zhang Yuan, then turned to the other colleagues. What the hell are you all staring at? Got nothing better to do? Get the hell out of here, all of you. Yang Li didn't threaten the other colleagues with such harsh words, mainly because he couldn't actually force the manager to fire that many people. The others, intimidated by Yang Li's outburst, immediately backed down. The more timid ones quietly slipped away, fearing Yang Li's retaliation. You look pretty tough, huh? What if Manager Wang doesn't dare fire me? Zhang Yuan eyed Yang Li mockingly, raising an eyebrow. Seeing Zhang Yuan's expression, a sneer spread across Yang Li's face. You just got lucky one video went viral by accident. You don't actually think you're that important, do you? If Manager Wang doesn't fire you, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you 3 times. Fine, whatever you say. Hearing Yang Li's words, Zhang Yuan almost laughed. He was now genuinely curious whether Manager Wang would actually fire him. Regardless of Zhang Yuan's background, the potential of the beast-eared girl IP he created was enormous. Plus, Liang Qingcheng had secured comprehensive copyrights, limiting usage exclusively to their company. This meant that any future cosplay featuring animal-themed accessories could be branded as Beast Girl, effectively granting Zhang Yuan a massive advantage. The subsequent development of anime-themed merchandise, character art, and other derivatives could easily rake in massive profits. This was an IP worth at least tens of billions. Given all this, if Manager Wang still dares to fire Zhang Yuan, that would be utterly absurd. Zhang Yuan, why did you get into an argument with Yang Li? Are you hurt? Shen Jiwei, working at her desk, heard the commotion and rushed over upon seeing Zhang Yuan and Yang Li arguing. She looked at Zhang Yuan with concern. Nothing serious. Just slapped some clueless jerk. Zhang Yuan calmly looked at Yang Li and shook his head lightly. Oomph. Don't get cocky, Zhang Yuan. I'm calling Manager Wang right now. Seeing Zhang Yuan acting as if nothing had happened, Yang Li's anger flared. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Beep beep beep. Brother Wang, are you at the office? Seeing the call connect, Yang Li grinned, his gaze challenging Zhang Yuan. I'm in a meeting with the boss. What do you need? We'll talk later. Manager Wang's soft voice came through the phone. Chapter 46, Yang Li, stunned by the slap. No way. I need you to come over right now, or I'm quitting on the spot. Yang Li had intended to wait until Manager Wang finished the meeting, but the thought of the crowd watching him now, especially Zhang Yuan's mocking gaze, which made him feel like a complete fool. So, for once, he decided to stand his ground with Manager Wang. Fine, I'll come immediately. Seeing Yang Li threaten to quit, Manager Wang felt annoyed, but remembering that a significant portion of his performance came from Yang Li, he had no choice but to back down. Manager Wang, are you ill? Acting like you're having a seizure during a meeting? And haven't I told you countless times that playing with your phone during meetings, especially important ones, is unacceptable? Liang Qingcheng had approached Manager Wang unnoticed, her voice icy despite the smile. Seeing this, the other managers present wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, silently praying for Manager Wang. No, it's just that there's a director in the company who's leveraging his modest influence, threatening to resign unless I help him out. Facing Liang Qingcheng's icy stare, Manager Wang didn't hesitate for a second. He sold Yang Li out and spilled a whole bunch of dirt on him. Hearing this, Liang Qingcheng sneered coldly, so there are still such parasites in this company? I'll see who's so arrogant they dare exploit their position to take advantage of female colleagues? She then strode out of the conference room, leaving the assembled executives exchanging bewildered glances. Old Wang, why aren't you following her? You're deeply involved in this mess. If you don't handle it properly today, given the boss's temperament, you might get fired on the spot. A middle-aged man who was somewhat friendly with him teased. Hearing this, Manager Wang snapped to attention. After a quick thank you, he hurried after him. Seeing this, several executives who relished a good spectacle followed suit. After hanging up, Yang Li let out a cold laugh. Zhang Yuan, Manager Wang is on his way. If you know what's good for you, get down on your knees and apologize right now. I might just talk the manager out of firing you. Damn, can Yang Li really pull strings with Manager Wang? Of course he can. Manager Wang is the head of our project, and most of our project's performance relies on Yang Li. Naturally, Manager Wang holds him in high regard. The surrounding colleagues murmured quietly, then turned worried glances toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, that Yang Li guy might actually sway Manager Wang. You'd better back down. No need to kneel. Just bow your head as an apology, okay? Hearing their words, Yang Li grew even more arrogant, snorting coldly. A bow? That won't do. I want him on his knees. His words were utterly brazen, as if his earlier humiliation had never happened. Listening to the group's discussion, Shen Jiwei roughly pieced together what had happened and immediately shook her head with pity. What would Yang Li think if he knew the company president was Sister Zhang Yuan? He'd probably regret why he ever provoked the company's crown prince in the first place, Shen Jiwei thought to herself, covering her mouth to stifle a soft chuckle. Seeing Shen Jiwei's muffled laughter, Yang Li felt a surge of irritation. He was about to retort when sudden footsteps behind him caught his attention. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels mixed with leather shoes reached the ears of everyone present. Damn it, why is the boss here? Not just him, didn't you see several managers following behind the president? Holy. Why are Manager Lin from HR, Manager Li from marketing, and our own Manager Wang all here? Does Yang Li have that much clout? To get the CEO himself to come and fire Zhang Yuan? Not necessarily. That video of Zhang Yuan went viral. Firing him is impossible. I bet they're here to mediate between the two. After all, Yang Li is a veteran director with several million follower influencers under his belt. The company probably values him. Yang Li, who had been flustered upon seeing Liang Qingcheng arrive in person, instantly calmed down upon overhearing his colleagues' discussion. Good afternoon, boss. As Liang Qingcheng approached him, accompanied by a group of executives, Yang Li gave a relaxed smile while stealing a glance at her out of the corner of his eye. He marveled inwardly, how could someone so commanding exist in this world? Even her professional suit couldn't conceal her stunning curves, and her delicate red lips made him swallow involuntarily. His mind filled with fantasies someday he would pin Liang Qingcheng beneath him and whip her mercilessly. You're Yang Li? Liang Qingcheng asked, her voice cool and detached. Yes. Smack. Before Yang Li could finish his sentence, Liang Qingcheng's palm struck his right cheek, leaving a faint red imprint. The sudden blow stunned many colleagues present. Wasn't she supposed to mediate? Why did she slap Yang Li instead, and so hard? Shen Jiwei shook her head and chuckled softly. If only she'd known back then, why bother now? Zhang Yuan, however, remained largely unfazed, though he was somewhat surprised that Liang Qingcheng had come personally. After all, he felt this minor incident was hardly worth her attention. Yang Li, who had been slapped, was clearly stunned. He wanted to explode, but since it was Liang Qingcheng who had struck him, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Boss, why on earth did you hit me? Seeing this, Manager Wang behind Liang Qingcheng knew his moment had come. He immediately snorted coldly. Shouldn't a company parasite like you be slapped? You're fired. Pack your things and get out now. Hearing this, Yang Li was suddenly at a loss. What? Boss, Manager Wang, you guys got this wrong, right? Shouldn't it be that good for nothing, Zhang Yuan? Hearing Yang Li's words, Liang Qingqing's eyes instantly turned cold. Smack! Another slap left a clearer mark on Yang Li's face, leaving him even more bewildered. Seeing this, Manager Wang, who had once been on good terms with Yang Li, they'd even gone for foot massages together, couldn't bear it anymore. He quietly nudged him. Yang Li, did you really think all the dirty tricks you pulled would never be discovered? Hearing Manager Wang's words, Yang Li instantly understood that Liang Qingqing had uncovered his secrets. His face instantly drained of color, his body trembling slightly, his expression more wretched than tears. Be boss, you can't fire me. Chapter 47, I've given my all for this company, you can't fire me. I've done so much for this company, cultivated $5 million accounts. You can't just fire me like this. Hearing this, Liang Qingqing gave a cold laugh, her gaze icy. Didn't the company explicitly forbid extortion, bribery, and harassment of female colleagues? And it seems you've broken every single one of those rules? Besides, do you really think you're indispensable to this company? The company can run without anyone. For someone like you, if I'm willing to pay, do you think I can't find a replacement? Liang Qingqing's words cut like invisible blades, stabbing mercilessly into Yang Li's heart. Boss, I know I've made a mistake. I have elderly parents and young children to support. Without this job, at my age, it'll be impossible to find work. Please give me one more chance. Even though Yang Li understood his dismissal was inevitable, he still clung to that sliver of hope. Seeing this, many colleagues around him wore expressions of schadenfreude, while others sighed with a hint of pity. That Yang Li guy always acted like he owned the place. Guess he finally got his comeuppance. What a shame. Pity? He exploited us constantly and took kickbacks all the time. The boss was far too kind. I think he should be held accountable. Among the employees, two elegantly dressed beauties wore expressions of vindication. They were two of Yang Li's internet celebrities under his management. Though their follower counts hadn't reached 1 million yet, they'd already been subjected to unwritten rules multiple times. And that wasn't all. Yang Li dumped most of his tasks directly onto them. Many in the company whispered that they were essentially secretaries. Now Yang Li treated them like his own personal assistants, making them handle his tasks and even, well, you know. Listening to the surrounding employees' murmurs, Liang Qingqing felt a surge of surprise. Just how much resentment must Yang Li have stirred up daily to leave him without a single defender now? Oof. If you just kept your head down, I might have let you stay. But you chose to violate company policy. You have no one to blame but yourself. And I hear you even pressured Manager Wang to fire my brother? Liang Yu's voice was icy as she glanced at Zhang Yuan beside her, her usually cold expression softening slightly. Xiao Yuan, Yang Li didn't do anything to you, did he? Not at all. The slap mark on Yang Li's face? That was Zhang Yuan's doing. His left cheek is still swollen. Shen Jiwei covered her mouth and giggled softly, explaining the situation to Liang Qingqing. Sis, you're here already? I wasn't done playing yet. Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly. He'd been hoping to see if Manager Wang would actually fire him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 170. You brat! I came all this way to bail you out because I care about you, and you're not even grateful? Liang Qingqing shot Zhang Yuan a disapproving look. Though their voices weren't loud, to the surrounding employees, it was as if they were speaking through a megaphone. Every word landed in their ears without missing a beat. What was just ordinary sibling banter to them felt like an earthquake to the onlookers, shattering everything they thought they knew. No way? Did I hear that correctly? Or is there something wrong with my ears? A male employee stared in shock at the bickering siblings, utterly unable to believe such an unbelievable thing could happen right before his eyes. Wasn't Zhang Yuan just a nobody in the company before? How did he suddenly become President Liang's brother today? A female employee was equally stunned. She couldn't fathom that Zhang Yuan, the slacker she'd once looked down on, was actually the president's brother, the company's heir apparent. Yeah, I always thought he was just coasting by on connections. Who knew the whole company was his family's? Listening to the shocked murmurs around him, Manager Wang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was relieved he'd betrayed Yang Li in the meeting room earlier. If he'd actually listened to Yang Li and fired Zhang Yuan, he'd be the one facing unemployment in his middle age now. At the same time, Manager Wang secretly resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Zhang Yuan from now on. Otherwise, given today's incident, he'd likely find it impossible to keep his job at the company. As for Yang Li, upon learning that Zhang Yuan and Liang Qingqing were siblings, his legs suddenly went weak and he nearly collapsed to the floor. He knew there was no hope of salvaging the situation now. Staying would only make him a laughingstock. With that realization, Yang Li refused to grovel any longer. He turned to Liang Qingqing and shouted angrily. You damn! You walk around with that sourpuss face all day, anyone would think you're a rhino demon incarnate. That's why you're in this mess. If this place won't keep me, plenty of others will. After speaking, feeling his inner rage had been largely vented, he scanned the crowd around him. Finally, his gaze settled on manager Wang, and he sneered contemptuously. You bastard, don't think I don't know. You've been skimming off the top too. Otherwise, how could you afford a place downtown on your measly salary? Then, his gaze shifted to the two exquisitely dressed beauties from earlier. He licked his lips and grinned lecherously. Too bad. I won't get to discuss life with you two little darlings and my other sweethearts anymore. Ha ha ha. With that, Yang Li turned and walked away. With no possibility of compromise or retreat left, he couldn't be bothered with appearances anymore. He'd tear off the mask if his life was going to be miserable, no one else would have it easy either. You! Stop making things up out of thin air. Boss, don't believe Yang Li's slanderous accusations. Seeing Yang Li turn the tables, manager Wang hurriedly explained to Liang Qingcheng, trying to distance himself from the situation. The two girls, however, were at a loss, eventually fleeing the scene in a panic. Hold on, why the rush to leave? Seeing Yang Li try to leave, Zhang Yuan stepped directly in front of him, a faint, mocking smile on his face. What do you want? I have nothing to do with this company anymore. You have no right to block my way. Yang Li glared coldly at Zhang Yuan and snapped. Zhang Yuan offered no rebuttal, merely observing Yang Li with a calm gaze. Only after Yang Li finished speaking did he draw out his words. Forgot about our bet earlier? According to the bet, since manager Wang didn't fire me, you have to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Hearing this, Yang Li looked at Zhang Yuan as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke, his expression mocking. And what if I don't honor the agreement? What can you do about it? With that, he tried to brush Zhang Yuan's hand aside and walk away. But the next moment, Yang Li felt Zhang Yuan's arm grow as heavy as 1,000 pounds, utterly impossible to budge. Let go of me. Zhang Yuan ignored him, turning instead to manager Wang and speaking calmly. Manager Wang, if I recall correctly, this Yang Li fellow not only routinely extorts bribes and favors, but has also taken advantage of quite a few female colleagues, hasn't he? Yes, Mr. Zhang. Manager Wang instinctively wanted to call him Zhang Yuan, but felt it inappropriate, ultimately settling on Mr. Zhang. Ah, that's right. According to company policy, actions that damage the company's image are punished with N times 5 times the salary, correct? If I recall correctly, with your monthly salary of 20,000, you'd owe the company 100,000 in compensation. Zhang Yuan smiled warmly at Yang Li. Chapter 48, Is this even human? Seeing this, a flicker of panic crossed Yang Li's face, but he quickly regained his composure and grinned. Can you produce evidence? Otherwise, this counts as slander, you know. Hearing this, manager Wang's heart leapt with joy, knowing his chance to redeem himself had arrived. Yang Li, you won't believe it, but I've got plenty of evidence of your extortion and bribery. With that, manager Wang pulled out his phone, opened the photo gallery, and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Displayed were various forged receipts. Wow, you've only been on the job for 2 years and already embezzled 200,000 yuan. Your money-making skills are quite impressive. Zhang Yuan flipped through the album, murmuring his admiration. But the next moment, he stumbled upon a problematic photo. There, in plain view, was a photo of manager Wang playing Honor of Kings with a woman. Moreover, if Zhang Yuan wasn't mistaken, that woman seemed to be in Xiaotu, one of the company's million-follower internet celebrities. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan shot manager Wang a strange look. He hadn't expected someone who looked nearly 50 to be so playful. Ahem, Mr. Zhang, I'm currently single. This is a matter of personal choice. Manager Wang hastily snatched his phone back, his face flushing with embarrassment. He felt a pang of regret. If only he'd saved the photos in his private folder, now he'd made a complete fool of himself. It's fine, I understand. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, patting manager Wang on the shoulder before turning his gaze to Yang Li beside him and speaking lazily. Embezzling over 60,000 yuan means a minimum 5-year sentence. Think it over carefully. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Yang Li's face turned ashen. He truly hadn't expected manager Wang to have this trick up his sleeve, causing him to stumble in the gutter. Though deeply reluctant, Yang Li finally bowed his head. Face mattered, but the threat of paying N times 5 in compensation and facing prison time loomed larger. Zhang Yuan, if I just kowtow to you, you'll let me off the hook, right? Feeling the mocking stares around him, Yang Li took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Yuan, ignoring the others as if they weren't there. Depends on your attitude. If you're sincere, I might let you off. Zhang Yuan grinned. You. Hearing Zhang Yuan's ambiguous response, Yang Li felt a surge of irritation, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. After all, the upper hand now lay firmly in Zhang Yuan's grasp. Thud. Yang Li finally yielded, kneeling on the ground. His once proud head slowly lowered, and the dignity of a man lay shattered on the floor. Thud. 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 3 bows were made with utmost sincerity, thudding loudly against the ground. Yang Li's forehead turned bright red from the repeated impact. Is that enough? Yang Li stood up, glaring at Zhang Yuan with resentment. Not bad. Your attitude is sincere enough. But I'm not the company boss. How could I possibly decide whether to arrest you? Zhang Yuan smiled warmly at Yang Li, shrugging his shoulders. Then he turned to Liang Qingcheng, who was watching the scene unfold. The president is right here. You don't ask her for forgiveness, yet you come begging me? What's that about? Given Zhang Yuan's vindictive nature, there was no way he'd genuinely let Yang Li off. Everything that had happened earlier was nothing but a charade. You dare to play me? Seeing this, Yang Li finally understood he'd been played by Zhang Yuan. After all the insults he'd hurled at Liang Qingcheng, how could she possibly let him off? The realization made Yang Li's eyes flash with fury as he glared at Zhang Yuan. Since there was no turning back now, he was already headed for prison. A few extra months for assault wouldn't make much difference. His mind immediately began calculating his odds of beating Zhang Yuan. He had more body fat, so getting hit wouldn't hurt much. If they traded blows, Zhang Yuan would take the brunt of the damage. That was one advantage. During the fight, he could pull at hair. He himself had almost none, but Zhang Yuan was young with thick, lush hair. In a hair-pulling contest, he'd win hands down. That was his second advantage. Best of 3 rounds, and he'd already won. That was his third advantage. With that thought, Yang Li hesitated no longer. He kicked straight at Zhang Yuan's dragon. Thud. Flesh met flesh, palm met face. Yang Li was sent spinning by Zhang Yuan's slap, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Damn it, this isn't my fault. Who told you to sneak attack such a sensitive spot? Zhang Yuan looked at everyone with an innocent expression. It really wasn't his fault. Yang Li's actions would have provoked anyone to hold nothing back, though Zhang Yuan was still somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that single slap to knock Yang Li out cold. Zhang Yuan roughly assessed that with his current physical condition and reflexes, taking on 5 burly men simultaneously shouldn't be a problem. It wasn't just Zhang Yuan who was astonished. Whether it was the onlookers, Manager Wang, or Liang Qingcheng and the others, they were all momentarily stunned into speechlessness. They understood a slap knocking someone unconscious. They understood a slap knocking someone to the ground. But sending someone flying through the air in a full 360-degree spin with a single blow? That was beyond belief. Is this even human? Alright, everyone, disperse for now. Manager Wang was the first to recover, waving his hand at the assembled staff. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 200. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Current emotion points, 230. Hearing the system prompts, Zhang Yuan realized just how deeply he had shaken the 2 women. He couldn't help but chuckle as he took Shen Jiwei's hand. Alright, seeing you and your sister like this, am I really that scary? This is more than just scary, isn't it? I feel like even professional slap artists couldn't match your skill. Shen Jiwei said, still stunned. Though Liang Qingcheng remained silent beside them, her expression was equally priceless. In the end, it was Manager Wang who brought everyone back to the matter at hand. Boss, what should we do about this Yang Li? Detain him first, then call the police. Give him the maximum sentence possible. Liang Qingcheng knew full well that if this incident wasn't handled seriously, it would undermine the company's team management. She wouldn't show any mercy. She then turned her gaze to the visibly shaken Manager Wang. She knew that if Yang Li dared to embezzle 200,000 yuan, Manager Wang was likely involved in even larger sums. However, considering the company was currently in its growth phase and Manager Wang had handled various matters competently earlier, he could be considered a valuable asset. She could spare him this time. While your contributions during the company's founding phase were significant, you bear responsibility for Yang Li's actions today. I believe in rewarding merit and punishing misconduct. This time, I'm deducting your entire quarterly bonus of 100,000 yuan. Any objections? No, how could I possibly object to your decision, boss? Manager Wang hurriedly replied. Though inwardly agonizing over the loss of that 100,000, it was clearly a lighter blow than being stripped of his position entirely. Alright, you may go now. Liang Qingcheng spoke calmly, then turned to Zhang Yuan. It's getting late now. The banquet starts in a few hours. Would you like me to send someone to Armani to buy you a suit? After all, Zhang Yuan was still wearing his plain t-shirt from before, and she instinctively assumed he was still penniless. No need. I prefer dressing casually, it's more comfortable. Alright then. I'll head out now. I'll come pick you up when it's time. With that, Liang Qingcheng turned and walked away, leaving behind a stunningly graceful silhouette. Zhang Yuan, what kind of banquet are you guys attending later? Shen Jiwei hooked her arm through Zhang Yuan's, asking with a hint of confusion. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan explained the situation. Oh, I see. I never imagined you were so accomplished. You created such a valuable IP? I thought it was just pushing the boundaries back then. Shen Jiwei stared at Zhang Yuan in astonishment. What's the big deal? I told you I'd make you a billion-follower internet sensation in a month. Believe me now? I believe you. Shen Jiwei nodded in full agreement. Then let's go shoot the second video. It's been ages since I've seen you skirt the line, sis. Seeing they'd reached the studio, Zhang Yuan grinned wickedly, pinched Shin Jiwei's chin, and slowly leaned in. Chapter 49. This is what makes it exciting. This time, Shin Jiwei shed yesterday's shyness, instead responding eagerly. After a long moment, they slowly pulled apart, a translucent thread of saliva connecting them mid-air. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 240. Shin Jiwei's cheeks burned fiercely as she leaned weakly against Zhang Yuan's chest. Squeak! A shrill sound echoed as the slightly ajar door of the filming studio swung open. Bright lights from outside flooded the dimly lit studio, stretching the shadows of Zhang Yuan and Shin Jiwei long and thin. Ah! Shin Jiwei gasped in surprise at the sudden opening of the door and pulled away from Zhang Yuan's embrace. Oh, I'm so sorry. I saw the door was open and assumed no one was inside. A female intern with a ponytail, catching sight of the suggestive scene between Zhang Yuan and Shin Jiwei, flushed crimson. She hurriedly closed the door and fled the room. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 250. It's all your fault for insisting on kissing me here. Only after the female intern left did Shin Jiwei relax slightly. She shot Zhang Yuan a reproachful look and playfully tapped his chest. Zhang Yuan swiftly captured Shin Jiwei's delicate hand, cupping it in his palm and caressing it with a mischievous grin. So what if someone saw? That's what makes it exciting. With that, he lowered his head once more. No! Shin Jiwei turned her head away, unable to meet Zhang Yuan's gaze. Go lock the door first. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan realized Shin Jiwei was the more traditional type. If they went through what just happened again, she might develop psychological trauma. Without further ado, he swiftly locked the door, walked over to her, and slowly lowered his head. Shin Jiwei turned her head away again, her expression serious as she looked at Zhang Yuan. Would you betray me? No. Do you love me? Yes. Who do you love? Shin Jiwei. Who loves Shin Jiwei? Zhang Yuan loves Shin Jiwei. How long? Forever. Zhang Yuan whispered softly, pulling Shin Jiwei into his embrace and gazing at her with deep affection. Seeing the steadfast look in Zhang Yuan's eyes, Shin Jiwei felt a little calmer inside. She no longer felt as insecure as before, and slowly closed her eyes. Ding! Shin Jiwei's affection increased by 5. Current affection level, 85. For some reason, Zhang Yuan suddenly recalled a movie he'd seen before. The detective was incredibly skilled at solving cases, often leaving criminals utterly defeated. This time, he resorted to violent interrogation, grabbing the 2 ringleaders and subjecting them to a brutal interrogation. Shin Jiwei touched her burning cheeks, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and glared at Zhang Yuan. Who taught you to draw letters? That tickles like crazy. Heh, self-taught. How'd you like that? Cut the crap. You said earlier you wanted to film a video, was that just to take advantage of me? Kissing my girlfriend is taking advantage? That's perfectly natural. Zhang Yuan grinned. Besides, I wasn't bluffing, I really did come to film a video. Just then, he straightened his collar and noticed the wardrobe in the filming studio. It was filled with all kinds of maid outfits, uniforms, and even animal hair accessories. How come there's such a complete set? Zhang Yuan asked in confusion. Ha, you really are a spoiled rich kid, you don't pay attention to these things at all. Shin Jiwei rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan before continuing. These were specially purchased by my sister for us to use in filming. The quality is top-notch, each outfit costs at least 10,000 yuan. Shin Jiwei was confident in her judgment after all, this discerning eye had been cultivated since childhood. How could I not care? I've even planned out the whole storyline. Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes. Alright, let's get started. We won't have time later. Then Zhang Yuan began selecting outfits, thinking to himself, finally, the cosplay he'd been most looking forward to. Okay, editing's done. How's the final cut? Zhang Yuan gestured to Shin Jiwei beside him. Great editing. The music's rhythm syncs perfectly with the video. That's good enough. Zhang Yuan nodded and immediately posted the video to Douyin. Then, glancing at the time, he realized it was already 11:30 p.m. He stood up immediately. Jiwei, it's about time. I'll be heading out now. He kissed Shin Jiwei's cheek. Go ahead. Shin Jiwei watched the newly posted video. Within just 1 minute, it had already racked up over 1,000 likes, and she was completely absorbed in it. Meanwhile, just as he reached the company building, Zhang Yuan spotted a stretched Bentley parked right in front of him. The window slowly rolled down, and Liang Qingchun leaned out. Get in. Timing-wise, we'll arrive just in time. Young master, please get in. A burly man in a suit pulled open the door. As soon as Zhang Yuan sat down, Liang Qingchun produced a high-end Armani suit from her bag and spoke casually. I know Jiwei was here earlier and you felt awkward. Change into this first. Also, I spoke with my father. Your bank card will be unfrozen today. There wasn't enough time for a custom order, so I bought a suit based on your measurements. See if it fits. This banquet is crucial. Many influential companies from the Magic City will send representatives. As the host family, we must ensure every detail of etiquette is perfect. Also, I begged Dad for ages to invite Uncle Lou. He's one of the top pianists in our country. We've organized a piano competition at the banquet. The winner will secure the opportunity to receive funding from us. At this point, a rare look of pride flashed across Liang Qingqing's face. After all, while others begged investors for funding, here it was the investors begging for the chance to fund her. And this was entirely thanks to her business acumen. She'd recognized the value of this IP at a glance. While Zhang Yuan and Liang Hui played a significant role in this, it didn't dampen her wonderful mood for a moment. Remember, every single person attending the banquet comes from a powerful background. Their families are influential and well-connected. The piano competition is just a cover. It's just to spare the losers some embarrassment. The key is to network with the attendees. It will be incredibly beneficial for your future development. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly. Liang Qingcheng really did have a vivid imagination. He genuinely disliked wearing suits. Besides, he certainly wasn't short on money. The funds in his bank account were more than sufficient. As for the supposed networking at the banquet, it meant little to him. With his current standing, it was more likely those people would be fawning over him. Still, Zhang Yuan recognized Liang Qingqing's good intentions and chose not to press the matter. He took the suit, looking at her awkwardly. Are you sure you want me to change in the car? What's the big deal? I've seen you change before when you were little. I even played the piano for you back then. Liang Qingcheng gave a playful smile, glancing at Zhang Yuan. Fine. Stop it. I'll change, okay? Zhang Yuan cut her off hastily. After putting on the suit, Zhang Yuan stretched a bit and found it fit surprisingly well. Liang Qingcheng studied him for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. You know what? You actually look the part in that suit. No wonder Ziwei chose you. Zhang Yuan flashed a bright smile. The whole country knows I'm handsome, no need for you to tell me. With that, Zhang Yuan stepped out of the car. But the moment he stepped out, surprise flashed across his face. A figure appeared before him, strange yet vaguely familiar. Chapter 50, The Perverted Takagi. Outside the estate, rows of luxury cars were parked, clearly indicating that today's attendees were either wealthy or influential. On the lawn within the grounds, numerous tables and chairs were set up, laden with assorted pastries. Beside them stood a grand piano. Several waiters pushed carts laden with red wine on top shelves and rare fruits below. Nearly everyone held a wine glass, clinking them together now and then amidst lively conversation and laughter. Of course, there was one oddball who immediately caught Zhang Yuan's attention. A heavy-set man in a suit stood by the buffet table, repeatedly picking up pastries to sample. This formed a stark contrast to the image of the surrounding socialites. This was merely one aspect that drew Zhang Yuan's interest. More significantly, Zhang Yuan recognized him. If Zhang Yuan wasn't mistaken, this man was the very same overweight individual when Jean had apprehended at Magic City University for peeping on female students showering. His name is Takagi. To run into him here? Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised, but upon reflection, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, hadn't this Gao Mu said he'd make Huang Tian lose his auxiliary police position? Although his plan failed because Huang Tian helped apprehend the drug dealers. But it still showed his family background wasn't simple. Liang Qingcheng beside him had clearly noticed Gao Mu too. Seeing Zhang Yuan frowning persistently, she couldn't help but shake her head slightly. I know that guy. He's Gao Mu, the heir apparent of Guan Yu Group. His family holds considerable sway in the entertainment industry. If you don't care for him, just pretend you didn't see him. It's fine. Zhang Yuan relaxed his frown and murmured softly. Although he genuinely disliked the man, especially after Gao Mu had previously made advances toward Wen Jin, he hadn't provoked him directly. Zhang Yuan felt it wasn't his place to say anything. Well, the beauty has finally arrived? As the host, you're late. Shouldn't you punish yourself with a drink? At that moment, a handsome young man approached Liang Qingcheng, holding 2 glasses of red wine. Ha, Mr. Zhao, traffic was a bit heavy today, hence the delay. But punishment is still in order. Liang Qingcheng chuckled softly, took the glass from Zhao Xing's hand, and sipped it gently. Ah, Qingcheng, you truly are one of a kind. I hadn't expected so many competitors vying for this funding round. Not at all, it's just everyone being kind. But this time, it's all about individual skill, isn't it? Liang Qingcheng flashed a knowing smile, silently applauding her own wit. Self-media was just emerging, holding immense untapped value with $1 trillion market potential. Her company, thanks to Zhang Yuan's animal-eared girl IP, had landed squarely in the sweet spot of this trend and was taking off. Otherwise, so many investors wouldn't be scrambling to fund her today, eager to get a piece of the pie. That's precisely why Zhao Xing's family was considering partnering with her. She also valued their status as an established entertainment company, recognizing the substantial support they could offer. Thus, the two had already reached a private agreement. However, considering that many others had previously approached her about funding, since they were all prominent figures in their own right, Liang Qingcheng didn't want any unpleasantness arising from a single funding round. That's why she came up with this piano competition to save face for those who hadn't competed. Ha, that's true. I'm determined to win this time. I certainly hope to collaborate with Qingqing more in the future. Zhao Xing swirled his wine glass with a faint smile. After all, he'd been practicing piano since childhood and possessed considerable talent. Having recently reached performance level, winning the championship would be a breeze. His gaze then shifted to Zhang Yuan beside him. Seeing how handsome the man was, Zhao Xing instantly grew wary. And who might this gentleman be? My brother, Zhang Yuan. Oh, I remember now. Upon learning Zhang Yuan was Liang Qingqing's brother, Zhao Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded approvingly and flashed a wide grin. I've heard your brother is quite the looker. Seeing him today, he truly is handsome and distinguished. Hearing Zhao Xing's words, Zhang Yuan immediately waved his hand with a smile. Not at all. Just the top in the country, that's all. Ha ha ha. Both of them burst into laughter. Zhao Xing laughed because he wanted to pursue Liang Qingqing. Zhang Yuan laughed because he'd expected the banquet to be boring, but right after walking in, he'd encountered someone with such a pleasant voice. You two, stop chatting. I should go up and host things. Liang Qingqing looked at them, somewhat speechless, wondering how they'd suddenly become so familiar, as if they'd known each other for ages. She then picked up the microphone at the front and walked to the center of the estate, preparing to deliver some opening remarks. It is an immense honor to have such distinguished guests gathered here today. Each of you here is a leader in your field. To gather together like this is both a blessing and an opportunity. May this gathering not only bring joy but also serve as a catalyst for future collaborations. Everyone, cheers. With that, Liang Qingqing raised her glass and drank it in one gulp. Cheers. The guests in the estate raised their glasses in unison toward Liang Qingqing. Hearing Liang Qingqing's words, Gao Mu, who had been nibbling on pastries, also raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Then, watching Liang Qingqing chatting casually with the others in the hall, a hint of lust flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself. Damn, she really is beautiful. And knowing you're Zhang Yuan's sister makes it even more exciting. Zhang Yuan, rest assured. I will avenge that past humiliation. Recalling how Zhang Yuan had humiliated him in the livestream, causing him to blow through all his money, even leaving him unable to pay the female model from his father's company, Rhino Spirit Gao Mu seethed with anger. He later closed that account only to discover the person who humiliated him was Zhang Yuan. Oof. First you rejected my overtures, then you humiliated me completely. Then I'll start my revenge by taking over your company's shares. Rest assured, it won't be long before I poach every single one of your company's internet celebrities. With that thought, Gao Mu turned to Zhang Yuan on the field, his sickly grin making him look utterly bizarre. This was getting boring, but since you're here, I'll collect some interest first. He then turned his gaze to the stunning woman beside him, dressed in a tuxedo, his eyes flickering with a hint of reverence. It'll be up to Miss Li from here on out. It's no trouble at all, the woman murmured softly, covering her mouth with a smile, her demeanor radiating elegance. Haha, it's no small matter. It all depends on Miss Li. With that, Takagi strode toward Zhang Yuan. Why, if it isn't young Master Zhang? Takagi held his wineglass, smiling broadly at Zhang Yuan. Hearing this, Zhao Xing beside him glanced at Zhang Yuan and raised an eyebrow. You know him? Zhang Yuan gave a slight nod, looking at Gao Mu with some surprise. You remember me? Of course I remember. The moment when young Master Zhang grabbed that beautiful policewoman, Big Bear, it's still fresh in my memory. His words were spoken loudly, drawing surprised glances from many in the room. Hearing Gao Mu's words, Zhao Xing couldn't hold back, clutching his stomach. Zhang Yuan, you're that intense? Zhang Yuan ignored Zhao Xing, fixing his gaze on Gao Mu with a frown, clearly displeased. We're not exactly close, are we? Zhao Xing, sensing the tension, quickly dropped his previously bright smile. Indeed, we're not close. I'm not very good with words, Mr. Zhang. Please don't take offense. Gao Mu gave an awkward laugh, appearing genuinely sincere, showing no sign of malice. Zhang Yuan was about to say something else when his attention was drawn to a bicycle suddenly stopping at the estate gate. Everyone else in the garden also turned their expectant gazes toward the entrance. A middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese attire dismounted from the bicycle. Yet no one dared to underestimate him. For his name was Lu Kuanqing. Chapter 51, Lu Kuanqing. The sole individual in all of Dragon Nation who, at just 45 years old, had attained master-level piano proficiency. In terms of artistic achievement, even across the entire Dragon Nation, those who could rival him were few and far between. And his strength extended beyond artistry. He possessed formidable connections throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Both the political and business worlds clamored to connect with him. The sole reason Liang Qingqing could persuade him to accept the invitation was entirely due to Liang Hui's connection. Liang Hui and Lu Kuanqing had known each other long before either had made their mark. Thus, they shared a strong bond. When Lu Kunseng happened to be in Shanghai on business, Liang Hui reached out to his old friend for a favor. Is this Master Lu? He arrived on just a bicycle. Truly, the most remarkable individuals hide in plain sight. We ordinary folk can't compare to him at all. a middle-aged man remarked with a touch of admiration. Those around him shot him disdainful glances. What a sycophant, starting to suck up the moment he walked in. Just trying to curry favor with Lu Kuanxing, right? Ah, exactly. And Uncle Lu is already 45, yet he looks like he's in his 30s. He really takes good care of himself. A young man began shamelessly sucking up. Seeing this, those around him quickly joined in the sycophantic chorus, afraid of being left behind. After all, many present had come specifically to make connections with Lu Kuanxing. Even if they couldn't establish a connection, simply making a favorable impression was already a significant advantage. Watching these people frantically buttering him up, Liang Qingqing's lips curved into a satisfied smile. This was precisely the effect she wanted to let them understand her connections. After all, Lu Kuanxing wasn't someone just anyone could invite. After today, she, Liang Qingqing, would undoubtedly be considered among the elite in Shanghai's entertainment industry. Even those who failed to secure funding wouldn't feel they'd lost out. Instead, they'd be stunned by her background. From now on, whatever Liang Qingqing set her mind to in the city would become significantly easier. Shaking her head slightly to dismiss her thoughts, Liang Qingqing flashed a bright smile and glided toward Lu Kuanxing's seat. Uncle Lu, you finally made it. Old age, plus riding a bicycle, so I was a bit slow. Oh, don't say that. You're still in great shape. Liang Qingqing shot Lu Kuanxing a playful glare, showing no trace of awkwardness. The others in the garden grew increasingly convinced that Liang Qingqing was no ordinary woman. Hearing this, Lu Kuanxing smiled faintly. He knew full well what Liang Qingqing was after. He shook his head immediately. Enough of that. Didn't you ask me to evaluate your piano skills? Let's begin right now. Seeing Lu Kuanxing get straight to the point, Liang Qingqing gladly agreed. Who would like to go first and show us what they can do? Seeing the piano competition about to begin, Zhang Yuan didn't want to disrupt the banquet Liang Qingqing had painstakingly organized. He merely narrowed his eyes at Gao Mu, choosing not to dwell on it, then turned his gaze elsewhere. Then let my child go first. Apologies for the amateur performance. A middle-aged man laughed heartily. His son had started piano lessons at 4 and showed remarkable talent, already reaching beginner level at just 8 years old. He'd brought the boy specifically this time, hoping to use the opportunity to connect with Lu Kuanxing. He ruffled the little boy's hair, still holding his hand. Zichen, go up and play your favorite piece for all the big brothers and sisters. Okay, Dad. Without a hint of stage fright, the boy walked confidently to the piano stool and began to play. As his fingers danced across the keys, a melodious tune filled the room. Listening to the music, Zhang Yuan looked at the boy with surprise. I never expected him to play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, first movement. He had assumed the little boy would play some nursery rhymes, like Two Little Tigers or Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. But Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, first movement, was considered an intermediate to advanced piece for those who had already mastered the basics. The piece's defining characteristics were sustained triplets and arpeggios that built atmosphere, demanding meticulous control over the keys and pedals. Zhang Yuan knew this so well because he possessed a Hall of Fame-level music skill. This musical talent encompassed not just singing, but the entire spectrum of musical disciplines, each skill mastered to the highest level. Beside him, Lu Kuanxing also glanced at the young boy in surprise. He had assumed this banquet was merely a pretext, yet unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a promising talent. With proper cultivation, this child's future achievements would surely rival his own. As these thoughts swirled, the admiration in his eyes deepened. The middle-aged man standing beside Lu Kuanxing, noticing his superior's expression, felt a surge of excitement. He knew he had essentially hooked up with Lu Kuanxing. As the piece concluded, the garden erupted in thunderous applause. Master Lu, how did my son Zichen play? He played very well. It's truly rare to find a child of his age who can perform the first movement of the Moonlight Sonata. The only flaw was a few seconds of rhythm disruption in the middle, but it's no big deal. This child shows promise. I wish to take him as my disciple. Would you consent? Lu Kuanxing smiled warmly as he ruffled the young boy's hair. Seeing Lu Kuanxing offering to take the boy as a disciple, the crowd in the garden immediately shot envious glances at the middle-aged man. If only they'd known, they would have been the first to step forward. The middle-aged man was overcome with excitement. Zichen, hurry up and kneel to perform the formal initiation rite. Not now. If we're going to formally take him on as a disciple, we should do it in a more proper setting. Lu Kuanxing waved his hand dismissively. Several more children took the stage afterward, but without exception, they all played terribly. Even Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star was so off-key it was unbearable. Then, allow me to take the stage next. Zhao Xing, seated beside Zhang Yuan, chuckled softly. Setting down his wineglass, he strode confidently toward the piano. His expression relaxed as he raised his hand and pressed the keys. Immediately, many in the audience were struck by a sense of wonder. They didn't understand music, but instinctively knew it sounded beautiful. Not bad, Lu Kuanxing nodded slightly. Zhao Xing played Liszt's The Bells. This piece was notorious for its insanely difficult double note trills, wide leaps, and virtuosic passages, demanding extreme finger independence, truly a monster of a piece. If I'm not mistaken, you've already reached concert-level proficiency, haven't you? Lu Kuanqing observed Zhao Xing after the performance, nodding approvingly. You possess remarkable talent. It's truly rare for someone your age to reach concert-level proficiency. Thank you for the compliment, Master Lu, Zhao Xing replied with a confident smile. Liang Qingcheng beside him offered a gentle smile. With your skill, Mr. Zhao, first place is practically yours for the taking. I wouldn't dare claim that. What if there are even more skilled players in the competition? Zhao Xing waved his hand modestly, then looked at the crowd with a gentle smile. Is there anyone else who'd like to come up? With your skill, Mr. Zhao, who here could possibly match you? We'd rather not embarrass ourselves. Those who had initially planned to compete exchanged wry smiles. They had assumed few others could play piano, making victory seem straightforward. But now, seeing Zhao Xing let alone him, they realized they couldn't even beat that little boy from earlier. Hearing this, Liang Qingcheng covered her mouth and giggled softly. Well then, since that's the case, I'll make the announcement. The winner of this piano competition is... Hold on. Chapter 52, Li Wanyu. Our Guanyu group hasn't even taken the stage yet. Ending it this early? That's a bit too hasty, don't you think? Hearing this, Liang Qingcheng shot Gao Mu a surprised look. If she remembered correctly, this Gao Mu was supposed to be a playboy who spent his days eating, drinking, and partying, right? Mr. Gao plays the piano too? Of course not, Gao Mu grinned, turning to the woman beside him who radiated exceptional elegance. This is our company representative, Miss Li. She can play. Then please do. Zhao Xing swirled the wine glass in his hand, raising an eyebrow slightly at Miss Li. He was quite confident in his own abilities. Well then, I'll make a fool of myself. Miss Li offered a serene smile to the crowd before gliding gracefully toward the piano. Then, her slender fingers glided across the keys. Seeing this, most people shook their heads with amusement, convinced she was putting on a show. Only Lu Kuanqing and Zhang Yuan frowned simultaneously. That opening posture. Could she be that guy's disciple? Lu Kuanqing's eyes narrowed slightly as a dignified figure flashed through his mind. Zhao Xing, she's not going to mess this up, is she? Zhang Yuan looked at Miss Li with curiosity. Then, with her hands poised over the keys, Miss Li paused just as she was about to begin. She turned her head to glance at Zhao Xing, who stood beside her with calm confidence. Mr. Zhao, would you mind if I play a piece by the same composer as yours? You mean a piece by Mr. Liszt? Yes. Zhao Xing suddenly felt a sense of unease. After all, Liszt's pieces were renowned for their technical difficulty. The fact that this woman dared to play Liszt meant she wasn't just all show. Could she really be about to steal the spotlight? Miss Li, you can play whatever you like. You don't need my permission. Zhao Xing shook his head, though it looked rather forced. Then I'll begin. A smile flashed across the woman's stunningly beautiful face before she gently pressed the first key. Her hands then danced across the keys like a raging storm, alternating rapidly in a dizzying display. The melody shifted from its original gentle flow to a frantic pace, then slowed again, cycling endlessly like ghostly flames flickering in the night, bursting into life only to vanish. The audience's initial disdain gave way to confusion, then astonishment. That drumming speed is like a rock band's drummer. Her fingers are constantly crossing. Doesn't she ever hit the wrong keys? Many in the audience stared at Miss Li in astonishment. Though they knew little of piano, a truly great piece needed no explanation, it spoke for itself. Even Liang Qingcheng and Zhao Xing, who had remained calm and composed, now furrowed their brows. Gao Mu, however, showed no surprise. After all, he had witnessed her prowess firsthand yesterday in his father's piano studio. No doubt about it, that's her student. Who'd have thought she'd take on such a promising talent? Barely in her 20s, yet she's already reached the pinnacle of concert-level performance and touched the threshold of mastery. What extraordinary talent and genius! Lu Kuanqing murmured to himself, his voice tinged with awe and disbelief, while a sense of unease began to stir within him. Liang Huai had told him about Liang Qingcheng and Zhao Xing's situation, and he had long accepted Zhao Xing as the top contender. Originally, since Zhao Xing had won purely on merit, there shouldn't have been any issues. But now Miss Li had suddenly intervened. Anyone could tell Zhao Xing's skill was far inferior to his opponent's. If Lu Kuanqing ruled in Zhao Xing's favor, his reputation would be all but ruined. Zhang Yuan watched Miss Li, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. She was playing Liszt's transcendental etude, nicknamed Ghostfire. It described this very piece erratic and ghostly, yet intensely rhythmic. It was far beyond the repertoire of an ordinary performer. This must be approaching master-level skill, right? Zhang Yuan murmured to himself, a spark of curiosity rising within him toward the woman. System, use the skill knowledge of people. Name, Li Wanyu. Age, 20. Height, 175 centimeters. Appearance, 97. Affinity, 0. Current inner monologue, is this the Lu Kuanqing my master keeps mentioning? Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. This woman knows Lu Kuanqing? Clap. 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 Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted from the garden, snapping Zhang Yuan back to reality. Master Lu, what do you think of my playing? Li Wanyu, unfazed by the applause, walked up to Lu Kuanqing with a radiant smile. Lu Kunseng didn't respond, instead casting a somewhat troubled glance at Liang Qingcheng standing nearby. Liang Qingcheng and Zhao Xing both looked grim. They truly hadn't expected this unexpected challenger to appear out of nowhere. Now Liang Qingcheng was at a loss. She and Zhao Xing had already made their arrangements. The contracts between the two companies had been signed, the money received and spent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so generous yesterday, granting pay raises to the entire company. But now, it was plain for all to see that Zhao Xing had suffered a crushing defeat. If she dared declare him the winner, this banquet would become a complete and utter farce. Master Lu, you wouldn't be pulling some underhanded tricks, would you? Is there anyone here who can't see that Miss Li has utterly defeated this Zhao Xing? Gao Mu stepped forward, his questioning gaze fixed on Lu Kuanqing. Let me think. A bead of cold sweat formed on Lu Kuanqing's forehead as he tried to stall for time. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Zhang Yuan glanced at Liang Qingcheng and Zhao Xing, whose expressions were utterly grim. He began to piece together what was happening. He immediately turned to Gao Mu, who was pressing forward relentlessly, and spoke with disdain. What's the rush? You want to declare a winner before it's even over? Hearing this, Gao Mu looked at Zhang Yuan, puzzled. Among those present, is there anyone whose strength surpasses Miss Li's? I am. Hearing this, Gao Mu thought he must have misheard. You? Yes. Zhang Yuan nodded. After receiving confirmation once more, most of the crowd chuckled quietly. They knew Zhang Yuan well enough. If memory served them correctly, as Liang Hui's adopted son, Zhang Yuan not only made no effort to improve himself but excelled at every vice imaginable: drinking, gambling, and womanizing. How could someone like that possibly play the piano? And to claim his skill surpassed even Miss Li's? That was nothing short of utter madness. Young Master Zhang, do you really think I'm unaware of your character? All you do is pick up girls at KTVs, and now you dare challenge Miss Li? Save yourself the embarrassment, ha ha ha. Gao Mu clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Liang Qingcheng, standing nearby, shot Gao Mu a displeased glance. She too found Zhang Yuan's actions baffling. She knew Zhang Yuan couldn't play the piano at all. This was nothing but a humiliating spectacle. Lu Kuanqing, however, looked at Zhang Yuan with a complex expression. He never imagined that today, he would need the orphan of old Zhang to save his face. Lu Kunseng had assumed Zhang Yuan had only gone up to make a fool of himself to spare him the awkwardness. Young Master Zhang, are you challenging me? Then what piece would you like to play? Li Wanyu smiled at Zhang Yuan. Just something simple. Zhang Yuan grinned and shrugged. Go ahead then. Whatever floats your boat. Li Wanyu shook her head and chuckled softly, assuming Zhang Yuan was deliberately stalling for time. Zhang Yuan walked to the piano, closed his eyes, and let his hands glide over the keys. Chapter 53, a soloist rivaling an orchestra? Then he pressed the first key, and a jarring note pierced everyone's ears. Seeing this, a sneer appeared on Gao Mu's face. What a disgraceful performance. If that's the case, you'd better get off the piano now. At least you won't embarrass yourself any further. The audience nodded in agreement. Though Gao Mu's words were harsh, he hadn't been wrong. Li Wanyu sipped her red wine with serene composure. From the very beginning, she had never believed Zhang Yuan could defeat her. Because Zhang Yuan lacked that certain quality, the very essence of the piano. It was a quality that radiated from every person who practiced the piano. Liang Qingcheng watched Zhang Yuan with a complex expression. She knew he had probably guessed the private agreement between her and Zhao Xing. She desperately wanted to salvage the situation, but how could an amateur like Zhang Yuan possibly do that? It would only make things worse. Lu Kunseng frowned, inwardly resolved to take a gamble and have Zhang Yuan removed from the stage. He would declare Zhao Xing the winner. Losing face once was nothing. He didn't need his junior to help him to this extent. Just as Lu Kunseng rose to halt Zhang Yuan, a serene and cheerful melody suddenly filled the air. It was the sound of Zhang Yuan playing the qin. Hearing the melody, everyone present froze in surprise. They recognized the melody he was playing and turned to look at Zhang Yuan with astonished expressions. It wasn't because the piece was difficult, quite the opposite. It was a well-known tune, commonly used for children's practice. It was none other than the nursery rhyme Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Takagi couldn't hold it in any longer. Clutching his stomach, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Alright, I wronged young Master Zhang. So he can actually play the piano. Everyone present shook their heads and chuckled softly. Zhang Yuan's performance was utterly embarrassing. Even if he'd just played randomly, it wouldn't have been this embarrassing. Yet he chose to play, and what's more, he played Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, a piece children used to practice their basics, one they could learn in a week or so. Hearing Gao Mu's repeated mockery of Zhang Yuan, Liang Qingcheng could no longer hold back. She frowned and turned to face Yao Mu. What business is it of yours how others play? And speaking of such filth, did your parents never teach you manners? At this, Takagi merely sneered dismissively, nonchalantly picking his nose and flicking the booger toward Liang Qingcheng. Ha, what's the matter? Can't take criticism when you suck? Is it really wise to be so protective? Liang Qingchang was about to retort, but seeing the phones around her, she forced herself to swallow her words. She felt a pang of regret. If she'd known Zhang Yuan would pull this stunt, she might as well have declared Zhao Xing the winner outright. At worst, it would tarnish her professional reputation and cost her some connections. But with Zhang Yuan pulling this stunt, she'd been humiliated beyond belief. Glancing around, she saw many people already pulling out their phones to record. Liang Qingcheng felt a headache coming on. She couldn't very well ask everyone to hand over their phones on their way out and delete each video individually, could she? Not only would she alienate people, but she couldn't guarantee every video would be deleted. It seemed Zhang Yuan's embarrassment was inevitable. By tomorrow, the entire high society of Shanghai would likely know about this incident. And by extension, she and her father would be disgraced too. The thought made Liang Qingcheng grimace as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Li Wanyu shook her head with a hint of amusement, refraining from mocking Zhang Yuan. Her visit was primarily about Lu Kunseng. She wanted to see for herself what kind of person had occupied her master's thoughts for decades. But now that she saw him, he was just that, nothing special. Li Wanyu knew deep down that Lu Kunseng would most likely rule in Zhao Xing's favor this time. As this thought crossed her mind, Li Wanyu's expression abruptly changed. Lu Kunseng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Yuan. The crowd in the arena, too, dropped their earlier expressions of contempt, staring at Zhang Yuan in utter shock. At that moment, Zhang Yuan was truly hitting his stride. His hands, which had never touched a piano before, had become completely familiar with the keys. It was as if he and the piano keys were old friends who had known each other for years, sharing an unspoken harmony. Even a simple children's song like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, under Zhang Yuan's rapidly dancing fingers, became incredibly melodious, as if he had reached a state of mastery. The melody remained the same, the light and lovely tune of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Yet under Zhang Yuan's interpretation, it radiated a profound, epic grandeur. As if transported to a live symphony performance, Zhang Yuan's piano echoed throughout the estate. It felt as though everyone could truly hear the violin and flute weaving their melodious tones, while the cello and timpani blended their rich, deep bass. The various instruments blended seamlessly with the violin, intertwining without any jarring dissonance. A piece of this caliber could only be performed by a top-tier symphony orchestra. Yet Zhang Yuan, performing solo, achieved the effect of a top-tier symphony orchestra. This was beyond what diligent practice alone could achieve. It required unparalleled talent and relentless training to even have a sliver of a chance at reaching such heights. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was completely immersed in the music. His eyes closed, his fingers continued to dance across the keys. Everyone present closed their eyes as well, not a single word spoken, each intently absorbing the soul-stirring melody. Takagi stared at Zhang Yuan in utter shock, utterly unable to believe he could play so masterfully. Suddenly, a stinging pain flashed across his face. Deep down, he knew he had lost this time. Any normal person could tell that Zhang Yuan played far better than Miss Li. Zhang Yuan, why do you always have to ruin it for me right when I'm about to succeed? Diaomu glared at Zhang Yuan with venom, his teeth clenched. Is this still Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? It's clearly that familiar melody, yet it feels utterly unfamiliar in every way. Zhao Xing stared at Zhang Yuan in utter shock, unable to believe his skill could be this formidable. Wait, didn't Zhang Yuan never study piano? How can his playing be so deeply moving? Tears welled up in Liang Qingqing's eyes. Zhang Yuan's piano reminded her of her mother, who had passed away too soon. Back when her father hadn't yet made his fortune, she was still a child. She'd cling to her mother all day long, demanding to be fed, rocked to sleep, and lifted high in the air. Her mother never refused her once. She would always gently rub her head. Little did the young Liang Qingcheng know that her mother worked 12-hour shifts every day. After work, she poured her energy into caring for her and her father. No matter how exhausted she was, she never once complained. Liang Qingcheng still remembered clearly, her father had come home beaming, clutching a check. He'd embraced her mother and exclaimed joyfully, "Aling, guess what? My product sold like hotcakes. A company bought my technology a whopping 500,000 yuan. Her mother smiled and praised him as they embraced, but a medical report slipped out of her pocket. Her father picked it up and saw the words "advanced breast cancer" written in bold. His eyes filled with rage as he turned to her mother and shouted, "Why didn't you tell me you were sick? Why did you hide it from me? Hurry, let's go to the hospital. I have the money, we can afford treatment." But the mother stubbornly refused to go for treatment. Instead, she smiled and comforted her husband. "Ah oui, this disease is incurable. It's already in the late stages. Even 10 million wouldn't make a difference. Keep this 500,000 yuan. Use it to start your business. Remember to take good care of Qingcheng. Isn't brother Zhang starting his own business too? I recall it's already showing promise. I really like his son, lively and energetic. Why don't we arrange a betrothal between him and our Qingcheng?" Father remained silent, his gaze fixed firmly on mother. "I said, go get treated." Mother didn't answer, stubbornly shaking her head as she gently kissed father's forehead. In the end, father couldn't persuade mother and had to give up. Liang Qingcheng still remembers that night her father, who never smoked, chain-smoked until dawn, leaving a trail of cigarette butts scattered across the floor. Chapter 54, The Piano Prodigy. What on earth is this guy's background? How can he be this outrageous? He actually made a piano solo sound like a symphony. Li Wanyu had long since shed her earlier composure. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. After 15 years of grueling piano practice, Zhang Yuan had just crushed her with a single rendition of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Lu Kunseng's eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Yuan, his ears completely tuned in, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Outwardly calm, his inner world was churning with turmoil. He visited his old friend Liang Hui once every year. He often heard the man complain about Zhang Yuan, who spent his days loafing about, leaving him utterly at a loss on how to discipline him. This meant Zhang Yuan most likely couldn't play the piano, he might never have even touched one. Lu Kuanqing had confirmed this the moment Zhang Yuan struck the first key. And this was precisely what shocked him most. A person who had never played the piano before could produce such masterful skill. It was truly unbelievable. Consider this, despite his exceptional talent, Lu Kuanqing had only reached the mid-tier of mastery by age 45, a full 37 years after starting piano at 8. Even so, he was already counted among the top piano masters in all of Dragon Nation, indeed all of Asia. Countless social elites were desperate to have their children study under him. Zhang Yuan, at just 25 years old, has already reached the pinnacle level. His future potential is simply unimaginable. If not for the generational gap, Lu Kuanqing would have begged Zhang Yuan to take him as a student. Even kneeling would have been acceptable. The most accomplished should be prioritized. Then, the resonant yet weighty piano melody gradually faded, pulling Lu Kunseng's thoughts back to reality. After finishing the piece, Zhang Yuan closed the piano lid, smoothed the creases in his clothes, and offered a refined smile to the still reeling crowd. I've finished playing. I wonder, Uncle Lu, do you think this could win first place? Of course. I believe no one here would question it. I hereby declare Zhang Yuan the winner of this competition. Lu Kuanqing cast an admiring glance at Zhang Yuan before announcing loudly. Their exchange snapped everyone back to reality. No objections whatsoever. Zhang Yuan's skill has surpassed mine by far. Li Wanyu chimed in, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan with curiosity before she began to applaud. Originally, she had come this time to meet Lu Kuanqing, but unexpectedly encountered a super genius. The others snapped out of their daze and joined in the applause. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Liang Qingcheng clapped, her expression complex as she looked at Zhang Yuan. She hadn't expected Zhang Yuan to defuse this crisis so skillfully. Liang Qingcheng had already braced herself for the worst. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 300. Liang Qingcheng. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 emotion points. Current emotion points, 400. Li Wanyu. Ding! Liang Qingcheng's affection increased by 50 points. Current affection, 70 points. Ding! Li Wanyu's affection increased by 30 points. Current affection, 30 points. Hearing the system notifications, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. He genuinely hadn't expected Li Wanyu to provide him with emotion points, and a whopping 30 points at that. And it was 100 points at once, enough for one pull. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Yuan cast the insight spell on Li Wanyu once more. Name, Li Wanyu. Current inner monologue, just who is this Zhang Yuan? He's so powerful. I absolutely must get his contact info. Seeing Li Wanyu's inner thoughts, Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Was she interested in him? After all, a 30-point affinity rating wasn't low. Typical couples usually hovered around 30 to 40 points. It wasn't something he couldn't consider, but adding her contact information couldn't happen in front of Liang Qingcheng. Doing so would put him in danger, Zhang Yuan thought to himself. He then glanced at Gao Mo ahead, only to find the man glaring at him through clenched teeth. He was speechless. He had no idea why Gao Mo was so fixated on targeting him. Was it just because he'd declined the guy's racing invitation last time? Was he really that petty? System lottery. Seizing the moment while the crowd applauded, Zhang Yuan immediately initiated the lottery, his heart racing with anticipation. He'd saved up his emotion points for so long, now he could pull 4 times at once. Surely he'd get some good stuff? Ding, starting 4 consecutive draws. 400 emotion points deducted. Current remaining emotion points, 0. A faint blue roulette will appear before Zhang Yuan, its pointer spinning. It eventually came to rest on the gold coin, question mark, card, and potion symbols. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 million renminbi. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mobile phone design blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a musician character card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rejuvenation potion for female use. Seeing the system rewards, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of joy. His luck was holding up this time. Every reward was pretty decent. Money, needless to say, who would ever complain about having too much of that? Glancing over the phone design blueprint, Zhang Yuan realized it contained a complete smartphone design plan. From internal structure to exterior color schemes and patterns, material selection, and system tuning, every aspect was top tier. If he built a phone based on these blueprints, Zhang Yuan was absolutely certain it would be revolutionary. It would be a revolutionary device. Even Apple, renowned for its meticulous craftsmanship, wouldn't stand a chance against this phone. But Zhang Yuan had no immediate use for it, so he set it aside for now. Next came the musician character card and the rejuvenation potion, both self-explanatory items. The musician card filled the final gap in Zhang Yuan's Hall of Fame level musical skills. It would eliminate his creative block, enabling him to compose truly timeless masterpieces. As for the rejuvenation potion, Zhang Yuan intended to use it on his aunt. As the applause gradually died down, Zhang Yuan withdrew his focus. He smiled at Liang Qingcheng. "Sis, since I won, the funding opportunity is mine. But I don't need it. Would it be okay if I gave it to Zhao Xing instead?" "Ha, absolutely no problem." A gentle smile graced Liang Qingcheng's usually cool and composed face. "Then, Mr. Gao, you shouldn't have any objections either, right?" Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze teasing as he looked at Gao Mu. He wasn't exactly a saint. If someone insulted him, he wouldn't just swallow it. He'd definitely seek revenge on the spot. Hearing this, Gao Mu shot Zhang Yuan a slightly aggrieved look. "No, you win." "Oh, I see. But didn't you seem quite enthusiastic with your critiques just now, Mr. Gao? Why don't you go up and give everyone a demonstration?" "Oh, right. I remember now, Mr. Gao can't play piano. All he does is skip showers and spy on female students bathing." "Ha, Mr. Gao won't mind if I spill the beans about that time you got busted by the cops, right? Just trying to lighten the mood, nothing else." Zhang Yuan grinned, raising an eyebrow at Gao Mu. Seeing Zhang Yuan humiliate him like this, Gao Mu couldn't hold back any longer. He wanted to expose Zhang Yuan's dirty laundry, but after racking his brain, he realized there was nothing substantial to reveal. "You only won by sheer luck, didn't you? Who the hell do you think you are?" Gao Mu completely lost his cool, turning to the crowd. "You bunch of turncoats. One minute you're laughing at Zhang Yuan for being useless, the next you're praising him as amazing. Where's your dignity?" At this, many faces in the room darkened. Gao Mu then shot a venomous glare at Li Wanyu. "You damn! Didn't you say you'd win for sure? You put on such a show, but you still lost." Hearing this, Li Wanyu's face darkened as she coldly warned, "You'd better take back what you just said." Hearing Li Wanyu's words, Gao Mu suddenly recalled how his father had treated her with utmost respect in the piano room last night. At that moment, the middle-aged man whose son had been taken as a disciple by Lu Kuanqing shot Gao Mu a hostile look. "Zhang Yuan played well from the start, and none of us resorted to verbal abuse like you did we? If I recall correctly, Wang Yu and my company have a 200 million yuan partnership. Now I see there's no need for it." Indeed, our company had considered partnering with Guan Yu, but seeing this, it's completely unnecessary. Several influential figures present shot Gao Mu disdainful glances. Seeing so many people ganging up on him, Gao Mu's expression darkened. A flicker of unease crossed his mind as he realized he'd incurred widespread anger. But he couldn't bring himself to apologize. Instead, he snorted coldly. "I can't be bothered to argue with you lot." With that, he strode briskly toward the garden exit. Barely 2 steps out, Takagi suddenly felt a pair of hands clamp down on his shoulder like iron pincers, pinning him to the spot. Realizing it was Zhang Yuan who had seized his shoulders, Gao Mu immediately roared in anger. "Zhang Yuan, what the hell do you think you're doing?" His voice was thick with fury, spittle flying. Zhang Yuan stared calmly at Gao Mu, letting out a cold laugh. "After berating me like that, you don't think you can just walk away, do you?" Chapter 55, Takagi's Breakdown. Then what do you want?" Gao Mu's heart tightened at the sight of Zhang Yuan's icy expression, but he forced himself to stay calm. "Nothing much. Just want Mr. Gao to go up and play the piano. Weren't you just so eager to critique? I just want to play a random tune. That shouldn't be too hard for you, right?" Zhang Yuan shook his head and chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Gao Mu glanced around the room. He knew he'd have to make a fool of himself today, otherwise, he'd never be able to leave. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Fine. I'll make a fool of myself then." He strode directly to the piano, opened the lid, and struck the first key. An ear-piercing note instantly assaulted everyone's ears. Seeing this, a hint of mockery flashed across the faces of most people in the garden. But Zhang Yuan paid none of this any mind, silently opening his phone instead. It wasn't that Zhang Yuan was kind-hearted and intended to let Gao Mu off the hook. On the contrary, Zhang Yuan was the type to repay every grudge, and always 100-fold. There was no way he'd let Gao Mu get away with this so easily. Opening Wen Jin's chat profile, Zhang Yuan swiftly sent a message. "Officer 1, wasn't that Gao Mu arrested for peeping on girls while they were bathing? The person who reported it must have evidence, right? Like videos, pictures, and stuff." Seconds after the message was sent, Wen Jin replied instantly. "Wen Jin, Zhang Yuan, why are you asking about this out of the blue?" "Zhang Yuan, never mind that for now. This kind of thing shouldn't be classified, right? If you have any, send them to me immediately, I have an urgent matter. When Jean, alright, I'll send it to you. 10 seconds later, Zhang Yuan received a video file. After saving it, Zhang Yuan opened the video to watch. Inside a large, steamy hot spring facility. A greasy, filthy, overweight man with matted hair. He lurked furtively in a corner, eyes fixed on several girls in bikinis, his hands growing restless. Zhang Yuan watched the entire 20-second video with a frown. He genuinely admired Gao Mu, however he managed to sneak in and actually dare to film this, he was a goddamn legend. Then, Zhang Yuan opened his phone's local network and uploaded the video. Most phones didn't have this feature, only Apple devices did. But Zhang Yuan was using a new model developed by Liang Hui's company, which just happened to copy this feature. Zhang Yuan, I'm done reloading. Can we go now? Gao Mu walked up to Zhang Yuan, forcing himself to speak through gritted teeth. Seeing this, Zhang Yun remained silent, only glaring coldly at him. You don't seriously think this matter will end so easily, do you? After speaking, Zhang Yuan turned to face the others in the venue, his voice neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. I just sent a video over the LAN. Anyone interested can open it up and take a look. It features some of Mr. Gao's finest moments. Hearing this, Zhao Xing was the first to show interest. He opened the LAN function and immediately saw a video displayed. The cover image captured Gao Mu soaring through the air, a true highlight moment. At first glance, Zhao Xing gasped in astonishment. Gao Mu is that fierce? Seeing this, many others in the room grew curious and opened the LAN to watch. Liang Qingqing opened the video for just 2 seconds before immediately closing it. Feeling as if her eyes had been polluted, she shot Gao Mu a disgusted look. She truly never imagined such a person could exist in this world. The moment Lu Kuanqing saw the video, he understood Zhang Yuan's meaning. He inwardly marveled, Zhang Yuan truly inherited his father's ruthlessness. He was pushing his opponent to the absolute limit. But admiration aside, even the worldly wise Lu Kunsang had never encountered such a bizarre video in his life. He couldn't help but watch a few more seconds. After watching the entire video, Li Wanyu felt her stomach churn violently, the urge to vomit overwhelming her. Her gaze turned icy as she fixed it on Gao Mu. Yesterday in his father's music room, this guy seemed no different from anyone else. But this video completely shattered her perception of him. Originally, Li Wanyu had thought that since Gao Mu's father had helped her gain entry to the estate, she didn't really intend to teach him a lesson. But now, she had changed her mind. Seeing the reactions around him and recalling Zhang Yuan's earlier words, Gao Mu seemed to grasp something. He hurriedly opened the local network to view the footage. 5 seconds later. Zhang Yuan, you bastard. I never went this far with you, did I? Do you have any idea what the consequences of this will be? Gao Mu roared, his eyes bloodshot, raising his hand as if to slap Zhang Yuan across the face. The slap landed. Smack! A soft crack echoed as Gao Mu was knocked to the ground by Zhang Yuan's counterpalm strike, his face swelling up like a pig's head. Despite his pitiful state, not a single person felt pity. Every gaze directed at him was filled with disgust. Lu Kuanqing sneered coldly, his sharp gaze fixed on Gao Mu. Gao Mu, I've lived a long life and seen my share of shameless scoundrels, but never one as despicable as you. Spying on women bathing in spewing filth is bad enough, but now you dare attack Zhang Yuan in broad daylight? He turned to face the crowd, his voice rising sharply. You are all respectable individuals. This banquet was meant to be an elegant affair. But it's been turned into a filthy mess by scum like Takagi. If we let such vermin mingle among us, wouldn't that dishonor the standing of everyone present? Finally, he fixed his gaze on Gao Mu, enunciating each word. From this day forward, anyone who collaborates with Guan Yu Group is an enemy of Lu Kuanqing. Indeed. From this day forward, anyone who collaborates with Gao Mu is an enemy of my Xinghan media. Liang Qingqing reacted with lightning speed. Knowing she'd already crossed the line, she might as well go all the way. The same goes for our times Fengjun, Zhao Xing added his support. Li Wanyu remained silent beside them, silently observing Gao Mu as she made up her mind. Once she uncovered Zhang Yuan's mentor, she would return to the capital and have her elder brother issue an official order to investigate Gao Mu's companies. Seeing Lu Kuanqing, Zhao Xing, and the others take a firm stance, the rest immediately followed suit. Exactly. The very existence of people like this is an insult to our entire circle. I hereby declare that from this day forward, all collaborations between our Bison Group and Guan Yu Group are terminated. Hearing everyone declare their intent to sever ties with his group, Gao Mu panicked. Earlier, he had dared to walk out for the sake of saving face because he believed that a few individuals terminating their partnerships wouldn't affect his group's operations. But such widespread termination, especially involving Guan Yu Group's long-term partners, Gao Mu could recognize at least 3 of them himself, let alone the others. If this situation wasn't handled properly, the group might not go bankrupt, but it would certainly suffer a crippling blow. If word reached his father, Takagi's position as heir would likely be forfeited. His father had already been considering grooming a backup heir, and this incident would only solidify that resolve. Ignoring the pain, Gao Mu immediately grabbed Zhang Yuan's calf. Young Master Zhang, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance? Chapter 56. Perhaps this is how the world of geniuses operates. No, brother. Father. Grandfather. Please forgive me. Give your grandson a chance to live. Spare me, I beg you. Zhang Yuan glanced at Gao Mu clinging to his calf, then kicked him away with disgust. His voice was sharp and cold. Get lost. Why bother now when you should have known better back then? And I don't have a grandson as disgusting as you. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gao Mu felt a wave of despair wash over him, his earlier arrogance completely vanishing. Security, escort this man out. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with Gao Mu. He waved toward the security guards at the estate gate. Yes, sir. 2 security guards grabbed Gao Mu and dragged him toward the estate's exit. After this incident, the banquet didn't last much longer before it wound down. Xiao Yuan, thanks to you today, or else this banquet would have been a complete waste. Once most of the guests had departed, Liang Qingqing approached Zhang Yuan, a rare smile lighting up her usually cool and composed face. Haha, no problem. It was the least I could do, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. At that moment, Lu Kuanqing approached, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan with a hint of curiosity. Xiao Yuan, you played so beautifully today, you must have started practicing when you were very young, right? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan shook his head and casually told a white lie. No, Uncle Lu. I've only been practicing for a few months. After all, Zhang Yuan had never touched a piano before. Claiming it was all talent would be hard to believe. When did you practice? Liang Qingcheng looked at Zhang Yuan. Those 3 months after you and Dad kicked me out of the house, Zhang Yuan said casually. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 10. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Li Wanyu, who had been lingering in the garden without leaving, immediately approached him. Her gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan, her voice firm. Impossible. Your piano solos sound like a symphony orchestra. Such extraordinary skill couldn't possibly come from someone who's only practiced for a few months? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan looked at Li Wanyu in surprise, then chuckled. Miss Li, you haven't left yet? I deliberately stayed behind to find out who your teacher is and how long you've been practicing. I told you, just 3 months. Impossible. Li Wanyu declared, enunciating each syllable with a stubborn streak etched across her flawless features. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan shrugged helplessly. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Maybe it's because I'm a genius. At this remark, Li Wanyu and Lu Kunseng instantly felt their foreheads crease with exasperation. After all, they were the so-called geniuses everyone talked about. With Zhang Yuan saying this, what did that make them? Surpassed by a newcomer who'd only practiced piano for 3 months? And it wasn't just a difference between 1 and 3, it was a gap between 0 and 100. If you really only practiced for 3 months, then you wouldn't be a genius, Lu Kunseng shook his head. Then what is it? A freak. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled. Then consider me a monster. Uncle Lu, my sister, and I will be leaving now. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 1:30 p.m. He was about to be late for his meeting with Wenjin. Zhang Yuan called out a quick farewell. Seeing Zhang Yuan heading out, Liang Qingcheng followed suit, taking the opportunity to inform Lu Kuanqing. Uncle Lu, father is hosting a dinner banquet for you tonight. Please arrive before 8 o'clock. Ignoring Liang Qingcheng, Lu Kuanqing walked straight up to Zhang Yuan and slapped him on the shoulder. Xiao Yuan, have you ever considered breaking into the art world? With your God-given talent, it'd be such a waste not to pursue that path. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Right now, I just want to coast along peacefully. I have no interest in that. He then opened his car door, glancing back at Lu Kunseng. Uncle Lu, I'll be heading out now. Xiao Yuan, are you sure you won't reconsider? If you agree, I'll pull every connection I have to build momentum for you. Before the door closed, Lu Kuanqing pressed on, refusing to give up. No, I really have no interest in that. No sooner had he spoken than Liang Qingqing's bodyguard slammed the door shut. Seeing this, Lu Kuanqing sighed helplessly. Ah, what a pity. Inside the car, Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and noticed over a dozen unread messages on green bubble. Glancing through them, he saw they were from Liang Yu, Wenjin, and Gu Qilan. He began replying slowly. A sudden thought crossed his mind: if he kept up this pace, wouldn't replying to each woman take at least half an hour once his roster grew? Liang Yu, Xiao Yuan, my period ended yesterday, so I should be pretty much recovered by tonight. Wink. It's the weekend, so I took Xiao Ling out to play. Too bad you weren't here, otherwise, we would have been a family of 3 out having fun. Covering her mouth and giggling. Attached was an outfit photo. In the picture, Liang Yu wore a red bodycon dress with a midriff-bearing top. Her voluptuous thighs were covered in red stockings, creating a distinct absolute domain where the stockings met the dress. She held the innocent and adorable Xiao Ling by the hand. This outfit looked incredibly seductive, radiating a full-on married woman vibe that made Zhang Yuan want to cherish Liang Yu fiercely right then and there. If not for Liang Qingqing being right beside him, Zhang Yuan would have likely initiated a video call immediately. Zhang Yuan, don't worry, tonight I'll help you put Xiao Ling to bed. Once she's asleep, I'll be your designated driver. Evil grin. The next second, Liang Yu replied to Zhang Yuan, clearly keeping a close eye on her messages. Liang Yu, huh? No way. Are you trying to become the parent Xiao Ling talks about? Reading this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, recalling what Xiao Ling had said, how daddy massaged mommy's back late at night, and then she got pregnant with her little sister. Zhang Yuan, don't worry, we can give it a try. Liang Yu, maybe not. If we wake Xiao Ling, we're toast, right? Enough chatting. I haven't finished shopping with Xiao Ling yet. Remember to wash up nice and clean tonight. Wait for your soldier to calibrate his weapon. Reading these messages, Zhang Yuan chuckled to himself. Sure enough, an older sister type like his aunt was completely uninhibited when it came to dirty jokes. She didn't hold back at all. He then tapped Gu Qiulan's profile picture. A photo immediately caught his eye. In the picture, Gu Qiulan had her arm linked with another woman's, pouting her lips and smiling sweetly. Gu Qiulan, hee, honey, I'm out having fun with my bestie. Zhang Yuan, sounds good. Have fun. I'll take you out for a proper trip in a couple days. Then he transferred 100,000 yuan to Gu Qiulan. Since he couldn't be with her, he offered financial companionship instead. Just then, a message from Wen Jin popped up on the screen. Are you here yet? I've been waiting for 20 minutes, crossed arms. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan checked the time. It was already 2:20 p.m. and immediately sent a reply. Zhang Yuan, sorry, Officer 1, traffic's been heavy. I'll be there soon. He then turned to Liang Qingcheng. Sis, I've got something to take care of. Have the driver head straight to Auntie's apartment. All right. Liang Qingcheng nodded. Chapter 57, Wen Jin's Pure Love. Sorry, Officer Wen, I kept you waiting over half an hour. Zhang Yuan looked at Wen Jin apologetically. No problem. Here's the latte I ordered for you. Wen Jin offered a gentle smile, showing no sign of blame toward Zhang Yuan. Instead, she shot him a slightly annoyed glance and muttered. We're on break now, no need to be so formal. Zhang Yuan took a sip of his latte and teased, alright then, from now on I'll just call you Jin. Jin Yen, thank you for getting me the latte. At his words, Wen Jin's cheeks flushed inexplicably. Are we just going to sit here all afternoon? Want me to take you for a drive? Maybe not. How about we just browse around the mall? Wen Jin fluttered her eyelashes at Zhang Yuan, a rare hint of coyness flickering across her usually sharp features. Let's go shopping then. Realizing Wen Jin wasn't particularly interested in money or luxury cars, Zhang Yuan naturally took her hands in his. He didn't think Wen Jin would mind after all, her affection level was already at 40 points. For most people, that would be enough to be considered a couple. At that moment, Wen Jin's face, which had only been faintly flushed moments before, was now completely crimson, as if it might bleed. She truly hadn't expected Zhang Yuan to be so bold on their very first date. He dared to take her hand so directly. But Wen Jin didn't mind it. Feeling the faint tremor in her palms, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Looks like Wen Jin was still pure love, the kind who'd never dated before, trembling slightly at the touch of a hand. Then, Zhang Yuan deliberately tapped her palm twice with his fingers. Seeing Wen Jin beside him still blushing and silent, Zhang Yuan's courage soared. He intertwined their fingers completely. Ding! Wen Jin's affection increased by 5 points. Current affection, 45 points. Jin Yen, I tend to get lost easily, so I'd like to hold on tighter. You don't mind, do you? Zhang Yuan smirked. Seeing that Wen Jin not only didn't resent his earlier gesture but had actually increased her affection, he immediately decided to tease her a little more. And no, it's fine. Wen Jin had completely shed her usual poised, big sister aura. Instead, she resembled a naive, innocent young girl, repeatedly teased by Zhang Yuan, a seasoned veteran of romance. Inside the mall, passers-by occasionally noticed the pair, almost always breaking into amused smiles. Oh my, these young folks nowadays, aren't they all playing around so wildly? It's rare to see something like this nowadays, both of them testing each other's reactions, hooking fingers in the palm like we did back in our day. A middle-aged woman in a cheongsam nudged her friend with her elbow, smiling warmly. Xiaohua, look at those two kids. She pointed toward Zhang Yuan and Wen Jin. Hearing this, the other casually dressed middle-aged woman followed the cheapao-clad woman's gaze. She immediately chuckled. Yeah, you don't see that kind of simple, genuine affection from our generation much anymore. Back in the day, when my old man was courting me, he insisted on sending me a love letter every single day, never repeating himself once. It took him a whole year before I finally agreed to marry him. As she spoke, Lu Xiaohua seemed to recall the sweetness of those days, covering her mouth and giggling. At that moment, the woman in the cheongsam beside them abruptly stopped her auntie-like chuckle and turned to look at Zhang Yuan and the other person with puzzlement. Xiaohua, stop laughing for a moment. Doesn't that girl look just like your daughter? Hearing this, Lu Xiaohua looked at her best friend with a puzzled expression. What do you mean, my daughter? Wasn't she supposed to be working overtime at the office today? That child works too hard. Your old man and I saw she finally got a day off and wanted to take her out for some fun, but she insisted on working overtime. She sighed after speaking, sounding somewhat displeased with her daughter's behavior. Ever since her daughter started working, the time she spent with her had grown increasingly scarce. No, that girl really does look a lot like Xiao Jin. Seeing Lu Xiaohua's skepticism, the woman in the cheapo pointed again. Just then, Zhang Yuan and the others had finished exploring that area. As they turned around, Lu Xiaohua caught sight of them. Is that really my daughter? Upon catching sight of Wen Jin's profile, Lu Xiaohua gasped in surprise. She was absolutely certain she hadn't mistaken her. After all, her daughter had lived with her for over a decade. How could she possibly mistake her? Still, she needed confirmation. Without delay, Lu Xiaohua pulled her best friend along and quietly followed behind. They carefully circled around to get ahead of Zhang Yuan and Wen Jin, afraid Wen Jin would spot them and they'd all slip away. Xiaohua, what do you think? Are you sure it's Xiao Jin? The cheongsam-clad auntie watched Lu Xiaohua, who was lurking furtively behind a wall corner, constantly zooming in on her phone camera, and found it rather amusing. You don't need to worry so much about Xiao Jin. Nowadays, they advocate for free love. She'll make her own decisions. Hearing her best friend's words, Lu Xiaohua turned back, speechless. You think I'm some old fogey? I'm just trying to get a better angle to snap a pic and send it to my old man for a laugh. But when she turned back, Zhang Yuan and the others had vanished. After all, the weekend crowd at Wanda Plaza was massive. Losing track of them for a moment was hardly surprising. But for Lu Xiaohua, losing track of them was a minor issue. The real problem was failing to give her old man the pleasure of seeing his daughter's happiness. It's all your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost track of Xiao Jin and her boyfriend. Lu Xiaohua grumbled discontentedly. Mom, what's the point of you spying like this? And Zhang Yuan and I aren't what you think we are. When Jin appeared behind Lu Xiaohua at some point, staring at her with utter disbelief. Zhang Yuan stood beside Wen Jin, smiling wryly. He truly hadn't expected Wen Jin's mother to be so nosy. Still, she seemed like someone easy to get along with. Lu Xiaohua jumped at Wen Jin's sudden appearance, then looked at her with equal parts surprise and delight. You little rascal, sneaking up on me like that, do you think I'm a criminal? Your mother here is getting old, I can't take such scares anymore. As she spoke, her eyes darted toward Zhang Yuan. This young man is quite impressive, tall and well-built, handsome, with well-developed forearm muscles suggesting an overall solid physique. His attire was equally impressive, wearing Versace's latest summer collection, which flattered his physique and hinted at his family's affluence. At this point, Lu Xiaohua had already begun to approve of Zhang Yuan in her heart. After all, who wouldn't like a handsome son-in-law with money to spare? Of course, it wasn't that she was materialistic or gold-digging, she simply didn't want her daughter to live a hard life. Haha, you must be Xiao Jin's boyfriend? Lu Xiaohua beamed at Zhang Yuan. Standing nearby, Wen Jin flushed with embarrassment and annoyance at her mother's words. Mom! What nonsense are you talking about? I told you, Zhang Yuan and I aren't the kind of relationship you think we are. Chapter 58, Little Ling Goes Missing. I get it, more than friends, less than lovers. Lu Xiaohua covered her mouth and giggled softly before pulling her gossiping best friend aside. Xiao Jin, Aunt Huang and I are heading back now. You two enjoy yourselves. Remember to come back and introduce me to this young man. With that, she tugged her friend toward the exit of Wanda Plaza. She couldn't wait to share this big news with her husband. Lu Xiaohua and her husband didn't marry until they were 28, and it took them 2 years after marriage to conceive Wen Jin. Now in her 50s, her greatest wish in life was to hold a grandchild before she died. Now that Wen Jin had finally found a boyfriend, how could she not be thrilled? Watching Lu Xiaohua's retreating figure, Wen Jin glanced at Zhang Yuan with a touch of embarrassment. She flicked a strand of hair behind her ear and whispered. My mom's always been a bit off. Don't mind what she says. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled inwardly. What a loving mother and devoted daughter. Oh? Then what are we? More than friends, but less than lovers? With that, Zhang Yuan smiled at Wen Jin, noticing her cheeks were already flushed with a deep blush. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of mischief. He immediately pinched her chin and grinned wickedly. Answer me now. Ding. Wen Jin's affection +5. Current affection, 50. Just as Wen Jin was about to speak, she was interrupted by a sudden announcement echoing through the mall. Attention, young Xiaoling. Please proceed to the B1 service counter upon hearing this announcement. Your mother is waiting for you there. Other customers in the mall, if you encounter a little girl wearing a white dress, please bring her to the B1 service counter. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhang Yuan and Wen Jin both lost their earlier thoughts, their expressions shifting slightly. Xiaoling got lost? Zhang Yuan murmured to himself. He wouldn't normally have paid attention to such an announcement, but upon hearing the name, Zhang Yuan lost his composure. He recalled that Liang Yu had indeed brought Xiaoling out to play today, and she was wearing a white dress. It was highly likely to be the same child. With that realization, Zhang Yuan wasted no time. He turned to Wen Jin beside him. Jing, stay here for now. That missing girl is my aunt's daughter. I need to go check on her right away. Just as he was about to leave, Wen Jin grabbed his arm. You idiot. Forgot who I am? Besides, I was planning to look for this girl anyway. Don't forget my responsibilities. When Jin shot Zhang Yuan a disapproving look. Sorry, I forgot in the heat of the moment, Zhang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Without further words, the urgent situation drove them straight to the nearest elevator. Upon reaching level B1, Zhang Yuan spotted Liang Yu pacing back and forth near the service counter after taking only a few steps. A customer service representative inside the nearby service counter was softly reassuring her. Ma'am, we've already made announcements and notified security personnel throughout the venue to begin searching. We're confident your daughter will be found soon. Auntie, are you okay? Zhang Yuan jogged over to Liang Yu, his eyes filled with concern. Though puzzled by Zhang Yuan's sudden appearance, Liang Yu had no time to think. She threw herself into his arms. What, Yuan, I'm so useless. I brought Xiao Ling out to play, and she vanished the moment I stepped into the restroom. Speaking as if she'd found an outlet for her grief, Liang Yu no longer held back her sorrow. She buried her face in Zhang Yuan's shoulder and wept. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan felt momentarily at a loss, especially with Wen Jin standing right behind him. In the heat of the moment, he hadn't considered what might happen when the two girls met. But seeing Liang Yu so heartbroken, Zhang Yuan didn't want to hurt her further. He let her lean on his shoulder, gently patting her back with one hand. It's okay, it's okay. Xiao Ling will definitely be found. Witnessing this, Wen Jin understood that Liang Yu was seeking an outlet for her emotions. Yet, upon noticing Liang Yu's striking outfit and her appearance, which held its own against Wen Jin's, a vague sense of unease stirred within her. Auntie, don't be upset just yet. Could you tell me exactly what happened? Jing is a police officer. She should be able to help you. After Liang Yu had cried herself out, Zhang Yuan finally released his embrace and introduced Wen Jin to her. But the introduction felt slightly awkward. After all, addressing him too familiarly in front of Liang Yu felt inappropriate. But if he didn't, Wen Jin would surely sense that his relationship with Liang Yu wasn't straightforward. Sure enough, after Zhang Yuan addressed him as Jin, Liang Yu looked at Wen Jin thoughtfully. But none of that mattered to Liang Yu now. The most urgent priority was finding her daughter. Ms. Liang, could you describe the exact circumstances of your daughter going missing? Well, it's exactly as I mentioned earlier. I was walking around the third floor with Xiao Ling for a while, then I went to the restroom. When I came out, she was gone. I searched everywhere for a while afterward, but couldn't find her anywhere. So I hurried over to the service desk. Upon hearing this, Wen Jin gained a general understanding and followed up. Did you check the surveillance footage? No. Liang Yu shook her head. I just got here, but I already told customer service to review the surveillance footage from the time Xiao Ling went missing. She said she's notified the fire control room staff, and they'll send over the footage from that time soon. Wen Jin nodded, then turned to the customer service representative at the desk. Has your colleague sent over the surveillance footage yet? From their conversation, the customer service representative realized Wen Jin was a police officer and wasted no time. She immediately contacted her colleagues in the fire control room and explained the situation. Within 5 minutes, the surveillance footage from the restroom area during that time period was sent over. In the footage, Xiao Ling stood outside the restroom, waiting idly. Then a man wearing a mask and a black baseball cap appeared in the frame. He pulled out a toy and smiled, pointing it toward the camera. Xiao Ling nodded happily and left with the man. Passers-by assumed they were father and daughter, and no one suspected anything. The entire video lasted about 10 minutes. After watching it, Wen Jin glared at Liang Yu with some anger. Whether you needed to go number 1 or number 2, 10 minutes should have been plenty of time, right? Especially with your own daughter waiting outside, you'd have been quick, right? Did you seriously expect a 5-year-old girl to have the same sense of right and wrong as an adult? Hearing this, Liang Yu's expression changed. She stammered, unsure how to explain. She had been chatting with Zhang Yuan at the time, which is why she ended up taking a bit longer. Chapter 59, Chance Encounter with Gu Qiulan. Enough about that. The priority now is to find Xiao Ling quickly. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Zhang Yuan stepped in to interrupt their exchange. He then turned to the customer service representative. Play that video again. According to Zhang Yuan's hypothesis, if all went according to plan, the face recognition technique should be able to identify people in the livestream and thus, people in the video. Understood. The customer service representative nodded and replayed the video. System, activate the face recognition technique. Name, He Tao. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Type, pedophile. Current inner monologue, haha, a flawless little angel like this? Even if it meant shaving 10 years off my life, I'd gladly take it. Seeing He Tao's personal information, Zhang Yuan's expression darkened instantly. He never imagined Xiao Ling would encounter such a pervert. If anything happened to her, Liang Yu would likely never recover from the trauma. When Jin and the others beside him noticed Zhang Yuan's sudden change in expression and looked puzzled. Zhang Yuan, what's wrong? We need to hurry. Xiao Ling was most likely taken by a pedophile. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan pressed the spacebar to pause the video, pointing at the man's lecherous grin and his entire demeanor. Look. I initially thought he might be a human trafficker or something, but upon closer inspection, he radiates this whole sense of decadence and listlessness. If he were a human trafficker, he wouldn't look like this. The work they do is dangerous enough to get them shot. Few of them look this pathetic. Not all of them, but most definitely have that menacing glint in their eyes. But in this guy's eyes, I only see cowardice and sleaziness. Zhang Yuan shook his head as he spoke. Hearing this, Wen Jin also studied the man in the footage closely and was surprised to find it matched Zhang Yuan's description almost exactly. Drawing on her years of law enforcement experience and the knowledge imparted by her police academy instructors, Wen Jin could confirm that this man's eyes truly lacked that menacing glint. Instead, his eyes betrayed a hint of timidity and excitement. His identity most likely matched Zhang Yuan's description. Realizing this, Wen Jin looked at Zhang Yuan in astonishment. Zhang Yuan, you can tell all that? You know about criminal investigation? Not really. I'm just pretty good at reading people. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Liang Yu, standing nearby, heard the tone of recognition in Wen Jin's voice and felt a sudden jolt of alarm. She turned to Zhang Yuan with a look of urgency. If that man is a pedophile, doesn't that mean Xiaoling is in danger right now? As she spoke, tears welled up in Liang Yu's eyes once more. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan gently patted Liang Yu's shoulder. He didn't find her reaction bothersome, on the contrary, he understood completely. After all, as a single mother whose husband had passed away 6 years ago, she was left with only her 5-year-old daughter. If anything happened to Xiaoling, Zhang Yuan genuinely feared Liang Yu might do something reckless. Don't panic yet. They just made an announcement over the PA system. That pedophile must still be inside the mall. Xiaoling is safe for now. Alright, no time to waste. Everyone split up. Wen Jin, you cover the 1st and 2nd floors to prevent that pedophile from escaping. Auntie, you take the 3rd and 4th floors. I'll handle the 5th and 6th. Okay, we'll follow your lead. The two women nodded. With that, they split up to search. On their way to the elevator, they used the recognition technique on nearly every person wearing a black baseball cap and mask they encountered. Name, Takada. Name, Yang Peng. Ugh. On the 5th use of the recognition technique, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a sharp headache. He stopped in his tracks, clutching his head. It took 3 full minutes before the pain eased slightly. Why did my head suddenly start hurting? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself in confusion. Ding. Each use of the insight technique consumes mental energy. Excessive consumption may cause symptoms like headaches and dizziness. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's heart sank. This meant he couldn't afford to keep making trial and error attempts. Otherwise, given his current symptoms, trying a few more times could very well lead to him passing out. With this thought, Zhang Yuan stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. His mind raced. With the mall this vast, which direction would that pedophile take Xiaoling? After all, running around aimlessly like a headless fly would surely be futile. If there were enough people, it would be relatively easy to spot the pedophile. But reporting it to the police wasn't possible until at least 24 hours had passed. As for relying on the mall security guards? Not to mention others, Zhang Yuan had worked as a mall security guard in his previous life. Every day, several children and parents would get separated. Searching for people had almost become a routine part of his job, so naturally, he wouldn't take it seriously. He'd just give it a half-hearted look and call it a day. Ding! Just then, the elevator doors opened. Zhang Yuan, lost in thought with his head down, stepped out without looking where he was going. He accidentally bumped into a girl. Ah! Are you okay? Seeing the ice cream in her hand completely smeared across the handsome guy's t-shirt, Su Wanqing gasped in alarm and hurriedly pulled tissues from her backpack. I'm fine. I've got things to do. Gotta go. Zhang Yuan took the tissues, wiped himself off casually, and turned to leave. Just as he was about to walk away, a voice filled with confusion called out from nearby. Zhang Yuan? Gu Qiulan spotted Zhang Yuan's handsome profile beside her best friend and called out hesitantly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan looked somewhat bewildered and glanced to his right, only to find Gu Qiulan jogging toward him. Qiulan, what are you doing here? It's the weekend, so Wancheng and I came out to have some fun. Oh right. Honey, what are you doing here? Noticing the lingering stains on Zhang Yuan's shirt, Gu Qiulan immediately pulled out a tissue and began carefully wiping them away, pouting as she spoke slowly. Hearing Gu Qiulan's address, Su Wanqing instantly turned to Zhang Yuan in surprise. She never imagined she'd run into him today, the incredibly wealthy, high-roller boyfriend her best friend had raved about. Hello, my name is Zhang Yuan. Knowing Su Wanqing was Gu Qiulan's best friend, Zhang Yuan extended his hand and shook hers. I'm Su Wanqing. Oh right, honey, weren't you busy today? Why are you suddenly at Wanda? Gu Qiulan asked, seemingly by chance. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan spoke up and explained the situation. What? A pedophile? After hearing Zhang Yuan's explanation, Gu Qiulan and the others immediately covered their mouths in shock. Then, as if something occurred to her, Gu Qiulan's eyes widened suddenly. Wait, honey, do you have any photos of that pedophile? Based on your description, a chubby man wearing a black baseball cap and a little girl in a white dress, Wanqing, and I think we saw them earlier. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan looked awkwardly at Gu Qiulan. Did you get a clear look at the little girl's face? I was in such a hurry just now that I forgot to take a picture of that pedophile. Also, could we change how you address me? Stop calling me honey. There are too many people around and it sounds awkward. Zhang Yuan shook his head as he spoke. He wasn't embarrassed, of course he was just being cautious. Since he'd run into Gu Qiulan, he couldn't possibly leave her alone. That would inevitably lead to her meeting Wen Jin and Liang Yu. If their cover blew then, Zhang Yuan couldn't even imagine what would happen. Chapter 60, The Service Entrance. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan didn't think much of it and simply nodded, her voice tinged with regret as she spoke. That little girl on the man's back, I didn't see her face. Can you at least describe her roughly? Based on her build, could that girl be Xiaoling? Alright, I'll give it a try. Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone, opened Liang Yu's social feed, and began scrolling through it. Finally, he tapped on a recent photo of Xiaoling and Liang Yu together and handed it to Gu Qiulan. Taking the phone, Gu Qiulan looked at the photo, her gaze unconsciously drawn to the radiant and captivating Liang Yu. Zhang Yuan's aunt is so young and beautiful? Could there be something going on? She recalled how Zhang Yuan had just stopped her from calling him husband, probably to prevent his aunt from discovering their relationship. Gu Qiulan felt her guess was pretty much spot on. Then, she shook her head with a faint smile. Why was she even caring about this? She should know better. A man as exceptional as Zhang Yuan could never belong to her alone. Pulling her thoughts back, Gu Qiulan stared at the photo of Xiaoling. After a moment, she exclaimed in surprise. You know what? It really does look like that little girl. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yuan looked at Gu Qiulan with excitement. Qiulan, do you know where Xiaoling was taken? Hearing this, Gu Qiulan fell into deep thought before finally recalling Su Wanqing. At the time, Julian and I were buying some figurines on the 5th floor when we passed right by that man wearing a baseball cap. If I recall correctly, that man was heading toward the 6th floor. Hearing Su Wanqing's words, Zhang Yuan immediately stood up. Then you two go back first, okay? I'm going after that pedophile. I'm afraid you'll get hurt if you follow me. I'm coming with you. What if you get hurt? Gu Qiulan shot Zhang Yuan a look, then waved her phone. Don't forget I'm a streamer. Wait for me to go live. I'll add the title, Searching for the Girl Abducted by a Pedophile. That'll definitely boost views. More viewers means more recordings and it'll spread online. Besides, this is Shanghai. For the city's image, even if we don't find Xiaoling today, the government will help search. Listening to Gu Qiulan's detailed explanation, Zhang Yuan looked at her in surprise. He hadn't expected her to think so thoroughly in such a short time. Alright, then you're coming with me. I'm coming too. I'm worried about Qiulan's safety. Su Wanqing hurriedly added. Fine, you can come too. Zhang Yuan chuckled wryly. He wasn't worried about their safety at all. With his current physical condition, as long as that pedophile didn't have a gun, it was a 19-to-1 match. Zhang Yuan could slap him 9 times in a single second. Earlier, he'd sent Gu Qiulan away just to get her home early. Otherwise, with all the women together, he genuinely feared things might get out of hand. But for Xiaoling's safety, Zhang Yuan temporarily pushed those worries aside. After confirming Gu Qiulan had set up the livestream, Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and casually tipped 30 carnival tokens along with a 100,000 diamond red envelope. This was to attract viewers and boost the livestream's audience count. All the way there, Zhang Yuan kept scanning the eyes of passers-by. He remembered the pedophile's eyes all too clearly. Single eyelids combined with weak upper eyelid muscles made the eyes appear lifeless, giving off a distinctly sleazy vibe. To his disappointment, after circling the 6th floor work area 3 or 4 times, he still found nothing. Damn, how is that pedophile so good at hiding? I've been searching for so long and I haven't seen a single soul. Zhang Yuan sat down in the break area, exhausted, and sighed. Could he have gotten away? He was only heading toward the 6th floor earlier. He might have gone downstairs. Gu Qiulan rubbed her arms, which had grown stiff from holding her phone up for the livestream for so long. No way. The announcement earlier made sure every customer in the entire Wanda complex knows about this. He wouldn't dare go out now. If he did, it'd be like thousands of eyes staring at him. That pedophile doesn't have the guts. Zhang Yuan shook his head in explanation, then pulled out his phone to check with Wen Jin and Liang Yu. After confirming they hadn't found anything either, Zhang Yuan felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over him. A bad feeling surfaced in his mind. Could Xiaoling have already been? At that thought, Zhang Yuan shook his head urgently, banishing the dark possibility from his mind. Gu Qiulan, meanwhile, scanned the live chat comments. Is the headline real or fake? If it's fake, I'll get run over by a semi the moment I step outside. Seeing these comments, Gu Qiulan no longer felt like explaining. She'd already explained it at least 10 times earlier. The viewers in the livestream would naturally understand. Holy, there really are pedophiles kidnapping little girls? This is seriously bad, right? Ugh, it's not just serious, this is a crime punishable by life imprisonment. That little girl must have been horribly abused by now. Seeing all these irrelevant comments flooding the livestream chat, even some making jokes about the little girl Su Wanqing, who had been watching the stream the whole time, couldn't help but speak up angrily. Su Wanqing, who had been watching the livestream all along, couldn't help but speak up in anger. Instead of discussing all this useless stuff, why not help the streamer think of a solution? This is a matter of life and death. Can you please stop making jokes about this? Seeing Su Wanqing getting angry, the trolls in the chat were thrilled and immediately started flooding the screen with comments. LOL, oh my, why are you getting so worked up? Haha, you're so worried about that little girl, how about you go help her endure the pedophile's lust? Would you be willing? You, all of you. Seeing the comments getting even more outrageous, Su Wanqing instantly lost her temper. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan grabbed his phone, glanced at the comments, and his expression darkened instantly. His fingers began tapping the screen relentlessly. After a few minutes, most of the trolls in the livestream had been kicked out. Only a few ugly comments remained, but Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to block them. After all, with 3,500 viewers now in the stream, comments were refreshing at nearly 50 per second and most were friendly and supportive. Ghost Eye Security, Xiao Yuan, host, I've been watching for 20 minutes. There's one spot you missed. At that moment, a comment caught Zhang Yuan's attention. Even though it was quickly buried by other comments, he scrolled back up. He found his next comment. Ghost Eye Security, Xiao Yang, in a normal mall, besides the staff areas, there are also back service corridors. They're a tangled mess. That pedophile is probably hiding in there, but it might take a while to find him. Alright, I've got stuff to do now. Hope to catch the rest of the livestream later. That monster has been brought to justice. Reading this, Zhang Yuan slapped his forehead. He'd worked as a security guard before, how could he have forgotten this detail? He immediately thanked the viewers in the livestream before rushing off with the two women toward the back service corridors. Chapter 61, Deduction. Inside the dimly lit service corridor, Zhang Yuan and the others walked through the damp air, faintly permeated with a musty odor. Achoo! Su Wanqing couldn't hold back a sneeze. This place smells awful. Let's hurry up and find it. Seeing both women covering their noses, Zhang Yuan silently quickened his pace. Bang! After opening another fire door and confirming no one was inside, Zhang Yuan expressionlessly closed it and moved on to the next one. Bang! Zhang Yuan, we're in the service corridor. We've gone around 3 times and haven't seen a single soul. That pedophile, has he already escaped? Gu Qiulan was now too exhausted to walk any further. Without a second thought, she plopped down onto the steps of the emergency exit, not caring about the dirt. Su Wanqing said nothing, only silently glancing at the time. It was already 4 o'clock, meaning they'd been searching the 6th floor of the mall for 2 hours. They had barely paused to rest during that time, and she was beginning to regret her initial actions. After all, this matter had nothing to do with her. But now that she was involved, backing out would only make her seem heartless. Pushing the thoughts aside, Su Wanqing refocused her attention on the livestream's chat comments, treating them as a distraction. TSK, that pedophile might have already gotten what he wanted, huh? Hey, sweetie upstairs. If you love making snide remarks so much, I hope your daughter meets her very own pedophile prince someday. Ah well, the streamer did her best. If she really can't find him, there's nothing else to do but wait 24 hours to report it. Seeing the first comment, Su Wanqing felt no emotional stirrings. She merely tapped the screen a few times with practiced ease, permanently blocking the user. It's just that I'm afraid of missing out. Just then, Zhang Yuan's phone buzzed in his pocket. Seeing his aunt's name on the caller ID, Zhang Yuan pressed to answer. Hello. Zhang Yuan, how's the situation over there? I asked Officer Wen, and she hasn't seen any sign of the pedophile either. Liang Yu's anxious voice came through the phone, clearly indicating things weren't going smoothly on her end. Zhang Yuan knew Liang Yu was emotionally unstable right now, and he couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth. Auntie, don't worry just yet. I'm still searching and have found a few leads so far. Xiao Ling will be fine, don't worry. Zhang Yuan reassured her softly. Really? Yes. With that, Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. He then looked at the two women, who seemed a bit deflated. He didn't blame them at all. After all, this matter had nothing to do with them. If not for Su Wanqing and Gu Qiulan, Zhang Yuan wouldn't have had a clue where the pedophile might be lurking, leaving him to run around like a headless chicken. Ugh. Zhang Yuan exhaled a heavy breath and rubbed his temples in irritation. Where the hell is Xiao Ling? I refuse to believe that pedophile could be hiding so well. I must have forgotten something. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, his mind racing. First off, there was absolutely no way the pedophile would show up in the work area. As for the service passages, Zhang Yuan considered that nearly every escape route connected vertically from B1 to the 6th floor. And the entire mall only had over 30 escape routes. If he took the time to search them all thoroughly, he was bound to find something. Unless the pedophile was an absolute fool, he'd likely avoid hiding in an escape route. As for the underground parking garage, that was even less likely. It's heavily patrolled by security guards, with eyes everywhere. Currently, Wanda had only classified Xiao Ling as a missing girl, a situation that occurred almost daily at the mall. Consequently, they have a well-established protocol. First, security personnel across all departments receive Xiaoling's photo on their phones. While these guards might not actively search for her, they'll at least glance at the photo. It's no trouble at all. If they actually came across her, it could earn them extra points in their performance reviews, translating to a few $100 extra at month's end. Why wouldn't they? So where could she be? Zhang Yuan felt he was getting closer to the truth, because there weren't many places to hide in the mall. That pedophile must be lurking in some hidden corner. That much Zhang Yuan was certain of. But upon careful thought, every corner of the mall seemed to have a steady flow of people. No! Zhang Yuan suddenly exclaimed. I know! It's right under my nose. It was right under my nose all along. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists in excitement. Zhang Yuan, what's wrong? Liang Qingcheng looked at him with surprise and a hint of concern. Earlier, she had noticed Zhang Yuan kept his head down, muttering to himself, but his voice was too soft for Gu Qiulan to make out what he was saying. Zhang Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. His earlier behavior had indeed been a bit startling. Sorry about that. I got a little too excited and accidentally startled you both. He then shared his earlier conjecture with the two of them. That's probably how it is. If I'm not mistaken, it's right over there. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing both shot Zhang Yuan a reproachful glance before urgently asking. Oh my gosh, just tell us already. Don't keep us in suspense. Viewers in the livestream chat, listening to their exchange, flooded the screen with comments, their impatience palpable. Damn, this guy's analysis is spot on. Oh man, this is gonna blow our minds. Damn it, just tell us already. I hate this kind of suspense. Zhang Yuan gave the two women a mysterious smile and shook his head. Think about it, where did that pedophile go at the beginning? The 6th floor, Gu Qiulan blurted out. Then think about why he went to the 6th floor. To hide where fewer people were? Su Wanqing frowned. But isn't the 6th floor pretty crowded too? Hearing Su Wanqing's words, Zhang Yuan clapped his hands. You're getting closer. The 6th floor is crowded, but the areas right next to it? Barely anyone there, sometimes no one at all. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan suddenly turned to Zhang Yuan, pointing excitedly at the ceiling. The rooftop, right? Zhang Yuan nodded with a smile. Yes. He had been stuck in a mental rut, assuming the pedophile would be hiding within the building's floors. But after reviewing the situation and giving it some thought, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered the rooftop he had completely overlooked. Drawing on his past experience as a security guard, he knew that the rooftops of shopping malls were rarely visited. Unless there was a problem with the exhaust system in a restaurant kitchen on the 5th or 6th floor, the mall would send someone up for repairs. Compounded by the lack of shade, the rooftop became unbearably hot, making it a place few ventured to except for maintenance crews. Su Wanqing exclaimed excitedly, there's no time to waste, let's hurry over there. Her earlier reluctance stemmed from a lack of hope, but now that rescuing Xiaoling seemed highly probable, Su Wanqing was naturally eager to contribute. Alright, follow me. Zhang Yuan nodded and led the two toward the rooftop. Chapter 62, Then Let Me Kiss You Instead. Xiaoling, aren't you hot? He Tao gave a wicked grin as he stared at the bound Xiaoling before him, his flabby flesh jiggling with the movement. He then pressed his greasy, flabby face close to Xiaoling's. Staring at her plump cheeks, He Tao swallowed hard. Xiaoling, if you give your uncle a kiss, I'll move you to a cooler spot. Woo woo. Xiaoling's face was covered in sweat mixed with dust, making her look filthy. Her mouth was taped shut, leaving her unable to speak and only able to emit intermittent whimpers. Staring at the plump face mere inches from hers, Xiaoling's eyes widened with terror as she shook her head frantically. Haha, forgot you've got tape over your mouth. Looks like you can't kiss me after all. But the tape can't come off. If you scream and someone finds out, that'd be bad. Then let Uncle kiss you instead. He Tao laughed sickly, puckering his purple, flaky lips as he leaned in to touch Xiaoling's delicate, fair cheek. Thud. Suddenly, the iron gate nearby clanged. Hearing the noise, He Tao instantly held his breath and froze. Xiaoling, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, hurriedly shouted loudly, hoping to attract attention. Wah! 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 With her mouth taped shut, no matter how loudly Xiaoling shouted, only muffled whimpers and grunts escaped. You little, whining and moaning like that? Whining your ass off. Seeing her risk exposing his position in such a critical moment, He Tao's face twisted into a vicious grimace as he lashed out, slapping Xiaoling hard across the face. Smack! Xiaoling burst into tears. Wah! 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 Shut the up. Seeing this, He Tao clamped his hand over Xiaoling's mouth. He glanced at the crisscrossing pipes around them. Oomph, we can't stay here. He hoisted Xiaoling onto his shoulders and began walking toward the other side, his pace deliberately slow. First, the numerous pipes made it easy to trip if he hurried. Second, he'd locked the iron door no one could get in anytime soon. If someone did break through, he'd simply exit through another opening. Thud. Suddenly, a sound like a heavy object hitting the ground echoed across the entire rooftop. Damn it, they're already up here? He Tao jumped in fright and hurried his pace. But after just a few steps, he tripped over a pipe beneath his feet. Ugh. He Tao let out a muffled groan of pain. Xiao Ling, perched on his shoulders, tumbled down with a thud. The delicate skin on her calf was scraped raw by the rough ground, and she immediately began crying out in pain. Seeing this, He Tao glanced down at Xiao Ling, wanting to pick her up and leave. But he cast a worried look over his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he finally pulled her up and started moving. But the fall had slammed his knees, and every step he took now felt like torture. Thump! 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 After knocking several times on the iron gate before her, Gu Qiulan shook her head and glanced back at Zhang Yuan and the others. No good. This door's locked from the outside. And the lock's rusted shut. Even wire might not budge it. But that also means Xiao Ling is most likely on the rooftop. Seeing this, Su Wanqing also raised her phone and walked over, zooming in for a close-up. 3,000 people in the livestream. Does anyone know how to handle this? Is there any way to open a door locked from the outside? Rick V. Holy, did we actually find a pedophile? CS Tomato, yeah, shouldn't the lock on a metal door be on the inside? AAA Master Locksmith, from the lot type, this one should be pretty easy to pick. Did the streamer bring a bank card? If so, just insert the card, feel for the groove, and give it a firm swipe. The lock will pop open. Seeing someone actually suggest a solution in the livestream, Su Wanqing immediately shared it with Zhang Yuan and Gu Qiulan. Hey, you know what? I actually brought my bank card. Gu Qiulan fished a bank card out of her bag, her voice brimming with excitement. She then walked over to the iron gate, ready to give it a try. Hold on, we're running out of time. This method is too slow. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Watch me. He walked up to the gate, noticing its surface was already rusted through. Running his finger lightly over it, he found it covered in rust flakes. Given the rust level on this gate, with my current physical strength, I should be able to break it open directly, Zhang Yuan roughly estimated in his mind. Zhang Yuan, what else can you use besides a bank card? You can't just kick it open, can you? Gu Qiulan looked at Zhang Yuan standing before the gate with confusion. You guessed right. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Hearing this, Su Wanqing and Gu Qiulan both shot Zhang Yuan strange looks. Had they misheard him, or did Zhang Yuan actually think he could do it? Even if it was rusty, this gate wasn't something just anyone could kick open, right? Ignoring their remarks, Zhang Yuan assumed a stance, shifted his weight downward, and delivered a powerful kick toward the gate. Thud! In the next instant, the hinges connecting the door lock tore cleanly from the wall. Seeing the gate hadn't burst open, Zhang Yuan was slightly surprised. He realized he'd overestimated himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 20. Gu Qiulan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 30. Su Wanqing. What? Even if the iron door was severely rusted, it couldn't possibly be kicked like this. Gu Qiulan muttered to herself. She knew Zhang Yuan had tremendous lower body strength, but she hadn't realized the rest of his body was this powerful too. Su Wanqing, however, was rendered speechless by the sheer force of Zhang Yuan's kick. Viewers in the livestream chat flooded the comments with question marks. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Zhang Yuan said nothing, instead assuming a fighting stance before delivering another kick. Crash. This time, the iron gate crashed down along with the wall, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 40. Gu Qiulan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 50. Su Wanqing. At this moment, Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing were utterly speechless. The livestream chat exploded with reactions. Wait, is this even human? Kicked open an iron gate with just 2 feet? Holy, I was worried the streamers might be in danger from pedophiles, but now it looks like the pedophile is the one in danger. Alright, stop standing there like idiots. Zhang Yuan glanced back at the two of them before stepping onto the rooftop. Eek! A faint groan of pain caught Zhang Yuan's attention. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and made a shoe gesture toward the two women. Understanding immediately, the two women followed cautiously, their excitement palpable. Even the viewers in the livestream held their breath in suspense. Zhang Yuan inched along the wall, slowly moving forward, peeking out half his head. In that instant, a stumbling figure appeared before him. System, use the skill to identify the person. Name, He Tao. Current inner monologue, damn it, move your legs. Run now or it'll be too late. Chapter 63, The Sound of an Egg Cracking. After confirming the man was the pedophile, Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate. He immediately took a stride and gave chase. Thud. 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 Zhang Yuan's footsteps were heavy, echoing loudly as he stomped along the pipes. But he didn't care if He Tao had spotted him. The man had no chance of escape now. As Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing emerged, they saw Zhang Yuan sprinting along the irregularly spaced pipes. Each step was steady and wide. The 100 meters separating He Tao and Zhang Yuan were covered in what seemed like an instant. Damn, Zhang Yuan isn't just strong, he's fast too? And he's running on pipes. He's covering nearly 10 meters per second? Su Wanqing held her phone, incredulously pushing up her black half-rimmed glasses perched on her nose as she murmured to herself. The live stream audience was stunned into a frenzy of comments. Wait, is this the damn CSO Lu Xiang? That speed. Put him on flat ground and he'd be the next Usain Bolt? Clang. 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 Hearing the clanging of the pipes, He Tao felt a sudden sense of dread. Turning his head, he saw that Zhang Yuan was now only about 20 meters away. Panic seized him instantly. Cold sweat poured down his back as he forced himself to ignore the searing pain in his legs and sprinted toward the exit ahead. But it was futile. After just a few steps, he was kicked flat on the ground. Ouch! Wearing only shorts and a t-shirt, He Tao slid 2 meters across the floor before coming to a halt. Large areas of deep abrasions instantly appeared on his calves and arms. Tiny crimson droplets of blood seeped from the wounds, eventually covering them entirely. Was it really necessary to be so brutal? He Tao curled up in agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Ha! Scum like you deserves to die. Zhang Yuan's eyes were icy cold, his voice sharp and harsh. As he spoke, he kicked He Tao again with brutal force. You sick bastard! Where did you hide Xiaoling? Zhang Yuan, Xiaoling is with us. Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing finally arrived from behind. Gu Qiulan cradled Xiaoling in her arms, panting as she explained, we found Xiaoling on the ground while chasing you earlier. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan shot He Tao a cold glance before turning his attention to Xiaoling. He immediately noticed extensive abrasions covering her elbows. Moreover, with almost no fat or muscle covering the area, the elbow bone was faintly visible through the wound. Xiaoling, did that scumbag hurt you? Zhang Yuan looked at Xiaoling with concern, tenderly wiping the dirt from her delicate face, his heart filled with a desire to torture He Tao 1,000 times over. Brother Zhang Yuan, I was so scared. That bad guy tried to kiss me just now. Thank goodness you showed up at the last moment. Xiaoling's face was pale, her voice trembling with tears as she spoke loudly, clearly still in shock. After speaking, she curled up a little tighter in Gu Qiulan's embrace, as if doing so could make her feel just a bit safer. Seeing this, Su Wanqing tenderly ruffled Xiaoling's slightly disheveled hair. Viewers in the live stream room caught a glimpse of the wound on Xiaoling's elbow. Across the country, countless viewers sucked in their breath at the sight of the horrific wound on her arm, clearly horrified by the gruesome injury. Rick 5th Gen, damn it, pedophiles like this deserve to die. How could he harm such a young girl? AAA Master Locksmith, I suggest the government enact policies to execute anyone caught molesting underage girls on sight. CS Tomato, streamer, call the cops immediately. Scum like this should be locked up for life. Zhang Yuan silently ruffled Xiaoling's hair, it's okay. With Big Brother here, no one can hurt you. Then Zhang Yuan turned to look at He Tao lying on the ground. A rare glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he grabbed the collar of his shirt and yanked him upright. Bro, you gotta calm down. I really didn't do anything inappropriate to Xiaoling. The moment he met Zhang Yuan's gaze, He Tao's legs went weak, his voice trembling. Oof. Now you regret it? Zhang Yuan sneered coldly, turning to shut off the livestream in Su Wanqing's hands. Then, clenching his knuckles, he glared coldly at He Tao. Without warning, he slapped him hard across the face. You dare kidnap children again? Thud. 2 teeth flew from He Tao's mouth as his cheek rapidly swelled, revealing the sheer force behind Zhang Yuan's blow. No mercy whatsoever. You have no authority to do this. You can't hit me. You're breaking the law. I'm calling the police to arrest you. He Tao clutched his face, staring at Zhang Yuan in terror as if he were a demon. Seeing this pedophile dare to cry foul, Zhang Yuan sneered coldly. You brought Xiaoling to the rooftop precisely because you wanted a place without surveillance, didn't you? But you knew the rooftop had no cameras. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, He Tao's face instantly contorted with fear as he swallowed hard. You. Put. Another resounding slap landed without restraint. He Tao was cut off mid-sentence by Zhang Yuan. What do you mean, you? You dare do that again? I'll slap your mouth to pieces. Zhang Yuan snorted furiously, not giving He Tao a chance to speak as he delivered blow after blow. By the end, Zhang Yuan had completely let loose. He released his grip on He Tao's collar and began striking him with both hands. Before long, He Tao's cheeks were swollen high on both sides, his eyes squeezed into slits. He truly looked like a pig's head. It was only because Zhang Yuan eased up later that He Tao didn't end up worse than just looking like a pig's head. There was a strong possibility Zhang Yuan could have beaten him to death, given his physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary men. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 70. Gu Qiulan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Current emotion points, 90. Su Wanqing. Well done. That scum deserved a good beating. Damn it, if I wasn't holding Xiaoling, I'd have gone up and slapped that pedophile myself. Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing, watching from the sidelines, watched Zhang Yuan swing left and right with excitement, wishing they could slap that scum themselves. Hearing the women's voices, Zhang Yuan pulled himself back from his rage. Glancing at He Tao, who was cowering on the ground, staring at him in terror, Zhang Yuan sneered coldly. As long as scum like you live another day, someone else might get hurt. Then let me eliminate this threat. What are you going to do? He Tao seemed to anticipate what Zhang Yuan was about to do and immediately began backing away. Zhang Yuan merely stared coldly at He Tao before delivering a swift kick. Crack! A sharp cracking sound echoed through the air as He Tao collapsed unconscious. Seeing Zhang Yuan's actions, even Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing, who didn't possess such a thing, couldn't help but feel a chill between their legs. Seeing the matter resolved, Zhang Yuan glanced at Gu Qiulan, who was still holding Xiaoling, and softened his tone. Qiulan, put Xiaoling down first. I'll call Auntie to let her know. Gu Qiulan nodded and placed Xiaoling on a pipe in the shade. Phew! Gu Qiulan exhaled a long, heavy breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. After all, carrying a 40-pound girl for so long was no small feat for her. Hey, Auntie, got some good news. I found Xiaoling. She was on the mall rooftop, and I subdued this pedophile too. Almost instantly after Zhang Yuan finished speaking, an incredibly excited voice erupted on the other end of the line. Zhang Yuan, don't move. Stay right where you are. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Haha, okay. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Gotta go now. I'll notify Officer 1. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly and hung up. He then dialed Wen Jin's number. Brother Zhang Yuan, will mommy scold me? I promised to wait for mommy, but then I ended up following that bad guy. Xiaoling's brows furrowed slightly, a look of worry on her face. No, she won't. Mommy will only feel heartbroken for you. Zhang Yuan gently pinched Xiaoling's cheek. Just as Zhang Yuan was comforting Xiaoling, a graceful figure burst through the doorway. Her voice carried a mix of urgency, a hint of reproach, and 7 parts joy as she called out. Xiaoling, are you okay? Chapter 64, Almost Exposed. Seeing Xiaoling covered in dirt and the wound on her elbow, Liang Yu's eyes instantly stung with tears as she pulled her into an embrace. You silly girl, why did you go off with someone like that? You scared the life out of me. Do you know that you're all I have left now? After saying this, Liang Yu could no longer hold back. Forgetting that Gu Qiulan and the others were present, she clutched Xiaoling tightly and burst into tears. After a moment, Liang Yu released Xiaoling and turned to Zhang Yuan, hesitating as she asked. Xiaoling. Zhang Yuan understood Liang Yu's concern immediately. He shook his head and smiled softly. Don't worry, Xiaoling is fine. Ding. Liang Yu's affection plus 20 points. Current affection, 70. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotion points. Current emotion points, 140. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's reassurance, Liang Yu visibly relaxed, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at him. Xiao Yuan, I really owe you today. I honestly wouldn't have known what to do otherwise. It's nothing. It's what I should do. If something happened to Xiaoling, I wouldn't feel good either. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Where's Xiaoling? Is she okay? And where is that pedophile? Just then, when Jean finally arrived, panting heavily as she looked at Zhang Yuan. Xiaoling is fine. As for that pedophile. Zhang Yuan casually pointed toward He Tao, who was tied up nearby. Hearing this, when Jean followed Zhang Yuan's gesture with her gaze, he saw that He Tao's head had swollen up like a pig's snout. Seeing this, when Jean looked at Zhang Yuan in astonishment. Did you just fight him? Nah, I just picked him up and beat him senseless, permanently eliminating his ability to harm anyone else. Zhang Yuan grinned innocently. By the way, who are these two? Seeing the matter mostly resolved, Liang Yu turned to Zhang Yuan, pointing questioningly at Gu Qiulan and the other person beside him. Zhang Yuan and Qiulan are. Su Wanqing chuckled softly, intending to explain Gu Qiulan and Zhang Yuan's relationship to Liang Yu and the others. But before she could finish, Gu Qiulan squeezed her palm hard, forcing her to cut herself off. I suppose I should introduce them myself. After all, they're both Zhang Yuan's friends. Gu Qiulan offered a subtle smile, glancing at Wen Jin and Liang Yu as she spoke. She had formed a rough judgment in her mind, realizing that aside from Su Wanqing, the others likely all shared ambiguous relationships with Zhang Yuan. They just weren't aware of each other's feelings. Especially when she saw Zhang Yuan instinctively wipe his nose, Gu Qiulan knew her guess was most likely correct. My name is Gu Qiulan. I'm Zhang Yuan's university classmate. Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, Liang Yu, usually meticulous in her thoughts, shot her a peculiar glance. She thought to herself. Shouldn't that be studied instead? Hearing this, Su Wanqing finally recalled that Gu Qiulan and Zhang Yuan were in a sugar daddy arrangement. She knew that among these women, one must be Zhang Yuan's legitimate girlfriend. With this thought, Su Wanqing instinctively pushed up the black half-rimmed glasses on her nose and chuckled softly. Qiulan and I are best friends. Today is actually the first time I've met Zhang Yuan. Faced with Liang Yu's sudden question, Zhang Yuan felt his throat tighten. Fortunately, Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing were sensible enough to prevent any awkward situations from unfolding. To be honest, I owe it all to these two today. Otherwise, finding Xiaoling would have been a real struggle. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. Hearing this, not only Liang Yu but even Wenjin perked up with interest. Oh? Tell us more? Alright, I'll give you the gist. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of excitement inside, knowing the stage was now his to shine. That's pretty much it. If I hadn't run into them, I'd probably still be wandering between the 5th and 6th floors. Who could have guessed that ING pedophile would be right here on the rooftop? Hearing this, Wenjin nodded approvingly. True. Though you did deduce the location later. But without their clues, I might have been completely lost. After speaking, his gaze casually swept over all the women present. How come every single one of them is so gorgeous? A vague sense of unease suddenly welled up in Wenjin's heart. Hearing Wenjin's affirmation, Zhang Yuan smiled inwardly with calm assurance. He knew he couldn't fool Liang Yu, but deceiving Wenjin was child's play. Besides, what Zhang Yuan said was 7 parts truth and 3 parts lie. As long as Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing were covering for him, there was no way he'd slip up. Well then, if we're going with Zhang Yuan's plan, I'll have to properly thank little Gu and little Su. How about this, why don't we all come over to my place for dinner? I've been practicing several famous dishes lately, and they turned out pretty tasty. Liang Yu smiled gently, and her hostility toward Gu Qiulan softened slightly. After all, they were among Xiaoling's lifesavers. She had deliberately set traps for them earlier, which was indeed a bit unkind. Sounds great. Then we'll follow Zhang Yuan's lead and call you Auntie too. Gu Qiulan smiled sweetly. Tap. 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 Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance ahead. Zhang Yuan looked up and saw 3 police officers approaching, one of whom was an old acquaintance Huang Tian. Seeing this, Wenjin pointed toward He Tao's location. That pedophile is over there. Take him to the station first. For evidence collection, send someone later to coordinate with the mall management and obtain some surveillance footage. After hearing Wenjin's instructions, the 2 officers in charge nodded. Then, they patted Huang Tian, who stood there staring blankly at the women present. Hey, you! Stop spacing out and come help us out here. Oh, I'm coming. Huang Tian snapped back to his senses and stepped in to help, inwardly marveling at how he'd gotten to see so many stunning beauties all at once today. Moreover, each one seemed to rival Wenjin in beauty. Yet as he thought this, a pang of jealousy stirred within him. Why were all these beauties swarming around Zhang Yuan? He considered himself only slightly inferior to Zhang Yuan in terms of wealth. In every other aspect, he was Zhang Yuan's equal, especially in looks. But he kept his thoughts to himself. After all, he owed his continued presence at the station to Zhang Yuan, who had helped him catch that drug dealer last time. Otherwise, he'd have been kicked out of the station by now. To antagonize Zhang Yuan now would be downright idiotic. Did you call the police? Zhang Yuan turned to Wenjin, his expression tinged with confusion. Yeah. Otherwise, with my physical condition, how could it have taken me this long to get to the rooftop? Wenjin looked perfectly normal. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan didn't question her. Instead, he nodded in deep agreement. Even now, Zhang Yuan couldn't forget the scene he witnessed shortly after arriving in this world, when Jin single-handedly subduing that demonic bogan. That kind of strength wasn't something just anyone could possess. Chapter 65. Didn't you want to be Xiaoling's father? After watching Huang Tian and the others escort He Tao away, when Jin turned to Liang Yu, a hint of apology in his expression. Auntie, I'm afraid I won't be able to go. I still need to interrogate the prisoners. It's fine. I'll cook for you another time. Liang Yu smiled gently. Then I'll drive you back to the station? Zhang Yuan patted Wenjin's shoulder. I'm driving the Xiaomi SU7 today. It's got plenty of room, you won't have to squeeze into a car with Huang Tian and the others. If Wenjin hadn't mentioned it, Zhang Yuan would never have offered to drive her. After all, he genuinely feared accidentally giving himself away. Knowing Wenjin's temperament, if she found out about this, his favorability rating in her eyes would probably plummet by at least 50 points. He only offered now because he suddenly remembered the criminal record the system had rewarded him with was in the car. This was the perfect chance to hand it over to Wenjin. He wanted her to look into the companies owned by Lu Wanwei and Wang Bin. Alright, I'll go with your plan. Wenjin nodded. After all, the police car was a bit cramped, and she'd have to deal with Huang Tian's harassment anyway. Better to ride in Zhang Yuan's car. The group then headed down to the parking lot. On the way, Zhang Yuan didn't forget to draw a prize. System lottery. Ding, lottery begins. Currently 40 emotion points remaining. A pale blue roulette will appear before Zhang Yuan's eyes. The pointer began spinning before finally settling on the question mark. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained master-level medical skills. Instantly, Zhang Yuan's mind was flooded with knowledge encompassing 99% of all medical techniques throughout history and across the globe. This included, but was not limited to, traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, various folk remedies, secret techniques, and more. Within a few dozen seconds, Zhang Yuan had fully assimilated it all. Feeling the vast medical knowledge within his mind, Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. No exaggeration in terms of medical skill, he could now truly be called among the world's best. Upon reaching the parking lot, Zhang Yuan retrieved his car keys, unlocked the door, slid into the driver's seat and began reversing. After completing the maneuver, he proactively opened the passenger door. "Auntie, please sit in the front passenger seat. After all, Xiaoling is injured. Holding her while sitting in the back seat wouldn't be very comfortable." Hearing Zhang Yuan's suggestion, Liang Yu nodded without hesitation and promptly settled into the passenger seat. He then carried Xiaoling into the car and placed her on his plump, beautiful legs. Perhaps realizing she'd caused trouble, Xiaoling remained silent, looking every bit the well-behaved child. Had Zhang Yuan not happened to glance at the wound on her elbow, he might have almost forgotten the little one was injured. Fortunately, he had just drawn the master-level medical skill, which could be used to treat Xiaoling's wound. Glancing at Xiaoling, who was clearly enduring the pain, Zhang Yuan gently pinched her now dirty cheek with a hint of pity. "Does it hurt? When we get home, I'll take care of your wound. I promise it won't hurt, and it'll heal faster than hospital treatment." "Really? Big brother Zhang Yuan." Hearing this, the slight frown on Xiaoling's face instantly melted into a sweet smile. "Of course it's true," Zhang Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yuan with surprise. "You know medicine? How come I've never heard about this before?" Seeing this, Zhang Yuan shook his head and gave a wry smile. "It's okay. I just know a little bit. Besides, although Xiaoling's wound looks quite serious, it's actually not too bad. As long as we disinfect it properly, apply anti-inflammatory treatment, and bandage it up, it should be mostly healed in about 2 weeks." Listening to Zhang Yuan's explanation, Gu Qiulan in the back row shot him a disdainful glance. "Here you go being modest again. Most people don't even know how to bandage and disinfect properly. But you can tell how serious Xiaoling's wound is? That's impressive." Liang Yu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Little Yuan, that kid, he wasn't modest at all when he was young. He was the neighborhood kid leader back then." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan hurriedly waved his hands. "Enough, auntie, stop talking." After speaking, Zhang Yuan retrieved the criminal records previously rewarded by the system from the car storage compartment. He skimmed through them briefly before handing them to Wen Jin in the back seat. "Jing, these are the criminal records of 2 companies, everything from tax evasion and employee exploitation to collusion with officials. Could you look into them for me? It's not really an investigation. After all, the evidence is ironclad, they can't wash it away. You could even use this to earn some merit." Hearing this, Wen Jin shot Zhang Yuan a puzzled glance but said nothing. She simply took the files and began flipping through them. His previously calm expression gradually darkened as he read on, a thread of anger emerging, his brow furrowing. "Zhang Yuan, is this criminal record genuine? These 2 companies really have some nerve. Tax evasion is bad enough, but they also dared to bribe officials, engage in illegal fundraising, and launder money?" A rare edge of anger crept into Wen Jin's voice. "Of course it's real. Since I've given it to you, I've made thorough preparations. All the evidence against these 2 companies is genuine." Zhang Yuan nodded, his tone shedding its previous casualness for a more solemn gravity. After all, he had been deeply shocked when he first reviewed the documents. Zhang Yuan never imagined companies could be so brazen. But the more shocked he was, the more excited he became. Taking down Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin's companies would be even easier this way. Gu Qiulan and Liang Yu, listening to Zhang Yuan and Wen Jin's conversation, quietly wondered to themselves, was Zhang Yuan going after his competitors? They had heard Zhang Yuan mention before that he was currently starting his own business as a first-generation entrepreneur, so it was only natural for them to think along those lines. "Alright, if it's true, I'll definitely investigate." Wen Jin furrowed her brow. She couldn't believe that in the 21st century, there were still companies in Longwood daring to act so brazenly. If this were happening in some small town, it might be understandable, but this was the metropolis of Shanghai. Driving, Zhang Yuan caught sight of Wen Jin's slightly flushed cheeks in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. She was still too righteous, easily led by those with ulterior motives. Fortunately, he had no ill intentions and could even provide Wen Jin with an opportunity to prove herself. Though in a way, Zhang Yuan was also exploiting Wen Jin. "We're here. I'll get out now." Wen Jin opened the car door, holding the criminal record in her hand. "Alright, we'll head back then." Zhang Yuan waved goodbye. Seeing Wen Jin had already exited the car, Liang Yu glanced at the soundly sleeping Xiaoling in her arms before stealing a look at Zhang Yuan. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Not bad, Xiao Yuan. I thought you only had Ji Wei before. Who knew? Seeing you today, it turns out you have quite a few female confidants." Zhang Yuan, who had been concentrating on driving, nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel when he heard Liang Yu's words. "Ahem, auntie, what nonsense are you talking about? You can't just say things like that. What if you mislead Xiaoling? That wouldn't be good at all." Zhang Yuan gripped the steering wheel tighter, glancing guiltily at Liang Yu. In the backseat, Gu Qiulan and Su Wanxing both widened their beautiful eyes at Liang Yu's words. They exchanged glances, finding confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. Clearly, they hadn't expected Liang Yu to suddenly drop such a bombshell. Hearing this, Liang Yu shot Zhang Yuan a withering look and pursed her lips. Stop pretending, and besides, Xiaoling's already asleep, she can't hear a thing. Besides, just a few hours ago, weren't you saying you wanted to be Xiaoling's dad? Chapter 66, Liang Yu lets loose. The moment Liang Yu uttered those words, not only Zhang Yuan but also Gu Qiulan started coughing. Ahem, ahem. The sudden coughing nearly woke Xiaoling from her sleep, but thankfully it was just a false alarm. Xiaoling merely smacked her lips twice, rolled over in Liang Yu's arms, rested her head on Darai, and drifted back into a peaceful slumber. Seeing that Xiaoling hadn't woken up, Zhang Yuan finally relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. If Xiaoling had overheard Liang Yu's words just now, Zhang Yuan would never dare bring Shen Jiwei home again. Otherwise, if Xiaoling had a loose tongue and let something slip, he'd be finished. Alright, I've said my piece. Stop pretending, Zhang Yuan. Liang Yu murmured softly, clearly still shaken by Xiaoling's sudden awakening. Then, glancing through the rearview mirror at Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing in the back seat, she flashed a charming smile. As for Su Wanqing, I don't think she has much to do with Zhang Yuan. But little Gu is different. The way she looks at Zhang Yuan is practically dripping with desire. She's probably already done it. Ha! Hearing Liang Yu's words, Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing both flushed crimson. Alright, since you've said it like that, Auntie, it wouldn't be right for me to keep pretending I don't know. Qiulan is indeed my girlfriend. I only met Xiao Su today. Seeing that Liang Yu had made her point clear, Zhang Yuan stopped pretending ignorance. Gritting his teeth, he decided to be completely open. Just as I suspected. An officer when you must have feelings for him too, right? Liang Yu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Yes, but I haven't won her over yet. Hearing Liang Yu speak so bluntly, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt like jumping out of the car. Satisfied that Zhang Yuan had answered most of her questions, Liang Yu turned to Gu Qiulan in the back seat and teased. Qiulan, are you sure you don't want to introduce yourself? After all, we'll be sisters sharing the same husband. This. Gu Qiulan's pretty face flushed instantly. She stammered, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan gave a helpless smile, placed his hand on Liang Yu's red hairpin, and spoke slowly. Auntie, you're being a bit too direct, aren't you? You've startled Xiaolian. Let me explain. Zhang Yuan then spoke calmly, having recovered from the shock of Liang Yu's sudden outburst. After hearing the gist of how Zhang Yuan and Gu Qiulan had met, Liang Yu shook her head, murmuring in amazement. Zhang Yuan, who knew? You're quite the player, huh? Trying to copy the top-ranked guy, meeting streamers offline, huh? By now, Gu Qiulan's face was completely flushed. Though she usually acted pretty carefree, that was only around people she knew. This kind of situation was a first for her. Besides, both mentally and in terms of experience, she couldn't hold a candle to Liang Yu. Being led by the nose by her was only natural. Su Wanqing, watching the group nearby, felt inexplicably speechless at their unabashed behavior. After a long silence, she pushed her black-rimmed half-frame glasses up her nose and spoke slowly. Aren't you too worried about appearing inappropriate? Is it really appropriate to discuss this in front of me like this? Hearing this, Liang Yu paused slightly before realizing what Su Wanqing meant. She chuckled softly. It's fine, don't worry. I'm sure that kid Zhang Yuan already has his sights set on you. That guy can't keep his eyes off anyone who's pretty. Seeing Liang Yu lay bare the truth, Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly. Auntie, you're practically flirting with the girl here. Besides, am I really that hungry? The reason I didn't avoid Xiao Su is because I know Qiulan probably told her about my relationship with Qiulan. After parking the car in the lot, Zhang Yuan turned to Liang Yu. Xiaoling, just let me carry her upstairs. After all, it's the 7th floor. Carrying her up might be a bit much for your body. Liang Yu was more than happy to oblige. She then turned to the two women in the back seat with a gentle smile. Alright, let's put that topic aside for now. There are quite a few people in the neighborhood. If someone overheard us, it would inevitably lead to gossip. Gu Qiulan nodded in understanding, then linked arms with Su Wanqing, smiling faintly. Got it. Let's head upstairs. I can't wait to taste your cooking, Auntie. Alright, let's go upstairs. Liang Yu smiled, though inwardly she was somewhat surprised by Gu Qiulan's sudden change. Just moments ago, she'd seemed so shy, yet now she'd accepted what had happened so readily. In the stairwell, upon reaching the 4th floor, Zhang Yuan turned to look at Liang Yu while holding Xiaoling in his arms. Auntie, you take Xiaoling upstairs first. I'll head home first to take a shower, change clothes, and grab the first aid kit to tend to Xiaoling's wound. Hearing this, Liang Yu nodded and took Xiaoling from Zhang Yuan's arms. Then I'll go up with Qiulan and the others first. Zhang Yuan, you're finally back. A familiar, cool voice echoed from above. Hearing the voice, Liang Yu and Zhang Yuan both looked up. They saw a stunning figure descending the stairs with measured steps. Zhang Yuan, next time get yourself a spare key. Then I won't have to wait for you every time I come over. You never reply to my messages either. Shen Jiwei played with her phone as she descended the stairs. She then tucked it into her pocket and turned to look at Zhang Yuan. Spotting the three women behind him, she paused in surprise. Who are these two? Though puzzled by Shen Jiwei's sudden appearance, Zhang Yuan feigned composure and explained today's events. Xiao Ling was kidnapped by a pedophile? Shen Jiwei gasped, then hurried over to Liang Yu, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Xiao Ling. Only when she saw the wound on Xiao Ling's elbow did the doubt in Shen Jiwei's eyes completely vanish. She turned to Liang Yu with concern. Auntie, is Xiao Ling okay? Liang Yu shook her head softly. She's fine. Just some superficial scrapes. Zhang Yuan will disinfect and bandage them later. You and Zhang Yuan should go back inside first. Don't forget to come up for dinner later. Shen Jiwei nodded in response, then turned to look at Gu Qiulan and the others, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you both. It's only because of you that Zhang Yuan was able to find Xiao Ling so quickly. No big deal. We didn't really do much. Gu Qiulan shook her head and chuckled lightly. Yet, the thought that the woman before her was Zhang Yuan's official girlfriend made her feel inexplicably uneasy. And from what Shen Jiwei just said, Zhang Yuan was living with her. The thought suddenly made Gu Qiulan feel a pang of jealousy. She had only banged with Zhang Yuan once. Alright, Jiwei, let's head back upstairs. Seeing Shen Jiwei still wanting to chat and probe for information, Zhang Yuan hurriedly pulled her toward the stairs. I think I have a spare key somewhere. Let me look for it. Chapter 67, Don't Kiss Me Like That. Here, Jiwei, take the key. You won't have to wait for me anymore. Emerging from the shower wearing only boxer shorts, Zhang Yuan playfully lifted Shen Jiwei's chin with the keys. Seeing Zhang Yuan again in just his boxers like last time, Shen Jiwei felt a flutter of unease, her cheeks flushing slightly. Zhang Yuan, I just gave you that this morning. Can we skip this now? We still have to go upstairs for breakfast. After saying that, Shen Jiwei turned her head away. She wasn't exactly averse to this. After all, they were now a couple. She wanted to save her first time for marriage, and helping Zhang Yuan out felt like the right thing to do. But since dinner was coming up soon, Shen Jiwei didn't want the flavors to mix, so she politely declined. Oh? What do you mean by that? Zhang Yuan leaned closer to Shen Jiwei, chuckling softly as he pressed his finger against her lips. I don't think I've done anything yet, have I? Your imagination is running wild. Well. Shen Jiwei was momentarily speechless. Seeing Shen Jiwei's adorable expression, Zhang Yuan felt a sudden surge of mischief. He nibbled her ear and whispered. My pen fell under the table. Could you help me get it? Feeling the scorching breath against her ear, Shen Jiwei's heartbeat surged. She stammered. We're about to eat. Could you please not do that? Last time you asked me to help right before dinner, and I ended up tasting it in my mouth the whole meal. Zhang Yuan fell silent for a moment at Shen Jiwei's explanation, then grinned mischievously, just brush your teeth afterward. Hearing this, Shen Jiwei could only lower her head shyly, knowing she couldn't escape this predicament today. Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction, settling into the ergonomic chair at his desk. He comfortably pulled out his phone and began taking selfies, capturing the precious moment. After finishing the selfie, Zhang Yuan paused to think. He figured it would take a while before he could get up from the chair. After all, he was just too powerful. It was perfect timing since Liang Yu needed time to cook and he still had to treat Xiao Ling's wounds later. He could easily use this time to order an acupuncture kit through the delivery app and give Xiao Ling a session. It wasn't that Zhang Yuan was being overly cautious. Although Xiao Ling's wound was just a scrape. But it had already developed bruising underneath. Using acupuncture to stimulate acupoints could promote blood circulation and disperse stasis, accelerating her wound healing. After some consideration, Zhang Yuan finally selected a set of acupuncture tools priced at 5,000 yuan. The next moment, he suddenly felt an indescribable sensation. Glancing under the table at Shen Jiwei picking up the pen, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Practice truly makes perfect. Her speed at retrieving the pen had improved so much. Witnessing this, Zhang Yuan paused briefly before opting for the express delivery service. Just as he was about to close his phone, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered the novel he'd posted yesterday. He decided to check his station messages to see if there was any contract offer. Logging into the book flag backend, he scanned the contract notification without a hint of surprise. After all, with his current master-level writing skills, securing a contract was a breeze. After adding the editor's QQ, Zhang Yuan turned off his phone. He savored the moment. It's just that I'm afraid of missing it. Just then, a ringtone interrupted his composure. But Zhang Yuan didn't get annoyed. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. It's just what I needed. Jiwei, brush your teeth. Let's go to Auntie's for dinner. She's probably finished cooking by now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 50. Shen Jiwei, who had just retrieved the pen and crawled out from under the table, rubbed her sore jaw and shot Zhang Yuan a resentful look. What a saintly act. Couldn't you have shown me a little concern? Seeing Shen Jiwei's slight pout, Zhang Yuan quickly pulled her into his arms and smiled softly. Who says that? I care about my baby. Put. Shen Jiwei scoffed dismissively. Fine, if you care so much, kiss me right now. Got the guts? At those words, Zhang Yuan's smile froze on his face. He truly hadn't expected Shen Jiwei to suddenly bring this up. Kissing her now would be like giving himself. This was something Zhang Yuan absolutely couldn't accept. He immediately forced a laugh. Haha, Jiwei, it's not that I don't want to kiss you, but I've got important business to attend to right now. The acupuncture kit I ordered arrived, and I need to disinfect everything. Later I also need to treat Xiaoling's wound. But the more he talked, the less convincing he sounded. He silently stood up. Jiwei, I'm going to pick up the takeout. You go brush your teeth first. By the time you're done, I'll be ready too. Then we can kiss all we want. With that, Zhang Yuan couldn't bear to linger in the room another second and hurriedly fled. He was terrified that Shen Jiwei might get upset and force a kiss on him. After spraying all the silver needles with alcohol to disinfect them and packing them into the first aid kit, Zhang Yuan glanced at Shen Jiwei, who was glaring at him with resentment. He forced an awkward smile. Jiwei, I'm all set. Let's head to Auntie's place now. Shen Jiwei nearly snorted coldly, let's go. I don't need your help now. Seeing she was still a bit upset, Zhang Yuan didn't press the issue. He dressed himself and headed upstairs. Bang! Closing the front door, he let Shen Jiwei go to the living room first to chat with Gucholan and the others. Then, Zhang Yuan looked toward the kitchen where Liang Yu was still stir-frying, somewhat surprised. Auntie, it's been over an hour, you're still not done? Oh, don't even ask. Little Ling woke up suddenly just now and has been crying in pain ever since. Xiao Gu and the others checked her, and we found the wound has become inflamed. Xiao Ling is in the living room now. Xiao Gu and the others have been trying to calm her down. Liang Yu's face showed concern. Xiao Ling's wound has worsened. We should take her to the hospital. No need to make such a fuss in here now, aren't I? Zhang Yan gestured to the first aid kit slung over her shoulder. But Xiao Ling's condition does seem pretty serious. Will your basic home first aid kit really be enough? Liang Yu frowned slightly, clearly uneasy. After all, she'd never heard Zhang Yuan mention any medical skills before. And in the car, he'd only claimed to know a little, he might just be a half-baked amateur. Seeing Liang Yu's expression, Zhang Yuan instantly understood her concerns and sighed helplessly. Auntie, I know you're worried about Xiao Ling, but trust my medical skills, this minor injury is easily handled. Seeing Zhang Yuan's confident demeanor, Liang Yu felt slightly reassured. After dishing the food from the pot onto plates, she nodded. Alright, let's give it a try. Walking into the living room, Zhang Yuan saw Su Wanqing gently patting Xiao Ling's back to comfort her. Let go of Xiao Ling for now. I need to check her wound. Alright, go ahead and take a look. Xiao Ling's condition is indeed getting a bit serious. Su Wanqing had Xiao Ling lie face down on the sofa, exposing the wound on her elbow. Brother Zhang Yuan, it hurts so much. It hurt so much more than it did in the car earlier. 2 tear streaks ran down Xiao Ling's fair cheeks as she spoke in a trembling voice. It's okay, brother will definitely help you heal. Zhang Yuan whispered softly to comfort Xiao Ling, crouching down to get a better look at the wound. Whoa! The moment he saw Xiao Ling's wound, Zhang Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. He finally understood why Liang Yu hadn't trusted him earlier. Chapter 68, Masterful Hands. Xiao Ling's wound had completely deteriorated. A white yellow pus oozed slowly from the wound, covering it. Moreover, the wound continued to spread outward and worsen. Zhang Yuan recalled that initially, the wound on Xiao Ling's elbow had been no larger than a 1 yuan coin. Now it had spread to the size of a can lid, truly terrifying. If left untreated, there was even a risk of amputation. Zhang Yuan, what do you think? We don't know medicine, and we're afraid messing with it could make things worse. We just cleaned the wound for Xiao Ling. Can you handle this situation? Gu Qiulan, standing nearby, looked at Zhang Yuan with concern. Seeing the slightly terrifying wound, Shen Jiwei gently stroked Xiao Ling's head with a look of pity, then turned to Zhang Yuan. Acupuncture can be quite effective for wounds like this. But Zhang Yuan, do you know the specific needle techniques for treating this kind of injury? If all else fails, we'll perform a simple debridement first and then send him to the hospital. That's the safer approach. Given Shen Jiwei's expertise, she knew Zhang Yuan intended to treat him with acupuncture. But she still doubted whether Zhang Yuan possessed the necessary skill. After all, she knew that very few traditional Chinese medicine practitioners still understood these acupuncture techniques nowadays. And given Zhang Yuan's usual carefree demeanor, she found it hard to believe he could manage it. Liang Yu nodded in agreement. If it doesn't work, we should get to the hospital quickly. Otherwise, if the wound worsens, it'll be much harder to treat. Hearing their words, Zhang Yuan didn't blame them for their distrust. After all, Xiao Ling's wound infection had indeed worsened significantly. It's fine. I can handle this situation. It's not too serious yet. Xiao Ling might feel some discomfort, though it could hurt a bit later. Zhang Yuan opened the first aid kit, pulling out iodine solution, alcohol, cotton swabs, gauze, and an acupuncture set as he casually explained. Hearing this, the women present still harbored doubts, but they relaxed slightly. Xiao Ling, you might need to bear with it a bit later, Zhang Yuan said gently as he picked up the iodine solution to disinfect her wound. Feeling the slight sting of the cotton swab wiping her wound, Xiao Ling shook her head and declared bravely. Xiao Ling is a tough girl, I'm not afraid of pain. Ha, that'll do then. Zhang Yuan smiled as he opened the acupuncture kit, revealing the silver needles inside, each over a foot long. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Zhang Yuan spoke softly, but to Xiaoling's ears, it sounded like a demon's whisper. Little sister, don't be afraid. Big brother here will make you cry out in pain. Zhang Yuan, I'm fine now. It doesn't hurt at all. Seeing the silver needle glinting coldly, Xiaoling immediately pulled her arm back, curling up in the corner of the sofa and speaking fearfully. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly. Auntie, you and the others help hold Xiaoling down. Liang Yu nodded, her voice unusually stern. Xiaoling, this is for your own good. Acupuncture actually hurts less. If you go to the hospital, they'll just squeeze the pus out directly. Which do you choose? Hearing this, Xiaoling's face fell. Can't I not choose? No choice. Fine then, brother Zhang Yuan, you have to be gentle. Xiaoling timidly held out her arm. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Zhang Yuan gently closed Xiaoling's eyes. He then took out the silver needles and began disinfecting them. Seeing Zhang Yuan delaying the insertion, Xiaoling grew increasingly nervous, her body beginning to tremble slightly. Noticing this, Zhang Yuan signaled the other girls to hold Xiaoling's arm steady to prevent any complications during the procedure. Once her arm was secured, Zhang Yuan focused his eyes intently. Countless medical techniques surfaced in his mind, and the various acupoints on Xiaoling's arm became crystal clear to him. Zhang Yuan planned to use fine needles with the dispersing method to promote blood circulation and disperse blood stasis in Xiaoling, stimulating blood flow and simultaneously draining the pus from the wound. He proceeded to insert needles sequentially into the Higu, Suqi, Neiguan, and Weiguan acupoints. Employing the flying needle technique, he pierced the acupoints with lightning speed, significantly reducing Xiaoling's pain. Within moments, Xiaoling's arm was covered in silver needles. Phew! Alright, in about 3 minutes, the pus and stagnant blood from Xiaoling's wound should be drained. Then we can disinfect and bandage it directly. Zhang Yuan sat down on the sofa, feeling somewhat exhausted, and massaged his temples. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Acupuncture really was an energy-draining practice. Seeing the silver needles arranged in a pattern across Xiaoling's arm, Gu Qiulan wasn't particularly shocked. Instead, it seemed perfectly normal to her. After all, Zhang Yuan had already shown her so many impossibilities today. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 70. Noticing the wound on Xiaoling's elbow was less swollen than before and oozing less pus, Shen Jiwei looked at Zhang Yuan in astonishment. You actually know traditional Chinese acupuncture? And judging by your technique, that's the highly advanced flying needle method. You really are a hidden gem. Liang Yu, who stood nearby, didn't understand the specifics. But seeing the symptoms at the wound site had significantly subsided, she knew Xiaoling was out of danger. She turned to Zhang Yuan with gratitude. Xiao Yuan, we owe you today. Not only did you rescue her from that pedophile, but you also treated her wounds. I don't know how to thank you enough. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan shook his head. It's nothing. Just doing my part. He then stood up, removed all the silver needles, and patted Xiaoling on the head. Little one, you can open your eyes now. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Xiaoling slowly opened her eyes, looking a bit dazed. Brother Zhang Yuan, are you done with the needles? But I didn't feel a thing? Ha, you really should thank brother Zhang Yuan for that. His acupuncture skills are so good that you didn't feel a thing. Shen Jiwei pinched Xiaoling's soft cheek and said with a smile. Alright, no need to thank me. The wound is fine. But Xiaoling, you really need to be more careful. You vanished in the blink of an eye while your aunt was in the bathroom. I won't always be this lucky. Zhang Yuan bandaged Xiaoling's wound, then playfully tapped her head. Hee, I'll be more careful from now on. I promise it won't happen again. Xiaoling stuck out her tongue guiltily, then bounced back to her usual lively self, skipping over to the dining table. Mom made so many delicious things today. I'm about to dig in. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile. I wonder who she learned that from, running away whenever she faces a problem. Soon, everyone sat down at the table and began eating. Naturally, Zhang Yuan sat with Shen Jiwei, which meant he had to make do with sitting next to Gu Qiulan. As Zhang Yuan dug into his oysters, he couldn't help but admire his aunt's cooking. It was truly delicious. If only he could draw a master-level cooking skill. But as he ate, his expression suddenly darkened. Feeling the strange sensation of the red thread touching him, Zhang Yuan looked up at Liang Yu, speechless. He wanted nothing more than to punish Liang Yu severely right then and there. This girl really isn't afraid. Shen Jiwei will find out. Chapter 69, The Mischievous Liang Yu and Gu Qiulan. Zhang Yuan, what's wrong? Noticing Zhang Yuan's unusual expression, Gu Qiulan, seated beside Liang Yu, looked at him with confusion. Yeah, Zhang Yuan, did I mess up the meal this time? Is it not to your liking? Liang Yu covered her mouth and giggled softly, showing no sign of anything unusual. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing looked at them blankly. She'd been so focused on eating that she hadn't heard a word of their conversation. Nothing. It's just these oysters. Did you add too much salt? They're as salty as abalone or seafood. Seeing Shen Jiwei beside him also looking at him questioningly, Zhang Yuan could only shake his head. At the same time, he made up his mind, if Liang Yu dared to mess up again later, he wouldn't let her off easy. She deserved a proper punishment. Oh, I see. Well, let me get you some chicken soup to balance it out. Plus, Auntie simmered the chicken until it fell off the bone. It's incredibly flavorful. Shen Jiwei, oblivious to Zhang Yuan's unease, thoughtfully ladled 2 spoonfuls of the rich, milky white broth into his bowl. You know, this tastes pretty good. Zhang Yuan sipped the soup with one hand while sliding the other under the table to caress Shen Jiwei's beautiful legs. This was his way of preparing for another surprise attack from Liang Yu later. That way, he could retaliate a bit without arousing Shen Jiwei's suspicion. You're welcome. Feeling Zhang Yuan's wandering hands, Shen Jiwei's face flushed instantly, her heart pounding wildly. If Zhang Yuan did this in private, she might accept it, but there were 4 other people present right now. If they saw this, wouldn't it be mortifying? Seeing Zhang Yuan return to his previous state, Liang Yu once again slipped her beautiful feet out of her high heels. She moved toward the sunlit area ahead. Puff. Zhang Yuan's breathing grew increasingly heavy, as if he were performing an intense bicep curl workout. Seeing this, Gu Qiulan furrowed her brow slightly, a vague suspicion stirring in her mind. She promptly dropped her chopsticks, pretending it was an accident. Clatter. The chopsticks landed with a clatter, scattering a few grains of rice in their wake. Sorry about that, Gu Qiulan feigned apology. No need. Aren't there new chopsticks on the table? Just grab a new pair. Seeing Gu Qiulan about to crouch down to pick up the chopsticks, Shen Jiwei panicked instantly, terrified she'd witnessed this embarrassing scene. Simultaneously, she quickly placed one hand under the table, casually patting Zhang Yuan's restless palm. This time, Zhang Yuan behaved himself. He didn't dare challenge Shen Jiwei's limits. Of course, this wasn't because Zhang Yuan had suddenly developed a conscience. He too had reached his limit, otherwise, Liang Yu would have succeeded. Immediately, he grabbed hold of that beautiful leg, wrapped in oil-glistening red silk, and swiftly locked his grip around her foot. He began frantically tickling the sole of her foot. Perhaps Zhang Yuan's assault was too intense, or perhaps Liang Yu was extremely ticklish. After just 2 seconds of tickling, Liang Yu surrendered, hastily pulling her beautiful leg back. This entire scene was witnessed without missing a single detail by Gu Qiulan, who had crouched down to pick up the chopsticks. Ahem! Liang Yu coughed twice, as if choking on her food, her charming face flushing with 2 patches of rosy color. Mommy, are you okay? Why are you coughing so much? You're not getting sick, are you? Brother Zhang Yuan is a miracle doctor. Have him stick a few needles in you, and you'll be cured. Xiao Ling looked at Liang Yu with concern. You silly child, talking nonsense. I just choked on something earlier. Liang Yu rolled her eyes gently. Auntie, eat slower next time. That way you won't choke. Zhang Yuan gave Liang Yu a meaningful look and smiled faintly. Watching the two continue their acting showdown, Gu Qiulan couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn up. If she hadn't known the truth, she might not have found it amusing at all. Still, laughter aside, Gu Qiulan couldn't help but admire their nerve, especially with the real culprit standing right beside Zhang Yuan. If they'd accidentally been caught by Shen Jiwei while pulling a fast one, the consequences, well. This thought suddenly sparked her own curiosity, and a playful mood took hold. After waiting a moment, she saw Zhang Yuan's body flinch inexplicably and instantly understood everything. Then, beneath the table, something appeared. A little foot clad in cotton socks. The meal lasted a full half-hour. During that time, Su Wanqing finished her meal, picked up her phone, and walked into the living room to start messaging that famous author. Xiao Ling watched the group with a puzzled look, but being young, she didn't understand what was going on. She simply scratched her head in confusion before heading to her room to rest. Perhaps because the meal was so delicious, the remaining 4 lingered at the table, heads bowed as they silently served themselves rice and dishes. Phew! With Zhang Yuan exhaling a heavy sigh, the meal finally came to an end. After clearing the dishes, Liang Yu dried her hands, went into the room, brought Xiao Ling to the living room, and smiled at Zhang Yuan. Xiao Yuan, honestly, you've been such a huge help today. Without you, Xiao Ling would have been in real trouble today. So, I'd like Xiao Ling to ask you to be her godfather. Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yuan earnestly. The moment she spoke, the previously lively living room fell silent. The women all turned to look at Liang Yu, each harboring different thoughts. Zhang Yuan hesitated. He could tell from her tone that Liang Yu was dead serious, not joking around. Shen Jiwei held her tongue for now, though a flicker of irritation flickered in her eyes. Xiao Ling was so adorable, she naturally had no objection to that. But if Xiao Ling were to adopt Zhang Yuan as her godfather, wouldn't that imply Liang Yu had become Zhang Yuan's wife? Seeing Zhang Yuan hadn't outright refused, Liang Yu's heart leapt with joy. She knew this would be easy enough to arrange. She promptly tapped Xiao Ling on the back of the head. Don't you get it? Hi godfather. Xiao Ling didn't get annoyed after being smacked on the head. Instead, she grinned, hugged Zhang Yuan's calf, and said sweetly, you're quite the clever one, Xiao Ling. Now that I'm your godfather, what should you call Jiwei? Hi godmother. Xiaoling flashed Shen Jiwei a sweet smile. Her already round cheeks instantly squished together, making her look incredibly adorable. Zhang Yuan was well aware of Shen Jiwei's slight mood swing and immediately found a way to handle it. After all, from watching countless dating videos in his past life, he dubbed himself the Hell's Pickup King, a title he wore without a shred of doubt. Xiaoling is such a good girl. Hearing she'd become godmother, Shen Jiwei's face lit up with joy as she gently stroked Xiaoling's silky hair. Seeing this scene, Gu Qiulan felt a pang of envy. After all, she was one of the key figures who had saved Xiaoling. And as Zhang Yuan's girlfriend, she should be the one to become the godmother. The thought left Gu Qiulan feeling a bit downcast. Liang Yu, however, didn't care much about the godmother title. As long as she could be considered Zhang Yuan's wife in a certain sense, that was enough for her. She immediately chimed in with a smile. I'll go get the calendar and pick an auspicious day for Xiaoling to formally recognize her godparents. Chapter 70, so hard to guess. No need to go through all that trouble. Let's just do it today. Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile. It's the 21st century now. Let's skip the feudal traditions. Hearing this, Liang Yu didn't object. After all, her earlier insistence had merely been about emphasizing the ceremonial aspect. What? Today? I'm not ready yet. I haven't even changed my clothes or taken a bath. Plus, adopting a goddaughter requires gifts and such. I haven't prepared any yet. Shen Jiwei gasped, glancing down at her own clothes with a touch of embarrassment. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan smiled gently and patted Shen Jiwei on the shoulder. Well then, Jiwei, why don't you take a shower in my bathroom first? Then later, when we go out to buy a gift for Xiaoling, we can pick up some clothes for you too. And give Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing a ride home. It's getting pretty late now. Seeing this, Su Wanqing didn't seem to mind. After all, Xiaoling adopting a godfather had little to do with her. Gu Qiulan felt a bit resentful inside, but she nodded anyway. Alright then, I'll go take a shower first. Shen Jiwei didn't linger. She slipped on her shoes and headed downstairs. I'll take Xiaoling out to buy some tea leaves first. After all, we should maintain a sense of occasion. Liang Yu smiled as she spoke, holding Xiaoling's hand. Then she closed the front door. In an instant, only Zhang Yuan and the other two remained in the living room, the atmosphere growing slightly awkward. Well, I suddenly need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Noticing Gu Qiulan's slightly resentful gaze, Su Wanqing quickly made an excuse, leaving the space to the newlyweds. What's wrong? Are you upset? With no one else around, Zhang Yuan grew bolder, pulling Gu Qiulan into his arms. I should be the one to be your godmother. I worked so hard finding Xiaoling and taking care of her. Gu Qiulan pouted in frustration, burying her face in Zhang Yuan's chest before offering a sly smile. Don't worry, honey. I'm not mad at you. On the contrary, I've actually been missing you. Sis isn't here right now. Between showering, getting dressed, and blow-drying my hair, it'll take at least an hour. I won't be down anytime soon. Gu Qiulan pouted, looking at Zhang Yuan with an innocent expression. Honey, what are we going to do later? It's so hard to guess. Yeah, it's so hard to guess. Zhang Yuan cupped Gu Qiulan's chin and slowly lowered his head. 3 minutes later. As a trail of sweat trickled down, Gu Qiulan touched her flushed cheeks and spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Honey, doing it right here in the living room, isn't that a bit? Of course not in the living room. Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile, gesturing toward the guest room ahead. Of course we're going in there. Right in the guest room? Won't Auntie get upset? It is her house, after all. It's fine. With that, Zhang Yuan scooped Gu Qiulan up and carried her into the room. He hadn't seen Gu Qiulan these past 2 days. With Auntie and Auntie's period around, Shen Jiwei only helped him brush his teeth. He'd been penned up, so now it was time to really stir things up. For the next hour, Su Wanqing in the bathroom endured an agonizing ordeal. At the same time, a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. What would it feel like to experience traditional Chinese acupuncture? After all, she had never tried it before. Indeed, throughout this extended period, Zhang Yuan remained thoroughly dedicated, fulfilling his duties as a physician. He examined Gu Qiulan with great care. It could be said that this was the first time in days that Zhang Yuan had been so exhausted from performing acupuncture. Now considered an experienced TCM practitioner, he had a rough understanding. Diagnosing patients and performing acupuncture treatments were truly exhausting, demanding immense mental and physical energy. After swiftly tidying up the treatment area, Zhang Yuan and Gu Qiulan returned to the living room, acting as if nothing had happened. While Gu Qiulan sat directly on the sofa, Zhang Yuan paid much more attention to detail. He first went to open the front door, leaving just enough space for one person to pass through. This way, when Shen Jiwei came upstairs, she wouldn't notice anything unusual. Then, Zhang Yuan sat down on the sofa and started playing with his phone, keeping his sofa's width between himself and Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing. Upon opening Douyin, Zhang Yuan was somewhat surprised to find that the first video the system recommended was the one he and Shen Jiwei had filmed that morning. Shen Jiwei, dressed in a nun's habit with black stockings, flashed a seductive smile at the camera and batted her eyelashes. Then, she swept her hands back and sat down on the chair in a nun's sitting position. The white fabric connecting her chest swayed slightly, drawing the eye and maximizing her allure. The likes had already reached a staggering 5 million, truly unbelievable. But considering the video featured a top-tier model and his own masterful content creation skills, such success seemed entirely plausible. Clicking into the comments section, Zhang Yuan was instantly blown away. But with 300,000 comments, a few cringeworthy remarks were to be expected. Idao Guanzi, holy crap, the maid cat hair girl was already top tier, but today she's gone full mom-level cross-dressing. Love cilantro hater, damn, those legs are top tier. Those worn stockings must be used. Will the streamers sell them? Shaking his head, Zhang Yuan closed the comments and navigated to the homepage. He discovered that the Your Cat Girl account had already reached 5 million followers, truly terrifying. But Zhang Yuan had expected this. Normally, such rapid growth was impossible. Before the second video, Shen Jiwei's account had only 1.8 million followers. Now, in less than a day, it had gained 3,200,000 followers. Part of that growth was undoubtedly due to the company's operations team. He didn't know the exact amount invested, but it certainly wouldn't be less than 5 million. While Zhang Yuan recognized the account's value, he couldn't help but admire Liang Qingqing's boldness in making such a move. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt curious about the progress of Shen Jiwei's wish task within the romance module. He immediately sighed inwardly and opened the romance module. Shen Jiwei girlfriend. Background: eldest daughter of the Shen family in the capital. To avoid becoming a pawn in a family political marriage, she left home to prove herself. Current wish: prove herself to the family. Completion: 70%. Upon completion, a mysterious grand prize will be awarded. Already at 70%? Zhang Yuan felt a pang of surprise. He'd assumed that even if she wasn't a billion-follower blogger, she'd at least have tens of millions. But at this rate, he should reach 8 million followers, completing this wish task. Meaning, by the day after tomorrow at the latest, he'd discover what this mysterious grand prize was. Squeak! At that moment, Shen Jiwei pushed open the slightly ajar door. Chapter 71, Su Wanqing, Slave to Money. Seeing Zhang Yuan and Gu Qiulan maintaining a 2-meter distance between them, Shen Jiwei nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Yuan, let's head out now. Alright, we can drop Qiulan and Wanqing off on the way. Zhang Yuan walked over with a smile, showing no trace of the sweetness he'd shared with Gu Qiulan moments before. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Shen Jiwei naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. The group then descended the stairs and climbed into Zhang Yuan's car. Throughout the ride, Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing barely spoke, afraid of giving themselves away. Zhang Yuan, however, seemed unconcerned, chatting and joking with Shen Jiwei with perfect ease throughout the ride. Alright, I'll drop you two off at the school gate. Zhang Yuan parked at the south gate of Magic University and smiled at the two women in the back seat. The eye-catching Xiaomi SU7 looter drew the attention of nearly everyone nearby. This time, however, the shock was muted, replaced by murmurs of discussion. Ugh, it's that rich guy again, showing off in his Xiaomi SU7 looter all the time. Just wait, a top-tier beauty is about to step out any second. Hearing the chubby guy beside him mutter to himself, the bespectacled man looked puzzled. Dude, how do you know that? You don't know? The chubby guy replied with a hint of surprise, then shrugged. No worries if you don't. You'll see soon enough. Pointing toward the backseat of the Xiaomi SU7 looter, he added, see? Now you know. Following the direction of the chubby guy's finger, the bespectacled man gasped in astonishment. Holy, that's campus beauty Gu coming out of the back seat? Holy, and not just her, damn it, why the hell is Su getting out too? Who the hell is the owner of this Xiaomi SU7 looter? He's managed to land two of our university's top campus queens at once? Originally not particularly interested and about to leave, the fat guy heard the bespectacled man's words and immediately turned back. Sis Su got out of that car too? Yeah. The guy with glasses nodded, pointing at the two girls who'd just stepped out of the back seat. Damn it, I'm severely nearsighted and can't see clearly, lend me your glasses. The chubby guy snatched the glasses off the guy's face and hurriedly put them on his own eyes. Damn rich bastards, it really is Senior Su. The fat guy pushed his reflective glasses up his nose, feeling a bit overwhelmed, and couldn't help but let out a curse. Hold on, bro, Su doesn't even know you. Why are you so upset? The bespectacled man beside him quickly snatched his glasses back, terrified the other might snap and smash them in frustration. The chubby guy paid no attention, staring blankly at Su Wanqing's retreating figure as she entered the school gates. I should have known. Gu Qiulan and Senior Su are roommates. She must have egged Su on. Otherwise, how could she possibly be bought off with money? The chubby guy suddenly exclaimed with righteous indignation, then rushed after her, muttering to himself. I absolutely cannot let Senior Su become a slave to money. Aren't they your college classmates? Shouldn't they have graduated ages ago? Why are you still driving them to school? Shen Jiwei looked at Zhang Yuan, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Caught off guard by Shen Jiwei's question, Zhang Yuan realized he'd made a logical error. But without much hesitation, he shook his head, turning the tables and playfully tapped Shen Jiwei on the head. They both went on to get their doctorates. After finishing their dissertations, they took the teaching certification exam and now they're staying on as teachers at the university. Shen Jiwei rubbed her head where he tapped it, pouting in displeasure. Fine. Clearly, she was the one interrogating him, yet somehow, in Zhang Yuan's eyes, she had become the weaker party. By the way, which jewelry store should we go to later to buy Xiaoling a longevity lock? Then we'll grab a silver bracelet and wrap up a red envelope that should cover it. Shen Jiwei held up her fingers, carefully counting them off. You know about these things? Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised. Had she not mentioned it, Zhang Yuan would have assumed it was simply a matter of exchanging gifts between the two parties. Then Xiaoling would offer him tea, he'd drink it, and that would be the entire adoption ceremony. It's fine. I've known since I was little, Shen Jiwei shrugged indifferently. Seeing Shen Jiwei's completely unpretentious demeanor, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered she had grown up in the capital. Naturally, she was well versed in these formalities. Here's what I had in mind. There's a car dealership up ahead. I figured it'd be auspicious to gift Xiaoling a 6,600,000 yuan car. Zhang Yuan casually remarked while gripping the steering wheel. That dealership happened to be the very one where Zhang Yuan had taken Gu Qiulan to buy a car last time. This visit would also allow him to settle the remaining deposit for the Maserati they'd purchased last time. As for the salesperson accidentally revealing that he and Gu Qiulan had been there before, Zhang Yuan wasn't worried about that happening. After all, surviving in a fiercely competitive place like Shanghai required a certain level of social intelligence and savvy. Hearing Zhang Yuan's casual tone, as if the 6 million yuan were no more than 6 yuan to him, Shen Jiwei felt a pang of curiosity. Zhang Yuan, my sister, and I've done some digging. Didn't your uncle freeze your bank account? Even if it's unfrozen now, you probably don't have that much money, right? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Shen Jiwei to suddenly bring up this matter. But he certainly wouldn't reveal the system's existence, so he simply made a casual joke. I accidentally won 100 million from a lottery scratch-off. Of course, money comes and goes just as fast. Seeing Zhang Yuan unwilling to elaborate, Shen Jiwei didn't press further, merely chuckling in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the 4S store. Since business was slow today, the female sales staff mostly sat in the customer lounge, chatting and laughing. Xiang, you've practically secured the title of top salesperson at our dealership in advance. Don't forget about us when you get promoted later, okay? A saleswoman with delicate features covered her mouth and giggled. Another woman, whose features seemed somewhat sharp and critical, chimed in. Yeah, remember that time you served that super rich hottie? He went ahead and bought a Maserati worth over 3 million yuan. Add in commissions from other cars, and Sister Xiang is practically guaranteed to be our dealership's top salesperson this month. Listening to the flattery, Lu Xiangxian let out a wry smile. How much commission could other cars possibly bring in? I really owe it all to that super rich hottie. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had this chance, it was just luck. Though her tone was modest, others couldn't help but detect a hint of bragging. Hearing this, the exquisitely featured saleswoman from earlier seemed to recall something and asked with a hint of confusion. Oh right. Speaking of which, I'm genuinely curious about that top-tier rich guy's identity. I've never heard of him in Shanghai before. There are countless wealthy people in Shanghai we've never heard of. But I know one thing, don't force yourself on someone you're not worthy of. You'll only make things worse for yourself. The sharp-tongued saleswoman chuckled, her eyes darting toward Huang Xian with a trace of mockery. After all, Huang Xian had always flaunted her peachy but to lure customers, outperforming her in sales and never missing a chance to verbally cut her down. Now she finally had her chance to strike back. Hearing these blatantly targeted remarks at Huang Xian, the other saleswomen instantly caught the subtext and immediately covered their mouths, stifling their laughter. Chapter 72, A Word of Advice. Huang Xian's face darkened at the remark, but seeing everyone else laughing, she couldn't very well lose her temper. If she alienated everyone, even if she regained the top sales title, she wouldn't be able to work here comfortably anymore. Lu Xiangxian laughed outright, unlike the others who tried to hide it. In a dealership where performance was everything, Lu Xiangxian would never have dared to act this way before, especially since Huang Xian's sales numbers had always far outshone hers. Back when Huang Xian bullied her, she had to bring McDonald's breakfast and Starbucks coffee to Huang Xian every single day. But even when she did bring it, Huang Xian never paid her back. When she asked for the money, he'd say he was tight this month and would pay next month, only for the same thing to happen every single month. It felt like Lu Xiangxian was essentially working for free. With no means to retaliate, Lu Xiangxian could only swallow her anger. But things were different now. With her regular sales performance and the Maserati worth over 3,600,000 yuan she'd sold to Zhang Yuan, Lu Xiangxian's monthly sales were approaching 5 million yuan. Securing this month's sales champion title was a sure thing, so she naturally had no reason to fear Huang Xian anymore. As for the possibility of Huang Xian bullying her again if her sales dropped in the future, Lu Xiangxian had certainly considered that. But so what? She wouldn't let it bother her. If she didn't dare retaliate when she had the upper hand, how pathetic would that be? With that thought, Lu Xiangxian smiled and shook her head. Oh, stop it, you two. You're making Sister Xin feel embarrassed. She's got no other choice, you know? After all, she's past her prime. All she can do is use her peachy butt to attract customers. The moment those words left her mouth, the other female salespeople couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Ah, Sister Xiang, that's so mean. And Huang Xin won't get mad, right? We're just joking around, don't get mad, okay? The saleswoman with the sharp, critical features from earlier clutched her stomach, laughing. Huang Xin, who had remained silent all along, now had a face dark as night. Inside, he was seething, wishing he could tear Lu Shangxiang and her mouth to shreds. It's fine, just a joke. What's the big deal? Huang Xin smiled gently, but inside, he sneered relentlessly. Lu Shangxiang, you just keep laughing, you. The harder you laugh now, the harder you'll cry later. Recalling last night's wild escapades with those two rich brats, Huang Xin couldn't help but shudder. But it was all worth it. Though she'd been ravaged all night, she'd successfully made those two men promise. Today they'd come to buy cars, boosting her sales figures, and each purchase would be at least 1,000,000 yuan. With these two deals alone, Huang Xin was looking at a commission of nearly 100,000 yuan. Combined with her previous sales, she could overtake Lu Shangxiang on the last day of the month and become the top salesperson for 3 consecutive months. With this thought, two men entered the dealership. Huang Xian's eyes lit up as she stepped forward to greet them, drawing stunned stares from the other female salespeople. Oh my, Mr. Wang, Mr. Lu, you two finally made it. I've been waiting for you two so long, the flowers have wilted. Huang Xin beamed as she hooked her arm through Lu Wenwei's, wrapping him in a starry embrace. I know you missed me after all, I fertilized so diligently last night. How could you not? Lu Wenwei chuckled, squeezing his arm closer. Wang Bin gave a wicked grin and patted the peach. Then he sighed wistfully, turns out, once you've dabbled in stocks, you just can't stop. It's addictive. Oh dear, young Master Wang, people are watching. Huang Xin didn't get angry, just gave a playful pout. Alright, I'll listen to you. Then take me and young Master Lu to see the cars first. I've been drooling over that Alfa Romeo for ages, can't wait to test drive it. Passing the waiting area, Huang Xin turned to Lu Shangxiang with a smile. Sorry, little sis, but this month's sales champion title is going to Big Sis again. Also, don't be so eager to pop the champagne next time. Opening it too early just makes it more likely to splash all over your face. Huang Xin covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes brimming with mockery. Sis, I'm not mocking you, this is just friendly advice. Think about it, that guy may be rich, but he's only after girls. What if he changes his mind later and decides not to buy the car? You'll end up looking like a complete fool. At worst, he'd lose a few thousand. But you'd not only get nothing in return, you'd lose all your dignity. After thoroughly humiliating Lu Shangxiang, Huang Xin finally left satisfied, taking Lu Wenwei and the others for a test drive. Wang Bin glanced back at Lu Shangxiang. He hadn't expected to find someone so innocent-looking in this dealership. Had he not already promised Huang Xin, and hadn't he been craving a taste of that peach, he might have bought the car from Lu Shangxiang right then and there. Watching the trio walk away, the other female salespeople exchanged nervous glances. After all, they had just mocked Huang Xin, only for him to turn around and walk away with two wealthy young masters to buy a car. And it was an Alfa Romeo, a car they knew was worth over 1.3 million yuan. And that was just one of them. The other, whose arm Huang Xin had taken in a gesture of familiarity, clearly held a higher status, and the car they were buying would undoubtedly be even more expensive. By this calculation, Huang Xin surpassing Lu Shangxiang was indeed effortless. Realizing this, the other female salespeople immediately distanced themselves from Lu Shangxiang, their eyes carrying a hint of detachment. Lu Shangxiang, I suddenly remembered something I need to attend to. I'll have to go now. The saleswoman with the sharp, critical features quickly laughed awkwardly and left the customer waiting area. The other saleswomen also quickly found excuses to leave, distancing themselves from Lu Shangxiang. Lu Shangxiang wore no expression on her face. Naturally, she wouldn't back down to Huang Xin over this, but deep down, she couldn't help but feel a pang of defeat. With that thought, Lu Shangxiang gave a wry smile. Guess this is what they call learning from your mistakes. She decided not to linger in the waiting area, idly watching for customers worth serving. Instead, she planned to take the initiative. But the moment she turned her head, Lu Shangxiang rubbed her eyes in disbelief, fearing she might be seeing things. After staring intently several times, she finally confirmed it was the same incredibly handsome tycoon from last time. She hurried over to Zhang Yuan, bowed, and said, "Good afternoon, sir. It's a pleasure to see you again. May I ask which vehicle has caught your interest today?" Chapter 73, Young Master Zhang, we truly know we were wrong. After speaking, Lu Shangxiang glanced at Shen Jiwei beside Zhang Yuan, inwardly amazed that in just 2 days, the beauty by his side had already changed. Simultaneously, a flicker of panic washed over her. Could it be true, just as Huang Xin had suggested? If that were true, she'd become a laughingstock and lose her commission. However, Zhang Yuan's next words instantly filled Lu Shangxiang with unexpected delight. She had thought despair awaited her, but hope had arrived instead. I've taken on a goddaughter and planned to gift her a car. Do you have any models priced at 6,660,000 here? I'm going for the good luck, Zhang Yuan said with a faint smile, pulling Shen Jiwei closer to him. Ha! We do. We just got a new Rolls-Royce Phantom in, priced at exactly 6.6 million. Would you like to see it now? Lu Xiangxiang's voice betrayed an unmistakable excitement, a stark contrast to her earlier gloom. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled. Why all the drama? Last time you came here to buy a car, you were at least a bit more composed, right? Zhang Yuan casually dropped the hint to Shen Jiwei that he'd bought a car here before. Sure enough, Shen Jiwei immediately looked at Zhang Yuan with a puzzled expression. You bought that Ferrari here? Nope. I bought a Maserati a few days ago. Got tired of that Ferrari. Just wanted a change of pace. Zhang Yuan wore a light smile, shrugging casually, showing no hint of his true intentions. Oh, I see. Shen Jiwei nodded, letting the matter drop. Lu Shangxiang, standing nearby, had assumed from Zhang Yuan's earlier words that the beautiful woman beside him knew about this. But judging by Zhang Yuan's explanation and reaction, she was most likely his main girlfriend. With that thought in mind, Lu Shangxiang smiled and answered Zhang Yuan's earlier question. Not at all. It's just that I was about to lose my sales champion title this month. Your visit today to buy a car has helped me secure that top spot. So, wouldn't it be weird not to be excited? Oh, I see. Zhang Yuan nodded in understanding. He didn't really care what she said. His earlier remark had merely been an attempt to explain things to Shen Jiwei. Take me to see the cars first. If I find one I like, I'll buy it right now and settle the deposit from last time. Certainly, I'll show you the way. Lu Shangxiang nodded and led the way, smiling as she explained various details about the vehicles along the route. Sir, you should take it for a test drive. The experience is absolutely top-notch. Plus, this model is specifically designed for young people, perfect for you to gift to your goddaughter. Lu Shangxiang smiled as she opened the door for Zhang Yuan. It's not bad. I'll take this one. Zhang Yuan nodded without much hesitation. After all, at this price point, no car's interior is subpar. Might as well go with this Rolls-Royce Wraith. The price is even a bit more auspicious. Ah, sir, this one? Lu Shangxiang looked at Zhang Yuan in shock, her voice so loud it drew several curious glances. She'd assumed he'd at least test drive a few more models to make his choice, but never expected such boldness, simply snapping up this Rolls-Royce Wraith worth 6.66 million yuan. This dashing tycoon truly was her lucky charm. She'd just suffered a setback. Huang Xian snatched her sales crown, and she'd been stabbed in the back by other female salespeople. But in less than half an hour, Zhang Yuan had completely turned the tables. Yes, this one. Zhang Yuan nodded, feeling surprisingly indifferent. Back when he first got the system, moments like this would have thrilled him to no end. But now? Nothing. Besides, he had urgent business to attend to. He needed to hurry back. After all, Xiaoling and the others were nearly done with their tea purchases. Alright, I'll go get the POS machine for you right away. Lu Shangxiang snapped to attention, rushing excitedly over to fetch the POS machine. Alright, swipe it. Zhang Yuan handed over his black card, his expression utterly unruffled. Beep. Payment of 600,600 yuan processed successfully. The POS machine emitted its confirmation beep, drawing the curious glances of several bystanders. Among them were Wang Bin and Lu Wenwei. Damn it, young Master Lu, this guy looks kinda familiar? What's up? Lu Wenwei, still basking in the planetary massage service, replied lazily. Wang Bin hurriedly tapped Lu Wenwei's shoulder and pointed behind them in astonishment. Could that be Zhang Yuan? Hearing this, Lu Wenwei froze instantly. His earlier restless thoughts vanished as he pulled his arm free and turned to look. Holy crap, it really is Zhang Yuan? Young Master Lu, should we go apologize? Wang Bin looked at Lu Wenwei, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Recalling that day when they mocked Zhang Yuan only to get humiliated in return, his face burned with embarrassment. He dared not retaliate, forced to endure it silently. Moreover, they faced Zhang Yuan's retaliation. After all, offending Zhang Yuan was tantamount to offending Liang Wei. If Zhang Yuan so much as mentioned it to the other party, their family's companies wouldn't be completely ruined, but they'd be close to bankruptcy. Therefore, they had never dared to tell their families about this incident, fearing they would be stripped of their heir status outright. They'd hoped to settle it privately, but had never encountered Zhang Yuan. Unexpectedly, today after gritting their teeth to splurge, they ran right into Zhang Yuan. Admit it? Of course we'll admit it. If we don't admit our mistake now, our company will be ruined. Lu Wenwei gritted his teeth as he spoke. The two then made their way toward Zhang Yuan's table, intending to sincerely apologize. Huang Xian, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. Seeing the reactions of these two young masters, she followed their gaze. Naturally, she witnessed Zhang Yuan embracing Shen Jiwei. Huang Xian certainly recognized Zhang Yuan. After all, the scene where he'd humiliated her just 2 days prior was still vivid in her mind. Young Master Lu, young Master Wang. Huang Xian hurried after them as they walked away. Haha, what a coincidence, young Master Zhang. Didn't expect to see you here too? Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin called out to Zhang Yuan, who was about to leave, their voices tinged with awkwardness. Seeing them, Zhang Yuan was somewhat surprised. Why did he keep running into these two persistent ghosts wherever he went? Zhang Yuan gave them a casual glance before turning to leave. After all, he was already planning to deal with these two jerks, no wonder he wasn't exactly smiling. Hey, Zhang, don't rush off just yet. We truly regret what happened last time. We hope you can forgive our ignorance. Seeing Zhang Yuan about to leave, Lu Wenwei suddenly grew anxious. If Zhang Yuan didn't let them off this time, their lives would be unbearable from now on. He immediately grabbed Wang Bin's shoulder and bowed deeply together. This action stunned Huang Xian, who had just caught up to them. Young Master Lu, young Master Wang, why on earth are you bowing to him? Chapter 74, Lu Wenwei, are you even a man? Huang Xian's voice rang out shrill in the exhibition hall as she stared in disbelief at the scene before her. The two young masters, usually so arrogant and haughty, were now bowing 90 degrees to the man who had once humiliated her. Shut up! Wang Bin snapped, glaring at her with cold sweat beading on his forehead. He wished he could sew Huang Xian's mouth shut. This foolish woman had no idea what kind of entity they were facing. To put it mildly, even the owner of this forest dealership wouldn't dare act so brazenly in front of Zhang Yuan. If he were truly provoked, Zhang Yuan could easily signal Liang Wei. With Liang's connections, shutting down this dealership would be child's play. He was begging Zhang Yuan for favors right now, and this idiot had to come barging in and blurt out something like that. How could he not be furious? At that moment, Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin were already filled with regret. Last night's revelry had cost them dearly. Huang Xian was now their salesperson. This idiot is going to get me and young Master Lu killed. Wang Bin cursed inwardly. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Yuan turned around in surprise. He saw the two men bowing respectfully and Huang Xian, whose face was etched into his memory. He couldn't forget this woman after all. Her voluptuous peach-shaped buttocks and the breathtaking curves of her bust were simply too eye-catching. Even if her looks were a bit lacking, she still stirred desire in men. Even Zhang Yuan had nearly fallen for her charm. Had he not been vigilant enough to scan her with his perception technique, Zhang Yuan would likely have been infected by this bioengineered motherlode. At this thought, Zhang Yuan suddenly glanced curiously at Wang Bin and Lu Wenwei. Was she your sales assistant? Yes, young Master Zhang, but we had no idea she was this stupid. If you're dissatisfied with her, we'll replace her immediately. Wang Bin and Lu Wenwei spoke almost simultaneously, their bodies still bowed. They dared only to scan upward with their eyes, trying to gauge Zhang Yuan's expression and reaction. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's face flushed not with anger, but with suppressed laughter. Knowing these two scoundrels inside out, he knew they wouldn't pass up the chance to take advantage of such a big deal. To verify his hunch, Zhang Yuan quickly murmured in his mind, "System, use the art of reading people." Name, Huang Xian. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Appearance, 72. Affinity, 10. Charging cycles, 543. Constitution, bioengineered matrix. Seeing that recharge count 2 more than the previous 541, Zhang Yuan instantly understood what had happened. He couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, clutching his stomach as he chuckled, "You two look so pitiful, I guess I won't mess with you after all." Of course, that was impossible. Zhang Yuan added silently in his mind. "Young Master Zhang, you truly intend to let us off?" Hearing this, Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin instantly looked up at Zhang Yuan with excitement. Seeing their agitated expressions, customers in the 4S store turned their curious gazes toward Zhang Yuan. They speculated about his identity, wondering what kind of person could make these two men grovel and apologize so humbly. After all, Huang Xian and these two had boasted earlier in such an arrogant manner that most customers in the showroom knew they were buying million-dollar luxury cars. Though many disapproved of such behavior, they couldn't deny that money truly bought arrogance. What's that handsome guy's status? Those two bowing men seem really scared of him. A woman clutching an LV bag murmured curiously. "Damn, this guy looks just like that handsome guy I saw in a video earlier. Isn't he the guy in the mansion playing piano in a suit? Who knew I'd run into the real deal today? He's even more handsome in person than in the videos and so rich." A young girl held her phone up to Zhang Yuan, repeatedly confirming his identity before finally gazing at him with starstruck adoration. Beside them, Shen Jiwei shot Lu Wenwei and his companion a look of disgust. After all, the events of that day were still vivid in her mind, and she simply couldn't muster any goodwill toward these two jerks. Truth be told, raised by her parents to believe that mercy toward enemies was cruelty toward oneself, she had always adhered to that principle. However, this incident largely depended on Zhang Yuan's choice. Realizing this, Shen Jiwei remained silent. Seeing this, Lu Shangshan froze in place, utterly baffled as to why these two were suddenly apologizing and bowing to Zhang Yuan. After all, she knew these two were Huang Xian's wealthy backers, men who casually bought million-dollar luxury cars and were undoubtedly well off. Yet encountering Zhang Yuan had reduced them to such a servile state. Though the apology wasn't directed at her, she was still Zhang Yuan's sales assistant. Seeing these two groveling before him felt like a small victory over Huang Xin, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of superiority. She immediately shot Huang Xin a subtle glance. Though her expression remained neutral, Huang Xin could see the clear defiance in her eyes. However, given the current situation, she dared not speak up, forced to swallow her pride silently. Would I lie about my own words? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. No, no, no. How could anything young Master Zhang say be untrue? Every word from young Master Zhang is a treasure I hold dear, etched into my mind and pondered over and over. Seeing Zhang Yuan agree to give them a break, Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin were instantly overjoyed, showering him with fawning flattery. Watching this, Zhang Yuan shook his head with a wry smile, inwardly marveling, truly, a dying man's words are kind. Then, shifting his focus, Zhang Yuan looked at Huang Xin standing behind them. This guy. I'm not too fond of him. Last time he tried to be my sales assistant, I turned him down. The salesperson I have now is quite good. They explain things very thoroughly. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin understood immediately. They immediately turned to Huang Xin behind them, frowned, and said, "We don't need you as our salesperson anymore. You can leave now." Caught off guard by their sudden dismissal, Huang Xin froze for a moment before regaining his composure. He forced a smile and tentatively asked, "Mr. Lu, Mr. Wang, you two must be joking, right?" But no matter how you looked at it, that smile was painfully forced. Do I need to repeat myself? Lu Wenwei frowned, his voice rising. Seeing Lu Wenwei was dead serious and not joking around, Huang Xin's expression immediately darkened. He shouted back angrily. Lu Wenwei, you ing piece of. Are you even a man? I spent all night pleasing both of you, and now you're turning your back on me the moment you pull up your pants? Seeing a lowly saleswoman dare to mock him to his face, Lu Wenwei felt his pride wounded. He immediately slapped Huang Xin across the face and coldly warned. You better not make me say that again. Seeing Lu Wenwei dare to strike him, Huang Xin felt a pang of hurt. Just as he was about to retort, the middle-aged manager suddenly descended the stairs and called out. Huang Xin, that's enough. Stop this nonsense. You're just a salesperson. Who gave you the nerve to argue with a customer? Chapter 75, Huang Xin caught in a trap. After being scolded by the middle-aged manager, Huang Xin was momentarily speechless, but she understood he was giving her a way out. Otherwise, if a salesperson like her dared to argue with a customer and someone reported it to the boss, she'd probably be packing her bags and out the door by the next day. With that thought, no matter how furious she felt inside, Huang Xin forced a smile and apologized to Lu Wenwei. My apologies, Mr. Lu. I was rude earlier. With that, she promptly turned and headed toward the manager's office upstairs. As soon as Huang Xin left, Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin instantly dropped their impatient expressions. Lu Wenwei turned to Zhang Yuan, his face plastered with a smile. Young Master Zhang. Might we be so bold as to request this young lady serve as our personal sales assistant? Hearing this, Lu Xianxian's eyes widened. Though she had anticipated something like this. Hearing them actually ask her to be their sales assistant still stirred excitement within her, accompanied by a sense of luck that felt almost unreal. What's the big deal? Her job is sales. If you like her, go ahead and have her do it. Zhang Yuan shrugged indifferently, then wrapped his arm around Shen Jiwei and walked out of the dealership. Seeing Zhang Yuan about to leave, Huang Xin hurried after him, even leaving behind Lu Wenwei, who had just approached her to buy a car. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's status in Lu Xianxiang's heart had soared to unparalleled heights. If she could maintain this relationship, wouldn't she be counting money until her hands cramped? The value of that opportunity far outweighed $2 million entry-level luxury cars. Young Master Zhang, let me see you off. Lu Xianxian jogged to catch up behind Zhang Yuan, watching him depart until he was out of sight. Seeing this, Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin hurriedly followed suit. Only after watching Zhang Yuan and Shen Jiwei disappear did they relax, turning to Lu Xianxian with curiosity about Zhang Yuan's intentions. After all, Zhang Yuan had hinted so clearly to them. If this woman didn't have some special connection with Zhang Yuan, they'd never believe it. Besides, even if Lu Xianxian wasn't as beautiful as Shen Jiwei, her innocent charm might just hit the spot for some particular preference of Zhang Yuan's. Just as the two were lost in their own thoughts, Lu Xianxian's voice snapped them back to reality. Gentlemen, you only test drove one car earlier, correct? Is there another model you'd like to test drive? Lu Xianxian looked at them, a gentle smile on her face. No need. Let's just pay. I'll take the Apollo Romeo, and Mr. Lu will take the McLaren GT. Let's just pay up, Wang Bin said, shaking his head. After all, they were both going to buy these two cars anyway. Might as well just purchase them directly. Test drives were unnecessary. If they kept dithering and annoyed Lu Xianxian, she might one day whisper something to Zhang Yuan, and then they'd be in trouble again. Alright, I'll go get the POS machine for you two right away. Lu Xianxian didn't put on any airs. She jogged over and placed the POS machine and purchase contract in front of them. Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin signed their names without hesitation. Alright, esteemed car owners. In one day, our dealership will have your license plates ready and deliver the vehicles right to your doorstep on flatbeds. Lu Xiangxiang smiled at them. Lu Wenwei and Wang Bin nodded and walked straight out. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Xiangxiang mentally calculated her sales figures for the month, already hitting 14 million yuan. This figure shattered the dealership's all-time sales record since its opening, making her promotion and raise virtually guaranteed. At this thought, the corners of Lu Xiangxiang's mouth lifted in an involuntary smile. The other female sales staff immediately gathered around, chattering excitedly with congratulations. I knew it. Sister Xiangxiang would definitely overtake that Huang Xin. The woman with the sharp, critical features leaned in close, her voice thick with flattery. Exactly. We always knew Sister Xiangxiang was way more capable than that Huang Xin. The other saleswomen hurriedly chimed in. No, it was just luck. This time, Lu Xiangxiang didn't respond as she usually did. Instead, she shook her head and waved her hand at the group. Everyone, just get back to your work. Oh, come on. We don't have anything to do. Sister Xiangxiang, your sales performance is unbelievably good now. We absolutely have to celebrate properly. The saleswoman with the slightly sharp-tongued expression still refused to leave. The other saleswomen were no different. Thud. Watching everyone fawn over Lu Xiangxiang through the two-way glass, Huang Xin was so furious he slammed his fist on the table, sending the pen flying. Manager, how dare Lu Xiangxiang steal my customers? This is unfair. Huang Xin sat in her office chair, fuming as she spoke, her pair of voluptuous yet perfectly straight legs casually draped over the desk. Poof. She seized her chance last time. Why did you fail to seduce them? Otherwise, you'd be the one basking in their flattery and getting that promotion and raise right now. Listening to Huang Xin's complaints, the manager remained largely unmoved. Seated in his executive chair, he shook his head with a smile while sipping hot tea. Besides, if I hadn't stepped in to save face for you just now, had you really gotten into a fight with young Master Lu, you wouldn't have had to come to work the next day. I've been so good to you, don't you owe me a proper thank you? The manager raised an eyebrow with a sly smile, a hint of lust flickering in his eyes as he slid his hand up to stroke Huang Xin's thigh. Didn't I tell you? Just that one time with you. Huang Xin fought back a wave of nausea and pushed the manager's wandering hand away. He stood up and started to leave, but just as he reached the door, Huang Xin suddenly stopped. Turning back with a seductive smile, he bit his lip and walked back to the manager. Actually, I don't think another time would be so bad. But you have to help me with something on the performance side. Transfer Lu Xiangxiang's sales figures to my name. Then I'll be your long-term companion. How about it? Huang Xin sat on the manager's lap, her peach-like buttocks swaying left and right with deliberate nonchalance. Put. The manager didn't speak, but suddenly burst out laughing. Huang Xin, you've got some nerve. If you want to get me fired, just say so. And helping you alter sales figures? If you want me fired, just say so. Hearing this, the seductive look in Huang Xin's eyes vanished instantly. Gone was her earlier warmth. She shot the manager a cold stare. You expect to get something for nothing without putting in any effort? If that's not acceptable, then forget it. With that, Huang Xin turned to leave. Stop. Come back here first. Just as Huang Xin was about to leave, the manager called out to her. You think you can just walk out like that? Come here and see what this is? The manager gave a wicked grin and beckoned Huang Xin over with a flick of his finger. Seeing this, Huang Xin had a bad feeling, but she still walked over to the manager. Think about leaving after you see this. The manager placed his phone on the desk, stretched out comfortably in his executive chair, and propped his legs up on the table. Huang Xin picked up the phone out of curiosity and found a video file. She tapped to play it. To his shock, it was an explicit video. His expression darkened instantly when he recognized the female lead as himself. Furious, he glared at the manager. You played this trick on me? She deleted the video from the phone and tossed it back on the desk. TSK, why so worked up? Deleting the video? You think I didn't back it up? The manager smiled faintly, picked up the phone, tapped it casually a couple of times, and replayed the original video. Hearing the seductive moans, Huang Xin's face turned pale with shame and fury as he glared at the manager. What exactly do you want? What do I want? Of course, I want you to crawl under the desk. A wicked grin spread across the manager's face. Don't worry. Even if I don't help you alter your performance metrics, you'll still have to keep me company long term. You'd better think this through. If you refuse, I can't guarantee this video stays private. If it ever ends up on your family's phones, well, I'll be sorry about that. Hearing this, Huang Xin stood frozen in anger, wanting to storm out immediately. But the manager's threat weighed on him like lead weights on his legs. Fine. I agree. After a long silence, Huang Xin finally crouched down beneath the desk in humiliation to retrieve the pen. Chapter 76, The True Purpose of Charm Points. Zhang Yuan, what do you think of this longevity lock and silver bracelet? Inside Lao Feng's Xiang, Shen Jiwei held a longevity lock and a silver bracelet in her hands as she asked Zhang Yuan. The longevity lock was crafted entirely from gold, its body engraved with intricate patterns that shimmered brilliantly under the lights. The silver bracelet, however, was pure silver simply crafted from solid silver. They're both quite nice. I trust your taste. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly, glancing at the saleswoman beside him and waving his hand. How much? Sir, our longevity lock is crafted entirely from gold, weighing a total of 300 grams. It was forged by Master Huacheng. Stop. Zhang Yuan shot the saleswoman a speechless look, cutting her off. Just tell me the price. I'm in a hurry. The saleswoman gave an awkward smile. Sir, the longevity lock is 370,000 yuan, and the silver bracelet is 10,000 yuan. The total comes to 380,000 yuan. Alright, charge it. Zhang Yuan pulled out his bank card. Certainly, sir. The saleswoman respectfully accepted the bank card. After the payment went through, Shen Jiwei took the gift bag and hooked her arm through Zhang Yuan's. Let's go. Xiao Ling and the others are probably getting impatient waiting for us. Yeah, let's go. Zhang Yuan nodded. In the car, Zhang Yuan glanced at Shen Jiwei sitting in the back seat and found it slightly amusing. Couldn't you just go back and change? Changing in the car is fine. Why hide it from me? It's not like I haven't seen you before. Shen Jiwei flushed slightly at Zhang Yuan's words and shot him a playful glare. What do you know? If I go back to change, I'll definitely end up checking myself in the mirror and wasting even more time. Changing in the car saves time, and if my makeup needs fixing, I can touch it up here. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly. You're practically tempting me to break the rules. He pursed his lips, unbuckled his seatbelt, and chuckled. Jiwei, you really shouldn't be like this. Seeing this, Shen Jiwei looked at Zhang Yuan with surprise, a sense of unease rising in her heart. No way. If you insist, we'll talk about it when we get back. If you want to brush your teeth, wait until I change clothes. Zhang Yuan grinned widely, brush with the planet. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan fastened his seatbelt with satisfaction, turned to Shen Jiwei in the passenger seat, and smiled. Jiwei, I never expected you to be so talented. At his words, Shen Jiwei's pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment and indignation. She turned her head away. Oh, please stop talking about it. Focus on driving. Getting back quickly is what matters. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 100. Hearing the system notification and seeing Shen Jiwei's flushed cheeks, Zhang Yuan realized she'd reached her limit. Continuing would only make things worse. He immediately stopped teasing her and focused on driving. System lottery. Zhang Yuan silently commanded in his mind. After all, he'd already reached the maximum of 100 points. He simply couldn't resist. Ding. Current remaining emotion points, 0. A faint blue roulette will materialize before Zhang Yuan's eyes, its pointer spinning rapidly. It finally came to rest on the question mark. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 attribute points. Seeing the system reward, Zhang Yuan instantly felt a surge of joy. I didn't expect such good luck this time. If I recall correctly, last time I only drew 5 attribute points. With that thought, Zhang Yuan silently summoned his personal interface. Host, Zhang Yuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 centimeters. Stamina, 15. Charm, 30 points. Skills, Master Level Self-Media, Hall of Fame Level Musical Skills, Master Level Writing Skills. Talent, Aristocratic Demeanor. Occupation, Professional Writer. Items, Xiaomi SU7 Lu8R, Ferrari LaFerrari, 143 million renminbi. Attribute points, 10 points. Emotional value, 0 points. Staring at his stats, Zhang Yuan fell deep in thought. He had always believed that charisma was a crucial attribute. He had boosted it to 25 points through various system rewards, then later increased it to 30 points. Yet it made absolutely no difference. Others still viewed him exactly the same way. Keep in mind, the standard base points for everyone are only 10. Zhang Yuan had essentially tripled that. He'd hoped that if not winning hearts everywhere he went, he'd at least attract some admirers when he went out. But the outcome left Zhang Yuan deeply disappointed. Aside from making him look slightly more handsome, there were basically no other changes. Ding, host. Charm differs from other options. It requires reaching 50 points to see noticeable effects. What you envisioned earlier is achievable by ordinary celebrities. That isn't charm, it's merely the effect of money spent on publicity. Truly charismatic individuals ignite passion in others just by their name alone. Their every word and action commands the fervent support of countless people. Charisma points allow the host to measure up against such individuals. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Yuan was momentarily surprised. After all, this was the first time he'd seen the system offer an explanation on its own. Is that how it works? Let's give it a shot. System, boost my points. 10 points all into charm. Zhang Yuan shouted inwardly. Ding. Charisma points successfully added. Current charisma, 40 points. At that moment, Shen Jiwei, who had been bored in the passenger seat, gazing out the window, turned to switch on the makeup light to check her appearance. But she suddenly noticed something. Zhang Yuan seemed to have gotten a bit more handsome. Shen Jiwei rubbed her eyes. It was still the same Zhang Yuan, unchanged in appearance. Yet inexplicably, he seemed far more handsome now, radiating an irresistible charm that made one want to draw closer. Zhang Yuan, why do I feel like you're even more handsome than before? Shen Jiwei couldn't help but look at Zhang Yuan, her eyes filled with confusion. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Is my charm factor kicking in already? What do you mean, more handsome? Haven't I always looked the same? Zhang Yuan feigned confusion as he asked. Is that so? Looks like it was just my imagination? Shen Jiwei said, sounding a bit unsure. But she couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Yuan had grown significantly more handsome than before, even rivaling the fiancé her family had arranged for her. Ha, then it must be your imagination. Zhang Yuan felt a secret thrill inside as he focused on driving. Chapter 77, I'm really Xiaoling's dad now. Knock. 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 Zhang Yuan knocked on the door of Liang Yu's house, while Shen Jiwei beside him nervously smoothed her hair. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled helplessly. Is it really necessary to be this nervous? You checked the car over a dozen times, then spent ages in front of the mirror at home. Worried something will go wrong? Hearing his teasing, Shen Jiwei shot him a glare and pouted playfully. This is my first time being a mom. I'm nervous, okay? So if we're Xiaoling's parents, does that make me your husband? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Squeak. The front door swung open. Xiaoling poked her round little head out, her innocent face beaming with excitement. Godfather, godmother, you're finally here. Seeing this scene, Liang Yu, who was arranging items inside the house, smiled as she gathered her hair. Xiaoling, we haven't formally recognized the relationship yet, and you're already calling me so intimately? Then who am I to you? Okay, Mom, let's not talk about it anymore. Flustered by Liang Yu's teasing, Xiaoling stuck out her tongue. She helped Zhang Yuan and Shen Jiwei put on their slippers, then skipped off cheerfully to assist with decorating the living room. After slipping into their slippers, Zhang Yuan and Shen Jiwei stepped inside. Liang Yu's living room had been transformed beyond recognition. Some might even say it had a classical feel. They watched as Liang Yu placed two Wangwali chairs right in the center of the living room. In front of the chairs sat a wooden table, upon which rested a ceramic teapot. Wow, you've made it so formal? Zhang Yuan smiled slightly, surprised. He had assumed Liang Yu would keep things simple, just brew a pot of tea and have Xiaoling bring it over for him and Shen Jiwei. He hadn't expected such a grand gesture. Beside him, Shen Jiwei also smiled, lips pressed together, suddenly feeling a profound warmth in that moment. Though Liang Yu's arrangements seemed full of flaws to her, sometimes imperfection is a kind of perfection. Oh, come on, this is the only time you two and Xiaoling will have this chance in your lives. How could I not take it seriously? Liang Yu shot Zhang Yuan a disapproving glance, gestured toward the rosewood chair ahead, and offered a faint smile. Alright, enough banter. You two arrived just in time. I've nearly finished preparing everything. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan nodded, shedding his earlier carefree demeanor. He took Shen Jiwei's arm and sat down. Xiaoling, with Liang Yu's help, smoothed out the wrinkles in her dress. She picked up 2 cups of tea and walked slowly toward them, her voice sweet and childlike. Godfather, godmother, please have some tea. Good girl. Zhang Yuan smiled warmly, accepting the tea and taking a sip. He then turned to Shen Jiwei, and they shared a smile. Shen Jiwei rose, retrieved her bag from the sofa, and took out 2 wooden gift boxes along with a stack of contracts, placing them on the coffee table. Xiaoling, these are gifts from your godfather and godmother. Seeing this, Xiaoling was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly opened the 2 wooden gift boxes, then happily put on the longevity lock and silver bracelet inside, wearing them around her neck and wrist. Hee, godfather, godmother, do these look nice on me? You look lovely, Shen Jiwei said, ruffling Xiaoling's hair with a gentle smile. Liang Yu, standing nearby, looked as if a vinegar jar had been overturned. She shot Xiaoling a displeased glance. You little Xiaoling. Got a new lover and forgot your old one, huh? Cough. 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 Hearing this, Zhang Yuan, who was sipping tea, nearly spit it out in shock. He stared at Liang Yu, utterly speechless. Auntie, is that really how you make comparisons? He then turned to Xiaoling, who was still happily admiring the silver bracelet on her wrist. Zhang Yuan chuckled helplessly and tapped her on the head. You silly girl, day after day, you just stare at that worthless gold bracelet and grin like an idiot. Look at the contract on the table, that's the grand gift your godfather carefully prepared for you. Oh, alright then. Xiaoling, still a bit miffed from the tap on her head, picked up the contract from the table and began reading aloud. Rolls-Royce Phantom, purchase contract. Liang Yu was taken aback. She had assumed the stack of contracts on the table were certificates or something similar. She hadn't expected Zhang Yuan to be so generous, gifting Xiaoling a luxury car. Though she didn't know the exact price, it was a Rolls-Royce after all, it couldn't be cheap. With that thought, Liang Yu took the purchase contract from Xiaoling's hands. 6,660,000 yuan? Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yuan in astonishment. There was no need to buy such a high-end car. It's really too extravagant. Not at all, Zhang Yuan waved it off. It's for good luck. He added, the car will be delivered in a couple of days once the license plates are ready. I'll take Xiaoling to handle the transfer then. Liang Yu nodded, choosing not to press further. After all, the more valuable Zhang Yuan's gift, the more it proved how much he valued Xiaoling as his goddaughter. It's just that I'm afraid of missing out. Just then, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. Seeing Liang Qingqing's name on the caller ID, Zhang Yuan pressed to answer. Hello, what's up? Zhang Yuan, haven't you arrived yet? Father hosted a banquet for Uncle Lu today. Didn't I notify you at noon? Liang Qingqing's voice carried a hint of surprise and resignation. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan froze for a moment, feeling awkward. Sorry, a lot happened this afternoon, and I completely forgot. It's still early, and it's just a simple meal among us. You can come a bit later, but you absolutely must come. Liang Qingqing's cool tone came through the phone. Hearing the complete absence of reproach in her tone, Zhang Yuan felt a quiet satisfaction. If this had been the old him, the original owner, she certainly wouldn't have given him a friendly look. But Zhang Yuan was no longer the same person. Not only had he helped her company develop a promising beast-eared girl IP, but he'd also defused a crisis for her at lunch today. Otherwise, the banquet she'd hosted would have become a laughingstock. Indeed, you have to be valuable for others to treat you well. Zhang Yuan mused inwardly. Alright, I'll head over now. After hanging up, he glanced at Liang Yu with a hint of apology. Auntie, I'm sorry, but I have something to attend to and need to step out for a bit. It's fine. The most important part is already taken care of. Go ahead and handle your business. Liang Yu was very understanding, shaking her head and smiling lightly. Zhang Yuan nodded, saying no more. He then turned to Shen Jiwei beside him and smiled faintly. Jiwei, come with me. Recalling Shen Jiwei's behavior in the car earlier, coupled with his newly boosted charm points, Zhang Yuan felt confident he could truly win her over tonight. After all, her affection for him had already reached 85%. Even if he forced himself on her, she wouldn't protest. But for Zhang Yuan, mutual consent was far more important. Hearing this, Shen Jiwei was somewhat surprised. After all, Zhang Yuan hadn't mentioned bringing her to the morning banquet. Why was he suddenly willing to take her along tonight? Yet despite her confusion, Shen Jiwei nodded in agreement, linking her arm through his. Alright, I'll accompany you then. Watching their retreating figures, Liang Yu smiled outwardly while inwardly gritting her teeth. Just you wait, little Shen. By tomorrow night, Zhang Yuan will be mine. Chapter 78 Disaster Looms. Xiao Yuan, you big shot finally showed up. I've been waiting forever. Lu Kunseng, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, sat beside Liang Hui, clinking glasses with him. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan arrive, he immediately laughed heartily and teased him. Uncle Lu, please don't tease me. Zhang Yuan gave a wry smile, took Shen Jiwei's delicate hand, and pulled up a chair at the round table. Hello, Uncle Lu. Hello, Auntie. Hello, sister. Shen Jiwei didn't sit down immediately but greeted the elders first. Hearing her words, Liang Hui and Liang Qingqing both smiled and nodded. Lu Kuanqing, however, looked at Shen Jiwei with a hint of puzzlement. He felt as though he had seen her somewhere before, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Probably just a fluke. Lu Kunseng smiled and nodded, pulling his thoughts back to the present. This must be Xiao Yuan's girlfriend, right? Lu Kuanqing asked with a calm smile. Yes, Shen Jiwei nodded in response. Noticing Shen Jiwei's reserved and dignified demeanor, Lu Kuanqing said no more and turned his attention back to drinking with Liang Hui. Come on, Xiao Yuan, come over and clink glasses with me and your dad. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Kunseng's cheeks flushed slightly. He raised his glass and walked over to Zhang Yuan, insisting on pulling him and Liang Hui together for a toast. Better not, Uncle Lu. You're drunk. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Don't I know whether I'm drunk or not? Xiao Yuan, don't be a killjoy. Drink up. Lu Kunseng picked up the moutai and poured Zhang Yuan a glass. This. Zhang Yuan looked at Liang Hui in confusion, wondering if a piano master of Lu Kunseng's caliber shouldn't be very particular about etiquette. Why was he suddenly acting like a drunken fool out of nowhere? It's fine, Xiao Yuan. Let's clink glasses together. Liang Hui shook his head with a smile. Old Lu doesn't care about such formalities. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan didn't press the matter. He picked up his glass, and the 3 clinked glasses before downing their drinks in one gulp. Burning hot, that was Zhang Yuan's first thought. He usually only drank beer or red wine and had never tried baijiu like matai before. He hadn't expected it to feel like fire burning his throat the moment it hit his stomach. Seeing Zhang Yuan smacking his lips, Liang Hui smiled faintly. First time drinking matai, huh? That feeling is normal. Matai packs a much stronger punch than those imported liquors you're used to. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuan, what do you think about my proposal for lunch? Honestly, with your talent, it'd be a shame if you didn't enter the art world. I can guarantee you this, if you enter the art world, I'll use every connection I have to cultivate you. Forget everything else, I guarantee your name will be known worldwide within a year. With your terrifying talent and skill, given the right platform and your willingness, you could absolutely achieve your ambitions. Lu Kuanqing looked at Zhang Yuan with drunken eyes, his gaze clouded. Uncle Lu, I've told you I truly have no interest in that path. Zhang Yuan gave a bitter smile. Uncle Lu, you're drunk. Sister, please help Uncle Lu to the guest room to rest. Zhang Yuan looked at Liang Qingcheng. Upon hearing this, Liang Qingcheng nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to stand up, Liang Hui waved his hand to interrupt her. Xiao Yuan, I heard from your Uncle Lu that you're quite talented with the piano? You've never taken lessons, yet you possess perfect pitch and the skill of a world-class pianist? Honestly, I was stunned when I heard that. Why don't you play something for me? I'm genuinely curious. Liang Hui smiled, stood up, walked over to Zhang Yuan, and patted his shoulder. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Seeing Liang Hui had spoken so, Zhang Yuan could only agree. There happens to be a piano in my study. Zhang Yuan got up and headed toward the study, with Liang Qingcheng and Shen Jiwei following behind. Liang Qingcheng wanted to hear it again, while Shen Jiwei was purely intrigued by their conversation, eager to see just how well Zhang Yuan could play the piano. Once the others had left, only Liang Hui and Lu Kuanqing remained in the dining room. At that moment, Lu Kuanqing's brow furrowed slightly. The haze in his eyes gradually cleared, replaced by a flash of sharp focus. His voice grew solemn as he spoke. Old Liang, that Jiwei, if I'm not mistaken, is the legitimate daughter of the Shen family from the capital, right? Didn't the Shen family recently announce Shen Jiwei's engagement to Li Xiu, the eldest son of the Li family? How did she end up with Xiao Yuan? Hearing this, Liang Hui nodded solemnly. She is indeed the legitimate daughter of the Shen family. I've had people investigate over the past couple of days. Rumor has it Jiwei was dissatisfied with the family's forced marriage arrangement, so she broke off the engagement and fled. At first, I didn't believe that kid Zhang Yuan could have charmed Jiwei. I thought it might just be a coincidence, but... At this point, Liang Hui sighed. I don't know what to do. I can't very well break them up, can I? After all, Brother Zhang's final wish before he passed was for Xiao Yuan to grow up safely, get married, have children, and not follow in his footsteps. So I figured, as long as Jiwei stays out of the spotlight, we can keep her hidden for as long as possible. Hearing this, Lu Kuanqing quickly grabbed Liang Hui's shoulders, his eyes filled with disbelief. Old Liang, have you lost your mind? Don't you know how famous Jiwei is online right now? She's basically exploded across the entire internet these past couple days. It's only a matter of time before the Shen family finds out. Even if you're thinking of Xiao Yuan, you can't risk bankrupting your own company, can you? Just think about it, if the Shen family finds out Jiwei is Xiao Yuan's girlfriend now, how much damage would that do to your company? Seeing Lu Kuanqing so worked up, Liang Hui was a bit dumbfounded. Hold on, how did Jiwei suddenly become an internet sensation? I've been swamped with the new phone launch lately and haven't kept up with this stuff. You don't know? Lu Kuanqing's eyes widened in utter astonishment. Jiwei is now the top internet celebrity at Qingcheng Company. Her account was only registered 4 days ago, and she's already approaching 10 million followers. Lu Kuanqing opened Douyin and handed Liang Hui a video filmed by Shen Jiwei to watch. Liang Hui took a look and was first startled by her bold outfit. His gaze then shifted to the like count, which had already reached 30 million. Liang Hui's words caught in his throat, momentarily speechless. Do you know how many views this video has? Lu Kuanqing shot Liang Hui a disapproving look. How many? 300 million. Think about it, our dragon nation has a total population of only 1.5 billion. That means 1/5 of the country has seen it. Think carefully about this. It's best to keep your relationship with Xiao Yuan under wraps. Otherwise, how long do you think your company will last under the combined pressure of the Shen and Li families? Lu Kuanqing patted Liang Hui on the shoulder. Of course, the situation isn't too dire right now after all, they still don't know about Xiao Yuan and her. As long as you handle it well, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Alright, let's not dwell on this for now. Xiao Yuan's piano playing is truly beautiful. She can make a solo sound like a symphony, it's absolutely incredible. Watching Lu Kuanqing's retreating figure head toward the study, Liang Hui fell deep in thought. Sir, there's a young lady outside the estate requesting an audience. She says she wishes to see Master Lu. The butler approached at that moment. Chapter 79, Li Wanyu's sudden visit. Someone wants to see old Lu? It's this late already. Tell her to go back first. Liang Hui waved dismissively, not particularly surprised. After all, with Lu Kuanqing's status, it was only natural that some sycophants would stick to him like Lu. Mr. Liang, I am Li Wanyu. I apologize for this unannounced visit. At that moment, an elegantly poised black-haired girl entered the lobby. The moment he laid eyes on her, Liang Hui's heart skipped a beat. Li Wanyu of the Li family from the imperial capital, Li Xiu's younger sister. 1,000 thoughts raced through Liang Hui's mind. Could it be that his cover had been blown? But quickly, he settled on a plan: get Li Wanyu out of here first. He absolutely could not let her see Shen Jiwei. Otherwise, the scene that would unfold was too dreadful for Liang Hui to even imagine. With this thought, Liang Hui frowned slightly and turned to the butler, his voice tinged with displeasure, who let her in. "Boss, I had no idea Miss Li would come in on her own. She insisted that you'd regret it if you didn't see her, so I took the liberty of having her wait in the reception room for my response. I simply didn't expect this Miss Li to enter the main quarters without permission. It was the first time the butler had seen Liang Hui so furious, and he quickly bowed his head in apology. Mr. Liang, please don't blame him. I did come in on my own initiative. I'd been abroad until just today when I arrived in Shanghai. I happened to hear that your daughter was hosting a banquet and that Lu Kunseng would be attending, so I went to speak with him about certain matters. But in the end, I failed. That's why I've come to bother you. Li Wanyu's serene face bore a gentle smile as she spoke calmly and deliberately. I had originally intended to wait for your message in the reception hall, but suddenly I heard. At this point, Li Wanyu paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to describe the sound of the qin. Music that resonates with the soul, Li Wanyu said slowly. That's precisely why I knew it was your son playing. I rushed straight over my apologies for the intrusion. Hearing this, Liang Hui fell into deep thought. Though he hadn't attended the banquet himself, old Lu had recounted the events to him, and he knew Zhang Yuan had stunned the entire gathering with his skill. Hearing Li Wanyu's words now, he could guess that she was still unaware of Shin Jiwei's situation. Even so, he had to send her away. After all, Shin Jiwei was right there in the study. If Li Wanyu saw her, it would be all over. Still, while he needed to send her away, Li Wanyu came from a powerful background. He couldn't just kick her out outright. He immediately turned to the butler standing nearby. Go fetch old Lu. Then, Liang Hui turned his gaze back to Li Wanyu. Since Miss Li is so eager to see old Lu, I naturally cannot stand in your way. With that, Liang Hui gestured toward the reception area on the right and offered a faint smile. Miss Li, perhaps you'd like to join me over there for a moment? Hearing this, Li Wanyu shook her head slightly, looking at Liang Hui earnestly. Mr. Liang, I originally intended to meet only with Lu Kunseng. However, since your son is also present, I have some questions I'd like to ask him as well. Li Wanyu wasn't speaking out of turn, she genuinely felt curious. Zhang Yuan couldn't have achieved such masterful skill without ever learning piano. He must be a pianist whose artistry has reached the pinnacle, someone who could only attain such prowess through personal instruction. Hearing Li Wanyu's words, Liang Hui's expression shifted slightly as he shook his head. I'm afraid not, Miss Li. Young Yuan doesn't wish to see anyone today. As he spoke, Liang Hui's fingers began tapping the glass cup unconsciously. Thump! 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 Hearing the sound, Lu Kuanqing opened the door and shot the butler a displeased look, whispering. What is it? It wasn't that Lu Kunseng had a bad temper, it was simply that being abruptly interrupted while completely immersed in a task was an unpleasant experience. The butler didn't waste words either, leaning close to whisper into Lu Kunseng's ear. You may leave now. After listening, Lu Kuanqing's brows furrowed deeply. He glanced at Shin Jiwei, who was intently playing the piano and listening nearby, a hint of worry creeping into his heart. If he remembered correctly, shouldn't Li Wanyu still be studying in the United States? Why had she suddenly returned to the country, and even attended the luncheon? Could Li Wanyu be the woman at the luncheon? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled through Lu Kuanqing's mind. Finally, he gave Shin Jiwei one last lingering look before pushing open the door and leaving. Click! The door closed, leaving only Zhang Yuan's soul-stirring piano music echoing endlessly. Shin Jiwei gazed at the closed door, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She couldn't quite decipher the look Lu Kuanqing had given her earlier. Something's wrong? Shin Jiwei wondered silently. Then she turned to Zhang Yuan, who was playing Liszt's The Bells and had reached the climax, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keys. She leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. I need to step out for a moment. Zhang Yuan gave a slight nod, acknowledging her. Shin Jiwei walked to the door and turned the handle. Click! Li Wanyu shot Lu Kuanqing and Liang Hui a displeased look, slamming her hand hard on the table. Lu Kuanqing, you didn't have to cover for him like that, did you? I merely wanted to know who Zhang Yuan studied under. What's so difficult about answering that? Liang Hui gave a wry smile. Miss Li, my son really isn't in the mood to see anyone today. Yes, Xiao Yuan really isn't in a position to see you right now. Besides, I've already told you he truly has no teacher guiding him. Lu Kuanqing chimed in. Hearing this, Li Wanyu scoffed coldly. Lu Kuanqing, do you even believe that yourself? That's Hall of Fame level. Even with the most innate talent, it's impossible to achieve that kind of effect without a teacher, right? Well. Lu Kunseng faltered, unsure how to respond. His inner conviction mirrored Li Wanyu's, so he understood her urgent desire to uncover Zhang Yuan's lineage. The problem was, Zhang Yuan had genuinely told him that, leaving him with no choice. Seeing the two stubbornly refuse to budge, Li Wanyu sighed helplessly and turned to Lu Kunseng. Fine. Since you won't tell me, I'll take my leave. Liang Hui remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. Miss Li, allow me to escort you. He then stood up and led the way for Li Wanyu. After all, his estate was quite large, and without guidance, she might genuinely get lost. Seeing this, Lu Kuanqing also rose and followed behind. Miss Li, we apologize for the inconvenience today. Please do visit us again in the future. On the way to the living room and out of the estate, Liang Hui said cheerfully. I'll definitely visit when I have the chance. Li Wanyu replied with a smile, feeling no resentment toward Liang Hui for his actions that evening. After all, she had arrived unannounced, and her manners had indeed been lacking. However, the moment she finished speaking, Liang Hui and Lu Kuanqing abruptly halted in their tracks. Li Wanyu's smile froze on her face as she stared ahead in disbelief. Chapter 80, The Enraged Li Wanyu. Shen Jiwei? Li Wanyu gasped in shock. What are you doing here? Liang Hui and Lu Kuanqing, standing nearby, didn't speak immediately. As seasoned veterans, they knew that speaking too much could lead to mistakes. After a moment's thought, Liang Hui feigned surprise and turned to Li Wanyu. You know Jiwei? Ignoring Liang Hui, Li Wanyu fixed her gaze on Shen Jiwei and strode toward her. Did you think it was fun running off alone? Do you have any idea the entire Shen and Li families are searching for you? Do you have any idea how much ridicule my brother has endured because of you? Seeing Li Wanyu's agitated state, Shen Jiwei felt momentarily at a loss. Yet upon hearing her words, she guessed her identity. You're Li Xiu's sister, Li Wanyu? Shen Jiwei composed herself and replied calmly. Oof. It's quite something you even remember me. Truly remarkable. Li Wanyu sneered coldly, then turned to look at Liang Hui. What's your relationship with Shen Zui? Why is she suddenly showing up at your place? Unlike Li Wanyu, who seemed somewhat flustered, Liang Hui had already prepared his response. He shook his head calmly and replied with a light chuckle. Jiwei is an influencer under my daughter's company. I just happened to bring her along to the estate for a visit. Judging by your reaction, it seems you know Jiwei? After speaking, Liang Hui shrugged indifferently, showing no sign of trouble. He looked at Li Wanyu with puzzlement. Inside, however, he felt a flicker of tension, silently praying that Zhang Yuan and Liang Qingqing wouldn't appear, otherwise this lie would be exposed. Upon hearing Liang Hui's explanation, Li Wanyu nodded in understanding. Instead of responding, she turned to Shen Jiwei, her eyes flashing with a hint of disgust. You, the legitimate daughter of the prestigious Shen family, running off to become an internet celebrity? What's wrong with being an internet celebrity? Do you look down on it? Or are you saying I should just follow your plans and marry Li Xiu obediently? Shen Jiwei stared coldly at Li Wanyu, suddenly understanding why Lu Kunseng had looked at her that way earlier. At that thought, she silently apologized to Lu Kunseng and Liang Hui. Had she not appeared, the two would likely have resolved matters by now. I don't want to discuss this with you. Are you leaving with me now, or do you want to wait until I tell my brother and the Shen family sends someone to take you back? Li Wanyu's expression remained icy. Shen Jiwei pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Ding dong ding, the once melodious piano music gradually faded until it fell silent. This Liszt piece was quite well played. Under normal circumstances, I'd definitely ask for some lessons. What a pity, given the current situation. Li Wanyu thought to herself. Liang Hui and the others listened to the fading notes, their thoughts starkly different. Their hearts tightened, hoping Zhang Yuan would be in the mood to play another piece. Otherwise, stepping out would surely give them away. But clearly, things wouldn't unfold as they hoped. Click. Zhang Yuan opened the door and stepped out, followed by Liang Qingcheng. Seeing everyone gathered in the living room, Zhang Yuan approached with a puzzled look. Dad, why are you and Uncle Lu, along with Jiwei and the others, just standing around? Oh, Miss Li has arrived too? As he spoke, Zhang Yuan naturally took Shen Jiwei's delicate hand in his. When no one responded, Zhang Yuan sensed the awkwardness in the air and looked around in confusion. Seeing Zhang Yuan take Shen Jiwei's hand, Li Wanyu didn't explode immediately. Instead, she turned to Liang Hui with a cold, mocking smile. Isn't she the influencer from your company? Well, she sure doesn't look like one. By now, Li Wanyu had pieced everything together. I knew it. That's why you refused to let me see Zhang Yuan. You were trying to prevent this very thing from happening. After speaking, Li Wanyu turned to give Shen Jiwei a piercing look. I know you won't come back with me. Don't worry, in a couple of days, the Shen family will send someone to take you back. With that, Li Wanyu gave a cold snort, turned toward the guest hall, and walked straight out of the estate. Seeing this, Liang Qingcheng and Zhang Yuan looked bewildered at the silent crowd in the reception hall. What's going on here? Ah, sighed Lu Kuanqing. Everyone, please take a seat. I'll explain the situation to you both. Lu Kuanqing proceeded to recount the events for a full half hour. So you're saying Jiwei eloped? Liang Qingcheng asked doubtfully. Who said Zui ran away from the wedding? It was only an engagement, with no legal binding force. Besides, it was forced by the family. What's wrong with disobeying the family's arrangements? Zhang Yuan shot Liang Qingcheng a glance before retorting. Then, he looked at Liang Hui with some confusion. Dad, you said the company might be targeted, but their family is based in the capital. No matter how powerful they are, they can't reach Shanghai, right? Liang Hui sighed softly. Ah, you're being too optimistic. The Shen family is among the top-tier clans in the capital, while the Li family has risen to prominence in recent years. Both are backed by powerful figures. Do you really think they could interfere with us? It's safe to say that within the borders of Dragon Nation, there's no place beyond their reach. Even though I haven't done anything wrong and run my business cautiously, I can't stop them if they're determined to cause trouble. What's more, my company's new phone is launching right now. If something goes wrong during this critical period, this quarter's sales will plummet. Unless. Hearing Liang Hui pause, Zhang Yuan grew curious and pressed him. Unless what? Hearing this, Liang Hui shook his head with a bitter smile. Unless our company can become a national enterprise like Huawei, flying the patriotic banner. Then they wouldn't dare act recklessly. But achieving that is incredibly difficult. It's not just about the phone's design, the operating system, camera, chips, and so on are all critical. My company's Meizu phones have nothing outstanding except for their user-friendly system and attractive design. Previous models nearly bankrupted us because they used MediaTek chips. At this point, Liang Hui's expression grew even more bitter. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan suddenly recalled the phone design blueprints awarded by the system. If he remembered correctly, every component Liang Hui had just mentioned was included in them. Though he didn't know the specifics yet, he was confident that anything produced by the system would be top-notch. He immediately smiled faintly. Dad, I have a friend who specializes in this very field. Just a few days ago, he finished designing a set of phone blueprints. I took a look. The exterior design is quite impressive, and he's even developed the system, including scheduling and camera functions. I'll ask him for it tomorrow and send it over to you. Listening to Zhang Yuan's explanation, Liang Hui remained skeptical but nodded anyway, accepting it as a gesture of reassurance. Chapter 81, Charisma breaks the 50 mark. The hall then fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of everyone's breathing. Though no one spoke, everyone knew exactly why. Seeing everyone's silent expressions, Zhang Yuan felt no fear. He refused to believe that with his system, he could still be punished by others. Lu Kuanqing, who had been silent, lowered his hands from his chin, sighed, and turned to Shen Jiwei. Jiwei, perhaps you should just apologize to your family. Then explain your relationship with Zhang Yuan. They might not insist you marry Li Xiu after all. The odds of you and Zhang Yuan staying together aren't actually that low. After all, it's the 21st century now. They're not all stuck in the past, are they? Hearing this, Shen Jiwei swallowed hard, her lips pressed together as she struggled to speak. Finally, she nodded with a look of resignation. Seeing this, Liang Hui and Liang Qingcheng beside her felt a pang of sympathy, yet they knew this was the best possible outcome. After all, they didn't possess the formidable connections needed to stand against Shen Jiwei's family. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhang Yuan grew irritated, frowning at them. What are you nodding about? I disagree. Why must Jiwei be the one to suffer? I think we're perfectly fine together right now. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility myself. Zhang Yuan shot Lu Kuanqing a displeased look. Uncle Lu, you're just worried about the impact on father's company. But I believe market competition is already fierce. To succeed, we must strengthen ourselves. Even if no one targets us, if dad's company's mobile products aren't up to par, the market won't accept them. We'll still be struggling to survive. Am I wrong, Dad? Zhang Yuan turned to Liang Hui. After a moment of silence, Liang Hui nodded. Yes, the market will decide. See? I told you so. Zhang Yuan shrugged, then continued in a reassuring tone. Dad, don't worry. My friend is truly exceptional in mobile phone design. I've used plenty of phones, but compared to the prototypes he's made, they're nothing. I know you don't believe me now, but once I show you the blueprints tomorrow, you'll see for yourself. Seeing Zhang Yuan's earnest expression, the doubt in Liang Hui's eyes faded somewhat. He looked at Zhang Yuan and said seriously, Xiao Yuan, you're not lying to me? If your friend is truly as talented as you claim, shouldn't he have been snapped up by major phone manufacturers long ago, with his design sold worldwide? I don't understand the world of geniuses. Maybe he just doesn't care about fame and fortune. Zhang Yuan lied without batting an eye. He thought to himself, after all, Brother Tongzi doesn't need any of that. Isn't that exactly what it means to be indifferent to fame and fortune? Alright, bring the blueprints to me tomorrow. Liang Hui nodded, saying no more. But Liang Qingcheng, standing nearby, shot Zhang Yuan a look tinged with confusion. She found herself increasingly baffled by Zhang Yuan. He used to be good for nothing but eating, drinking, and enjoying himself. How could he have undergone such a complete 180-degree transformation after clashing with his father? His videos were well made, his piano skills were unmatched, and now he even had a genius friend. Shen Jiwei, who had been feeling down, felt much better hearing Zhang Yuan defend her like that. A smile she didn't even notice herself flitted across her face. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone. Zhang Yuan walked up to Shen Jiwei, patted her shoulder, and whispered reassuringly. Yeah, I believe you. Shen Jiwei said firmly, a glimmer of tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotion points. Current emotion points, 50. Ding, Shen Jiwei's affection plus 5. Current affection, 90. Ding. Detected a member of the opposite sex with a visual appeal rating of 90. Affection towards host has reached 90. Designated as a confidant. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a favorability gift pack. Would you like to open it now? No. Zhang Yuan felt a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that saying just one sentence would yield so many rewards. But upon reflection, it seemed quite natural. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Zhang Yuan took Shen Jiwei's delicate hand and addressed Liang Hui and the others. Father, Jiwei and I will be leaving now. MHM. Liang Hui nodded, glancing at Zhang Yuan with a strained smile. Be careful on the road. Don't worry, I'm a skilled driver. Zhang Yuan took Shen Jiwei's hand and walked toward the exit. As night deepened, traffic in the metropolis remained light, allowing Zhang Yuan to drive smoothly. Inside the car, Zhang Yuan drove absent-mindedly, watching the neon lights dance past the windshield. System, activate the affinity bonus pack, Zhang Yuan silently commanded. He couldn't wait any longer. After all, this was his first time receiving a grand gift package since obtaining the system, and he was naturally filled with anticipation. Ding, affinity bonus pack activated. Reward, 10 attribute points. Seeing the system's reward, Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected such a rare item as attribute points. After all, he'd drawn so many times before and only managed to get 15 attribute points total. This pack was directly granting him 10 points. Didn't this mean he could keep meeting new beauties, gain attribute points, and become invincible by allocating them? After all, his personal panel featured more than just charisma, there was also constitution. Improving constitution naturally boosted attributes like strength and speed. System, this isn't exploiting a glitch, is it? Zhang Yuan asked inwardly, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. After all, he'd read countless system novels where protagonists exploited glitches only to have them patched urgently. Not at all, host. If you wish, you could even build yourself into a one-punch man. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of elation. He felt like he'd finally grasped the system's true purpose. System, open my personal panel. Zhang Yuan shouted excitedly in his mind. Host, Zhang Yuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 centimeters. Stamina, 15. Charm, 40 points. Skills, Master Level Self-Media, Hall of Fame Level Musical Skills, Master Level Writing Skills. Talent, Aristocratic Demeanor. Occupation, Professional Writer. Items, Xiaomi SU7 LU8R, Ferrari LaFerrari, 143 million renminbi, Mobile Phone Design Blueprint, Rejuvenation Potion. Attribute points, 10 points. Emotional points, 50 points. Though he desperately wanted to allocate points to strength, Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and invested them in charisma instead, seeing it was about to reach 50 points. Current charm, 50 points. In an instant, Zhang Yuan felt an indescribable shift within himself. His posture seemed to straighten, radiating newfound confidence. Every gesture now carried an air of undeniable conviction. This was a sensation he had never experienced before gaining noble bearing and boosting his charm points. Soon, that peculiar sensation subsided into calmness, but Zhang Yuan knew it hadn't vanished, it had merely fused completely. Zhang Yuan then decided to test its effects. He immediately turned to Shen Jiwei, who had remained silent, and spoke with a hint of amusement. What's wrong? Still looking so glum? I was so firm with you just now, don't you owe me a thank you? Hearing this, Shen Jiwei glanced at Zhang Yuan's profile as he focused on driving. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened inexplicably. She turned her head away and looked out the window. It's not that I'm not grateful. It's just, hearing you say that makes me feel a bit strange. Strange how? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. It's just, after you brought it up yourself, I feel like this reaction seems a bit forced. Shen Jiwei's tone carried an inexplicable fluster. Why did Zhang Yuan suddenly seem so captivating, making her irresistibly drawn to him? Chapter 82, Truly Winning Shen Jiwei Over. I truly am grateful to you, because tonight is the first time in my entire life someone has stood up for me like this. Maybe it's not gratitude, it's more like joy. Because we're a couple, but precisely because of that, I didn't know how to bring it up. Shen Jiwei fought back the fluttering in her heart, staring into Zhang Yuan's eyes as she spoke each word deliberately. Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly, looking at Shen Jiwei with a calm smile. Honestly, we've already been this close before. What's there to be so formal about? Put. Shen Jiwei's pretty face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly cut Zhang Yuan off. Enough. Stop it. You're shameless. Anyway, I think that time, we were both unconscious when that happened. That doesn't count. I still consider this my first time. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt relieved he hadn't been drinking water, otherwise, he would have spit it out. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He understood Shen Jiwei's meaning, but hearing those words instantly reminded him of a controversial statement from his past life. Kissing without sticking out your tongue doesn't count as kissing. First kiss reset. If it's less than a year, it doesn't count as dating, you're still a pure virgin. Zhang Yuan shook his head, pushing those unpleasant thoughts aside. He looked at Shen Jiwei and said helplessly, Alright then, I'll walk you home. He'd originally planned to make his move on Shin Ji-wei tonight, but considering what had just happened in her current low spirits, pursuing that now felt downright shady. I'm a little scared right now. Could I sleep at your place tonight? Shin Ji-wei lowered her head, unable to meet Zhang Yuan's gaze, and whispered softly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, thinking he must have misheard. After all, Zhang Yuan knew Shin Ji-wei's personality well. She was the type who appeared dignified and pure on the surface, yet craved excitement and yearned to break free from her restraints deep down. Hearing her utter those words had genuinely caught him off guard. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Shin Ji-wei's affection for him had already reached 90 points, and with his current charm level at a high 50 points, nothing seemed impossible. Frankly, if Zhang Yuan hadn't preferred things to develop naturally, he could have already taken advantage of her through training. He simply hadn't wanted to. Hey, are you even listening to me? Shin Ji-wei grew irritated when Zhang Yuan didn't respond. She'd been so proactive just now, and this idiot Zhang Yuan had actually left her hanging. Ahem, I heard you. Then sleep at my place. You were startled earlier. I'll hold you while you sleep, you'll rest more peacefully. Zhang Yuan drove with one hand, rubbing his chin as he smiled faintly. Of course, this time driving with one hand, Zhang Yuan wasn't up to anything mischievous. After all, he planned to kiss her later. If his mouth tasted fishy, that would be far from ideal. With that thought, Zhang Yuan slammed his foot on the accelerator. The Xiaomi SU7 lust roared to life and surged forward. V-room. 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 The engine's roar gradually faded. Zhang Yuan pulled out the key and walked home with Shin Ji-wei in his arms. Click. Closing the front door and stepping into the room, Zhang Yuan lay down on the bed, feeling somewhat exhausted. He turned his head to look out the window. Moonlight spilled across the earth, illuminating a corner of the room. A gentle evening breeze brushed against Zhang Yuan's face, scattering the strands of hair at his temples. Watching Shin Ji-wei tidy her clothes, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over him, a mischievous grin immediately curling his lips. He retrieved the black lace blindfold the original owner had bought, walked behind Shin Ji-wei, and placed it over her eyes. Ah! Zhang Yuan, what are you doing? I'm packing my clothes. Shin Ji-wei gasped, her voice tinged with panic, her body stiffening unnaturally. You! Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, setting down the clothes Shin Ji-wei was holding and turning her body to face him. Mum. Feeling Zhang Yuan's intense body heat and the distinct scent of his male hormones, Shin Ji-wei's breathing grew heavy. Zhang Yuan, I. Before Shin Ji-wei could finish, Zhang Yuan seized her throat and pinned her against the wall. Don't speak. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 60. Zhang Yuan placed his finger on Shin Ji-wei's lips, then began to cast a spell on her face with one hand. MMMPH. Shin Ji-wei's breathing grew heavier. Zhang Yuan's own breathing was equally labored, but he had an additional task compared to Shin Ji-wei, cosmic observation techniques and planetary surveying. The two sank deeper into their embrace. Shin Ji-wei's lovely face was now completely flushed. The strands of hair at her temples were damp with sweat, clinging to her skin and causing an unbearable itch. Finally, unable to bear the heat any longer, Shin Ji-wei abruptly tore off the black lace blindfold. Panting heavily, she gazed at Zhang Yuan with burning eyes. Tonight, Zhang Yuan was so handsome, so charismatic, so utterly boyfriend material. This was Shin Ji-wei's final thought before wrapping her arms around Zhang Yuan's neck, closing her eyes, and leaning in for a kiss. Seeing Shin Ji-wei take such initiative, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly but didn't let her have her way. He stepped back slightly and slapped her across the face. What's the rush? Take a shower first. Shin Ji-wei, slapped and denied her kiss, instantly opened her eyes and glared at Zhang Yuan in shame and anger. Are you messing with me? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Current emotion points, 80. I don't want to toy with you. I want. The last two words remained unspoken, yet to Shin Ji-wei, their absence carried far greater impact than any spoken words. Alright, let's go take a shower. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, lifting Shin Ji-wei into the bathroom. Ding, Shin Ji-wei's affection +1. Current affection, 91. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 90. Ding, Shin Ji-wei's affection +1. Current affection, 92. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 100. That night, Zhang Yuan took an unusually long shower. Only when moonlight once again spilled across the earth did the two emerge from the bathroom, utterly exhausted. On the bed, gazing at Shin Ji-wei lying beside him without a trace of restraint, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, a sly smile spreading across his face. He pounced once more. Ding. Shin Ji-wei's affection +1. Current affection, 93. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 110. Ding, Shin Ji-wei's affection +2. Current affection, 95. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Current emotion points, 130. 1 hour later. Gazing at Shin Ji-wei beside him, who had fallen into a deep sleep from sheer exhaustion, Zhang Yuan smiled contentedly. He thought to himself, this is true recognition of me. Just as he prepared to share the bed with Shin Ji-wei, Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Ding! Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Shin Ji-wei's wish. A mysterious gift has been dispatched. Chapter 83, Extraordinary Reward. Would the host like to open it? Open it! Zhang Yuan shouted eagerly in his heart. He was genuinely curious about this mysterious gift package. It had been 2 days since he obtained the system, and only now had he finally completed the task. Naturally, Zhang Yuan was extremely curious about the reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving an extraordinary reward, 10 years of life. Zhang Yuan, hearing the system prompt, was momentarily stunned. It took a full 3 minutes before he pinched his thigh hard. The sharp sting reminded him this wasn't a dream. System, you can actually grant extraordinary items? Zhang Yuan let out an excited growl, so engrossed in his excitement that he didn't even notice Shin Ji-wei standing beside him. He had always assumed his system was just an ordinary god-tier system, meant to grant him wealth and privilege for the rest of his life. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect this. Yes, host. You may obtain extraordinary rewards through this system. The system's cold, electronic voice echoed in Zhang Yuan's ears, yet it failed to dampen his fervor. Immediately, Zhang Yuan thought of his emotion points, which had just reached 130. He instantly shouted inwardly, "System, draw." He'd intended to save them, hoping to accumulate 500 points for a 5-draw streak, one massive, satisfying pull. But after being so stimulated by the system just now, how could he possibly hold back and save up? Ding! Current remaining emotion points, 30. A faint blue roulette will materialize before Zhang Yuan, its white pointer spinning rapidly. It finally came to rest on the question mark. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's heart immediately began to race. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the chip manufacturing handbook, from beginner to expert. Though slightly disappointed that the reward wasn't extraordinary, Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on it too much. After all, extraordinary rewards weren't something easily obtained. Moreover, Zhang Yuan felt this chip manufacturing manual could be paired with the phone design blueprints tomorrow to show Lian Wei. As a bonus, they could work on developing their own chips. That way, with the sanctions from the United States, plus the patriotic and self-reliant rhetoric, Zhang Yuan didn't believe the Li family could sanction him. Then, a sudden doubt crept into Zhang Yuan's mind. Wasn't Shin Ji-wei's wish task only 70% complete back then? How did it suddenly complete by nightfall? Or did the video's traffic pool just hit another milestone? 1,000 thoughts raced through Zhang Yuan's mind. It wasn't until he pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and saw the likes had already surpassed 30 million that he fell silent. Alright, he had seriously underestimated the world's passion for furry girls. Immediately, Zhang Yuan opened the comments section to read through them. Full attendance captain, streamer. Could you cosplay as a goblin girl? The very first comment he saw was so shocking it made Zhang Yuan cough violently. Cough. 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 After calming down a bit, he glanced at Shin Ji-wei beside him, relieved to see she hadn't been woken up. He picked up his phone and replied to Captain Full Attendance's comment. Brother-in-law, open up, it's me, sure thing, no problem. Bro, I've got 9 more cosplays like this up my sleeve. Like Lizard Girl and Cup Girl, and so on. After surfing the web for a while longer, Zhang Yuan was about to shut off his phone and go to sleep when a green bubble message suddenly popped up. Lian Yu, let me guess you and Ji-wei are up to something fun right now, aren't you flirtatious? Seeing the message, Zhang Yuan chuckled. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 1 a.m. He immediately replied. Still up this late? Lian Yu, the night truly belongs to me. Sad. Also, answer my question above. Death smile. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Zhang Yuan, no need to guess, it's already done. She's sleeping right beside me. Lian Yu? Could you at least be a little more subtle? Being so blunt like that, aren't you afraid of getting banned? Pouting. Zhang Yuan, what's so subtle about us? Tonight, I'm going to devour you. Hooking a finger. Inside the room, Lian Yu curled up under the covers, the green glow from her phone illuminating the heat and flush on her cheeks. Reading Zhang Yuan's utterly unfiltered reply, Lian Yu's breathing grew heavy, as if the very air around her had thickened. After a moment's thought, Lian Yu swiftly typed a reply to Zhang Yuan. Lian Yu, we'll see about that. Hope you don't beg for mercy tonight, hooked finger. She then turned off the green bubble notification and turned her phone screen toward Xiaoling. In the dim light, she confirmed Xiaoling was still fast asleep and let out a sigh of relief. She then tiptoed off the bed, entered the bathroom, and opened her phone's browser. Half an hour later, Lian Yu emerged from the bathroom after another shower, towel drying her hair. Her exquisitely charming face, bathed in the misty steam, glowed with a blush that seemed to be about to burst. The next morning, the sunlight was perfect. The breeze felt neither hot nor cold, everything was just right. Shin Ji-wei opened her sleepy eyes, gazed at Zhang Yuan's profile, and couldn't help but smile. She puckered her lips and gently poked his cheek. Big Dumbo, time to wake up. Zhang Yuan rolled over with a sigh of resignation. It's still early. It's not early. It's still early. It's not early. Seeing Shen Jiwei so determined to get him out of bed, Zhang Yuan reluctantly fought off his drowsiness and glanced at his phone. Seeing it was only 8 o'clock, he felt a bit speechless. He rolled over to look at Shen Jiwei. Jiwei, it's only 8. Why get up? At this, Shen Jiwei suddenly flushed slightly, turning her head away. Only after ensuring she couldn't see Zhang Yuan's face did she speak slowly. The Civil Affairs Bureau opens at 8:30. If we get up now, we'll be right on time. What the hell does the Civil Affairs Bureau have to do with us? Zhang Yuan rolled over and went back to sleep. Seeing that Zhang Yuan hadn't grasped her meaning, Shen Jiwei could only say, her face still flushed. I want to marry you. We've already crossed that line anyway. I'll just tell my father that, and he'll have to agree whether he likes it or not. Let's get married then. Zhang Yuan mumbled in a daze. Wait. As if suddenly snapping out of it, Zhang Yuan shot upright like a spring-loaded device, landing on his feet with a startled look fixed on Shen Jiwei. Wait, you want to get married? Chapter 84, Xin Yuishan. Yes. Shen Jiwei looked at Zhang Yuan, her gaze unwavering as she nodded firmly. Seeing Shen Jiwei's serious expression, Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless. After a moment of silence, processing what she'd just said, he finally spoke. Jiwei, trust me, no one can take you away from me. We really don't need to go through all this. Besides, we have to consider Uncle too. He's getting on in years now. If you upset him like this, he might just end up flat on his back. Hearing this, Shen Jiwei shot Zhang Yuan a fierce glare. My dad's only in his 40s and in perfect health. After sighing, Shen Jiwei continued. I'm doing this for your sake and Uncle Liang's sake. If my father really goes after Uncle Liang's company, it won't be able to withstand it. The losses would be devastating, and that wouldn't be good for either of us. Especially the Li family, they won't let this slide either. That's why I thought we should get married today, then I'll go to the capital and come clean with my father. Once it's a done deal, my father will have no choice but to agree. Listening to Shen Jiwei's words, Zhang Yuan couldn't find any flaws in her reasoning. But getting married? That was absolutely out of the question. He was still so young, with so many beauties waiting to share candlelit nights with him. If he got married, then sister would never find her knight in shining armor. Yet if he remained silent, Shen Jiwei would surely suspect he was hiding something. Zhang Yuan's expression abruptly darkened. His brows furrowed, his voice growing slightly deeper. Jiwei, I told you no one can ever take you away from me. Or are you saying you don't trust me, that you think I'm incapable of protecting you? Seeing Zhang Yuan look slightly angry, Shen Jiwei hurriedly explained, no, it's just that this is the best way to resolve this situation. Trust me, I will definitely give you a home. I won't let you suffer even the slightest injustice. Zhang Yuan's voice suddenly softened as he gazed at Shen Jiwei with tender affection, his fingers gently playing with her hair. Shen Jiwei stared at Zhang Yuan, mere inches away. Her mind went blank, then filled with the echo of his voice, reverberating endlessly. For some inexplicable reason, his words felt like an undeniable truth. In the end, as if guided by some unseen force, she nodded in agreement. All right, then we won't get the marriage certificate. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, mixed with surprise at the power of his charm. After all, he didn't believe Shen Jiwei had agreed merely because of his sudden change in attitude. He had watched the conflicted expression on her face the entire time. All right, I'll drive you to the office later, then head over to my father's company. Zhang Yuan pulled Shen Jiwei into his arms and gently kissed her forehead. Ding! Shen Jiwei's emotion value plus 10. Current emotion value, 40. Whatever you say. Shen Jiwei nodded coyly, unable to meet Zhang Yuan's intensely penetrating gaze. After a quick wash-up, the two left the house. Meanwhile, elsewhere. The Shen residence in the capital. Xin Yuishan, the head of the Shen family, sat solemnly in his seat. He glared angrily at the contents on the screen in his hands, then picked up the documents Li Xiu had placed on the table and began reading them. The more he read, the deeper his frown grew, while those around him held their breath in tense silence. Thud! Xin Yuishan's knuckles slammed down on the one Wollywood table. The dull thud reverberated like a muffled thunderclap, startling everyone in the hall. My dear nephew, this is indeed the fault of our Shen family. We failed to keep a close watch on Jiwei, which led to this disgraceful incident. Xin Yuishan looked down at Li Xiu, who was sipping tea, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Regarding Shen Jiwei's matter, I'm not in a position to comment. After all, it's essentially your Shen family's internal affair. But those two, Zhang Yuan and Liang Hui, they aren't part of your Shen family, are they? Li Xiu set down his cup of Longjing tea and turned to Xin Yuishan, seated in the main position, his smile thin and insincere. After all, according to my sister, Shen Jiwei and he were in a romantic relationship. After uttering those words, he said no more. After all, this was a label pinned squarely on his own head, a most unflattering one at that. My dear nephew, rest assured. Our Shen family will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness. That Liang Hui from the Demon City and his entire business empire, if he doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. Xin Yueshan declared in a deep voice. That would be best. I hope the Shin family head handles this properly. Otherwise, the Li family will take matters into our own hands. Li Xiu remarked coldly, then exchanged a knowing glance with his two bodyguards standing beside him. Head of the Shin family, this junior will take his leave now. With that, Li Xiu didn't wait for Xin Yueshan's reply and simply strode away, showing not a shred of respect. Yet despite this, not a single person present stepped forward to stop the young master of the Li family. After Li Xiu departed, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, who held a high position within the Shin family, frowned and remarked. That Li family brat has no manners whatsoever. How dare he leave without the family head's permission? He dared to treat you, the family head, as if you were nothing. The other high-ranking members chimed in agreement. Indeed. To treat our family head as if he were invisible. Listening to their inflammatory remarks, Xin Yueshan closed his eyes in resignation and waved his hand impatiently at them. You may all leave now. Oh, and Zimming, you stay. Seeing this, the others shrugged indifferently before striding out one after another. Once the entire hall was empty save for himself and his father, Shin Zimming finally spoke up. Dad, what's really going on? What did my sister do? What did she do to make Li Xiu and you so furious? Hearing this, Xin Yueshan rubbed his temples with a look of irritation before handing his phone to Shin Zimming. See for yourself. Then, Xin Yueshan muttered to himself. I understand Ji Wei. She's been the apple of our family's eye since childhood. But now she's being used by the family as a bargaining chip in a political marriage. Naturally, she feels a sense of betrayal and can't accept it. She wants to run away. But now the old patriarch is dying. Without him, our Shin family will no longer be the top tier in the capital. Therefore, I have no choice but to push you forward to form an alliance with the Li family. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in Xin Yueshan's eyes. The second and third sons are already eyeing the spoils, eager to carve up the inheritance. Don't they fear tearing the family apart? By this point, Shin Zimming below the stage had finished reviewing the documents and phone contents, his brow slightly furrowed. Father, are we truly going to sanction Li Hui as Li Xiu suggested? His company isn't small, and its mobile products still have a significant following among young people. In Shanghai, he must have connections with local officials, right? I'm not sure we can bring him down. Shin Zimming shook his head. Hearing this, a shrewd smile flickered across Xin Yueshan's stern face. He stepped in front of Shin Zimming and patted his shoulder. Zimming, sometimes you shouldn't overcomplicate things. Don't waste your connections over minor issues. We should think more about our own standing. The essence of this world is that people treat others differently based on their status. Just mention it, and people will be lining up to handle it for you. With that, Xin Yueshan withdrew his smile and pulled out his phone to make a call. Chapter 85, a design without precedent, unmatched in the future. Inside the office, Liang Hui sat back in the leather sofa, casually accepting the design blueprints from Zhang Yuan's hands. Xiao Yuan, so this is the phone your friend designed? Instead of looking at it immediately, Liang Hui placed it on the desk, crossed his legs, and teased Zhang Yuan with a playful look. What kind of designer still draws by hand? Shouldn't they use software to draw it properly, then make it into a document and send it to the email? Xiao Yuan, our new phone model is about to launch. I'm really swamped right now. I have a meeting with several partner manufacturers later. After all, Meizu's camera systems have always been outsourced. This time, I plan to partner with a capable manufacturer to fine-tune it. With that, Liang Hui stood up and patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder with a smile. Xiao Yuan, hang out in my office for a bit. I need to prepare materials for the upcoming meeting. Seeing that Liang Hui hadn't taken him seriously and was about to leave, Zhang Yuan hurriedly grabbed his arm, his tone tinged with resignation. Dad, just trust me this once. My friend is genuinely capable. Handwritten notes? That's just him not liking computers. Listening to Zhang Yuan's explanation, Liang Hui chuckled softly. Xiao Yuan, if he doesn't even like using computers, how could he possibly design a good phone? Isn't our line of work all about dealing with electronic devices every day? Plus, as you mentioned yesterday, he's written camera system code before and it performed exceptionally well on prototypes. But if he can't even use a computer, how could he write code? With that, Liang Hui shook his head and prepared to leave the office, convinced in his mind that Zhang Yuan had been deceived. After all, plenty of people were eager to curry favor with him. Some were opportunists, hoping to use Xiao Yuan's South connections to get close to him and swindle investments that wasn't impossible. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan realized he'd spoken out of turn. He immediately grabbed the design blueprints from the desk, walked over to Liang Hui, and looked at him earnestly. Dad, what time is your meeting? 10:30. It starts in half an hour. I'll head over first and prepare the materials needed for the meeting in advance. Liang Hui shrugged. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan pulled Liang Hui over to the leather sofa and placed the design blueprints in his hands. We've got half an hour to spare anyway. Just take a look at these design blueprints, it won't take long. I guarantee you'll be absolutely smitten with this phone's exterior design. Seeing Zhang Yuan so confident, Liang Hui couldn't resist and nodded reluctantly. Alright, I'll take a look. Though he opened the blueprints and began reading, Liang Hui still harbored little hope. After all, as Zhang Yuan had put it, these blueprints were drawn by some kid who'd popped up out of nowhere. How could it possibly compare to the designers he'd hired at great expense? Besides, he was already quite pleased with the current design from the phone division: a pure white bezel and pure white back panel, absolutely perfect. The absence of plastic frame supports elevated the phone's aesthetics, easily surpassing 90% of phones on the market. Liang Hui was supremely confident this new phone would be a huge hit. With that thought, Liang Hui flipped to the first page of the design drawings. The first thing that caught his eye was a line drawing of a phone. The overall design was extremely clean and simple, with dimensions around 6 inches. It was completely different from the mainstream 6.8-inch phones on the market. Although the body and screen were much smaller, it possessed a natural beauty and looked very harmonious. Wow, Xiao Yuan, your friend here is actually pretty talented. Seeing this, Liang Hui felt a spark of interest. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan didn't respond, merely offering a knowing smile. Before arriving, he had already reviewed the design sketches in this blueprint. After reviewing it, Zhang Yuan had only one word to describe it: unparalleled in history, unmatched in the future. It completely shattered Zhang Yuan's understanding of beauty. Truly, anything produced by the system is bound to be exceptional. Zhang Yuan thought to himself. Whoosh! Liang Hui flipped to the second page of the design blueprints and began reading. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. A design for a phone backplate on the blueprint deeply captivated Liang Hui's attention. The back panel featured an all-white and black color scheme. Under normal design principles, this would appear quite ordinary, but the system's solution was truly unique. The backplate design employed a splashed ink effect, seamlessly blending the white and black elements without a trace of awkward seams. Moreover, this design not only carried traditional Chinese aesthetics but also possessed a truly one-of-a-kind quality. Because each panel was created using the ink splash technique, no two back panels could ever be replicated exactly. Flip! 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 Liang Hui suddenly flipped the pages faster, causing a loud rustling sound. How is this possible? How could such a genius exist in this world? At that moment, Liang Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Because, as Zhang Yuan had said, the back of the design blueprint truly contained everything. It was entirely filled with the underlying code for the camera and system, covering every detail and including every step involved in manufacturing the phone. Having earned his first fortune by writing code and creating products in his early years, Liang Hui could instantly recognize the sheer brilliance of this coding. At that moment, Liang Hui felt his entire worldview shatter. There truly existed a genius among geniuses, capable of single-handedly perfecting a mobile phone to such an extraordinary degree. Overwhelmed by excitement, he could no longer contain himself. Turning to Zhang Yuan, he placed both hands on his shoulders and exclaimed with fervor. Xiao Yuan, is your friend available right now? I want to hire him as my company's product design director. I'm willing to offer him a $100 million annual salary, plus 1% of the company's annual revenue as profit sharing. Seeing his father so visibly moved, completely lacking his usual stern demeanor, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized he had underestimated the system's capabilities. Dad, calm down. He's not short on money, and he has no interest in this field. Besides, those design blueprints are outdated to him now, that's why he was willing to give them to me. Zhang Yuan hurriedly patted Liang Hui on the back, fearing his father might get so worked up he'd give himself a hernia. Is that so? What a pity. A man with such talent going to waste, it's a shame he can't put his skills to use. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Liang Hui felt utterly disappointed, yet helpless. He couldn't very well force Zhang Yuan's friend to come work for him, could he? Just then, Zhang Yuan suddenly looked at Liang Hui with a mysterious expression and pulled another small booklet from his pocket. Dad, I've got something else here. Want to take a look? Recalling the earlier surprise, Liang Hui instantly perked up. He waved his hand emphatically. Show me. I must see it. Thump. 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 Suddenly, loud knocking echoed at the door of Liang Hui's office, sounding urgent as if something critical had occurred. Seeing this, Liang Hui first had Zhang Yuan put the booklet away, then addressed the door with a nonchalant tone. Come in. Click. The office door swung open. A secretary wearing black high heels and a professional pencil skirt rushed in breathlessly, looking at Liang Hui. Boss, it's bad news. Chapter 86, The Solution. What is it? Why the rush? Seeing the secretary's frantic state, Liang Hui furrowed his brow slightly, a bad feeling flickering through his mind. Boss, I just happened to be going downstairs when I saw Secretary Joe asking the front desk if you were in the office. And he's got a bunch of other leaders with him. Secretary Joe looked really upset. I think he's here to cause trouble. They should be arriving at your office any minute now. The secretary exhaled slightly, gathering her thoughts before quickly recounting the sequence of events. Secretary Joe? Liang Hui's expression darkened. He had recently treated Secretary Zhou to a meal. As the second in command in the city, Liang had generously gifted him antiques and calligraphy pieces on multiple occasions. Not long ago, Zhou had inspected his company and praised his management, promising that municipal subsidies would be dispersed soon. So why was he suddenly coming to cause trouble today? Could it be pressure from the Shin family? Or could it be the Li family? Or perhaps both families exerting pressure together? In an instant, every possible scenario flashed through Liang Hui's mind. Go back to your work first. Liang Hui waved his hand at the female secretary. She nodded and walked to the office door in her high heels, her hand resting on the doorknob. Click. The door swung open. Staring at the dozen or so leaders in administrative jackets standing before her, the secretary froze in place, her footsteps halted. Zhou Mingrui merely gave her a fleeting glance without speaking, his face stern as he strode into the office, his brow still furrowed. The rest of his subordinates remained standing outside the door. Seeing this, Liang Hui hurriedly rose to greet him, his face plastered with a smile. What brings Secretary Zhou here today? After speaking, Liang Hui glanced at Zhang Yuan sitting on the sofa beside him and gave him a knowing look. Zhang Yuan understood immediately, stepping out of the office and closing the door behind him. Young man, hold off on closing it. I need to discuss something with them. Zhou Mingrui stopped Zhang Yuan, then turned to the subordinates outside wearing administrative jackets and said calmly. Each of you will investigate two matters. First, user data, any illegal collection or leaks? Second, the accounts. He narrowed his eyes. Subsidies, taxes, patents, I want to see the original vouchers. After giving these orders, Zhou Mingrui waved his hand dismissively. Close the door on your way out. Hearing Zhou Mingrui's words, Liang Hui felt a pang of surprise. Is he serious? After all, the two areas he just ordered investigated were highly sensitive. If anything went wrong, someone would end up behind bars. Then, Liang Hui shook his head slightly, dismissing the thoughts in his mind. Standing nervously beside Zhou Mingrui, he bowed slightly and asked tentatively. Secretary Zhou, we have no idea what we did wrong. Why all this trouble? Zhou Mingrui pulled up a chair and sat down, fixing Liang Hui with a stern gaze. Stop trying to butter me up. He slammed his hand on the table. Liang Hui, can you just run your business properly? You're just making a phone. How could you possibly have pissed off people in the capital? They're calling me directly now. Waking me up first thing in the morning with a half-hour rant from the boss. Upon hearing this, Liang Hui instantly understood the situation and grasped the general outline of what had transpired. He immediately replied with a hint of apology. Secretary Zhou, this matter was indeed my oversight. I apologize for involving you in this mess. Please feel free to audit my company's accounts. I guarantee it won't cause you any trouble. This was a personal matter at home that I didn't handle well, and it inadvertently affected the capital. But rest assured, Secretary Zhou, I will resolve it within the next few days at the latest. Seeing Liang Hui adopt such a humble posture and express sincere remorse, Zhou Mingrui's expression softened slightly. He stood up, patted Liang Hui on the shoulder, and softened his tone slightly. Young Liang, I trust your capabilities. You'll handle this well. But since the higher-ups have made their demands, we need to deliver results. Hearing this, Liang Hui's expression darkened. After all, he was the CEO of a publicly listed company. He'd already lowered himself this far, and now Zhou Mingrui wanted him to willingly hand over a leverage point? But at this point, if he wanted to weather the storm, he had no choice but to comply. But the problem lay in what exactly to hand over. Something too significant risked becoming leverage for future blackmail, while something too minor would be useless. After pondering briefly, Liang Hui settled on a solution. He would use technical plagiarism as the leverage point, neither too significant nor too insignificant. He sighed immediately, adopting a sincere tone. Sigh, boss, there's something I need to come clean about. Oh? What is it? Zhou Mingrui feigned surprise as he looked at Liang Hui. Our company's mobile phone products have copied some patented features from a competitor's system. Even the underlying code is identical. This violates fair market competition and national patent regulations. I'm truly ashamed. But rest assured, I'll immediately pay the corresponding fines and overhaul our technical department. Hearing this, Zhou Mingrui looked at Liang Hui with satisfaction and patted his shoulder. Making mistakes isn't the issue, it's the sincerity of your corrective actions that matters. As the company's leader, you should set an example addressing such matters consciously, methodically, and by the rules. Zhou Mingrui delivered his official sounding speech, paused briefly, then continued. Alright, that's all for today. I'll head back now. Let me walk you out. No need. You should focus on figuring out how to handle this situation first. With that, he turned and walked out of the office, hands clasped behind his back. Click. The door swung open. Seeing Zhou Mingrui emerge, Zhang Yuan greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Director. Hello. Zhou Mingrui nodded briefly. A polite young man, he thought to himself. Dad, the Shin and Li families have started applying pressure, haven't they? Zhang Yuan stepped into the office. Yes, they started pressuring us after just one night. Liang Hui sighed, pressing his temples in frustration as he pondered how to resolve the situation. After all, he couldn't just send Shen Jiwei back to the capital. That would not only break his daughter-in-law's heart but also send the hard-won thaw in his relationship with Zhang Yuan back to freezing point. Truly, a last resort. Seeing Liang Hui's troubled expression, Zhang Yuan knew exactly what was on his mind. He immediately offered a calm smile. Dad, this matter is actually quite easy to resolve. Tell me more. Liang Hui looked at Zhang Yuan with surprise. Here. Zhang Yuan pointed to the design blueprints on the table. With this, our phone, whether it's the exterior design, internal structure, or system-level features, will instantly surpass 99% of phones on the market. Once we release the news and highlight the product's core competitive edge, won't that instantly elevate us to the top tier, putting us on par with Huawei and Apple? Then, when we promote that the system is self-developed, won't that tap into patriotic sentiment? I don't believe the Shin and Li families will dare to suppress us then. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Liang Hui instantly understood he wanted the company to follow Huawei's path. Xiao Yuan, you still don't grasp this industry. They can fly the patriotic flag because they have real capabilities. Their self-developed chips rival Apple's top-tier foreign chips. It was only after being sanctioned by the US that they could wave that patriotic banner. But developing your own chips? That's incredibly difficult. Forget 5 nanometers, I can't even produce 20 nanometer chips. Liang Hui said with a hint of resignation. I know. That's precisely why this is the solution. Zhang Yuan pulled the manual from his pocket with a mysterious smile. Seeing this, Liang Hui felt a surge of suspicion. Hesitantly, he reached out and took it into his hands. Just as he was about to open it, the office door burst open. The female secretary rushed in breathlessly, panting heavily. Boss, it's bad news. Chapter 87, Quantum Chip? Startled, Liang Hui nearly dropped the manual. He took a deep breath and looked at the secretary with a hint of exasperation. What is it now? Zhang Yuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Surely it's not Secretary Zhou coming for another inspection? Or did they find something wrong during a tax audit or something? Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. After all, he knew Liang Hui's character, he wouldn't engage in tax evasion. But it was possible that someone under him had pulled some shady tricks. If that were the case, it would make sense. No. The secretary shook her head, pushing the documents toward Liang Hui with a tone even more panicked than during Secretary Zhou's inspection. Boss, it's all over. Every manufacturer we've been working with has terminated their contracts, and even those who were interested have backed out. Furthermore, the manufacturers who were supposed to attend the 10:30 meeting have all stated they no longer wish to collaborate with our company. They've already left the conference room. The secretary rapidly and clearly recounted the events to Liang Hui. Hearing this, Liang Hui froze, clearly not expecting the retaliation from the Shin and Li families to be so intense. He started to rise, intending to verify the situation, but then seemed to think of something and sat back down. He didn't need these people anyway. Their refusal to cooperate actually saved him the trouble. With a light chuckle, Liang Hui waved his hand dismissively. I thought it was something major. You may leave now. Seeing Liang Hui's unhurried demeanor, the secretary was puzzled and hurriedly explained. But boss, this is crucial. Our company's new smartphone model still relies on these manufacturers for system and camera calibration before launch. If they pull out now, won't our new phones just be empty shells? It'll just be a new shell with a different chipset. Consumers won't buy that. Seeing the secretary's anxious expression, Liang Hui felt deeply satisfied. It seemed his decision to promote her hadn't been in vain. But Liang Hui wouldn't reveal the design blueprints. He merely shook his head casually, tapping his knuckles on the desk. You can leave now. I have my own methods. Hearing this, the secretary hesitated to speak further, but remembering her position, she swallowed her words, nodded, and turned to leave. Yes, sir. Click. The wooden office door closed softly. Zhang Yuan stood up, walked over to Liang Hui, patted his shoulder, and smiled confidently. See? I told you. With me here, even if the Shin family teams up with the Li family, they won't be able to touch us. You brat, you have no respect for elders. Liang Hui chuckled softly, brushing Zhang Yuan's hand away as he spoke with a hint of surprise. Who'd have thought that you, who used to be so idle and useless, would end up with such a wide network now? And you've made such a genius friend. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he glanced at the manual Liang Hui had left on the table earlier. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked. Didn't you say you didn't get a chance to look at it earlier? Flip it open. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Xiao Yuan, this manual couldn't possibly be. Before Liang Hui could finish his sentence, Zhang Yuan cut him off. Stop. Dad, hold your horses. Just open it up and you'll see. Seeing this, Liang Hui stopped talking. Curiosity piqued, he opened the manual's cover. Immediately, 10 bold characters jumped out at him: chip manufacturing, from beginner to expert. This. Liang Hui's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Zhang Yuan. Though he'd anticipated something like this, seeing those words in print still felt unbelievable. After that, Liang Hui said nothing. He merely glanced up at Zhang Yuan once before lowering his head again to flip to the table of contents. The very first page declared 5nm mobile phone chip, the manufacturing process from scratch. His breath caught in his throat. He quickly flipped to the last page, complete process of quantum chip manufacturing. After a long silence, Liang Hui finally looked at Zhang Yuan and spoke slowly. Xiao Yuan, are you sure this isn't some kind of prank? Quantum chips. While I'm not deeply familiar with the chip industry, I understand the most basic concepts. If quantum chips truly become a reality, our country would become the world leader. And this thing requires specific materials. It must be superconducting materials. Although Liang Hui's tone sounded deeply skeptical, recalling the design blueprints he'd seen earlier, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think maybe it wasn't impossible after all. Listening to Liang Hui's words, Zhang Yuan inwardly realized he was in trouble. He knew he'd messed up. Back then, he'd only glanced at the design blueprints while rushing upstairs. Time was tight, and he hadn't even looked at the manual. Who knew the system would provide something this advanced, even enabling quantum chip manufacturing? Seeing Liang Hui's utterly skeptical expression, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but give a wry smile himself. Dad, you've got the wrong idea. That quantum chip thing? It's just my friend's cutting-edge theory. He doesn't even know if it'll actually work. He just built it as a prototype. After hearing Zhang Yuan's explanation, Liang Hui's expression finally relaxed a bit. I knew it. How could anyone be that absurd? The top mobile chips today are only at 5 nanometers, and he's already researching quantum chips? Liang Hui shook his head with a laugh, realizing he had indeed been overestimating Zhang Yuan's friend. Xiao Yuan, let's drop that. Back to the phone topic. Now that we have chip manufacturing, I'm not afraid of the Shun or Li families anymore. I could even make my company rival Huawei and Apple. But it'll take time, especially with chip manufacturing. I've roughly estimated that with TSMC handling the processing and some other scattered tasks, it'll take at least a month to get this chip out. Until then, I'll stick to the blueprint and give the phone's casing and system a complete overhaul. But I'm confident that once our self-developed chip is ready, we'll definitely capture 60% of the market share. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan shrugged indifferently. Alright, Dad, I'll head back now. It wasn't that he truly didn't care, it was because Zhang Yuan trusted Liang Hui's capabilities. After all, he wasn't an expert in these matters. Naturally, he handled the technical aspects while Liang Hui managed operations. Alright, you go ahead. I'll continue thinking about the company's future strategic direction. Liang Hui nodded to Zhang Yuan. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan walked out of the office, closing the door behind him. In the elevator, Zhang Yuan pondered internally. The video he'd shot with Shen Jiwei yesterday hadn't exhausted its traffic yet. Waiting until tomorrow to shoot more would maximize its reach. In that case, going to the office would be boring. He might as well stay home. Xiaoling was at school during this time, so he could spend it with his aunt. But considering Shen Jiwei's observant nature, Zhang Yuan decided it was better to inform her first. Otherwise, who knew what trouble might arise? Still, he should check if his aunt was home first. Otherwise, a wasted trip would be far from pleasant. He immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message to Liang Yu. Zhang Yuan, Auntie, home? I'm heading over to spoil you right now. Wink emoji. Beep. 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 Then, Zhang Yuan's phone buzzed with a message notification. Clearly, Liang Yu had replied instantly. Liang Yu? Isn't this a bit inappropriate in broad daylight? And aren't you worried about Ji Wei conducting a surprise inspection? Zhang Yuan, not worried. She's at the office. What's there to fear? Besides, I'm not afraid she'll find out. I'd be afraid if she didn't. Seeing Zhang Yuan's message, Liang Yu, who was lying on the sofa with a face mask on, immediately let a seductive smile curve her lips. As if envisioning the scene to come, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. She murmured to herself. That kid Xiao Yuan really doesn't know there's no such thing as land that can't be plowed, only oxen that work themselves to death. Liang Yu, sounds good. It's broad daylight, and your place has those floor-to-ceiling windows. Giggling, covering her mouth. Just afraid of missing out. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to reply, his phone rang. Chapter 88, Shen Ziming's sudden visit. Seeing Shen Jiwei's name on the caller ID, Zhang Yuan chuckled inwardly. It was quite a coincidence. He had been planning to call her later. Hey, Zhang Yuan, Uncle's company must have run into trouble this morning, right? Did some officials come to investigate taxes or something? As soon as the call connected, Shen Jiwei asked urgently. Noticing the unusual tone in Shen Jiwei's voice, Zhang Yuan, who had already gotten into his car, felt a pang of curiosity. Jiwei, what's wrong? And how did you even find out about this? Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Why did Shen Jiwei feel so off? Did they give you and Uncle Liang a hard time? Shen Jiwei didn't answer Zhang Yuan's question, continuing to speak to herself. Not really. Don't worry. With me here, the Shen and Li families together won't be able to stir up much trouble. Jiwei, I've told you before, no one can take you away from me. Zhang Yuan murmured softly. Jiwei, trust me. I will definitely give you a home. Zhang Yuan suddenly furrowed his brow. Had he just heard a man's derisive snicker? Had he misheard? Zhang Yuan wondered inwardly. As long as you and Uncle Liang are fine. Shen Jiwei sounded relieved before hanging up. Beep beep beep. Zhang Yuan was momentarily confused, unable to grasp Shen Jiwei's meaning. Ding. Shen Jiwei's affection +2. Current affection, 97 points. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Current emotion points, 60. Hearing the system's notifications, Zhang Yuan grew even more puzzled. Had something happened on her end? Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan dialed back while driving. Beep. 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 After 10 seconds, Shen Jiwei finally answered. Jiwei, what's going on? Are you feeling down? Zhang Yuan asked with concern. No, I'm fine. By the way, why is there so much traffic noise in the background? Are you driving? Yeah, I'm out running some errands. Noticing Shen Jiwei seemed a bit down, Zhang Yuan decided not to mention that he was heading home. After all, it wouldn't feel right to go out having fun while she was so upset. Oh, alright then. I've got some things to take care of here. I'll hang up now. Beep. 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 Shen Jiwei's cool voice faded away, replaced by the persistent busy tone. Seeing Shen Jiwei unwilling to elaborate, Zhang Yuan didn't press further. After all, he had important business to attend to now. Meanwhile, in the office, Shen Jiwei sat in her executive chair, browsing recent news from the capital. Shocking. The eldest Miss Shen is actually the million-follower internet sensation taking over the web? Shock, million-follower influencer engaged to Li Capital's heir, Li Xiao? As she scanned the sensationalist articles and videos flooding her screen, Shen Jiwei's brows furrowed slightly. She murmured to herself. Did father fail to control the public opinion? That shouldn't be possible. After uttering these words, Shen Jiwei seemed to grasp something, letting out a cold, knowing laugh. Of course. To Li Xiao, I'm nothing more than a disposable pawn in a political marriage. After all, I humiliated him before. It's only natural he wants to disgrace our Shen family now. Knock. 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 At that moment, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Come in. Mr. Shen, someone is here to see you downstairs. A female intern, holding a stack of documents, bowed slightly to Shen Jiwei. Shen Jiwei looked up, slightly surprised. Someone's here to see me? Yes, the front desk said it's a man. The intern replied quickly. Mr. Shen, I have something to attend to. Could I step out for a moment? She looked troubled, glancing at the large stack of documents in her arms. It's fine. Go ahead. Shen Jiwei said gently. Someone looking for me at this hour? It must be either my family or the Li family. Shen Jiwei pressed the button for the first floor elevator, her mind racing with speculation. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Shen Jiwei stepped out and was taken aback by the tall, upright figure standing beside the front desk. Jiwei, it's been months. Finally, I get to see you. The man suddenly turned, catching sight of Shen Jiwei, and strode toward her. Brother, what brings you here? Shen Jiwei asked in surprise. She wasn't surprised that someone from the Li or Shen families had found her after all. She was quite popular online these days, so it was only natural she'd be spotted. What surprised her was that her own brother would come in person. Are you sure you want to stand here like idiots talking? Shen Ziming smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow. Then let's go to the coffee shop across the street. Shen Jiwei shrugged and headed toward the company exit, her mind already pondering the reason Shen Ziming had come to find her personally. He probably came to take me back, right? She felt this was highly likely. Waiter, 2 cappuccinos. Shen Ziming addressed the waiter. He then walked over to the booth, sat down on the sofa, and looked at Shen Jiwei with a light smile. Jiwei, you've been out having fun for months. Aren't you tired of it yet? Maybe it's time to consider coming back to the capital with me and sorting things out. After all, it would be a form of protection for your little boyfriend too. Hearing this, Shen Jiwei looked at Shen Ziming with surprise. Brother, how did you know? Did Li Xiao tell you? Shen Ziming shook his head. Li Xiao did mention it, but he only told father about it. No one else knows. True, Shen Jiwei scoffed. If too many people knew about this, the Li family's legitimate heir would lose all face. Father already sent word to the top brass in Magic City last night. I'm sure Liang Hui's company is already in trouble. Shen Ziming accepted the cappuccino brought by the waiter, picking up the metal spoon to stir it slowly. If you have a problem, take it out on me. What kind of skill is it to go after them? Shen Jiwei shot Shen Ziming a disapproving look. Your father's most cherished daughter. He wouldn't dare let you get hurt. If he truly cherished me, he wouldn't have forced me into this marriage with the Li family. Hearing this, Shen Ziming felt a flush of shame. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. You know our family's situation. We have no choice but to marry into the Li family. Besides, Li Xiao is quite handsome, well-educated, and has never been involved in any scandals. He's a perfect match for you. Also, if you don't return to the capital by tomorrow at the latest, the Li family will begin retaliating against Zhang Yuan and Liang Wei. If the Li family takes action, it won't be as mild as father's methods, just making Liang Hui lose some money. This time, people will die. Hearing Shen Ziming's words, Shen Jiwei's expression instantly darkened. She didn't doubt what he'd just said. After all, she'd heard enough about the Li family's methods. I can go back to the capital with you, but I need to know what methods father used. Shen Ziming chuckled softly, sipping his cappuccino before replying calmly. Nothing too severe. Just severed 90% of his company's partnerships and conducted a tax audit. If memory serves, it was Zhou Mingrui, the second in command of the metropolis, who led the investigation. Seeing Shen Ziming's nonchalant demeanor, Shen Jiwei's pretty face instantly turned as cold as frost. You'd better pray that Uncle Liang's company hasn't run into any major problems. Otherwise, I absolutely refuse to go back with you. With that, Shen Jiwei pulled out her phone and dialed Zhang Yuan. Chapter 89, let's call it quits. Hey, Zhang Yuan. Uncle's company must have run into trouble this morning, right? Did some officials come investigating taxes or something? Zhang Yuan's voice sounded puzzled over the phone. Jiwei, what's gotten into you? And how did you even find out about this? Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's confirmation, Shen Jiwei immediately shot a glare at Shen Ziming beside her before turning her concerned gaze back to him. Not exactly. Ah, don't worry. With me and the Shen family and the Li family together, they won't be able to stir up much trouble. Jiwei, I've told you before, no one can take you away from me. Jiwei, trust me, I'll definitely give you a home. Hearing the matter resolved, Shen Jiwei felt a wave of relief wash over her. At the same time, she was deeply touched by Zhang Yuan's earlier concern. Ha! Sitting on the sofa sipping his cappuccino, Shen Ziming couldn't help but shake his head at Zhang Yuan's boastful words, opening his mouth to say something. Well, I'm just glad you and Uncle Liang are okay. Seeing Shen Ziming about to interrupt, she quickly hung up the phone. When I'm on the phone, don't interrupt, okay? If Zhang Yuan finds out, he'll worry about me. Shen Jiwei shot Shen Ziming a cold glance. As she spoke, her phone rang again. Jiwei, I'm your own brother after all. You don't have to look at me like I'm your enemy, do you? Shen Ziming sighed helplessly. Don't talk. Zhang Yuan is calling again. Shen Jiwei made a shushing gesture toward Shen Ziming. Jiwei, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling down? No, I'm fine. By the way, why is there so much traffic noise on your end? Are you driving? After Shen Ziming went out to pay the bill, Shen Jiwei followed him out. Yeah, I'm running an errand. Zhang Yuan's voice carried a hint of unease, but Shen Jiwei, distracted by her own thoughts, didn't notice anything amiss. Oh, alright then. I've got some things to take care of here. I'll hang up now. Beep. 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 Can we head back to the capital now? Honestly, I'm sometimes curious a merchant's son could capture your heart like this. He must have something extraordinary about him, right? How does he compare to Li Xiao? Shen Ziming found Shen Jiwei's nervous expression somewhat intriguing. Truth be told, if he could, he'd love to see the man who'd managed to sweep away Shen Jiwei, the woman who'd been pampered by the Shen family for over 20 years. At those words, Shen Jiwei paused slightly, her mind drifting to Zhang Yuan's handsome face and his appearance on the battlefield. As for his everyday demeanor, she couldn't recall it at all. He's a total pervert. Shen Jiwei flushed with embarrassment, recalling how he'd pinned her head down that night. Of course, these were thoughts she'd never share with Shen Ziming. Him? Being handsome is the least remarkable thing about him. Shen Jiwei looked at Shen Ziming, holding up her fingers to list them one by one. He's amazing at short video operations, plays piano beautifully, sings wonderfully, and has a great physique. Shen Jiwei had intended to add devoted and sincere, but remembering that inexplicable awkwardness between them, she held back. Watching Shen Jiwei's lips curve upward unconsciously as she listed his virtues like treasured possessions, Shen Ziming felt momentarily dazed. Had he and his father truly made a mistake? After all, it had been ages since he'd seen his sister smile like this, a smile that came straight from the heart. But such thoughts vanished as quickly as they disappeared. Jiwei, for the sake of the family, you'll just have to make a sacrifice. Shen Ziming thought to himself. He stood up and looked at Shen Jiwei, spreading his hands. Jiwei, are you ready to return to the imperial capital with me now? At his words, Shen Jiwei nodded. Yes, but I want to go to his house first to write a letter. Then I'll leave with you. Fine. Shen Ziming shrugged helplessly. The two walked out of the cafe. Shen Ziming pulled a set of keys from his pocket and pressed a button. Suddenly, the horn of a silver-gray Maybach parked by the roadside blared. Shen Jiwei looked surprised. Didn't you fly here? Why are you driving a Maybach? Seeing Shen Jiwei's slightly surprised expression, Shen Ziming found it inexplicably amusing. He flicked her ear playfully. Looks like you've been away from home too long. You've forgotten even the most basic capabilities of our family. This car? Just one I picked up from the properties our family owns in the Magic City. As he spoke, Shen Ziming opened the door, gesturing for Shen Jiwei to enter. Click. The door slammed shut. Zhang Yuan walked out of the parking lot and headed upstairs, pulling out his phone to message Liang Yu. Zhang Yuan, Auntie, I'm here, wiggling finger. Beep. 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 Liang Yu, so fast. Honey, hurry home, I've got a surprise for you, wink emoji. Inside Zhang Yuan's room, Liang Yu wore a red silk robe, leaning lazily against the headboard as she flicked her soft, fragrant hair. Liang Yu gazed at her phone screen, lightly biting her red lips before setting it down. As if anticipating what was about to unfold, a blush spread across her cheeks like ripe fruit awaiting the diligent farmer's harvest. Seeing the message, Zhang Yuan's eyebrow shot up. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he quickened his pace, climbing to the 5th floor and unlocking the door. Click. The moment the door swung open, Zhang Yuan caught a faint, sweet fragrance. A seductive figure draped in crimson lay lazily on the bed, batting her eyelashes at him. Seeing Liang Yu like this, Zhang Yuan's steps faltered slightly, his expression turning slightly ambiguous. Auntie, I didn't know you were so good at setting the mood. Zhang Yuan noticed the scented candles burning by the bedside and the drawn curtains, struggling to suppress a chuckle. Liang Yu gave a playful pout, her delicate hand lightly tapping the bedside. Always teasing me. As she spoke, she rose slowly, the red silk drape sliding down slightly with her movement, revealing expanses of fair skin. Zhang Yuan's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed as his gaze grew increasingly intense. He stepped forward quickly, pulling Liang Yu into his embrace, his nose enveloped by the sweet fragrance emanating from her body. Liang Yu tilted her head back, her gaze alluring. She pressed her red lips together lightly and leaned in to meet his kiss. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 70. 5 minutes later. The two slowly separated. Liang Yu, panting heavily, rested her head against Zhang Yuan's chest. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly, revealing a look that readers would understand. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 80. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 90. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 100. Shiwei, is this your boyfriend's place? Shen Ziming surveyed the buildings before him. While not dilapidated, they were merely passable by Shanghai standards. But in his eyes, they were utterly unimpressive. Shen Jiwei ignored him, silently walking toward the building entrance. Inside, she felt a bit surprised. When she'd come up from the parking garage earlier, she'd spotted Zhang Yuan's car. Didn't he go out on business? Or did he suddenly come home? Lost in thought, Shen Jiwei halted on the 3rd floor. She glanced upward in surprise before quickening her pace. Jiwei, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Shen Ziming hurried to catch up. Chapter 90, Caught in the Act. Mum. Hearing the seductive moans and suggestive music drifting from inside, Shen Jiwei froze in her tracks outside the door. Shen Ziming beside her also stopped abruptly, glancing at Shen Jiwei with a faint smile. Just as I thought. These folks in the Magic City are like uncivilized savages starting it in broad daylight with no shame whatsoever. This is Zhang Yuan's place. Shen Jiwei stood frozen in place for a full 10 seconds before murmuring the words to herself. Hearing this, Shen Ziming's smile instantly froze. He frowned and looked toward the doorway. Little sister, what on earth do you see in people like this? Honestly, I don't care for Li Shou either, but to be fair, whether it's his family background, looks, or how he carries himself, he's leagues ahead of this Shang. Hold on, I won't know until I go inside. Shen Jiwei cut off Shen Ziming's rambling, then looked at the door lock. She took a deep breath before slipping her slightly trembling hand into her pocket. Click! A crisp sound of the door unlocking echoed. Inside, however, Zhang Yuan, lost in the romantic music and Liang Yu's soft murmurs, noticed nothing amiss. Neither of them noticed the two people already inside. Seeing the black lace blindfold over Zhang Yuan's eyes, Shen Jiwei's heart trembled. Tears welled up in her eyes as she shook her head instinctively, filled with utter disappointment. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 200. Zhang Yuan, who was currently wearing the blindfold and initiating his attack, heard the system prompt in his mind and was momentarily stunned. He was well aware of his own strength and knew defeating Liang Yu would be effortless. Yet Liang Yu showed no signs of defeat, still clutching the bedsheet tightly with her back turned to him. This is strange, Zhang Yuan dismissed the thought from his mind. Shen Ziming witnessed this scene, anger flashing in his eyes. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned slightly white, and he desperately wanted to rush over and beat Zhang Yuan senseless. Though he had sacrificed Shen Jiwei's happiness for the sake of family interests, that didn't mean he would turn a blind eye to such matters. Moreover, he genuinely cherished his younger sister. It was just that his current position prevented him from favoring her as he once had. He immediately stepped forward, intending to smother Zhang Yuan with the quilt and beat him senseless. Thud! The moment he took a step, Zhang Yuan sensed something and abruptly ripped off his blindfold. He hadn't noticed the two earlier only because the room was too noisy, the door left open, and the combination of Liang Yu's shouts and the music had drowned out any sound. But if they were inside the room, with Zhang Yuan's body now enhanced by the system, he would naturally detect them instantly. Holy! The moment he removed the blindfold, Zhang Yuan let out a startled cry and immediately grabbed the quilt to cover both himself and Liang Yu. Liang Yu, suddenly covered by the quilt, froze in confusion. She immediately pulled the blanket off her head. Seeing the unfamiliar, handsome man before her, she froze for a moment. Without pausing to think, she shouted. Zhang Yuan, who is this guy? Get him out of here. Who the hell are you? Zhang Yuan cursed angrily, but the moment the words left his mouth, he spotted Shen Jiwei standing behind the stranger. Instantly, Zhang Yuan's expression froze. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but his first instinct was to pull up his boxers and shorts. Zhang Yuan, I actually thought you could win my sister's favor and be considered someone worthwhile. But I never imagined you'd disappoint me so badly the very first time we met. Shen Ziming's words seemed to be forced out through gritted teeth, one by one. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms, ready to confront Zhang Yuan. But before he could take 2 steps, Shen Jiwei grabbed the hem of his shirt. Brother, please don't. Don't do this. Shen Jiwei pressed her lips together, her eyes slightly reddened, her voice trembling slightly, a far cry from her usual composed self. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jiwei turned to Zhang Yuan with unwavering resolve. Since I witnessed this, there's no need for excuses. Nothing needs explaining. From this day forward, we have absolutely nothing to do with each other anymore. With that, tears spilled uncontrollably from Shen Jiwei's eyes, trickling down her cheeks and onto the floor. Brother, let's go back to the capital. Shen Jiwei tugged at Shen Ziming's sleeve and began walking toward the exit. Shi Wei. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan reached out to stop him, yet found himself at a loss for words. Could he possibly say, don't go? I may have many loves, but you are my truest love? Zhang Yuan knew for certain that if he dared utter such words, Shen Jiwei's brother would turn around and start a fight with him. Zhang Yuan, you bastard. How could you hurt Ji Wei like this? Do you have any idea how much she sacrificed for you? Just you wait. I was considering dropping the case against Liang Hui's company since Ji Wei agreed to return to the capital with me. But now I've changed my mind. Let him face bankruptcy. With that, Shen Ziming didn't linger. He turned and walked away, following behind Shen Jiwei to comfort her. Clang! Hearing the door slam shut, Zhang Yuan no longer stood on the floor but slumped weakly onto the bed. What? Aren't you going after her? Seeing Shen Jiwei and Shen Ziming leave, Liang Yu lifted her head from beneath the covers and asked with concern. Zhang Yuan didn't speak, merely sitting on the bed and shaking his head. He knew full well that chasing after Shen Jiwei now to beg forgiveness would only make her resent him more. After all, the scene he'd just shared with Liang Yu must have hit her pretty hard. She needed time to process it. Besides, the system hadn't indicated any drop in Shen Jiwei's affection toward him, so Zhang Yuan wasn't overly panicked. Seeing Zhang Yuan's silence, Liang Yu didn't press further. Then, as if suddenly struck by a thought, her expression changed abruptly. Zhang Yuan, Zui won't tell anyone about this, will she? If my brother finds out about this, I'll be ruined. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan froze for a moment. Honestly, he didn't think Shen Jiwei's personality would lead her to tell Liang Hui, but her brother definitely had the potential to do so. I don't know, but there's no need to panic. The chances are pretty slim. Zhang Yuan shook his head, cradling Liang Yu in his arms as he gently patted her back to comfort her. Alright then, I'll head back now. But I think you should seriously consider how to win Ji Wei back. Liang Yu slipped out of Zhang Yuan's embrace and planted a kiss on his cheek. Hearing her words, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Don't you want to have me all to yourself? If you win her back, won't I have less time to spend with you? Liang Yu recalled the discomfort she'd just endured, and 2 patches of crimson instantly spread across her charming face. You scared me so badly just now. I'm getting old, I can't take it anymore. Having a few more sisters to share the load with me isn't so bad either. With that, Liang Yu shuddered and hurriedly dashed out. Chapter 91, Winning Back Shen Jiwei. Auntie, remember to close the front gate for me. Zhang Yuan called after Liang Yu's retreating figure, his voice deliberately calm. He had no desire for Liang Yu to stay. After all, what had just happened left him utterly uninterested. Okay. Liang Yu replied from beyond the doorway. Click. The sound of the front door closing drifted from the living room to Zhang Yuan's ears. Watching Liang Yu leave, Zhang Yuan exhaled a long, heavy breath. He lay back on the bed, hands clasped behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. Damn, I really screwed this up. He pursed his lips, muttering to himself, I should have waited until tonight. Ding. Hurting the woman you love is not what a good man does. Reward task issued, win back Shen Jiwei and cultivate her affection to 100%. Reward, 10 attribute points and a mysterious gift package. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Yuan froze for a moment before letting out a bitter laugh. Wow, even the system thinks I messed up and wants me to get back on track? Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on it too much. He did like Shen Jiwei, but she wasn't the only one. He figured trying to win her back was only natural. But if Shen Jiwei was dead set on parting ways, Zhang Yuan wouldn't insist. Still, with this task from the system, he might as well hold on a little longer. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, a strangely amusing idea suddenly popped into his head. Although he'd been caught in that moment by Shen Jiwei, he'd gained 100 emotion points from it. Could this be a blessing in disguise? Never mind. Better focus on how to win Jiwei back first. Though there's no immediate urgency, planning ahead can't hurt. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself before pulling out his phone and dialing Liang Hui. Just moments ago, Zhang Yuan had realized that Liang Hui was fairly familiar with both the Shun and Li families, knowing most of their members personally. Moreover, his connections, background, and social circle were undoubtedly broader than Zhang Yuan's own. Why not consult Liang Hui directly? He might just know some inside information. Beep. 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 Liang Hui answered quickly. Hello? I just finished a meeting. What's up, Xiao Yuan? Or is it that your friend is considering joining my company? Liang Hui's relaxed tone came through the phone. Clearly, having received the blueprints Zhang Yuan sent him that morning, he was in high spirits, already envisioning the future. Dad, do you know anything about the Jiwei family? The more secretive kind. I'd like to understand them. Like what? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Liang Hui instantly sensed something was amiss. He didn't press further, but his tone grew serious. Like, has anything happened to the Shin family? Was it some upheaval that forced Jiwei into an alliance with the Li family? Or was it purely a political marriage between the two families? Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment before asking. Let me think. Caught off guard by Zhang Yuan's question, Liang Hui couldn't recall immediately. After a long silence, Liang Hui finally spoke slowly. If I recall correctly, about half a year ago, rumors suddenly spread that the patriarch of the Shin family, Shin Weiguo, was on his deathbed, nearing the end of his life. Then Shin Yueshan urgently denied the rumors. However, the subsequent news of the Shin family's marriage alliance with the Li family confirmed Shin Weiguo's imminent death. Jiwei is most likely a pawn the Shin family deploy to protect themselves. Is that so? Zhang Yuan nodded, his understanding forming in his mind. Alright, I got it, Dad. I'll hang up now. Wait, Xiao Yuan, you haven't told me everything yet. Liang Hui exclaimed in surprise, but before he could finish, Zhang Yuan hung up. According to Dad, doesn't that mean the Shin family's crisis stems from lifespan or illness? Then wouldn't that mean I've hit the jackpot? Zhang Yuan recalled the lifespan he'd drawn yesterday, his heart leaping with joy. He immediately asked the system in his mind. System, can I transfer this lifespan I drew to someone else? Ding. The lifespan acquired by the host can be donated to others, but it requires a medium as a conduit. Hearing the system's reply, Zhang Yuan grew curious. What kind of medium? Ding. The host must make physical contact with the recipient. Oh, I see. Zhang Yuan understood, feeling a bit more confident about winning back Shin Jiwei. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he curved his lips slightly before muttering a weary complaint. This whole situation feels like some overpowered protagonist plotline. If I show off my medical skills later, it'll be even more like it. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. He abruptly stood up, walked to his desk, and turned on his computer, intending to write a few thousand words first and submit them to the book-flagged Chinese network backend. But before that, I should probably do the lottery first. Sitting in his ergonomic chair, Zhang Yuan silently commanded, System, draw a prize. Ding, 200 emotion points deducted. Current emotion points, 0. A pale blue roulette will appear before Zhang Yuan's eyes, its black pointer spinning rapidly. Both spins ultimately stopped on the question mark. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained master-level combat skills. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 attribute points. Absorb master-level combat skills now? No. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected to draw attribute points again. Could these attribute points be stage-based rewards? They're nowhere near as rare as they used to be. Zhang Yuan thought to himself. But he didn't dwell on it for long before opening his personal information panel. Host, Zhang Yuan. Age, 25 can add points to extend remaining lifespan by 10 years. Height, 185 centimeters. Stamina, 20. Charm, 50 points. Skills, Master-level Self-Media, Hall of Fame-level musical skills, Master-level writing skills, Master-level medical skills. Talent, aristocratic bearing. Occupation, professional writer. Items, Xiaomi SU7 LUDR, Ferrari LaFerrari, 143 million renminbi, rejuvenation potion, master-level combat skills unused. Attribute points, 5. Emotional energy, 0 points. Glancing at his mere 20 stamina points, Zhang Yuan pondered briefly before deciding to allocate his attribute points to stamina. After all, he just acquired master-level combat skills. Not boosting his stamina at all would be utterly unreasonable. Ding. Current stamina, 25. The instant the system notification sounded, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of warmth wash over his body. The muscles beneath his skin began to grow thicker and fuller, instantly elevating his physique to a whole new level. But Zhang Yuan didn't stop there. He silently commanded, activate master-level combat skills. The moment the words left his lips, an indescribable transformation rippled through every bone and muscle in his body. Various combat techniques, tai chi, baguazhang, karate, muay thai, their punches, palms, and kicks all became instinctive to Zhang Yuan. Crack! 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 Zhang Yuan flexed his body slightly, feeling every bone in his frame begin to crackle and pop. Whoa, is this what it feels like when the male lead gets superpowered in novels? Zhang Yuan swung a punch forward, hearing the air tear behind it. He chuckled to himself, his words fitting the moment. I could kill a bull with one punch now. Chapter 92, Romance Module, bound to Liang Yu. Then, glancing at his personal interface, he noticed the rejuvenation potion in his inventory and suddenly remembered he hadn't given it to Liang Yu yet. He immediately pulled out his phone and sent her a message. Zhang Yuan, Auntie, make extra dinner tonight. I'll be joining you. I have something to give you, and I'll come with you to pick up Xiao Ling. After that, Zhang Yuan shut off his phone and was about to open his computer to write, but suddenly remembered something. System, activate the romance module. Zhang Yuan murmured silently to himself. Bound partner, none. Girlfriend. Past experience, none. Current wish, none. Completion, 0%. Complete your wish to receive a mysterious grand prize. Gazing at the virtual romance module before him, Zhang Yuan's mind began to wander. System, does each romantic partner's completed quest grant a different mystery prize? Or is it like last time, where the gift box just gives attribute points? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. After all, based on his current observations, the probability of drawing attribute points now seemed significantly higher than before. If the rewards for each bound partner's quest were identical, Zhang Yuan wouldn't rush to complete them. Instead, he'd take his time, casually fulfilling their wish tasks like he did with Shin Jiwei the first time. Ding! Rest assured, host. Each target's reward is entirely random, though it also correlates with the difficulty of their wish. Simply put, the harder the wish, the richer the reward. After hearing the system's response, Zhang Yuan already had a plan in mind. Bind romantic partner, Liang Yu. Zhang Yuan silently commanded. He felt confident about the difficulty level of binding Liang Yu. After all, from their time together, he sensed that Liang Yu was content with modest wealth, not overly materialistic, and someone who craved security. Or perhaps it wasn't security she craved, but rather a man who would appear in her life at just the right moment, someone who could bring her joy and treat Xiao Ling well. Based on these observations, Zhang Yuan was certain Liang Yu's wish task wouldn't be too difficult. It would be the kind that could be swiftly completed in a short time to earn the reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on binding Liang Yu as your romantic partner. Liang Yu girlfriend. Past experience, at 23, she met a man who deeply loved her. They married when she was 25. Just months into their marriage, he died suddenly in a car accident. To make matters worse, she discovered she was pregnant at that very moment. Current wish, yearns for affection from a beloved man and desires for Xiao Ling to experience paternal love. Completion, 0%. Completing this wish grants a mysterious grand prize. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to deactivate the romance module, he suddenly noticed the wish task's completion rate had jumped by 5%. Current wish, yearning for care from a beloved man and for Xiao Ling to experience a father's love. Completion, 5%. For a moment, Zhang Yuan felt bewildered. But the next instant, a message from Green Bubble made everything clear. Curious, Zhang Yuan tapped on the voice message Liang Yu had sent, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that for Liang Yu, simply sharing a meal together was already a deeply joyful experience? The next moment, Liang Yu's voice, tinged with a hint of joy, came through the phone's earpiece. Liang Yu, haha, honey, what do you have to give me? Just come over for dinner. I was actually worried that after Jiwei caught us earlier, you might ignore me for a while. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan replied with a voice message of his own. Zhang Yuan, why would you worry about that? You're the one I love most, auntie. After saying that, Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile. He loved each of his women equally and would never abandon an entire forest for a single tree. Beep. 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 Liang Yu's voice message arrived again. Hey, you little smart aleck. All talk now, huh? But when I asked you to eat raw oysters earlier, you refused flat out. Forget it, I'm not bothering with you. I'm going to take a shower first, then finish prepping the dishes. You can come up after that. Hearing Liang Yu's slightly coquettish tone, Zhang Yuan suddenly recalled how she'd insisted on making him wear that black lace blindfold earlier. It turned out it was all so he could savor the black truffle. Fortunately, his physical condition had been significantly enhanced by the system's modifications. Otherwise, Liang Yu might have actually succeeded in forcing his head down. Then, Zhang Yuan glanced at the time and saw it was only 2 o'clock. There was still some time before dinner, perfect for writing. He immediately opened his writing software, quickly entering a focused state. Pushing aside all other thoughts, his fingers danced across the keyboard with a steady clatter. Ding! Time flew by, and 2 hours later. The notification sound from his phone snapped Zhang Yuan out of his writing trance. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Liang Yu inviting him upstairs for dinner. After replying simply with OK, Zhang Yuan set his phone aside and glanced at his writing software. He realized he had already written 24,000 words apace. That was nothing short of breakneck. After a quick review to catch any loose ends, Zhang Yuan uploaded the entire 24,000-word chapter to the website, prioritizing quantity over refinement. System, retrieve the rejuvenation potion, Zhang Yuan silently commanded. Ding, retrieved. Currently placed on the host's bed. Hearing the system's notification sound, Zhang Yuan turned his head to look at the somewhat messy bed behind him. He reached out and picked up the rejuvenation potion lying on the bed, giving it a cursory glance. He noticed it resembled the previous charm potion. Both were small mineral water glass bottles. Zhang Yuan didn't need to bother transferring it to another container. He stepped out the door, the rejuvenation potion in hand, and pushed open the slightly ajar door to Liang Yu's home. Click. As the door closed behind him, Zhang Yuan spotted Liang Yu chopping vegetables in the kitchen. Seeing she hadn't noticed him, Zhang Yuan let out a wicked chuckle and silently crept up behind her, wrapping his arms around her in a sudden embrace. Ah! Zhang Yuan, are you crazy? Startled, Liang Yu dropped the kitchen knife she was holding onto the cutting board. She reached up to remove the Bluetooth earpiece from her ear, turned to face Zhang Yuan behind her, and said, utterly speechless. You can be scared all you want, but keep your hands steady. Chapter 93, Unlocking the Kitchen Scene. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan seemed oblivious, instead asking in confusion, Auntie, what are you talking about? I don't understand. As he spoke, he had already completed the initial exploration of the planet. Seeing Zhang Yuan feigning ignorance, Liang Yu felt a bit helpless but didn't say much. She let him continue his antics. After all, she was quite enjoying it. Humming a tune, Liang Yu picked up a cleaver and began slicing vegetables on the cutting board. She placed them into an acrylic container nearby, preparing to start stir-frying once Xiaoling returned. Suddenly, Liang Yu's body trembled. She sensed something unusual, and a blush crept across her previously contented cheeks. Zhang Yuan, do you realize I'm preparing dinner? Stop messing around. Liang Yu turned to glare at Zhang Yuan behind her, her voice carrying a soft, seductive tone that only he could hear. Auntie, what's the big deal? Isn't this kind of like unlocking a new scene in the kitchen? Zhang Yuan stood behind Liang Yu, burying his face in the crook of her neck before gently nibbling her earlobe. I'm just making up for what I didn't give you earlier. With that, Zhang Yuan fell silent and focused intently on League of Legends, Wild Rift, immediately selecting the support champion, Bull Demon King. He activated his ultimate to buff himself, then used E-Flash to slam the enemy champion into the tower, securing a solo kill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Current emotion points, 20. Ding! Liang Yu's affection plus 3. Current affection, 73 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Current emotion points, 40. Ding! Liang Yu's affection plus 3. Current affection, 76 points. Click. At the very moment she collapsed, Liang Yu finished prepping the ingredients. Fighting off the overwhelming weakness, she placed the chopped vegetables into an acrylic container. Normally, Liang Yu wouldn't take half an hour to prep ingredients. Had she not been thinking about Zhang Yuan joining her and Xiaoling for dinner today, she wouldn't have spent so long preparing. From the moment Zhang Yuan entered, Liang Yu had been prepping for half an hour, still standing and slicing vegetables. Her stamina was truly formidable. Of course, it might also have something to do with the long-awaited relief. But in the end, Liang Yu could no longer hold on. She collapsed into Zhang Yuan's arms. Feeling the warmth radiating from Zhang Yuan's chest, Liang Yu felt momentarily intoxicated, wanting nothing more than to curl up in his embrace and sleep soundly. But seeing Liang Yu in his arms, her eyes and brows carrying a hint of sweet innocence and contentment, Zhang Yuan smiled softly. She really had worked hard just now. Even without the extra exertion, simply standing motionless for half an hour would exhaust most people, let alone while wielding a cleaver and chopping vegetables on a cutting board. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan scooped Liang Yu up and carried her straight into the bedroom, gently laying her on the soft, comfortable bed. Zhang Yuan, you jerk. You just love taking advantage of me when I'm not guarding myself. Liang Yu seemed to snap out of her earlier exhaustion, wiping the fine, fragrant sweat from her temple with her hand. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she muttered discontentedly. Haha, auntie, let's not talk about anything else, don't you want it yourself? To put it plainly, I'm just fishing like Zhang Taigong, those who want it take the bait. Even if I didn't do this, you'd still finish prepping the food and grab the hook yourself. Zhang Yuan grinned mischievously as he leaned close to Liang Yu's ear. Hearing this, Liang Yu's face flushed crimson. She turned her head away, refusing to look at Zhang Yuan. Wish task progress plus 5%, current progress 10%. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of delight. He hadn't even considered that angle earlier. Gazing at Liang Yu lying on the bed, utterly limp and vulnerable, Zhang Yuan chuckled silently to himself. Was this what they meant by accidental success? Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly, dismissing the thought. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the rejuvenating potion he had prepared earlier, handing it to Liang Yu. After all, this was the real business at hand. Auntie, this is the mysterious gift I promised you. Open it and drink it. I guarantee you'll be pleasantly surprised and it'll keep you awake all night long. Zhang Yuan watched Liang Yu with a soft chuckle. Hearing this, Liang Yu, lying on the bed, looked at Zhang Yuan with curiosity. She noticed he was holding a transparent glass bottle that appeared to contain mineral water. It's just a bottle of water, isn't it? What's so surprising about that? Liang Yu pouted, burying her head in Zhang Yuan's embrace, wanting to linger in his warmth a little longer. After all, they were about to pick up Xiaoling soon, and Zhang Yuan had several other women by his side. Liang Yu didn't believe Zhang Yuan would favor her over the next few days. He'd surely be busy nurturing his relationships with his other girlfriends. Suddenly, Liang Yu, who had just buried her head in Zhang Yuan's embrace, seemed to remember something. She jerked her head up, staring at Zhang Yuan with utter shock in her eyes. She thought to herself, could this water be that happy water from the internet? Honey, you said it would keep me awake all night. After pausing, she glanced at the rejuvenating potion in Zhang Yuan's hand and spoke with a hint of fear. Could it be because of this bottle? Well, you're pretty sharp, Zhang Yuan remarked, slightly surprised. Hearing Zhang Yuan confirm it, Liang Yu's eyes widened in shock. How could you be so inconsiderate? You actually made me drink happy water? Don't you know this stuff is harmful to women's bodies? Seeing Liang Yu's slightly agitated state, Zhang Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, Auntie, what are you talking about? I don't get it. How did this turn into happy water? Isn't that just Coke? After saying that, Zhang Yuan seemed to realize something and shot Liang Yu a speechless look. You mean happy water? You don't mean that, do you? Yep. Liang Yu nodded firmly, pointing at the glass bottle filled with clear liquid in Zhang Yuan's hand. What kind of decent guy gives his wife water as a gift? Seeing Liang Yu's unwavering certainty, Zhang Yuan was speechless. He promptly gave her a sharp flick on the cheek. You really are a big thunderbolt and quite the expert. That you could even imagine this thing is that thing you're something else. This gift was carefully prepared just for you. Drink it, I guarantee a surprise. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, unscrewed the cap of the rejuvenating potion, and handed it to Liang Yu. Seeing this, Liang Yu shot Zhang Yuan a hesitant glance, wondering if he'd misunderstood her intentions. Of course, thoughts aside, Liang Yu wasn't about to admit defeat. She merely pursed her lips before taking the rejuvenating potion from Zhang Yuan's hand and bringing the bottle to her nose for a sniff. Finding no scent at all, Liang Yu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She knew she'd misunderstood Zhang Yuan and silently berated herself. Liang Yu, you're this old, yet your mind is still so dirty? Still puzzled, Liang Yu examined the rejuvenating potion in her hand. Zhang Yuan, this is just a bottle of mineral water, right? Oh, just drink it and you'll see. Fine. She stopped asking questions and took a big gulp. But the moment it touched her tongue, something felt off. The water tasted bitterly sour. The bottle was small, and by the time she realized what was happening, she had already drained it completely. Ugh. After finishing, Liang Yu gagged, frowned, and looked at Zhang Yuan. What the hell is this? It's bitter as hell. You didn't sneak something into it, did you? Chapter 94, Jiwei, give me another chance, will you? Zhang Yuan didn't respond. A mischievous grin tugged at the corner of his mouth as he shrugged. Auntie, go take a shower first. You'll find out soon enough. No need to tell me I was planning to shower anyway. Liang Yu stood up and began removing her clothes, shooting Zhang Yuan a strange look. Did you put ox semen in it? What's with this bitter taste? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's forehead instantly creased with frustration. He scooped Liang Yu up and carried her into the bathroom. Auntie, seriously, why is your mind always filled with these Japanese-style little scenarios? As he spoke, Zhang Yuan adjusted the water temperature to 45 degrees and began filling the bathtub. Liang Yu scooped water from the tub and splashed it onto Zhang Yuan. Watching his soaked shirt, she covered her mouth and giggled seductively. Husband, if you bathe with me, won't you know if it's a Japanese-style scenario or not? As she spoke, a faint blush spread across Liang Yu's fair cheeks, making her look tender and irresistible. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes also began to fade. This rejuvenating potion worked surprisingly fast, Zhang Yuan thought to himself before letting out a mischievous chuckle. Since you're already wet, let's get you thoroughly soaked. With that, Zhang Yuan stripped off his clothes. 10,000 words omitted here. Steam billowed in the bathroom. Watching Liang Yu, exhausted from their exertions, Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile as he reached for a towel to gently wipe the water droplets from her body. After battling for a solid hour, especially in the bathtub, even his body felt the strain. But the thought that his wish quest had already reached 20% completion made Zhang Yuan feel no hardship, only sweetness. Zhang Yuan, if you're going to dry me off, do it properly. Liang Yu shot him a playful glare. Never mind, you've done enough. I'm going to blow dry my hair first. Let's see how much time we have. After drying my hair, I'll go pick up Xiaoling. She should be getting out of school soon. With that, Liang Yu picked up the bath towel nearby, draped it over her shoulders, stepped out of the bathroom, sat down at her vanity, and began styling her hair. Zhang Yuan, however, gave himself a cursory wipe before flopping onto the bed. Holy crap! Zhang Yuan, why do I suddenly look younger? The moment Liang Yu sat down at her vanity and looked in the mirror, she was stunned by the condition of her skin. Though she usually took great care of her skin using high-end skincare products like Estee Lauder that cost tens of thousands of yuan as if they were free. But with age, skin deterioration was inevitable. Now, however, she looked in the mirror and discovered that the fine lines around her eyes had completely vanished. Her once slightly sagging cheeks had regained their firmness. She looked like an 18-year-old girl. Staring at her flawless reflection, Liang Yu touched her smooth, fair cheek in disbelief. The smooth, supple texture beneath her fingertips sent a wave of excitement through her heart. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan, lying on the bed, turned his head to look at Liang Yu, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. Looks like the full effect has kicked in. This stuff really is incredible. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Auntie, I didn't lie to you, did I? I told you this would keep you so excited you wouldn't sleep all night. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 140. At that moment, Liang Yu finally caught on, suppressing her inner excitement as she looked at Zhang Yuan. Xiao Yuan, where did you get this stuff? The effects are insane. Top secret. Zhang Yuan spread his hands, chuckling lightly. You gave it to me, yet you're keeping it a secret? Tell me about it. No way. Honey, just tell me, Liang Yu pouted, looking at Zhang Yuan with pitiful eyes. Fine, I'll tell you. Seeing Liang Yu persistently pestering him, Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively and casually made up an excuse. A friend of mine in the skincare industry sent it to me. It's a new product from her company. She asked me to try it out and see how it works. Oh, really? Could you tell me which company it is? I want to keep an eye on this company's developments. Once this product hits the market, I guarantee it'll be a huge hit. Liang Yu said excitedly. No way. I promised her I'd keep it confidential. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Joking aside, he had no idea what company it was. This wasn't something you could just make up, mention any random name and Liang Yu would instantly know he was pulling it out of thin air. Oh, fine then. Liang Yu pouted, sulkily returning to her vanity table to blow dry her hair. Glancing at Liang Yu carefully blow drying her hair, he estimated it would take at least half an hour before she'd be ready to leave. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuan unlocked his phone and opened the messaging app. Staring at Shen Jiwei's profile picture, he hesitated briefly before finally typing there and hitting send. Even though Zhang Yuan knew Shen Jiwei had most likely blocked him, he still clung to a sliver of hope. What if she hadn't deleted him? That would mean Shen Jiwei was actually waiting for him to make amends. If that were the case, his task completion progress would accelerate significantly. Ding! A red exclamation mark instantly appeared on Zhang Yuan's phone screen. You and the recipient are not yet friends. Please add them first. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's heart leapt with joy. Although it was a red exclamation mark, the prompt didn't indicate the message had been rejected, meaning Shen Jiwei hadn't blocked him. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Yuan clicked add friend and sent Shen Jiwei a friend request. Less than 10 seconds after sending the request, Zhang Yuan's phone buzzed with a notification. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yuan shifted his gaze from Liang Yu to his screen, only to find that his friend request had been rejected by Shen Jiwei. Zhang Yuan chuckled to himself and shook his head. Sure enough, she still likes me. If she truly wanted no further contact, she would have blocked me instead of just deleting me as a friend. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan sent another friend request. Beep. 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 Within 3 seconds, Zhang Yuan's phone buzzed again. He picked it up and, as expected, the friend request was still rejected. But he didn't lose heart. He kept sending friend requests. Zhang Yuan was determined to see just how many times Shen Jiwei could reject him. Then, his phone buzzed again. He picked it up to find another rejection. Then, send rejected. Send rejected. After being rejected over a dozen times, Zhang Yuan felt utterly helpless. If he'd known Jiwei was this stubborn, he'd have rather died than flirt with his aunt today. This situation was proving really hard to handle. He clicked send again, and within 3 seconds, the message notification chimed once more. Rejected again. Zhang Yuan felt a pang of frustration at the notification sound. He raised his hand to tap the screen. Having been rejected 20 times, he knew exactly where to click without even opening his eyes. But this time, as soon as his finger touched the screen, it didn't feel the vibration of the page loading. Instead, a cold, clear female voice came from the phone. Zhang Yuan, are you annoying or what? How long are you going to keep pestering me? I'm about to board my flight. If you have something to say, get it out now. Shen Jiwei said coldly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's closed eyes snapped open. He stared at his phone in surprise, a sigh of relief escaping him. Finally accepted my friend request. Hearing that familiar, cool voice, Liang Yu, who was drying her hair, also looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. I was wondering why you were fiddling with your phone all just now. Turns out you were contacting Jiwei. From the sound of it, things didn't go too smoothly for you. Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yuan, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Not yet. Just added her, Zhang Yuan shrugged, then paused to think before sending a voice message of his own. Jiwei, I was a jerk today. I shouldn't have lied about running an errand when I actually. But my feelings for you are genuine. You said we should have nothing to do with each other from now on, but I can't do that. I know the Shin family is forcing you to marry Li Xiu because of the old man situation. If I can resolve this issue, will you give me another chance? Once you return to the capital and calm down, I'll come find you in a couple of days. Whatever decision you make then, I'll accept it. Chapter 95, Shin Jiwei, abandoned once more. After sending the message, Zhang Yuan nervously picked up the water glass by the bed and began drinking. Looks like you still care about her after all, getting so nervous. Seeing Zhang Yuan like this, Liang Yu remarked with a hint of amusement. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan didn't argue after all, he was genuinely nervous. Beep. 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 His phone buzzed again with a new message notification. Zhang Yuan looked down at the screen, not hiding it from Liang Yu. Instead, he opened the voice message right in front of her. Shin Jiwei, Zhang Yuan, you don't need to spout empty words to win me back. It only makes me dislike you more. Inside the airport, after listening to Zhang Yuan's voice message, Shin Jiwei immediately frowned and coldly replied. Jiwei, what are you doing here? Seeing that the flight was about to depart and Shin Jiwei still hadn't gone to the boarding line, Shin Ziming stepped forward to urge her. Oh, got it. Go ahead, bro. I'll be right there. Shin Jiwei murmured softly, instinctively tucking her phone behind her back. Seeing this, Shin Ziming raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding why Shin Jiwei wasn't joining the queue but had instead slipped away mysteriously. But he understood it was unrealistic to expect his sister to let go of a man she once deeply loved so quickly. He didn't press the matter, merely patting her shoulder. I understand. Go talk to him first. It's good to have closure. With that, Shin Ziming walked toward the convenience store ahead. Watching his retreating figure, Shin Jiwei felt a lump in her throat as she murmured to herself. My brother understands me so well, yet I treated him so badly this morning. And with father about to pass away, the family could fall apart at any moment. Yet I acted so selfishly running away from home, skipping the wedding. Sighing, Shin Jiwei picked up her phone and drafted a lengthy breakup message to Zhang Yuan. Yet her finger hovered over the send button, hesitating to press it. Amidst the airport's clamor, Shin Zui finally closed her eyes, pressed her finger against the screen, and deleted the message. She still couldn't let go of Zhang Yuan. It was a strange feeling they'd only known each other for 10 days, yet she felt a profound sense of connection. Perhaps my life had been too quiet before? Shin Jiwei wondered to herself, then shook her head and pushed the thought aside. She picked up her phone and pressed the voice button. Her throat moved, and after a moment of silence, she spoke slowly. Zhang Yuan, I'll give you one chance. If you come pick me up at Shanghai airport right now, I won't go to Beijing. Beep. 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 How lonely is a night without you? Inside the room, Liang Yu and Zhang Yuan's phones rang simultaneously. Seeing the incoming call displayed on the phone resting on the dressing table, Liang Yu turned off the hairdryer in her hand. Picking up her phone, she glanced at the caller ID. Seeing it was Principal Li, she turned to Zhang Yuan with a light smile. Xiao Yuan, I'll take this call. Keep chatting with Jiwei. Make sure to tell me all about it later. Sure thing. Auntie, you're seriously weird. Why are you so into snooping on my private stuff? Zhang Yuan said, sounding a bit speechless. Seeing Zhang Yuan's helpless expression, Liang Yu found it amusing. She shrugged silently and walked out of the room with a graceful stride. She picked up her phone and pressed the answer button. Almost the instant she did, a sharp, irritable female voice blasted into her ear. Are you Xiao Ling's parent? The shrill tone seemed to carry a faint hint of a young girl sobbing. Hearing the familiar sound of Xiao Ling's sobs, Liang Yu felt a sense of foreboding. Could Xiao Ling have gotten into trouble? Principal Li, has Xiao Ling done something wrong at school? She got into a fight with a classmate. You need to come right away. Hearing this, Liang Yu hurriedly asked, Principal Li, could you tell me why Xiao Ling got into a fight with her classmate? No sooner had she finished speaking than Liang Yu heard a sharp, angry exhale on the other end of the line. Xiao Ling's parent, this is complicated. It's hard to explain over the phone. Anyway, Xiao Ling hit a boy in the head and made him bleed. Just hurry over here. With that, Principal Li hung up, leaving only the busy tone. Beep. 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 Zhang Yuan, I'll give you one chance. If you come pick me up at Magic City Airport right now, I won't go to Imperial Capital. Hearing Shin Jiwei's voice message, Zhang Yuan's face lit up with a faint smile. He picked up his phone, pressed the voice reply button, and was about to respond. Clack. The door burst open as Liang Yu rushed in. Zhang Yuan, it's bad news. Can you come with me to Xiao Ling's school? Seeing Liang Yu's frantic, flustered state, Zhang Yuan sensed trouble brewing. He silently cancelled the voice message and looked at her questioningly. Auntie, what's going on? You look so flustered. The principal of Xiaoling's International Kindergarten just called me. She said Xiaoling got into a fight with a classmate and beat someone bloody. She told me to hurry over and handle it. As she spoke, Liang Yu hastily removed her bath towel, hurriedly pulled on some clothes, grabbed a small bag, and turned to Zhang Yuan. Stop dawdling in bed. Get dressed quickly, we're heading to Xiaoling's school right now. Faced with Liang Yu's urgency, Zhang Yuan momentarily lost his words. Shin Jiwei had just told him that if he picked her up at the airport, she'd forgive him. But now trouble had erupted with Liang Yu. And it sounded serious. Liang Yu seemed panicked, completely unlike her usual composed self. But Zhang Yuan understood. After all, Xiaoling was Liang Yu's only daughter. With this sudden incident, it was only natural for her to be panicking. Zhang Yuan felt torn. He just shared such sweet moments with Liang Yu, and now he was turning around to tell her he needed to reconcile with Shin Jiwei, putting her and Xiaoling's situation on hold. Saying that, Zhang Yuan was certain of one thing: Liang Yu's affection for him would plummet. After all, their current affection level was only 76, nowhere near Shin Jiwei's 90+. Moreover, Zhang Yuan had just bound Liang Yu as his romantic module partner. If her affection dropped, the difficulty of the wish quest would undoubtedly increase exponentially, something Zhang Yuan desperately wanted to avoid. He was incredibly envious of the system's extraordinary rewards, but the only way to obtain them currently was through the romance module's rewards. Although the system claimed they could be drawn from the lottery, Zhang Yuan didn't believe it for a second. The probability was infinitely close to zero. What difference was that from never getting one? Sorry, I'll have to inconvenience you again, Jiwei. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth, silently apologizing to Shin Jiwei in his mind. He planned to explain everything to her after getting into the car. Then, Zhang Yuan turned to Liang Yu and nodded. I'll get dressed now. I was just deep in thought. Chapter 96, Shin Jiwei's resignation. Inside the airport, Shin Jiwei watched as passengers began lining up in queues, a growing sense of urgency stirring within her. She picked up her phone again to check. Seeing that Zhang Yuan still hadn't sent her a message, Shin Jiwei suddenly smiled wryly, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. Ha, who would have thought? Even after lowering myself this much, you still won't bother to come? Then again, Liang Yu is better than me in every way. How could I possibly compare to her? Recalling the vows Zhang Yuan had just sworn to her, Shin Jiwei suddenly found the whole situation rather laughable. Am I only worthy of your empty words? Not even a single action? Shin Jiwei shook her head, a tear trail gliding down her cheek as she murmured to herself, if that's the case, then I won't hold on to any hope anymore. Her hands hovered over the block button on her phone, fingers trembling slightly as she hesitated to press it. Attention passengers, flight CA1508 from Shanghai Hongqiao to Beijing Capital Airport is now boarding. Please bring your boarding pass and carry-on items to gate 12 for boarding. Thank you. Just then, the airport announcement suddenly rang out. Seeing her flight was about to depart, Shin Jiwei's gaze hardened. She closed her eyes tightly and pressed the block button. Jiwei, aren't you done talking to that kid yet? Seeing the flight about to depart and boarding already underway, Shin Jiwei still stood motionless in the corner. Shin Ziming hurried over. It's fine, bro. I'm done. Let's go join the line. Shin Jiwei fought back tears, trying to suppress the choking sound in her throat, but she couldn't hide it from Shin Ziming. Shin Ziming's brows immediately furrowed slightly as he gently stroked Shin Jiwei's head. Jiwei, did that kid upset you again? No, it's nothing. It's over now. Caught out by Shin Ziming, Shin Jiwei could no longer hold back the sorrow bottled up inside. Her voice choked as she said, Brother, let's hurry to the gate. I've blocked him already. No need to waste time on someone like that. Seeing Shin Jiwei like this, Shin Ziming felt a pang of pity. He nodded silently, saying nothing more. Inside the car, Zhang Yuan drove with one hand while holding his phone in the other, composing a message explaining the situation before preparing to send it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 190. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan froze in confusion. He hadn't done anything to move Liang Yu, so why did he suddenly gain emotion points? Wait! A sudden realization struck Zhang Yuan. His expression darkened as a sense of foreboding washed over him. He hurriedly sent the message he'd drafted. Beep. 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 Sure enough. The moment the message was sent, his phone buzzed with notifications. A bitter taste filled Zhang Yuan's mouth. You really can't have your cake and eat it too. His eyes locked onto the screen, where a fresh red exclamation mark stood out starkly. Liang Yu, who had been sitting beside him, noticed Zhang Yuan had been typing on his phone since getting on the bus. Now, seeing his troubled expression, she immediately asked with concern. Xiao Yuan, you're messaging Jiwei, aren't you? What's wrong? You look so upset. Sitting in the passenger seat and with Zhang Yuan holding his phone in his left hand, Liang Yu couldn't see the content of the conversation. Even so, she sensed vaguely that this matter had something to do with her. Nothing much, just a little thing. Zhang Yuan shook his head, not responding to Liang Yu. If he brought it up now, Liang Yu might feel touched and his affection and emotional points would rise slightly, but that was all. Only if she stumbled upon it by chance would it have the desired effect. A few points of affection and a handful of emotional value weren't worth Zhang Yuan's time. Alright then. Focus on driving. Traffic's pretty heavy out here. Liang Yu nodded, no longer pressing the matter, merely offering a gentle reminder. Her mind was consumed with anxiety over Xiaoling's situation. Since Zhang Yuan hadn't volunteered, she saw no point in pressing further. Yeah, don't worry. You know how well I drive. Hearing this, Liang Yu's previously anxious expression softened into an exasperated smile. Seriously, could you please not crack jokes at a time like this? I'm just trying to lighten your mood. Alright, we're here. Time to stop joking around. Zhang Yuan pursed his lips and shrugged. Hearing this, Liang Yu glanced out the window and realized they had already arrived at Xiaoling's school. She hurriedly opened the car door, ready to get out. Hey, hold on. Let me pull over first. After saying that, Zhang Yuan slowly pulled the car to the curb. Since they were in a hurry, he didn't drive into the kindergarten's parking lot. The two got out and walked toward the kindergarten. Before entering, Zhang Yuan glanced up at the name, Huili International Kindergarten. Surveying the kindergarten grounds, he took in the variety of flowers and plants, the artificial lake, the rock garden, and the soccer field not far away, facilities that could rival those of many top-tier universities. Zhang Yuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Xiaoling's school to have such a beautiful campus. Kindergartens of this scale usually had strict admission criteria. For instance, applicants must have a net worth exceeding 10 million yuan or be children of local officials holding positions no lower than the deputy division level. But then he remembered Liang Yu had her brother Liang Hui, and suddenly it all made sense. We're not at Xiaoling's classroom yet? After being dragged along by Liang Yu for over 10 minutes at a pace that felt like a jog, Zhang Yuan muttered a weary complaint. It's just up ahead. I was so worried. Xiaoling is usually so well behaved, how could she possibly get into a fight with a classmate and make someone bleed from the head? And if she did fight, Xiaoling must be hurt too, especially her arm, which got so badly injured just a couple days ago. Liang Yu's voice was tinged with worry. It'll be fine, auntie. Zhang Yuan offered quiet reassurance to Liang Yu but didn't elaborate further. After all, he didn't know the full story yet, and jumping to conclusions wouldn't be wise. We're here. Liang Yu pulled Zhang Yuan along as they ascended to the second floor, stopping outside a classroom near the left side of the hallway. Principal Li, hasn't this little brat's mother arrived yet? Well, she must be stuck in traffic and running a bit late. Mrs. Chen, rest assured, I'll call right now to hurry them along. Wha, this isn't my fault. How dare you frame me? You little brat. You injured Mrs. Chen's son. We're being generous by not expelling you. Principal, Ling is still our student. Shouldn't we at least bandage her up first? Just as the two were about to enter, they heard voices from inside the classroom. The moment he heard those words, Zhang Yuan grasped the situation. Liang Yu, upon hearing Xiaoling's sobs, immediately pushed open the door and rushed into the classroom. Chapter 97, Confrontation. The moment she entered, Liang Yu saw several people standing at the front of the classroom, and Xiaoling standing at the edge of the podium. Her eyes held a hint of grievance, her face dirty and streaked with blood. Xiaoling, are you okay? Seeing her daughter in such a pitiful state, Liang Yu rushed forward and pulled Xiaoling into her arms. No need to call anymore, we're already here. Zhang Yuan glanced at the blood on Xiaoling's face before averting his gaze, suppressing his anger as he turned to face the others. After calming Xiaoling in her arms, Liang Yu gently pushed back her bangs, revealing a trickle of blood slowly flowing from her temple. She immediately turned to a middle-aged woman on stage wearing a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses and shouted. Principal Li, I want to know what my daughter did wrong? Even if she was in the wrong for fighting, doesn't she deserve medical attention for her injuries? If something happens, are you the one responsible? Hearing Liang Yu's words, Li Na's eyes flickered slightly, clearly not expecting Liang Yu to be as unreasonable as she had sounded on the phone. Glancing sideways at Mrs. Chen beside her, Li Na smoothed her crisp white collar and declared haughtily. First, I'm aware of the circumstances surrounding this incident. Both parties share responsibility. But your daughter has such a hot temper. If someone said a few words to her, couldn't she just have held her tongue? She had to pick a fight with Mrs. Chen's son, leading to a physical altercation that injured a classmate. Now both sets of parents have to come deal with this. Isn't that a waste of time? Here's what we'll do, take your daughter over to Mrs. Chen and her son right now. Have her bow and apologize. That'll settle this matter. Hearing this, Liang Yu's anger reached its peak. She was already upset seeing Xiaoling so badly injured, and now this remark pushed her over the edge. Are you kidding me? Someone insults my daughter, and she can't even speak up for herself? Was that even fair? Besides, Liang Yu could guess that the little boy had started it, which was why Principal Li now was trying to downplay the situation. Zhang Yuan, standing nearby, felt his gaze grow icy. He silently cast his insight spell on Principal Li. He wanted to see what kind of demonic creature could utter such words. Name, Li Na. Height, 168 centimeters. Age, 45. Affinity, 60 points. Recharge count, 390 times. Current mental state, this woman better know her place. Just apologize like this, and it'll be over. If she doesn't know her place, well. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised at how powerful the effect was once his charm reached 50 points. After all, he had entered with Liang Yu, making him a natural adversary to Li Na. Yet she still held 60 points of favor toward him. Glancing at her inner thoughts, Zhang Yuan sneered inwardly. He didn't need to guess it was undoubtedly that little boy's fault. Zhang Yuan immediately turned his gaze to the young woman dressed in jewels and finery standing nearby, along with the little boy she held by the hand, and cast the insight spell upon them. Name, Chen Ku. Age, 28. Affinity, 40 points. Current thoughts, the mother of this little brat has finally shown up. If she doesn't give me a satisfactory answer today, she's not leaving. Name, Lu Tianxi. Age, 5. Current thoughts, humph. I only called that Xiaoling a bastard a few times, and she had to be stubborn with me. She even made me fall and hit my head until it bled. Now that my mom's here, I'll make her pay for this. Reading Lu Tianxi's thoughts, Zhang Yuan's eyebrows twitched. He glanced at the little boy standing behind Chenko, looking utterly wronged as he clutched the hem of his shirt. A chill spread through Zhang Yuan's heart. Oof. If I couldn't see this little brat's thoughts, I'd never have guessed he was putting on an act. Zhang Yuan sneered inwardly. He then turned to Li Na, his tone detached. Principal Li, we don't know the full story yet. Isn't it a bit rash to jump to conclusions? What do you mean we don't know the facts? I've already explained the entire incident to you. Are you incapable of understanding plain speech? Seeing Zhang Yuan unwilling to concede defeat, Li Na's expression instantly turned cold as she sneered. Ding! Li Na's favorability decreased by 30 points. Current remaining favorability, 30 points. Hearing Li Na's words, Zhang Yuan stepped forward, his gaze icy as he stared at her. The facts haven't even been fully investigated yet, and you're already demanding an apology? And you'd better watch your attitude. Seeing Zhang Yuan suddenly step in front of her, Li Na tensed. What do you think you're doing? Let me remind you, there are surveillance cameras in the classroom. Ding, Li Na's favorability decreased by 20 points. Current favorability, 10 points. Zhang Yuan. Seeing this, Liang Yu grabbed Zhang Yuan's sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. She had only intended to retort earlier, but if things escalated to physical violence, the situation would change entirely. Besides, the other party was the principal of an international kindergarten. If things escalated to physical violence, it would be a real mess. It's fine. Zhang Yuan shook his head and gently stroked Liang Yu's hand. Then, he turned to the young woman adorned in jewels standing beside Li Na. You must be Mrs. Chun? Why don't we hear what the children have to say first? Ding, Chenka's favorability decreased by 20 points. Current favorability, 20 points. Chenka snorted coldly, yanking her son from behind her. What's there to say? The wound on my son's head is proof. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan recalled the psychological activity he'd observed earlier and knew instantly that this boy was entirely at fault. Heh, Mrs. Chen, this is just a childish quarrel. Why listen to them when you can hear your own version? You. Stumped by Zhang Yuan's retort, Chenka instantly grew furious. Ding, Chenka's favorability decreased by 10 points. Current favorability, 10 points. What? Are you implying you framed Xiaoling so you won't let them confront each other? Zhang Yuan sneered. What am I afraid of? It's that little S fault anyway. Recalling her son's tearful plea earlier, Chenka felt no fear. She turned to the boy behind her and spoke confidently. Tianxi, repeat what you just told me to this man. You'd better take back what you just said, or else watch out, I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhang Yuan glared at Chenka coldly. Hearing this, Chenka wanted to retort, but she knew she was in the wrong. She could only snort coldly, then turned to Lu Tianxi and ruffled his hair. Tianxi, go on. Hearing Chenka's words, a flicker of panic crossed Lu Tianxi's eyes. He knew full well that everything he'd told his mother was a lie. If he repeated his earlier words verbatim, his lies would be exposed. He stood frozen in place, stammering and fumbling for words, utterly at a loss. Chapter 98, Defying Heaven's Words. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan sneered inwardly. He knew full well the kid wouldn't dare continue lying, but Zhang Yuan remained silent. He wanted to see what nonsense the other could come up with. Liang Yu witnessed this exchange and glanced at the resentful look in Xiaoling's eyes nestled in her arms. She began to piece together the reason behind the situation. Tianxi, don't be nervous. Just tell me what happened earlier normally. Seeing her son stammering and unable to speak, Zhenku assumed he was frightened by Zhang Yuan's earlier demeanor. She immediately stroked his head and whispered softly. She didn't suspect her son of lying. After all, at home, he always behaved perfectly, earning his father's deep affection. Standing beside Chenko, Li Na saw Lu Tianxi's hesitant expression and instantly understood everything. She knew the boy had surely exaggerated when he told them earlier that Xiaoling had initiated the fight. But she wasn't surprised after all, such incidents were commonplace in kindergarten. But Lu Tianxi was both wrong and right after all, he had Mayor Lu, the top dog of the metropolis, as his dad. She immediately turned to Zhang Yuan, rolling her eyes. What's there to say? You scared him just now, you know? And even if Tianxi did accidentally insult Xiaoling, it was unintentional. She's just being overly sensitive. Hearing this, the female teacher standing somewhat stiffly at the podium, who hadn't spoken up until now, couldn't help but glance at the little girl in Liang Yu's arms. She sighed inwardly. Before the principal and Mrs. Chen arrived, she had already reviewed the surveillance footage and knew exactly what had happened. But she dared not speak up for Xiaoling, either doing so would cost her her job. "You're framing me. It was Lu Tianxi who started cursing at me. I just talked back, and then he started hitting me. Then he slipped and fell on the floor. I didn't hit him first. He hit me, and I only fought back." Hearing Li Na twist the truth and distort the facts, Xiaoling, still clinging to Liang Yu, lost her fear and immediately fired back. "You?" Seeing the usually timid Xiaoling dare to speak up, Li Na was instantly furious. But at that moment, she couldn't think of what to say, so she could only snort coldly. "Tianxi, is it really like that Thai classmate said?" Chen Ku instinctively wanted to say, but remembering Zhang Yuan's earlier expression, she changed her words. I didn't. That Xiaoling hit me first." Lu Tianxi met Chen Ku's gaze, feeling a pang of guilt, but ultimately refused to admit it. But given his earlier demeanor, how could Chen Ku not sense something was off? Anger welled up inside her toward Lu Tianxi. How dare this child lie to her? Had she known earlier that her son was at fault, she never would have acted so arrogantly. After all, she had risen to her position as the other woman, and her husband's role was highly sensitive. He constantly reminded her at home to keep a low profile outside and never to bully others with her power. But now that things had escalated to this point, Chen Ku couldn't bring herself to apologize. Though she dared not invoke her husband's connections, she believed the principal's involvement alone could resolve this matter. She shot Li Na a meaningful glance. Catching the look, Li Na instantly understood. She turned to Xiaoling with disdain and said, "If it's really like you say, then why did Tianxi only yell at you and hit you? Why didn't he yell at or hit anyone else? Isn't that exactly your fault?" Hearing this, Liang Yu's temper flared. She was about to lash out, but suddenly paused, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Hearing Li Na's words, Zhang Yuan was already in a foul mood over the Xinjiwei incident. Now confronted with such outrageous remarks, he couldn't hold back any longer. He lunged forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps, the sound echoing sharply. Smack! Smack! 2 sharp cracks echoed as Li Na's cheeks instantly swelled. Ding! Li Na's favorability decreased by 50 points. Current favorability, 40 points. You dare hit me? Stunned by the slaps, Li Na glared at Zhang Yuan with fury. She wanted to retaliate, but the sight of Zhang Yuan's muscular forearm beneath his short sleeves instantly extinguished the thought. Hit you? I slapped you twice for your own good, to make you reform. Otherwise, with so many people here, why would I single you out and not hit anyone else? Maybe you should think about why you got hit. What did you do wrong? Or what? Zhang Yuan looked at Li Na, his eyes tinged with mockery as he sneered coldly. You! Li Na was flustered. She hadn't expected the boomerang to come back at her so quickly. Seeing things had come to this, Zhang Yuan saw no point in wasting time arguing with them. He immediately turned his attention to the female teacher who had been cowering in the corner, silent all along. He recalled hearing a clear, feminine voice outside the classroom earlier, urging them to at least bandage Xiaoling's wounds first. You must be Xiaoling's teacher? I doubt the classroom surveillance system is broken. After all, your school's tuition isn't cheap, surely you can afford decent cameras. I'm not in the mood to argue with these people right now. Let's just review the surveillance footage. Once we see it, we'll know exactly who's in the wrong. If it really was Xiaoling's fault, rest assured I'll apologize for gang's actions and pay the price accordingly. But if it turns out to be that boy's fault, well, I'm afraid I can't apologize for that. Funny enough, my family runs a media company. If this gets exposed online, I'm sure your school's reputation would take quite a hit, wouldn't it? Zhang Yuan looked at Li Na and sneered coldly. Hearing this, Li Na's expression instantly changed. Her standing at the school wasn't particularly high, and whether she could keep her position depended entirely on the school board's decision. If this incident fermented in the media, she'd be guaranteed to face doxing and information bombardment, to say the least. Moreover, her tenure as principal would effectively come to an end. Chen Ku beside her also turned ashen. Though Zhang Yuan hadn't threatened her directly, her son was the central figure in this affair. If exposed, the consequences of her son's father's information being dug up would be nothing short of catastrophic. Immediately, Chen Ku shot frantic glances at Li Na, who hurriedly signaled the female teacher to shut up. Catching the glances, the female teacher stammered, unable to speak. As the teacher hesitated to deny it, a bead of cold sweat formed on Li Na's forehead. She blurted out. That surveillance camera broke a few days ago. We just notified the repair crew yesterday. It should be fixed within the next couple of days. Hearing this, Liang Yu's face twisted with sarcasm. Principal Li, your words are like a battle between your left and right brain. First you said there was surveillance footage, now you claim the camera's broken. There's no need to stall here. Whether it's broken or not, we can check the monitoring room and find out. I never intended to make a big deal out of this, but the way you're bullying my daughter and twisting the truth, I won't hold back any longer. With that, she grabbed Zhang Yuan's arm and started pulling him out of the classroom toward the security office. Seeing the three about to leave, Chen Ke grew flustered. She didn't believe Liang Yu and the others were simply leaving, they were clearly heading to review the surveillance footage. Recalling Zhang Yuan's earlier mention of his family's media business, she knew they wielded considerable online influence. If this got exposed, her husband would be furious. She just secured her position and was about to be pushed out, something she absolutely couldn't allow. Hold on. Without hesitation, Chen Ke revealed her husband's identity, hoping to use his status to intimidate Zhang Yuan. After all, a mayor, specifically the mayor of the nation's top economic city, carried weight beyond measure. Chen Ke could already picture Zhang Yuan's stunned expression upon learning her husband's identity, followed by an immediate apology. Chapter 99, The Sudden Appearance of Lu Kuanxing. Hearing the voice, Zhang Yuan halted and turned to face Chen Ke. What? Admit you were wrong? Chen Ke didn't answer, only staring at Zhang Yuan. Your company is based in the Magic City? What? Is that a problem? Zhang Yuan was puzzled by Chen Ke's question. Chen Ke gave a cold laugh. She hadn't immediately brought up her husband earlier precisely because she feared Zhang Yuan's family company wasn't based in Shanghai. In that case, he wouldn't pose much of a threat. After all, he was based in another province. Even if her husband wielded considerable power, it would be difficult to take action against him, and it might even leave her vulnerable to retaliation. But now that Chen Ke knew Zhang Yuan's company was based in Shanghai, everything suddenly became much easier. So do you know who holds the most power in all of Shanghai? Chen Ke seemed to have regained her earlier composure, gazing at Zhang Yuan as she asked calmly. Who? Could it be your husband? Hearing Chen Ke's words, Liang Yu felt a bit speechless. Chen Ke nodded without denying it. Yes, it's my husband. How about this? I'll let today's incident slide. Just don't go looking for trouble here. Otherwise. She paused mid-sentence, letting out a cold laugh. You mentioned your company is based in Shanghai. You wouldn't want it targeted, would you? Seeing Chen Ke's unflinching confidence, Liang Yu felt a jolt of shock. Could it be that Lu Yi, the top executive in Shanghai, was truly her husband? A flood of thoughts rushed through her mind, including letting this matter drop. Liang Yu truly didn't want to cause Liang Hui any more trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, not particularly doubting Chen Ke's words. After all, seeing how Principal Li now was groveling before Chen Ke spoke volumes. Still, Zhang Yuan hadn't anticipated that this woman's husband was the top leader of the metropolis. But Zhang Yuan wasn't afraid. He'd faced the dual attacks from the Shen and Li families on Liang Hui's company without flinching. Why would he fear the top dog of the Demon City? Moreover, Zhang Yuan believed that no one who had risen to such a position was a pushover. A simple investigation into his background would reveal Liang Hui as his backer. While Liang Hui's company wasn't among the absolute elite in the city, it was certainly first-rate. It contributed substantial tax revenue annually. Only if Secretary Chen had lost his mind would he target Liang Hui directly. At most, he might issue a warning like he did this morning with Secretary Zhou. Aren't you afraid? Seeing the playful expression on Zhang Yuan's face, Chen Ke asked in confusion. Her estimation of Zhang Yuan's status rose considerably. Li Na, watching from the side, felt a twinge of unease. She was shrewd in her dealings and had already reviewed the family information form Liang Yu had filled out for Xiaoling before arriving. It listed only her and her daughter, indicating her family held no real influence. Xiaoling's admission to this kindergarten was purely a matter of connections. What Li Na didn't know was that Liang Yu simply didn't want to trouble Liang Hui too much. After all, once his information was listed on the form, countless sycophants would inevitably come crawling to curry favor with her. As for Xiaoling, she was still too young to grasp the significance of Liang Hui's status. She simply thought he sold phones, so Liang Yu had only mentioned it once in class. This even earned her ridicule from classmates who mocked Liang Hui as a phone peddler. That's why Lu Tianxi had nothing better to do than pick on Xiaoling. Little did he know he'd accidentally stepped on a class tough guy. What do I have to fear? I'm exposing this anyway. If you want to settle it, fine, have your son bow and apologize to Xiaoling. Then have Xiaoling slap him 10 times. How about that for a compromise? Zhang Yuan shot Chen Ke a dismissive look. He knew this woman wouldn't dare call Secretary Lu. She was only trying to scare him. You! Chen Ke seethed with rage, trembling with fury. Zhang Yuan's words made it clear he had no intention of settling. How could she possibly agree to those terms? And she had even invoked her husband's authority, yet this Zhang Yuan still dared to be so arrogant. For a moment, the classroom atmosphere became tense and charged. Seeing this, Li Na sensed trouble brewing and hurried to mediate. Why don't we just let this matter drop for today? Let's take Xiaoling to the infirmary to get her wound treated first. Chen Ke remained silent upon hearing this, secretly hoping it could be resolved this way. After all, escalating the situation would only bring her harm without any benefit. Poof. My stance hasn't changed. If you want my forgiveness, first make that punk behind you take a few slaps. Let him learn the price of bullying and lying. Zhang Yuan sneered. Tap. 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 At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway outside the classroom. "Ah, excellent, Master Lu. With you as our grand finale, our school anniversary celebration is sure to be a smashing success. Since school's just let out, how about we give you a tour of the campus? When your children are old enough for kindergarten, just send them to our school. Our teaching quality and faculty are top-notch." "Ha, that's still a long way off, I'm not even married yet." "Now that's not fair, what about the children of friends and relatives?" "Ha, true enough." As the group walked down the hallway, passing by a classroom, several people stopped in their tracks. "Hey, isn't that Principal Lee?" As they passed by, a middle-aged board member in a black suit spotted Li Na inside the classroom and immediately called out with a smile. "Xiao Ye? Xiao Yuan?" Noticing one of the board members behind him pause, Lu Quanqing casually glanced into the classroom and unexpectedly spotted Liang Yu and Zhang Yuan. "What are you two doing here?" After speaking, Lu Quanqing turned to the middle-aged board member behind him and smiled faintly. "Principal Qian, isn't it a coincidence? My good friend's daughter attends this school." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged board member immediately understood and laughed heartily. Just as he was about to say something, his smile froze upon seeing the dirty, blood-stained face of Xiao Ling in Liang Yu's arms. He frowned and looked at Li Na at the lectern, asking, "Principal Li, how did this little girl get injured on her face?" Chapter 100, Paying a Visit. Upon hearing this, Lu Quanqing also noticed the smudges and bloodstains on Xiao Ling's face. He immediately turned to look at Liang Yu and Zhang Yuan, his eyes filled with concern. What happened to Xiao Ling? Though Zhang Yuan was inwardly surprised that Lu Quanqing had suddenly appeared at Xiao Ling's school, he knew this wasn't the time to ask such questions. He merely sneered twice. "Why did this happen? Just ask Principal Li, and you'll find out." Hearing Zhang Yuan's retort, Lu Quanqing finally turned his gaze to the others on the stage. He saw Chen Ke, who had turned her head away, and Lu Tianxi behind her, who hung his head guiltily. Sensing the uneasy atmosphere, the middle-aged board member's mood soured instantly. He had just finished discussing the piano performance for the school anniversary finale with Lu Quanqing, and now this incident had erupted. His gaze immediately swept toward the boy behind Chen Ke on stage, then glanced sideways at Xiao Ling in Liang Yu's arms. He began to piece things together. He immediately turned to Li Na. Though he said nothing, the implication was clear. Seeing this, Li Na's heart sank instantly. She thought to herself, this is bad. Isn't Liang Yu supposed to have no connections? Now suddenly, a man who even the school board members revolve around appears out of nowhere, and it seems he's on good terms with Liang Yu too. A whirlwind of thoughts swirled through Li Na's mind. When her gaze met Chairman Qian's, she tried to speak but found herself stumbling over her words, unable to form a coherent sentence. Seeing this, the middle-aged board member inwardly sensed trouble. Li Na's reaction confirmed his suspicion that she was likely the one acting unfairly, which was why she dared not speak up. But remaining silent wasn't an option. He paid a heavy price and owed significant favors to secure Lu Quanqing as the grand finale for the school anniversary. If it fell through today, he'd skin Li Na alive. He immediately feigned concern, looking at the little girl in Liang Yu's arms. He ruffled her hair and asked softly, "Did you have a falling out with that boy?" Xiao Ling nodded pitifully, her soft, innocent gaze capable of melting anyone's heart enough to make them want to sentence Lu Tianxi to death on the spot. Seeing this, the middle-aged board member glanced again at Lu Tianxi, whose face was clean except for a small bandage on his temple. His mind had already made up its mind about who was right and who was wrong. "Principal Li, who is this?" The middle-aged board member glanced at the woman on stage, adorned in jewels and finery. Though he intended to handle the matter, he first wanted to ascertain her background to avoid hitting a brick wall. Upon hearing the question, Li Na didn't respond immediately. Instead, she looked toward Chen Ke standing nearby. Only after seeing Chen Ke nod did she speak slowly. "She is Secretary Lu's wife." The words, spoken softly, exploded like a depth charge in everyone's ears. The middle-aged board member, who had been poised to champion Xiao Ling's cause, stiffened. He silently thanked himself for asking. The middle-aged board member placed a fist over his mouth and cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, I see. Well, conflicts between students should be resolved between themselves. I think it would be best if you two could forgive each other for now." After speaking, the middle-aged board member felt a moment of awkwardness. He took out his phone and whispered to the crowd. "I suddenly remembered there are still some arrangements for the school anniversary that need handling. I'll step out for a moment to take care of that." With that, he walked out of the classroom, made a phone call, and pretended to be busy talking. Seeing this, Lu Quanqing furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Zhang Yuan, asking with confusion, "Xiao Yuan, what's going on here?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan explained the entire sequence of events to Lu Quanqing. After hearing Zhang Yuan's account, Lu Quanqing's brow furrowed deeply. His gaze swept toward Chen Ke and her son, causing the classroom atmosphere to freeze instantly. Lu Tianxi, hiding behind his mother, instinctively shrank his neck. "So Mrs. Chen intends to intimidate people using Secretary Lu's official authority, huh?" Lu Quanqing's fingers tapped lightly on the wooden desk beside him. Seeing how everyone had backed away upon learning her husband's identity, Chen Ke regained her earlier confidence. She merely snorted coldly. Poof. What? Is that a problem? Seeing Chen Ke's arrogant demeanor, Zhang Yuan couldn't stand it any longer. Unlike that school board member earlier, he wasn't the type to shy away from offending someone just because they had powerful connections. Zhang Yuan feared nothing more than offending people. He immediately turned to Chen Ke with a cold sneer. Then go ahead and place your bet. Hope you're still so cocky when you see the footage tomorrow. With that, Zhang Yuan pulled Liang Yu away, heading straight for the security office to review the footage. Seeing this, Chen Ke's expression abruptly changed. He hurriedly shouted, I don't want to make a big deal out of this either. Can't we just let it go? Ha! Is it up to you to decide whether this blows up? Zhang Yuan sneered coldly, then led Liang Yu away without looking back. Seeing this, Lu Kunseng said nothing more after all. He had no idea how to resolve the situation either. Still, he thoughtfully stepped in to help Zhang Yuan by stopping Chen Ke, who was about to chase after him. Mrs. Chen, you're wearing high heels. Be careful not to trip running so fast. Lu Kunseng stood before Chen Ke, a faint smile playing on his lips. You! Chen Ke tried to push Lu Kunseng aside, but her strength was no match for his. She could only glare at him angrily, wanting to curse him out, but seeing the crowd around them, she held her tongue. Only after Zhang Yuan and Liang Yu had walked far away did Lu Kunseng step away from the doorway. Turning to the other board members, he offered a light chuckle. Gentlemen, we haven't finished touring the school yet. Hearing this, the other board members hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Let's head over to the gymnasium first. With that, they departed amidst laughter and conversation. Seeing the classroom return to its quiet state, Chen Ke first glanced at her son, who had been hiding behind her, clutching the hem of her skirt. She opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Instead, she turned and shot Lina a cold stare before raising her hand and slapping her across the face. Useless. I invested so many resources to get you into this position, and you can't even handle this simple task. Lina clutched her swollen cheek, wanting to retort, it was your son's fault to begin with, how much better could I have done? But such thoughts were only safe to entertain in her mind. Seeing this, the female teacher standing nearby spoke timidly. Well, I have some business to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Without waiting for a response, she turned and hurried away. Watching the teacher's hasty retreat, Lina hurriedly added, I have something too. Before she could finish, Chen Ke waved her hand dismissively. Get lost. Once the classroom was left with only herself and her son, Chen Ke sighed and rubbed her temples in frustration. Then, with a look of disappointment at her son, she snapped, why on earth did you have to lie? Now you're in for it. Just wait until your old man makes you face the wall and reflect on your actions. Mom, I won't do it again. Lu Tianxi swallowed nervously, seeing his mother this angry for the first time. Chen Ke ignored him, instead pulling out her phone and staring at it for a long moment before finally dialing a number. She decided to tell Lu Yi about it proactively. If she kept it hidden and the situation escalated, the consequences would be far worse if he found out later. Beep. 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 The call connected. Hey, didn't I tell you? Don't call me during work hours. A stern voice boomed from the phone. Hearing the voice, Chen Ke felt a surge of nervousness, but she recounted the entire incident truthfully. As for embellishing the story, she wasn't that foolish. Lu Yi had valued precisely this trait in her ability to prioritize matters, which was why she had successfully risen to her current position. After hearing Chen Ke's account, there was a moment of silence on the other end before a voice, struggling to contain its anger, spoke. Tianxi is still young. Making mistakes is normal. Why are you making mistakes too? I've gotten this far precisely because I'm cautious. Do you have any idea how much this could damage my career if it blows up? I already know their background. They're backed by Liang Wei, the boss of Meizu. That's no small connection. I'll take Tianxi over tomorrow to apologize. That should settle this matter. Also, once Tianxi gets home today, make him face the wall for 5 hours of reflection before dinner. Chapter 101, thanks to the ponytail. On the ride home, Liang Yu sat in the passenger seat, wiping Xiaoling's cheeks with a damp cloth while gazing at Zhang Yuan with gratitude. Xiao Yuan, thank you so much today. I honestly wouldn't have known what to do otherwise. Yeah. If it weren't for Godfather, I would have been bullied to pieces today. Xiaoling chimed in, then pointed to the wound on her forehead where the bleeding had stopped, grinning. And Godfather's medical skills are amazing. He pressed a few times and the bleeding stopped. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan, who had been focused on driving, turned his head to look at the two girls and smiled faintly. It's nothing. Just doing my part. Don't worry. I've already retrieved the surveillance footage. I'll send it to my sister tomorrow and have her handle it. After speaking, Zhang Yuan thought of Chen Ke and Lina, those two with their twisted, deceitful tongues, and he felt like tearing them apart. It was infuriating. When he sent out that video tomorrow, Zhang Yuan would have to invest at least 1 million in Douyin ads. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining 50 emotion points. Current emotion points, 240. Ding! Liang Yu's affection plus 10. Current affection, 86. Ding! Wish task is 40% complete. No, seriously, if you hadn't been here today, Xiaoling might have really been framed by them. I don't even know how to thank you. Liang Yu shook her head, her gaze sincere as she spoke. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. He knew standing up for Xiaoling at school would boost his affinity and wish task completion rate, but he hadn't expected such a significant increase. Turns out I underestimated a single mother raising a child alone for 5 years. Auntie's need for that protective feeling from a husband is still quite strong. Zhang Yuan mused inwardly. Hee, Auntie, if you really want to thank me, start by tying your ponytail properly. Zhang Yuan gave a mischievous grin before turning to Xiaoling and saying sternly, though he was clearly putting on an act. And Xiaoling, after all I've done for you today, wouldn't calling me godfather be a bit too formal? Startled by Zhang Yuan's sudden change in demeanor, Xiaoling didn't realize he was joking and tentatively asked. Dad? Ah, now that's my good girl. At only 5 years old, Xiaoling naturally couldn't discern anything from Zhang Yuan's shifting expressions. But Liang Yu, being a seasoned veteran, caught the hidden meaning. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Zhang Yuan a playful glare. You're always so quick with your tongue. Just focus on driving. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. He said no more, focusing entirely on driving. Inside, he silently murmured. System, draw a prize. Ding. 200 emotion points deducted. Current remaining emotion points, 40. A pale blue roulette will materialize before Zhang Yuan. Its black pointer spun rapidly before slowly settling on the gold coin and potion symbols. Ding. Congratulations, host, on winning 200 million cash. Current balance, 340 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the enhanced physical enhancement potion. Seeing the system's notification, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. He automatically dismissed the first reward, thinking to himself. Finally, a reward worth seeing. His mood lifted considerably, and he pressed the accelerator a bit harder. Click. The car door clicked shut. Zhang Yuan turned to Liang Yu and said softly, Auntie, I'm going to take a shower first. Just call me when dinner's ready. Alright, go ahead then. Liang Yu nodded. She planned to give Xiaoling a bath first though her face was clean, her body was bound to still have some dirt. Alright, remember to eat plenty of vegetables tonight, Xiaoling. That way you'll grow taller and no one will dare bully you. Zhang Yuan smiled, ruffling Xiaoling's soft, short hair before stepping into the building first. Click. Opening the door, Zhang Yuan hurried into the bathroom, turned on the water, stripped off his clothes, and sank comfortably into the tub. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he retrieved the body enhancement serum enhanced version he'd just drawn earlier. Plop! A glass bottle filled with green liquid splashed into the tub. Zhang Yuan picked it up, glanced at it, and felt a pang of unease. Why's this stuff green? Can I really drink this? Damn it, real men just do it. Without further hesitation, Zhang Yuan unscrewed the cap and blew directly into the bottle opening. He refused to believe that something produced by the system could kill him. In 2 seconds flat, he downed the entire bottle of green liquid. Almost the instant he finished, Zhang Yuan's body began to burn. SSHHH. The pain made Zhang Yuan gasp sharply. Holy, why is this stuff so damn potent? Before he could finish speaking, his entire body began convulsing. His muscles rapidly swelled, and soon he looked like he'd overdosed on drugs. His arm circumference reached a staggering 41 inches, an intimidating sight. However, this effect was fleeting. Soon, the pain in Zhang Yuan's body began to subside, and his previously swollen frame started to shrink until it returned to its original state. Damn it, I finally made it through. Though the pain had faded, Zhang Yuan still felt drained, barely managing to sit leaning against the bathtub. Check personal stats. Zhang Yuan murmured inwardly, curious to see just how much this reward would enhance his physical abilities. Host, Zhang Yuan. Age, 25 can add points to extend remaining lifespan by 10 years. Height, 185 centimeters. Stamina, 40 points. Charm, 50 points. Skills, Master Level Self-Media, Hall of Fame Level Musical Skills, Master Level Writing Skills, Master Level Medical Skills, Master Level Combat Skills. Talent, Aristocratic Bearing. Occupation, Professional Writer. Items, Xiaomi SU7 LU8R, Ferrari LaFerrari, 343 million renminbi. Attribute points, 0 points. Emotional value, 40 points. Fuck. Seeing his stamina value skyrocket to 40 points, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened instantly as a curse erupted from his mouth. What the hell is this potion doing? It just shot me up from 25 points to 40? Is this even human? He stood up and stretched his limbs, his body cracking and popping with every movement. Ha! My physique hasn't changed either? Staring at his unaltered reflection in the mirror, Zhang Yuan felt a bit bewildered. He could clearly sense his body was now incredibly full, which is why he was surprised to see no change in his physique. Ah, whatever. Zhang Yuan shook his head, dismissing the thought. He decided to climb into bed and play with his phone for a bit. Snap. Staring at the broken bathroom doorknob in his hand, Zhang Yuan fell silent, suddenly realizing just how powerful he had become. Chapter 102, Are you trying to flirt with us? Lying on his bed, Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and pondered for a moment. Jiwei blocking him today clearly meant she was genuinely hurt, but Zhang Yuan wasn't overly panicked. After all, her affection for him had already surpassed 90 points, enough to call it love struck. There was no chance that affection would drop. Still, Zhang Yuan understood that while the affection wouldn't diminish, winning Shen Jiwei back was another matter entirely. The difficulty and nature of the task were vastly different. In that case, I'll let Jiwei cool off for a few days. I might as well indulge myself a bit before heading to the capital. Zhang Yuan murmured to himself. Then he recalled that he'd already arranged for his aunt and Gu Qiulan to meet a couple days ago. This presented the perfect opportunity to take things further and indulge in the pleasures of having two women. With that thought, Zhang Yuan opened Douyin to browse. The moment he opened the app, a live stream notification popped up. Little Lamb isn't lazy, live now. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, murmuring in surprise, I didn't expect Qiulan to be streaming now. She always did late-night shows before. Instead of clicking directly into the stream, he navigated to her profile page to take a look. He was somewhat surprised to find her follower count had reached 300,000. After all, just 10 days ago, Gu Qiulan had been a small-time blogger with only 1,000 followers. Now she had grown into a major streamer with 300,000 fans. It was worth noting that Gu Qiulan rarely posted videos, just a few beauty-focused clips, and primarily focused on live streaming. Her follower growth was typically slow, nowhere near the pace of Shen Jiwei's account, which Zhang Yuan professionally managed. However, recalling his previous showdown with Gaomu, that display of wealth that drew hundreds of thousands of viewers, Zhang Yuan felt much more at ease. After all, many viewers must have recorded the livestream and shared it online, generating massive buzz. As the main protagonist, Gu Qiulan's follower count reaching this level was only natural. Whatever. These things aren't worth dwelling on. Zhang Yuan shrugged and clicked on the illuminated avatar on Gu Qiulan's homepage, entering her livestream. Since his account had spent millions in Gu Qiulan's livestream, the system automatically recognized him as a top-tier patron. The system immediately displayed a gilded bullet chat that took up half the public screen. Sis, open up. It's your brother here. Entering Little Lamb's Not Lazy livestream. AAA, building materials wholesaler brother Wang. Oh, our sister-in-law finally decided to drop by Little Lamb's stream today? Captain full attendance, what do you know? This is called routine patrol of the territory. Fan Makinjiro, the part about patrolling the territory. Seeing this, Gu Qiulan, who had been half-heartedly chatting with viewers in the livestream chat, suddenly lit up. Sitting up straight, she smiled sweetly and called out in a soft, teasing voice. Oh, isn't this brother-in-law? Not playing with your sister-in-law today? Came to my stream to play with me instead? After saying this, Gu Qiulan raised her eyebrows, showing none of the shyness she had displayed when Zhang Yuan first entered her livestream and tipped her. Hearing Gu Qiulan's warm greeting, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly as his fingers tapped on the screen. Sis, open up, it's me, your brother. He glanced at the screen. Even in her pajamas, Gu Qiulan's stunning figure was undeniably striking, making one's mouth water. Then, Zhang Yuan opened the gift interface and glanced at his balance, finding only 1 million diamonds. Only 10,000 left? Forget it. I can't be bothered to top up. Might as well just tip it all now. Then, Zhang Yuan found the carnival gift and began a long press. User, open the door, sis-in-law. It's your brother. Sending carnival 1 inch. User, open the door, sis. It's your brother here. Sending carnival 21 inch. User, open the door, sis-in-law. It's your brother here. Sending carnival 33. Seeing this, Gu Qiulan immediately feigned surprise, covering her mouth and exclaiming. Whoa, sis-in-law, you're being so generous today. You wouldn't be hinting for me to drop by, would you? That's why you're tipping so much? Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, even Zhang Yuan, a seasoned veteran who'd seen it all, felt a bit awkward. After all, this was happening in a livestream with thousands of viewers. AAA, building materials wholesaler Wang Gu, damn, sister-in-law is seriously loaded. Barely stepped in and already throwing money around. Captain full attendance, I hate rich people. All security mobilized, Little Lamb and sister-in-law, this isn't interaction, they're clearly flirting with us. Seeing these comments, Zhang Yuan protested his innocence. This was entirely Gu Qiulan's fault, he had absolutely nothing to do with it. But Zhang Yuan didn't mind this at all, he found it rather amusing. Still, he wasn't one to just sit back. A sly, mischievous smile immediately curved his lips. Sis, open up. It's me, your brother. Seeing Zhang Yuan's gold-plated bullet screen, Gu Qiulan smiled coyly, placing a finger on her lips and pouting. Alright then, how should I repay my brother-in-law? Sis, open up, it's me, your brother, just teleport to the villa I took you to last time tomorrow. Your face is already registered anyway. Hooking a finger. At this, Gu Qiulan froze in place, clearly stunned by Zhang Yuan's audacity. The thousands of viewers in the livestream chat exploded with reactions, flooding the screen with comments. AAA, building materials wholesaler brother Wang? Captain full attendance? All security personnel mobilized? No cilantro today, does he really think we're just flirting tools? Seeing these comments, Gu Qiulan finally caught on. Her face flushed instantly, and she couldn't speak as boldly as before. She stammered slightly as she said, the host has something to attend to today, so she'll be signing off early? Hearing this, several viewers in the livestream room fired off comments at lightning speed, rushing to send messages before Gu Qiulan could close the stream. Full attendance captain, I hate rich people. Is she signing off to prepare for a parachute drop? Tears. Just as this comment appeared, Gu Qiulan closed the stream. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled inwardly, thinking, rich people haven't done anything to you, they're just playing around. After that, Zhang Yuan didn't feel like scrolling through videos. Instead, he decided to tackle the important task at hand, editing the surveillance footage he'd recorded earlier at the school. He had plenty of free time now, so he might as well get the footage ready and send it to Liang Qingqing for her to handle. He had to expose this quickly. If he waited until tomorrow, the other side might have countermeasures ready. After editing the footage, he glanced at the eye-catching headlines he decrafted and nodded with satisfaction. Hashtag son of Shanghai party secretary caught bullying students in broad daylight. Hashtag principal openly shields the bully. Expose videos like this don't need fancy editing. Just highlight the key points, and the views will roll in naturally. After all, in today's society, there's no shortage of people who despise power and wealth. Seeing such headlines in the bullying footage, they'd naturally want to amplify the buzz. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan directly posted the video using his own account and sent the finished product to Liang Qingqing, instructing her to hire more paid commenters to spread this video virally. Zhang Yuan had his reasons for using his own account. It had spent millions on Douyin, giving it high weighting. Videos posted from it naturally garnered much higher organic traffic and were less likely to get banned. Beep. 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 As soon as everything was done, Zhang Yuan's phone buzzed with notification sounds. Chapter 103, I want some chicken soup too. Zhang Yuan picked up his phone to find simultaneous messages from Gu Qiulan and Liang Yu. Gu Qiulan, honey, am I really going to crash at your villa tomorrow? Liang Yu, dinner's ready. Hurry up and come up, honey. I can't wait to test you with my feet in front of Xiaoling. Ah, what a pity Jiwei isn't here. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly thrilling. Seeing Gu Qiulan and Liang Yu's messages, a peculiar smile spread across Zhang Yuan's face. He wondered, if Gu Qiulan arrived at the villa first thing tomorrow morning and found his aunt sitting right beside him, what expression would she make? Zhang Yuan couldn't picture it, but it would surely be spectacular. Still, he suspected that given Gu Qiulan's reserved yet outgoing personality, she might just accept it without a second thought, a possibility he couldn't dismiss. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he murmured softly, damn it, how did I become such a pervert? Could it be because Zui caught me red-handed this morning? He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and picked up his phone to reply to Gu Qiulan's message. Zhang Yuan, Qiulan, meet me at my villa tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I've got a surprise for you, raised eyebrow. Then Zhang Yuan started replying to Liang Yu's messages, his voice tinged with a mischievous chuckle. Zhang Yuan, TSK, how did I never notice before? Auntie, you're way more twisted than I am. Actually, no, this is more like a fetish. I'm heading upstairs to eat now. Did you make the chicken soup today? If you haven't, I'll make you stew some after dinner, and it better be super tender. Nothing tough or chewy allowed. After sending the message, Zhang Yuan tucked his phone away, stepped out the door, and headed upstairs. Squeak. Zhang Yuan pushed open the slightly ajar front door and saw Liang Yu and Xiaoling just sitting down at the dining table. Seeing Xiaoling in her clean clothes, a mischievous smile curved Zhang Yuan's lips. He walked over, pinched her cheeks, and chuckled softly. Xiaoling, you're getting more and more impolite. You don't even call out to me when you see me. Wah! Xiaoling, her cheeks pinched by Zhang Yuan, struggled and whimpered. Only when Zhang Yuan finally released her did she speak, sounding sulky. Godfather. Why did you do that to me? I almost suffocated just now. I couldn't even breathe through my mouth. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled and playfully flicked Xiaoling's forehead. Just breathe through your nose. Breathing through your mouth too much will make you ugly. After a pause, he added, and why do you only call me Godfather? Doesn't that sound a bit too formal? Hearing his words, Xiaoling pouted shyly. Don't think I don't know what you mean. If I call you Dad, doesn't that make you Mom's husband? Her cheeks flushed instantly as she stammered. Although, I do like the idea of brother Zhang Yuan being my dad. Then, in a few days, I'll have a dad to accompany me to the school celebration. Hearing this, Liang Yu and Zhang Yuan both froze, clearly surprised that Xiaoling, at only 5 years old, could grasp the hidden meaning behind those words. Then a pang of sadness washed over them. Zhang Yuan paused briefly, then smiled softly as he ruffled Xiaoling's little head. You silly girl, of course I'll accompany you to the school celebration, I'm your dad. Really? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Xiaoling's round eyes lit up instantly. Of course it's true, silly. Now hurry up and eat. Zhang Yuan playfully flicked Xiaoling's earlobe before picking up his chopsticks and serving her a piece of chicken wing. Watching this tender scene, Liang Yu, seated across from Zhang Yuan, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. If her husband hadn't died, this would be their reality too. But now she had found another man who deeply loved both her and their daughter. She believed her late husband's spirit would rest in peace. With this thought, Liang Yu suddenly giggled softly. Her eyes softened as she gazed at Zhang Yuan, silently resolving to ease up when she tested him with her foot later, sparing him any discomfort. Ding! Liang Yu's wish task progress reached 50%. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan wasn't surprised. After all, with that heartwarming scene just now, it would be strange if it didn't increase. What surprised Zhang Yuan was that the progress had jumped by 10% in one go. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's expression changed. He looked at Liang Yu, somewhat speechless, only to find her smiling as she ate her meal, showing no sign of mischief whatsoever. Auntie, is this becoming a mandatory ritual every time we eat? Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, one hand quietly slipping under the table to seize the small foot wrapped in red silk. Then, his other hand followed suit beneath the table, his fingers beginning to tickle her foot in all directions. Ugh! Liang Yu, who had been eating, let out a startled cry, nearly spitting the rice in her mouth back onto the plate. Stifling her urge to laugh, Liang Yu feigned leaning back to create space for her thigh to withdraw, casually wiping a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. But how could her strength possibly match Zhang Yuan's? Even mustering all her strength like she was gnawing on a roasted chicken, she couldn't pull back the foot that Yuan was tormenting. Mommy, what's wrong? Why is your body twitching like that? Seeing Liang Yu's flushed cheeks and her body convulsing wildly as she stifled laughter, Xiaoling asked curiously. And nothing. Xiaoling, just eat your meal. Leave me alone. Liang Yu tried to keep her voice steady, but it still trembled slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan eased up on his teasing and gave her a mischievous grin. Auntie, I'm not satisfied with this dinner you made. You didn't even simmer the chicken soup. I don't care. After you finish eating, you're going to make me chicken soup. Once it's done, you have to take a sip first to taste it. Liang Yu didn't respond to Zhang Yuan right away. Instead, she gasped for breath, struggling to steady her breathing. Zhang Yuan had teased her so relentlessly earlier that she was momentarily speechless. Zhang Yuan showed no impatience, instead picking up a piece of abalone and eating it leisurely. It took a full 2 minutes before Liang Yu recovered, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yuan. Fine. I'll make you chicken soup later, just for you. Listening to their exchange, Xiaoling grew impatient. She placed her metal spoon in her bowl and crossed her arms. Mommy, I want chicken soup too. Chapter 104, Simmering Chicken Soup. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't hold back either, nearly spitting out a mouthful of rice. Fortunately, he managed to hold it back, preventing rice grains from landing on Liang Yu's face. Cough. 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 Zhang Yuan set down his chopsticks and bowl, coughing incessantly. By then, Liang Yu had finally caught her breath. She playfully tapped Xiaoling on the head with a scolding tone. Just eat your rice properly. Why are you eating chicken soup? Then, glancing at the few remaining bites of rice in Xiaoling's bowl, she immediately said. There's barely any left. Just shovel down a couple of bites and go back to your room to do homework. Oh. Got it. Xiaoling replied somewhat dejectedly, then lowered her head, quickly finishing the rice in a few bites before heading toward her room. But before leaving, she turned back to look at Zhang Yuan, her round eyes holding a hint of anticipation. Dad, don't forget to come with me to the school celebration in 3 days, okay? Don't worry, I won't forget. Go to your homework first, Xiaoling. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and waved at her. After Xiaoling went back to her room, Zhang Yuan turned to Liang Yu and raised an eyebrow. Auntie, when are you planning to make me another bowl of chicken soup? Seeing Zhang Yuan still asking about this, Liang Yu's pretty face flushed slightly. She pouted her lips and pretended to be indifferent as she said. Don't worry. After dinner, once we've cleared the table, we'll go downstairs to buy the ingredients and head straight to your place to make the chicken soup. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 50. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan chuckled silently. He hadn't expected someone as experienced as Liang Yu to blush. After that, neither mentioned the incident again. Instead, they fell into a seamless rhythm, speeding up their work in perfect harmony. During the meal, Liang Yu even shucked an entire plate of oysters for Zhang Yuan, carefully removing the meat to help him nourish himself. After they were full and satisfied, Zhang Yuan didn't sit idle. He took the initiative to clear away the dishes and utensils for Liang Yu. After all, Liang Yu wasn't short on money, she was short on love. She craved every kind of affection a husband could offer. This included, but wasn't limited to, intimacy, daily care, and having a rock-solid support during conflicts. Therefore, to swiftly complete his wish quest and boost Liang Yu's affection, Zhang Yuan had to start with these small daily gestures. Click. Closing the door behind them, Zhang Yuan naturally wrapped his arms around Liang Yu, burying his face between her breasts for an epic deep breath. Smells like mom. Zhang Yuan glanced at Liang Yu, whose cheeks were already flushed crimson, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he teased lightly. You little rascal, always taking advantage of your auntie. What are you talking about? Haven't I already taken everything I could? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Fine, just come straight to my room. No seasoning needed, I'll just skip the MSG when I simmer the soup later. Really? Don't you dare lie to me. Auntie's getting on in years now. She really can't handle it anymore. If something really happens, I'll be the one suffering. Relax, when have I ever lied to you? As they spoke, they had already reached Zhang Yuan's door. Click. Opening the door, Zhang Yuan scooped Liang Yu up in his arms and carried her straight to the kitchen, a space specially equipped for caring for children. The entire process felt interminably long. Beyond the physical sensations, it was only then that Zhang Yuan learned Liang Yu hailed from the 3 rivers and 4 provinces region. Only then did he grasp what kind of heavenly life the men from that region must lead. He stared at the 2 handprints on the floor-to-ceiling window and recalled Liang Yu's earlier words, "I'm no good at this." Zhang Yuan lay on the bed, holding Liang Yu in his arms, feeling a bit emotional. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Who could have imagined that just 10 days ago, he was merely a delivery guy, a lowly goblin killed in a collision with a truck. Now he'd transformed into a billionaire. And he'd tasted the charms of every top-tier beauty imaginable. If Liang Yu weren't right beside him now. Otherwise, Zhang Yuan would have genuinely wanted to stand by the floor-to-ceiling window and shout, "Life is a piece of cake." Then, Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly, pushing those thoughts aside. He looked at Liang Yu in his arms and gently pinched her cheek. "Auntie, I've already edited the surveillance footage into a video and uploaded it online. I reckon once tonight passes, the views will start rolling in. I'm sure that brat will be dragged over by his father to apologize to Xiaoling in person." Originally feeling exhausted after all the commotion and planning to curl up against Zhang Yuan's warm chest for a nap, Liang Yu suddenly perked up, looking at him in surprise. "You worked that fast? I thought it would take at least until tomorrow." Then, as if something occurred to her, Liang Yu grew concerned. "Honey, are you sure this is okay? That brat's father is, after all, the top dog in the Magic City." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan instantly understood what Liang Yu was worried about. He chuckled softly and gently flicked her delicate nose with his finger. "Don't worry, no one who gets that position is a pushover. He's not stupid enough to target us. Instead, he'll be forced by public pressure to apologize. You know, I invested $1 million in Douyin promotion for this video. It's guaranteed to get at least 10 million views." Hearing Zhang Yuan's explanation, Liang Yu finally nodded, her worries easing slightly. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something." Zhang Yuan seemed to suddenly remember something. He looked at Liang Yu in his arms and grinned mischievously. "Auntie, I actually own a place in the heart of Magic City. Want me to show you around tomorrow? And there's a surprise waiting for you." "Zhang Yuan, how did you suddenly become so wealthy?" Liang Yu was taken aback by Zhang Yuan's invitation. She knew he was wealthy. Fancy cars costing millions were no big deal for him. But that was perfectly normal for someone of his status. But when it came to real estate, especially property in the heart of Magic City, it was a different story. We're talking hundreds of millions here. Even Liang Hui couldn't casually pull out that kind of money to buy a single apartment. Sure, Zhang Yuan had mentioned before that he'd made some money through business ventures with friends, but surely not this much? Facing Liang Yu's inquiry, Zhang Yuan shrugged indifferently, saying with a carefree tone, "I've always been well off. With my talents, I'm always a welcome guest wherever I go. Alright, Auntie. Tomorrow, the 2 of us will take Xiaoling to school, and then I'll show you around." "Alright then." Liang Yu nodded, glanced at the time, and saw it was already 8 o'clock. She stood up and got dressed. "It's getting late, Xiao Yuan. I should head back, otherwise Xiaoling will start fussing." "Meishem, Auntie, you go upstairs first." Zhang Yuan nodded and watched Liang Yu leave. After Liang Yu left, Zhang Yuan felt a bit bored and couldn't sleep just yet. He opened his laptop, logged into the backend of the Book Flag website, and checked the novel's data. He discovered the read count had surpassed 10,000, and this was for a new book with only 50,000 words. The review section was flooded with thousands of desperate pleas for updates. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was somewhat surprised. After all, as a niche genre, the godly rich theme achieving such numbers was no small feat, especially for a brand new novel with only 50,000 words. Instantly, Zhang Yuan felt his enthusiasm surge. He opened his writing software and dove right in. Chapter 105, Shenko's Regrets. "No, this is bad. Secretary, have you seen the TikTok?" It was barely 7 in the morning when Louis was jolted awake by a phone call. Still half asleep, he answered only to hear news that instantly sobered him. "What the hell is Douyin?" Louis instinctively squeezed the stuffed animal beside Shenko's pillow, yawning as he spoke. "There's a sudden online backlash, and it involves you." After that, the voice on the other end grew quieter and quieter, clearly afraid to continue. "Involving me?" At those words, Louis snapped awake. He released the planet he'd been playing with and frowned. "Yes, it seems to be about your son." At this point, the person on the other end fell silent. "Alright, I understand. Get someone to suppress this immediately. Best to contact the platform manager and have all related videos blocked immediately." Louis forced himself to suppress his anger as he spoke. After hanging up, his hands suddenly tensed with force. Ah! It hurts. Chenko, who had been half asleep, jolted awake, clutching her chest and gasping in pain. Oomph, this will teach you a lesson. How many times have I told you not to be so high profile? Now look what you've done. This has blown up into such a mess. And did Tianxi spend last night facing the wall in reflection? Hearing Lui's voice tinged with anger, Chenka sobered up completely, realizing yesterday's incident was finally coming back to bite her. At the same time, regret began to creep into Chenka's heart. If she'd known Zhang Yuan was so bold, she never would have provoked him. Honey, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. Chenka had risen to her position through her own exceptional qualities. As soon as Lui spoke, she began apologizing, sweetly burrowing into his lap with a coy smile as she tied up her hair. Her words were somewhat slurred. Last night, I already made Tianxi face the wall for 5 hours. But after he finished reflecting, it was very late, and Tianxi went to sleep without eating. Seeing Chenko's sincere apology, Lui's expression softened considerably. His voice lost its anger, growing slightly gentler. Better he didn't eat. At such a young age, he dares to lie and bully his classmates. My entire life has been like walking on thin ice. How could such a trivial matter ruin one's career? After we finish eating, wake Tianxi. I'll personally take him to apologize in person. Lui said calmly. Given his status, he naturally wouldn't tolerate Liang Hui's actions. But with public opinion already running so high, he couldn't afford to be too harsh. After all, Lui had discovered that Liang Hui's daughter ran a media company and maintained close ties with the Zhao family, one of Shanghai's most prominent local clans. If he overreacted and it was recorded or filmed, then leaked online, and he failed to suppress the backlash, his career would be over. Understood, dear. Chenku mumbled indistinctly. Meanwhile. Ugh. Finally finished writing. Zhang Yuan stretched lazily, glancing out the window to find dawn had broken. Commuters were already bustling along the streets. Damn, the system's work is truly top-notch. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. After all, he knew the online literature industry inside out. Most authors could only write intensely for an hour before needing a break. But with his master writer skill and the corresponding identity card, Zhang Yuan had no need to worry about such limitations. After all, the 140,000-word manuscript quietly resting in his computer was the best proof of that. He'd written all night long, his inspiration still flowing freely, with no sign of drying up. Combined with his staggering 13,000-word-per-hour output, Zhang Yuan could easily be called a human word processing machine. Glancing at the time on his phone, he was startled to see it was already past 8 o'clock. 12 hours have passed, and I don't feel the slightest bit tired? After all, he hadn't slept for 30 straight hours. Even his previously enhanced body would show some signs of fatigue under such conditions. But now? 30 hours without sleep, and he was as energetic as ever. Immediately, Zhang Yuan abandoned any thoughts of catching up on sleep. He headed straight to the bathroom for a shower, emerging feeling completely refreshed. Stepping out of the bathroom, he glanced at his phone and saw a message from Liang Yu. He tapped to play the voice note. Honey, I'm all dressed up now, and Xiao Ling has finished eating. Let's head out. Kisses. A faint smile touched Zhang Yuan's lips as he listened. He recorded a voice reply. What's there to kiss now? We'll kiss corn on the cob later. After sending the voice message, Zhang Yuan headed straight out the door, up the stairs, and into Liang Yu's apartment. Creak. He pulled open the slightly ajar door. Zhang Yuan glanced at Xiao Ling, who was packing her school bag in the living room, and smiled slightly. Couldn't have packed this stuff last night? Now you're rushing around like crazy. Saying this, Zhang Yuan walked over to help Xiao Ling pack her bag. After they finished, Zhang Yuan glanced around the room and noticed Liang Yu was nowhere to be seen. Curious, he asked. Xiao Ling, where's Mom? Dad, Mom's in her room putting on makeup. She's been so vain this morning, changing outfits constantly and asking me which one looks best. It took so long I didn't even have time to eat, which is why we're running late. I was just organizing my textbooks, it really had nothing to do with me. Xiao Ling pouted slightly, her voice tinged with annoyance. Hearing Xiao Ling's words, Zhang Yuan grinned instantly, rubbing her head with satisfaction. Not bad. Xiao Ling did quite well today. She finally stopped sounding so formal when she called me that deserves praise. He then withdrew his hand, intending to head to the room for a surprise inspection of his aunt. Just as he turned, darkness suddenly enveloped Zhang Yuan's vision. Feeling the soft, warm sensation covering his eyes, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Auntie, you want corn on the cob? Hey! How can you be so inconsiderate? Blurting out anything without thinking. Hearing the first few words Zhang Yuan uttered, Liang Yu instantly understood what he was about to say and hurriedly covered his mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan stuck out his tongue and licked Liang Yu's palm. You, gross. Liang Yu quickly pulled her hand away. Xiao Ling, watching curiously from the side, asked, Mom and Dad, you were just covering his mouth. Why did it suddenly become gross? Nothing. Stop messing around. Let's take Xiao Ling to school first. Hearing Xiao Ling's words, Zhang Yuan shook his head and turned to look at Liang Yu. His eyes suddenly lit up. Liang Yu didn't wear makeup often, but Zhang Yuan had seen her twice before. The difference was minimal. She'd merely evened out her skin tone and made her eyes appear more vibrant, nothing like the stunning transformation before him now. Her naturally delicate features, enhanced only by light makeup, could outshine any magazine cover model. Her high, straight nose paired with those captivating, wide-set European-style eyes brought her allure to its peak. Especially paired with the blue stepmother dress she wore today, it added a touch of allure, radiating the essence of a married woman. Chapter 106, I haven't bought you any jewelry yet. Xiaoling, if anyone dares to bully you at school today, remember to tell mommy right away. Liang Yu called after her as she walked through the school gate. I know, Mom. After Dad stood up for me yesterday, Lu Tianxi wouldn't dare bully me again. Xiaoling flashed Liang Yu a sweet smile, waved goodbye, then grabbed her backpack straps and floated toward the classroom. Click. Closing the car door, Liang Yu slid into Zhang Yuan's Ferrari LaFerrari. Ignoring the envious stares from most of the people around her, she said with some concern. Xiaoling is so carefree. She was bullied yesterday, yet today she acts like nothing happened. I'm genuinely worried she'll get picked on at school. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan in the driver's seat shrugged and replied with a smile. Isn't that perfect? It shows Xiaoling is carefree all day. As long as we protect her, she won't get bullied. I suppose you're right. Liang Yu nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, glancing at his phone to check the time. It was only 9 o'clock, still a while before their 10 o'clock meeting with Gu Qiulan. He suggested. Auntie, how about we go to the mall together? I haven't bought you any jewelry yet. I feel a bit ashamed about that. After saying this, Zhang Yuan smiled sheepishly. What's the big deal? Your wife isn't short on money either. Liang Yu shrugged indifferently. It's just buying something like a diamond ring. That stuff is just a tax on intelligence, it depreciates the moment you buy it. She glanced at Zhang Yuan, gave him a wink, and giggled. But, my little man, I'm still really happy you thought of me like this. But I'm warning you, if I pick out jewelry, it'll be pricey. Don't complain about the cost later. Ha, pick whatever you want. Spending money on my wife only brings me joy, never a headache. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily as he started the car and headed toward the nearest mixed-C mall. V-room. 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 The Ferrari LaFerrari's engine roared to life, unleashing a wolf-like howl as it sped past. Even near Xiaoling's school, where luxury cars were commonplace, Zhang Yuan's LaFerrari still stood out like a sore thumb. Damn, that's one flashy LaFerrari. On the street, a young guy in an old man's vest stared in shock as a red lightning bolt streaked past him. Damn, it's not just flashy, it's downright reckless. Driving this fast in the city just to impress some chick? He's got no fear of crashing. His buddy looked like he was still shaking from the scare. Damn it, you know what? That guy driving that flashy red LaFerrari actually has a cool contrast going for him. It sure works on the ladies. Next time, I'm painting my Beetle red too. Hearing this, the young guy in the old man's vest shot his buddy a look of utter disgust. Are you being genuinely abstract or just pretending? What the hell does the color of the paint have to do with picking up girls? Don't you see how handsome he is and what kind of car he drives? Forget the car. Just look at that face. If that guy put on a little makeup, lightened his skin, and wore a skirt, I wouldn't mind either. Under his companion's stunned gaze, the young man in the old man's vest grew increasingly lewd in his remarks. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan and Liang Yu were destined never to hear these words. Walking through the 4th floor of the shopping mall, Liang Yu linked her arm through Zhang Yuan's, her tone brimming with cheer. Zhang Yuan, I gotta say, you've been doing great these past couple days. It's almost like I'm falling in love. Not only have you refrained from bringing any of my sisters home in front of me these past days, but you've also firmly chosen me over Jiwei. Ahem. 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 Auntie, please don't say things like that. You're making me feel a bit embarrassed. Zhang Yuan coughed twice, feeling a bit uneasy inside. He figured that once they arrived at Jingyuan, Gu Qiulan would likely be there soon too. He'd originally planned to enjoy the blessings of having 2 women, but now it seemed rather difficult. Especially after Liang Yu had just said all that. If Gu Qiulan suddenly showed up, Zhang Yuan suspected her expression wouldn't be any less dramatic than Gu Qiulan's, it might even be more spectacular. What's wrong? Am I embarrassing you by complimenting you? Liang Yu covered her mouth and giggled softly. Nothing. It just feels a bit over the top. As they spoke, the two entered Chow Tai Fook. Good evening, handsome gentlemen and lovely ladies. What type of jewelry might you be interested in today? The moment she spotted them, a saleswoman inside Chow Tai Fook's store lit up with excitement and hurried over to greet them. The other sales assistants, a bit slower to react, shot resentful glances at the one attending to Zhang Yuan and Liang Yu. They thought, damn it, that woman snatched another big sale right from under our noses. After all, even without considering their outfits, just judging by their looks, Zhang Yuan and his companion clearly weren't the type to be broke. After Liang Yu finished her makeup, her appearance could project 2 distinct impressions, a rare quality indeed. One was the youthful, girlish charm of a girl who had taken a rejuvenating potion, while the other was naturally the allure of a married woman. Both vibes blended seamlessly on her, appearing utterly natural without any awkwardness. As for Zhang Yuan, needless to say, if it weren't for Liang Yu, the stunning beauty herself, those sales assistants would have practically pounced on him, devouring him whole. Who knew you were so popular? Feeling the intense stares directed at Zhang Yuan, Liang Yu glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. Heh, don't even go there. Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly. Facing all those stares, he felt anything but happy, just incredibly uncomfortable. Now he finally understood being a celebrity wasn't something just anyone could handle. After all, enduring fans' intense stares while interacting with them calmly was incredibly difficult for Zhang Yuan. Glancing at the saleswoman standing respectfully beside him, Zhang Yuan turned to Liang Yu with a light chuckle. Auntie, hurry up and pick something. If you don't, the saleswoman's going to get tired standing here. Hearing this, the saleswoman's gaze toward Zhang Yuan and Liang Yu shifted abruptly, tinged with amusement. She thought to herself. Wow, are young people these days really this playful? I thought calling your partner's sister-in-law was rare enough, but calling her auntie? As for whether Liang Yu was genuinely Zhang Yuan's aunt, that never crossed the saleswoman's mind. After all, Liang Yu looked impossibly young. Even though she also had a certain mature, married woman vibe, she still gave off the impression of being no older than 23. Seeing the smile on the saleswoman's face when she hadn't even noticed herself, Liang Yu was momentarily speechless. She knew the other woman had misunderstood something, but she didn't say much about it. After all, her relationship with Zhang Yuan could be described as rather unusual. After all, the adopted son had hooked up with the adoptive father. Chapter 107, Phoenix Crown and Bridal Robes. After a thorough selection process that left Liang Yu unsatisfied, her gaze fell upon the phoenix crown and bridal robes displayed in the outer showcase. Her eyes lit up instantly, and a faint, mischievous smile curved her lips. Brother-in-law, I think I found a piece of jewelry I really like. I just wonder if you'd be willing to buy it for me and then give it to me with the proper ceremony. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan grew curious. What kind of jewelry? And you want a proper ceremony to go with it? Here, that one. Liang Yu pointed to the upright display case ahead, where a magnificent phoenix crown crafted entirely of gold stood on display. Following her gesture, Zhang Yuan looked over, his eyes widening slightly as he stared at Liang Yu in surprise. Auntie, isn't that thing for weddings? Zhang Yuan didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Yes, it's for weddings. Liang Yu turned to Zhang Yuan, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she offered a coy smile. Brother-in-law, surely you wouldn't refuse to give me a wedding? Cough. 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 Stop. Noticing the increasingly strange looks from those around him, Zhang Yuan hurriedly silenced Liang Yu. You really want it? I really want it. Liang Yu nodded firmly. This wasn't a joke. She just couldn't bring herself to say those words seriously, so she resorted to this playful approach to make Zhang Yuan understand her feelings. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, his mind racing. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to buy it for Liang Yu. If it were any other piece of jewelry, even if Liang Yu wanted to buy 100 pieces at once, Zhang Yuan wouldn't bat an eye before buying them for her. But a phoenix crown and ceremonial robes were formal items in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Such formal attire demanded equal consideration for all his consorts. If he were to present them, it would be to the entire harem together, all to be worn in the bridal chamber. Immediately, Zhang Yuan turned to the saleswoman beside him and asked curiously. This is just an ordinary piece, right? Probably just for display purposes? It probably isn't for sale, right? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the saleswoman's eyes lit up with excitement. Could this handsome man actually be considering buying the phoenix crown and brocade robes? If it sold, the total value was over 20 million yuan. Her commission alone would be over 100,000 yuan, enough to cover several months' salary. Immediately, the saleswoman walked up to the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes with a beaming smile and began her introduction. This phoenix crown and ceremonial robe were crafted by our nation's top artisans. Even at headquarters, you'd be hard-pressed to find more than a handful of such pieces. After all, pure gold phoenix crowns and robes are extremely rare in China. Listening to the saleswoman's rambling, Zhang Yuan felt a bit exasperated and cut her off. Just tell me straight up if I can buy it or not. There's no need for all this. Alright then, I'll be blunt. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the saleswoman gave a sheepish chuckle. Her reason for rambling on like that was to inflate Zhang Yuan's psychological expectations for the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes. After all, jewelry priced at a staggering 23 million yuan was truly beyond the means of most people. Moreover, many people treat gold as an investment product. Although this phoenix crown and ceremonial robe was truly masterfully crafted, it was essentially unsellable. It was simply priced too high. Based on the materials used, even with the heaviest construction, it weighed only 5 kilograms. At a gold price of 600 yuan per gram, that would only amount to 3 million yuan, meaning the markup is nearly tenfold. Even the wealthiest second-generation elites wouldn't typically buy it. They may be rich, but they aren't foolish. This phoenix crown and ceremonial robe will cost 23 million yuan in total. The saleswoman quoted the price nervously. Although Zhang Yuan and his companion appeared wealthy, this crown and robe were truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Had Liang Yu not explicitly stated earlier that she had no interest in other jewelry, and had Zhang Yuan not genuinely appeared capable of purchasing the entire set, the saleswoman wouldn't have been so nervous. As the saying goes, when there's no hope for something, you won't care about success or failure. But when you see hope, especially when it seems high, every step you take becomes cautious. Upon hearing the price, it wasn't Zhang Yuan who recoiled in shock first, it was Liang Yu, who had been clamoring to buy it from the start. Honey, this is way too expensive. Over 20 million? Let's just forget it. With that money, we could buy a house in the suburbs. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan gave Liang Yu a half smile, half sneer. But just a moment ago, you insisted you absolutely had to have this phoenix crown and ceremonial robe, didn't you? Why don't you want it now? Don't worry, I can still scrape that much together. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly before turning to the saleswoman. So is this the only phoenix crown and wedding gown set available? Zhang Yuan thought that Gu Qiulan would also be arriving at the villa shortly. If there was only one set, it wouldn't be much fun. You mean you want to buy 2 sets? The saleswoman thought she must have misheard and asked again, incredulous. Yes, is that a problem? Of course it's fine. That's absolutely perfect. Seeing Zhang Yuan genuinely intent on buying 2 sets, the saleswoman nearly jumped for joy. She immediately exclaimed. Although the Phoenix Crown and Brocade Robe headquarters didn't produce many of these, as the flagship store in the heart of Magic City's commercial district, we do have some special privileges. We happen to have 2 sets of this Phoenix Crown and Scarlet Robe originally kept as backups in case of unexpected issues during the exhibition. But if you want them today, we can sell both sets to you. The saleswoman fought to contain her excitement, striving to keep her tone calm. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan nodded. Alright, I'll take both sets. Just make sure to handle the paperwork like invoices quickly, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Glancing at the time on his phone, now past 9:30, Zhang Yuan added. You can trust us to handle everything. Seeing Zhang Yuan confirm his purchase, the saleswoman could no longer suppress her smile. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes didn't make her look old, instead, they seemed to radiate good fortune. Noticing this, sales assistants nearby, whether attending customers or not, all turned to stare at Zhang Yuan, their eyes filled with doubt and envy. After all, 2 sets of imperial wedding robes weren't something just any second-generation heir could afford. With a combined value nearing 50 million yuan, even the wealthiest scions wouldn't waste money on such extravagance unless they were foolish. The envy stemmed from the fact that if Zhang Yuan truly purchased both sets, the saleswoman assigned to him would essentially be promoted overnight. She'd likely be promoted to headquarters, or at the very least land a manager position. It would be a piece of cake. Though they called each other sisters in everyday life, as the saying goes, you fear your sister suffering hardship, but you also fear her driving a Range Rover. Zhang Yuan, why on earth did you buy 2 sets? Liang Yu shot Zhang Yuan a suspicious look. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan naturally couldn't reveal the truth just yet. After a moment's thought, he carefully replied. You'll find out soon enough. Fine. Seeing Zhang Yuan unwilling to explain, Liang Yu could only pout. Sir, the card reader is ready. Shall we proceed? The saleswoman's voice trembled slightly with nervousness. After all, this was the most crucial moment, and victory was far from assured. Witnessing this, not only the cashier but also nearby customers paused, their eyes turning curiously toward Zhang Yuan. Go ahead and swipe it. Zhang Yuan ignored the surrounding stares, calmly producing his black card. Yes, sir. The saleswoman excitedly held out both hands, receiving the black card with utmost respect. Even though she had suspected Zhang Yuan was wealthy, the heir to a prominent family, a lingering worry had remained in her heart. What if he couldn't afford it? All her excitement would have been for nothing, especially since her expectations had been so high. But the moment she saw the black card, all worries vanished instantly, replaced by shock and delight. After all, a deal worth over 40 million meant her commission would be nearly $500,000. As for the other sales assistants around them, they were green with envy. Other customers were stunned that Zhang Yuan was a black card holder. Even in Shanghai, where money was practically no object, fewer than 100 people held black cards. And today, they had encountered someone of such exalted status. And the store remained completely quiet. Everyone feared disturbing Zhang Yuan. After all, with such a tycoon right before their eyes, who wouldn't harbor a flicker of hope to catch Zhang Yuan's eye and ascend to the pinnacle of success? Though Liang Yu remained silent and expressionless, appearing utterly unfazed, the opposite was true. Her mind was reeling with utter shock. When did Zhang Yuan get a black card? Even my old buddy doesn't qualify for that thing. Beep. After inserting the black card into the card reader, without a hitch, the 6-inch screen displayed 4 bold characters, payment successful. Chapter 108, just how high is Zhang Yuan's net worth? Seeing this, even though they had mentally prepared themselves, the surrounding cashiers and customers were still stunned into silence. Only 5 words echoed in their minds. I hate rich people. Taking the gift bag containing the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes from the saleswoman, Zhang Yuan nodded. He then took Liang Yu's delicate hand. Let's go, auntie. Liang Yu nodded, ignoring the envious stares around them. Once Zhang Yuan had walked away, a petite young man clutching his bearded boyfriend's hand remarked with a hint of disdain. Look at them, handsome and loaded. I don't ask for much, just that you'd be more ambitious. He only makes 8,000 a month? How's he supposed to support me? You can barely support yourself. If you don't start trying harder, I'm breaking up with you and finding someone better. Witnessing this scene, the customers and sales staff, whose moods had been gradually calming, suddenly perked up, stealing glances at the pair. They secretly gloated inside. Damn it, I thought it was a gold digger rejecting her boyfriend, but it turned out to be a Sichuan opera. Feeling the stares, the man with the bushy beard grew visibly uncomfortable and angry. After all, being publicly berated like this left him feeling rather humiliated. Immediately, the bearded man stopped indulging his childish girlfriend and snapped angrily. You bloodsucker. You don't work, you don't earn a penny, yet you spend all day criticizing me and demanding emotional support. You eat my food, use my stuff, spend my money, and you have the nerve to accuse me of not trying? If you've got any backbone, we break up right now. Pack your bags and get the hell out tonight. Hearing the bearded man's words, Xiaonan Yang felt a surge of anger, but she couldn't think of a rebuttal in the moment. After all, that line about having better options was pure posturing. If he really had better prospects, she'd have been kicked to the curb ages ago. For a moment, Xiaonan Yang's pretty face flushed red then paled, but she finally relented, her voice soft and sweet as she said. Oh dear, baby, I was just joking earlier. Don't be angry. I'll reward you properly tonight. She bit her lip and added, just lie down and sleep. Leave the rest to me. Hearing this, the bearded man's expression softened. Not wanting to lose such a sweet and tender boyfriend, his voice immediately mellowed. Baby, I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. It's all my fault. Oh, it's fine. It's my fault for not noticing your mood lately. Baby, give me a kiss. With that, they shared a kiss as they walked away, vanishing from everyone's sight. Whoa! Watching their retreating figures, a male customer suddenly clutched his buttocks and sucked in a sharp breath. If I had hemorrhoids, wouldn't that be like fighting a bloody battle? His girlfriend, whom he was holding hands with, nodded in agreement. Yeah, finding an ATM machine isn't easy these days. With his scrawny 5 feet 4 inches frame, facing that bushy bearded guy? It looked like a real struggle. Seeing his girlfriend speak so bluntly, the guy flushed red and immediately pulled her toward the exit. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Inside the car, Liang Yu glanced at the gift bag holding 2 boxes in the rearview mirror. Her suspicious gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan as she spoke slowly. Xiao Yuan, what's the meaning behind buying 2 sets of phoenix crowns and ceremonial robes? Could it be, you want them for other women too? Or, did you call in other sisters for me today, planning to play wedding night games? Otherwise, why would you have gone out of your way to buy 2 wedding outfits at that Chinese clothing store earlier? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan hadn't expected Liang Yu to guess so accurately. Feeling a bit guilty, he rubbed his nose and cleared his throat softly. Ahem, well, pretty much. After all, they were almost at Ding Yuan. Since Liang Yu had already figured it out, Zhang Yuan saw no point in pretending anymore. Oh, I see. Liang Yu nodded, but suddenly froze mid-air. As if realizing something, she abruptly turned to stare at Zhang Yuan, her expression turning sharp. You faithless scoundrel. I knew it. Why buy 2 sets? You were just waiting here for me. You didn't even bother pretending anymore, did you? And don't tell me she's a new sister? Zhang Yuan, you really are something, aren't you? So many women like you, you're truly charming. Once you've got a bunch of women around you, you'll just toss me aside, won't you? Liang Yu practically gritted her teeth as she spat out each word. Seeing Liang Yu genuinely upset, Zhang Yuan quickly tried to smooth things over. Hey, auntie, don't get mad. You're the one I love most. No matter what, you'll always be the main wife. Besides, they won't be new sisters, you'll know them. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Liang Yu's anger subsided slightly. Still, she shot him a cold glance and said flatly. Knowing your usual tricks, you've probably just started a new harem. But if it's someone I know, it must be Su Wanqing, right? She raised an eyebrow, her tone unconcerned. Don't try to lie to me, kid. I don't believe you don't have any feelings for little Su. Seeing Liang Yu lay it all out so bluntly, Zhang Yuan could only clear his throat awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. I did have a tiny bit of interest, but just a tiny bit. Seeing this, Liang Yu's expression softened slightly as she pursed her lips. So it was Xiaogu then? That girl had this aura of a newlywed when I last saw her. Why did you have to go and do that? She gestured toward the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes tucked inside the gift bag in the back row. Oh, auntie, that only proves how deeply devoted I am to you both. Even after consummating the marriage, I still haven't grown tired of her. Seeing that Liang Yu wasn't as angry anymore, Zhang Yuan's tone grew bold once more. Pfft, you're just a smooth-talking little rascal. Liang Yu gave a light snort. Hee, isn't this just me trying to chat more with my wife? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. We're here. Hearing this, Liang Yu looked out the car window. A grand marble gate in Western medieval style stood before her. Through the stone entrance, she could see the grounds beyond, rockeries, ponds, fountains, all perfectly arranged. Pretty high-end, was Liang Yu's silent assessment. Her gaze then lifted to the two characters carved into the marble gate. Jing Yuan. Ha? Liang Yu gasped softly. Zhang Yuan, you meant the property was in Jing Yuan? Liang Yu was somewhat stunned. Though she had inherited her husband's estate and was worth over 100 million, her cash reserves amounted to only 10 million. She had heard rumors about Jing Yuan from Liang Hui, a property ranked among the top 3 in the metropolis. It didn't appear on mapping apps, and ordinary people weren't even worthy of knowing its existence. Moreover, even if you were a second-generation or first-generation tycoon, your assets still mattered. To buy property in Jing Yuan, you needed at least 10 billion in liquid assets, and that was merely the minimum entry requirement. Those who actually acquire properties in Jing Yuan are typically tycoons worth over 10 billion. But when did the little man by her side, Zhang Yuan, acquire a background even more formidable than his father's, with a net worth exceeding 10 billion? Chapter 109, My Lady, It's Time to Change. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotion points. Current emotion points, 100. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan felt a pang of emotion. After putting on such a show all day, Liang Yu hadn't reacted much, but Jing Yuan was different. Those two words represented far more than mere real estate. They embodied connections, capital, and every conceivable resource. But fair raising the threshold has made grinding emotion points increasingly difficult, Zhang Yuan mused inwardly. The difficulty of boosting Gu Qiulan and Liang Yu's emotional values had increased significantly compared to before. Wasn't this practically forcing him to build a harem? Otherwise, if the emotional thresholds kept climbing higher and higher, Zhang Yuan couldn't possibly buy the entire place just to win a smile from a beauty, could he? That's just unrealistic. It's okay. Like I said before, I partnered with a friend to start a small business. Zhang Yuan said casually, then rolled down the window and scanned the iris recognition system beside him. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Liang Yu felt a storm surge within her heart, her mind racing with speculation. Two people partnering up to run a small business. This thought led Liang Yu to recall one of the essential requirements for purchasing property in Jing Yuan, connections. Zhang Yuan's partner must be someone standing at the very pinnacle of Shanghai's elite, right? Liang Yu inwardly gasped in astonishment. Seeing Zhang Yuan remain silent, Liang Yu refrained from prying further. After all, everyone had their privacy. Turning her gaze to the window, Liang Yu felt profoundly moved. Not far away stood a medieval Western European-style church, from which the solemn and mysterious sound of chanting drifted intermittently. Liang Yu then surveyed the surroundings, mentally estimating that Jingyuan Park must cover at least 20 acres. And this was in the land-scarce metropolis of Shanghai. Just the land purchase alone, she conservatively estimated, would cost no less than 10 billion yuan. Add development costs to that, well, she couldn't even begin to fathom the total. Inside the central control room, the security personnel, who had been dozing off, instantly perked up upon seeing the screen display indicating owner Zero had returned home. Muttering to himself, it's been 5 days since the last time. Finally back. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, property management? Yeah, what's up? A lazy voice came through the phone. The owner of Villa Zero is back. Before they leave, make sure to assign the private butler and bodyguard they've been missing since last time. Hearing the security guard's request, the property management representative instantly perked up, shedding the earlier disinterested demeanor. The security guard, of course, picked up on the shift in tone and couldn't help but feel a quiet satisfaction. Oof. Just some receptionist from the property management office. What's there to put on airs about? The moment they hear it's about the owner of Villa Zero, they turn into a fawning lackey. We're here. Auntie, please step out. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuan, seated in the driver's seat, suddenly spoke up. He then removed the keys, stepped out, and opened the passenger door for Liang Yu with remarkable elegance. Don't forget the imperial robes in the backseat, you'll need them for the 3-row formation later. After getting out, Liang Yu smiled and gestured toward the backseat of the Lafa. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan instantly lost his composure. Gone was the aloof, melancholic demeanor from moments before. He sighed helplessly. Auntie, could you phrase that a bit more tactfully? You're making me feel a bit embarrassed. Zhang Yuan said, though inwardly he thought, while it was indeed a bit awkward, there was also good news. Auntie seemed to be accepting it, which meant he wouldn't have to waste time convincing both of them later. He just needed to prepare Gu Qiulan mentally. With that thought, they approached the entrance of Villa Zero. Auntie, I'll start by scanning your iris into the system. From now on, treat this place like your own home. Come anytime you like. Hearing this, Liang Yu was taken aback. Xiao Yuan, weren't we supposed to scan the face? Why did it change to the iris? Well, facial recognition is easier to spoof, and the system can make mistakes. But irises are unique to each person, and unlike fingerprints, they can't be easily replicated. Zhang Yuan offered a brief explanation. After listening to his explanation, Liang Yu nodded slightly before asking suspiciously. You said Xiao Gu will be here soon too. Don't tell me she's already registered her iris recognition? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan froze slightly, feeling a twinge of unease. He hadn't expected Liang Yu to be so sharp. She'd immediately picked up on this detail. Fortunately, he had only brought Gu Qiulan once before, and that visit had been rushed. There hadn't been time to record her iris. Immediately, Zhang Yuan shook his head, glancing at Liang Yu with a mischievous grin. Nope. Auntie's my first time, you know. Pfft, you'd think it was your first time, Liang Yu feigned disdain, though the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her. Alright, it's already recorded. Let's go inside. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly, draping his arm around Liang Yu's shoulder as they headed toward the house. Upon entering the living room, Zhang Yuan promptly leaped onto the sofa and sprawled out without a care for his appearance. Liang Yu, beside him, was much more composed. Her eyes scanned the living room, silently nodding to herself. No wonder it's Jing Yuan. Even the most basic sofa is a custom-made, handcrafted piece imported from Germany. Conservative estimate this sofa alone is worth nearly $500,000. Lying on the sofa playing with his phone, Zhang Yuan watched Liang Yu standing in the living room with a puzzled look. She kept glancing around the room. Auntie, aren't you going to sit down? Why are you just standing there? Oh, no, nothing. I was just thinking about something. Liang Yu shook her head, her cheeks flushing slightly. She didn't voice her true thoughts. After all, she was the sister of a publicly listed company's CEO. She couldn't very well act like a country bumpkin and be shocked by furniture. By the way, Xiaogu should be here soon, right? Liang Yu changed the subject. Yeah, timing-wise he should be here soon, but it's almost rush hour now, so traffic jams are possible. Zhang Yuan glanced at the time and saw it was already 10 o'clock. He guessed Gu Qiulan must be driving the Maserati he'd bought for her. Otherwise, if she left around 9 as usual, even with traffic, a taxi wouldn't have taken this long. After that, Zhang Yuan revised all the drafts he'd finished writing last night and uploaded them to the Shuqi website. Recalling the hundreds of comments in the review section this morning begging for updates, Zhang Yuan thought to himself, I'll post over 100,000 words at once and let you all read your fill. With that thought, he rose and unwrapped the gift bag placed on the other end of the sofa. He took out the phoenix crown, ceremonial robe, and wedding attire from one box, then glanced at Liang Yu with a faint smile. My dear, put them on. Chapter 110, The Surprise Under the Trenchcoat. Isn't it a bit inappropriate in broad daylight? Liang Yu held the bright red wedding gown in her hands, its wide sleeves trailing to the floor. What's wrong with daytime? We're not doing anything illegal. Zhang Yuan stood behind Liang Yu, removing the hairpin that held her hair in place. Then, a gentle breeze stirred, and Liang Yu's neatly coiled black hair instantly cascaded down to her waist. Auntie, let me rearrange your hair. This way, the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes will fit perfectly. Husband, I'll do whatever you say. Feeling the warmth of Zhang Yuan's breath on her neck, Liang Yu's body tingled with pleasure as she let him do as he pleased. Not bad. Job well done. Looking at the strawberry-like dimples he'd worked so hard to create on Liang Yu's neck and the neatly arranged hairstyle, Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. After Zhang Yuan had nurtured her, Liang Yu naturally exuded a mature woman's allure, not in a vulgar way, but rather with an air of dignified elegance and nobility. Now, dressed in the wedding gown Zhang Yuan had personally selected for her, that noble aura was perfectly accentuated. Auntie, honestly, seeing you like this now compared to before, it makes me feel like I could commit a crime. Zhang Yuan gazed at Liang Yu, her expression coy yet her bearing impeccably dignified. His eyes grew fiery as he swallowed hard, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. My dear, how about we seize the moment and consummate our marriage tonight? Seeing Zhang Yuan like this, Liang Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle softly, her eyes gleaming like a seductive fox spirit. Sure thing. No sooner had the words left her lips than Zhang Yuan lunged toward her. Liang Yu had anticipated this move and stepped back just in time, evading his advance. I wasn't finished speaking yet. Why the rush? Liang Yu raised an eyebrow. You little man, you really have no restraint. Doing this so often every day, aren't you afraid you'll run out of steam later? Seeing Liang Yu maintain a tantalizing distance while batting her eyes at him, Zhang Yuan admitted he was utterly hooked. A faint smile touched his lips. Auntie, shouldn't you know better than anyone whether I'll be able to keep up in the future? Hearing this, Liang Yu's flushed face flushed redder. Remembering last night's grueling experience, she couldn't help but shudder. It was true, just as Zhang Yuan had said. Whether he would lose his strength in the future, she, Liang Yu, was indeed the one who knew best. But she wouldn't admit defeat. Though her heart fluttered with apprehension, she stubbornly turned her head away with a pout. Whether you'll be up to the task in the future? I have no idea. You'll find out soon enough. No sooner had Zhang Yuan finished speaking than he lunged toward Liang Yu, sweeping her into his arms. I refuse to accept this. You ambushed me. Liang Yu buried her face against Zhang Yuan's chest, murmuring her complaint, yet her face betrayed an uncontrollable smile, not a trace of reluctance in sight. Suddenly, her body trembled. Blushing, she looked up at Zhang Yuan, her brows slightly furrowed, radiating charm. Keep your hands to yourself. Didn't you say we'd wait for Xiaogu? It won't be too late once she arrives. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan agreed, though stopping his planetary observation was out of the question. Not only did he need to observe the planet, but he also needed an epic lungful. He immediately buried his head and took a deep, satisfying drag. Ding! Just then, the doorbell rang outside the living room. Zhang Yuan lifted his head, glanced at Liang Yu, who was flushed with embarrassment, pinched her lips, and chuckled softly. Gu Qiulan got stuck in traffic, but what perfect timing! It couldn't have been better. He then walked to the front door, peered through the peephole, and saw that the visitor was indeed Gu Qiulan. What puzzled Zhang Yuan, however, was why Gu Qiulan was wearing a trench coat on such a sweltering day. Click! Zhang Yuan opened the door. Before he could speak, Gu Qiulan rushed in and jumped onto him. Hee, sis-in-law, I've parachuted right into your villa. Faced with Gu Qiulan's sudden attack and flirtatious remark, Zhang Yuan chuckled helplessly. Then Big Brother will take good care of you right now. Then, with a hint of confusion, he asked. By the way, Qiulan, it's broad daylight and so hot, why are you wearing a trench coat? Isn't it stuffy? At this, Gu Qiulan gave a mysterious smile, lifting her chin haughtily. Hee, just unbutton it for me, and you'll find out. I'm wearing this as a surprise for you. Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Several possibilities flashed through his mind, but he didn't want to jump to conclusions before seeing for himself. He gave a mischievous grin and began unbuttoning it slowly. Gu Qiulan didn't mind Zhang Yuan's mischievousness. On the contrary, she had deliberately prepared this surprise precisely for this kind of reaction. After all, she knew Zhang Yuan had many women around him. Just competing with Liang Yu alone made Gu Qiulan feel she couldn't win, let alone with Zhang Yuan's official girlfriend looming above them. If it were anyone else, Gu Qiulan wouldn't have cared. She was confident she could win favor. But when it came to Shen Jiwei, she always felt a pang of guilt. Ahem, you're practically tempting me to commit a crime in broad daylight. As Zhang Yuan slowly undid the buttons, a stunningly seductive outfit instantly caught his eye. Whoa! Staring at the lace-trimmed vest before him, he sucked in a sharp breath. The gaps in the lace were wide enough to fit a finger, revealing an almost obscene amount of skin. His gaze drifted downward, and Zhang Yuan's eyes whitened instantly. A pair of thigh-high stockings with a garter belt came into view, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. How about it, big bro? Seeing Zhang Yuan's drooling expression, Gu Qiulan smiled with satisfaction. A seductive expression appeared on her innocent face, paired with her faintly flushed cheeks, creating an extreme contrast. I love it. I absolutely love it. Zhang Yuan's eyes burned with desire. Oh, is that so? Gu Qiulan gave a seductive smile, shedding her trench coat to reveal the outfit she'd carefully prepared for Zhang Yuan. Now then? Nice outfit. Even I can't resist trying it on. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a sudden compliment rang out. Gu Qiulan gasped, clasping her arms across her chest, her eyes darting around in embarrassment. Holy crap! Hey auntie, you're here too. Seeing Liang Yu appear out of nowhere, Gu Qiulan's mind went blank. She quickly crouched down, curling her body into a ball. Even though they were both women, she still couldn't help feeling a bit shy. Seeing Gu Qiulan's still girlish blush, Liang Yu covered her mouth and chuckled softly, refraining from further teasing. Instead, she thoughtfully picked up the trench coat from the entryway and draped it over her shoulders. Chapter 111, The truth is out, no more pretending. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan nodded inwardly with satisfaction. He wasn't naive. He could clearly sense that whether it was Liang Yu, Gu Qiulan, or Shen Jiwei, each of them wanted to monopolize him, to be the one he favored above all others. Excluding Shen Jiwei, who remained unaware, both Liang Yu and Gu Qiulan sought to elevate their status in his heart. Consequently, they occasionally resorted to petty schemes and manipulative tactics. But Zhang Yuan didn't mind. After all, it was all to please him, and both women knew their limits, when to act and when to hold back. Beyond certain verbal and behavioral tactics, their interactions remained largely normal. No outright scheming had occurred between them. This fact brought Zhang Yuan the greatest comfort. Auntie, why are you wearing traditional Chinese wedding attire? After slipping on her trench coat, Gu Qiulan finally felt a bit more composed. Spotting Liang Yu's outfit, her eyes lit up with curiosity. But the moment the question left her lips, Gu Qiulan realized belatedly. What bride would wear a wedding gown in broad daylight for no reason? Clearly, either Zhang Yuan or Liang Yu wanted to play dress up. And they'd spared no expense. After all, Gu Qiulan had impeccable taste. The wedding gown Liang Yu wore was crafted entirely from silk, intricately embroidered with dragon and phoenix motifs, radiating exquisite craftsmanship. Machines couldn't achieve this level of craftsmanship. It had to be done by hand. That alone added a huge cost. She was certain this wedding gown cost at least 50,000 yuan. Then, something suddenly caught Gu Qiulan's eye. She finally noticed the phoenix crown and ceremonial robe atop Liang Yu's head. Examining the intricate carvings and patterns, along with its entirely golden appearance, Gu Qiulan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Wow, auntie, your phoenix crown and ceremonial robe are so beautiful. And they must be made of pure gold. They can't be cheap, right? Though she appeared genuinely impressed on the surface, Zhang Yuan still detected a subtle hint of envy in her eyes. Haha, not bad. Just over 20 million yuan each. Zhang Yuan bought them, Liang Yu replied with a gentle smile. What? Over 20 million? Hearing this, Gu Qiulan's eyes widened in shock. She had assumed the cost of the phoenix crown and wedding robes, factoring in the pure gold material and the carving fees, would be no more than 3 or 4 million yuan at most. Zhang Yuan had spent nearly 10 million on her, and while Gu Qiulan felt some envy, it hadn't reached the point of jealousy or heartache. But now, learning that a single piece of jewelry Zhang Yuan casually bought for Liang Yu was worth over 20 million? How could Gu Qiulan possibly feel balanced about that? Had she not known about this, she wouldn't have felt any pangs of jealousy or sorrow. Zhang Yuan and Liang Yu could have easily kept it from her. But now, inviting her over and having Liang Yu wear traditional Chinese wedding attire, a phoenix crown and ceremonial robe without the slightest hesitation? It was a blatant message. Was she really less important to Zhang Yuan than Liang Yu? Moreover, after a moment's reflection, Gu Qiulan felt a chill run through her heart. Among the 4 women in Zhang Yuan's life, excluding Officer Wen, whom she barely knew, didn't that make her the one with the lowest standing? Little Gu, what's wrong with you? Seeing Gu Qiulan staring blankly, Liang Yu understood exactly what she was thinking. She gave a wry smile and patted her shoulder. Oh, nothing. Just. I can tell Zhang Yuan really cares about my aunt. Gu Qiulan forced a smile. Seeing Gu Qiulan's obvious disappointment, Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes at Liang Yu in exasperation. Hey, you, stop teasing Qiulan. Haha, got it. Liang Yu pouted in protest, then turned to Gu Qiulan, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. Little Gu, you don't actually think Zhang Yuan is that kind-hearted, do you? I'd love for him to buy me a phoenix crown and ceremonial robes all by himself, but the guy just won't budge. The reason I'm wearing it now is because he bought 2 sets. The other one, well, you know. Liang Yu covered her mouth with a charming smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with allure. The other one is mine? The look of disappointment vanished from Gu Qiulan's face as she pointed at herself, her confidence wavering slightly. Of course it is. I wouldn't show favoritism. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, pinching Gu Qiulan's delicate cheek. Seeing this, Gu Qiulan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Her eyes instantly grew slightly red, glistening with tears. Zhang Yuan, you're so good to me. Though she knew Zhang Yuan had bought 2 sets of phoenix crowns and ceremonial robes, Gu Qiulan had grown up in such poverty that she nearly couldn't afford to finish high school. She'd almost dropped out to work and support her family. Now, possessing jewelry worth millions, Liang Yu naturally felt immense joy. Ding! Gu Qiulan's affection +9. Current affection, 89 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 emotion points. Current emotion points, 200. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan's heart leapt with delight. He hadn't expected Gu Qiulan to be so easily satisfied. Not only had her affection increased, but he'd also gained 100 points of emotion value. This was truly an unexpected delight. But when Zhang Yuan saw that 89-point affection rating, he finally understood 90 points really was a major milestone. As he pondered this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think of Xin Jiwei. That staggering 95-point affection rating made it painfully clear just how deeply she loved him. Even a scumbag like Zhang Yuan felt a pang of melancholy at this realization, hating himself for his actions and wishing he could rush to the capital immediately to win Xin Jiwei back. Of course, loving someone doesn't conflict with my desire to give every girl a home, Zhang Yuan murmured to himself, a faint smile playing on his lips. Seeing Zhang Yuan shift between expressions of deep affection, melancholy, and silly grins, Liang Yu assumed he was deliberately trying to cultivate an air of sophistication. A look of contempt immediately flashed across her face. Ugh, you really have the nerve to flatter yourself. After speaking, Liang Yu paused, then turned to Gu Qiulan with a mischievous grin. Little Gu, care to guess why Zhang Yuan bought 2 sets of phoenix crowns and ceremonial robes? Seeing Liang Yu's suggestive expression and tone, Gu Qiulan, being an experienced veteran herself, instantly grasped the implication. Her mood lifted instantly. Her cheeks flushed as curiosity mingled with a hint of testing in her voice. Could it be the Qi people? Seeing this, Liang Yu didn't answer directly but raised an eyebrow. Whether it's Qi or not, I don't know. All I know is Zhang Yuan should be seeking a master. Ahem. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for 2 girls to be discussing this? Seeing his underwear exposed, Zhang Yuan hurriedly interrupted them. After all, having his innermost thoughts laid bare like that would make anyone uncomfortable. Alright, Qiulan, try it on first. I'll help you change later. Seeing that Gu Qiulan understood his thoughts and showed no sign of displeasure, Zhang Yuan abandoned any pretense and flashed a mischievous grin. Like a gray wolf bursting into a sheep pen, ready to feast at any moment. Chapter 112, My dear, I've kept you waiting. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gu Qiulan's lovely face flushed red. She felt no resistance in her heart, nodded once, and obediently followed Zhang Yuan into the living room. Zhang Yuan then opened the last gift box on the sofa, revealing the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes inside. The moment she saw the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes, Gu Qiulan's beautiful eyes lit up. She desperately wanted to hold them herself and experience their feel. But seeing the crown and robes in Zhang Yuan's hands, she kept this thought to herself. Auntie, did you know? In a traditional Chinese wedding, the bride should wear a red veil and wait obediently in the bridal chamber for the groom to come to her. Watching Liang Yu stifle a giggle beside him, Zhang Yuan sighed in exasperation before snatching a red veil from the sofa and draping it over her head. Hee, my dear, you go wait in the room obediently. With that, Zhang Yuan handed the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes to Gu Qiulan. Husband sure knows how to have fun. Gu Qiulan didn't seem jealous at all. Instead, she flashed a knowing smile before taking the crown and robes with perfect ease. Liang Yu, suddenly plunged into darkness, said nothing. A wave of novelty washed over her, mingled with an inexplicable sense of shame. Remember to steady yourself. Heh, I have no intention of supporting you. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, scooping Liang Yu into his arms. Amid her startled cries, he carried her into the room. Clunk! Opening the door, Zhang Yuan walked to the bedside and set Liang Yu down, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just wait here nicely. Later, I'll bring Qiulan to play Honor of Kings with you. Hearing this, Liang Yu's face flushed beneath her red veil. She'd never experienced anything like this before. Immediately, she adopted a demure, feminine demeanor and nodded. Satisfied, Zhang Yuan smiled, exited the room, and walked into the hall where Gu Qiulan had been waiting for ages. He wrapped his arms around her from behind. Hee, sorry to keep you waiting, my dear. It's fine, it wasn't that long. Gu Qiulan replied shyly. After all, she had been completely immersed in the splendor of the phoenix crown and wedding robes, as if in a state of flow, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. Oh, I see. A meaningful smile spread across Zhang Yuan's face as he loosened Gu Qiulan's ponytail. Then let's get down to business now. A faint blush spread across Gu Qiulan's cheeks. She made no further movements, presenting herself completely to Zhang Yuan's touch. Truth be told, she was deeply anticipating this moment. While many claim men are lustful, women are often far more, so they just hide it well. Only when they meet a man they truly desire does their true nature surface. Qiulan, you're something else. I didn't realize you took such good care of your hair, it's in amazing condition. Noticing Gu Qiulan's slight nervousness, Zhang Yuan didn't rush to help her change. Instead, he initiated casual conversation. He understood that while Gu Qiulan was receptive, she didn't possess the same thick skin or high tolerance as Liang Yu. That's why Zhang Yuan adopted a gradual approach. After all, someone who could remain excitedly eager to dress another person while they trembled slightly from nervousness, the kind of person Zhang Yuan would generally label a pervert. While he did have a penchant for the unusual most of the time, he wasn't a pervert. It's fine. Probably just used a bit too much conditioner. Gu Qiulan's body relaxed slightly, appearing less tense. That explains it. I thought it felt unusually silky. Zhang Yuan buried his face in Gu Qiulan's neck again, taking a deep, epic breath of her hair. Nice. And it smells kinda sweet too. Zhang Yuan joked. I used scented hair oil just to seduce you. Gu Qiulan had calmed down considerably, all traces of nervousness gone. She was back to her usual self, teasing Zhang Yuan as if nothing had happened. Yet the tingling sensation at her neck still made her eyes glisten with desire. Unable to resist, she squeezed him tightly, her voice tinged with a hint of coquetry. Oh, I see. Seeing Gu Qiulan relax, Zhang Yuan lost his sense of ease. He let go of his restraint, ready to show off his skills. Clack! The trench coat hit the floor, its buttons making intimate contact with the ground and producing a crisp sound. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened as the breathtaking sight he'd glimpsed at the door reappeared before him, causing him to swallow hard. His mind involuntarily filled with images of Gu Qiulan's alluring undergarments contrasted with her dignified outer attire, creating an extreme visual dichotomy. Instead of rushing to drape the wedding gown over her, Zhang Yuan first gently gathered her hair, carefully placing the phoenix crown and ceremonial robe upon her head. Only then did he slowly drape the ice silk brocade over her shoulders. As his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her flawless, delicate skin, Zhang Yuan distinctly felt her body tremble slightly. A surge of heat instantly filled his heart. No longer inclined for slow foreplay, he eagerly finished dressing her. He lifted her in his arms once more, his pace unhurried as he carried her toward the inner chambers. Burying her face against Zhang Yuan's chest, she felt the intense warmth radiating from his body and inhaled his unique, intoxicating scent. An overwhelming wave of bliss washed over Gu Qiulan, making her wish this moment could last forever. Squeak! Placing Gu Qiulan on the edge of the bed beside Liang Yu, Zhang Yuan gazed at the two brides veiled in red cloth. A wild grin spread across his lips, impossible to suppress. 2 lifetimes I've finally achieved this feat. Zhang Yuan's heart roared with triumph. Then he reached out and slowly lifted the red veils from both their heads. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 210. Gu Qiulan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 220. Liang Yu. Ding, Liang Yu's affection +1. Current affection, 87 points. Ding, Liang Yu's affection +1. Current affection, 89 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 300. Gu Qiulan. 3 hours later, Zhang Yuan dragged himself exhausted from the bed to the floor, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it with relish. Gazing at the profane handprints on the floor-to-ceiling window before him, he felt deeply satisfied. This is the feeling of conquest. Zhang Yuan glanced back at the bed. The two women, overcome by exhaustion, had fallen into a deep sleep, their lips curled into peaceful smiles. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. He then began reviewing the gains from this King's Trio match. 100 emotion points, plus 3 points of affection from my aunt? Zhang Yuan silently nodded to himself, finding the haul reasonably satisfying though it had taken a toll on his kidneys. But honestly, breaking through that 90 affection barrier is really tough. Zhang Yuan felt a pang of regret. After all, breaking through the 90-point barrier would grant him a chance to unlock a grand gift package. The chances of getting extraordinary rewards inside were quite high, unlike normal draws where he'd pulled dozens of times without even a hint of anything extraordinary. Chapter 113, That Ungrateful Gu Qiulan. I only want you to love me alone. Just then, Gu Qiulan's phone on the nightstand suddenly rang, startling the sleeping couple awake. Ha? Who is it? Calling in broad daylight? Gu Qiulan furrowed her delicate brows, reluctantly pulling her hand out from under the covers. Still half asleep, she picked up the phone and pressed to answer. After all, having been worn out by Zhang Yuan for so long, she just wanted to sleep in a bit longer to recharge her energy. It was only natural. Seeing Gu Qiulan awake and answering the call, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a surge of mischief. A wicked grin spread across his face. Qiulan, aren't you about to graduate in your senior year? And you don't have a job yet. Your dad and I found you a wealthy suitor. Hurry up and get ready. Buy a ticket now, and you should arrive around 4 p.m. Then we can discuss marriage and such with him. Sweetheart, I promise you, Mom wouldn't do anything to hurt you. Mr. Wang runs a company worth tens of millions. He drives a $1 million luxury car too. Sure, he's a bit rough around the edges, but he's got charm and sincerity. A sharp, slightly aged female voice crackled through the phone, its tone carrying an unquestionable command and an uncontrollable joy. Hearing the voice, Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. From the earlier conversation, it wasn't hard to guess the woman's identity. She must be Gu Qiulan's mother. Recalling the family details Gu Qiulan had shared with him before, Zhang Yuan felt even more certain. Liang Yu, who had been listening nearby, instantly snapped out of her daze. She now watched the two men with wide-eyed curiosity. Hearing her stepmother's words, Gu Qiulan felt a pang of displeasure. But with her mouth full of food, she could only manage a muffled grunt. Gulp. After struggling to swallow the energy-boosting food, Gu Qiulan frowned and replied. Wait, I don't think I ever mentioned I wanted to get married, did I? What gives you and Dad the right to decide for me? And why do I have to go on a blind date with that guy this afternoon? And what do you mean I don't have a job? My work in social media is a legitimate career too. My income isn't any lower than other so-called respectable jobs. After a pause, Gu Qiulan continued in an annoyed tone. And you have no right to decide my future for me. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. No sooner had Gu Qiulan finished speaking than the woman on the other end of the line snapped back with a hint of anger in her voice. Oh my, Gu Qiulan, you've really lost your mind? I raised you for 10 years, and now I'm kindly finding you a wealthy, good husband, a young man at that, and you're ungrateful? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed on the other end of the line. Old Gu, look at that damn daughter of yours. I kindly found her a good husband, and she's ungrateful. ZZZZT. 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 The phone receiver crackled with static before a hesitant middle-aged male voice emerged. Ah, Xiaolan, your mother only wants what's best for you. After all, Xiao Wang's family is quite well off. I agreed to it because I couldn't bear to see you suffer. Hearing her father's words, Gu Qiulan's tone softened from its earlier intensity, replaced by a cold laugh. Dad, I know you're caught between me and that woman. I won't make things hard for you. That woman is right beside you, isn't she? Does she really think I don't know what she's scheming? It's nothing more than her son turning 21 soon and needing money for his wedding. So she's trying to sell me off for cash, right? If she truly cared about me, she wouldn't have mentioned the dowry at all. As she spoke, Gu Qiulan's tone grew increasingly heated. Dad, have Li Xiuqin come to the phone. Li Xiuqin, I ask you, how much dowry did that Wang guy give you? I don't believe it. With your mercenary nature, you must have already negotiated the dowry with your so-called wealthy suitor beforehand. The reason you didn't mention it on the phone earlier is probably because you plan to pocket all that money yourself to use as dowry for your precious son, right? After delivering this tirade in one breath, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Gu Qiulan's face, as if she had finally purged all the words she kept bottled up inside for so long. After a long silence on the other end, a furious voice finally erupted. You Gu Qiulan! Your father and I raised you all these years, and this is how you repay us? Didn't we spend money raising you for 10 years? You ungrateful wretch! You know nothing of gratitude. Your brother needs money to marry, isn't it only right you help him? And you, Gu Wei. Stop playing dead over there. Isn't Xiahao your own flesh and blood? Hearing these sharp, piercing words, not only Gu Qiulan but even Zhang Yuan and Liang Yu frowned deeply. Zhang Yuan had known some background about Gu Qiulan's family before, but only a little. He had no idea her mother was this kind of person. This blatant son preference was a mindset Zhang Yuan deeply despised. Still, Zhang Yuan remained silent. After all, this was Gu Qiulan's family matter, and it wasn't his place to interfere. After a brief silence on the other end, a voice that sounded almost pleading finally came through. Xiaolan, whether you're satisfied with Xiao Wang or not, please just come over first, okay? Hearing her father's words, Gu Qiulan's face also clouded with worry, her expression hesitant and reluctant to speak. Watching this scene, Zhang Yuan couldn't bear it any longer. He reached out to take the phone, intending to declare himself as Gu Qiulan's boyfriend. He planned to reveal his identity, flaunt his luxury car and bank balance, and shut Gu Qiulan's mother up, freeing her from worrying about her daughter's marriage. He avoided the blunt approach of simply handing over cash because he knew all too well how relentless the demands could become. Give them 100,000 today, and tomorrow they'd want 200,000. The day after, 500,000. The day after that, 1,000,000. Like Vladimir, it would be endless. He wasn't short on cash, but he wasn't a sucker either. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to snatch Gu Qiulan's phone, a sudden system notification pinged in his mind, causing him to pause. Ding! As a proper wealthy patron, how could you possibly let your beloved woman face such a predicament? New mission issued, humiliate Gu Qiulan's vicious stepmother. Reward, acquire a new mechanism. Every 500 emotion points can be exchanged for one superb lottery chance, totaling 5 chances. The moment he saw the system notification, Zhang Yuan's heart surged with elation, instantly altering his plans. He had originally planned to reveal his identity outright, but now it seemed necessary to pay a personal visit. As for the humiliation he'd initially held back, considering she was Gu Qiulan's biological mother. But now that he knew she was merely a stepmother. Well then, no hard feelings. Moreover, Zhang Yuan had been agonizing over how to obtain the extraordinary reward. Now, it was like a dream come true. The reward granted 5 draws outright, meaning 1 guaranteed extraordinary reward. On top of that, completing this mission would likely break through Gu Qiulan's stubbornly stuck 89 favor points. At that point, Zhang Yuan would also receive a big gift pack. With a bit of luck, the probability of pulling an extraordinary reward was still quite high. Ugh, Dad, let me think about it. I'm signing off for now. Though she was deeply reluctant to go, Gu Qiulan gave an ambiguous answer for her father's sake. Chapter 114, Xiulan, I'll take care of it. After speaking, Gu Qiulan turned to Zhang Yuan and hurriedly added. Zhang Yuan, don't read too much into it. I only said that to placate my dad. Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, Liang Yu's eyes softened with a hint of sympathy as she offered gentle reassurance. We know. We can tell. Zhang Yuan won't overthink it either. Liang Yu had always assumed Gu Qiulan came from a fairly well-off family. After all, she seemed so optimistic, showing none of the traits typical of someone from a troubled home. But now it was clear Gu Qiulan was simply remarkably resilient. From their brief exchange, Liang Yu was certain of it. Though Gu Qiulan's mother claimed to have raised her for 10 years, Liang Yu understood that this so-called decade likely meant little more than basic sustenance, food, shelter, and care. Even the most basic expenses like tuition or clothes had to be earned by Gu Qiulan herself. Don't ask Liang Yu how she knew all this, because on this land, such stories were as common as weeds. Yes, Xiulan, don't dwell on it. I haven't taken this matter to heart. Zhang Yuan shook his head. That woman earlier. I don't think she's your biological mother, is she? Hearing this, Liang Yu paused in surprise, not expecting Zhang Yuan to say such a thing. After all, Gu Qiulan was already heartbroken. Asking her that directly was like rubbing salt into her wounds, wasn't it? Gu Qiulan, still reeling from grief, froze upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words. She clearly hadn't expected him to say something like that and for it to be true. Yes. My birth mother died when I was 5. Then, when I was 11, my father married this woman. Gu Qiulan murmured softly. Hearing this, Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yuan with surprise, clearly not expecting him to have guessed so accurately. Seeing the two women's expressions, Zhang Yuan shrugged. It's only natural to figure it out. Even in the most patriarchal families, they wouldn't go so far as to oppress their own daughters like this, would they? That's true. Liang Yu silently agreed, murmuring to herself as she looked at Gu Qiulan, her eyes brimming with even deeper concern. Xiulan, get ready. I'll go with you to your home. Zhang Yuan ruffled Gu Qiulan's hair, running his fingers down to her shoulders before giving them a gentle pat. Ha? Why go to my house? Gu Qiulan asked, a mix of surprise and confusion evident in her voice. After all, who would want to get involved in such troublesome matters? Besides, Zhang Yuan had always been so kind to her. Gu Qiulan didn't want this incident to upset him. Silly girl, how long do you think you can keep fooling your family? Trust me, it won't be half an hour before your stepmom calls again. Zhang Yuan is absolutely right. To solve the problem, you have to tackle it at the source. Liang Yu flicked Gu Qiulan's earlobe and chuckled softly. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Just like Auntie said, unless we resolve this completely, your stepmother will keep draining your energy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 330. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan looked at Zhang Yuan with gratitude, wrapping her arms around his waist as her voice caught slightly. Zhang Yuan, you're so kind to me. I don't even know how to repay you. Oh, really? Want to repay me? That's easy enough. I brought you fried dough sticks and soy milk. Want to share with your auntie? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, a faint mischievous smile playing on his lips. Hey, Zhang Yuan, if you're going to flirt with Qiulan, don't drag me into it. Liang Yu feigned disgust, making a gagging motion. Sigh, auntie, you really don't know how much I love you. I never favor one over the other when it comes to good things. I always let you both share in the blessings. Zhang Yuan put on a hurt expression. Gu Qiulan, listening nearby, flushed crimson instantly. She grasped the meaning in a heartbeat. But as the subject of their playful banter, she could only offer a bashful smile. Alright, enough banter. I need to take my sweet, soft Qiulan out for a bit. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, pinching Gu Qiulan's fair cheek. Alright, you two go ahead. It's best to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. Liang Yu nodded, showing no sign of jealousy. Alright, then Qiulan should get dressed first and we'll head out immediately. Zhang Yuan began dressing himself as well. After all, after a battle, a lighter outfit was more comfortable. After dressing, Zhang Yuan glanced briefly at his reflection in the full-length mirror beside him. Seeing his own well-proportioned figure in the mirror, he nodded with satisfaction. Liang Yu, still curled up under the covers on the bed, watched him and was instantly struck by a look of awe. Even though she saw Zhang Yuan every day, she never grew tired of looking at him. This little man, he's built himself up so well, and his clothing choices are spot on too. It makes his entire figure look perfect. He's practically tempting me to sin. If Zhang Yuan didn't have other things to do right now, I'd be tempted to empty every last bullet he has left. Liang Yu thought to herself. Oh, right, auntie, I remember you're supposed to pick up Xiaoling later, right? Now that Zhang Yuan's gone, there's no one to drive you. Taking a taxi would waste time and be uncomfortable. Here are my car keys, just take this one over there. Gu Qiulan handed over the keys to the Maserati Zhang Yuan had bought her last time, her face adorned with a serene smile, without a hint of ostentation. Liang Yu could sense this immediately and accepted them with a smile. Who knew? It's quite a nice ride. I'll give it a spin then. Alright, auntie, Zhang Yuan and I will be heading out now. Gu Qiulan chuckled softly before leaving the room with Zhang Yuan. Underground parking garage. Zhang Yuan started the Ferrari LaFerrari, and instantly, a sharp, dragon-like glare pierced the dim surroundings. A roar filled with authority echoed before the car sped away. Oh, right, where do your parents live, Qiulan? Only after driving into the city center did Zhang Yuan realize he didn't know the location of Gu Qiulan's parents. He immediately asked softly. In Zhejiang Province, Wenzhou City, Haizhu District, Gu Qiulan replied. I see. That's not too bad. If we take the expressway, I can drive fast and we won't be there long. That way we won't have to buy high-speed rail tickets, so it'll be less hassle. Of course, driving there myself would also be a better way to show off. Zhang Yuan silently added to himself. Oh, you're driving? It's hundreds of kilometers, that's quite a distance. Driving must be pretty tiring, right? Maybe we should just take the high-speed rail instead. It's only 2 or 3 hours much quicker. Gu Qiulan looked at Zhang Yuan with a hint of concern. After all, driving several hundred kilometers straight is exhausting. It'll be a breeze. I'm driving a LaFerrari, just make sure you don't get carsick. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly, but to Gu Qiulan, it sounded a bit intimidating. Oh, and let your uncle know you're heading over now. Gu Qiulan nodded and sent a message to her father. Chapter 115, Holy crap, is this the LaFerrari? In a small courtyard within a block of flats, a few elderly men sat in small groups playing Chinese chess. Beside them, several young people on vacation accompanied their grandparents or parents out for a stroll and some relaxation. Old Gu, wanna play a few rounds? A middle-aged man in a white sleeveless vest spotted his old buddy carrying several bags of meat and vegetables. Assuming he had some free time, he invited him over to join the game and dominate the board. Nah, my daughter's coming home today. See what I bought? I'm making her a nice meal. She's gotta leave with a full belly. Gu Wei, his temples already graying, smiled faintly. Wow, that's great. My kid hasn't been back in a year. He's probably forgotten all about me and the old lady by now. Your daughter sure is filial, old Gu. The middle-aged man in the old man's vest gave Gu Wei a thumbs up before returning to his game. Hey, you youngster. You've been glued to that phone the whole time. Are you trying to play chess with me using AI like in those online videos? Watching his old buddy relax so effortlessly, Gu Wei couldn't shake the pang of sadness his earlier words had stirred. He muttered to himself. Xiaolan, it's all because your dad's useless. I'm afraid you'll have to put up with it for now. Don't worry. While I wouldn't dare go against Xiuqin, if you have even the slightest dissatisfaction with that one guy, I'll support you all the way. As he spoke, thoughts of his own son surfaced. After a long silence, he sighed. Ah, both are my flesh and blood. V-room. 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 Suddenly, the roar of a car engine roared to life, drawing the attention of everyone near the courtyard. Xiaolan, so this is where you live. Zhang Yuan surveyed the surrounding flowers, plants, rockeries, ponds, and courtyard, nodding with satisfaction. It's small, but it has all the essentials. After all, one couldn't expect the infrastructure of a high-rise apartment building to rival that of a luxury villa. Sorry about that, honey. My place is a bit old. Gu Qiulan forced a slightly embarrassed smile. Not at all. I think it's quite nice. Look at those old men gathered around playing chess, doesn't that look comfortable? Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. He had once been an orphan with no one to rely on, forced to fend for himself. Even in the end, he could only rent a room in an urban village, barely scraping by delivering takeout. If not for the system now, he'd probably still be delivering food in some forgotten corner, so he certainly wouldn't be ungrateful or look down on this place. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gu Qiulan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She sensed she was truly falling deeply in love with him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 350. Oh, Qiulan, where do you live? I'll pull over. Zhang Yuan drove the LaFerrari slowly through the residential complex. It wasn't that he wanted to go slow, but the space was so tight that even the slightest sharp turn risked scraping the car. It's just up ahead, Gu Qiulan pointed in the direction. Suddenly, Gu Qiulan seemed to spot something and gasped in surprise. Hey, is that my dad up ahead? Holy crap, that car is so cool. And it's red. If I could drive it just once, I'd gladly live in a mansion and date all the hot guys. A woman stared at the LaFerrari Zhang Yuan was driving, utterly stunned. The old man beside him didn't know what kind of car Zhang Yuan was driving, but just looking at its massive, steel beast of an exterior, he knew it couldn't be cheap. Holy, is that a Ferrari LaFerrari? It costs a whopping 33 million. Holy crap, what kind of ultra-rich tycoon could possibly afford something like this? But why would someone like that come to our neighborhood? A young man snapped a photo of the LaFerrari with his phone, then stared at the app's valuation result, stunned into silence. Not far away, Gu Wei overheard the commotion. Staring at the flamboyant red LaFerrari ahead, he felt a pang of envy. If he could drive a car like that, would his wife dare yell at him? Hey, why is that car heading toward Uncle Gu? Probably looking for old consultant Lu? The middle-aged man in the old man's vest said uncertainly. Standing at the intersection, Gu Wei assumed the Lafleur was trying to exit via his street and immediately quickened his pace toward the entrance of his apartment building. V-room. 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 Watching the Lafa pull into a parking spot near the building entrance, its engine noise fading away, Gu Wei felt a surge of nervousness. Since the other party had stopped the car, it meant they weren't asking for directions. Could it be that I'd done something to offend him? Just as Gu Wei was puzzling over this, Gu Qiulan and Zhang Yuan had already opened the car door. Dad, it's me. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Yuan. Gu Qiulan happily introduced Zhang Yuan to Gu Wei. After all, she only clashed with her stepmother. She knew her father loved her deeply, but being caught in the middle was unbearable. Moreover, her father had waited 6 years after her mother's passing before remarrying, so Gu Qiulan understood her father Gu Wei's situation well. This. Qiulan, you. Looking at the handsome young man and beautiful young woman, Gu Wei knew his daughter had found a good match. He immediately wanted to offer words of blessing, but after stammering for a long while, he couldn't manage a single coherent sentence. Seeing this, Gu Qiulan knew her father wasn't one for words. She happily slipped her arm through Zhang Yuan's. Dad, don't worry. Zhang Yuan treats me wonderfully. That's right, uncle. You can rest assured I'll always treat Julian well. Zhang Yuan smiled in agreement. He'd heard Gu Qiulan share many stories about her family during their journey, and he genuinely liked the man before him. Moreover, Gu's father had a square jaw and a dignified, upright bearing about his eyes and brows, giving off an approachable vibe. Sure enough, Qiulan was beautiful, and her father was certainly no slouch either. Zhang Yuan thought to himself. I trust Xiao Lan's judgment. Xiao Yuan is definitely a good person. Gu Wei said with a smile, his mood wonderfully uplifted. After all, he had been worried about Xiao Lan's situation, but now that she had brought Zhang Yuan home, Gu Wei naturally felt at ease. From the moment he first laid eyes on Zhang Yuan, Gu Wei knew this young man was no ordinary fellow. His good looks were secondary, what mattered was that he possessed an air of calm composure. Every gesture and movement about him carried an irresistible aura of trustworthiness. He had only witnessed such presence before in his military days in his commanding officer and his son. Though Gu Wei didn't know what it took to cultivate such presence, he understood one thing: people with that kind of aura were never ordinary. Hey, Dad, that car over there must belong to that wine guy, right? Zhang Yuan asked, glancing at the Porsche 911 parked beside the LaFerrari. Chapter 116, When are you two getting married? Yeah, Gu Wei chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. After all, he'd been reasonably satisfied with this young Wang before. But if his daughter wasn't happy, Gu Wei wouldn't force the issue. But now that his daughter's boyfriend, his future son-in-law, had stated it outright, he did feel a bit embarrassed. Moreover, Xiao Yuan was already at the house, waiting for his daughter to come up. Gu Wei could even imagine the scene that would unfold shortly. But he couldn't be bothered with it now. As long as his daughter was happy, people like Wang Cheng could just get lost. Dad, let's go upstairs first. Zhang Yuan casually slung his arm around Gu Wei's shoulder. Seeing this, Gu Wei paused slightly, clearly surprised that Zhang Yuan showed no airs whatsoever. After all, even a passerby could tell from their attire that the two weren't from the same world. What a great son-in-law. With Zhang Yuan being so accommodating, Gu Wei naturally obliged. He promptly patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Feeling the solid muscle beneath, Gu Wei was surprised, but more than that, he felt delighted. Excellent. Muscles are excellent, they can protect the woman you cherish. Then, like long-lost brothers, they linked arms and walked up to the third floor. Following behind them, Gu Qiulan's heart was filled with joy. She truly hadn't expected Zhang Yuan to get along so well with her father. She had worried that Zhang Yuan's progressive ideas might clash with her father's, but now it seemed that concern was entirely unnecessary. Knock. 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 Xiuqin, open the door. Your daughter is back. Gu Wei knocked on the door, his face beaming with joy. Click. The moment the words left his mouth, hurried footsteps echoed from inside. My sister's really back? Facing his son, whose eager expression betrayed a hunger for money, Gu Wei's sharp brows furrowed slightly. Jiahao, go sit on the sofa first. Slightly reprimanded by his father, Gu Jiahao realized his own awkwardness. He gave an awkward chuckle and turned to Gu Qiulan behind Gu Wei, smiling as he spoke. Sis, come inside. You must be starving after that long journey. Mom made some snacks for you. Go eat. Seeing the hypocritical expression on her half-brother's face, Gu Qiulan sneered inwardly. So he needed her to earn money for the betrothal gift, did he? In the past, would this brat ever have shown her a friendly face? But you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Since Gu Jiahao was putting on a friendly face, she was happy to play along. After all, Gu Qiulan was still looking forward to seeing the shocked expressions on their faces once they learned of Zhang Yuan's wealth. I'm not hungry yet. Then let's sit for a bit, sis. Gu Jiahao remained all smiles. At that moment, Li Xiuqin emerged from the kitchen. Though they'd clashed just hours ago, the thought of Xiao Wang sitting on the sofa made her hesitate to escalate the tension. She immediately approached with a smile. Xiulan's here. Take a break. And it's perfect timing, Xiao Wang just arrived too. You two are both young, chat away. You're bound to have plenty in common. As she spoke, Li Xiuqin glanced at Zhang Yuan beside Gu Wei with a hint of confusion, and who might this be? As she spoke, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Clearly, she hadn't expected such a handsome young man to be arm in arm with her husband. He's Lan's boyfriend, Zhang Yuan. He's a fine young man. When are you two thinking of marrying our Qiulan? Gu Wei stepped inside, changed into his slippers, then retrieved two new pairs from the closet. He smiled at Zhang Yuan and Gu Qiulan. Soon enough. You'll be holding your grandson before you know it. Zhang Yuan smiled back, then pulled a bank card from his jacket pocket and handed it to Gu Wei. Dad, Mom, since this is our first meeting and we came in a hurry, I didn't have time to buy gifts. There's some money in this card. Whatever you two like to buy, feel free to get it. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan's expression changed, her pretty face flushing red. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Yuan and I are still a long way off. To say she didn't want to marry Zhang Yuan would be a lie. But Gu Qiulan understood that a man like Zhang Yuan would never belong solely to her. In stark contrast to the joy, shyness, and excitement radiating from the other three, Li Xiuqin and Gu Jiahao's expressions instantly hardened. They fixed Zhang Yuan with scrutinizing stares. Only then did Gu Jiahao snap out of it, his expression sour as he eyed Zhang Yuan. Though he could tell Zhang Yuan was dressed in no ordinary attire, not a single item on him cost less than 50,000 yuan. But Brother Wang's family background was equally formidable. Clothes costing tens of thousands were mere pocket change to him. Li Xiuqin beside him also shifted her expression, the unusual emotion deep in her eyes vanishing instantly. Although Zhang Yuan was handsome, for a woman of her age, money came first. Looks meant nothing compared to wealth. Without hesitation, Li Xiuqin took the bank card from Gu Wei's hand and examined it closely, asking with a hint of confusion. How much money is in this account? Seeing this, Gu Qiulan didn't answer, a trace of mockery flickering in her eyes. Isn't Jiahao working at the bank? Why don't you ask him to check? Hearing this, Gu Jiahao shrugged with a hint of amusement. What can I tell from a bank card? I'm not a fortune teller who can read minds. Brother-in-law, why don't you take a look? Gu Jiahao's expression turned slightly cold. In his eyes, only Wang Cheng could call him brother-in-law. After all, he was still counting on that 500,000 yuan dowry. The Zhang Yuan before him might be wealthy, but he might not be willing to shell out that much. However, considering Zhang Yuan also came from a well-to-do family, he held back his anger and instead took the bank card to examine it. At first glance, he gasped in surprise. This is the Platinum Dragon card, second only to the Black Dragon card in the launching series? He then looked at Zhang Yuan with some surprise, clearly not expecting him to be so wealthy. After all, to activate a Platinum Dragon card, one must either possess assets worth 100 million yuan or be a Black Dragon card holder eligible to open a supplementary Platinum Dragon card. But regardless of the type, neither card was accessible to ordinary households. After all, the Platinum Dragon card had strict requirements. Once activated, the account balance could never fall below 1 million. Instantly, Gu Jiahao's expression shifted repeatedly, greed flickering in his eyes. Chapter 117, Stupid Li Xiaoqin. What's this about black cards and white cards? Xiaolan, you have a boyfriend now? Why didn't you tell us beforehand? Little Wang has been waiting for you in the living room for ages. Li Xiaoqin snatched the bank card from her son's hand, her expression slightly displeased. Though she'd lived her whole life in a fifth-tier county town and wasn't familiar with international luxury brands, she had a keen eye for judging people. She knew Zhang Yuan's family might have a bit of money, but Wang Chang was no slouch either. She had personally gone to pick Wang Chang up earlier and had seen it with her own eyes that Porsche 911 he drove was worth nearly 2 million yuan. Auntie, what's going on? Why are you all gathered at the door, discussing something? Wang Chang emerged from the living room. He'd overheard the commotion outside, but pride was at stake. After all, he hadn't known Gu Qiulan had a boyfriend before coming over. This was the perfect chance to see if she was as beautiful as the photo Li Xiaoqin had shown him. If she wasn't, he could use that as an excuse to make a scene and leave. After all, he hadn't paid anything, so he wouldn't be losing anything. With this thought, Wang Chang walked to the door and froze instantly, his eyes widening in surprise. He clearly hadn't expected Gu Qiulan to be this beautiful. The photo had captured at most 7/10 of her actual beauty. Staring at Gu Qiulan in her trench coat and black stockings, Wang Chang found himself swallowing hard. Especially when he saw those legs encased in black stockings, his eyes went wide. A woman this stunning was a first for Wang Chang in all his years. Forget whether she had a boyfriend. If he could win her over, Wang Chang would gladly give up 10 years of his life. You must be Qiulan? Hello, my name is Wang Chang. He forced down the longing in his eyes, completely ignoring Zhang Yuan. Pushing his glasses up, he flashed what he considered a suave, debonair smile. But to his surprise, Gu Qiulan merely gave him a faint glance before hooking her arm through Zhang Yuan's shoulder. With a sweet smile and a pout, she said, "Honey, don't just stand there like a fool. Let's go inside first." "Haha, sure." Zhang Yuan smiled faintly, then kissed Gu Qiulan right in front of Wang Chang. Seeing himself ignored, and the woman he had already claimed in his heart kissing another man right before his eyes, Wang Chang's face flushed red with fury, his body trembling slightly. Still, he knew he had no real grounds for outburst. After all, Gu Qiulan kissing her boyfriend had nothing to do with him. The only thing he could truly be angry about was Li Xiaoqin deceiving him. Gu Qiulan already had a boyfriend, but voicing that would only alienate his future mother-in-law. Wang Chang still harbored hopes of winning Gu Qiulan over and showing off to Zhang Yuan, so he certainly wouldn't do something so foolish. Suddenly, Wang Chang's eyes darted around. Watching Gu Qiulan and Zhang Yuan slipping on their slippers, an idea instantly formed in his mind. He turned to Li Xiaoqin beside him, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and chuckled softly. "Auntie, what are you doing with that bank card in your hand?" At this, Li Xiaoqin shrugged indifferently. Qiulan's boyfriend didn't buy her a gift, so he just gave her a bank card. Seeing this, Wang Chang feigned surprise. "Oh my. Well, that means there must be quite a bit of money in there, right?" "Heh, I don't know how much is in there either. Probably just a few thousand yuan or so. Not as much as the gold bracelet you gave her, Wang." Li Xiaoqin, having lived 40 years, could easily see through Wang Chang's subtle intentions. Yet she also found him quite likable, so she immediately smiled broadly and chimed in to praise him. "Not at all, not at all. My gold bracelet was only worth about 20,000 yuan. It might not even compare to the gift from Qiulan's boyfriend." Watching the two of them banter back and forth, Gu Qiulan felt a bit speechless. She shot Gu Jiahao a faint glance. "Jiahao, don't you work at a bank? You should be able to tell this bank card is special, right?" Gu Jiahao nodded at her words. Remembering how Li Xiaoqin had thought there were only a few thousand yuan inside, he felt a pang of embarrassment. He immediately composed himself and said earnestly, "Mom, the card my brother-in-law gave us has at least 1,000,000 yuan in it." Wang Chang paused at first, then waved his hand with a hint of amusement. "Jiahao, I don't think the atmosphere is tense right now. We're just chatting casually. There's no need to crack jokes like that. I'm not joking. And stop acting all cheerful with me. Since my sister already has a boyfriend, there's no need for you to stay here any longer." Gu Jiahao stared coldly at Wang Chang. The moment he saw the Platinum Dragon card, he understood that Wang Chang and Zhang Yuan were completely incomparable. He'd originally planned that once Gu Qiulan married Wang Chang, he could use that money to marry his own girlfriend. But now, Gu Qiulan had returned with a boyfriend in tow. He'd thought his plan was ruined. But now it was clear, his brother-in-law Zhang Yuan's wealth far surpassed Wang Chang's. They weren't even in the same league. Just the meeting gift alone was worth at least 1,000,000. Add a little more, and it could even buy Wang Chang's Porsche 911, the one he flaunted all the time. Seeing Gu Jiahao suddenly speak to her golden son-in-law like this, Li Xiuqin was momentarily confused. Still, she immediately tried to calm Wang Cheng's mood, frowning as she tapped Gu Jiahao's shoulder. Jiahao, what nonsense are you spouting? That card could possibly hold 1 million? It's got a few thousand tops. And little Wang hasn't done anything to you. Watch your tone, okay? Don't be so aggressive. Seeing this, Wang Cheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Gu Jiahao to speak to him like that. Just moments ago, he'd been groveling before him. Could it be that card really held 1 million? But the moment that thought flashed through his mind, he dismissed it. After all, Zhang Yuan's attire seemed nothing special to him, just average, perhaps a bit more handsome. Aside from that genetic advantage, there was absolutely no difference between them. He immediately suppressed the anger welling up inside and forced a calm tone. Jiahao, stop joking around. Wang Cheng paused, then turned to Li Xiuqin with a faint smile. Auntie, do you believe there's 1 million yuan in this card? I don't believe it. Li Xiuqin shook her head. Watching the two of them, Zhang Yuan found it rather amusing. Wang Cheng's family probably just owned a local company with some connections, worth maybe 10 million yuan. Naturally, they had no idea about the dragon card qualifications. It was only because Gu Jiahao happened to work at the bank that he knew about these things. But Gu Jiahao is a smart operator. No need to target him like we originally planned. Zhang Yuan thought to himself. Mom, how could you be so stupid? Would I ever lie to you about something like this? Seeing Li Xiuqin still convinced that Wang Cheng was her golden son-in-law, Gu Jiahao was speechless and couldn't help but let out a curse. What? Jiahao, why are you cursing at me? Why else would I curse you? Because you're so stupid? Watching his wife still defending her golden groom in her heart, unaware that the real golden groom stood right before her, Gu Wei felt his anger boiling over. He immediately grabbed her arm and started pulling her toward the balcony. Gu Wei, why are you dragging me? Li Xiuqin frowned, trying to pull away from his grip. You'll see when we get to the balcony. Chapter 118, Wang Cheng, terrified out of his wits. What the hell do you want? On the balcony, Li Xiuqin's face darkened as she spoke in a cold, hushed voice. Didn't we all agree with little Wang? How could Zhang Yuan possibly have that kind of money? That so-called million was just something Jiahao mentioned, he never actually asked for it. Do you even know what kind of car Xiao Wang drives? A Porsche 911 worth over 1 million. Just now, when he was humiliated, you didn't even lift a finger to help. If you'd spoken up for him, once Qiu Lan saw Xiao Wang's true worth, she'd dump that Zhang Yuan in a heartbeat. Then that 500,000 yuan dowry would be ours. Your son's wedding expenses would be covered. Gu Wei listened to Li Xiuqin's chatter and interrupted impatiently. I know you're only interested in Wang Cheng because he's rich, you want to snag a wealthy husband. But don't you realize Xiao Yuan is the real catch? He paused, then pointed toward the parking spot outside the window. Look! That silver car over there, it's Xiao Wang's Porsche 911. Isn't this gorgeous? People will be so jealous they'll pop their eyes out when they see it on the road. Li Xiuqin said with a faint smile, her mind already drifting to visions of herself sitting in a Porsche 911. The neighbors would be green with envy. She'd definitely snap tons of photos to brag about later. What are you grinning like an idiot for? Gu Wei frowned slightly, his eyes tinged with disdain as he impatiently gestured toward the red LaFerrari parked next to the Porsche 911. That's the car Xiao Yuan drives. What do you think? Isn't it way more impressive than that Porsche? Hearing this, Li Xiuqin followed Gu Wei's pointing finger. The moment she saw the red LaFerrari, her eyes lit up. Still, she refused to admit her mistake and immediately pouted. I think they're pretty much the same. Besides, aren't both the Porsche and Ferrari luxury cars? They're only worth a couple million. Besides, Zhang Yuan driving a red one? That's just too girly. Even I, as a woman, think it looks tacky. Hearing his wife's words, Gu Wei twitched the corner of his mouth, nearly exploding in anger, but ultimately held back. But he knew Li Xiuqin's stubborn nature, she wouldn't admit she was wrong unless presented with concrete evidence. Without hesitation, Gu Wei pulled out his phone, opened TikTok, and snapped a photo of the LaFerrari parked in the spot below. As the app loaded, an AI-generated homepage update appeared on the screen. Current average market price for Ferrari LaFerrari, 33 million renminbi. See for yourself. Gu Wei thrust his phone toward Li Xiuqin. This car is that expensive? Li Xiuqin took the phone and stared wide-eyed at the long string of zeros, her breathing quickening. It instantly dawned on her why her son and husband had berated her earlier. Thinking back now, she deserved it. Got it now? Too late. The impression people have of you now is absolutely terrible. Xiao Yuan is clearly the golden groom, yet you've been protecting that toad all along. Tell me, who else should they curse if not you? His car alone is worth over 30 million. Do you really think he'd care about the 10 million in that bank account? Truly, long hair means short sight. Hearing Gu Wei's words, Li Xiuqin didn't argue back. She spoke in a panicked whisper. What should I do? I treated Xiao Yuan so badly before. Seeing his wife admit her mistake like this, Gu Wei felt a surge of satisfaction. After 10 years, he finally got to be the boss. This was the imperial throne of the household. Gu Wei's heart roared with triumph, though outwardly he remained cold and stern. Poof. Now you want to make amends? Aren't you a great cook? I bought fresh fish, shrimp, abalone, and other seafood. Get cooking. Make sure it's delicious, no half-hearted effort. Got it, I'll start cooking right away. Li Xiuqin's hands trembled nervously, unsure where to place them. In the living room, Zhang Yuan sat on the sofa. Thanks to his system-enhanced physique, his hearing had significantly improved. He caught every word of their conversation. He inwardly marveled, old soldiers never die. Their discipline, intimidation tactics, and support role are nothing short of perfect. Beside him, Wang Cheng's face darkened alarmingly. Though he couldn't catch every word, certain keywords registered clearly. Like Zhang Yuan's luxury car, Wang Cheng being a toad, and so on. Glancing at Zhang Yuan, who was struggling to suppress his laughter, and Gu Qiulan, Wang Cheng felt his face burn with embarrassment. He immediately headed toward the balcony, determined to see what was going on. Uncle and Auntie, hold on a moment. I want to see what kind of car Zhang Yuan drives. How dare he compare me to a toad? The couple, who had been about to leave, immediately looked awkward when they saw Wang Cheng. After all, they'd been talking behind someone's back and had been overheard. It was indeed a bit embarrassing. Oomph. Wang Cheng nearly gave a cold snort, unconcerned. He intended to take a look at what kind of car Zhang Yuan was driving before leaving. After all, with things escalating to this point, winning over Gu Qiulan was impossible unless this entire family was blinded by greed. But the moment he reached the window, he froze in place, his eyes suddenly widening as if he'd seen something utterly unbelievable. Holy, that's a LaFerrari. Wang Cheng gasped, recalling his father's words, in Zhejiang province, our family is just a small fish. We must stay low-key. Otherwise, one wrong move could send our company into bankruptcy. Before, Wang Cheng had never taken those words to heart. But now, I don't know either. Today I just happened to hit a brick wall. Wang Cheng's face instantly drained of color, panic surging through him. His company's total market value was barely over 20 million, yet he'd just provoked a top tycoon worth at least 100 million? Then he recalled his arrogant posturing in front of Zhang Yuan. Beyond the burning shame on his face, Wang Cheng was seized by utter terror. If Zhang Yuan were merely worth 100 million, Wang Cheng wouldn't have feared him at all. After all, their family's companies might not even operate in the same industry, and Zhang Yuan's influence might not extend that far. But for someone so young to be worth at least 100 million? That was terrifying. It meant the forces backing him were likely worth at least 10 billion. For a company of that scale, crushing his family's business would be a piece of cake. In fact, Zhang Yuan wouldn't even need to tell his family. A mere word to his subordinates would be enough to have his family taken care of. But what I did wasn't that extreme, so maybe. Right, apologize to him first. Someone of his stature wouldn't stoop to quarreling with a nobody like me. Wang Cheng dared not dwell on the thought any longer. He hurried into the living room, looked at Zhang Yuan, and stammered while bowing. Brother Zhang, I genuinely had no idea Miss Gu had such a handsome boyfriend like you. Otherwise, even if you gave me 100 guts today, I wouldn't dare come over. I truly meant no offense today. Seeing Wang Cheng's pale, apologetic expression as he begged Zhang Yuan's forgiveness, Li Xiuqin felt a pang of guilt. She hesitated, considering returning the gold bracelet Wang Cheng had given her earlier. But as soon as her hand touched her wrist, a look of conflict flashed across her face. After a moment's thought, she silently let go. It's fine. I understand. But someone else might not be so forgiving. Watching Wang Cheng grovel like this, Zhang Yuan first chuckled dryly, then his expression instantly turned cold. I recall there are plenty of wealthy people in Zhejiang province, right? You drive a Porsche, but you'd better stop showing off everywhere from now on. If you step on the wrong toes, the other party might not be as easygoing as me. Rest assured, sir. I know exactly what you mean. I'll behave myself from now on. Wang Cheng hurriedly replied. With his head bowed, his glasses teetered precariously on his nose, threatening to slip off at any moment. Yet he dared not touch them, cold sweat trickling down his nose. All right, get lost. Zhang Yuan sat on the sofa, his arm around Gu Qiulan, waving dismissively. Thank you, brother Zhang. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Wang Cheng was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed several times before bolting out the door as if escaping. Chapter 119, Absolutely Blast. Seeing Wang Cheng leave, Gu Wei, standing beside Li Xiuqin, quickly nudged her arm with his hand, hinting she should take this chance to apologize to Zhang Yuan. Li Xiuqin understood perfectly well, but the weight on her heart made it impossible for her to bring herself to do it. As his mother-in-law, she now had to grovel and curry favor with her son-in-law. If she hadn't clashed with Zhang Yuan earlier, Li Xiuqin might have been able to swallow her pride. But the problem was, she had just joined Wang Cheng in mocking Zhang Yuan. Now that the situation had taken a complete 180-degree turn, she couldn't refuse to apologize even if she wanted to. Immediately, she took a nervous step forward, standing before Zhang Yuan, her hands fidgeting anxiously with the hem of her clothes. Yuan. I'm really sorry. I know I was in the wrong earlier. Please don't hold it against me. Then, glancing at Gu Qiulan in Zhang Yuan's arms, her face flushed slightly. She seemed to want to say something but couldn't bring herself to speak. Seeing this, Gu Qiulan found it rather amusing inside, though outwardly she wore a puzzled expression. Mom, what are you staring at my expression for? Gu Jiahao, standing nearby, quickly signaled to Li Xiuqin with his eyes, urging her to bow her head and apologize. After all, what was a little loss of face compared to future prosperity and glory? Noticing her son's urging glance, Li Xiuqin gritted her teeth. Finally, she lowered her head and spoke, her voice tinged with embarrassment and a hint of resentment. Well, Qiulan, you and Yuan must be exhausted after driving all this way. Your lips look parched. Shall I brew some tea for you? With that, Li Xiuqin turned to head toward the kitchen, intending to step away for a moment. But after taking just 2 steps, she was halted by Gu Qiulan's words. No need. I don't really like tea. It's not something I'm used to drinking. I prefer lattes. Do you have a coffee machine and beans at home? If so, I'd love a freshly brewed cup. As she spoke, Gu Qiulan glanced at Zhang Yuan and gave a soft chuckle. Honey, would you like some coffee? If you do, I'll ask Mom to make you a cup too. Seeing Gu Qiulan's sassy expression, Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a slight smile. He knew exactly why she was deliberately giving Li Xiuqin a hard time, and immediately nodded. Qiulan really gets me. I do enjoy lattes too. Remember to add ice cubes. That way, the coffee's richness can really come through. He paused, then turned to Li Xiuqin with a light smile. Auntie, it shouldn't be too much trouble, right? Hearing this, Li Xiuqin was momentarily flustered. She herself had only had coffee a few times, and there was no way they had a coffee machine at home. But even when faced with a difficult situation, she dared not show it. She could only smile apologetically. Well, Yuan, we don't have a coffee machine at home. Gu Wei, standing nearby, saw how they were putting Auntie Li on the spot and wanted to say something, but ultimately kept it to himself. Just let them be. After all, Xiao Yuan was just venting for Xiaolan. Xiuqin used to get bullied by Jiahao for Xiaolan's sake all the time. Now she's just getting a few harsh words thrown at her. She really has no reason to be angry. Seeing that Zhang Yuan and the others didn't respond immediately, Li Xiuqin had no choice but to endure it. She continued. Xiao Yuan, Xiaolan, we don't have any at home, but they sell it outside. I'll go buy 2 cups. Don't worry, it's not far. I'll bring them back soon. I'm fine either way. Zhang Yuan shrugged indifferently, then pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, preparing to light it. Alright, I'll go buy them now. Li Xiuqin forced a smile and prepared to leave. Forget it. Just stay home and cook. Send Jiahao over instead. Gu Wei pulled Li Xiuqin back, glancing at Gu Jiahao sitting on the sofa. Jiahao's young. He'll get it much faster than you. Seeing his father point directly at him, Gu Jiahao couldn't refuse. Reluctantly, he stood up. Fine, I'll go now. He walked to the living room door, slipped on his shoes, and headed straight out. Zhang Yuan couldn't care less about this. After all, both of them had bullied Gu Qiulan before. It made no difference who went. He then pulled out his lighter, preparing to light a cigarette. Shouldn't be a problem, right? I'll just have a smoke. Zhang Yuan glanced at Gu Wei and asked. He still held genuine respect for Gu Wei, and his tone was perfectly normal, showing no sign of deliberately making things difficult. Go ahead. I could use one myself. Gu Wei chuckled as he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and placed it between his lips. Click. The cigarette lit up, and Gu Wei exhaled a puff of smoke. Seeing Zhang Yuan about to light his own, Li Xiuqin quickly snatched the lighter from Gu Wei's hand. With a smile on her face, she walked over to Zhang Yuan and lit his cigarette for him. Hey, Yuan, let me light it for you. Click. The flame ignited, lighting the cigarette in Zhang Yuan's mouth. He looked at Li Xiuqin with surprise, not expecting her to offer to light his cigarette. If word got out about this, he'd have to play dead. Just imagine bragging, at home, my mother-in-law lights my cigarettes for me. That'd be some serious status. Thanks, Auntie, Zhang Yuan murmured softly. Li Xiuqin waved it off. No big deal. She then turned to Gu Qiulan with a flattering smile. Hee, Lan, is there anything you'd like to eat? I'm cooking right now. Just let me know what you fancy, and I'll whip it up for you. Anything's fine. Just whip up whatever you like. Gu Qiulan said indifferently, though inside she felt a wave of relief. Back home, Li Xiuqin had always made life difficult for her. Forget buying her coffee or cooking for her. Even pouring her a glass of water was out of the question. But now, no matter how she picked on her, Li Xiuqin could only endure it with that frustrated look, and that truly made Gu Qiulan feel satisfied. Her husband only needed to make a small gesture, letting a little money slip through his fingers, and Li Xiuqin would abandon all dignity, groveling before him. In the past, Gu Qiulan wouldn't have dared to dream of such a thing. Moreover, Gu Qiulan was certain that from now on, she would be the boss at home. Neither of them would dare give her the cold shoulder, and the pressure to go on blind dates would vanish. She wouldn't have to waste her energy on such trivial nonsense anymore. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 400. Ding. Gu Qiulan's affection +5. Current affection, 94. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 500 emotion points and unlocked a new feature. Every 500 emotion points can be exchanged for one superb draw. Zhang Yuan puffed on his cigarette, listening to the incessant system notifications echoing in his mind, feeling utterly content. Including the 500 emotion points from the system reward, Zhang Yuan now possessed 900 emotion points, the highest accumulation he'd achieved since obtaining the system. Just 100 more points would bring him to 1,000, allowing him to redeem 2 extraordinary lottery chances directly. Zhang Yuan, wanna come check out my room? I remember there are quite a few old photos of me in there. Gu Qiulan stood up, looked at Zhang Yuan, and smiled softly. Sure, let's go take a look. Zhang Yuan stubbed out his cigarette butt, glanced at Gu Wei sitting on the single sofa, and smiled faintly. Uncle, excuse me for a moment. Go ahead. Little Lan has always been adorable since she was a kid. You'll definitely find those photos utterly charming. Gu Wei took a drag on his cigarette, blinking as he spoke. Inside, he marveled, Xiaolan found herself a great boyfriend. Whether it's strategy, tactics, or how he handles himself, he's flawless. Chapter 120, the value of soy milk and fried dough sticks is still too high. Wow, I never knew you were so adorable back then. Zhang Yuan stared at the photo frame on the desk. Inside, a little girl in a floral dress sat on a picnic blanket spread across the grass, her face radiating a youthful, lively smile. The only flaw was a chipped front tooth, which only made her look even more adorable. Although Gu Wei had mentioned it earlier, seeing Gu Qiulan's childhood photo in person even with prior warning still left Zhang Yuan utterly stunned. I was only 5 back then. Mom took the picture for me. No wonder. Auntie must have been such a gentle woman. Zhang Yuan ruffled Gu Qiulan's hair, chuckling softly. But the hand on her head suddenly tightened. Feeling the broad palm tighten on top of her head, Gu Qiulan's pretty face flushed red. She didn't resist, however, but obediently lowered her head. Ahem, Qiulan, you'll need to brush your teeth before dinner later. Zhang Yuan said with a contented expression. It's no trouble. Gu Qiulan mumbled indistinctly. Cough. Cough. Having gulped down her drink too quickly, Gu Qiulan inevitably choked. Her face flushed red as she pounded her chest repeatedly. Zhang Yuan, seeing this, stifled a laugh as he patted her back. Are you okay, Qiulan? It's all my fault for making you drink soy milk. We won't have fried dough sticks and soy milk in the afternoon anymore. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan shot Zhang Yuan a reproachful look. Once she decaught her breath, she slowly replied. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, would I have choked? Zhang Yuan smirked mischievously. It was my fault, but don't tell me you didn't want breakfast? Eating breakfast every day is great for beauty and complexion. Oh, stop spouting nonsense. Gu Qiulan shot Zhang Yuan a look of disdain before rising to her feet. She loosened her tightly pulled back ponytail, instantly feeling the tension ease from her scalp. Oh, and breakfast should be ready soon. You go ahead to the living room to eat. I'll just brush my teeth first. All right. Zhang Yuan nodded and was about to head to the living room when his phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw messages from Liang Yu and Wenjin. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, Wenjin hasn't been in touch much lately. She must be busy processing the intel I gave her earlier. The fact she's messaging now probably means she's almost done with it. As for Liang Yu, Zhang Yuan didn't need to guess she was probably bored and sending him flirty messages. Without delay, Zhang Yuan sat down on the edge of the bed and opened the messages to read them. Wenjin, Zhang Yuan, I looked into that matter you asked me about last time. What I found matches your intelligence almost exactly. Those 2 companies deserve to go bankrupt right now. How dare they do something so despicable just for money? And they even dare to engage in capital flight. While this money is a drop in the bucket for the whole operation, their actions alone warrant arresting the company's legal representative and sentencing them to 10 or 8 years. It shouldn't be a problem at all. After confirming it yesterday, I immediately escalated the matter. I expect the results to come in within the next couple of days, at which point a dedicated task force will be established to investigate. Opening the voice message, Zhang Yuan chuckled silently at Wenjin's slightly angry tone. Wenjin remains as righteous as ever. Considering he was at Gu Wei's home, he refrained from sending a voice message and typed his reply instead. Got it. Thanks for handling this. Once I'm free in a couple days, I'll treat you to dinner, a Jean. Beep. 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 The moment the message was sent, Zhang Yuan received a reply. Wenjin, no big deal. What's the big deal about us? No need for thanks or anything. But dinner sounds great. After all, you're loaded. It'd be downright rude not to take you out. After sending the voice message, Wenjin, sitting at her desk in the police station, glanced around. Seeing that most of her colleagues had already left, she cleared her throat, her face flushing as she whispered. Fine, I'm a kind-hearted beauty, so I'll let you off the hook and save you some cash. I'm free anytime soon, so remember to treat me to some barbecue and ice-cold beer. Beep. The voice message finished playing. Listening to Wen Jin's voice message, Zhang Yuan's eyebrows arched slightly, a faint smile curling his lips. As a seasoned veteran, he'd be a fool not to catch the subtext in Wen Jin's words. The moment he finished listening, he picked out the keywords, free time, plus ice-cold beer. Wasn't that a blatant hint? Heh, alright then. I'll make sure to treat you properly when the time comes. Zhang Yuan shook his head and chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with playful teasing. He knew Wen Jin preferred this kind of tone right now. She didn't like it when he was too serious. Next, Zhang Yuan opened the message from Liang Yu, another voice note. But upon opening it, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Liang Yu, damn, Xiao Yuan, you're amazing. Just like you said. After picking up Xiaoling from school at noon, I was heading home when my brother called. He said on the phone that Xiaoling was being bullied and hadn't told him about it, or something like that. Anyway, he was just concerned about her and told me to talk to him if anything happened, that I didn't have to deal with it alone. Then, just like I suspected, it turned out Louis had contacted my brother. He brought his son, Lu Tianxi, over in person to apologize. He asked us to come over to talk things out. Since you weren't around, I took Xiaoling myself. You know what? For a party secretary, Louis was surprisingly easy to talk to. Nothing like those petty officials I used to deal with who'd make life miserable over the smallest thing. Hearing Liang Yu's excited tone, Zhang Yuan chuckled inwardly. He guessed she was so overjoyed she'd forgotten to mention the crucial part. He immediately sent a message back. Didn't you forget to mention the crucial part? What exactly did that Louis end up doing? Seeing Zhang Yuan's message, Liang Yu, fresh out of the shower and lying on her bed, face aglow with excitement, slapped her forehead. How could I have forgotten the most crucial part? She immediately sent a voice message. Liang Yu, I almost forgot to tell you the real deal too. Who knew you, little man, could get straight to the point like that? Honestly, it wasn't anything special. After all, he's the party secretary, his status speaks for itself. We couldn't push things too far. But Louis was genuinely sincere. He made Lu Tianxi apologize to Xiaoling first, and he talked for over 10 minutes straight. To be fair, that kid looked like he was stuttering the whole time, yet he managed to talk for so long. After the apology, Louis told Xiaoling to slap him twice. But there were quite a few people around, and Xiaoling was a bit scared, so she refused. That kid got so worked up, thinking he'd dodge the slaps. Little did he know Louis would later make him slap himself. His slaps weren't hard enough, so in the end, the kid ended up slapping himself over a dozen times before Louis finally let Chinka take him home. Hearing Liang Yu's laughter nearly choke her, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle dryly too. But laughter aside, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but admire Louis's cunning. Truth be told, Louis was no ordinary man to actually swallow his pride and come apologize in person. That's what Zhang Yuan thought to himself. He then casually replied to Liang Yu, mentioning he was busy and would likely be home late, before turning off his phone and heading to the living room for dinner. Chapter 121, Digging in the Wrong Direction. Shanghai, inside the car. Glancing at Gu Qiulan, who was dozing off in the passenger seat, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It's only 8 o'clock, and you're already this tired? You'd think for young people like us, the nightlife is just getting started. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan lifted her head from the window and glanced at Zhang Yuan, a look of exasperation flashing in her eyes. I don't even want to talk to you right now. How dare you ask? Her face grew even more weary as she continued. I brushed my teeth back in Zhejiang, but then you drove for 2 hours with one hand after we set off. Honestly, I don't even have the energy to talk right now. With that, Gu Qiulan rubbed her sore jaw. Never mind then. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. He had been talking out of his ass earlier. Normally, Zhang Yuan was a magic hero with rapid mana depletion, while Gu Qiulan possessed absurdly high magic resistance. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yuan wouldn't stand a chance against Gu Qiulan. But sorry about that. After the system enhancement, Zhang Yuan had undergone a transformation, becoming a true damage hero with 0 mana cost, basically reaching the pinnacle of manhood. Oh, and you can stay at my villa from now on. Zhang Yuan said softly, his focus on driving. You're exhausted right now, and it's quite close to Jingyuan. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gu Qiulan, who had been drowsy moments ago, suddenly perked up. Honey, suddenly I'm not tired anymore. I'd be happy to stay at your villa, but will you be sleeping there often? If you're not there often, I'll be all alone. Wouldn't that be like guarding an empty room? Gu Qiulan looked at Zhang Yuan suspiciously. After all, she still remembered all too clearly what had happened at Liang Yu's place. Zhang Yuan's demeanor made it seem like he intended to stay there permanently. Don't worry, I'll be going there often from now on. Zhang Yuan reached out a hand to ruffle Gu Qiulan's hair, but she deftly dodged it. What are you trying to do? Gu Qiulan's eyes flashed with a hint of tension, her tone sounding almost tearful. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's hand froze mid-air before slowly retracting. Aren't you planning to move into the villa soon? Why not just move into the villa tonight? I'll find time later to help you move your luggage and stuff over. Fine by me, as long as you don't make me eat breakfast right now. Gu Qiulan stared at Zhang Yuan, her face guarded. Come on, look at you, acting like you're guarding against me. Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. We're here. Get out. That's good. I'm really exhausted today. Let's just sleep early and talk about the rest tomorrow. With that, Gu Qiulan opened the car door and dashed out of the parking lot in a flash. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan felt a bit helpless but didn't say anything more. Click. Beep. 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 The moment he closed the car door, Zhang Yuan's phone started ringing. He opened it to find a voice message from Liang Yu. Liang Yu, honey, are you back in Shanghai yet? Lonely nights are just too hard to bear alone. Listening to the message, Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile as he thought to himself. Indeed, it was only natural that someone like his aunt, a mature, intelligent older woman, could handle things this way. Had he made the same request to Liang Yu, the outcome would have been entirely different. Of course, Zhang Yuan didn't blame Gu Qiulan. After all, he was simply too powerful. It was only natural that she couldn't withstand the intensity. He immediately replied with a voice message of his own. Zhang Yuan, auntie, I just arrived in the Magic City, but I'm heading back to the villa in Jingyuan. If you really miss me that much, auntie, come over. We can continue our wedding night tonight. Listening to Zhang Yuan's voice message, Liang Yu lay idle on her bed, biting her red lips lightly. One hand slipped under the covers, pulling them up slightly to prevent them from sliding down, while the other pressed the voice message. Honey, I still need to put Xiaoling to bed. She's still doing homework in the living room. She'll probably head to bed later. Oh, and her school's anniversary celebration starts at 7 p.m. tomorrow night. You should prepare too. You'll be joining her on stage for a duet. Listening to Liang Yu's voice message, Zhang Yuan was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Is Xiaoling's school anniversary already here? He murmured to himself, his expression tinged with excitement. According to his speculation, one crucial aspect of Liang Yu's wish task was to let Xiaoling experience a father's love. As previously agreed between Zhang Yuan and Xiaoling, the school celebration required them to perform a song together on stage, and this was precisely how Zhang Yuan would give Xiaoling that fatherly love. The wish task is finally complete. I'm really looking forward to the reward this time. Zhang Yuan immediately picked up his phone to reply to Liang Yu. Got it, auntie. Don't worry, I'll pick you both up tomorrow at 6 in the evening. Beep. As Zhang Yuan's voice message finished playing, an indescribable expression flickered across Liang Yu's face. As the quilt rippled, Liang Yu lay listlessly on the bed, picking up her phone to reply to Zhang Yuan with a faint, weary voice. Honey, has anyone ever told you your voice is enchanting? After speaking, Liang Yu rose from the bed with a sense of exhaustion, tossed her phone aside, found a set of pajamas, and walked into the bathroom for another shower. Inside the villa, Zhang Yuan listened to Liang Yu's voice message, his expression growing peculiar. Could auntie be? The thought made his expression grow even stranger. He shook his head, dismissing the notion. Better to sleep first. He walked into his room and glanced at the bathroom light still on. Zhang Yuan pursed his lips. And she says she's dead tired. Wait till she gets out of the shower, see if she's still tired then. Thud. Zhang Yuan tossed his phone aside and flopped onto the bed, shedding the day's weariness. Ding. Host detected about to participate in significant event. Triggering mission, perfect performance. Mission requirements, gain Xiaoling's high praise during the school anniversary performance. Reward, obtain property rights to the imperial capital's Prince Shun mansion. The system notification jolted Zhang Yuan's drowsy mind wide awake. Holy, the Prince Shun mansion? Zhang Yuan let out an excited growl. I was already participating in the school anniversary celebration, and now I get the property rights to the Prince Shun mansion on top of that? This is absolutely awesome. His excitement stemmed from the fact that the Prince Shun's mansion wasn't something just anyone could afford. It could be said that even the most prestigious families weren't guaranteed to obtain the property rights to a prince's mansion. Properties of this caliber weren't something money alone could buy. They required the highest level of status, at the very least, someone of full ministerial rank or above, to qualify for ownership. And Zhang Yuan was getting it solely through the system? It was beyond awesome. As Zhang Yuan pondered this, the sound of running water in the bathroom gradually faded. Gu Qiulan emerged wrapped in a towel, her damp hair still dripping with water. Seeing Zhang Yuan's vibrant energy, a hint of softness flickered in her eyes. She leaned close to his ear, gently biting her red lips. Honey, after my shower, I'm wide awake and full of energy. Could you help me burn off some of this vitality? With that, she blew a warm breath against his ear. Zhang Yuan tilted his head slightly, taking in Gu Qiulan's alluring appearance, and chuckled softly. Sorry, honey, your husband here is tired. Let's just sleep tonight. Then he pulled the covers over his head. While Gu Qiulan had her reasons for rejecting Zhang Yuan earlier, Zhang Yuan had his own valid reasons for turning her down now. Watching Zhang Yuan bury his head under the covers, Gu Qiulan felt a pang of resentment and let out a soft huff. I won't let you sleep tonight. With that, she crawled under the covers too. Only, she crawled in from the bottom of the quilt. Chapter 122, The Merciless Typing Machine. 6 in the morning. Zhang Yuan, having not slept a wink all night, gazed at Gu Qiulan in his arms. Her cheeks were rosy and delicate, a hint of blush like a budding flower, radiating the freshness of youth. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth twitched. Who was it last night saying they were too tired and wanted to sleep early? Didn't I perk right up after my shower? Gu Qiulan rubbed against Zhang Yuan like a kitten. Besides, honey, you look wide awake too. Not a bit tired at all. Feels like you could go all the way till noon. After saying this, Gu Qiulan seemed embarrassed by her own words and shyly buried her face in Zhang Yuan's chest. After all, she'd been going from 9 last night until 6 this morning, nearly 10 solid hours. Only Zhang Yuan could handle that. Any other man would have collapsed long ago, risking sudden death at any moment. Hearing Gu Qiulan's unabashed words, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His vision darkened slightly as he murmured with a hint of annoyance. Damn, only my stamina could handle this. Anyone else would have died on top of you. But I still only have you as a man. Other men wouldn't even get the chance to die. Gu Qiulan pouted in slight annoyance. Enough. I'm not wasting my breath arguing with you. I promised Auntie I'd pick her up at 6 tonight. Let's just go to sleep, okay? Sensing Gu Qiulan might want to continue, Zhang Yuan quickly cut her off, pushing her away. He pulled the quilt over his head and pretended to sleep. Seeing Zhang Yuan had completely passed out, Gu Qiulan didn't press the issue. She just asked curiously. Pick up Auntie at 6? What are you guys going to do? Nothing. It's just Xiaoling's school anniversary today, so I'm tagging along. After all, I am Xiaoling's dad. You're really playing the part now. You're clearly just her godfather. Calling yourself dad is just to satisfy your own twisted sense of humor, isn't it? Gu Qiulan looked as if she had seen right through him. Oh, you guessed right. Now I want to hear you say something nice. Hurry up, or I won't be coming back to the villa for a whole week. Zhang Yuan poked his head out from under the covers, grinning wickedly at Gu Qiulan. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan's expression instantly darkened. You bastard, Zhang Yuan. How dare you threaten me with something like this? Turns out I'm dispensable when you've got so many other women. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes at her with utter indifference. Drama queen, hurry up and say it. If you don't, I'll really go to sleep. I won't come to the villa for the next week. Fine. I'll call you something nice, okay? Gu Qiulan shot Zhang Yuan a resentful look before lowering her head in embarrassment. Master. Ha! Now that's more like it. Go to sleep. I'll spoil you properly tomorrow night. Zhang Yuan gently tickled Gu Qiulan's nose before settling down completely. But Gu Qiulan remained wide awake. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she turned to look at Zhang Yuan, her eyes as seductive as an ocean. Oh, right, master. The villa is so big. Living here alone makes me feel a bit lonely. Could my best friend, Su Wanqing, move in too? That way, it'd be closer for her internship too. I promise, she'll only stay in the guest room and won't interfere with our bang bang bang. Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, Zhang Yuan was speechless. Good grief, this kid really does have nothing but that on her mind. It was like she'd tried it a few times and got hooked. But when Gu Qiulan mentioned Su Wanqing, Zhang Yuan felt a moment of confusion. His memory of her was hazy. Seeing Zhang Yuan's expression, Gu Qiulan explained. She's the one from the mall last time. Before she could finish, Zhang Yuan remembered that mature, intellectual girl with the black-rimmed glasses. Though he hadn't probed her background, just that irresistibly alluring face alone was enough for Zhang Yuan to declare her beauty easily above 90 points. Without a second thought, he blurted out. Great! That's wonderful news. Why would I possibly object? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gu Qiulan's expression shifted instantly. She looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Ha? Have you been eyeing her for a while now? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan flushed crimson and hastily explained, not at all. I meant it's a good thing she's moving in to keep you company. Don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. Gu Qiulan didn't believe a word of Zhang Yuan's defense, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Master, to be honest, I wouldn't mind having 2 women serve me. Besides, I definitely prefer being with my best friend over anyone else. With her moving in, it'll be easier for you to win her over too. Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, Zhang Yuan was momentarily at a loss, thinking to himself. Damn, you're the real schemer here. However, though he had already made up his mind, Zhang Yuan still maintained the appearance of a proper gentleman, acting as if he couldn't care less. Alright, I'm so tired. Let's sleep first. So big. I'll cuddle up with my master while we sleep. Gu Qiulan smiled sweetly, her face also showing a hint of weariness. After all, they had been at it all night. Even without exerting herself, she couldn't help but feel exhausted. When he awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Zhang Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, feeling the exhaustion from the sleepless night completely swept away, his spirit incredibly refreshed. First, I'll take a shower, then write for a bit before going to pick up my aunt. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was only 3 o'clock. Staring blankly at the floor-to-ceiling window, he watched the lawn outside and murmured to himself. Then he got up and headed for the bathroom. Click. The bathroom door closed. Zhang Yuan emerged wearing a bathrobe, towel in hand, drying his dripping hair. Glancing at Gu Qiulan, who was still fast asleep, Zhang Yuan thoughtfully picked up the hairdryer and headed to the study. Click. Plugging in the power cord, Zhang Yuan turned on his computer. He flicked his now dry hair back and murmured in admiration. Jing Yuan really delivers. I didn't buy a single piece of furniture, yet it's already move-in ready. Every room is fully equipped. Even the computer is a desktop with a 5090 level graphics card. After settling his mind, Zhang Yuan opened the back-end data for his book platform. Just as I expected. The readership keeps climbing already at 500,000 concurrent readers. At this rate, hitting a million would be a big deal before long. It'll easily become the site's flagship title. A faint smile touched Zhang Yuan's lips. Truly a masterpiece of writing skill crafted by the system. It's terrifyingly powerful. Back in his previous life as a delivery driver, he dabbled in writing novels too. Unfortunately, after churning out 300,000 words, he only earned $20 enough to make him give up. Right, let's check the earnings. While I don't care much about the money, it does fulfill a dream from my past life. Saying this, Zhang Yuan opened the earnings section. Today's earnings, 1,087 yuan. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. With 500,000 readers currently, based on a 10-day average, that meant only 50,000 daily views. Calculating at 1 yuan per 100 readers, his current rate was actually quite decent. It had doubled. After all, he only had 100,000 words so far. As the word count grew, the rate could even reach an insane 5 yuan per 100 readers. Without lingering further, Zhang Yuan opened his writing software, ready to get to work. After all, there were still 3 hours left before 6 o'clock. At his current pace of over 10,000 words per hour, he could easily hit at least 30,000 words as a baseline. Chapter 123, Under no circumstances let it hit the market. Ugh. A measly 30,000 words? Piece of cake. Zhang Yuan stretched his body and uploaded the revised chapter. Then he shut down his computer. Beep. 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 At that moment, Zhang Yuan's phone buzzed. Tisk, Auntie sure is punctual. Barely past 6 and she's already messaging me. No wonder Auntie cares so much about Xiaoling's school anniversary, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. Even before reading the message, he already knew who it was from. He immediately opened WeChat and sure enough, it was exactly the same as Zhang Yuan's size. Whoosh. Zhang Yuan tapped the voice message and a voice with an irresistible charm filled the air from his phone. Liangyu, little man, haven't you come to pick me up yet? You're definitely going to love what I'm wearing today. Guess what style I'm wearing? Hee, and I've been hitting the gym lately working out my glutes specifically. You know the rest. Listening to Liang Yu's bone-melting voice, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but shiver. No wonder mature women like my aunt are so uninhibited. Still, while he marveled at her boldness, Zhang Yuan was undeniably intrigued by Liang Yu's mention of her peach-shaped buttocks. Tonight, he intended to satisfy his curiosity. He immediately sent a voice message. Zhang Yuan, Auntie, I'm already on my way. There's a bit of traffic, but I should be at your place soon. He phrased it this way mainly to convey his concern for Liang Yu. That way, even if he arrived a bit late, she wouldn't get upset. It was one of Zhang Yuan's little tricks. Beep. 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 Liang Yu sent another message. Okay, sweetie. You better drive fast, or we'll be late for the school celebration. Little Ling will be so disappointed. After listening to the voice message, Zhang Yuan didn't linger. He headed to the master bedroom first. Oh, finally up? Seeing Gu Qiulan lying in bed, eyes glazed over as she scrolled through videos, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. He opened the wardrobe, changed into a slightly more casual ink wash pattern shirt, and paired it with dress pants. Yeah, I'm up. Dressed up so sharp, who are you trying to seduce? Gu Qiulan shot Zhang Yuan a glance, muttering discontentedly. You're really taking Xiaoling's school anniversary seriously, huh? You always dressed so casually when we met before. Hearing Gu Qiulan's slightly petulant words, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Because I love you so much, I never have time to get dressed up when I see you. I just want to see you first thing. With that, he reached out and pinched her rosy cheek. Whatever, I get it. Now hurry up, or Auntie will be waiting impatiently. Gu Qiulan rose with satisfaction, hugged Zhang Yuan tightly, planted a firm kiss on his lips, then released him. Alright, I'm heading out now. Zhang Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair before leaving the room and closing the wooden door behind him. V-room. 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 The roar of the lava engine echoed down the entire street, drawing the stares of passers-by. Tisk, looks like the big shot is heading out to chase women again. Why say that? Not all rich folks in Magic City are men, there are wealthy young ladies too. Plus, this LaFerrari is red. Pretty good chance it's for a girl. Hearing her boyfriend's dismissive remark, the woman retorted with a hint of displeasure, then added. You know you're objectifying women, right? If you keep this up, I'll seriously have to evaluate you. If you dare say things like that again, we're done. After all, I'm an independent woman. Overhearing this conversation dripping with sweetness, passersby couldn't help but flash smug smiles. Ha, this guy better not break up with her. Otherwise, if she hits the market, she'll ruin all the other guys. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, the man's face darkened instantly. He muttered under his breath. I was just joking around. Besides, rich people are rich regardless of gender. Their wealth is built on exploiting us. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Hearing this, the woman immediately retorted loudly. The ones exploiting us are all men. We women are sweet, soft little cakes. How could we possibly do such things? Seeing the woman deploy her innate female charm, the crowd scattered to one side, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Hearing her words, the man's face darkened completely. Yet deep down, he felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he'd recognized his girlfriend's true colors early on and hadn't invested too much money. The thought that he'd actually considered discussing the 388,000 yuan dowry with his parents made him feel utterly foolish. Yet he didn't erupt. Instead, he nodded in agreement, his face filled with apology. I'm sorry, baby. It's all my fault. I'll never do that again. And I won't restrict your freedom to dress how you want or enjoy your nightlife anymore. It's all my fault for being too controlling before, which is why you're so upset today. But despite his words, the man had already mentally relegated the woman to being just a hookup. Good to know. By the way, I'm going out drinking with my guy friends tonight. Don't bother waiting up for me. The woman declared haughtily. Auntie, mission accomplished. Made it here before 6:30. Pulling up in front of the residential complex, Zhang Yuan smiled as he opened the door for Liang Yu. Ha! You drive pretty fast, kid. Even with all the traffic in the Magic City, you still got here early. Liang Yu laughed as she slid into the passenger seat, unconcerned about being late for Xiaoling's school anniversary celebration. After all, it was just a few kilometers away in the city center, a quick trip. Of course. Dragon speed. Zhang Yuan grinned widely as he buckled Liang Yu's seatbelt. Then he turned to look at Xiaoling and whispered softly. Oh, by the way, Xiaoling, you're participating in the singing event for the school anniversary. What song are you planning to perform? Before Xiaoling could answer Zhang Yuan's question, Liang Yu gasped in surprise. Oh no. What's wrong? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Xiaoling signed up for the singing event. While the song probably isn't too difficult, you haven't practiced it yet, have you? This event requires two people to perform on stage together. How are you going to manage if you haven't practiced beforehand? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately flashed a confident smile. No worries. No matter what song it is, I can get it down pretty well after listening to it a few times. Singing a duet with Xiaoling won't be a problem at all. He'd thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be such a minor issue. He'd anticipated this long ago. The reason he hadn't mentioned it was simply because it wasn't necessary. With his Hall of Fame level musical skills and musician identity card, he could perfectly replicate any song after just one listen. Naturally, he had no worries. Hearing this, Liang Yu nodded without questioning Zhang Yuan. After all, she knew just how formidable he was in this area. That night's performance of third person had been the pivotal moment she'd fallen for him. Actually, I don't plan on singing any of those inspirational or simple songs. Xiaoling chimed in at that moment. Ha? Then what song do you plan to sing? Liang Yu was a bit surprised. After all, in her view, someone Xiaoling's age would probably sing something like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star at most, or maybe some internet pop songs if she was more advanced. Xiaoling, you can sing whatever you want. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly as he drove. Dad, I want to sing that song you and Mom sang together before. After you left, Mom was so happy that night. I even eavesdropped at the doorway and wrote down the lyrics. I'd been practicing secretly every day since then, and now I sing it beautifully. Xiaoling smiled shyly. Oh? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan and Liang Yu looked at Xiaoling with a hint of surprise. Ha, Xiaoling, you wouldn't be planning to sing the third-person version I wrote, would you? A faint smile played at the corners of Zhang Yuan's mouth. That's right. Daddy's so clever, you guessed it. Xiaoling shook her round head cheerfully. Liang Yu, holding Xiaoling, beamed with delight. She hadn't expected Xiaoling to copy down the lyrics of the third-person song and secretly practice it just to sing for her on the school anniversary. Mom and Dad, would you like to hear Xiaoling's progress? Sure, go ahead and sing. The two responded gently. Here I go then. Then, a uniquely childlike voice began to sing a deep, soulful song. I naively thought it was his unique taste. Chapter 124, School Anniversary. Xiaoling's school puts on a pretty decent anniversary celebration, huh? Zhang Yuan and his two friends had already taken their seats. Looking at the stage converted from the soccer field, he nodded. Though his impression of the school wasn't great. But credit where credit was due. For a private kindergarten charging hundreds of thousands in annual tuition, the grounds were far larger than most universities, not to mention the various facilities. The anniversary celebration was packed with people. Seats on the soccer field were nearly all filled. Due to the overwhelming turnout, the school parking lot was completely full, with rows of luxury cars parked even near the soccer field. The most modest vehicles were BMWs, Bentleys, Audi's, and the like. Zhang Yuan scanned the scene and estimated that even the most affordable vehicles were priced at a minimum of 1 million yuan. Dad, I'm so nervous. Watching the performances already underway below, Xiaoling nervously clung to Zhang Yuan's shoulder, wiping sweat from her forehead with her free hand. Today held extraordinary significance for her, so she dressed exceptionally formally, two twin ponytails, a puffy white dress. Her nervousness, combined with the weather in venue, caused sweat to bead on her forehead. But with so many people packed in, even with the school running dozens of powerful central air conditioners, it still felt stiflingly hot. It's okay, don't be nervous. Look at Mom, she's excited out of her mind. Zhang Yuan gestured toward Liangyu, who had already pulled out her phone and started filming the performance below. Don't be afraid. Just treat this like your usual practice. Liangyu turned back to look at Xiaoling. Okay, I'll try not to be so nervous. Xiaoling began taking deep breaths. But their reassurances were just that, reassurances. For a 5-year-old girl, nerves were still inevitable. Xiaoling, your performance is up next. Liangyu glanced at the performance schedule and reminded her. Looks like there's no time to be nervous. I have to head backstage now. After all, facing your fears head-on is the best way to overcome them. Besides, I'm here to back you up. With all your practice, you'll win easily. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, patting Xiaoling's shoulder, inadvertently easing some of her nerves. Xiaoling nodded firmly and followed Zhang Yuan out. Soon, the performance concluded, and it was time for Xiaoling and Zhang Yuan to take the stage. Next, please welcome Xiaoling and her father to the stage for a duet of their original song, third person. The host's voice echoed through the venue. Louis, seated near the front row of the audience, heard the announcement and looked over at Chen Ku and Lu Tianxi beside him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I never would have guessed he was that girl's father. He seems a bit too young, doesn't he? Chen Ku beside him nodded in agreement. Yeah, having a child at such a young age? After all, she had seen Liang Yu's records and knew the other party was already 30. But Zhang Yuan was so young, yet had a 5-year-old daughter. It just didn't seem normal. Could he be remarried with a child from a previous marriage? Suddenly, Chen Ku seemed to think of something and blurted out. Hearing this, Louis remained silent, knowing Chen Ku hadn't grasped his meaning. But that was understandable. Few others had access to such detailed information besides himself. If he hadn't seen it in the files that the legitimate daughter of the Shin family from the capital was actually Zhang Yuan's public girlfriend, he wouldn't have immediately gone down on one knee. Although the Shin family dismissed it as rumors and all related videos online had vanished, uncovering the truth was straightforward for someone in Louis's position. Of course, none of that was the real truth. What mattered was what Louis had learned from Zhang Yuan's network. Liang Hui was Zhang Yuan's adoptive father, and Liang Yu was Liang Hui's daughter. Meanwhile, Lu Kuanxing, who was tuning a piano backstage, heard the host's voice and a faint smile touched his lips. Xiao Yuan is participating too? But the moment the words left his lips, he seemed to realize something, and the smile instantly froze on his face. Xiaoling's father. Zhang Yuan? Lu Kuanxing fell silent for a long moment, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. In the end, he could only manage one sentence. We've got to keep this under wraps. If old Liang finds out, he'll probably. Honestly, that kid Xiao Yuan has guts bigger than Jinji's. Time to take the stage. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, trying to ease Xiaoling's nerves. Xiaoling gave a firm nod, then took Zhang Yuan's large hand and walked onto the stage. Good evening, everyone. I'll be performing my father's original song, third person. Xiaoling picked up the microphone. Though she'd rehearsed this in her mind hundreds of times, her voice still trembled slightly as she spoke. This little girl's no good either. She's nervous just speaking. How could she sing well? Ha ha ha. Mr. Wang, is this about singing well? It's her father's original song, and she looks so young. How good could it possibly sound? True. Probably just a mediocre song at best. Listening to the murmurs of the two pot-bellied middle-aged men beside her, Liang Yu couldn't hold back. Why don't you go up there and sing it yourself? She hasn't even started yet, and you're already putting her down? Hearing Liang Yu's words, the two men glanced back. Upon seeing her face, their eyes whitened instantly. Ma'am, our apologies. We were indeed a bit presumptuous earlier. May I ask if you came here alone? One of the middle-aged men twirled the jade ring on his finger and flicked back the few strands of hair left on his head. My husband came with me. The ones performing on stage are my daughter and husband. Liang Yu could easily discern the underlying meaning in his words. She immediately frowned and said. Then she silently took Zhang Yuan's seat, moving a little further away from the two men. Seeing this, the two men didn't make a fuss. After all, no one attended this school without connections, and there was no need to let a minor incident sour the mood. As the murmurs among the audience grew, the host promptly announced, "Now, please welcome Xiaoling and her father to begin their performance." With that, the host returned to the backstage area. As the host departed, Xiaoling looked down nervously but still picked up the microphone and began to sing. A childlike voice, amplified by the microphone, filled the air. He wants to know who it is. No sooner had she finished the first line than many in the audience frowned. What on earth is this? She's completely off key. Hearing the disapproving murmurs below, Xiaoling grew even more nervous as she sang the second line. Why is Mr. He so quiet? But her nerves caused her to sing even more off key. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan didn't step in to help or sing along to steady her. He just watched Xiaoling quietly. After finishing the second line, Xiaoling didn't continue seamlessly. Instead, she took a nervous, deep breath and glanced up at Zhang Yuan. Go for it. Meeting Xiaoling's anxious gaze, Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile as he offered quiet encouragement. Though his voice was soft, the microphone amplified it, making it audible to the entire venue. Liang Yu, who heard the words, pressed her lips tightly together, her face expressionless. Bolstered by Zhang Yuan's encouragement, Xiaoling took another deep breath and began singing once more. This time, there were no off-key notes. Her breath was steady, and her pitch was spot on. It wasn't an extraordinary performance, just one free from nervousness. He wants to know who it is. Why is he always so quiet? Even in the crowd, they stand out. Oh, not bad at all. That was pretty good singing. A Hong Kong parent was somewhat surprised. Yeah, looks like he was just nervous at first. Now he's settling in. Another parent chimed in. And let me tell you, those lyrics show real skill. If that young man up there really wrote them, he's a true genius. A middle-aged man working in music exclaimed in astonishment. Standing out in solitude is inevitable. Xiaoling began singing again, but unlike the previous three lines, this one instantly captured the entire audience's attention. Chapter 125, a song that touches the soul. This line shows profound depth. Looks like this girl's father isn't someone to be underestimated. The previously composed expression on the middle-aged man's face vanished, replaced by a look of profound astonishment. Indeed. Though I know little about music, truly great music commands instant attention. The person beside him nodded in agreement. Happiness certainly has a touch. Zhang Yuan began harmonizing, carefully matching Xiaoling's vocal tone and pitch to create a seamless blend, without the slightest discord. But loneliness is stronger. When I'm sad, I don't shed tears. Even if tears fall, it's not sorrow. Most of the audience below the stage, who had initially paid little attention to the pair, now looked up in surprise. They listened intently, and finally closed their eyes completely. On stage, Liang Yu watched the duet unfold, her hand covering her mouth in emotion as tears glistened in her eyes. At that moment, her heart was a whirlwind of emotions: joy, sorrow, excitement, happiness, relief, and more. I naively thought it was his unique taste. Little did I know it was his indescribable duel. Alphabet-style split screens unfold a spy versus spy drama. After these three lines, not a single person in the venue held a trace of contempt. Instead, the song stirred a hidden sorrow within their hearts, and they murmured to themselves, I miss you so much. After murmuring this, some began opening their eyes. Zhang Yuan's gaze brimmed with deep admiration as he pulled out his phone to record and share online. Lu Yi in the audience was no exception. Closing his eyes, a single tear slowly rolled down the corner of his eye. Listening to this heart-wrenching music, he was inexplicably reminded of a time when he was just a lowly clerk. There was a girl who never left his side. Every day when he went to work, she would prepare a boxed lunch and slip it into his bag. She managed household affairs with remarkable efficiency, never once causing him worry. Yet he had scorned her for lacking fashion sense, complaining she looked like a frumpy housewife day in and day out. He began avoiding home, lingering outside as long as possible. Then he unexpectedly met the bureau chief's daughter. Later, to climb the career ladder, he divorced her and married the bureau chief's daughter. 3 years later, he unexpectedly learned that she had poisoned herself to death just 1 year after their divorce. However, at that time, he was relying on his father-in-law to climb the ladder, so he did not go to pay his respects. After 20 years navigating the bureaucratic world, he finally reached the position of party secretary. Yet he remained childless, eventually learning his wife was infertile. His father-in-law had been a great help, and he wasn't a cold-hearted man, so he didn't dwell on it. Life went on day by day. That was until he met Chen Ke 6 years ago. He was already 48 when, dressed in plain clothes and seeking distraction at a KTV, he encountered Chen Ke, who had just turned 19. Eventually, he succumbed to temptation and divorced the bureau chief's daughter under false pretenses. Since he was at the peak of his power and his father-in-law had long since retired from officialdom, he faced no repercussions. Lu Kuanqing, who had been tuning a piano backstage, froze upon hearing the singing. After a moment, he slowly uttered 3 words. Terrible. But Lu Kuanqing didn't dwell on it. After all, in his view, Zhang Yuan was merely accompanying Xiaoling up there was no need for him to sing beautifully. That kid, if he could sing well too, what kind of world would this be? Lu Kuanqing shook his head. But the kid tells it like it is. While his duet with Xiaoling was awful, the lyrics he wrote were actually quite good. But no sooner had he finished speaking than he froze again. Why are they starting over? Wait, how did it suddenly get so much better? But before he could finish, Lu Kuanqing froze again. His body trembled as he slowly closed his eyes, savoring every note of the song. Knowing youth is a certain kind of waste. Only then do we realize its preciousness. When the song ended, the entire venue fell silent. Only after 3 seconds, once Xiaoling had returned her and Zhang Yuan's microphones to their stands, did thunderous applause erupt. Clap. 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 That little girl's father sings quite well. After the school celebration ends later, I'll go talk to him and see if I can buy the copyright to this song. A young man beside the middle-aged man in a suit murmured to himself. Hearing the voice, the middle-aged man in the suit curved his lips into a faint smile and shook his head. Xiao Lu, you're still too green. Let me show you how a veteran handles things. A spark of curiosity flashed in the young man's eyes. Then, under his stunned gaze, the middle-aged man pulled a megaphone from his briefcase. Hey, handsome guy on stage. I'm the general manager of Penguin Music. Your song is absolutely perfect. Could I buy you a coffee later and chat? The voice cut through the thunderous applause, loud enough to reach Zhang Yuan's ears. Though unable to pinpoint the exact location, Zhang Yuan could discern the general direction. He immediately grabbed the microphone and addressed the area. Sorry, sir, I'm not interested in selling music copyrights at the moment. Hearing Zhang Yuan's response, the middle-aged man in the suit sounded slightly disappointed but didn't press the matter. Very well then. My apologies for the interruption. Haha, no bother at all. Listening to their banter, many in the audience chuckled, including Liang Yu. Stage lights fell upon Zhang Yuan's head, making his hair appear almost ethereal. His ink-washed shirt was damp with sweat, revealing the physique concealed beneath its loose fabric. Gazing at his incredibly masculine physique, many women in the front rows covered their mouths and murmured to themselves. Even though he has a daughter and is married, if I could have him, being the other woman wouldn't be so bad. This wasn't just one person's thought, it echoed the innermost desires of most women in the front rows. Of course, no one could hear them. If outsiders overheard, they'd surely envy them enough to want to take their place. Even becoming a mere appendage to Zhang Yuan as long as they could bask in that glory wouldn't be so bad. After all, every single person attending this school reunion had assets in the 8-figure range. Even the crumbs that slipped through their fingers were wealth ordinary people couldn't earn in a lifetime. Xiaoling, let's go find mom. Seeing how beautifully you sang just now, she must be thrilled beyond belief. Ignoring the screams from the girls in the front row, Zhang Yuan walked over to Xiaoling with a gentle expression. Hehe, okay, daddy. Xiaoling flashed a sweet smile and followed Zhang Yuan off stage. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, tears welled up in Liang Yu's eyes and fell uncontrollably, leaving 2 streaks down her cheeks. Ding. Chapter 126, Heaven-Defying Reward, The Chosen Protagonist. Ding, Liang Yu's affection +6. Current affection, 95. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining 100 emotion points. Current emotion points, 1000. Ding, congratulations. Host's wish quest completion progress has reached 100%. Mysterious reward package unlocked. Proceed? Not opening for now. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning Xiaoling's high recognition. Reward, property rights to the Shun Prince's mansion in the imperial capital. The relevant certificate has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Listening to the constant chime of system notifications in his mind, Zhang Yuan's lips curled upward in a smile he tried to suppress but couldn't contain at all. Xiaoling is amazing. She sang so beautifully. Come here, let mommy give you a hug. The moment they stepped into the backstage lounge, they found Liang Yu already waiting there. Hee, mom, I was really nervous before singing just now. Thank goodness dad kept encouraging me. Xiaoling's face lit up with a sweet smile as she scampered over and threw herself into Liang Yu's arms. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan blocked the system's reward notification and murmured softly. It doesn't have much to do with me. The key lies in your daily practice. Otherwise, even if I harmonized for you, it wouldn't sound that great. That's right. A big part of it is Xiaoling's own hard work. Liang Yu smiled gently. A pang of emotion stirred within her. For 5 years, ever since Xiaoling's birth, she had never known a father's love. And because she herself could be rather strict at times, Xiaoling had developed a sensitive, insecure nature. Often, when bullied at school, she dared not tell her mother. The recent incident with Lu Tianxi at school was a prime example. Had the principal not called her, Liang Yu likely wouldn't have known about it until Xiaoling graduated. No incident erupts suddenly, it's always the culmination of countless small incidents. Only when the burden becomes unbearable does Xiaoling choose to fight back, which is why things escalate. Before that, no matter how much Liang Yu pressed her, Xiaoling refused to reveal how many times she had been bullied. But this kind of thing will never happen again. Liang Yu thought to herself, feeling a sudden weight lift from her shoulders as if a heavy burden had quietly shattered. By the way, Auntie, should we go back to our seats to continue watching the performance, or just head home? Xiaoling's performance is over anyway. Winning awards is just a formality. Zhang Yuan shrugged indifferently. Of course, he was just putting on a show. All he wanted now was to find a secluded spot to thoroughly study the prize and its rewards. Xiaoling is the star today. Let's see what she thinks. Xiaoling, do you want to stay and watch more, or go back? Liang Yu ruffled her hair affectionately, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she spoke softly. Let's go back. I'm a bit tired and want to sleep. Xiao Ling said, yawning. Alright, let's head back then. Feeling sleepy is normal. After all, your adrenaline was pumping while you were on stage earlier. Now that it's dropping, you're bound to feel tired. Zhang Yuan picked up Xiao Ling and headed toward the exit. Liang Yu walked beside them, gently reaching out to brush Zhang Yuan's palm twice. But due to their positions, Xiao Ling couldn't see this. Otherwise, she would have excitedly shouted, Brother Zhang Yuan is really becoming my dad. Dad, hurry up and marry mom. Faced with Liang Yu's subtle advances, Zhang Yuan wasn't indifferent. When she reached out a second time, he took her hand firmly. Following the path of her fingers, his hand moved forward until their fingers intertwined. The evening breeze caressed them, their hair dancing in the night wind. The restless heat in their hearts gradually calmed. Hand in hand, they walked toward the car. Ha! Has Zhang Yuan already left? Louis led Lu Tianxi to the backstage area, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of Zhang Yuan. Sir, that gentleman just left with his daughter and wife. A staff member overheard Louis's somewhat loud muttering and approached to inform him. I see. Thanks, buddy. Louis nodded and gave Lu Tianxi a light pat on the head. You got lucky today. Last time Zhang Yuan wasn't here, but this time he was, and I was planning to have you apologize properly. I didn't expect him to disappear so quickly. Hearing his father's words, Lu Tianxi dared not argue back. He could only cower like a quail, tucking his head in. Dad, I won't act like that again. Poof. I hope you can live up to your words. Louis gave a light snort and led Lu Tianxi out of the backstage area. The staff member who had spoken earlier stared at them in astonishment, clearly not expecting the two to be father and son. After all, one was only 5 years old, while the other looked like a middle-aged man approaching 50 or perhaps even 55. This pairing seemed decidedly incongruous. System, redeem all extraordinary lottery chances. Inside the car, Zhang Yuan drove with focused concentration, while inwardly letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Ding! Current emotion points, 1000. Redeeming supernatural lottery opportunities. Ding! Current emotion points, 0, 2 extraordinary lottery chances available. Proceed with lottery? Draw. Ding! Lottery begins. Then, a golden roulette will, unlike the usual pale blue one, appeared before Zhang Yuan. Gone were the usual symbols of books, gold coins, or potions. Instead, it bore rows of bright red question marks, each varying in hue. The white pointer began spinning, finally settling on one deep red and one light red question mark. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the talent, Heaven's Chosen Protagonist. Equipment effects, intelligence diminishing aura, defying fate, tiger-like stamina, smooth sailing in all endeavors. Note, once equipped, cannot be removed. Scanning the lengthy list of effects displayed by the system, Zhang Yuan nearly shouted in excitement had Liang Yu not been right beside him in the car. He truly hadn't expected this system to be this generous. His very first draw had granted such an unbeatable reward. Moreover, regardless of anything else, Zhang Yuan's most immediate realization was that his upcoming efforts to win back Shin Jiwei would undoubtedly proceed smoothly. Equip! 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 No way! I actually hope this title stays on forever. Zhang Yuan shouted inwardly. Ding! Equipped successfully. The instant the system notification appeared, Zhang Yuan felt a warm current surge through his body, accompanied by an inexplicable connection to Liang Yu. System, do you know what's going on? Zhang Yuan hurriedly asked the question in his mind. Ding! Since the host has equipped the title, they have become the world's child. Anyone with a deep bond to you will experience this connection. I see. Well, that's not a bad thing. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Yuan understood. He then turned his attention to another reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining 10 years of lifespan. Your current available lifespan is 20 years. Seeing the reward, Zhang Yuan wasn't overly disappointed. After all, he'd already anticipated that the second reward probably wouldn't be great. Moreover, for Zhang Yuan, longevity was something he could never have enough of. After all, he certainly didn't want to return to dust after living only 100 years. Chapter 127, Super Senses. System, I recall I still have a major gift package unopened, right? Help me open that big gift package. Zhang Yuan silently called out in his mind, eagerly anticipating the rewards within the grand gift package. Ding! The gift pack has been activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the extraordinary reward, Super Senses. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Yuan paused in surprise, mentally inquiring, what exactly are the Super 5 Senses, system? Ding! The 5 senses, as the name implies, are hearing, smell, touch, taste, and sight. The Super Senses enhance these 5 senses beyond human limits. No sooner had the system finished speaking than Liang Yu in the passenger seat let out a startled cry. Ah! 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 Zhang Yuan, turn the wheel. We're going to crash. In Liang Yu's view, a Buick was mere 5 meters away from Lafay, poised to collide with them. It's fine, Auntie. Don't panic. I've got this. Zhang Yuan said casually, watching the vehicles ahead move as if in slow motion, nearly 10 times slower than reality. A faint smile touched his lips. The system hadn't exaggerated. This super sense's ability was truly powerful beyond measure. With a light twist of the steering wheel, he leveraged the Lotha's powerful performance to swerve sharply, averting the collision. Squeal! 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 Rubber tires screeched against the pavement, leaving a long trail of marks. Ha, ha! Liang Yu gasped for breath, her eyes filled with relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. Zhang Yuan, pay more attention when you're driving next time. We won't always get this lucky. Liang Yu's voice trembled as she glared at Zhang Yuan with a hint of anger. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 50. I'm sorry, Auntie. It was definitely my fault. It won't happen again. Zhang Yuan promptly admitted his mistake. After all, he hadn't thought things through. Liang Yu didn't possess super senses or a strong physique. If they had actually collided, it would likely have triggered the airbag, causing her to hit it and faint. As for why Xiaoling hadn't spoken up, it was because she'd already fainted from fright before Zhang Yuan had even made the turn. Just don't make such basic mistakes again. Liang Yu glanced at Zhang Yuan and suddenly felt a halo of light radiating from him, like a deity, making her want to draw closer. Instantly, most of her anger dissipated. Honey, let's head home first. Once we're back, let's put Xiaoling to sleep in the master bedroom first, then we'll go to the guest room. As she spoke, a faint blush spread across Liang Yu's cheeks, making her look so coy and delicate that one couldn't help but want to cherish her deeply. Then so be it. Zhang Yuan flashed a devilish smile, like a dragon king appearing in the mortal world. He lifted Liang Yu's chin and slowly leaned in, his lips gently brushing hers. Who'd have thought it'd be this jammed late at night? But since it'll take a while to get home anyway, it's perfect. Zhang Yuan shifted his gaze from the traffic ahead to Liang Yu, raising an eyebrow. I get it, you bastard. Why do you love rhino demons so much? Liang Yu's cheeks flushed as she muttered under her breath, slowly lowering her head. Normally, she wouldn't have cared, but the problem was that they weren't alone in the car. Cough. 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 Liang Yu pounded her chest repeatedly, hoping to ease the discomfort, but for Zhang Yuan, who was choking on anime references, it clearly didn't help a bit. After coughing for 2 full minutes, Liang Yu finally swallowed hard. Phew, I'm finally alive. Back to life? Not yet. We're home already. Zhang Yuan, the Dragon King, smiled wryly, glancing at Xiaoling still fast asleep in Liang Yu's arms. A pang of emotion washed over him. Truly the protagonist destined by heaven, incredibly resilient. Though the road wasn't overly bumpy, there were still plenty of speed bumps. Yet Xiaoling hadn't stirred once, sparing Zhang Yuan any awkward moments. While her exhaustion and earlier fright might explain her deep sleep, the fact she remained undisturbed throughout the journey? Zhang Yuan refused to believe it had nothing to do with her title as the protagonist of destiny. You take Xiaoling now. I'm feeling a bit drained. Liang Yu rubbed her sore cheeks wearily. Alright, I'll take her. Zhang Yuan nodded, then took Xiaoling from Liang Yu's arms and headed toward the 6th floor. Click. The door opened. Just as Zhang Yuan set Xiaoling down, he felt himself enveloped in a warm embrace. 2 soft mounds pressed against his back, an incredibly comfortable sensation. Zhang Yuan, why don't we take a shower first? I feel so hot. Liang Yu murmured dreamily, her breath warm against his skin. Seeing Liang Yu's reaction, Zhang Yuan gained a clearer understanding of the immense power behind the title of Chosen One. He immediately scooped Liang Yu up in his arms and walked toward the bathroom, murmuring softly. Then I'll take your word for it. With that, the bathroom door clicked shut. Only the sound of running water remained, intermingled with some indescribable noises. Phew. Looks like this title of Chosen One isn't such a blessing after all. Zhang Yuan lay on the bed, watching Liang Yu beside him in the bathroom. After draining him 5 times, she was now exhausted, both physically and mentally, and had fallen into a deep sleep. A shiver ran through his body. After all, such initiative wasn't like Liang Yu at all. While she'd occasionally taken the initiative before, it was always to tease Zhang Yuan. Once things got serious, she'd pull away, leaving him aching with desire. How could she be like this now, practically acting like a juicer all day long? Even with his enhanced physique, Zhang Yuan could easily handle Liang Yu. But the problem was, Liang Yu wasn't his only woman. If the others were like Liang Yu, even with the system's enhancements, his body wouldn't withstand such relentless demands. Immediately, Zhang Yuan asked the system, once this thing is worn, is it truly impossible to remove? Yes, once this title is worn, it cannot be removed. However, the host can decide whether to activate or deactivate its effects. Not only the Chosen One, but also the super senses and noble aura can be deactivated. Phew, I see. Next time, don't start your sentences with such terrifying stuff. You nearly scared the life out of me just now. Zhang Yuan said with a hint of resignation. After the system's earlier explanation, he genuinely thought it couldn't be turned off. If that were the case, Zhang Yuan felt he wouldn't last long. He'd probably start contemplating suicide. After all, if everyone around him behaved like Liang Yu was doing now, wouldn't it all become a hollow charade? Everyone in his vicinity, devoid of their own thoughts, the thought of it was truly terrifying upon reflection. Ding. My apologies, host. I'll be more careful in the future. The effects of this chosen one trait are indeed a bit over the top. Of course, this is also a testament to your good fortune. Otherwise, obtaining such a top-tier reward would be extremely difficult. That's true. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement, then prepared to sleep. After all, considering the time he hadn't slept all morning, having been thoroughly drained by Gu Qiulan, then spent the evening with Liang Yu in the bathroom 3 times, plus 2 more rounds of head-down play. Even if Zhang Yuan were made of iron, he couldn't endure it. It was time to sleep. Just as he was about to shut off his phone and drift off, it rang at the most inconvenient moment. Beep. 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 Ugh, who could it be now? Zhang Yuan picked up his phone and saw it was a message from Gu Qiulan. Gu Qiulan, honey, after I woke up this afternoon, I went to see Wanqing and told her about moving into the villa. She agreed, and we've already packed everything. We're settled in now. Seeing Gu Qiulan's message, Zhang Yuan replied wearily, whatever works. You handle it. He understood that Gu Qiulan was acutely aware of her position within the family. She reported every detail to him, which was precisely why Zhang Yuan had suggested she move into the villa in the first place. Chapter 128, Su Wanqing's Stroke of Luck. Magic City, Shuqi Chinese Network Company, Ltd. Little Su, who knew you were such a hidden gem? Quietly signing such a powerhouse author under your wing. The chief editor of Shuqi smiled broadly at Su Wanqing, pointing at the data on the computer screen. This divine tycoon, let's be honest, is exceptionally well written. To take a genre that's already fallen out of favor and make it this compelling, reaching 700,000 readers already. Reaching 1 million is probably just a matter of time. When I saw the numbers last night, I couldn't believe it. I clicked to read a couple of chapters, but once I started, I was hooked. I ended up reading all 150,000 words straight through. It wasn't until past 6 in the morning that I finally snapped back to reality. Hearing the editor-in-chief's praise, the slight heaviness and worry that had lingered on Su Wanqing's face gradually faded away, replaced by a relaxed and carefree smile. You're right, boss. When I saw this manuscript backstage, I couldn't believe it's such a talented author, and yet the editorial team rejected it. Then it ended up in the book repository, where I discovered it. Su Wanqing's face flushed slightly with embarrassment as she spoke. After all, the truth was that this author had signed under her without ever once asking her for help. Typically, when an author under an editor's guidance achieved success, it was because the editor had nurtured them step by step. In return, the author would show gratitude by consistently publishing under that editor's supervision. But this author under her had zero communication with her. Once the book wrapped up, there was a high chance another editor would poach them. Su, don't worry. We can discuss this with the author later. The editor-in-chief instantly understood what was on Su Wanqing's mind from the look on her face. He shook his head with a smile. This sort of thing happens all the time around here. No need to worry. I called you here today to inform you that you've passed your internship and are now officially a full-time editor. Hearing the editor-in-chief's words, Su Wanqing was momentarily stunned and blurted out in surprise. What? Not happy about it, the editor-in-chief teased. No, I'm thrilled. I couldn't be happier. Su Wanqing shook her head hastily, then asked with some confusion. But didn't you say becoming a full-time editor requires meeting certain performance targets? You need to have a fixed number of authors under your supervision and maintain a stable readership of at least 100,000 to become a full editor. Seeing her nervous expression, the editor-in-chief chuckled softly. Our third group hasn't produced a 1 million reader book in ages. To be precise, aside from teams 1 and 2, editors in other teams rarely produce even 1 million readers per month author in a year. The top-tier authors are mostly monopolized by teams 1 and 2. Now that you've developed an author with potential to hit 1 million concurrent readers, this is excellent news for our entire third group. Promoting you to full editor is only fitting. The editor-in-chief wore a faint smile. And if this book truly hits 1 million concurrent readers, you'll become our little rich girl in Team 3. I'd guess your commission alone would be tens of thousands. If it maintains steady growth, you could say this single book alone will ensure you never have to worry about basic necessities. Alright, if there's nothing else, you should get back to work. We'll leave it at that for now. Hearing this, Su Wanqing pushed her black half-rimmed glasses up her nose and nodded eagerly. Thank you so much for today, Editor-in-Chief. I'll get back to reviewing manuscripts now. With that, she left the office, visibly excited. Watching Su Wanqing's retreating figure, the Editor-in-Chief chuckled to himself, shaking his head. Typical fresh graduate. You've got a 1 million reader book under your belt. If we can keep it stable long-term, it could be the key to my next promotion. Just getting a permanent position has you this excited. Back at her desk, Su Wanqing excitedly opened the back-end system to start reviewing manuscripts. But after just a few glances, her mind wandered. A serene smile curved her lips as she murmured to herself. My luck really is on fire lately. Just yesterday I moved into a villa, and today I get the news I'm a full-time editor. At that thought, Su Wanqing froze, suddenly realizing, oh right, I almost forgot to tell Qiulan about this good news. She immediately pulled out her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Gu Qiulan. Qiulan, you won't believe my luck today, it's off the charts. I just got to the office this morning when the editor-in-chief called me in. After sending that message, Su Wanqing began editing another one. I thought maybe my performance was so bad they wanted to fire me outright. Turns out it was to tell me I'd been promoted to full-time editor. She sent the message and received Qiulan's reply almost instantly. Gu Qiulan, girlfriend, you didn't give it up to that editor-in-chief, did you? Reading this, Su Wanqing was momentarily speechless, realizing Gu Qiulan had misunderstood her based on the first message. Sure enough, just seconds later, Gu Qiulan sent a voice message. Sorry, mysterious one, I accidentally misunderstood you. But I'm not happy at all. My own failure is bad enough, but your success makes me even more anxious. After listening to the voice message, Su Wanqing chuckled softly and sent a reply. Girlfriend, I always thought we had things to talk about. Who knew you'd pull a Versailles move on me? You're financially free now, living in a villa with millions in savings, and you still have the nerve to say you envy me? Inside the villa, Gu Qiulan remained sprawled on the large bed, unwilling to get up. After hearing the voice message, she burst into laughter like a pig squealing. Aha, aha, aha. Sorry, girl, I just got ahead of you. But I'm still looking out for you. Look, I got you into Zhang Yuan's villa, didn't I? I wouldn't mind sharing it with you either, it's just a matter of whether you can seize the opportunity. Whoosh. After the voice message finished playing, Su Wanqing blushed slightly. Though her heart fluttered, she remained stubborn. Forget it then. I prefer to make my own way in the world. After that, she exited WeChat, opened QQ, and clicked into the chat with that wealthy author. Noticing the Shanghai IP displayed on his profile, Su Wanqing paused briefly before sending a message. Teacher, I never expected you'd be in Shanghai too. I happen to be here as well. If you have time, would you like to grab coffee sometime? Chapter 129, Huang Tian's Epiphany. Beep. 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 Zhang Yuan, who was lying in bed playing with his phone, saw the QQ message and felt a bit puzzled. If I remember correctly, I only have a handful of friends left on QQ, right? He rarely checked QQ these days. It could be months between messages, and when they did come, they were usually from old classmates asking for money. Curiosity piqued, he clicked into QQ to check. Oh, I almost forgot. I added that Shuqi editor's QQ a while back. How could I have forgotten about that? Seeing the editor's name in his contacts, Zhang Yuan slapped his forehead. He then opened the chat page and saw the message. Feeling curious, he muttered to himself. Why would this editor suddenly message me? I don't think I've ever posted any handsome photos on QQ, have I? Then what other reason could they have for reaching out? Zhang Yuan stroked his chin, momentarily puzzled. Oh, I almost forgot. My book's doing well, and I happen to be in Shanghai. It makes sense that the editor would want to meet. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuan replied, I don't have any plans this afternoon. Might as well swing by and kill some time. He immediately replied, sure. The moment he sent it, Zhang Yuan saw the other person's name disappear, replaced by the message typing. So impatient? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. After all, in his previous life, when he messaged an editor, he'd typically have to wait at least 2 hours before getting a response. I almost forgot this book is far better written than my previous one, and its performance has been outstanding. It makes sense the editor would be more proactive with me. Beep. 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 As he muttered to himself, the editor sent a message. Thank you for your consideration, sir. How about noon at Stardew Cafe downtown? Seeing the message, Zhang Yuan guessed the editor was probably a guy. After all, he knew this cafe, it was a newly opened spot right below the Magic City Tower. The cafe featured a medieval Western European aesthetic, giving it a rustic charm perfect for business discussions. If it were a woman, she'd probably pick some trendy minimalist spot. Of course, Zhang Yuan couldn't be certain based solely on these 2 points. In his previous life, he'd asked an editor and learned that 90% of male-oriented editors were men, which was why he made that assumption. Yes. The author agreed to meet me. Seems like a pretty reasonable person. Seeing her meeting request accepted, Su Wanqing clenched her fists in excitement. Her feet, freed from the confinement of black high heels beneath her desk, dangled leisurely, clad in black stockings. You little man, you wore me out so badly last night. I didn't wake up until after 10 this morning. Luckily, Xiaoling had her school anniversary yesterday, so she's off today and doesn't have to go. She's been sleeping in this whole time. Otherwise, our door wasn't locked. If she'd walked in, I wouldn't have known what to say. A slightly resentful voice sounded from behind Zhang Yuan. Liang Yu, who had just woken up, ruffled her messy hair, flicked it aside, and wrapped her arms around Zhang Yuan's waist. Finally awake? Zhang Yuan turned, affectionately ruffling Liang Yu's hair before staring at her fair cheeks. He couldn't resist leaning in for a cheeky pinch. Ew, gross. You didn't brush your teeth this morning, your breath stinks. Liang Yu complained with her words, but her face showed she was in a good mood. Seeing Liang Yu back to normal, no longer resembling yesterday's succubus, Zhang Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. Thank goodness I turned off the title effect last night. Otherwise, waking up to 5 strikes this morning would have been more than I could handle. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan pulled Liang Yu into his arms and chuckled softly. Even if you stink, you'll just have to put up with it. And even if Xiaoling sees us, it's no big deal, I'll just marry you. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Liang Yu rolled her eyes and muttered, utterly speechless. Easy for you to say when you're not the one suffering. Zhang Yuan grinned mischievously. Auntie, it might not hurt me to talk while lying down, but it might hurt you. No way. I just woke up. Liang Yu instantly understood Zhang Yuan's meaning, her voice trembling with helplessness, though her body language betrayed her true feelings. For 2 solid hours, Zhang Yuan stared blankly at the ceiling, pushing Liang Yu aside in his arms as he murmured to himself. Tell me, what is life really all about? Is it for fame and fortune, wealth, or power? Seeing this, Liang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. She playfully tapped Zhang Yuan on the head. I don't know about the rest, but I know I have to get up and cook. Xiaoling will probably wake up soon. And once your sage time is over, then we can discuss this. Hearing Liang Yu speak so bluntly, Zhang Yuan pouted in slight displeasure. Woman, you're such a disappointment. Fine, go take your shower. I'll be here alone for a bit. Shrugging at his words, Liang Yu stepped out of the room, grabbed a change of clothes, and headed for the shower. Beep. 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 Just then, Zhang Yuan's phone buzzed again. He opened it to find messages from Wen Jin, Gu Qiulan, and Li Shiyang. Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised. It's been ages since that girl last messaged me. Li Shiyang, brother Zhang Yuan, didn't you promise to come visit me often a while back? It's been half a month now, and every time I messaged you before, you didn't even bother to reply. Listening to her seductive voice, Zhang Yuan remained largely unfazed. After all, what kind of woman didn't he have around him now? Even starving, he wouldn't develop feelings for a bar girl. It wasn't that Zhang Yuan was cold-hearted, he'd just dumped her after sleeping with her. The main thing was, his deal with Li Shiyang had been purely transactional. Besides, she was only an 89 out of 100 in looks. With the women he was currently seeing demanding his emotional attention, he certainly wasn't going to waste time on her. Still, they had shared a moment together. Zhang Yuan wasn't heartless. He immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to her account. Depends on my mood. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll naturally take it out on you. Zhang Yuan stated it bluntly, without the slightest pretense. But he didn't care. After all, she was just a bar girl. If she couldn't recognize her place, then she could just get lost. Beep. 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 His phone buzzed again with a notification. Zhang Yuan glanced down to see the transfer had been received. Li Shiyu, alright, I know brother Zhang Yuan is busy. Whenever you're in a bad mood, feel free to take it out on me anytime. After listening to the voice message, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. At least she knows her place. He then exited his chat with Li Shiyang and opened the conversation with Wen Jin. Another voice message played, filling his ears with a warm, soft female voice. Wen Jin, Zhang Yuan, I'm free tomorrow. Why don't you take me out for a meal? I can treat you next time. Seeing Wen Jin being as forward as she could possibly be, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. After a moment's consideration, he replied. Alright, let's say tomorrow at 1 p.m. Send me the address, and I'll drive over to pick you up. Chapter 130, The Reason for Wen Jin's Excitement. At the police station, Wen Jin sat at her desk. Seeing Zhang Yuan's reply, her heart leapt with joy and she sprang to her feet. Officer Wen, what's got you so excited? A middle-aged officer asked hesitantly. Ahem, nothing. I just needed to stretch my legs. Wen Jin pretended to stretch awkwardly. Heh, I see. It's good for young people to move around more. The middle-aged officer chuckled softly, took a sip from his thermos, and said no more. Huang Tian, who had just been heading over to report to Wen Jin, happened upon this scene. Unlike the middle-aged officer, he understood that Wen Jin only felt genuinely happy under 2 circumstances. First, when chatting or going on dates with Zhang Yuan. Second, when solving cases and arresting criminals, she would be overjoyed. But lately, their jurisdiction had been quiet as a lake, not even petty thefts had occurred. Huang Tian knew exactly why Wen Jin was so cheerful. Ah, what's the point of fighting it? Might as well give up. Seeing Jiwei happy is good enough. Huang Tian sighed softly. Huang Tian, what brings you here? Upon seeing Huang Tian, Wen Jin's expression vanished instantly as she spoke indifferently. Oh, Officer Wen. There's been a response to the documents you submitted earlier. I'm here to deliver them to you. Huang Tian said softly. I see. Well, if there's nothing else, you may go. All right. Huang Tian nodded and turned to leave. A middle-aged police officer nearby watched the scene unfold, shaking his head slightly. He sighed inwardly. People are ultimately bound by the things they couldn't have in their youth for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Ugh. After a hearty meal, Zhang Yuan leaned back in his chair with a satisfied look, letting out a loud burp without a care for his image. Auntie's cooking is truly the best. This chicken stew is absolutely tender. A faint smile played at the corners of Zhang Yuan's mouth as he slipped his hands under the table, gently caressing a pair of jade-like feet wrapped in red silk. Ah, glad you enjoyed it. Liang Yu chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling was still struggling valiantly with her meal. Seeing her tearful expression, Liang Yu picked up 2 more pieces of beef and placed them in her bowl. What, Mom, I can't eat anymore. Xiao Ling said bitterly, her mouth still full of rice. No way. You have to finish this bowl. How do you expect to grow taller eating so little? Liang Yu said calmly. But it's already midnight. I want to play with my phone. Xiao Ling mumbled, her face flushing slightly as she pushed her bowl aside. Hearing Xiao Ling's words, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered his 1 p.m. meeting with the editor. He immediately gave Liang Yu's delicate feet a gentle tickle. Yikes. Caught off guard, Liang Yu quickly withdrew her beautiful leg and glared at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan showed no sign of embarrassment, grinning mischievously. Auntie, I've got to go now. I have a meeting with the editor at 1 o'clock. I'm going to be late. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Liang Yu withdrew her earlier glare and asked in confusion. Editor? Which web novel did you write? Yeah, Shuqi's headquarters is right here in Shanghai. Since my book's doing well, the editor invited me for coffee. Zhang Yuan stood up, slipped on his shoes, and said casually. Your book's doing that well? Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise. As a child, Liang Yu had loved reading romance novels. Like most people, she naturally harbored dreams of becoming a writer. But back then, even writing 2,000 words a day was a struggle. She later forced herself to grind out 100,000 words, yet never received a contract offer from Shuqi. So she gave up. Having dabbled in webfiction writing herself, Liang Yu understood the immense difficulty of achieving recognition. That's precisely why she was so astonished that an editor would proactively reach out to Zhang Yuan for a meeting. Oh, what's the title of your book? I'll look it up and send you some gifts. As she spoke, Liang Yu couldn't help but recall how Zhang Yuan had kept writing relentlessly just 2 days ago, even when she'd been acting like a bull in a china shop. How could anyone still have the heart to write after something like that? Liang Yu wondered inwardly. The godly rich, starting out with a beautiful policewoman raiding my place for prostitution. You can take a look, but no need to tip, I'm not exactly short on that anyway. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly before stepping outside. Gazing at the closed door, Liang Yu glanced at Xiao Ling beside him and said indifferently. If you want to play with your phone, then eat faster. Okay, I promise to finish in 5 minutes. Hearing she could play with her phone after finishing, Xiao Ling's eyes lit up instantly as she began shoveling food into her mouth. Seeing this, Liang Yu felt a pang of curiosity and opened the book flag Chinese website to search for it. To be honest, after seeing the title, Liang Yu genuinely wanted to read it. Before even opening the main text, Liang Yu boldly topped up her account with 30,000 yuan and directly gifted 60 gift king tokens worth 500 each. And just like that, she became Zhang Yuan's top-ranked patron. I'm almost at the coffee shop. Which side are you sitting on? Zhang Yuan drove with one hand while holding his phone in the other, typing out a message. Inside the coffee shop, Su Wanqing nervously scanned the room, hoping to spot an author arriving. Unfortunately, aside from a few people constantly staring at her chest, Su Wanqing saw nothing else. After all, this was her first time meeting one of her authors in person. If one were to describe it in unconventional terms, it would be like meeting a male online acquaintance. Beep. 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 Just then, Su Wanqing's phone buzzed. She picked up her phone, glanced at the message, and upon seeing it was from that author, hurriedly opened it to read. After reading it, Su Wanqing paused to think for a moment before deciding to send a voice message. She carefully chose her words. Teacher, what are you wearing today? Let me know, and I'll find you when I arrive. Just as she was about to send it, Su Wanqing cancelled the voice message and started speaking again. Teacher, I'm wearing a professional pencil skirt. I'm sitting by the window, so you'll see me the moment you walk in. Just as she was about to send it, Su Wanqing cancelled it again. After another moment's thought, she spoke softly. Teacher, I'm wearing a business suit, sitting by the window. You'll see me the moment you walk in. Chapter 131, Testing the Effects of the Chosen One title. Whoosh. As the voice recording finished playing, Zhang Yuan's brow suddenly furrowed slightly. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Zhang Yuan felt a vague sense that he had encountered the owner of this voice before. Never mind. I'll find out everything once I meet them. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, then abruptly jerked the steering wheel, changing lanes. Teacher, I'm here. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone. After a moment's thought, he sent a message to the editor. He felt that addressing the editor directly might come across as arrogant. While he didn't care what others thought of him, basic courtesy was still important. Thus, he addressed Su Wanqing as teacher as well. Slam! Opening the door, Zhang Yuan looked toward the window as Su Wanqing had instructed him earlier. Sure enough, a mature and intelligent-looking beauty appeared before him. She had a tear mole at the corner of her eye, wore black half-rimmed glasses, and was dressed in a professional black pencil skirt paired with black stockings. She was holding her phone, replying to a message. Is that her? Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. Recalling the earlier voice message, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. No wonder she felt so familiar, turns out she's Qiu Lan's bestie. Zhang Yuan had recognized Su Wanqing. Watching her still propped up on her elbows, replying to messages on her phone, he shook his head slightly, finding it rather amusing. Being a web novel editor really is exhausting. But I haven't used my insight technique on her yet. Today might be a good day to test it out, Zhang Yuan thought to himself before casting the insight technique. Name, Su Wanqing. Age, 22. Height, 173 centimeters. Affinity, 30 points. Appearance, 93 points. Recharge count, 0 times. Current thoughts, has the teacher arrived yet? Should I go out to greet him? Glancing at Su Wanqing's profile, Zhang Yuan nodded knowingly. Just as I thought, her looks are definitely no less than 90 points. On this point, Zhang Yuan could speak with authority after all, his days were either spent happily playing with beauties or on his way to do just that. But something felt off. His charm level had already hit the 50 mark. Logically, assuming he hadn't done anything to offend her, her affection level should be around 60 points at minimum, right? Zhang Yuan pondered this internally, finding it somewhat peculiar. But now that he'd reached the cafe entrance, it wasn't the time for such musings. He quickly gathered his thoughts and walked toward Su Wanqing. Teacher Zhanqiu? Zhang Yuan approached with feigned confusion. He approached her with feigned uncertainty, his voice deliberately hushed as if afraid of disturbing the other patrons inside the cafe. He deliberately slowed his pace, his leather shoes tapping out a soft tap on the wooden floor. Hearing the sound, Su Wanqing knew the author had arrived. She turned nervously, forcing a professional smile onto her face as she replied softly, "Hello, teacher." But the moment she turned, Su Wanqing's expression froze. The professional smile on her lips seemed to freeze solid, stiff and unmoving. Her eyes widened, pupils contracting slightly behind her black-rimmed glasses, her lips parting involuntarily, unable to close. Zhang Yuan? Su Wanqing's voice brimmed with disbelief, the last syllable trembling slightly. She instinctively adjusted her glasses, as if doing so would make him clearer. Zhang Yuan wore an equally astonished expression, his eyebrows slightly raised, mouth agape looking like one of those over-the-top actors in a soap opera. Wanqing? His voice carried just the right amount of surprise, not too fake, yet sufficiently genuine to convey his shock. They stared at each other for several seconds, locked in a silent standoff. Just then, the cafe's background music shifted to a soothing piano piece, adding a touch of drama to the awkward, charged moment. Ahem. 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 Su Wanqing was the first to snap out of it. She cleared her throat twice to mask her awkwardness, her fingers unconsciously twisting the strap of her bag resting on her lap. I never expected it to be you. Me neither, Zhang Yuan replied, deliberately pulling out the chair opposite her and sitting down slowly, as if giving Su Wanqing ample time to process the surprise. If I'd known it was you, I would've. He deliberately left his sentence hanging, creating a meaningful pause, his eyes fixed on Su Wanqing's shifting expression. A faint blush gradually spread across her fair cheeks, creeping from her ears down to her neck, starkly visible against the dark silk of her high-collared blouse. You would what? Su Wanqing blurted out instinctively, then immediately realized her slip. She quickly picked up the coffee cup in front of her and took a sip, nearly choking from nervousness. Zhang Yuan, noticing this, thoughtfully handed her a tissue, his fingers accidentally brushing against Su Wanqing's fingertips. I just arrived early. How could I let a beautiful editor wait so long? Zhang Yuan deliberately lowered his voice, tinged with a hint of teasing. Su Wanqing took the tissue, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. She lowered her head to dab her lips, using the moment to steady her nerves. Heaven knew why she handled difficult editors at the office with ease, yet in Zhang Yuan's presence, she felt utterly flustered. So, you're the author of The Godly Rich Guy, starting out with a beautiful policewoman raiding his place for pornography? Su Wanqing finally regained a shred of her professional composure, striving to make her voice sound authoritative. Yet, when she uttered the title, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Zhang Yuan shrugged, looking innocent. Just something I wrote on a whim. Didn't expect it to do so well. He deliberately downplayed it, as if the novel raking in 10,000 a day was nothing more than a casual piece of writing. Just a little something I wrote? Su Wanqing's voice shot up an octave, drawing glances from nearby tables. She quickly lowered her voice. This book is one of our hottest titles in Group 3 right now. Daily sales over 10,000 copies, 70,000 readers currently engaged, and it's about to hit 1 million. You call that just a little something I wrote? Zhang Yuan watched Su Wanqing's cheeks flush slightly with excitement, inwardly amused. He stirred the coffee the waiter had just brought with deliberate slowness, deliberately delaying his response for a few seconds before replying, maybe I'm just lucky. Luck? Su Wanqing couldn't help but roll her eyes, the gesture adding a touch of playfulness to her appearance. The plot design, pacing, and character development in your book are top-notch. Even the editor-in-chief praised it. How can you call that luck? Zhang Yuan smiled without speaking, lifting his coffee for a sip while his eyes never left Su Wanqing's face. He pondered inwardly. Previously, the title Son of Heaven had been used only on someone like Liang Yu, whose affection for him reached a staggering 95 points. The effect had been absurdly exaggerated. Now that I'm facing Su Wanqing, whose favorability is only at 30 points, I wonder what difference it will make. At this thought, Zhang Yuan silently activated the effect of his title, Son of Heaven. Chapter 132, Intentions Fulfilled, Departure. Almost instantly, he noticed a shift in Su Wanqing's gaze. The awkwardness that had lingered in her gaze softened, even taking on an indescribable, enigmatic quality. Actually, Su Wanqing's voice softened slightly as her fingers unconsciously traced circles around the coffee cup. I've always wondered what kind of person could write such a novel. I never imagined it would be you. I used to think you were just some rich kid from a well-off family. At this point, Su Wanqing flushed slightly, as if embarrassed by her earlier presumption. Zhang Yuan keenly picked up the shift in her tone, inwardly delighted. It seemed titles worked on people with low affinity too, though the effect might not be as dramatic. Of course, it could also be because he and Su Wanqing had only met once and weren't particularly familiar with each other, so the effect wouldn't be as absurd as it had been with Liang Yu. This thought calmed Zhang Yuan slightly. After all, if this thing made everyone indiscriminately throw themselves at him, he'd truly lose his mind. Drawing this title was practically useless. It might as well not exist, since he could never wear it anyway. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Did I disappoint you? Zhang Yuan deliberately flashed a slightly self-deprecating smile, his eyes fixed intently on Su Wanqing, not missing a single flicker of expression. No, not at all. Su Wanqing shook her head hastily, a strand of hair slipping free from her hairpin and falling beside her cheek. It's just surprising. Her voice grew fainter, the last few words barely above a whisper. Zhang Yuan noticed her ears flush again, this time more vividly than before. He decided to fan the flames, deliberately leaning forward to close the distance between them. So, is it a good surprise, or a bad one? Su Wanqing was clearly flustered by his sudden proximity. She instinctively leaned back, yet hesitated midway, as if reluctant to create distance. Of course it was good. Her pale cheeks flushed instantly as she stammered out the reply, her fingers twisting nervously together. Ding, Su Wanqing's affection plus 10 points. Current affection, 40 points. Zhang Yuan watched her reaction with satisfaction, deciding to quit while he was ahead. He leaned back into his chair, adopting a relaxed expression. Speaking of which, you asked me out here for a serious matter, right? Ah. Right. Su Wanqing snapped out of her daze, slapping her forehead before hurriedly pulling a folder from her bag. This is the promotional plan the website prepared for you, along with some suggestions for the upcoming storyline. Though she said that, these were merely extras. Su Wanqing's primary goal was to build a good relationship with Zhang Yuan. Having such a top-tier author consistently publish under her banner would be a significant boost, both for her career and her income. Su Wanqing flipped open the folder and began her professional presentation. But Zhang Yuan noticed her gaze kept drifting toward him before shyly darting away. So the editor-in-chief's suggestion is, if you agree, we could arrange a major homepage promotion for you by the end of this month. However, this requires you to commit to daily updates. While your output is substantial, your posting schedule is inconsistent. One day you publish 30,000 words, then skip 3 or 4 days before releasing 100,000 words at once. This disrupts the platform's recommendation algorithm. Su Wanqing's voice gradually regained the professionalism expected of an editor, though the blush on her cheeks remained. Zhang Yuan listened while secretly observing the effect of the title. Su Wanqing's attitude had clearly softened considerably since their initial meeting, her speech and mannerisms now carrying a hint of warmth, though not quite to the point of transforming into a succubus like Liang Yu. This level of change suited him perfectly. It bridged the gap without crossing the line. I'm fine with all these arrangements, Zhang Yuan agreed readily once Su Wanqing finished speaking. But I have one small request. What is it? Su Wanqing blinked curiously, her long lashes fluttering behind her glasses. Zhang Yuan deliberately paused before speaking slowly. Could you please stop calling me teacher from now on? It sounds awkward. Just call me by my name. Su Wanqing paused, then smiled slightly. Sure. Then Zhang Yuan, you don't have to call me teacher Zhanqiu either. Just call me Wanqing. Wanqing. Zhang Yuan murmured softly, raising his coffee cup in a toast. Su Wanqing smiled as she lifted her own cup, gently clinking it against his. As their cups touched, Zhang Yuan deliberately lingered his fingers for an extra second. He clearly saw her pupils dilate slightly, her breathing becoming a bit more rapid. Oh, right. After setting her cup down, Su Wanqing seemed to suddenly remember something. Does Qiulan know you're writing a novel? Zhang Yuan shook his head. She doesn't know I'm writing a novel. He deliberately flashed a mysterious smile. So you have to keep it a secret for me, especially the title part. Su Wanqing burst out laughing. You're right. If Qiulan found out your book is called The Godly Tycoon, starting out with a beautiful policewoman raiding his place for prostitution, she'd die laughing. After saying this, Su Wanqing suddenly paused, as if realizing her words had been a bit inappropriate. She hurriedly added, "Of course, it can't be helped. These days, most books on websites have long titles to showcase their highlights to readers." Zhang Yuan didn't seem bothered by Su Wanqing's slip. Instead, he blinked and replied with a hint of teasing in his voice. "So this whole thing will just be our little secret from now on." Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson again. She lowered her head, pretending to organize her documents, and muttered softly, "If this gets out, won't you immediately suspect me next time something like this happens?" Despite her words, Zhang Yuan keenly noticed the slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. It seemed the title of Chosen One was steadily taking effect, as Su Wanqing's fondness for him was clearly growing. They chatted a bit more about novels and websites, the atmosphere growing increasingly relaxed. When Su Wanqing accidentally spilled coffee on her documents for the third time, Zhang Yuan thoughtfully handed her a tissue. This time, his hand just happened to rest over hers. Su Wanqing jerked her head up as if electrocuted, yet didn't immediately withdraw her hand. Their gazes met mid-air, a subtle feeling seeming to pass between them without words. "It's getting late," Zhang Yuan finally spoke up, glancing at his watch and deliberately wearing a regretful expression. "I have something to attend to shortly." "Oh, then you go ahead," Su Wanqing hurriedly replied, frantically gathering the papers on the table. Seeing Zhang Yuan about to step away, she blushed and blurted out, Shall we schedule another time to discuss the plot development in detail?" "Of course." Zhang Yuan stood up, looking down at her with a faint, elegant smile. "You're always welcome." Su Wanqing looked up at him, suddenly feeling her heart race for some reason. Sunlight streamed in at an angle through the window, casting a golden halo around Zhang Yuan's silhouette, making him look exceptionally dazzling. Su Wanqing quickly averted her gaze, afraid he might see her blush too clearly. "I'll be going now." Zhang Yuan stood up to leave. Su Wanqing nodded, watching him leave the cafe. Only after Zhang Yuan's figure vanished completely from sight did Su Wanqing exhale a long breath, slumping back into her chair. Touching her flushed cheeks, she couldn't understand why she'd reacted so strangely just now. Weird. Could this reaction mean, she murmured softly, her face flushing bright red instantly. She shook her head. "Doesn't that make me competing with Xiao Lan for a man? Even if she doesn't mind, it still wouldn't be right for me to do that." Outside the cafe's glass window, Zhang Yuan stood at the street corner, observing Su Wanqing's reaction from afar. Seeing her like this, he smiled with satisfaction. "Seems the Chosen One effect works even on people with low affinity toward me. And honestly, I find this change rather refreshing." Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he shuddered violently, goosebumps erupting across his arms. If her affection level rises, will Su Wanqing turn into a succubus like my aunt? Chapter 133, You don't want to be seen like this either. But there's no need to worry too much. After all, even after all that time, it only increased her affection by 10 points. To reach the terrifying effect my aunt achieved at 90 points of affection, there's still quite a distance to go. Since there's nothing else to do now, I might as well head back to the villa. Writing for a bit would be nice, and I can have Xiaolan join me for some pen games while I'm at it. Zhang Yuan murmured to himself, a sly smile curling his lips. He grabbed his car keys and pressed the button on the street. Beep. 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 The red LaFerrari instantly responded, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by who stopped to watch. Click. He slammed the door shut, floored the accelerator, and sped off. By the time Zhang Yuan pushed open the villa's front gate, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He tossed his car keys onto the entryway floor with a sharp clink. "I'm home," he called out into the house, his voice echoing through the empty villa. Honey Gu Qiulan's voice came from upstairs, followed by the click-clack of high heels. She slid down the banister like a cat, the hem of her black lace nightgown fluttering with her movement, revealing her fair thighs. "Cut it out," Zhang Yuan reached out to block her advance. "My back's still sore. You know exactly how rough you were the other day, don't you?" Gu Qiulan pouted, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. "But I just miss you," she deliberately drew out the last syllable, her voice dripping with sweetness. No, Zhang Yuan waved his hands. "I need to write right now. My editor's breathing down my neck." Hearing this, Gu Qiulan looked surprised. "Your editor? I wrote a novel. It's doing surprisingly well, though it was just something I threw together." "Oh, I see. It can't be as simple as you make it sound. You must be really talented," Gu Qiulan said in a sweet voice, then her eyes twinkled mischievously. "So, what would it take to make you agree?" Zhang Yuan chuckled, leading Gu Qiulan into his study. He casually picked up a fountain pen from the desk and deliberately let it clatter to the floor with a clunk. "You can have it if you go pick it up." Gu Qiulan flushed and glared at him. "Where'd you learn that trick?" "A while back, I caught some gossip in a livestream. A streamer had his girlfriend crawl under the desk during a broadcast." Her voice trailed off as she spoke. "Going or not?" Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Fine, I'll go." Gu Qiulan huffed but obediently crouched down to pick it up. Kneeling on the soft carpet, she crawled under the desk like a kitten at its master's mercy. Zhang Yuan seized the moment to sit down at the computer, opening a document and beginning to type. The clatter of keys soon filled the study. "Where's the pen?" he asked without turning his head. Gu Qiulan poked her head out from under the desk, the fountain pen dangling from her mouth, her eyes filled with reproach. Zhang Yuan reached out to take it, ruffling her hair as he did so. "Good girl. Stay still like that." For the next 2 hours, Zhang Yuan typed away with complete focus, utterly undisturbed. Gu Qiulan bustled about under the desk, occasionally letting out muffled protests. "Ugh. I'm exhausted." Gu Qiulan rubbed her sore jaw and stole a glance at the wall clock. It was already 6:20. At this hour, she should have been. "Honey, just a minute." Zhang Yuan saved the document and suddenly grabbed her head. Caught off guard, tears instantly welled up in Gu Qiulan's eyes. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock reached them from the entranceway. "I'm home," Su Wanqing's voice echoed from the doorway. She'd gotten off work early today, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. "Qiulan? Are you still home?" The two in the study froze simultaneously. Gu Qiulan tried to rise, but Zhang Yuan pressed her head down. "Don't move," he whispered. "You don't want Wanqing to see you like this when she walks in, do you?" Gu Qiulan's eyes widened as she shook her head frantically, but Zhang Yuan only grinned wickedly and pressed her head back down. "Strange, no one home?" Su Wanqing's footsteps grew closer. The study lights on. Hearing Su Wanqing's voice outside the door, Zhang Yuan remained unperturbed. He wasn't the least bit worried she'd push the door open after all. Su Wanqing still possessed some sense of propriety. The next second, click. The door swung open. Su Wanqing froze in place, the bubble tea in her hand clattering to the floor. She stared at the scene before her. Zhang Yuan stood in the doorway, his shirt collar slightly open. Gu Qiulan knelt on the carpet, her cheeks flushed, a faint trace lingering at the corners of her mouth. I didn't see anything." Su Wanqing flushed, turning to leave. She hadn't expected Zhang Yuan to be doing that with Qiulian in the room. And even though she knew Gu Qiulian and Zhang Yuan were a couple, a strange pang of jealousy still tugged at her heart. Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned. He genuinely hadn't expected Su Wanqing to be so bold as to just walk in. Normally, wouldn't she be eavesdropping at the door? Su Wanqing froze in place, the milk tea in her hand clattering to the floor. "Wait." Zhang Yuan grabbed her arm. "It's not what you think." He picked up the pen and said with utmost seriousness, "I was just teaching Qiulian how to hold a pen properly so her hand won't get tired and she can write for longer periods." Gu Qiulan nodded frantically beside him, her face flushed all the way to her ears. The explanation couldn't have been more transparent, but Zhang Yuan remained unfazed. After all, Su Wanqing's feelings for him spoke volumes, and he bore the title of Chosen One. Facing Zhang Yuan's subtle hint, Gu Qiulan and Su Wanqing understood immediately, both flushing crimson. Su Wanqing glanced between Zhang Yuan and Gu Qiulan, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Well, in that case, I'll head back to my room. You two take your time with the lesson." She shook her head and bent down to pick up the spilled milk tea. "This was meant for you too, but now half of it's gone. It's fine." Zhang Yuan took the drink and casually wrapped an arm around Su Wanqing's shoulder. "I'm tired from writing anyway. Let's share it." Faced with Zhang Yuan's bold move, Su Wanqing's body trembled slightly. She clearly hadn't expected him to put his arm around her in front of Gu Qiulan. Seeing Zhang Yuan's behavior, Gu Qiulan's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Then, she instantly understood his intentions, silently cursing under her breath. Man. Always eating from one bowl while eyeing the pot. Still, she didn't mind Zhang Yuan pursuing her best friend. After all, it was far easier to get along with someone familiar than with a stranger. Gu Qiulan leaned in and wrapped her arms around Su Wanqing from the other side. "My bestie, I missed you so much." Sandwiched between them, Su Wanqing's face flushed red. "You two, stop it." "What about it?" Zhang Yuan leaned closer with a mischievous grin. "We haven't done anything." Exactly, Gu Qiulan mimicked his manner as she leaned in too. "We're just having a normal chat." Pressed back by the two, Su Wanqing retreated until her back hit the wall. Seeing their faces mere inches away, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She naturally liked Zhang Yuan, but Gu Qiulan's presence made her feel a twinge of guilt. I'll go cook." She suddenly darted between them and fled toward the kitchen. Zhang Yuan and Gu Qiulan exchanged a knowing smile and followed her silently. In the kitchen, Su Wanqing frantically rummaged through ingredients, trying to calm herself. But Zhang Yuan and Gu Qiulan soon followed her in. "Need help?" Zhang Yuan asked from behind her, his breath tickling her neck. "And no, it's fine." Su Wanqing's hand trembled, nearly dropping the eggs. Gu Qiulan pulled several bottles of beer from the fridge. "Since we're cooking anyway, why not have a drink first?" "Drinking in the middle of the afternoon." Su Wanqing murmured her protest, but still took a bottle. The three chatted while cooking in the kitchen, the atmosphere gradually lightening. Zhang Yuan recounted some amusing stories from the past, Gu Qiulan shared some gossip about Su Wanqing, and Su Wanqing gradually relaxed, occasionally even laughing at their jokes. Speaking of which, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered, "Wanqing, why did you come back so early today?" Su Wanqing flushed. I'm I got promoted, so I left work early to celebrate. Ha, even though you already told me on the phone, congratulations again. Gu Qiulan chuckled, wrapping her arm around Su Wanqing and planting a smack on her cheek. My wife still smells the sweetest. Facing Gu Qiulan, Su Wanqing immediately lowered her head shyly. Though they often kissed each other affectionately in private, being in front of Zhang Yuan made her feel self-conscious, instinctively wanting to maintain her innocent persona. Zhang Yuan raised his beer bottle. Congratulations. We should celebrate properly. He chuckled inwardly, you two will both be my wives sooner or later. The three clinked glasses. Su Wanqing sipped her beer in small sips, the blush on her cheeks refusing to fade. Dinner was soon ready, and the three gathered around the table, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Zhang Yuan glanced at the two girls beside him and suddenly felt that this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. By the way, Gu Qiulan said suddenly, since Wanqing has moved in too, should we set up a chore schedule? Sure, Su Wanqing nodded. I can handle cooking and cleaning the living room. Then I'll handle laundry and tidying the rooms, Gu Qiulan said with a smile. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. As for housework, the property management sends someone over every week. Hearing this, Gu Qiulan pouted in displeasure. Such a killjoy. Chapter 134, What are you losing? As night deepened, warm yellow light from the villa's master bedroom seeped through the door crack, casting a glow upon the floor. Gu Qiulan rolled over, the silk nightgown strap slipping off her shoulder to reveal her fair skin. Honey, she drawled, her voice tinged with playful coquetry, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Zhang Yuan, leaning against the headboard and scrolling through his phone, glanced up at the window. Where's the moon? It's cloudy tonight. Ugh. Gu Qiulan playfully punched him. You're just as clueless as you were this afternoon. I'm just trying to avoid being milk dry, Zhang Yuan chuckled mischievously, setting his phone aside as he pulled her into his arms. I've noticed your interest in that department has skyrocketed since you moved into the villa. He paused before adding, even my body can barely keep up. Hearing his words, Gu Qiulan blushed slightly. It's mostly because you're so amazing, honey. I just want to fully possess you now. We never had this much time to cuddle before. That's why I want you to spend all your time with me now. Gu Qiulan's voice was loud, and she finished by batting her eyelashes at Zhang Yuan. Shoo! Zhang Yuan quickly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down, Wanqing is right next door. I won't. Gu Qiulan wriggled free, pouting triumphantly as her voice grew even louder. I'll let the whole world know just how amazing my husband is. Fine. Seeing Gu Qiulan like this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but realize she was actually cheering him on. He thought to himself, damn it, I really am the chosen one. Otherwise, if I dared do that this afternoon, Qiulan would have flipped out. A faint smile curved his lips. The Dragon King's smile. He cupped Gu Qiulan's chin and slowly lowered his head. In the next room, Su Wanqing tossed and turned, clutching her pillow. She had just drifted off when a strange sound jolted her awake. Those two. She buried her face in the pillow, yet her ears perked up involuntarily. The suggestive sounds kept seeping into her ears, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. Should I go check? The thought barely formed before Su Wanqing blushed and pulled the pillow over her head. Yet her body seemed to have a mind of its own, tiptoeing quietly off the bed. The thick carpet in the hallway completely muffled her footsteps. Holding her breath, Su Wanqing approached the master bedroom. Through the crack in the slightly ajar door, she saw two figures entwined beneath the warm glow of the bedside lamp. Ding! Su Wanqing's affection +5. Current affection 45. Zhang Yuan heard the system notification and curved his lips slightly. Husband Gu Qiulan called out in perfect harmony, her voice sweet enough to drip honey, don't be so rough with me next time. Heh, same old reliable performance. Zhang Yuan teased with a playful jab. Su Wanqing's hand pressed against the wall trembled slightly. She suddenly recalled the moment at the cafe earlier that day, when Zhang Yuan brushed a fallen leaf from her shoulder, the faint, almost imperceptible touch of his fingertips. That warm sensation still lingered on her skin, making her heart race. Ding! Affection +5 points. Current affection 50 points. I suppose Wanqing is asleep by now? Gu Qiulan asked suggestively, her eyes darting toward the bedroom door. Who knows? Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, deliberately raising his voice. But she'll get used to it eventually. The words fell like a drop of hot water on Su Wanqing's heart. Covering her flushed face, she fled back to her room, her mind consumed by that ominous word, get used to it. Get used to what? Could it be? Su Wanqing lay in bed, her mind racing with wild thoughts. Was Zhang Yuan hinting at something when he said that? She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind filled with the images she'd just witnessed. Zhang Yuan's strong arms, Gu Qiulan's dazed eyes. And those blush-inducing sounds. Oh my god. Su Wanqing buried her face in the pillow. What on earth am I thinking? Meanwhile, the commotion in the master bedroom gradually subsided. Gu Qiulan collapsed into Zhang Yuan's embrace, weakly poking his chest. I'm exhausted. Why were you so? What? Not satisfied? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Satisfied I am. Gu Qiulan mumbled, just my voice is a bit hoarse now. Zhang Yuan chuckled, ruffling her hair. Who told you to be so loud? I was just trying to. Gu Qiulan stopped mid-sentence, her voice dropping mysteriously. Do you think Wan Qing heard us? Who knows, Zhang Yuan shrugged. But with you shouting like that, chances are she probably did. Gu Qiulan's cheeks flushed. So my plan worked? What plan? Zhang Yuan looked at her in confusion. Of course. Gu Qiulan leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Zhang Yuan listened, then burst out laughing. What kind of brainwave is that? It's called preparing for the future. Gu Qiulan declared with righteous indignation. Rather than letting you meet some random girl, I thought I'd bring Wan Qing into the fold. At least we know her background, and besides, we're such good friends. Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly. What on earth is going on in that head of yours? Oomph. Gu Qiulan turned her face away in a pout. Anyway, I've already hinted to Wan Qing, and she doesn't seem too resistant. Zhang Yuan recalled the system notification about increased affinity earlier and fell deep in thought. The next morning, the three awkwardly encountered each other in the dining hall. Su. Wan Qing sat with faint dark circles under her eyes, stirring her bowl of kanji without daring to look up at the others. Didn't sleep well last night? Zhang Yuan handed her milk, deliberately letting his fingertips brush hers. Su Wan Qing jerked her hand back as if electrocuted, her ears instantly flushing red. I'm fine. Gu Qiulan chewed her toast, her eyes fixed on Su Wan Qing's dark circles. A mischievous grin spread across her face. Did you hear something strange? I slept like a log. Su Wan Qing's ears burned bright red, nearly burying her face in the bowl. Zhang Yuan cleared his throat to change the subject. Nice weather today. Want to go for a walk? After all, he had a date with Wen Jin this afternoon, and chances were he'd be up all night again. He couldn't afford to waste any more energy on Gu Qiulan this morning. He might as well use this time to build some rapport with Su Wan Qing. Sounds great. Gu Qiulan chimed in immediately. Let's go to the amusement park. Wan Qing can come too. Su Wan Qing hesitated. I have to review manuscripts this weekend. What papers? Gu Qiulan wrapped her arm around Su Wan Qing's shoulder. Weekends are for relaxing. Dizzy from being jostled, Su Wan Qing could only nod in agreement. Once at the amusement park, Gu Qiulan seemed to deliberately create opportunities for the two to be alone. She kept disappearing first to buy ice cream, then to the restroom, leaving Su Wan Qing and Zhang Yuan by themselves in front of the carousel. Su Wan Qing nervously twisted her fingers. Why does Julian keep finding things to do? She's always like that. Don't mind her, Zhang Yuan smiled gently. Want to ride the carousel? Su Wan Qing glanced up at the colorful horses, feeling a flutter of excitement. But I'm so old for this. No buts. Zhang Yuan naturally took her hand. Let's go. Su Wan Qing's hand was enveloped by his warm, large palm, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap from her chest. She stole a glance at Zhang Yuan's profile, bathed in golden sunlight that seemed to cast a halo around him, so captivating she couldn't look away. Ding! Su Wan Qing's affection plus 10 points. Current affection, 60 points. After the carousel ride, Gu Qiulan appeared out of nowhere, holding 3 ice creams aloft. I'm back. She deliberately handed the chocolate-flavored one to Su Wan Qing. Here, your favorite flavor. Thanks. Su Wan Qing accepted the ice cream, taking small licks while her eyes kept darting toward Zhang Yuan. Gu Qiulan noticed and quietly winked at Zhang Yuan, mouthing silently, leave it to me. Suddenly, she let out an ouch, and pretended to twist her ankle. My foot hurts so much. You guys go ahead and play. I'll rest here for a bit. Su Wan Qing immediately crouched down to check on her. Are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? It's fine, it's fine. Gu Qiulan waved her hand dismissively. You guys go ride the roller coaster. I'll wait for you here. Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly and pulled Su Wan Qing up. Come on, let her rest a bit. On the roller coaster, Su Wan Qing gripped the handrails nervously. As the car plunged down from the highest point, she couldn't help but scream, instinctively grabbing Zhang Yuan's arm. Don't be scared, Zhang Yuan said, wrapping his hand around hers. I'm here. Su Wan Qing looked into his steady eyes and suddenly felt her fear melt away. She even began to enjoy the thrill, especially with Zhang Yuan by her side. Ding! Su Wan Qing's affection plus 5 points. Current affection, 65 points. Listening to the system's prompt, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Back then, whether it was with Shin Jiwei or Liang Yu, his affection ratings were incredibly hard to boost. Now, with this title, the rate at which they were climbing felt like riding a rocket. Stepping off the roller coaster, Su Wan Qing's cheeks were still flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That was so thrilling. I never dared ride this before. See how fun it is now? Zhang Yuan smiled as he gently smoothed her wind-tossed hair. This intimate gesture sent Su Wan Qing's heart racing again. Unable to resist, she closed her eyes and leaned her head forward. After waiting a long moment without feeling his warm breath on her lips, she opened her eyes to find Zhang Yuan staring back at her, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. What? Did sand get in your eyes when you suddenly closed them? Seeing Zhang Yuan's teasing expression, Su Wanqing's face flushed instantly, her embarrassment nearly overwhelming her. Yeah, sand got in my eyes. Let's head back first. It's almost noon, and I only took the morning off. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already noon. As soon as Gu Qiulan stepped inside, she complained about being exhausted and went straight to her room to rest, leaving Zhang Yuan and Su Wanqing staring at each other awkwardly in the living room. Su Wanqing nervously twisted the hem of her shirt. Should I make lunch? Whatever works. I won't be home for lunch. You two can just whip something up or order takeout. Zhang Yuan shrugged casually. After all, it was already noon, and he had a 1 p.m. pickup with Wenjin. Oh, alright then. Su Wanqing replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan lowered his head and smiled softly at Su Wanqing. Why are you disappointed? Nothing. I just... Before she could finish, Zhang Yuan pressed his lips against hers. His warm breath brushed against her face, sending a wave of heat through her body. Peering through the doorframe, Gu Qiulan witnessed the scene and immediately let out a satisfied smile. Chapter 135, Shattering Wenjin's Usual Calm. Beep. Zhang Yuan picked up his phone and sent Wenjin a voice message. Jing, where should I pick you up? Can I just come straight to the police station entrance? The phone vibrated the moment the message was sent. Yeah, come straight to the police station. Just park by the roadside. Wenjin's voice came through the receiver, tinged with restrained excitement. A smile tugged at Zhang Yuan's lips. The girl was definitely in her office, not daring to be too bold. He could picture her blushing and speaking softly. Got it. I'll be there in half an hour. After sending the message, Zhang Yuan grabbed his car keys and adjusted his collar in the mirror. Today he wore a dark blue casual suit over a pure white t-shirt, neither too formal nor too casual. Honey, going out? Gu Qiulan wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. Yeah, I'm meeting Wenjin for dinner. Zhang Yuan turned and pinched her cheek. I might not be back tonight. You and Wanqing will have to figure out dinner on your own. Gu Qiulan pouted. Off gallivanting again. Fine, anyway, Wanqing has to work late reviewing manuscripts today. Zhang Yuan kissed her on the cheek, grabbed his phone, and headed out. The red LaFerrari gleamed in the sunlight. He slid into the driver's seat, the roar of the engine drawing stares from passers-by. Holy, is that a LaFerrari? It's gorgeous. Holy crap, I think I saw this car on WeChat a few days ago. Not only does the owner look as handsome as our esteemed readers, but he's got a gorgeous girlfriend sitting there driving with one hand. I'm so jealous. If you're really jealous, you could get yourself a girlfriend too. Just remember to treat her with care, otherwise, she might go flat. Outside the police station, Wenjin stood on the steps, constantly checking her watch. She'd arrived 10 minutes early, anxious not to keep Zhang Yuan waiting, though avoiding colleagues' eyes played a part too. Officer Wen, waiting for someone? Her colleague Xiaoli peered over to ask. Yeah, a friend's picking me up. Wenjin's face flushed slightly. Just then, the roar of an engine grew louder from the distance. A fiery red LaFerrari pulled up smoothly in front of the station, its scissor doors slowly rising. Holy crap! A Ferrari! Xiaoli's eyes widened. Wenjin was stunned too. She knew Zhang Yuan was wealthy, but she hadn't expected him to pick her up in such a flashy car. Zhang Yuan stepped out of the car and waved at Wenjin. Been waiting long? No, not at all. Wenjin jogged over, feeling every pair of eyes in the station fixed on her, her face burning hot. Meanwhile, at a second-floor window of the police station, Wang Tian watched the scene intently. He saw the shy smile on Wenjin's face, one he'd never seen before, in the luxury car she stood beside, one he couldn't afford even with 10 years' salary. His fist clenched involuntarily. What am I? Wang Tian thought bitterly, just a lowly auxiliary cop earning 6,000 a month, unable to afford even a decent gift. He watched Zhang Yuan open the door for Wenjin with gentlemanly grace, watched her slip into the seat of that dream car, his heart twisting in agony. I'm like an ant. Wang Tian slumped back into his chair. I could never earn enough in a lifetime to afford even one of his cars. Inside the car, Wenjin examined the luxurious interior with curiosity. This car must be expensive, right? Not bad, just over 30 million, Zhang Yuan said casually. Today I'll take you somewhere fun. Hearing this, Wenjin inwardly rolled her eyes. 30 million, he made it sound like 30,000. Then she asked in confusion, where are we going? Didn't you say we were going to eat? We'll eat first, then. Zhang Yuan gave a mysterious smile. Take you to a bar for some fun. A bar? Wenjin's eyes widened. I've never been to a place like that. A smirk touched Zhang Yuan's lips as he thought to himself, that's exactly why I'm taking you to shake up your quiet life. Wenjin felt her heartbeat quicken, a mix of nervousness and anticipation washing over her. As a police officer, she usually went to bars to make arrests, never as a customer. 9 o'clock at night, outside the Forget Worry bar. Wenjin gripped Zhang Yuan's arm nervously. Are we really going in? I just feel a little uneasy. Relax, I'm here. Zhang Yuan wrapped his arm around her waist, feeling her body tremble slightly. Inside the bar, dim lights cast a hazy glow while deafening music pounded through the air. Wenjin frowned uncomfortably but was soon captivated by the dazzling array of lights. Mr. Zhang! You're here! The same middle-aged female manager from before came trotting over, her face plastered with a smile. Shall I seat you at your usual spot? Zhang Yuan nodded. I'm bringing my girlfriend tonight. Get us the dragon suite. Hearing this, the manager glanced at Wenjin, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, clearly stunned by her beauty. Then she snapped back to attention. Understood. Right away. With that, she turned and left briskly, thinking to herself about Li Shiyang with a chuckle. That little cutie. She really thinks sleeping with a rich guy once will get her on his list. 10 minutes later, the entire bar erupted in excitement. 6 stunningly dressed waitresses formed a line, each holding a bottle of Ace of Spades champagne. To the DJ's roaring announcements, they made their way toward Zhang Yuan's VIP booth. Holy! Dragon-class service. Who's that rich bastard? Just throwing 3 million around like that? Isn't that the guy I saw driving a Ferrari down the street earlier? A young heir in a dress shirt exclaimed in astonishment. When Jean stared dumbfounded at the glittering bottles and ice sculptures, How much does this cost? I know you're loaded, but this is ridiculous. Small change. Zhang Yuan shrugged casually, opened a bottle of Ace of Spades, and poured her a glass. Try it. When Jean cautiously sipped it, bubbles exploded on her tongue, a bitter taste tinged with a hint of sweetness. She couldn't resist taking another sip, and her cheeks quickly flushed. Like it? Zhang Yuan leaned close to her ear. When Jean nodded, her eyes sparkling. Better than I imagined. I always thought beer was as bad as baijiu. Zhang Yuan watched her gradually relax, smiling with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought, letting this well-behaved girl experience a thrill she'd never known before. Boss, check out that chick over there, she's hot. A punk with dyed yellow hair pointed at Wen Jin, practically drooling. The scarred man called Boss narrowed his eyes. She's got it. Let's go introduce ourselves. 5 or 6 thugs swayed their way toward Zhang Yuan's booth. Hey, beautiful, all by yourself? Scarface ignored Zhang Yuan completely, his lecherous gaze fixed on Wen Jin. Wen Jin instantly grew alert. Her instincts as a cop made her sit up straight. Is she alone? What's it to you? Zhang Yuan said coldly. Whoa, kid, you're pretty cocky, Scarface sneered, sizing up Zhang Yuan. Dressed up all fancy, like you're something special just cause you've got a few bucks. Zhang Yuan ignored him, turning to Wen Jin. Want to dance? Before Wen Jin could answer, Scarface suddenly reached out to grab her cheek. Hey, sweetheart, what's the point of hanging with some pretty boy? Come play with us guys. Smack. Wen Jin reflexively grabbed his wrist, executing a textbook joint lock that pinned Scarface face down on the table. Ah! Ow ow ow! Scarface screamed in agony. You! How dare you touch our boss? Yellow Hair roared, snatching a liquor bottle and charging forward. Wen Jin sent him flying with a sidekick, but the other thugs swarmed in. Looking for trouble. Zhang Yuan's eyes turned cold as he grabbed a bottle and smashed it over the head of the first thug to charge. Crash! Glass shattered everywhere as the thug collapsed to the floor. Another thug lunged from the side, but Zhang Yuan drove his elbow into the man's temple, knocking him unconscious instantly. Damn it! All at once. The remaining 3 thugs, eyes bloodshot, charged simultaneously. Zhang Yuan sneered coldly, darting behind one like a ghost. He grabbed the man's head with both hands and slammed it down hard, simultaneously driving his knee upward. Snap! The sound of a broken nose was distinctly audible. The remaining 2 backed away in terror, but Zhang Yuan gave them no chance. He lunged forward, unleashing a left hook followed by a right jab. Both thugs flew backward like broken sacks, crashing into several tables laden with drinks. The entire bar fell deathly silent, everyone frozen in shock. Scarface had already wet himself in fear. Kneeling on the floor, he desperately bowed his head, pleading, Brother, spare my life. Brother, spare my life. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. Zhang Yuan smoothed his suit, unwilling to stoop to their level. Get out, he said coldly. Don't let me see you again. Yes, boss. We're outta here right now. The thugs scrambled away as if granted a pardon. Wen Jin stared blankly at Zhang Yuan. It was the first time she'd ever seen him like this. Scared? Zhang Yuan turned with his gentle smile restored. Wen Jin shook her head. It's just the first time I've seen you fight and with such incredible strength. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly and pinched her cheek. Let's go. This place is too chaotic. We should find somewhere else. Wen Jin nodded. Okay. Stepping outside the bar, the night breeze brushed against her face. Wen Jin took a deep breath, feeling completely transformed. Thrilling? Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. At his words, she gave a slight nod, the flush on her cheeks appearing even more alluring in the moonlight. Though catching criminals used to be more thrilling than this experience is still pretty novel. I see. Zhang Yuan spoke, his arm naturally wrapping around Wenjin and pulling her close. Wenjin's body trembled slightly. Without a word, she settled into the car beside Zhang Yuan with effortless ease. Chapter 136, Genie, let me scrub your back. Where are we going? Seated in the passenger seat, Wenjin fidgeted with her seatbelt, her eyes occasionally stealing glances at Zhang Yuan's profile. For some reason, she felt Zhang Yuan was different from before. Though his appearance hadn't changed much, he gave her a strange sensation she couldn't quite describe. Or perhaps, approachable? There was an irresistible urge to draw closer. Ding, Wenjin's affection plus 10. Current affection, 60. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan froze. Damn, no points added earlier, but now that we're in the car and heading to a hotel, the affection points start rising? So she's into the thrill of it? Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan rested one hand on the steering wheel while the other naturally slid onto her thigh. He gave a sly smile. Of course we're going to find a place to rest. Our rest? Wenjin's voice suddenly rose an octave, her ears flushing crimson. It's only 10 o'clock at night. What? Zhang Yuan grinned mischievously, pinching her tense muscles. Is our officer when thinking about something unsavory? I didn't. Wenjin retreated toward the door like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, meekly protesting, I was just asking. Just asking? Zhang Yuan's fingers tapped lightly on her thigh like playing piano keys. So where does Officer Wen suggest we rest? Wenjin bit her lower lip, falling silent as her eyes stared blankly at the neon-lit cityscape outside the window. Seeing her like this, Zhang Yuan deliberately stopped at a red light and leaned toward her. Why aren't you talking? His warm breath brushed her ear, sending a shiver through her body. You, just focus on driving. Am I not driving well? Zhang Yuan deliberately leaned closer, his breath almost touching her ear. Or is Officer Wen expecting something? I'm not. Wenjin whipped her head around, but her lips accidentally brushed against Zhang Yuan's cheek. Instantly, Wenjin's cheeks flushed scarlet as she froze in place. Zhang Yuan, however, touched the cheek she'd kissed with a faint, ambiguous smile. I'm sorry. Wenjin stammered, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson, as if it might bleed. Officer Wen, that counts as taking advantage of me. Shouldn't you be held accountable? But you started it. Wenjin stopped mid-sentence as Zhang Yuan's hand began to creep upward a few inches. Started what? Zhang Yuan feigned ignorance. Too flustered to speak, Wenjin could only glare at him indignantly. Zhang Yuan knew when to stop. He sat up straight again. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. How about the Universal Hotel? Whatever, Wenjin muttered under her breath, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her chest any second. Grand Hotel Lobby. Hello, what type of room would you like? The front desk clerk offered a formulaic smile. His gaze then drifted to the Ferrari key dangling from Zhang Yuan's belt before glancing sideways at Wenjin beside him with a hint of envy. He'd seen wealthy people before, but someone this rich, accompanied by a stunning beauty, and handsome himself? This was a first. Zhang Yuan casually placed his black card on the counter, Presidential Suite. One night. The Presidential Suite? Wenjin felt a pang of surprise. If she remembered correctly, the Universal Hotel was a 5-star establishment, a top-tier 5-star at that, and a single night would easily cost at least 200,000 yuan. The thought made Wenjin tug at Zhang Yuan's sleeve. That's such a waste. A regular business suite would be fine. Jing, are you implying I can't afford it? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. That's not what I meant. Wenjin said nervously, too embarrassed to explain in front of everyone. The front desk clerk watched their interaction with envy, especially noticing Wenjin's shy reaction. His heart ached with jealousy. She was definitely still a novice. Money really does make a difference. The Presidential Suite, Zhang Yuan declared firmly, leaving no room for refusal. Please hurry. Certainly, sir. The clerk respectfully took the black card, stealing a glance at Wenjin out of the corner of his eye. She was stunning. A beauty like this was rare even for someone working at a hotel of this caliber. If I could have a night with a beauty like that, I'd gladly live 10 years less. Inside the elevator. You seem pretty familiar with booking rooms. Is this your first time? Wenjin stared at the rising floor numbers and suddenly asked, though his tone sounded a bit unsure. Hearing Wenjin's words, he paused slightly before nodding. Yeah. The old Zhang Yuan might have casually spun a lie to cover it up. But ever since Shen Jiwei caught him cheating last time, he'd become completely honest. No more pretending to be some devoted lover. He'd be as scummy as needed. With his current assets, what woman couldn't he handle? At those words, Wenjin stiffened, her fingers unconsciously digging into the elevator handrail. How many? Does it matter? Zhang Yuan shrugged, then turned to corner her against the wall. You can still back out now. Wenjin stared down at her shoe tips, her mind in turmoil. Though she had harbored some suspicions deep down, hearing Zhang Yuan confess it with his own lips still stung. Even though she had never truly possessed Zhang Yuan, she still wanted to claim him as her own. But when Wenjin looked up and met Zhang Yuan's calm gaze, she suddenly felt at ease. How could a man like him possibly be without women? At least he hadn't lied to her, right? Wait for me. I'll take a shower first. Wenjin stammered. Zhang Yuan followed slowly, finding her flustered demeanor at the suite door particularly amusing. The sound of rushing water filled the bathroom as Wenjin stood under the showerhead, splashing cold water on her face. Calm down, calm down. It's just sleeping together, she muttered to herself. I'll have to go through it sooner or later anyway. But when Wenjin saw her own face in the mirror, flushed red like a strawberry, she slumped down in defeat. Ugh, so embarrassing. She buried her face in her knees. Does Zhang Yuan think I'm super easy? A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Zhang Yuan's teasing voice came through the door. Need a back scrub? No, thank you. Wenjin scrambled for a towel, wrapping it around her upper body. You, don't come in. Oh. The sound of the doorknob turning sent a chill down her spine. Then I insist on coming in. No. Absolutely not. Wenjin pressed her back against the door. I'm not ready. Just kidding. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. I'll wait outside for you. He knew Wenjin was a virgin and would be nervous. By going over now to make small talk, he could prevent awkward silences later in bed. Wenjin exhaled in relief yet felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Wait, Wenjin. What the hell are you thinking? She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off that absurd notion, then resumed rinsing. 20 minutes later, Wenjin emerged cautiously wrapped in a bathrobe, water still dripping from her hair. Finished? Zhang Yuan leaned against the headboard, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. Wenjin kept her head down, like a cat waiting to be punished after misbehaving. Come here. Zhang Yuan patted the spot beside him. Wenjin moved slowly toward him, each step feeling like walking on cotton. Nervous? Zhang Yuan handed her a glass. A little, yes. Wenjin took the glass, her fingers trembling slightly. Zhang Yuan suddenly leaned close, whispering softly in her ear, you know what? You look especially adorable right now. Her hand jerked, spilling wine onto her bathrobe. I'm so sorry. She scrambled to wipe it up, but Zhang Yuan held her wrist firmly. Don't move. His voice suddenly deepened. Let me help you. He slowly leaned down, gently licking the wine from her collarbone before cupping her chin and drawing her face closer. Wenjin stiffened completely, her mind going blank. Sweet? Zhang Yuan lifted his head, his eyes crinkling with amusement. I don't know. Wenjin's voice was barely audible. Then taste it again. Zhang Yuan kissed her lips once more, the rich aroma of red wine swirling between them. Wenjin responded awkwardly, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap from her chest. Relaxed, Zhang Yuan guided her hands to wrap around his neck, letting her follow his rhythm. Dazed, Wenjin nodded, letting him lead her into uncharted territory. When Zhang Yuan's hand slipped beneath her bathrobe, Wenjin suddenly grabbed his wrist. Wait. What's wrong? Zhang Yuan paused. That room is kind of hot. Let's turn on the AC in there first. Wenjin gave a nervous chuckle. All right. Zhang Yuan nodded, turned on the AC, set it to 20 degrees, then leaned in again. They became intimate once more, but just as they were about to go further, Wenjin called a halt again. Wait a minute. What now? Zhang Yuan was at a loss for words. Is there a spermicide here? Hearing Wenjin's request, Zhang Yuan paused, inwardly chuckling. After all, Lian Yu and Gu Qiulan had both begged him not to use protection, desperate to conceive his child. He never expected Wenjin to be the one worrying about such things. But Zhang Yuan didn't mind. He chuckled softly, walked to the foot of the bed, and pulled open the nightstand drawer. I had the attendant bring it up while you were showering. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have brought one anyway. With that, Zhang Yuan slowly walked back to Wenjin's side and gently pushed her down onto the bed. This time, Wenjin didn't wait. There was simply no excuse left to delay. Ding! Due to excessive pain, Wenjin's affection decreased by 5 points. Current affection, 55 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 emotion points. Current emotion points, 70. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 emotion points. Current emotion points, 100. Ding! Wenjin's affection increased by 10 points. Current affection, 80 points. Chapter 137, Wenjin's affection breaks 90 points. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtain slits as Zhang Yuan woke with squinted eyes, discovering Wenjin curled up in his arms like a kitten. Her eyelashes fluttered faintly in the morning light, her cheeks still flushed from the night before. Awake? Zhang Yuan pinched her cheek gently, his fingers meeting skin soft as cotton candy. Wenjin murmured a sleepy then suddenly realized their position. She snapped awake, blushing as she pulled back. Gee, good morning. What are you hiding from? Zhang Yuan pulled her back into his arms, his fingers lightly teasing her waist. Weren't you quite eager last night? Ding! Wenjin's affection +5. Current affection, 85. Stop it. Wenjin buried her face in the pillow, the tips of her exposed ears red enough to bleed. That was just a moment of impulse. Zhang Yuan leaned in with a mischievous grin, his breath tickling the sensitive skin behind her ear. Want to get impulsive again? No, we can't. When Jean frantically pressed down his wandering hand. It's already past 10. It's only 10, Zhang Yuan deliberately glanced at his phone. We still have 2 hours until lunch. Quick-witted, when Jean blurted out, I'm hungry. I need breakfast right now. Oh? Is that so? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Then let me taste it first. With that, he leaned down and kissed her. When Jean put up a token struggle before going limp, letting Zhang Yuan have his way with her. Zhang Yuan's hands slid restlessly under the covers, and when Jin's breathing immediately quickened. Ding! Emotion value increased by 20 points. Current emotion value, 120 points. 2 hours later, when Jean lay exhausted on the bed. You liar! You promised we'd go eat breakfast. Her voice was slightly hoarse, strands of hair scattered messily across the pillow. A lingering flush still graced her cheeks, a testament to the lingering afterglow. Zhang Yuan, dressed and refreshed, replied, Isn't it perfect timing for lunch now? He leaned down to kiss when Jin's sweat-dampened forehead. What do you feel like eating? He paused, a mischievous grin curling his lips. Or would you rather have something that really works your jaw? Ding! Emotion points plus 30, current emotion points, 150. When Jean instantly understood Zhang Yuan's teasing. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at him, then suddenly leapt up and dashed into the bathroom. I'm taking a shower. No peeking. She slammed the door shut with a bang, and the sound of running water soon filled the air. Zhang Yuan listened to the splashing water, feeling utterly delighted. This chosen one title was truly powerful. Back in the day, how could he have boosted her affection to 85 so quickly? This speed was like riding a rocket. And when Jin's current proactive attitude was like she was a completely different person. Sure, gaining favor hadn't been slow before, but it couldn't compare to now. It was on an entirely different level. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Gucholan. Honey, Wanqing seemed to have insomnia last night. She went to work this morning with dark circles under her eyes. A mischievous smiley followed. Zhang Yuan's lips curved slightly as he replied, Maybe it's because I'm not around. You can't yell anymore, and she can't hear you either. So she feels a bit empty inside, like she can't quite adjust. As he typed, Zhang Yuan recalled Su Wanqing eavesdropping outside his door the previous nights, and his lips curled upward involuntarily. By the time Jean finished dawdling and tidying up, it was already noon. She slipped into a white dress, looking pure and lovely. Where are we eating? When Jean whispered softly, her fingers gently hooking the hem of Zhang Yuan's shirt like a kitten seeking its owner's affection. Zhang Yuan wrapped his arm around her. I'll take you somewhere special. He deliberately teased her, You'll love it, I promise. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce pulled up outside Yundingxian. A waiter in a tailcoat immediately approached them. Mr. Zhang, your reserved private room is ready. When Jean surreptitiously surveyed the place. The marble floor gleamed so brightly it reflected light, and even the waitstaff's uniforms looked like they cost at least $1,000 each. This place must be expensive, right? When Jean whispered into Zhang Yuan's ear, her warm breath tickling his earlobe. Before Zhang Yuan could respond, the manager chimed in with a smile. Our average per-person expenditure is around 300,000 yuan. Not exactly cheap, but not outrageous either. Glancing at the Ferrari key dangling from Zhang Yuan's belt and observing Wen Jin's reaction, he instinctively assumed this was yet another wealthy young master bringing his newly acquired songbird out to see the world. Hearing the manager's words, Wen Jin's foot slipped and she nearly fell. Zhang Yuan steadied her firmly. You can fall just walking, he teased. 300,000? Wen Jin's voice cracked with shock. Are you eating gold? She exclaimed, eyes wide. She turned to Zhang Yuan beside her, her eyes pleading as she whispered, Maybe we shouldn't eat it after all? The manager maintained his professional smile. Today we have French air-freighted blue lobster, Italian white truffles, and... Zhang Yuan cut him off. Bring it all. And open that bottle of 82 Lafite. Only then did he turn to Wen Jin beside him, a hint of amusement in his voice. Didn't you just say you wanted to fleece me like a sucker? What? Now that I'm actually letting you fleece me, you're suddenly not happy? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Wen Jin replied with a hint of irritation. I was just saying that. Well, I took your words to heart. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. See? I brought you here to eat. And don't worry about the cost, every penny spent on you is well worth it. Ding. Wen Jin's affection plus 2 points. Current affection, 92 points. Ding. Wen Jin's affection has reached 90 points. You've obtained a mysterious gift pack. Open it now? No. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Wen Jin's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head shyly, murmuring, Oh. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled heartily and glanced at the manager beside him. Open the best private room. Hearing this, the manager's heart leapt with delight. He hadn't expected such a windfall. At a high-end restaurant like theirs, the best private room started at a minimum of 100,000 yuan. Plus, he'd earn a commission small, but every little bit helped. He immediately broke into a smile, bowed slightly, and extended his hand. This way, sir. Wenjin fidgeted restlessly in the private room. This is too extravagant. Honestly, I don't mind where we eat. Try this. Zhang Yuan didn't want to dwell on the topic. He picked up a piece of steaming lobster meat and fed it to her lips. Open wide. Wenjin instinctively took a bite, her eyes instantly lighting up. So fresh. She closed her eyes contentedly, like a cat being fed. Golden crab roe soup filled a seashell bowl, thick layers of black truffle blanketed the steak, and even the garnish was carrots carved into rose shapes. Wenjin ate until her cheeks were full, showing none of her earlier disdain for the pricey meal. This mushroom is so delicious. You really get what you pay for. Haha, it's no big deal. If you like it, eat more. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, then picked up another piece of foie gras for her. It'll give you energy, he said with a hint of innuendo. Wenjin nearly choked. You, shut up. Her face flushed as she playfully punched Zhang Yuan's arm. Zhang Yuan merely shrugged. It's true. If you don't replenish your energy, who else will? After a pause, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. You should know exactly what my stamina is like. Just then, the manager knocked and entered. Mr. Zhang, here's a complimentary dessert from the house. A three-tiered dessert tower was piled high with macarons and chocolates, topped with a heart-shaped cake bearing the words congratulations. Wenjin asked curiously, why does it say that? The manager smiled meaningfully, to celebrate Mr. Zhang bringing a female companion to dine here for the first time. With that, he bowed to the pair. I won't disturb your meal any longer. Should you need anything, feel free to call me or the attendant outside your private room. Then he turned and left. Wenjin flushed crimson up to her neck. Zhang Yuan squeezed her hand under the table. Eat up. After dinner, I'll take you somewhere. Where are we going now? She asked, her voice tinged with confusion and wariness. To take you home, where else? Zhang Yuan replied with a hint of exasperation. Now that he'd secured Wenjin, it was time to allocate his attention elsewhere. After all, Su Wanqing was waiting for him to pursue. Chapter 138, Super Enhanced Senses. After dinner, Zhang Yuan drove Wenjin home, though he didn't see her parents. Truth be told, Zhang Yuan felt a bit disappointed. He sensed Wenjin's mother was quite open-minded and fun, and her father surely couldn't be too bad either. Click. The villa's front door clicked shut. As Zhang Yuan stepped into the living room to change his shoes, Gu Qiulan emerged from her room with a beaming smile upon hearing the sound. Hee hee, honey, you're back? After pausing briefly, a mischievous grin spread across her face. You must have won over Officer Wen, right? And judging by how refreshed you look, I bet you treated him to plenty of soy milk and fried dough sticks. Watching Gu Qiulan's playful expressions, Zhang Yuan chuckled silently. He pretended to be stern and tapped her head lightly. You're such a creature, holed up in the villa all day. You never get out for some fresh air. You're practically suffocating yourself. He pinched her cheek playfully. I'm a bit tired. I'll catch some sleep in the study. Remember to wake me up for dinner at 6 this evening. Of course, Zhang Yuan wasn't actually planning to sleep. With his system-enhanced physique, a night of exertion wouldn't wear him out. He merely wanted to send Gu Qiulan away so he could study the upcoming reward alone. After all, he still had a big gift package unopened. Moreover, he had a strong hunch this time wouldn't be something like extra lifespan. At the very least, he expected a reward on par with the Super 5 senses. Oh, I understand. Go ahead and sleep. I won't disturb you. Gu Qiulan pouted, her lips turned down in a sulky expression as she returned to her room. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan felt little emotion. He headed straight back to his study, sat down in his chair, and silently commanded. System, activate the big gift pack. Ding, activating the grand gift package. Obtained, 1 use of any super senses enhancement. Looking at the reward, Zhang Yuan was puzzled. System, what exactly is 1 use of super 5 senses enhancement? Ding, as the name implies, it allows you to enhance any one of the 5 senses. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Yuan immediately understood. So it means I can enhance any one of the 5 senses once, right? Ding, that's correct, host. Even after receiving the system's confirmation, Zhang Yuan remained puzzled. But I already possess super senses. What effect would further enhancement have? Ding, reporting to host, upon enhancing your super senses, the skill will upgrade to psychic power. You may materialize your psychic energy to manipulate physical objects in reality. Among other applications, the choice is yours. Hearing the system's notification sound, Zhang Yuan instantly leapt from his chair, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Holy crap, such an awesome reward? This is gonna be insane. After all, Zhang Yuan was a seasoned novel enthusiast. Though he mainly read horror stories, the term psychic power was anything but unfamiliar. It was incredibly familiar. Plots where characters wielded immense psychic power to control corporations or silently eliminate people with their minds were commonplace. Is it finally my turn? Zhang Yuan was visibly excited. He had previously assumed the system would only grant him minor perks like extended lifespan, enhanced physical strength, or at most, heightened senses beyond the ordinary. But now, judging by the scale of the system's current reward, he felt he might actually be able to cultivate to immortality in the future. No point overthinking it. Let's see how powerful this reward actually is. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, then silently commanded. System, upgrade my vision. Ding. One use of any 5 senses enhancement activated. Vision enhanced. The moment the system's voice faded, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt an intense burning sensation in his eyes. The burning grew increasingly intense, eventually turning into a stabbing pain that made Zhang Yuan clutch his eyes, collapse into his chair, and let out a series of low growls. Ugh! Though he understood the system was enhancing his abilities, the agony was so intense he couldn't open his eyes. It wasn't that Zhang Yuan was being overly sensitive or couldn't endure hardship. Rather, the agony of this enhancement was unbearable for anyone. The sensation of steel needles piercing his eyeballs was simply too torturous. However, as time passed, the pain in Zhang Yuan's eyes gradually began to fade. Phew, that was a rough process. Zhang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, shuddering involuntarily as goosebumps broke out across his arms. The moment he opened his eyes, he murmured in surprise. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dust particles suspended in the air as if magnified under a microscope. Every grain's edges and trajectory were sharply defined. So this is enhanced vision supervision? Zhang Yuan murmured to himself. If all 5 senses are upgraded like this, it wouldn't be surprising if it eventually evolves into psychic powers. No! He suddenly realized if he kept this enhanced vision permanently, wouldn't his eyes eventually become like microscopes, seeing everything at a microscopic level? Wouldn't that mean the first thing he saw when looking at Gu Qiulan or Su Wanqing would be their skin pores, blackheads, and oil? The thought sent a shiver down Zhang Yuan's spine. In that case, he wouldn't even need to practice celibacy, just one glance at them would instantly kill any desire. Ding! Rest assured, host. This function can be deactivated at any time. Hearing the system's response, Zhang Yuan hurriedly whispered in his mind, deactivate. The next second, his vision returned to normal, though it was still noticeably sharper than before. I never expected this system to conveniently fix my nearsightedness and astigmatism too. Zhang Yuan chuckled to himself, shaking his head. Chapter 139, Gu Qiulan's sense of crisis. Inside the villa, Gu Qiulan lay on her bed with a troubled expression. Even though it was already 4 o'clock, she still showed no intention of getting up. Ugh, it's all Zhang Yuan's fault. He's been ignoring me for so long, claiming he needs to rest properly. Clearly he's just binge-watching videos. Gu Qiulan picked up her phone, opened Douyin, and saw Zhang Yuan's online status in her friends list. She muttered discontentedly. He'd rather scroll through videos than spend time with me? She murmured to herself, or has Zhang Yuan started to lose interest in me? Gu Qiulan suddenly jolted awake as if struck by a thought, scrambling up from the bed. Yeah, sure, I look better than most women, but the one thing Zhang Yuan has plenty of around him is girls like me. A sudden wave of urgency washed over her. Right, I'm just a pretty face. Besides my looks, the only thing I have to offer is this TikTok account. And even that account was built entirely by Zhang Yuan. Now that I spend my days doing nothing, could he be getting tired of me? After all, before moving in together, Zhang Yuan couldn't see her every day. They'd only been intimate a few times back then, nothing like the daily encounters they had now. At this rate, a woman's mystery and value would quickly vanish in a man's presence. As this thought crossed her mind, Gu Qiulan suddenly felt a wave of clarity wash over her. Officer Wen held an official position. He was, after all, a public servant, and he could actually help Zhang Yuan. Wanqing was, after all, an online fiction editor, and Zhang Yuan happened to be an author under her. Even if Zhang Yuan didn't care much and just wrote casually, it still had value. Su Wanqing could use that to cultivate a relationship with him. But she, Gu Qiulan, could do nothing. Before, she could still attract Zhang Yuan to visit her livestream, but now that he was in the villa right beside her, what was the point of live streaming? The thought left Gu Qiulan feeling utterly deflated. This can't go on. I'll lose favor if I keep this up. A determined look flashed across Gu Qiulan's face. She knew Zhang Yuan was never short of women now, and the number of beauties surrounding him would only keep growing. By then, she'd likely be relegated to the back of the queue. While Zhang Yuan might remember her as an old acquaintance and ensure she never lacked for money, but he certainly wouldn't have time for her. For Gu Qiulan, who had already tasted the pleasure of Zhang Yuan's robust physique, this situation was no different from being banished to the cold palace. Moreover, Gu Qiulan understood clearly that if she dared to have any affair, the consequences would be equally miserable. Moreover, having experienced Zhang Yuan's formidable prowess, she couldn't imagine straying. After all, what man could match Zhang Yuan's stamina? With Zhang Yuan's sheer intensity and stamina to battle through the night, honestly, even the legendary Laoai of ancient times couldn't hold a candle to him. Zhang Yuan needs someone who can support him. If I don't want to be left behind, I have to work hard to improve myself. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with him. Gu Qiulan resolved this in her mind before opening the WeChat group she joined earlier, a popular influencer community, and immediately posted a message. TikTok dance group 2. Liang Yu, anyone know where to find those socialite enhancement classes? Not the kind that just scams men for money. I want something that teaches real skills like reading men's minds, solving their problems, or boosting financial literacy. Plus, fashion styling, makeup, and all those skill upgrades. The more comprehensive, the better. Price is negotiable as long as it delivers results. Refer me directly, add me on WeChat. If I'm satisfied, I'll send a 10,000 yuan red envelope. Within 2 minutes of posting, a user with a burning goods avatar replied in the group. You're Yumung, holy crap, isn't that little lamb? Haven't seen you pop up in the group for ages. Suddenly messaging today looks like you've hit the jackpot. Beep. 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 Messages started popping up one after another. Rabbit girl, holy crap, Little Yang's made it big. I just checked your account, you've got 200k followers already? That's crazy growth in just over 2 weeks. That's insane. And I just saw a clip from your livestream, could it be that brother-in-law guy? One live stream and he tipped you millions? That guy's a top-tier tycoon, you better hold on tight. Seeing the flood of flattering comments in the group chat, Gu Qiulan's lips curved into a slight smile, but she didn't forget the main task at hand. Liang Yu, hey, girls, it's all about good luck. That's why we need to keep improving ourselves. If any of you have connections, DM me privately. If I'm satisfied with those socialite enhancement programs, I'll definitely send you a hefty red envelope. After sending the message, the group continued buzzing with discussions about her sudden connection to a wealthy benefactor. But 2 friend requests popped up in her notifications. Liang Yu accepted them, discovering they were from Rabbit Girl and Rain Meng. The moment she accepted them, both immediately sent messages. You're Yumung, little lamb, can you teach me how you met your big brother? Or surely there are plenty of high-quality second-generation kids around your big brother? Could you introduce me to them? I'll definitely reward you handsomely if it works out. Seeing Yuming's messages, Liang Yu was speechless. She had asked if there were any connections, and when she saw this guy add her as a friend, she thought he might have some leads. But, without much thought, Liang Yu replied casually, nope. I don't usually ask about his personal life, and I don't know his friends either. She then opened Yuming's profile page and added her to her Do Not Disturb list. Closing the chat with Yumung, Liang Yu clicked on the message from Rabbit Girl, and immediately a friend recommendation popped up. Bunny Girl, little lamb, this is a professional teacher who studied abroad in Australia. I was actually thinking of signing up for her classes to impress Big Brother. You should chat with her privately. Heart emoji. Seeing Rabbit Girl's message, Liang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Compared to the Yumeng, Rabbit Girl was much more sensible. She didn't hesitate either. Though she hadn't decided whether to sign up yet, she sent Rabbit Girl a 200 yuan red envelope first. That wasn't insignificant. After all, they were minor internet celebrities, often skirting the line. Without big spenders, they'd be grateful for just 100 a day. After all, 90% of the people in livestreams were freeloaders, no donations, just watching for free. Chapter 140, Lu Benwei, did not use cheats. Zhang Yuan lounged in his study's leather chair, legs crossed, idly scrolling through Douyin. His fingers swiped across the screen when suddenly a familiar ID caught his eye. Lu Benwei is awesome. Ha! Zhang Yuan sat bolt upright, rubbing his eyes. Lu Benwei? Wasn't he banned? He clicked into the live stream. On the screen, Lu Benwei's familiar face was playing League of Legends, controlling Blind Monk. The stream was dead quiet, with only a few thousand viewers and sparse comments. He's back streaming with this level of skill? He's so bad it's embarrassing. At your age, you should stop playing games and go home to farm. After being banned for so long, you still want to come out and make money? You've got some nerve. Kai, stop playing. Look at your 0-5 record, I'm embarrassed for you. Got banned for cheating back in the day, and now you suck this bad? Serves you right. Occasionally, supportive comments would appear, go Kai. Always supporting Wowokai. But they were quickly drowned out by the mockery. Lu Benwei stared at the screen, a forced smile on his lips, but the bitterness in his eyes was impossible to hide. His hand gripping the mouse trembled slightly as his mind churned. Damn it, these haters. I was a world runner-up back in the day, and now I can't even get through a diamond match without getting roasted like this. If I hadn't been banned for so many years, how could my skills have deteriorated this much? Back in the day, my streams would easily hit millions of viewers. Now I can't even get 10,000. He recalled his glory days when any move would spark a flood of Lu Benwei is amazing comments. But now, scanning the hate comments flooding his stream, Zhang Yuan frowned slightly but refrained from directly defending Lu Benwei. Instead, he opened the payment backend and began topping up his balance. After all, with gifts flooding in, the haters would have nothing left to criticize, and instead, many allies would join in to berate them. Soon, 5 million yuan was fully topped up. For any ordinary streamer, Zhang Yuan wouldn't have tipped this much, topping out at a few 100,000 at most. But Lu Benwei was different. Truth be told, Lu Benwei was somewhat of a white moonlight to Zhang Yuan. After all, he'd practically grown up watching his streams. Is that it? Is that all? Bro, even your blind monk's Q is off target. LOL, even my grandma could play better than you. Is this the skill level of a retired pro player? Lu Benwei stared at the flood of comments, feeling a heavy weight press down on his chest. He took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Guys, don't panic. We can still win this game. Watch my play. Before he could finish, the enemy mid and jungler burst out of the brush and instantly killed him with a combo. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Got ganked again. 6th time already. Seriously, change your name to Lu Benwei Newbie. Retire already, stop embarrassing yourself. Lu Benwei's hands froze on the keyboard, his throat tightening. Staring at the gray screen, a wave of bitterness washed over him. Damn it! I clearly saw the enemy mid miss, how did I still get ambushed? Back in the day, I could carry games like this with ease. Now I can't even keep up with the reactions. He recalled how he'd scraped by these past years. After getting banned, he had no income and lived off his savings. When the ban was finally lifted, he discovered the streaming scene had completely changed. Kai, stop playing. It's painful to watch. Your skills have deteriorated too much. You should switch to being an entertainment streamer. You think you can make a comeback with this level of skill? Lu Benwei gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Guys, give me some encouragement. I just came back, I need time to get back in shape. Finding your form? More like making excuses. You suck, just admit it. No excuses. Look at Decima, he's older than you and still better. You should see a shrink. Quit streaming. These words stabbed into Lu Benwei's heart like knives. His eyes stung, and he quickly lowered his head, pretending to adjust his headphones. Damn it, these people. He recalled his wife's words from last night, why don't we stop streaming? Let's start a small business. But he refused to accept defeat. Lu Benwei had once stood at the pinnacle, how could he just give up now? Brother Kai, don't push yourself. It's painful to watch. Why don't we crowdfund to open a small shop for you? Retired players ending up like this, what a sad sight, haha. Lu Benwei's palms were drenched in sweat. This game was completely ruined. His teammates started berating him. You know how to play blind monk? Reporting you. May your whole family die. He stared fixedly at the screen, his chest heaving violently. When I was playing professionally, you guys were still playing in the mud. Now you all come trampling on me. But he couldn't voice these thoughts, forcing them back down. The live stream audience kept growing, but they were all here for the spectacle. Heard Lu Benwei's back streaming, let's see how terrible he is. He really lives up to his reputation. He should switch careers and become a chef, he's that bad. He has the nerve to stream with this skill level? Lu Benwei felt like he couldn't breathe. The game finally ended, and his 0-8 score was painfully obvious. Guys, this one's on me. Next game I'll definitely carry. Before he could finish, the chat exploded. Don't even bother with the next one. Please just quit. This is painful to watch. Got banned for cheating back in the day, and now you're this bad? Serves you right. Lu Benwei's hands trembled. He took a deep breath, about to speak, when suddenly. User Sis, open up, it's me, sent Carnival 100. User Sis, open up, it's me, your brother sent Rockets 100. User Sis, open the door, it's your brother sent Supercars 100. The entire livestream was instantly flooded with gift effects. Lu Benwei's eyes widened, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. This. He frantically counted the gift amounts, 1, 10, 100, 5 million? The chat exploded. Holy. 5 million. The boss is crazy. Who's this god-tier spender? Bro, you've hit the jackpot. Lu Benwei was so overwhelmed he could barely speak. Thank you, Mr. Shang, for your generous tip. I. His voice choked up, his eyes instantly reddening. Brothers, Lu Benwei. The former world runner-up now stood flustered like a child. Wiping his face, he suddenly stood up and bowed deeply toward the camera. Thank you. Truly, thank you. I'm truly grateful for your support, sister-in-law. I don't know what else to say, 1,000 words are in my heart. With that, Lu Benwei grabbed a bottle of Nulanchen liquor outside the camera frame and, risking the live stream being banned, downed it in one gulp. The chat's tone shifted instantly. Bro, Lu is awesome. Lu Benwei rocks. Don't cry, brother Kai. We're all behind you. Hey, did you guys know about this guy's wife? He once went head-to-head with someone over a female streamer and tipped millions. Lu Benwei sank back into his chair, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him. Glancing at the comments, he was surprised but not entirely shocked. Watching Lu Benwei, his eyes slightly bloodshot, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly as he tapped away at the screen. Sis-in-law, open up. It's me, your brother, Master Lu, I added you. Accept the request so we can play games together sometime. Spotting Zhang Yuan's comment, Lu Benwei immediately grabbed his phone, opened Zhang Yuan's profile, and followed him back. As for the haters in the livestream chat, they all left their comment boxes blank. Sis, you're being foolish. Why not take that money and play some parachute games instead? Tisk, looks like he's been hit with a payout. Chances are he'll be back on fire when he resumes streaming. Chapter 141, The Benefactor of 55%. Lu Benwei didn't bother reading these comments closely. He didn't need them to remind him. He knew Zhang Yuan was one of the crucial stepping stones for his comeback. Given his former fame, even a modest promotion on Douyin would have guaranteed at least 100,000 views. But his past misconduct inciting fans to abuse others was simply too severe. Douyin's official team explicitly stated that under his circumstances, large-scale promotions were prohibited. He could only go live directly. Thus, Lu Benwei had no choice but to register a new account and post a video announcing a livestream for tomorrow at 1 p.m. However, after 5 years of silence, despite posting the video, the engagement was low, only a sparse 10,000 likes. The comments section was filled with skepticism about his authenticity. To address this, Lu Benwei specifically released a video showing his face. Unfortunately, 5 years of indulgence had taken its toll, leaving him noticeably heavier and only about 70% recognizable from his former self. Still, it served to verify his identity. Then came today's broadcast. As he'd anticipated, only a few thousand viewers tuned in. Reaching 10,000 felt impossibly distant. Yet as he watched the live stream's view count soar past 200,000, Lu Benwei's eyes stung with tears. He silently gave thanks. All thanks to brother-sister-in-law. Otherwise, no matter how hard I streamed, I'd probably only get 10 or 20,000 viewers. He understood clearly that his brother-in-law had just tipped him 5 million, which would inevitably draw a lot of traffic his way. With more people, those traffic redirectors would come to tip, then siphon viewers away from the stream. But the money from those gifts would keep the stream pushing to new viewers, creating a virtuous cycle. And that was just one part of it. Additionally, there were recording teams eyeing his stream's heat, hoping to get a piece of the action. These viewers would also contribute to his overall popularity. Without further thanks, Lu Benwei immediately launched into his antics, aiming to keep as many viewers as possible in the stream. He immediately launched into a game of landlords during the draft phase. The moment the cards were shuffled, Lu Benwei's eyes lit up. Whoa! This is good. I'm going to win this round. Bro, you're amazing. This hand is insane. Haha, spring win is guaranteed. The chat exploded with excitement. Lu Benwei watched the flood of messages, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Watch closely, guys, this hand is mine. Lu Benwei slammed the table and shouted, "Wings on the plains. Let's finish this." He then opened the emoji page and clicked on a special landlord-themed emoji made just for him. Treat auntie to a cappuccino. This familiar scene had many men in front of their screens shouting, "This brings back memories." User sis, open up, it's me, your brother, nice one, Lord Lu. Your card skills haven't faded a bit. Spotting the comment, Lu Benwei leaned closer to the camera. Oh my, sister-in-law's still here. Thanks for the support, sis. Everyone in the livestream, give sister-in-law a follow and help her grow her fanbase. After rubbing his hands together, he added, so, sis, wanna add me on WeChat? We can play games together sometime. Zhang Yuan chuckled at his phone and casually sent a comment, I sent my WeChat ID to your Douyin DMs. Add me later. Ha? Oh, okay. Lu Benwei fumbled for his phone. Right away, right away. He searched for the WeChat ID, sent a friend request, and muttered, why is this phone so laggy? Don't worry, sis-in-law. The chat exploded with laughter. Brother Kai is so real. 5 years without streaming and he can't even use his phone anymore. Sis, maybe tip him another 5 million so he can get a new phone. Facing these comments, Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the days when he'd cheer on the crowd after seeing big spenders tip. After accepting the friend request, Lu Benwei immediately sent a voice message, brother-in-law. Thank you so much, really. I don't even know what to say. After listening to the message, a faint smile spread across Zhang Yuan's face as he replied, no need to thank me. Just focus on streaming well. I believe in you. Got it. Lu Benwei slapped his thigh. Sis-in-law, rest assured Lu Benwei won't let you down. With that, he shut off his phone, launched a game of landlords, and got back to his antics. Meanwhile, at the villa, Honey Gu Qiulan pushed open the study door, pouting as she walked in. You've been playing on your phone all afternoon. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan replied casually, still reclining in his chair, no, I just had some things to take care of, that's why I didn't come find you. Seeing this, Gu Qiulan pouted, then suddenly pressed herself against Zhang Yuan and giggled softly. Hee hee, honey, guess what I was doing just now? With that, Gu Qiulan winked at Zhang Yuan. She was ready to come clean about signing up for the socialite class. To others, this might seem foolish. Normally, one would keep quiet, achieve results, and then share the news with those around them. But Gu Qiulan had already explained her situation to the course instructor. After learning the details, the instructor didn't ask her to start learning quietly. Instead, she advised Gu Qiulan to tell Zhang Yuan directly. Her situation was already looking grim. The women around Zhang Yuan were multiplying. Yet she remained stagnant. Time no longer permitted her to make a sudden, dramatic breakthrough. Instead, she needed to inform Zhang Yuan. This way, he would know she was making steady progress, allowing Zhang Yuan to understand her pace. Oh? What were you doing? Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, pinching Gu Qiulan's cheek. Hee hee, I signed up for a personal development course. Cost me 200,000. Gu Qiulan pouted, planting a soft kiss on Zhang Yuan's cheek that left a faint trace. Oh? Why sign up for this course out of the blue? Or did you get scammed? Hearing Gu Qiulan's words, Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. No way. Do I look that dumb, that easy to fool? Gu Qiulan rolled her eyes slightly, then wrapped her arm around Zhang Yuan's in a coquettish manner, nestling into his chest. I just want to improve my skills, that's all. Oh, I see. Zhang Yuan nodded, saying little more, but forming some plans in his mind. Gu Qiulan's words had actually reminded him of quite a few things. Right now, Zhang Yuan had no shortage of money or women. The only thing he lacked was connections. While he could now draw out extraordinary rewards, and perhaps one day use the system to embark on the path of cultivation. But that was still in the future. If the system's ultimate benefit was merely granting him a longer lifespan and vastly superior combat prowess compared to ordinary people, it wouldn't be of much use. After all, this was the age of firearms. No matter how skilled one was, they still feared a kitchen knife. Chapter 142, Chef God Zhang Yuan. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuan decided to draw a reward. Lately, accumulating emotion points had become increasingly difficult, leaving him unable to save them up. He silently murmured, "System, draw a prize." Ding! 100 emotion points deducted. Current emotion points, 40. A faint blue roulette will materialize before Zhang Yuan's eyes. The pointer spun rapidly before finally settling on the question mark. Seeing this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. After all, the probability of getting something good from the question mark was quite high. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the master-level culinary skill. Hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Though this skill didn't enhance his strength or grant him extraordinary abilities, he showed no disappointment whatsoever. Instead, he was genuinely delighted. After all, aside from self-improvement, his greatest passions were women and food. Now that he'd drawn master-level culinary arts, he certainly wouldn't shortchange his stomach. Zhang Yuan immediately turned his gaze to Gu Qiulan beside him. Her forehead and exposed arms bore not a single bead of sweat. She looked utterly unprepared for cooking. "Qiulan, who's cooking tonight?" Zhang Yuan asked casually. Gu Qiulan didn't even look up. Wanqing said she'd come back to cook, but judging by her mood, I bet she'll just order takeout again. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Look at her, not a drop of sweat. She definitely hasn't been in the kitchen, Gu Qiulan pouted. Every time I cook, I end up drenched in sweat. Zhang Yuan nodded. Then I'll cook tonight. Gu Qiulan finally looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. You know how to cook? Don't be ridiculous. Last time you made instant noodles, you boiled the water right out of the packet. Zhang Yuan gave a mysterious smile. That was then. Things are different now. Just then, a loud boom echoed from downstairs, followed by Su Wanqing's shriek, "Fire! Fire!" The two exchanged a glance and rushed downstairs. In the kitchen, Su Wanqing held a pot lid like a shield as flames shot half a meter high from the wok. Zhang Yuan acted swiftly, grabbing a wet dishcloth nearby and slamming it onto the pan. The flames sizzled out with a puff, leaving only a charred mess of scrambled eggs. "This is what you meant by cooking?" Zhang Yuan pointed at the blackened bottom of the pan, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. "Someone walking by would think you were brewing potions." Su Wanqing's ears turned crimson. I just wanted to impress you." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt both exasperated and amused. Rolling up his sleeves, he said, "I'll handle it. Might as well show off my cooking skills." Gu Qiulan's eyes widened. "You know how to cook? You're not going to boil instant noodles, are you?" "Exactly," Su Wanqing muttered under her breath. "Last time I saw you fry eggs, you even pierced the yolk." Zhang Yuan didn't respond. Instead, he chuckled softly and pulled 3 tomatoes from the fridge. "Today, I'll show you what real tomato scrambled eggs look like." With a swift flick of his knife, he sliced the tomatoes into uniform crescent-shaped pieces that rolled across the cutting board with a rhythmic clatter. Eggs cracked against the bowl's rim with a crisp snap, then chopsticks stirred the golden liquid with a clinking rhythm. Hot oil sizzled in the pan as the eggs poured in, instantly puffing into fluffy clouds. Holy crap! Gu Qiulan clung to the kitchen doorframe, eyes wide as saucers. That flipping technique looked straight out of a TikTok chef's video. Su Wanqing immediately pulled out her phone to record. The egg actually flipped mid-air before landing back in the pan. "That's incredible." Zhang Yuan didn't even turn around. "Stop staring and hand me the bell peppers and beef." "Oh, okay." Su Wanqing scrambled to grab the ingredients from the fridge. 10 minutes later, 3 steaming dishes graced the table. The tomato scrambled eggs were a vibrant red and yellow, the green pepper beef tender and glossy, and the garlic shoots stir-fried with pork were bright green and crisp. Gu Qiulan popped a piece of beef into her mouth, then suddenly whitened her eyes. This is so good? It's way better than anything we've had at Global Plaza before." Hearing Gu Qiulan's exclamation, Su Wanqing looked puzzled. Then she snatched the chopsticks and took a bite of the tomato scrambled eggs. The savory juices exploded on her tongue, and she instantly gasped. "Holy crap, this is amazing? Is this even scrambled eggs with tomatoes? What was I eating before some kind of bran and vegetables? Zhang Yuan watched the two women wolfing down their food as he leisurely sipped his coke. Well, believe in my cooking skills now? Before he could finish, Gu Qiulan suddenly threw her arms around his husband. You're in charge of the kitchen from now on. Su Wanqing quickly nodded in agreement. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 70. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 emotion points. Current emotion points, 100. Zhang Yuan watched the system notifications, secretly thrilled. So it seems that winning a woman's stomach really does win her heart. Then, Su Wanqing suddenly looked up, puzzled. When did you learn to cook? Given your background, you probably never lifted a finger to do housework, right? But what you made isn't just delicious, it's the best I've ever tasted in my entire life. After speaking, Su Wanqing quickly picked up another piece with her chopsticks, her words muffled as she chewed. Exactly, Gu Qiulan mumbled with her mouth full. You didn't secretly sign up for some cooking class, did you? Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, blinking. It's just a natural talent. Can't help it. Both girls rolled their eyes simultaneously. Seriously though, Su Wanqing set down her chopsticks and looked at Zhang Yuan earnestly. This level of skill takes years to develop. How did you manage it? Realizing her phrasing might be off, she added, well, not necessarily years, some people never master this in a lifetime. It's all about talent plus hard work, right? Zhang Yuan shrugged. Like you said, it's about talent. I'm just that kind of genius. Bull. Gu Qiulan jabbed his cheek. Spill the beans. Fine. Zhang Yuan made a surrender gesture. Actually, I learned from my grandfather when I was little. I just never had a chance to show it off. Really? Su Wanqing looked skeptical. As true as pearls, Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Gu Qiulan suddenly leaned in and sniffed him. Weird, no cooking fumes at all. That's because I'm skilled, Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows smugly. A real chef never lets cooking fumes touch their skin. Blow it out your ass. Gu Qiulan laughed, playfully punching him. The three chatted and laughed, enjoying a delightful meal together. After dinner, Su Wanqing volunteered to clear the table while Gu Qiulan pulled Zhang Yuan onto the sofa. Husband Gu Qiulan leaned affectionately against his shoulder. I want you to cook for me again tomorrow. What do you want? Zhang Yuan ruffled her hair. Sweet and sour spare ribs. Braised fish. And... Gu Qiulan counted on her fingers. Stop. Zhang Yuan laughed helplessly, when would I have time for all that? Gu Qiulan batted her big eyes. But you're usually so free. I just want to eat the food you make. Just then, Su Wanqing emerged from the kitchen. Hearing the exchange, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qiulan, your sweet-talking skills have really improved. Mind your own business. Gu Qiulan stuck out her tongue. If you're so good at it, try it yourself. Su Wanqing flushed. No way. Zhang Yuan watched the two women bicker and suddenly felt that this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. He stretched lazily. Alright, tomorrow's worries for tomorrow. I'm going to take a shower first. Wait. Gu Qiulan grabbed his arm. You haven't agreed to my request yet. Fine. Zhang Yuan sighed with a helpless smile. Sweet and sour spare ribs tomorrow. Happy now? Hee, satisfied. Gu Qiulan pouted, flashing a pure smile. Chapter 143, Shen Jiwei, heartbroken. Shiwei, watching those videos you took with that guy again? Shen Ziming entered Shen Jiwei's room and saw her sprawled on the bed, phone in hand, replaying a video over and over. He immediately understood, shook his head, and murmured with a hint of resignation. Brother, didn't I tell you? Don't come in without my permission. Do I have no say in my own home? Does that mean anyone can just barge into my room whenever they want? Her secret exposed, Shen Jiwei instantly furrowed her brows, glaring at Shen Ziming with impatience. Hearing her words, Shen Ziming felt a pang of embarrassment. He covered his mouth and cleared his throat twice, knowing it was his fault. He didn't argue back. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Be careful? This is already the 5th time this month. Shen Jiwei stared coldly at Shen Ziming, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. She seemed utterly indifferent, or perhaps numb. Look at you talking. I came in today for a serious matter. At this, Shen Jiwei raised an eyebrow and asked calmly. What business? Shen Ziming stood at the doorway, his mind racing for a long moment. He felt awkward, or perhaps afraid that Shen Jiwei would refuse. But this was reality now, beyond his control or hers. After a long silence, Shen Ziming finally spoke. Well, 2 things, one good, one bad. Which do you want to hear first? The bad one. At this point, one more problem won't make a difference. I've had enough bad news lately, one more won't change anything. Shen Jiwei said indifferently, silently exiting the photo album on her phone before turning it off. Seeing his sister like this, he felt a pang of pity. He cursed inwardly, that bastard Zhang Yuan, not only did he deceive my sister into sleeping with him, but now he's messing around with other women too. What's most despicable is that after getting into that accident, he didn't even try to make things right afterward. He just assumed they were already broken up. This thought made Shen Ziming feel even more heartbroken for his sister. He sighed, walked over, sat down in the leather chair at the dressing table, and spoke softly. Grandfather probably has only a day or two left. You were always his favorite. Now that he's lost his lucidity, the family wants you to stay by his side during his final days, so he can pass peacefully. Shin Jiwei froze at the news. Why did Grandpa's health suddenly deteriorate? He was perfectly fine when I ran away from home not long ago, wasn't he? Sure, he wasn't as spry as before, but he could still get out of bed and walk around. Surely he could still manage to eat on his own? How could he suddenly? At this point, Shin Jiwei fell silent, her voice thick with emotion. Her eyes reddened, and a single tear slipped unnoticed from the corner of her eye. She felt a pang of regret. Because of her own humanity, she hadn't even known her grandfather, who had always been the kindest to her, was nearing the end of his life. It was only after her brother told her that Shin Jiwei finally realized. Seeing her like this, Shin Ziming felt a pang of pity. He stepped forward, reached out to wipe away her tears, and whispered softly. The reason the old man was able to walk around recently was because he sought out Master Mu, the renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Through acupuncture and a regimen of century-old ginseng decoctions, he managed to keep the old man hanging on by a thread. But where in the world could you find so many century-old ginseng roots? Nowadays, even 100 million yuan wouldn't buy you a single one. Hearing this, Shin Jiwei fell silent, unsure how to respond. After all, she had been completely unaware of this matter. She had naively assumed the old man had merely fallen gravely ill, and that Master Mu would surely cure him with ease. She never imagined. Seeing Shin Jiwei's stunned expression, Shin Ziming felt a pang of pity. He gently rubbed her head and spoke softly. Truthfully, the old man didn't suffer in the end. He wasn't stricken with any serious illness, he simply lived out his natural lifespan. Hearing this, Shin Jiwei felt a little better inside. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Shin Ziming with reddened eyes. Why did you wait until now to tell me? Shouldn't you have told me days ago? But you were. I feared the double blow would overwhelm you, so I held it back for a few days. Shin Ziming lowered his head slightly. Hearing her brother's words, Shin Jiwei was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, she finally spoke softly. All right. I'll pack up and head to the hospital to spend Grandpa's final days with him. And what's the other piece of good news? Shin Ziming fell silent again, feeling utterly shameless. After stammering for a while, he finally managed to blurt it out. Well, Jiwei, you ran away from your wedding, right? Originally, our families did an excellent job keeping it confidential. Aside from the heads of the families present at the banquet that day, hardly anyone knew you'd run away. Everyone assumed you and Li Xiu had married and then stepped back from the public eye, no longer appearing in public. But then those videos you filmed with him went viral, hundreds of millions of views. We reacted quickly, but it was too late. Now, practically everyone in the capital with any standing who was engaged to you or Li Xiu is laughing at our families. Even if they can only laugh about it and can't do anything else, the fact remains that this has actually happened. And with Li Xiu right in the middle of taking over his father's business, this sudden scandal has sparked significant opposition within his own family. Shin Ziming rambled on, leaving Shin Jiwei feeling flustered. She waved her hand impatiently. Get to the point. Shin Ziming didn't get angry at being cut off. Instead, he felt a pang of guilt. After a few more minutes of silence under Shin Jiwei's impatient gaze, he finally turned his head away and spoke. The thing is, Li Xiu needs you to pay a price for this. He needs compensation. Hearing this, Shin Jiwei showed little emotion, merely nodding matter-of-factly. I know that. When you make a mistake, you accept the consequences. That's only fair. I've already agreed to remarry him later. Hearing this, Shin Ziming shook his head. It's not that. It's... But as he reached that point, Shin Ziming's throat seemed to catch, and he couldn't utter another word. Seeing this, Shin Jiwei rolled her eyes in utter exasperation. Brother, are you even a man anymore? You're the one who's going to take over the entire Shin family someday. How can you be so indecisive even when speaking? Hearing Shin Jiwei's words, Shin Ziming gritted his teeth. He stopped dithering and blurted out everything at once. Li Xiu thinks you're no longer a virgin. He feels cheated, and he's been mocked by many people because of it. He wants to marry someone else. Shin Jiwei chuckled at this. Bro, isn't that good news? Then I won't have to marry him. You misunderstood. Li Xiu wants to marry too. He set his sights on your cousin. Shin Jiwei froze in confusion. What? Marry too? Yes, 2 wives. Shin Ziming nodded, avoiding Shin Jiwei's gaze. No way? Ha! Did Li Xiu get hit in the head by a car or something? Shin Jiwei laughed in exasperation. I get why he rejected me, it was my fault. But marrying too? Isn't that just trampling our Shin family's reputation into the dirt? Besides, with these conditions, Dad would never agree, right? But after saying that, Shin Jiwei felt a pang of doubt. Father agreed. And Li Xiu is marrying your cousin. You're marrying into the Li family without a wedding ceremony. After saying this, Shin Ziming fell even deeper into silence, turning his back away, unable to meet Shin Jiwei's gaze. Hearing this, Shin Jiwei froze in place, her mind blank for over 10 minutes before she finally managed to speak. Father truly agreed? He did. Shin Ziming turned back, his eyes pleading as he looked at Shin Jiwei. Our Shin family is on the brink of collapse. Father only agreed because he had no other choice. Seeing Shin Jiwei's silence, Shin Ziming quickly added, Jiwei, rest assured. Once things improve at home, we will definitely bring you back. After a pause, he continued. Really, I beg you. Shin Jiwei remained silent for a moment. During that pause, countless memories flooded her mind, the good, the bad, everything. Her thoughts finally settled on the scene where she had caught Zhang Yuan cheating with Liang Yu. Taking a deep breath, she replied calmly. Fine. I agree. Chapter 144. Don't you know how hot-tempered I am? Tisk, has it really been 4 days already? Everything that needed preparing is almost done. I'm getting a bit bored of playing around. It's about time I went to find Jiwei. Zhang Yuan ran his fingers through his messy hair, sitting on the bed and staring blankly at the quilt. After finishing lunch yesterday, he'd returned to Liang Yu's place to stay the night. With Xiaoling off at school today, he could spend another evening with his aunt before setting off to find Shin Jiwei. After all, he still had that mission hanging over him, and accumulating emotion points was proving rather difficult lately. He'd better complete the mission. Having tasted the sweetness of extraordinary rewards, he really didn't want to slowly save up emotion points for exchange anymore. Anyway, flying to the capital today and contacting Jiwei would basically solve everything. Besides, if he remembered correctly, the trouble the Shin family faced seemed to be the patriarch nearing death. Zhang Yuan could conveniently handle that too. Wouldn't Shin Jiwei be utterly devoted to him for life? At this thought, Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Shin Jiwei's sincerity toward him, even if he hadn't sensed it back then, was undeniable. But compared to others, it was obvious at a glance. It was just a pity that with this system, Zhang Yuan was destined to be a lifelong scoundrel, incapable of letting any woman tie his heart down. Yeah, it was the system's fault, he had nothing to do with it. After all, Zhang Yuan could only keep grinding for emotion points to draw prizes, there was no other way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to be the kind of man who wanted to give every girl a home. Host, this system has never forced you to make any choices. Even with just one confidant, you can still continuously gain emotion points. Ha! Startled by the system's sudden alert, Zhang Yuan had never encountered this before. Immediately, curiosity mixed with amusement prompted him to speak. System, you actually defend yourself now? Ding. Reporting to host, this system does not tolerate defamation in any form. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled helplessly. Alright. It's my fault. I'm a total jerk myself. It has nothing to do with you. After that, Zhang Yuan stopped bickering with the system. He got up, dressed, and after washing up, headed straight to the 6th floor Liang Yu's home. Walking down the hallway, Zhang Yuan suddenly chuckled to himself as a thought popped into his head. Was I now treating my aunt's place as my own home? Then, as usual, he pushed open the slightly ajar front door. Click. The door closed behind him. Zhang Yuan scanned the living room but saw no one. Oh, are you in your room? That doesn't make sense. At this time of day, shouldn't Auntie be up making breakfast for Xiaoling? Feeling puzzled, he slipped on his slippers and walked toward Liang Yu's bedroom. Click. The door swung open, and Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. His younger brother also instinctively saluted. This was the first time he'd seen Liang Yu dress like this, a form-fitting top that accentuated her figure, made of Xinjiang cotton that looked soft and elastic. The cotton fabric naturally radiated a warm, inviting quality, giving Zhang Yuan the comforting feeling of returning to his mother's embrace. Her lower half was paired with equally figure-hugging yoga pants, perfectly showcasing her voluptuous thighs and accentuating her alluring, seductive charm. The juxtaposition of these two distinct styles on Liang Yu made Zhang Yuan's throat involuntarily bob. Though he'd just woken up, he suddenly felt inexplicably parched. Watching Liang Yu still following along with the video on her tablet, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. I just walked right into your place, and you didn't react at all? Plus, your tablet's volume isn't loud, and you're not wearing headphones. Normally, you'd at least peek out to see who it is, right? You don't seem to care at all that someone broke into your house. Zhang Yuan said with a hint of amusement. Hearing this, Liang Yu, who was still seated on her yoga mat practicing alongside him, flashed Zhang Yuan a charming smile. Well, you wouldn't know this, but I recognized who it was just by the sound of the door closing. And when you came back late last night, I was secretly mining alone. I heard the water running in your bathroom, so I knew it was you coming in now. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan gave a half smile and nodded, raising an eyebrow at Liang Yu. Well then, Auntie, who exactly are you dressing up for? It's so hard to guess. Yeah, it's so hard to guess, Liang Yu returned the seductive smile. Then she knelt on the yoga mat to complete her final stretch, her waist and hips outlined by the tight fabric rising and falling with each breath. Zhang Yuan leaned casually against the doorframe, his gaze following the trail of sweat trickling down her neck. He hooked the edge of her mat with his toe and gave it a gentle flick. Looks like this outfit was made just for me to see. The sudden shift of the mat threw Liang Yu off balance. As she braced herself with both hands, the neckline of her top opened to reveal a beautiful glimpse. She didn't seem annoyed, instead propping her chin up as she lay on her side. Shaolin School organized a summer camp. I just dropped her off at the bus. Liang Yu's toes trailed up Zhang Yuan's calf. But what about you? Why are you so fired up this early in the morning? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan grinned. Heh, hot or not, haven't you felt it before? Then, he swept her up and tossed her onto the bed. Oh my, I haven't showered yet. I'm covered in sweat. That's exactly what I want. Chapter 145, Heading to the Capital. Attention passengers, flight CA1508 from Magic City Hangzhou to Imperial Capital Airport is now boarding. Zhang Yuan glanced at his phone, considering the messages from Liang Yu, Gu Qiulan, and Wen Jin. Only his aunt and Qiulan knew he was heading to the Imperial Capital. Others like Wen Jin and Su Wanqing remained unaware. After first sending reassuring messages to Liang Yu and Gu Qiulan, Zhang Yuan paused briefly before messaging Wen Jin and Su Wanqing. Sorry, I've got some things to take care of these days and need to go on a 2-day business trip. I probably won't be able to keep you company. With that, Zhang Yuan tucked his phone into his pocket and joined the boarding queue. Once aboard the plane, he slipped on the eye mask he'd prepared beforehand and closed his eyes to rest. He hoped to catch a quick nap, wishing he could open them and find himself already in the capital. But the moment he opened his eyes, Zhang Yuan's thoughts became chaotic and turbulent. Leaning back in his seat, his mind was a chaotic jumble. He thought about Shen Jiwei, then worried about the system's tasks. He pondered how he would broach the subject upon arrival, especially since he didn't know the location of the Shen residence. Moreover, based on his assumptions, the Shen family patriarch was gravely ill, and Shen Jiwei would most likely be by his side. If he truly needed to find someone, the hospital would be the place to go. The flight attendant pushed the meal cart past him, pausing briefly. She took a deep breath, a barely perceptible hint of desire in her eyes. Sir, your Coke. She smiled as she handed it over. Gazing at Zhang Yuan's handsome face, a strand of bangs swaying slightly at his temple, a hint of hesitation etched across his features. It felt like her heart was being squeezed. She thought to herself, if I could spend just one night with this handsome passenger, I'd gladly trade it for driving a luxury car, inheriting $1 billion fortune, or living in a mansion. Zhang Yuan looked at the cola the flight attendant handed him, puzzled. Miss, I don't recall ordering a drink. Hey, can you hear me? Seeing the flight attendant standing there blankly, ignoring him, even drooling slightly from the corner of her mouth, Zhang Yuan tentatively waved his hand. Hearing his call, the flight attendant snapped back to reality. Her face flushed instantly, and her legs tightly encased in black stockings clasped together unconsciously as she stammered nervously. I am so sorry, sir. This Coke was ordered for you by the lady over there. She gestured toward the seats behind them. Zhang Yuan followed her gesture and saw a woman wearing sunglasses, a black pencil skirt, and an Armani necklace who was smiling at him. Seeing this, he nodded back with a smile. At the same time, Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. He noticed the woman was dressed head to toe in designer labels, with not a single item on her costing less than 100,000. So why was she sitting in business class? Logically, shouldn't she be in first class? Or was it that, like himself, she hadn't managed to secure a first-class ticket and had to settle for business class? Without hesitation, he cast his insight spell upon her. Name, Kim Hyun-ah. Appearance, 98 points. Age, 25. Weight, 50 kilograms. Affinity, 45 points. Recharge count, 0 times. Traits, violent S. Current thoughts, who'd have thought I'd run into a guy in Dragon Country who's even hotter than Park Jae-beom? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the floating knowledge of people panel before him, feeling a bit surprised. Oh, and she's a Korean beauty too? Judging by her outfit and surname, she can't be one of those chaebol girls, can she? Of course, what truly astonished Zhang Yuan wasn't these details, but her otherworldly beauty score 98 points. In all the time he'd possessed the system, he'd never encountered a woman with such an exceptionally high score. Though her sunglasses hid her eyes, her impeccable attire and enviably flawless skin radiated undeniable beauty. Though deeply astonished by her beauty, Zhang Yuan remained acutely aware of one thing: he was riding high on momentum. With the upper hand firmly in his grasp, he certainly wasn't about to make the first move. He immediately averted his gaze from the woman, turning instead to the flight attendant to accept the Coke. Thanks. His fingers accidentally brushed hers, causing the flight attendant to blush and quickly step away. No problem. It's my pleasure to serve you. The woman in the back row watched the flight attendant's bashful retreat, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly beneath dark sunglasses. Suddenly, the woman nodded at Zhang Yuan before rising from her seat. Amidst the envious stares of several men, she made her way toward him. Hey, handsome friend? The woman flashed Zhang Yuan a smile, extending her fair, delicate hand a sight to behold. Yet her awkward Chinese made the atmosphere feel both awkward and amusing. Zhang Yuan chuckled silently, nodding to himself. Just as he'd expected a woman from the land of the morning calm. Wonder what she's like. Probably nothing special, though. With so many women around him, he'd grown immune to such charms. Still, this was his first time abroad, and the novelty of it all made him willing to give it a shot. Hello, my name is Zhang Yuan. Though he was inwardly mocking her, his outward demeanor remained sunny, a faint, easy smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The men around him, who had been seething with resentment and jealousy, instantly fell silent. Wow. Such a handsome guy, it's only natural he'd be with a beauty like this. Sigh, even our local heartthrobs from Guangdong and Guangxi can't quite measure up to him. It's only natural she chose this guy. Hearing the murmurs around her, the woman furrowed her delicate brows and rolled her eyes at the crowd. Seriously, can't you guys show some manners? Keep your voices down on the plane, got it? Hearing the woman's sudden, slightly coarse tone, the passengers frowned slightly but said nothing more. Only then did Kim Hyuna turn to Zhang Yuan, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Then let's exchange WeChat contacts, Zhang Yuan. Sure. Zhang Yuan fell silent, inwardly questioning whether adding this friend was the right choice. At the same time, he marveled, truly, anything produced by the system must be top-notch. Since Shen Jiwei, this was the first time he'd encountered a woman with such distinct traits similar to Shen Jiwei yet fundamentally different. Shen Jiwei was the type who needed violent discipline to make her willingly devoted to you. Jin Hyuna, if Zhang Yuan guessed correctly, likely enjoyed kicking and punching people indiscriminately, regardless of gender. After pulling out her phone and adding him on WeChat, Kim Hyuna returned to her seat without messaging Zhang Yuan. After all, in her eyes, being as beautiful as she was and having already taken the initiative to add Zhang Yuan on WeChat, why would she need to be so forward again? Zhang Yuan didn't feel anything about her silence. After all, he would never make the first move, not in this lifetime. Chapter 116, Teasing Kim Hyuna. He took a couple sips of coke and checked the time on his phone. They'd arrive in the capital in half an hour. He needed to figure out how to contact Shen Jiwei. Their last breakup had ended on such bad terms that a direct call was out of the question. I need a middleman. Shen Ziming could work, but I don't have his contact info, and he doesn't exactly like me. Liang Hui would be a decent choice, but since he's been messing around with the other guy's sister, he's feeling a bit uneasy. Better not to contact him. Zhang Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, he remembered Lu Kuanqing wondered if he knew the old patriarch of the Shen family was hospitalized over there. The plane began its descent, causing a slight pressure in his ears. Chewing gum, Zhang Yuan gazed out the window at the towering skyscrapers of the capital city. After disembarking, he dragged his suitcase toward the exit. The airport was crowded and noisy. Zhang Yuan opened his ride-hailing app, planning to drop off his luggage at the hotel first. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Gu Qiulan. Honey, did you arrive in the capital yet? Remember to eat, okay. If I don't eat properly, I won't have the energy to work as a miner later. Zhang Yuan chuckled and replied, just arrived. Don't worry. And you always have to be so blunt? Are you really not putting on any act in front of me anymore? Beep beep beep. Gu Qiulan replied. No way. I'm just concerned about you, you know? He. Honey, don't worry. The day you come back, I'll buy you a huge bunch of leeks, okra, and oysters. You're getting a serious boost. Zhang Yuan, that won't be necessary. Don't you know my stamina by now? Gu Qiulan, of course I do. I just want your stamina to reach new heights, that's all. Reading the message, Zhang Yuan stood by the roadside, amused. Then, seeing his online taxi had arrived, he put his phone away. He got into the cab. The driver was a chatterbox, visiting for vacation, buddy? Just running some errands. Zhang Yuan didn't elaborate. Hey, looking at your outfit, you're definitely loaded. The driver sized him up through the rearview mirror. Want me to hook you up with some cool spots? No thanks, just take me straight to the hotel. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes, unwilling to continue the conversation. He knew exactly the kind of fun spots the driver was talking about, but he had serious business to attend to these next couple of days. He couldn't afford to waste time on such places. After getting out of the ride-hailing car, Zhang Yuan headed straight for the presidential suite he had booked. He tossed his luggage onto the bed when his stomach suddenly growled loudly. Damn, I'm starving. He rubbed his stomach. This presidential suite costs 88,000 a night, and there's not even fruit or dessert in it. Zhang Yuan muttered in exasperation before grabbing his key card and heading for the elevator. As soon as he reached the third-floor restaurant entrance, a familiar silhouette in a black dress caught his eye. The woman was serving herself lobster at the buffet counter, swaying her hips like some borderline TikTok host. Hey, isn't that the Korean chick from the plane? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Just as he was about to take a detour, a loud clatter erupted. Kim Hyuna's tray crashed to the floor, sending lobster legs flying high. Damn it! She stomped her foot in frustration. What kind of crappy tongs are these? Ding! Kim Hyuna's current anger level, 70. Host can increase affinity by assisting her. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Could emotions actually be visualized now? And it could even tell him whether he could increase her affection level. Ding! Reporting to host, due to the current slow rate of acquiring emotion points and increasing affinity, a new mechanism has been added. Hearing this, he felt quite satisfied and promptly praised it. This system was decent workable. Zhang Yuan strolled over leisurely. Need help picking up the lobster? But I won't eat any that's covered in dust. It's you? Kim Hyuna turned and saw him, a clear look of surprise flashing across her face before she scoffed. You're following me? Lady, who'd bother stalking you? I live in 3208. Zhang Yuan pointed at the ceiling, utterly speechless. You wouldn't happen to live in 3207, would you? That's such a cliché plot twist. I live in 3206. Kim Hyuna realized her mistake mid-sentence. Hey! Who the hell are you calling sister? Her chest heaved with anger. Back home, those chaebol brats fawned over her like lapdogs. And this guy dared call her sis? Fine, comrade little Kim. Zhang Yuan bent down to pick up the lobster. Aren't you Koreans supposed to be crazy about kimchi? Why come here snatching lobsters? None of your business. Hyuna snatched the lobster back. And my last name isn't Kim. I know Kim Hyuna. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Why's the heiress of Samsung Group pretending to be ordinary? The fork in Kim Hyuna's hand clattered to the floor. You, how did you know? Guessed. Zhang Yuan shrugged. You. Kim Hyuna flushed with anger at first, but then, inexplicably, burst into laughter. That's funny. Come have dinner with me. Why should I? Because. She leaned close to Zhang Yuan's ear. I know which hospital Shin Jiwei is in. Zhang Yuan whipped his head around, nearly kissing her face. You investigated me? Just found out. Kim Hyuna waved her phone. We Samsung folks have connections in the capital too. And actually, I recognized you on the plane. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you over. Kim Hyuna added quickly. They found a window seat and sat down. As she sliced her steak, a questioning look lingered in her eyes. You really are Shin Jiwei's ex-boyfriend? When did her taste become so terrible? Her taste is excellent, Zhang Yuan said, coating his salmon in wasabi. Otherwise, how could she have ended up with me? Ha! Kim Hyuna burst out laughing. You're so shameless. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 emotion points. Your current emotion points are 80. Zhang Yuan suddenly pushed the wasabi dish toward her. Want to try some? No way. Kim Hyuna recoiled. I'm terrified of. Achoo! She sneezed directly at Zhang Yuan, leaving a lipstick smudge on his shirt. The air froze. Kim Hyuna frantically fumbled for tissues. How much is this shirt? I'll pay for it. No need, Zhang Yuan said calmly as he wiped away the lipstick smudge. I'm taking it off later anyway. What? Kim Hyuna didn't catch on. I said we're going back to the room to change clothes, Zhang Yuan smirked. What did you think? You jerk. Kim Hyuna flushed crimson to her ears, yet couldn't help asking, why did you break up with Shin Jiwei? Zhang Yuan suddenly turned serious, because I was dating 8 girls at the same time. Ha ha ha. Kim Hyuna covered her mouth and chuckled softly, shaking her head. You really are full of lies. Fine, don't believe me. Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone. Want to see my chat history with my 9th girlfriend? Kim Hyuna laughed even harder, tears welling up in her eyes. You're the most shameless man I've ever met. Just then, the waiter approached. Sir, your extra spicy grilled wings. Kim Hyuna's eyes lit up. I'll have some too. 5 minutes later. Water. Give me water. Kim Hyuna stuck out her tongue, fanning herself frantically. Holy crap, this is so spicy. Zhang Yuan handed her milk. Aren't Koreans supposed to love spicy food? But it's not supposed to be this spicy. Hyuna gulped down the entire glass of milk, then suddenly noticed Zhang Yuan had eaten 3 pieces without flinching. Doesn't it bother you? Zhang Yuan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, raised an eyebrow at Kim Hyuna, and chuckled softly. Heh, I'm just naturally fond of spicy food, much like how I'm fond of a fiery girl like you. Chapter 147, Ultimately Misplaced End. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yuan bid farewell to Kim Hyuna. He pondered for a long while and ultimately concluded this woman was not someone to get deeply involved with. After all, her violent tendencies completely clashed with his nature. Moreover, Zhang Yuan knew that even if Kim Hyuna was drawn to his charm and the title of chosen one, she never truly shed her nature. Just like Shin Jiwei, despite their current rift, Zhang Yuan remained utterly confident he could win her back. Returning to his room, Zhang Yuan casually pressed the dedicated call button for his private butler. Soon, a knock sounded at the door. Mr. Zhang, I am your personal butler, Kong Li. May I come in now? Come in. Zhang Yuan said lazily from his bed. He then pulled out his phone and began searching for Lu Kunsing's number. Only later did Zhang Yuan realize an awkward truth: he hadn't saved Lu Kunsing's number at all. Beep. The sound of a room keycard being verified echoed through the hallway. A tall, stunningly beautiful woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of sophistication entered the room. The moment Zhang Yuan saw calmly, his eyes lit up. A thought flashed through his mind, and he used his people reading technique on her. Name, Li. Appearance, 71 points. Upon seeing the beauty score, the spark in Zhang Yuan's eyes instantly dimmed. He was genuinely surprised this woman's makeup skills were truly impressive. The moment Li entered and saw Zhang Yuan, her eyes lit up as well. She was inwardly amazed by the man's handsomeness, but her professional composure kept her calm. Mr. Zhang, how may I assist you? Or perhaps you have any questions I can address? Li's voice remained calm, though her eyes, which kept darting toward Zhang Yuan, betrayed her. Well, I called you in for a reason. Arrange for a few technicians to come in and give me a massage. Zhang Yuan replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Li's eyes, but she didn't press further. After all, their hotel did offer such services. Still, she wasn't entirely sure whether the man before her was seeking something sensual or purely professional. She promptly inquired, the fleshy kind? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless, though he couldn't quite blame her. He simply replied flatly, plain. Ahem, I'll see to it right away. Li left the room, feeling slightly awkward. Soon after, 3 therapists in their 30s entered the room. Sir, please lie face down. We'll begin your massage. The woman in charge said softly. Zhang Yuan nodded and turned over. The 3 technicians then opened their toolboxes and retrieved massage tools from within. The lead technician applied essential oil to begin working on his back, while the one below her similarly applied oil and started massaging his calves. The last one, the woman in charge, began massaging Zhang Yuan's forearms. A bit more pressure. Zhang Yuan was so comfortable he nearly closed his eyes, but he hadn't forgotten his business. He immediately pulled out his phone and called Liang Hui. The call connected quickly. Hey, what brings you to call me today? You're quite the VIP, aren't you? Liang Hui's warm, teasing voice came through the phone. I just had something I wanted to ask you today. Zhang Yuan spoke with a hint of guilt. After all, he'd just helped him get his sister. With your extensive connections, you must know which hospital the Shen family patriarch is hospitalized in, right? This is truly urgent. Please don't ask any other questions, I'll explain everything later. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Liang Hui felt some suspicion but didn't press further, getting straight to the point. You're in luck, kid. Before things soured with the Shens, I attended Zhuwei's engagement banquet and happened to accompany her to visit the old man at the hospital. He's in a VIP room on the 6th floor of a private hospital. The hospital's name is Boren Hospital. After hearing Liang Hui's words, Zhang Yuan quickly replied. Got it. I'll head over right now. Then he hung up the phone. Mr. Zhang, shall we leave now? Having overheard the conversation, the 3 exchanged glances before the woman who had spoken earlier took the initiative again. It's fine, you guys keep working. No rush. Zhang Yuan shook his head. After all, he'd only hung up the call. He needed to think about how to proceed next, and he began to ponder. After a moment of internal deliberation, Zhang Yuan finalized his plan. He waved to the 3, signaling for them to leave first. Then, he reached into the pocket of a nearby garment, pulled out a wallet, and withdrew a handful of bills, handing them to the trio. Here's 3,000. Divide it among yourselves. Taking the 30 red bills, the trio instantly widened their eyes, looking at Zhang Yuan gratefully as they repeatedly bowed. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. After they left, Zhang Yuan got up and grabbed a change of clothes. After showering, he headed straight for Bowen Hospital. But halfway there, his footsteps halted. He found a park and sat down, his mind swirling with thoughts. Yet there was always a woman lingering around him, though illusory, she felt strikingly real. Zhang Yuan murmured to himself, I guess I really treated Jiwei terribly. I've never truly given her my heart. Even this attempt to win her back is just for the system's reward. And now that I have the system, do I really need this one reward package? Zhang Yuan fell deep in thought, memories from his past life surfacing in his mind. He had been an orphan since childhood, yet always considered himself extraordinary. The headmaster often told him, those who walk the path of self-importance their entire lives, rather than merely indulging in fantasies, are extraordinary in their own right. At the time, Zhang Yuan agreed wholeheartedly, though deep down he still believed himself to be the protagonist. Why else would he have been born into this world? Did others see the same people and events he witnessed? From a very young age, Zhang Yuan had become aware of this. Thus, he always felt himself to be extraordinary, though reality seldom lived up to his expectations. As a child, he aspired to become a towering figure, like the legendary heroes in his textbooks. As a teenager, he thought getting into Peking or Tsinghua University would be pretty good. As a young adult, he thought getting into a second-rate diploma mill would be quite good. As an adult, he never pursued higher education. Instead, he worked his way up alone, discovering that simply supporting himself was already a significant achievement. This world is vast, and we are all small figures within it. In life, one need only understand one thing to recognize one's own mediocrity.